Your father is the king of the Holy Spirit realm. Your mother is a quasi-emperor realm saintess. And you were born as a strong holy emperor. Not only did you attract the shadow of the great emperor at birth, but you also possess the legendary pure Tao body that is destined to become a great emperor, and the illusion-breaking divine eyes that can see through all the world's illusions. Therefore, you were named the only divine son by the top power of the great immortal domain, the Jiang family. Your parents even found a beautiful woman with flawless bones and a divine body for you, but instead of being grateful to your father, you shattered his sacred supreme bone right after birth, all because you obtained a divine level system. At this moment, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred in the ancestral land of the Jiang family. Golden auspicious clouds surged in the void, and thunder tribulations descended. This phenomenon alarmed all the forces in the boundless Dao prefecture, and they all rushed towards the Jiang family's ancestral land. In less than a second, the area outside the Jiang family's ancestral land was surrounded by cultivators, all hoping to gain some benefits, but no one dared to step into it. Inside the Jiang family's elder Jiang Yuan and all the experts gathered together, looking at the scene in front of them with a particularly solemn expression. Everyone was stunned, looking at the scene in the void, feeling somewhat unbelievable. She's going to give birth. Madame San is going to give birth. Just as everyone was puzzled and confused, there was a sudden shout from the Jiang family mansion. Shortly after, several maids rushed out, their faces filled with excitement and joy. The words they were shouting left people feeling bewildered. Madame San is in labor. Everyone was stunned after hearing this, completely unable to understand the situation. However, they quickly realized that it was the wife of Jiang Ming, one of the 3 sons of the Jiang family, who was about to give birth. Jiang Ming's wife had been pregnant for 2.5 years without any signs of pregnancy, which had become a joke among the ancient families. Especially for Jiang Ming, it was a great shame, and he would fly into a rage every time it was mentioned. And today, Jiang Ming's wife was finally going into labor. For a moment, the Jiang family mansion was in an uproar, with countless people excited and jubilant. After all, Madame San's status was extraordinary, as she carried the direct bloodline of the Jiang family. If she gave birth to a baby boy, it would be of great significance to the entire Jiang family. Elder Jiang Yuan, the head of the Jiang family, led the crowd of the Jiang family towards the courtyard of Jiang Ming's wife in a grand manner. As they got closer, a shocking aura filled the air, enveloping the surroundings. At the same time, auspicious energy rose, piercing through the sky, bringing purple chi from the east, blessing all directions. The members of the Jiang family all showed a look of awe, secretly speculating about the origin of the child in Jiang Ming's wife's belly and the future destiny. At this moment, a loud roar suddenly spread across the land. Immediately after, a burst of colorful light erupted from the Jiang family mansion, illuminating the sky. The shadow of the great emperor appeared, emitting endless pressure, the kind of ancient aura that could shatter mountains and rivers, and crush the universe. At this moment, the courtyard where Jiang Ming's wife lived was completely enveloped in colorful light, like a divine palace, exuding a mysterious and unpredictable aura. At this moment, without exception, all members of the Jiang family couldn't help but kneel down and worship, their expressions filled with excitement. Oh my God! Emperor's might! This is the Emperor's might! This child was actually born under the shadow of the great emperor. Elder Jiang Yuan of the Jiang family was shocked and horrified. With a thought in his mind, he waved his hand and activated the entire Jiang family's formation, directly hiding the entire Jiang family in the infinite Dao prefecture to avoid being discovered by other powerful forces. Otherwise, such a stunning existence would be enough to attract countless covetous eyes. However, even so, many powerful forces experts were already waiting in the Jiang family's territory, but due to fear, they ultimately did not make a move. Immediately after, a loud cry rang out, the sound resonating like heavenly music shaking the heavens, with auspicious signs, purple chi coming from the east, and the crying of heaven and earth. All these signs indicate that the fetus in Jiang Ming's wife's belly is extraordinary. For a moment, the Jiang family members all shouted in unison, their voices resounding through the heavens and earth, deafening. With each congratulatory voice that sounded, Jiang Ming's face also beamed with a kind smile. This child was born with a natural phenomenon, with purple chi coming from the east for 30,000 miles. His future achievements will surely be earth-shattering. With such talent, even in the vast immortal realm, he is a rare talent. His children will surely be recorded in history. At this moment, a maid rushed out from Jiang Ming's wife's room and shouted, "Third master's child is born." Someone asked, "Is it a boy or a girl?" At this point, everyone stretched their necks waiting for the answer. Knowing whether it's a boy or a girl will affect the future pattern of the entire Jiang family. The maid blushed slightly and whispered, "It's a boy. Hurry up and bring the baby out for me to see." The 2 elders of the Jiang family, Jiang Xian, urged eagerly, impatient to see the child who had just been born and caused a stir throughout the Wuji Daozhou. With that, She hurriedly ran inside. Before long, she came out carrying the swaddled baby. When she saw the exquisitely crafted doll in the swaddle, Jiang Ming's face lit up with a smile and he said to himself, "So handsome." However, he soon noticed something different. Everyone was just looking at the child in his arms without speaking or showing any expression, as if petrified. This made Jiang Ming furrow his brow. What's with the expressions? 2 elders and all the elders? Is there something wrong with my son just being born? Jiang Ming asked with a furrowed brow. This child is actually the pure Tao body that has not appeared in 100,000 years. Jiang Xian's face was shocked, unable to conceal the shock in his heart. The pure Tao body is a congenital body, possessing extraordinary abilities, and every ancestor with this physique can be called extraordinary throughout history. As far as he knew, in the entire Great Diffusion Immortal region, there were only 3 people who possessed the immaculate Tao body. These 3 people were almighty in the heavens, looking down on the 8 wastelands, and were so powerful that they were suffocating. The most famous of them was the Kanglin Immortal Emperor, Ji Tianchen. He is the entire Great Diffusion Immortal domain, recognized as the first genius, proud of the world. The battle power is monstrous. The crown of the 8 directions dominated the Great Diffusion Immortal domain for 3 epochs. Other than that, there were 2 other supreme heavenly prides, namely, Qingyang Immortal Sovereign of the Qingmu Imperial Clan, and Jian Wuxi of the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. The 2 of them had similarly not survived an era, but both had dominated an era in their respective eras. Immaculate Tao body. Everyone was stunned by Jiang Xian's words, their eyes filled with horror. They originally only knew that the fetus in Jiang Ming's wife's arms was extraordinary, but how could they not have thought that it would be an unsullied Tao body? With this kind of supreme treasure-level special physique, they certainly understood what it meant. It was no exaggeration to say that this birth of Jiang Ming's wife would surely be able to change the fate of the Jiang family. Although the Jiang family was a desolate ancient family, there had never been a ghastly god king like the Ji family that had suppressed 3 epochs. Now, Jiang Ming's wife's child in the womb was born with such talent. Simply unheard of. The future is unlimited. My God, this is an unsullied Tao body that you don't encounter for 100,000 years. The people of the Jiang family were talking, their faces full of envy, and at this moment, Jiang Ming was also frozen in shock. Old ancestor, is my son really an immaculate Tao body? Jiang Ming trembled with excitement and couldn't help but inquire regarding this matter. Since the old ancestor had already given his word, there could be no room for error. But Jiang Ming still couldn't help but confirm it. After all, this was his flesh and blood, the hope that would soon allow the Jiang family to rise to glory in the Great Diffusion Immortal region, and could not be ignored. Jiang Xian nodded heavily and solemnly admonished, "This sun has 3 flowers on top, condensing golden lotuses and nurturing innate Tao rhythms. He is definitely an immaculate Tao body. You guys remember, do not proclaim it to the public, lest you cause unnecessary trouble. It's hard to guarantee that no one will be jealous of this kind of physique. I'm honored to follow the teachings of the old ancestor." The people spoke back, "We know what to do." With that, the crowd converged on the baby in Jiang Ming's arms. "Please give me a name." Old ancestor, holding the child in his arms, Jiang Ming bowed and respectfully inquired. He didn't dare trespass. After all, this child's talent was so superb. So the fate that represented this child could not be decided by him in a haphazard manner. Jiang Xian stroked his beard and spoke with a smile. "This son is my Jiang family's rising hope. His talent is overwhelming my Jiang family. Let's call him Wushuang." Jiang Wushuang? Good name. The crowd marveled and clapped their hands in agreement. Many thanks to old ancestor for the name. Jiang Ming hugged the child and felt his heart was beautiful and happy. The unsullied Tao body was too precious. This child was destined to grow up and become famous in the 9 heavens. Jiang Yu opened his mouth and said, "Let old ancestor give you a hug." He was the 3rd ancestor of the Jiang clan, who had cultivated for a long time, was knowledgeable, and had witnessed countless miracles. Jiang Ming handed the child over to Jiang Yu, who scrutinized it for a moment before musing. This child is indeed different from normal people. He was even born in the Saint Emperor realm. Born Saint Emperor realm. The crowd sucked in cold air at the words, and their eyes almost glazed over. The cultivation realms of the Great Diffusion Immortal realm were divided into the following: the Top Spirit realm, the Spirit Martial realm, the Xuanwu realm, the Tianwu realm, the Flawless realm, the Exalted realm, the Supreme realm, the Heavenly Exalted realm, the Holy King realm, the Holy Emperor realm, the Divine Emperor realm, the Saintly Exalted realm, the Great Saint realm, the Saint Lord realm, the Saintly Ancestor realm, the Supreme Saintly Ancestor realm, the Quasi-Saintly God realm, the Holy Gods realm, the Quasi-Emperor realm and the Great Emperor realm. Each realm has a division of 9 grades. Jiang Wushuang was born at the Saint Emperor realm. This kind of talent is really horrible, enough to crush many teenage prides of the desolate ancients. Not to mention that Jiang Wuxuan was an immaculate Tao body, and in the future, if he stepped into a great emperor, it would be a symbol of immortality. Thinking of this, all the people of the Jiang family were overjoyed, looking with anticipation at Jiang Wuxuan in Jiang Ming's arms. My son actually has the posture of a great emperor. Jiang Ming was ecstatic in his heart, so excited that his body was trembling slightly. Chapter 002, Binding the Mysterious System, Kicking Off Profather's Holy Supreme Bone, Rewarding Divine Supreme Bone. My son actually has the posture of a great emperor. The words reached the ears of the baby in his arms. That's so brave? How dare you say such a big karma? When Jiang Wuxuan heard these words, he inwardly spat out a sentence and slowly opened his own eyes. That pair of black pupils seemed to contain billions of stars, dazzlingly bright. With just one look at Jiang Ming, two beams of golden light erupted from his eyes, like two sharp blades that pierced the void and pierced through the heavens. The crowd was stunned and hastily dodged for fear of being affected. This is the delusion-breaking God's eye, rumored to be able to break through all illusions and gain insight into the origin. Hiss! Seeing this vision of Jiang Wuxuan, the crowd was once again shocked. This little guy isn't even a full moon yet, and he has such a terrifying might. Jiang Ming took a few deep breaths to calm his inner excitement, knowing very well in his heart that this son of his was truly a demon. Jiang Wuxuan's eyes were beautiful, like a magnificent gemstone. He opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, which seemed somewhat unfamiliar. This is the cheap old man of my life? Jiang Wuxuan couldn't speak yet only cry, babbling and babbling. Seeing this reaction from him, the crowd instantly broke into smiles. Wuxuan is hungry. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Xian immediately commanded, immediately prepare the beast milk of the 8th grade Saint Beast, the violet gold berserker lion. I, old ancestor, a member of the Jiang family, led the order to leave. From today onwards, Jiang Wuxuan is my Jiang clan's divine son. If anyone dares to neglect him in the slightest, I won't blame this seat for scrapping him with my own hands. Jiang Yuan rebuked in a cold voice, his eyes icy cold. At this moment, the entire Jiang family was boiling over because of Jiang Wuxuan. This is the immaculate Taoist body. Once born, he would surely sweep the 8 directions in the future and achieve supreme greatness. Old ancestor, it's better to leave Wuxuan to me to hold. Jiang Ming hesitated for a long time and finally made a suggestion. Just as well, the child is yours after all. Here, Jiang Xian did not refuse and handed Jiang Wuxuan to Jiang Ming, instructing, take care of Wuxuan in the future. Yes, old ancestor. Jiang Ming received Jiang Wuxuan with a pleased smile on his face. Jiang Wuxuan had just been born and had displayed an extremely stunning natural talent. He believed that this child of his would definitely blossom into the brightest light in the future. Well, we're off for now, and have to make time to deal with those guys out there. As Jiang Yuan said this, he gave a wink to Jiang Xian and Jiang Yu and turned to leave. Greetings, old ancestor. The crowd saluted in unison, respectfully bidding farewell. As the 3 old ancestors left, the entire Jiang family instantly exploded. The people of the Jiang family pointed and expressed their opinions around Jiang Ming's child. Jiang Wuxuan was lying in the arms of his own father. Jiang Ming, listening to the various murmurs coming from his ears, he was so impatient that he couldn't help but kick his father in the arms. This foot went down, and for some reason, it directly caused Jiang Ming, who was carrying the supreme bone, to instantly feel a sharp pain all over his body. And if it wasn't for the fear that something would happen to Jiang Wuxuan in his arms, he would have nearly fallen directly to the ground. What's wrong with you, third brother? Jiang Shang, who was the elder brother, frowned and couldn't help but ask, is it somewhere uncomfortable? Big brother, I seem to have broken a bone. Jiang Ming didn't dare to move a muscle, deeply afraid of hurting his child, and spat out a few words with difficulty. What? Your bones are broken? Upon hearing this, Jiang Shang was shocked. Quickly find the 4th elder to take a look. Sango, let me hold Wuxuan. Jiang Yu immediately carefully picked up Jiang Wuxuan. At this moment, Jiang Wuxuan was also confused. It was because a familiar and unfamiliar tone came from inside his head. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for kicking off his own father's holy supreme bone, rewarding him with a divine supreme bone. Ding dong! As the host has successfully activated the system, get an extra mystery pack. Mystery pack opened successfully. Reward 1, Cursive Sword Technique. Reward 2, Undying Sutra. Reward number 3, The True Fire of the Sun. Host, Jiang Wuxuan. Identity, Divine Son of the Jiang family. Cultivation, 9th level of the Holy Emperor realm. Physique, Immaculate body. Delusion breaking eye. Supreme bone. Technique, Undying Sutra. Martial art, Cursive Sword Technique. Avatar, True Fire of the Sun. Weapons, none. Favored beasts, none at this time. Items, not yet available. Jiang Wuxuan completely froze after reading all the information in his mind. He hadn't thought that he would actually be able to inspire the system's rewards. If he were a normal adult right now, he would be looking up and laughing. But nay, he was only a newborn baby now, or else he would not be able to express the shock and joy in his heart at this moment. Wuxuan, be good. Oh, your father's illness will be cured soon. Jiang Yu coaxed Jiang Wuxuan with a smile on the corner of his mouth, gently stroking Jiang Wuxuan's face, his eyes full of favor. Oh Wuxuan, come on, this is the beast milk of the very best purple gold mad lion. You'll love it. At this time, Jiang Sheng took the special milk bottle made of auger dragon skin handed over by his servant and gently fed it into Jiang Wuxuang's mouth. Jiang Wuxuang could do nothing about it. He was indeed hungry and could only grunt and drink. The flavor is not bad. Jiang Wuxuang squinted her eyes in enjoyment, her tiny belly bulging and looking particularly cute. Ha ha ha, this kid kinda likes milk. A couple of the uncles next to him looked on in delight, one more than the other. Jiang Ming was the only one who was miserable. He had just found the fourth elder of the Jiang family. The fourth elder, his supreme bone, was broken for some unknown reason, and he needed to recuperate for several years to recover. That bad? Holding Jiang Wuxuang in her arms, Jiang Yu was somewhat surprised to see Jiang Ming, who had gone and returned, and couldn't help but ask, then why did you come back? It's only broken a little. It's not like I'm dying. The three elder ancestors have already sealed it for me. It's just that I won't be able to do anything about it for a few years. Jiang Ming was also heartless. His face was obviously a bit pale, but he still didn't forget to tease his son. That's good. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. If something really happened to Jiang Ming, it would be a big loss. You'd better carry the baby to the third sister-in-law to see to it. Jiang Yu handed Jiang Wuxuang in her arms to Jiang Ming and said with a smile, we won't go in. It's inconvenient. I know. You guys go on home and I'll see you again sometime. Jiang Ming took over Jiang Wuxuang, with a look of wanting to say something, as if he had something he was too embarrassed to say to his face. Okay, we'll go first. The two of them left Jiang Ming's residence with a few guards. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, carried Jiang Wuxuang into the large hall where his wife, Nangong Qian, was. The great hall was brilliantly lit with flickering candles. Nangong Qian was wearing a plain white dress sitting on a luxurious jade bed. Her posture was elegant and dignified, not at all like a woman who had just given birth to a child, but rather like an aristocratic lady with a noble temperament. At this moment, Nangong Qian's beautiful eyes were slightly closed and she seemed to be asleep, with a faint spirit mist shrouding her body, making her even more ethereal and misty. Jiang Ming gently walked to the bed and looked at the slumbering madam. An expression of tenderness and pampering spread across his face. Suddenly, Nangong Qian opened her beautiful eyes and looked at him. The two men's eyes met. Nangong Qian pursed her red lips slightly. Husband, you're finally here? Jiang Ming's face was a bit embarrassed as he explained in a low voice. Sorry, just now. The old ancestors and the others were all outside. That's okay. Nangong Qian gently shook her head, reached out and took Jiang Wuxuang from Jiang Ming's arms, and softly said, have you already picked a name? The old ancestor took the name, Jiang Wuxuang, which implies that the world is unrivaled. Jiang Ming nodded his head, and after he finished speaking, after hesitating for a moment, he tentatively asked Nangong Qian, ma'am, what do you think of this name? Gaijin? Nangong Qian was slightly stunned, then smiled and nodded. The name that the old ancestor took is naturally excellent. As she spoke, she gently stroked the already sleeping Jiang Wuxuang, her gaze growing gentler. Seeing this, Jiang Ming breathed a sigh of relief, while a pleased smile appeared on his face and changed the topic. Ma'am, do you know about the talent of this Wuxuang of ours? Nangong Qian looked up at Jiang Ming and asked with some doubt, what do you mean by that? Jiang Ming spoke in a serious manner. The three old ancestors have already personally confirmed that Wuxuan was born at the Saint Emperor realm, possesses the immaculate Tao body in the delusion-breaking God's eyes, and is destined to become a generation of world-defying powerhouses in the future. He originally thought that his wife would be happy after hearing these things, but he didn't think that Nangong Qian's face was full of sorrow after hearing this, and sighed. The immaculate Tao body and the delusion-breaking God's purpose are indeed supreme talents. And even those supreme heavenly prides that have become famous in the Great Diffusion Immortal region nowadays are far inferior to them. But, Nangong Qian looked at Jiang Ming and said with a grave expression, have you ever thought about how many people would want to kill Wuxuang if this kind of natural talent of his spreads out? As Jiang Wuxuang's mother, she naturally did not want her child to become a target in the future. Madam, don't worry. Old Ancestor and the others have long since set up heavy defenses in the ancestral ground. Whoever dares to touch a single hair on my family's Wuxuang's head will surely be crushed to pieces. Besides, our Jiang family is united. No one will spread this kind of secret out. Jiang Ming slapped his chest and swore with assurance, not worried in the slightest. Nangong Qian sniffed but remained tightly frowning. What if in the future Wuxuang wants to go out and practice? Jiang Ming smiled and said, "Your ladyship is worrying a bit too much. Now that Wuxuang is already in the Saint Emperor realm, when he grows up, how many people in the entire younger generation of the Great Diffusion Immortal region will be his rivals?" Hearing Jiang Ming's words, Nangong Qian was suddenly speechless. When she thought carefully, she also felt that she was worrying too much. Now that Wuxuang was already in the Saint Emperor realm, even if there were a few people in the entire younger generation of the Great Diffusion Immortal region who could defeat him. "Wuxuang, I hope you grow up early," Nangong Qian lightly called out to her child, a kind smile on her face. Chapter 003 Shocking Quasi-Emperor Triple. My son truly has the appearance of a great emperor. "Wuxuang, I hope you grow up early," Nangong Qian lightly called out to her child, a kind smile on her face. The sleeping Jiang Wuxuang seemed to sense something and her little head rubbed towards the swaddling clothes. "Rest well, ma'am. I'll go out and help with the guests." Jiang Ming glanced at Nangong Qian, then teased the sleeping Jiang Wuxuang and walked out of this great hall. When Jiang Ming left, Nangong Qian shook the sleeping Jiang Wuxuang and gently said, "Wuxuang I hope you can grow up safely and smoothly in the future." Her tone was gentle and expectant. Perhaps only she knew that what she longed for most deep down was to be able to spend her life peacefully with the two fathers, Jiang Ming and Jiang Wuxuang. The shaking Jiang Wuxuang was a little annoyed, wrinkled his nose and grunted twice as he continued to sleep. Nangong Qian smiled helplessly, but her face was filled with compassion. Other side, the Jiang family has come to a former friend in the maiden name of Jiang Ming's wife, Nangong Qian, the grand old ancestor of the Nangong family, Nangong Tian. The Nangong family's heritage was very rich. In the period when the Great Diffusion Immortal Domain did not produce any great emperors for 60,000 years, there had once been 4 quasi-emperors in a single era. And nowadays, even though the power was weak, the thin dead camel was bigger than a horse. The grand elder ancestor of the Nangong family, Nangong Tian, had landed at the Jiang mansion today, causing all the people of the Jiang family to be excited, especially Jiang Xian and Jiang Yuan, who had been close friends with Nangong Tian for many years, or else Jiang Ming's wife wouldn't be the first daughter of the Nangong family. Therefore, for the arrival of the Nangong family, the clansmen of the Jiang family were extraordinarily enthusiastic and didn't half-ass it. The feast was set up in the main courtyard. The elders of the Jiang family took their seats. Jiang Yuan looked at his old friend who was sitting on an equal footing with him and couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire, "What is the reason for your visit today?" Nangong Tian gently lifted his wine glass and slowly took a sip of wine. Then, Nangong Tian placed the wine glass back on the table, his eyes flickering with wisdom as he said in a slow and steady tone, "Xianer should have already given birth to a child, right?" Each of his movements was so smooth and natural, as if an ordinary old man was chatting about his family with ease. But beneath this appearance of serenity and tranquility lurks a perplexing aura of depth, especially between the rhythmic exhale and inhale. It revealed a strange and wonderful sense of rhythm. It's as if every breath resonates in some subtle harmony with the surroundings, especially a slight movement between his raised hands, as if the whole world had paused for it. That hand was as if it had been endowed with magical powers, and a slight wave of it could cause subtle changes in the surroundings. The wind also seemed to stop blowing at this moment, and time seemed to freeze in the air. Jiang Yuan was still in awe of his old friend's realm and said with a smile, "That's right. Xianer went into labor today and gave birth to a baby boy, named Jiang Wuxuang." Jiang Wuxuang. Upon hearing this name, Nangong Tian was first stunned, then he burst out laughing. The laughter sounded ordinary, yet it seemed to contain a special tone. "That's a good name. Simple and clean, peerless and fearless. It really fits the style of your Jiang family," he said with a smile. "But this kid has just been born and made such a big commotion. I don't know what the people outside will think. Regardless of what people in the outside world think, this son will be the only divine son of our Jiang clan, and our Jiang clan will train him by any means necessary." Jiang Xian's face was as calm as water, but the determination revealed in his tone was undeniable. Nangong Tian unexpectedly looked toward Jiang Xian and couldn't help but ask, "Is this kid called Wuxuang so talented?" Surprisingly, it made you all put out bold words. Although he knew that his junior, Nangong Qian, had given birth to an extraordinary child, he didn't know exactly how talented this child was, and now that he heard Jiang Xian being so solemn, he raised a few points of interest. Jiang Xian said indifferently, "Is the immaculate Tao body enough?" The moment these words came out, Nangong Tian's entire aura abruptly changed. His eyes stared deathly at Jiang Xian, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke, "Is this true?" As the grand old ancestor of the Nangong family, he certainly understood the gold content of the unsullied Tao body, which was a special physique that was truly comparable to an emperor's bloodline, and could be called a rare treasure for the ages. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "The entire Great Diffusion Immortal region knows that our Jiang family and the Nangong family are all together. You think we would lie to you?" Nangong Tian instantly laughed as he picked up the wine jug on the table and filled it with a mouthful of wine, a look of ecstasy appearing out of the corner of his eyes. Good. The child born of Qian'er Minger has finally lived up to my expectations. With a talent like the immaculate Dao body, the situation in the Great Diffusion Immortal region will be completely rewritten. It is rumored that the Great Diffusion Immortal domain once had 9 Supreme Saint bodies, and Wushuang's immaculate Dao body was one of them, while the other one was the innate Dao body sacred fetus, which is a very special type of physique and is the product of the combination of the other 2 Supreme Saint bodies, the innate Dao body and the desolate ancient saint body. Innate Dao body and desolate ancient saint body combined. Nangong Tian laughed freely. Boss Jiang, Elder Jiang, truth be told, my Nangong family also gave birth to a baby girl not too long ago, born with flawless bones and possessing the rare immortal spirit holy body. Why don't we let these 2 little waifs give it a try? When these words came out, all the elders of the Jiang clan looked at Nangong Tian in shock. I didn't expect Nangong Tian to want to get engaged to their Jiang family again at this time. It was just that this immortal spirit sacred body was certainly divine, but it was still quite a bit inferior to Jiang Wushuang's immaculate Dao body. What? No? Seeing that Jiang Yuan and Jiang Xian were both silent, Nangong Tian said in a nonchalant manner, you don't see our Nangong family's immortal spirit sacred body? Older brother should also understand that our Wushuang's unsullied Dao body is too important, and hadn't planned to betroth so soon. When Jiang Yuan said this, he couldn't help but take a deep breath and said, but my Jiang family and the Nangong family have been linked by marriage for generations, and as one honors the other, I will be the one to take over this marriage today. This Jiang boss really is not less elegant. You sense with me out of my heart, that I am not hiding. Originally I do not know Qian'er today will give birth to a child, so I just boarded the door to find a other marriage, just test you a bit. I did not expect that you also really agreed. Nangong Tian smiled and said, but you actually put down such a huge amount of blood for my old brother, then I can't let you lose money. In the future, as long as Wushuang needs resources for his cultivation in the future, we, Nangong family, will definitely help you with all our strength. Jiang Yuan was satisfied with Nangong Tian's answer. He then looked around and said aloud, since elder brother Nangong has agreed, I, Jiang, will announce here that the object of the marriage between the Nangong clan and my Jiang clan in this generation is Wushuang. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. Thank you, old ancestor. I'm here to thank you for Wushuang. Jiang Ming didn't expect his son to have a wife right after he was born. He quickly stood up and respectfully saluted Jiang Yuan and Nangong Tian. Nangong Tian waved his hand. No harm done. Afterward, Nangong Tian smiled and said, why don't you bring Wushuang here for me to see? I've never held an immaculate Dao body with my own hands before. Hearing Nangong Tian say this, Jiang Xian and Jiang Yuan exchanged glances and both revealed smiles. My son will bring Wushuang here. Jiang Ming left in a hurry. Soon, a baby cry rang out, and a swaddling cloth wrapped around a baby appeared in the great hall. The essence light in Nangong Tian's eyes skyrocketed. He looked down at the baby in his arms, his eyes filled with a strong color of love. Laughing, Wushuang, quickly look here. Grandpa is there. Grandpa loves you. The baby slowly opened those big round eyes, staring curiously at the person named Nangong Tian in front of him. Suddenly, his little brows furrowed as if he was filled with hostility towards Nangong Tian. It's not a good-looking old man. Immediately afterward, something unexpected happened, only to see the baby waving its little pink fist without hesitation, straight towards Nangong Tian's nose. This punch looked ordinary and uninteresting, but it contained an indescribable power. Though small, it is enough to cause an uproar, and like a seed buried deep in the ground, though inconspicuous, it is pregnant with endless possibilities. In this instant, time seemed to freeze for it, and all eyes were drawn to the seemingly comical scene. Ouch! Nangong Tian was a bit confused by this sudden change and was punched solidly, a pained cry escaping his mouth. He rubbed his nose and looked at the powdered baby in his arms in surprise. Shocked. This kid. That's right. Wushuang was born at the Saint Emperor realm. Jiang Ming hugged his son. The corners of his mouth were grinning into flowers as he looked at Nangong Tian in triumph. Nangong Tian's body trembled violently when he heard these words, and a stunned expression appeared on his face. He could clearly feel a powerful and pure force surging through this young body, but at the same time, there was a hint of something different looming and elusive. Peak Saint Emperor? Not bad. His tone eased slightly, and although he was inwardly shocked, he continued to act as if he had seen the world, and so on and so forth. It's not right. Nangong Tian looked at Jiang Wushuang in Jiang Ming's arms, and the more he looked, the more shocked he became, exclaiming, this kid still has the delusion-breaking divine eyes? Exactly. Jiang Ming said with a face full of arrogance, if it weren't for the fact that the Nangong family has a generational marriage with our Jiang family, I don't think that old ancestor's daughter who was a heavy granddaughter would really be qualified enough to marry me. Wu Xuan. He tilted his head, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile, a hint of proud confidence in his eyes. We're all family. What are you fooling around for? Jiang Xian snatched Jiang Wuxuang in Jiang Ming's arms and violently knocked Jiang Ming's head. This brat. He's a few hundred years old, and he's still so arrogant and unbridled. However, Jiang Wuxuang ignored what surprised reactions these people had as his gaze landed on Jiang Yuan, babbling and screaming. He actually wanted to say he didn't want the old man to hug him. Unfortunately, no one in the room could understand it. Nandong Tian stretched out his fingers to flick Jiang Wuxuang's fleshy cheeks and said with a smile, "What a handsome look. Nandong elder brother cuddle?" Kang Hyun handed the child over. Nandong Tian blushed a little and asked, "Is it okay?" It couldn't be helped. Jiang Wuxuang's talent was too good. The body of the Immaculate Way, breaking the delusion of God's eye. These two things alone could kill any of the 3,000 Tao states' heavenly pride. The fact that he had just allowed the Jiang family to successfully marry the Nandong family was a complete advantage. And he was now a little embarrassed to hug Jiang Wuxuang. Hug if you're told to. Where's the bull asterisk 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 dot? As soon as Jiang Xian shoved Jiang Wuxuang into Nandong Tian's arms, Nandong Tian hurriedly stabilized himself with his arms for fear of hurting the precious lump in his arms. Ah, the Immaculate Conception. This is the top of the line Tao body. Even in the entire long history of the Great Diffusion Immortal region, one could not find 3 flowers on the top, condensing the golden lotus, nurturing the innate Tao rhythm. It's really the Immaculate Tao body. Well. Nandong Tian was overjoyed, smiling while carefully stroking Jiang Wuxuang as if he was afraid of touching a hair on his head. Suddenly, Nandong Tian's breath stuttered as his expression stiffened and he stared dead at Jiang Wuxuang. What's wrong? The two of them, Jiang Xian and Jiang Yuan, looked at the sudden expression on Nandong Tian's face and their hearts thumped. Could it be that this precious grandson of their Jiang family had an accident? 2. The supreme bone. And this kind of grade even I have never seen before? Nandong Tian's eyes widened as he gulped down a mouthful of saliva, pointing a trembling finger at Jiang Wuxuang. His voice dry as he said, "This brat even has this quality of supreme bone in his body?" This time, he was really nonchalant. Ding dong. You shocked Quasi-Emperor cultivators 3 times in a row. Triple kill achievement. Get a chance to win a raffle. At this time, Jiang Wuxuang, who was still only in a baby state, listened to the prompts in his mind, and his heart was instantly happy that he had an extra chance to draw a prize, and he didn't know what he would be able to draw out. However, he wasn't in a hurry to draw the lottery now, but continued to stay quietly in Nandong Tian's arms. Hiss! In the middle of the hall, all the members of the Jiang clan sucked in cold air as they were equally stunned by this scene. No one doubted the truthfulness of Nandong Tian's words. It was because Nandong Tian was truly a supreme powerhouse quasi-imperial cultivator. Even Jiang Xian and Jiang Yuan were inferior when facing Nandong Tian, so now when they heard Nandong Tian say that Jiang Wuxuang possessed the supreme bone, no one questioned it. Who could have imagined that Jiang Wuxuang, a child who was born after more than 480 years, not only possessed the immaculate Tao body and the delusion-breaking divine eyes, but also had a supreme bone of an unknown grade born within his body. My son is actually a great emperor? Jiang Ming had been dumbfounded. If the unsullied Tao body was the threshold of a great emperor, then reaching the imperial supreme bone was a true great emperor standard. Throughout history, all cultivators who have emperor-level supreme bones are born supreme. As long as they live, they will definitely become great emperor cultivators, sweeping the 8 enemies. It was just that his own supreme bone grade was too low. Although it was called a supreme bone, it simply didn't have the innate aptitude that accompanied an emperor-level supreme bone. Only a constant stream of potential. Our Jiang family is going to rise, Jiang Yuan muttered, his pale face filled with excitement and thrill. Jiang Wuxuang's existence was enough to prove that the Jiang family was destined to rise in the future, even to the point of suppressing an era. Old man, my Nandong family is also going to rise. Nandong Tian looked at the child in his arms as if he had been given a treasure. Their Nandong family was originally Jiang Wuxuang's birth mother's maiden family, and now that Jiang Wuxuang's fiancé was also a member of the Nandong family, then the rise of the Jiang family would inevitably take the Nandong family with it. Thinking of this crucial layer, Nandong Tian deeply exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and murmured, Boss Jiang, I am prepared to bestow the Xuanhe war halberd, one of our Nandong family's 3 greatest treasures, to Wu Xuang. Chapter 004, Great Sage 9th Grade Realm. Obtaining reward Great Desolate Imprisoning Heavenly Finger. The Xuanhe battle halberd. Jiang Yuan and Jiang Xian were shaken violently, and even all the Jiang family members present were shocked. The Nandong family had 3 great supreme treasures, and besides the Xianmei war halberd, the other 2 were the Xianbing armor and the green dragon bow. Each piece is a supreme treasure. The Great Diffusion Immortal Domain's supreme treasures were graded as follows: Spirit Item, Treasure Item, King Item, Royal Item, Saint Item, Quasi-Imperial Weapon, Imperial Weapon, Supreme Imperial Weapon, Supreme Imperial Weapon, and Supreme Imperial Weapon. The Xianxian Underworld War Halberd in Nangong Tian's mouth was clearly a quasi-emperor artifact. A look of ecstasy appeared on Zhang Yuan's face as he hurriedly said, "Brother Nangong, is this true?" "Naturally," Nangong Tian said solemnly. "If Wushuang's talent wasn't so demonic, I wouldn't have taken out my Xianmei war halberd, a quasi-imperial weapon." This was no more than an ordinary saint soldier. Its offensive power was even more terrifying, especially against the quasi-emperor realm, all of which had a defense-breaking effect. The old man's not bad. Although he could not speak yet, Zhang Wushuang could tell through the reactions of all the people present that the Xuanhe war halberd they were talking about must be very precious. After all, to be able to make both of his great-grandfathers so surprised, this thing must be a treasure. Zhang Wushuang was so happy in her heart that she felt she had simply taken the long Aotian script. "Alright, Zhang Ming, quickly take this little ancestor back to rest. I'll be communicating with your two old ancestors about the engagement. But after 16 years, you'll have to let this brat personally go and propose marriage," Nangong Tian said smilingly, satisfied with the decision he had made. "Aye, old ancestor." Zhang Ming nodded and replied respectfully. He walked over, bent down to pick up Zhang Wushuang, and turned in the direction of the outer courtyard. At this moment, Zhang Ming looked at Zhang Wushuang in his arms, and his heart was filled with emotion and relief. A personal proposal after 16 years? Zhang Yuan's brows furrowed and he couldn't help but open his mouth. "Brother Nangong, truth be told, the oldest two and I have decided that as long as Wushuang hasn't broken through to the Saint Lord realm, he is absolutely not allowed to take a step out of the Zhang family. So would 16 years be too much of a rush?" "That's right. It always seemed like 16 years was too soon." Zhang Xian nodded in agreement and said, "Brother Nangong, don't forget that if Wushuang's talent were known to the hostile forces, I'm afraid that they would go out of their way to take action against Wushuang. 16 years is not a short period of time. With Wushuang's talent not being able to break through to the Holy Lord realm in 16 years, then he won't be able to break through to a great emperor in his lifetime." Nangong Tian waved his hand with disinterest. Then his face suddenly turned cold as he continued, "As for whoever dares to make a move against Wushuang, I don't care if the Great Diffusion Immortal region will break out into a paragon war." Upon hearing the words paragon battle, Zhang Yuan and Zhang Xian, who had originally been a little hesitant, instantly dismissed their concerns, especially since 16 years was indeed enough for a talent like Zhang Wushuang. "Let's talk about the union." Nangong Tian smiled and said, "That heavy granddaughter of the old man is called Nangong Xian." Day 2. On this seemingly ordinary day, a news that shocked the entire 3000 Daos state was like a huge stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up 1,000 waves. The Zhang family and the Nangong family declared an eternal alliance. This sudden decision left everyone's jaws on the floor and caused an uproar. People have speculated about the reason for this, but have never been able to get a definitive answer. As the Zhang family and the Nangong family were the two major powers in the 3000 Dao state, their alliance would undoubtedly have a profound impact on the entire situation. Many people speculated whether it had anything to do with yesterday's mutation in the Zhang family, but no one dared to personally visit the Zhang family to test the waters. It was not just that the Zhang family was not to be messed with, but more than that, it was because the Zhang family had announced that they would close their clan for 16 years. As for the Nangong family, even more so, no one was willing to mess with it. 16 years was not too long to say, not too short to say. For them cultivators, it was a snap of the fingers. Time passes. Years pass. 15 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The ancestral land of the Zhang family. Breaking Delusion Peak. Kanglan Palace. A green-shirted teenager was leisurely lying on a bamboo chair with his hands resting on his head in a lazy manner, looking at the blue sky and white clouds in the distance, a bright smile spreading at the corner of his mouth. This recliner made of 9 suns bamboo is just comfortable. It's worthy of being a sacred rank spiritual plant, the teenager muttered, humming a song as he enjoyed the sunbathing with a mesmerized look. The maid next to him sent a vermilion fruit into the teenager's mouth and pursed her lips to sneer. "Divine Sun, the great old ancestor has come to dabble in tea again." The teenager stretched his back and said lazily, "He's coming again? I haven't even had a few drinks myself, and he comes in 3 days? He's not welcome today," the maid said with a bitter face. "No way. Divine Sun, if the slave girl says that, the great old ancestor will definitely threaten me and transfer me away from you. This old man has no shame." Zhang Wushuang yawned, then waved his hand and said indifferently, "Reward him with 1 tael and tell him to go back and save his drink." "Yes." The maid was overjoyed and rushed out. But it didn't take long for her to return, with a saddened look on her face. She carefully stood in front of Jiang Wushuang's body and whispered, "Divine Son, I'm sorry, the grand old ancestor has taken tea and still has to see you." Jiang Wushuang sniffed and rolled over, taking her back to the maid, and said with a scowl, "If I say I won't see it, I won't see it. You kid, you got a temper now, huh?" Just at this time, Zhang Yuan's impatient voice rang in Jiang Wushuang's ears. Jiang Wushuang frowned slightly, then slowly turned to look at Zhang Yuan. At this moment, Zhang Yuan was staring at him with serious eyes. "You boys got your wings now, don't you?" Zhang Yuan pointed at Jiang Wushuang and cursed. "You don't even shout at grand old ancestor anymore?" Jiang Wushuang said contemptuously. "Whose first old ancestor comes over all day to cheat on food and drink? The second old ancestor wouldn't even be this diligent." "Ahem." Zhang Yuan, somewhat embarrassed, dry cough, said, "It is not you kid. Also do not know where to get an emperor product enlightenment tea tree. Put me crave every night sleep dream. Wake up as dreaming of that flavor." Speaking of the enlightenment tea tree, Zhang Yuan was also a bit depressed. That was an imperial spirit item, and had only appeared so many times in the long history of the Great Diffusion Immortal Domain, and it was unknown where this kid in front of him, who did not go out of the gate, did not step out of the door, where did he get it from? Great old ancestor, at your cultivation level, you still need to sleep? Jiang Wushuang's tone became even more contemptuous. How come he hadn't felt that this old man in front of him was so uncouth before? "Ahem. You don't understand my kind of realm. You'll naturally understand in the future." Zhang Yuan's old face was slightly red. He didn't care if his lies were broken down or not. He continued, "Next year, our Jiang family will be opening up to the outside world, and you will still need to go to the Nangong family to personally propose your marriage. So old ancestor is a little worried that you don't have enough strength, and that you will be at a disadvantage out there. What exactly is your realm right now? In the past, it was fine when Jiang Wushuang was still young, but nowadays, as Jiang Wushuang grew older and older, no one in the entire Jiang family could see through Jiang Wushuang's realm. Even though Jiang Yuan and Jiang Xian were the two strongest warrior forces of the Jiang clan, they still could not clearly see Jiang Wushuang's exact cultivation level. Therefore, he was worried that Jiang Wushuang's strength was too poor, not to mention losing the face of the Jiang family. It would be a real pity to die outside. "Why are you asking so many questions?" Jiang Wushuang was still lying on the bamboo chair, lazily saying, "Anyway, I've already agreed to go to the Nangong family. If you're not satisfied, find them and discuss it yourself." Ugly words to the front. "I don't want that Nangong Xian if she's too ugly. I'm going to rest first, so hurry up and go. Don't delay my nap." After saying that, he directly closed his eyes and lay motionless, not paying the slightest attention to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan was choked. His hallowed Zhang family's grand old ancestor was actually disliked by his own great-grandson, which made him feel like his face was going nowhere. "Little brat, do you believe I'll clean you up?" Zhang Yuan blackened his face and stared angrily at Jiang Wushuang. Jiang Wushuang slowly opened her eyes, glanced at Jiang Yuan, and said in a nonchalant manner, "If you dare to beat me up, I will cut down the enlightenment tea tree tomorrow." "You!" Jiang Yuan was suddenly furious. He kind of realized that this kid was crushing it. Trying to use threats and intimidation to make Jiang Wushuang compromise was simply delusional. "Ugh." Jiang Yuan sighed and said, "You kid, you're just a stinky and hard stone in a latrine pit. I'm too lazy to care about you, love it or hate it. By the way, next time don't piss in my tea." With that, he threw up his sleeves and left. This old man, didn't he pee in his tea when he was 4 years old? Every time, he has to mention a word. Without this peeing, where did this Emperor Great Enlightenment tea tree come from? Jiang Wushuang looked at Jiang Yuan's back as he left and spat out a sentence, once again falling into a deep slumber, his mouth slightly open, exhaling and breathing, seemingly asleep in general, only that no one noticed that the corners of his mouth were actually hanging with a trace of a smile if any. He hadn't cultivated much over the years as he had subtly comprehended all the realms from the spirit opening realm onwards. This kind of realization was originally supposed to be difficult because he was born in the Saint Emperor realm, and many of his senses were not there, but then when he was 4 years old, he sulked with Jiang Yuan and urinated into Jiang Yuan's tea, which was recognized by the system's boldness and presumptuousness, and gained him the reward enlightenment tea tree, which made it natural for him to realize all of these things. Since then, Jiang Wushuang also understood how the system rewards could be obtained. The more unreliable things you did, the more you could activate the system rewards. Until recently, he had already fully realized all the realms physically, and his battle power could be said to be truly worthy of his name. Ding dong! You've pissed off Jiang Yuan 1,000 times. A hidden achievement has been completed. You've been given a gift bag. Reward I, 2.5 years of training. Reward 2, Great Desolate Prisoner of Heaven Finger. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the Great Sage 9 realm. Chapter 005, Great Emperor's Cave? 3,000 Tao State Celestials moved in unison. Host, Jiang Wushuang. Identity, Divine Son of the Jiang family. Cultivation, 9th level of the Great Sage Realm. Physique, Immaculate Body. Delusion-breaking eye. Supreme Bone. Technique, Undying Sutra. Great Day Ruling Heart Sutra. Martial Arts, Cursive Sword Technique. Secret of the Fighting Character. Great Desolate Imprisoning Heavenly Finger. Avatar, True Fire of the Sun. Thunder Emperor's Treasure Art. One Thought of Blossoms. Weapons, Xuanhe War Halberd. Tianwu Sacred Armor. Favored Beasts, Devouring Wolf. 9 Phantoms. Items, Enlightenment Tea Tree. Swire's Purple and Gold Spirit Ship. I can kind of walk sideways now. Jiang Wushuang looked at his system panel in front of him and couldn't help but feel in his heart that cultivation was just too easy. At this time, the maid Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Wushuang, who was in a daze, and softly inquired, "Divine Son, what are you thinking?" "Nothing." Jiang Wushuang shook his head, putting the mixed emotions in his heart behind him, looking into the distance and stretching lazily before walking towards the house. Half a month later, Guangjin Daozhou, Falling Phoenix Mountain Range. This place was overcrowded only because a suspected relic of a great emperor's cave had been discovered here. After this news flowed out, people from all walks of life converged. A vast and incomparable relic was enough for any martial artist to go crazy. Quickly look, that's the immortal cloud spirit boat of the Hao US sect. The Heavenly Sin Palace's Heavenly Desolate Shuttle. The 9-Spectre Berserker Lion Clan has also come. As time passed, the number of strong people gathered in this vicinity increased, and an incomparably huge, sky-shadowing flying boat hovered in mid-air, as if a swarm of demons were dancing. Right at this moment, a touch of pressure swept through the air, shaking all the surrounding powerhouses. A huge chariot stretched across the void, crushing over towards the side like a flooding beast. Hiss! What an overbearing chariot! There's even an imperial aura coming from it. Whose chariot is this? Soon, as the crowd watched, the chariot landed steadily. One could only see the chariot flag fluttering in the wind, with a white moon pattern engraved on it, and a silver dragon battle spear towering proudly. The chariot had just landed, and dozens of black-clad men were the first to get off. These black-clothed men had a stern aura, their eyes bursting with essence. Clearly they were battle-hardened killing powerhouses, and each of them had the cultivation of a supreme 2nd grade. In addition to that, there were 2 supreme 9th grade guards. One was a black-robed strong man with a sturdy figure and dark skin, just like an iron tower. As he stood in place, it was as if he was able to suppress everything in a 10,000 meter radius, and his terrifying aura was heart-stoppingly frightening. The other man was a scribe-like man with an upright posture and a clean and elegant face, but his pupils were pitch black, as if they were stars. Upon seeing the black-robed man as well as the scribe man, a gust of voices sucking in cool air resounded around them. "This is the Tsanlong Divine Kingdom's warrior Heavenly Marquis and the Grand Secretary. Could it be that the one inside is the Tsanlong Divine Kingdom's Holy Prince? It should be him. It's said that this prince is cruel and bloodthirsty by nature and has a tyrannical character. And today's look really shows that the rumors are not false. TSK, a chariot pulling him around the city. This is too arrogant. This is just like having no one in sight." Before the crowd could recover from the shock, immediately afterward, 9 blood scaly scales pulled a luxurious carriage that broke through the air and attacked. Deafening thunder resounded through the 8 directions, and an incomparably thick bloodbane chi surged out from that driving carriage. This aura was ferocious and incomparable, causing the hearts of all the surrounding powerhouses to beat violently, as if they were in danger of falling at any moment. All of these 9 blood augurs had reached the supreme level, and especially the coffin they were carrying on their backs revealed a hint of strangeness, as if there was something sleeping in it. After the blood augur stopped, the coffin opened at the same time, followed by a figure slowly climbing out from inside. Finally, a teenager dressed in blood raised his head, glanced at the chariot high above him, and grinned, revealing chilling fangs. He was clad in a blood-colored robe. His face was hideous, with a bit of arrogance between his eyebrows, and the depths of his eyes were filled with indifference, exuding a bloodthirsty and evil aura all over his body. He was like an evil spirit that had crawled out of a pile of corpses, and his body was filled with monstrous blood. This is the Blood God Temple's holy son. Blood Underworld. Blood Underworld. He's known for his cruelty and viciousness. His methods are poisonous. Countless cultivators have died in his hands, and even fellow disciples have been slaughtered by him at will. I really can't figure out how the Blood God Temple cultivates such freaks, the crowd murmured, looking at Blood Underworld with eyes filled with disgust, contempt and anger. But on the contrary, Blood Underworld's strength was extremely strong, so even if some people were indignant, they didn't dare to show the slightest bit of it. Blood Underworld ignored these people. He just waited quietly for the opening of the Great Emperor's cave, his eyes deep and profound. This time, the great emperor's ruins. Blood Underworld was determined to win, and whoever blocked it was his enemy. Moments later, another strong man arrived. It was a golden spirit ship, and on the deck of the spirit ship, there was a man in white clothes sitting on a plate, his eyes closed tightly, his temperament extraordinary, as if he was an exiled immortal. White-clothed sword Saint Liu, he's actually here too? Seeing this, everyone around them changed their faces slightly. White-clothed sword Saint Liu, famous for many years, already more than 300 years old, known as the #1 sword cultivator of the northern Phoenix Dao state, with an unparalleled sword that was incomparably sharp, rumored to have decimated 3 major demon kings, extremely terrifying strength. White sword Saint Liu, even Blood Underworld's gaze narrowed slightly, revealing a few shades of gravity. Although Liu's realm was only at the Great Sage 2nd grade realm, his battle prowess was astonishing. Boom! Abruptly, right at this moment, a bright and dazzling haze bloomed. Immediately afterward, a crystal-clear relic emerged, emitting a majestic power of vitality that enveloped the entire area, causing people to look excited. The Buddhas from the 10,000 Buddha cave are here too? The crowd's gazes shifted over, revealing a strong look of anticipation. As people watched, a monk sped out of the shed and finally landed on the side, slowly opening his eyes. Amit Ba. The monk softly chanted the Buddha's name, and the surface of his body flashed with dazzling swastika marks in a solemn manner. Is this the Buddhist son of the 10,000 Buddha cave? It looks so ordinary. Many people felt disappointed when they saw the monk's appearance. For monks are not handsome, but rather mediocre looking and completely featureless. What do you know? Hearing the crowd's murmurs, a knowledgeable person explained in a low voice. The 10,000 Buddha caves technique is so profound that it can hide its aura perfectly, which is what gives it a plain and unusual look. The crowd was in a daze. However, not long after the monk settled down, the void suddenly cracked open and a flame erupted out. The blazing temperature instantly incinerated the 8 directions, and space seemed to melt apart. It's the holy son of the blazing sun sect, Yang Lai. The crowd was once again in an uproar, their gazes staring at the void rift in unison with a look of awe and worship in their eyes, only to see a fiery red stream of light swept out in the void, eventually transforming into a tall, well-muscled youth with a handsome and imposing appearance. This youth wore a fiery red robe, and his body was burning with a blazing flame, and the scorching heat swept through the 8 directions, making it difficult for people to breathe. When Yang Lai appeared on the stage, the crowd was quiet. No matter who it was for him, they all carried a few scornful looks. As time passed, more and more powerful people descended on this place. Many people's faces stared. This kind of scene was too grand. It can be said that basically all of the teenage pride of the 3,000 Dao states have gathered here, and the elders of the major top forces and dynasties have even personally come out. When it came to the great emperor's cave, no one would not take it seriously. This was a piece of fat meat. Whoever ate it would be enough to ascend to heaven in a single step. Proud of his peers. Ha! What a pretty baby girl! Suddenly a clamor rang out from the crowd, and everyone looked in the direction from which the sound came, only to see a spirit boat coming across the sky in the distance, as fast as thunder, the air exploding in a majestic manner. This spirit boat stood above a beautiful young girl, her posture delicate and slender, her skin color snow white and tender, just like sheep fat jade, breakable, every move, all show a noble and elegant temperament. She wore a white dress, her feet stepping on a lotus flower, floating and moving, and her body exuded an ice-cold aura that was as palpable as a cold winter moon. As soon as she arrived, she triggered the attention of countless people around her, and many men's gazes were staring straight at the young girl's pretty face. Such a beauty should not appear in the earthly world. The crowd was talking, and many martial artists had fiery eyes, itching to rush over, talk to this iceberg beauty, and spend the night together. That's the Nangong family's goddess, Nangong Xian? Not bad. It's her. She's not the only one. People from the Hong family, the Dragon family, the Chu family, and the Dugu family are all here. These people from the desolate ancient family have finally made their appearance. The crowd whispered, and the topic of conversation was directed towards the group of people on the other side of Nangong Xian. These people were all disciples sent out by the great desolate ancient families to train, or those with excellent talent, or the top 100 of the Heaven's Pride list. When these teenage prides took the stage, it immediately triggered a commotion in the surroundings. From the beginning to the end, only Jiang Wushuang's heart was as calm as water, and only when Nangong Xian appeared on the stage did his heart slightly ripple. I didn't expect to meet this unmarried daughter-in-law when I snuck out this time. Jiang Wushuang was hidden amongst a crowd of casual cultivators, sizing up the stunning woman in a white dress with interest. At this moment, it was as if Nangong Xian was standing on a crane, becoming the center of attention. Just as quickly, Jiang Wushuang's face clouded over as he saw a little white boy come over to Nangong Xian's side to keep courting him. Sister Xiener, I didn't expect you to come too? Long Aotian smiled and walked to Nangong Xian's side. His face was full of pleasing colors. He looked very enthusiastic, as if he had known his friend for a long time. Asterisk 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 off. However, Nangong Xian didn't buy it at all, and her willow eyebrows went up in anger. Long Aotian was dumbfounded. The smile on his face froze in embarrassment. He had always felt that his status as the dragon family's divine son was high above the rest, and even the direct lineage prides of other draconic ancient families would have to yield to him. After all, he had a terrifying backer behind him. However, this Nangong Xianer was the only one who always went against him. There was even a period of time when the clan head of the Nangong clan was quite dissatisfied with Long Aotian. He couldn't figure out how this girl could be indifferent to him when he had to look good and have strength. Not only does he not take care of him, but every time they meet, they unceremoniously kick him out. Long Aotian was hurt, but he didn't dare to offend the Nangong family easily. After all, the Long family didn't have any paragon emperors, but the Nangong family had a true paragon emperor. Chapter 006, Killing the Dragon Family's Divine Son with a Finger in a Second. Sister Xiener, why are you always targeting me? Long Aotian was bitter and depressed. It was a pity that Nangong Xian still ignored him, not even bothering to bestow a trace of afterglow. Long Aotian was about to give up when a lazy voice came over. I didn't expect that this spectacle of the opening of a great emperor's cave would also allow me to see a scene of a toad trying to eat swan meat. The voice was harsh and caused everyone to look sideways. Long Aotian also turned to look towards the person who spoke. It was a youth around 16 or 18 years old, with flashy clothes, a gold belt around his waist, and a purple and gold crown on his head, looking good, but in reality revealing a thuggish aura. This outfit was deliberately dressed by Jiang Wuxuan to hide his identity, not only to keep a low profile, but also to not attract attention. But he didn't expect his fiancée to be molested, so he could not tolerate it. Long Aotian narrowed his eyes, his gaze flashed with killing intent, and said coldly, "Kid, sometimes you have to pay attention to the measure of your words, less trouble comes out of your mouth." In Long Aotian's eyes, Jiang Wuxuan was a proper thug who didn't put him in his eyes at all. He naturally wanted to give Jiang Wuxuan a lesson in shock. "Ha, who are you to speak to me in such a lecturing tone?" Jiang Wuxuan snorted and indifferently swept a glance at Long Aotian. "Bastard, are you looking for death?" Long Aotian was furious. His body erupted with a stern aura, and the blood in his body boiled, turning into monstrous waves that swept away. "Wait." Nangong Xian frowned. She felt that Jiang Wuxuan was speaking for herself after all, so she tried to stop Long Aotian. An aura filled the air and blocked between the two. This also caused Nangong Xian and Long Aotian to directly charge against each other, and the two majestic fighting forces collided together. The void violently trembled, and the air stirred and tumbled. This caused everyone to change color and retreat for fear of being mistakenly injured. Although Nangong Xian was a girl, she cultivated extremely hard, and with her talent, she had already reached the heavenly dignity 3rd grade realm. Long Aotian's realm wasn't bad either, similarly reaching the heavenly exalted 5th grade realm. However, since he was facing Nangong Xian, Long Aotian ultimately chose to withdraw his hand. Long Aotian's mouth was tinged with mockery as he coldly grunted, "Kid, you're lucky to have Xiener's sister to help you out, or else, you're bound to die horizontally on the spot today." Nangong Xian's eyes blossomed with a refined aura as she said in an icy tone, "If you dare to address me indiscriminately again, I'll fight you to the end even if I don't enter the great emperor's cave." With a rumbling sound, an intense killing intent spread out from him, enveloping the entire field. She was threatening Long Aotian. Hearing this, Long Aotian's pupils shrunk slightly. Feeling inexplicably oppressed, he took a deep breath and forced a smile. "Oh, in that case, let's pretend that I didn't say anything just now." After saying that, Long Aotian was about to prepare to leave. However, at this time, Jiang Wuxuan spoke faintly again. "Slow down." At this moment, everyone turned their gazes toward Jiang Wuxuan. These people instantly understood as well. This teenager in front of him, who looked like a thug, was not at all a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers. He was completely deliberately picking a fight with Long Aotian. Nangong Xian, this time it's him who doesn't know what's good for him. This time, Long Aotian finally got angry, and even his address to Nangong Xian turned into a name. Nangong Xian frowned and couldn't help but say, "Sell me a face." Before she could finish her sentence, Long Aotian sneered, "I'm sorry, it's not good for anyone to come today." "Oh, are you sure?" At this time, Jiang Wuxuan spoke faintly, staring at Long Aotian with a smile or not. Long Aotian's heart tightened, sensing an inexplicable danger, but he just felt that he was being overly cautious. After all, this Jiang Wuxuan in front of him looked like a thug no matter how he looked at it. What kind of waves can such a commodity make? Long Aotian smiled contemptuously and said, "What? You want to fight me one-on-one? Are you worthy?" When he said this, many of the people around him burst out laughing as well. All of them were mocking Jiang Wushuang's lack of self-importance. With him, he was also worthy of competing with Long Aotian. This guy really doesn't know what's good for him. Miss Nangong has already helped plead for leniency, but he still dares to be reckless. That is, some people really don't know how to spell death. Many people sneered in front of Jiang Wushuang, as if they felt that Jiang Wushuang was already dead. Long Aotian also laughed coldly. He felt that Jiang Wushuang would definitely be afraid and immediately walk away in ashes. However, to the surprise of the crowd, Jiang Wushuang remained where he was, not even frowning. "Oh, I really don't know what you have to stand on," Long Aotian snorted. "Seeing as you have commendable courage, I can let you have 3 moves. If you can repel me in 3 moves, I will spare your life. Are you sure?" Jiang Wushuang smiled brightly, as if looking at Long Aotian. "What's that look?" Seeing Jiang Wushuang's appearance, Long Aotian's face sank. A chilling killing intent surfaced in his eyes. He felt that his majesty was being provoked. Nangong Xian originally wanted to continue to make a move to stop them, but when he realized that Jiang Wushuang was emboldened, for some reason, a trace of anticipation rose in his heart for no reason. Could it be that this teenager who looked like a thug really had a way to deal with Long Aotian? Thinking of this, Nangong Xian's gaze turned to Jiang Wushuang, her eyes filled with anticipation. What a treacherous smile this kid has. Yeah, how come this kid seems like he's not afraid of Long Aotian at all? Does this kid really have any special skills? It's not possible that this kid is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Is it? Murmurs came from the surroundings as more and more people looked at Jiang Wushuang. They were all wondering why on earth Jiang Wushuang was so confident in himself. Long Aotian obviously also heard the murmurs of the people around him, especially the sentence "this kid won't pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger," right? Which made him couldn't help but tighten his chrysanthemums, and a trace of uneasy premonition vaguely rose in his heart. Could it be that he was really going to be intimidated by this kid? No, this kid must die. Thinking of this, Long Aotian suddenly changed his words and said, "I've changed my mind. Let's spar 1 move. 1 move is enough." As he spoke, a vast power surged out from his body, forming a hurricane that pounced towards Jiang Wushuang. "You already have a way to die." Jiang Wushuang spoke in a calm tone as he took a step forward. As he stomped down, a terrifying ripple shook out, transforming into a monstrous wave that fiercely slapped over. Just for a moment, Long Aotian felt like he was being punked. Those forces that had been secretly paying attention were also greatly shocked in their hearts. It was because Jiang Wushuang's aura was simply too fierce. It was as surging as a mountain torrent. The two forces clashed, and Long Aotian instantly flew backwards without any surprises. Hiss! A huffing sound rang out from the surroundings. Their eyes rounded, revealing a strong shock. Long Aotian actually lost. Just a simple breath? Everyone's hearts and minds were beating wildly, and their eyes almost glazed over. There was no doubt about Long Aotian's power. After all, he was in existence ranked 51st on the Great Diffusion Immortal Region's Heavenly Pride ranking. However, in front of such a seemingly unobtrusive teenager, it was as if it was a dirt chicken and a dog, and it was a clean defeat, without a hint of suspense. "It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible," Long Aotian shouted, his face full of shock and insanity. His insides were almost broken, and his whole body was on the verge of losing its mind. Although he did not use all his strength in that strike just now, he had still exerted 70% of his power. But it turned out to be so tragic. With just a single aura that had casually leaked out, he had completely fallen into a disadvantage. What if it's at full strength? What's this kid's story? Long Aotian was trembling, and his gaze towards Jiang Wushuang no longer had the arrogance and dominance it had at the beginning. There was just horror, deep fear, and a touch of deep hatred. How could this happen? It's too fast to lose, isn't it? I haven't even opened yet. Long Aotian is actually no match for this teenager? How is this possible? Could it be that he's even stronger than Long Aotian, reaching the peak of the heavenly exaltation realm? The crowd was shocked and speculated. Chu family divine son Chu Maniac carried his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "This teenager is not simple. I'm afraid that his strength has already surpassed Long Aotian, and he even has the qualifications to compete for the top of the heavens remarkable ranking." He shocked the crowd with his words. Although the scene in front of them was extremely real, not a single person was willing to believe it. A mere teenager who appeared to be less than 20 years old or so had defeated an existence ranked 51st on the Great Diffusion Immortal Region's Heaven's Pride ranking. "Stand up. 2 more moves." Jiang Wushuang's tone was indifferent, not even bothering to look at Long Aotian, as if she didn't place him in her eyes at all. It's also pretty clear from that statement that he doesn't recognize any one war wins. Long Aotian shuddered at his words. But soon, he stabilized his stance and shouted angrily, "Bastard! Don't bully me too much. I admit, that move of yours just now was indeed very powerful. But so what? I didn't put out my full strength either. I, Long Aotian, have been traveling across the 3,000 Dao states for hundreds of years. Am I not something you can easily defeat? I'm going to let you know today what it means to be a true heaven's pride. Go to hell for me." A majestic power surged out from Long Aotian's body, exploding like a volcano eruption with ferocious might. At this time, his cultivation was finally fully revealed, and he had clearly reached the 7th rank of the heavenly dignity realm. Obviously, he had been hiding his cultivation earlier. A fierce wind swept out, blowing away Jiang Wushuan's black hair. The crowd was shocked. They didn't expect that Long Aotian had hidden his strength as well. Long Aotian is hiding so deeply. He actually possesses a cultivation of the 7th rank of the heavenly exaltation realm. This teenager is definitely not a match for Long Aotian after he strikes out at full strength. Many people were aghast in their hearts. They also saw Long Aotian's determination and seemed to be determined to decapitate this teenager. Jiang Wushuan looked at Long Aotian with icy killing intent flashing in his eyes, and said in an indifferent tone, "Flower show is not bad, but it's only good." "Humph." Long Aotian snorted coldly, took a step, instantly crossed the void, appeared in front of Jiang Wushuan, and swung his fist down. Boom! As soon as Long Aotian struck out, a devastating power erupted, and the surrounding void distorted. "Get out!" Jiang Wushuan's eyes blossomed with a cold aura. His mouth spat out a word, and he raised his hand to meet them. With a bang, the two collided together. In the next moment, a strong wind visible to the naked eye spread out. Around them, many people were lifted out, and one by one, they fell to the ground, wailing in pain. So strong, what's going on? Could it be that this teenager has also hidden his cultivation? Long Aotian is in existence ranked 51st on the Great Diffusion Immortal Region's Heaven's Pride ranking, and his strength is even a Heaven's Dignity 7th grade, so it should be impossible for him to be crushed by this teenager. Everyone was surprised and found it puzzling. Long Aotian was a Heaven's Sovereign 7th grade level expert, so it was logically impossible to lose to Jiang Wushuan, the Chu clan's divine son. Chu Madness had radiant eyes and said in a low voice, "This teenager is very bizarre." Hearing his voice, the rest of the holy sons, divine sons, and the others were also moved in their hearts, and after carefully observing Jiang Wushuan for a few moments, they immediately revealed a look of gravity. At this moment, Long Aotian had already exerted all of his power, but he still could not help Jiang Wushuan. On the contrary, Jiang Wushuan still didn't take the initiative to stop. Just by virtue of his own aura he pressed down on him, suppressing him to death, making him breathless. "What kind of power is this? Who the hell are you?" Long Aotian growled repeatedly, shock and horror written all over his face. It was a pity that Jiang Wushuan didn't have the slightest intention of ignoring him. In the next second, he saw Jiang Wushuan preparing to raise her hand. Wait! He was so scared that he cried out for help. At this moment, he really panicked and felt an unprecedented crisis. This was because he clearly sensed that Jiang Wushuan was preparing to strike. If this finger struck down, one would surely die. "Stop!" An angry voice also came from the void. Unfortunately, Jiang Wushuan turned a deaf ear. Jiang Wushuan raised his hand and pressed a finger fiercely towards Long Aotian's head. A terrifying force poured out. Blood splatters erupted, and Long Aotian was slapped into a blood mist on the spot, dissipating into the void. Too dead to die. Quiet. Silence. Everyone's hearts jerked. Dead. Long Aotian is dead. 1 finger seconds. Dragon Family Divine Son. Chapter 007, Is this all there is? How dare you? In the void, a grey-robed old man's eyes widened in anger as he descended from the sky. A faint majesty emanated from the old man, giving off an unfathomable feeling, and he was clearly a Saint Zun 3rd grade realm cultivator. Jiang Wushuang swept his gaze and said indifferently, "And who are you?" Long Aotian was the direct lineage of the dragon family of the desolate ancient family of the Great Diffusion Immortal Domain, and this old man was most likely a strong member of the dragon family. "You killed my dragon family's heavenly pride and you dare to ask me about my identity? What an arrogant bully!" The old man's face was as gloomy as water, and his eyes became even more blazing. His figure shifted and immediately attacked towards Jiang Wushuang. In an instant, a terrifying and incomparable palm print surfaced in the heavens and earth, like it was falling from the 9 heavens, carrying a huge force that shattered the sky and rumbled. This was a powerful martial art divine ability of monstrous might. Around them, everyone changed color. This is actually a Saint Zun 3rd grade powerhouse personally. This time, this teenager definitely won't be able to escape, the crowd exclaimed, sweating for Jiang Wushuang. In the face of such an attack, Jiang Wushuang, however, did not change his color and only sneered. So it's the dragon family's dog. Words. He similarly stretched out his right hand and grabbed it in the air. A tender green leaf entered his hand. And immediately, a majestic and vast life breath was released. In the next moment, a turquoise emerald sword appeared and slashed towards that palm print. The sword's sharpness was incomparable, tearing through the air, instantly colliding with the palm print, erupting in a thunderous roar. And immediately afterward, everything subsided. The palm print shattered. The leaf turned into a wisp of smoke and drifted away with the wind. The gray-clothed old man was dumbfounded. What kind of sword art is this, to have blocked my attack? Just now, that attack of his was enough to obliterate a strong person at the peak of the 8th rank of the heavenly exaltation realm. But he didn't expect to be stopped by a tiny leaf, which made him extremely surprised. Not just him, but everyone in the room had their jaws dropped. Who the hell is this teenager? How could he be so powerful? The crowd murmured. I don't care who you are. Today, you must pay the price. The gray-clothed old man was completely furious. A mere teenager had actually killed one of his dragon family's divine sons. This was simply a strange shame. However, at this very moment, a violent tremor suddenly came from the great emperor's cave, which hadn't been moving much, followed by a terrifying aura rushing up. In the void, a stone door slowly rose up and hung high in the sky, flowing with a brilliant and dazzling haze that illuminated the entire heaven and earth. At the same time, a blazing golden light descended down, enveloping that one stone door. In an instant, the entire stone gate seemed to come to life, permeated with a vicissitude, ancient and heavy fluctuation. This is the Emperor's tomb opening, a strong person exclaimed out in shock, his eyes shining brightly. The great Emperor's treasure has finally been opened. Grab it! Numerous cultivators went crazy and darted towards the stone door. Chu Maniac and Nangong Xian and the other group of celestial pride were no exception, all charging forward. Originally, Jiang Wushuang was also prepared to go in, yet he was stopped by the gray-clothed old man. The divine son is dead, and you yellow-bellied child must pay for your life. He had a head full of gray hair flailing about, looking extremely hideous, and his eyes flickered with an icy cold aura, filled with an infinite fury. Jiang Wushuang raised his eyebrows slightly and said coldly, "It seems like there's no way for me to go in without peace of mind until I settle you." Ha 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 ha. Hearing these words, the old man couldn't help but laugh up in the air. How pathetic. With a mole like you, how dare you threaten to kill old man? It's simply delusional. Today, I'd like to see who kills who first. As the words fell, a blinding light erupted from his body like a blazing sun, emitting a suffocating energy fluctuation. He probed out a large hand that looked like it was covering the sky, slapping down towards Jiang Wushuang's head. In an instant, a destructive energy swept out, completely blocking the void within a 10,000 meter radius. Great desolate imprisoning skyfinger. Jiang Wushuang slowly lifted his finger and performed a Gaijin divine ability. A crystal transparent finger appeared. This finger contained an incomparably astonishing aura, as if a ferocious beast of the ancient times had revived, shaking the 9 heavens. With a swing in the void, the great desolate heaven imprisoning finger erupted with countless divine patterns, transforming into a beam of light that instantly shot out. The light pillar penetrated through the void, directly shattering the old man's large hand, and with the remaining momentum not yet weakened, it continued to fiercely smash down towards the gray-clothed old man. What? The gray-clothed old man's pupils shrunk violently. His heart set off monstrous waves of horror, and he hastily offered up a defensive spirit weapon in an attempt to resist. But the next moment, bang! With a muffled grunt, the old man's body flew out horizontally, dripping with blood and nearly exploding. How come? Those cultivators who hadn't gone in yet were all shocked. One move. After using only one move, the hallowed St. Zun third-grade powerhouse was defeated in the hands of this teenager. There was another reason why those of them didn't take the brunt of it, besides being afraid of gunning for the others, and that was because they couldn't compete with the others. They could only wait for the others to go in before they could go in and have a drink. And by the way, they wanted to see how Jiang Wushuang would die at the hands of the gray-clothed old man. But who knew that Jiang Wushuang's battle power was so terrifying that he actually killed the gray-clothed old man in one move? Who the hell is this man? This was the deepest doubt in everyone's mind. This Saint Exalt realm of yours isn't much better? Jiang Wushuang stepped on the gray-clothed old man with his feet and spoke indifferently, contempt in his eyes. He took one step down, and instantly, the gray-clothed old man's body cracked, his bones broke, and he screamed miserably as he left the human world. All around, the crowd was terrified. This was the first time they had seen a Saint Exalted realm powerhouse being crushed, and who would believe it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes? Suddenly, a purple-robed middle-aged man in the distance opened his mouth and said, "This Taoist friend, if you can spare people, why do you need to kill them all?" He was a cultivator of the 9th grade of the heavenly exaltation realm. Originally he was not qualified to speak, but he felt that Jiang Wuxuan was really killing too many people, so he could not help but persuade him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wuxuan's gaze flinched as he looked at the purple-robed middle-aged man and sneered. This world is weak and strong. The fittest survives. Why didn't you give a word of advice when he killed me? The purple-robed middle-aged man's face stiffened. Though he was well-intentioned to remind him, he was rewarded with a heckling that made him quite embarrassed. However, soon, he returned to normal, arching his hand and saying, the opportunity has arrived. We'd better enter the Great Emperor's cave first. After saying that, he rushed into the Great Emperor's cave. Immediately afterward, several more silhouettes rushed out from various places, and all of them entered the Great Emperor's cave as well. Jiang Wuxuan, on the other hand, was not in a hurry at all, and only after touching the corpses of Long Outyan and the grey-clothed old man without any haste, did he walk into the Great Emperor's cave. This Great Emperor's cave was very vast and huge, and there were as many as 100 buildings inside, each with a unique flavor. He scanned the buildings and muttered, this cave should have once belonged to a certain supreme great emperor. Buzz. Suddenly, a crisp chime attracted Jiang Wuxuan's attention. Immediately afterward, Jiang Wuxuan felt that he was illuminated by a beam of light. In the next second, his figure appeared in an even more expansive hall. It is? Jiang Wuxuan looked around, but was surprised to find a remnant soul floating in the center position of the hall. It was an old man with white hair, hunched over, with sagging skin and wrinkles on his cheeks, as if he might run out of gas at any moment. He opened his dry eyes, his gaze dark and deep. Just a gaze, actually gave an incomparably horrible sense of oppression, as if two overwhelmingly sharp swords, stern and incomparable. Jiang Wuxuan met the old man's gaze and greeted him with an unassuming cupped fist. Junior Jiang Wuxuan, dare I ask the senior's name? The white-haired old man sighed and shook his head. There's no need to be so courteous. The old man has long since fallen, with only a wisp of his obsession remaining here. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wuxuan's eyes flickered and he couldn't help but ask, what did senior teleport me here for? Your talent is the only one I've seen in my life. The old man sighed and said, I have a secret here that needs to be answered by a young waif with exceptional talent. I hope you can help me fulfill it. Jiang Wuxuan gently raised his eyebrows and after a long period of contemplation, he asked, what secret? Come over here, and the old man will pass on the innate secret art to you. The old man beckoned, signaling Jiang Wuxuan to come closer. You think I'm stupid? Jiang Wuxuan let out a cold laugh and stood still with his arms wrapped around his hands as he indifferently said, just say it straight if you fancy little master's body. And talk about what innate secret art inheritance? Hearing Jiang Wuxuan's questioning, the white-haired old man's face changed slightly, and he shouted in a deep voice, little waif, since you've torn your face, I'll let you taste the pain of soul devouring today. As soon as the words fell, the white-haired old man steeply raised a palm. In an instant, a black mist surged and transformed into a pitch-black mouth, biting over towards Jiang Wuxuan, emitting an extremely evil aura. Seeing the black mist maw attacking, Jiang Wuxuan yawned in boredom and lazily reached out to slap it. In just an instant, the black mist maw was slapped and exploded and disappeared. How is that possible? The old man exclaimed in shock, his eyes rounded in disbelief. His soul-devouring technique is extremely powerful, and when an ordinary cultivator encounters it, he can only run for his life, and is simply powerless to resist. Even once tainted, the whole person loses himself and is at his mercy. But this kid was not only unaffected, he didn't even put the soul-devouring technique in his eyes and casually crushed it. Jiang Wuxuan teasingly stared at the white-haired old man. Is this the extent? No way. The white-haired old man let out a low roar as he once again condensed his soul-devouring technique and devoured towards Jiang Wuxuan. Jiang Wuxuan snorted and still did not dodge, only to see that when the black mist mouth was approaching, his body shook, and the golden aura in his body shone brightly, just like a small round of sun, piercing and dazzling. In the next second, the old man's soul-devouring art collided with Jiang Wuxuan's flesh and exploded with a rumble, dissipating in smoke. You're a Buddhist technique? The old man's face changed drastically. His eyes revealed thick scorn as he stared at Jiang Wuxuan dead in the face. Jiang Wuxuan snorted coldly and did not pay attention to him as she continued to walk forward. At that moment, the old man's body trembled violently, as if he was undergoing great torment. Finally, the old man couldn't stand it any longer and shouted, little waif, stop it or I'm going to lose my soul. Chapter 008, Leave everything of value on your person behind. Late. Jiang Wuxuan indifferently spat out two words as an extreme golden light blossomed all over his body. In the next moment, the old man's body crumbled inch by inch, eventually turning into a sky of dust and disappearing. Ding dong! Erase the remnants of the great emperor's soul. Get a chance to win a raffle. Hearing the system's voice, Jiang Wuxuan was stunned, then immediately used this lucky draw opportunity. Ding dong! The The raffle is successful. Rewarded, Great Desolate Coiled Dragon Tripod, Imperial Artifact, Imperial Weapon. Jiang Wuxuan was shocked in his heart. Ever since the appearance of the Enlightenment Tea Seed, he hadn't been this excited because Emperor soldiers were too rare, even in the Great Diffusion Immortal region. It was rumored that there were also only a few forbidden zones of life suspected of having Emperor artifacts in existence. I didn't expect that I would actually draw an Imperial artifact this time, which was an unexpected blessing. Time to get out. Half an hour later, Jiang Wuxuan searched the entire hall for everything he could, then instantly disappeared into this huge hall. Meanwhile, on the other side, a square within the Great Emperor's cave, the 5 teenage celestials were squabbling around the 3 stone tablets. Chu Maniac said with a lonely and arrogant face, "The stone tablet up here should be occupied by my Chu family. No one should rob it from me." "And what the hell is the Chu family?" Solitary AO sneered. "These 3 stone tablets are ownerless treasures. We are all of the same desolate ancient family. Why should they go to your Chu family? You seek death." Chu Maniac burst into a rage. He was lanky and tall, with solid muscles and full of androgynous charm, but at this moment, his face was grim and his eyes were icy cold and piercing. "What? Want to fight?" Dekuro Ao sneered, not afraid in the slightest. Although the Chu family's power was rising like a sun these days, especially Chu Maniac's older brother, Chu War, was even more astonishing, breaking through to the half-step Saint Exalt realm. But Duo Gu Ao's background is equally deep, and he is not afraid of the Chu family's retaliation. Moreover, he was accompanied by the heavenly pride of several other great powers. If there is a real firefight, it is not yet known who will die. Seeing this, Chu Maniac gritted his teeth but did not dare to act rashly. After all, Solitary AO was not weak. "Chu Maniac, this place was discovered by us together. Isn't it a bit too much for you alone to want to monopolize it?" The genius from the other power spoke in a deep voice, staring coldly at Chu Maniac. Chu Maniac's gaze swept towards several other heavenly prides, his face turning blue before finally fixing his sight on Qin Hao of the Qin clan. Chu Maniac spoke. "Qin Hao, your Qin family and my Chu family have a great deal of friendship, so you make an evaluation on this matter." Qin Hao narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly opened his mouth. "Divine Son Chu, I also think that you've gone too far in this matter. Good things should be shared by everyone." "Qin Hao," Chu Maniac said indignantly, "we are all members of the desolate ancient family. Wouldn't you be hypocritical with this statement?" Qin Hao shook his head and sighed, not saying anything more. His attitude was clear. It was absolutely impossible for Chu Maniac to want to monopolize the secrets on the stone tablet, since the divine son of the Qin clan all feels that the secrets of the stone tablet should be shared. "Chu Maniac, you might as well take a step back." At this moment, the holy maiden of the Bai Moon sect, Lu Shiyue, smiled delicately, her beautiful features flowing with flirtatious ripples, causing the heart and mind to ripple. "Lu Shiyue, you," Chu Maniac angrily pointed at Lu Shiyue. His face reddened, but he didn't say much. A woman like Lu Shiyue, who normally wouldn't be put in one's eyes, didn't expect that she would dare to contradict herself today. "Chu Maniac, you want to monopolize the stone tablet? I'm afraid it's not that easy." At this time, Dekuro Ao sneered. "Don't forget, this is the Great Emperor's cave. Life and death have their own destiny. If you die, you can't blame anyone." At those words, Chu Maniac's pupils suddenly shrunk and he clenched his fists. The scene looks very funny. For the divine son of the Chu family to be besieged by a coalition of people, this was a disgrace that had never been seen before. In the next moment, Chu Maniac violently released his breath, and the entire space instantly distorted. Chu Maniac's body erupted with radiant light, as if there was a round of blazing sun rising up. A fiery pressure filled the air, enveloping a range of thousands of feet in a circle, burning all of the trees in the surroundings, not even leaving behind any ashes. "Chu Maniac, do you really want to fight 1 against 6? Solitary AO snorted coldly and similarly erupted with a monstrous bloodline aura. In an instant, the wind and clouds of the Great Emperor's cave changed. Electricity flashed and thunder roared above the dome of the sky, and rolling dark clouds covered the sky as if the end was coming, shocking the crowd beyond words. "Qin Hao, do you really want to join hands with them?" Chu Maniac's hair was flying and his eyes were cold. He stared at Qin Hao dead in the face and asked in a low tone, "Do you know the consequences of offending me, Chu Maniac?" Qin Hao didn't say anything, but his eyes flashed with a strange luster. "Chu Maniac, it's impossible for you to fight 1 against 6 today. Fighting any longer will only bring shame to yourself. Why bother?" Lu Shiyue persuaded. "As long as you agree to all of us observing the secrets above the stone tablet together, not only will we disregard our former enmity, we will instead be willing to ally with you." A mocking smile appeared at the corner of Chu Maniac's mouth. He gazed coldly at the four, and droned out word for word, "My Chu family, I never beg anyone." As the words fell, He violently lunged towards Takuro Ao. A burst of thunder resounded in the void as Chu Maniac swung his fist to smash it. Two stars emerged and transformed into a huge millstone, crushing over with a strong destructive power. Sculpture. Takuro Ao snorted, didn't put Chu Feng in his eyes at all, raised his hand and slapped out a palm. Vast spiritual energy condensed and transformed into a golden beam of light that blasted out. The two collided, creating huge ripples that spread in all directions. Solo Ao took 3 consecutive steps back, his feet crushing the hard soil. Chu Maniac, on the other hand, stood still, not even lifting his robes a hair. The highs and lows are immediately apparent. Together, Xinhao shouted in a cold voice and took the lead in killing. He practiced the sword Dao and was strangely fast, and with a sway of his figure, he came at Chu Maniac's left side and slashed horizontally with his right hand holding a sword. Xinhao, how dare you? Chu Maniac was enraged. He reacted extremely quickly. His wrist flicked, and his arm blossomed with a brilliant light. Unfortunately, the remaining 4 are not mediocre. They each used their best techniques and attacked frantically, blocking off all of Chu Maniac's retreating paths. Finally, Chu Maniac was injured. He took a stab to the chest and blood spurted out. However, he still refused to stop, relying on his amazing speed to dodge the 4's attacks and tangle with them. Die for me! Suddenly, Xinhao stormed up with a sneak attack, hitting Chu Maniac heavily, spitting out a large amount of blood, his face as pale as paper. Takuro Ao, Situ, Lu Shiyue, and Ma Yuan launched a fierce attack. Every move was a killing move, wanting to put Chu Maniac to death. You're bullies, Chu Mania growled and rose to resist. But nay, he had just been heavily injured, and his battle power had been sharply reduced. Immediately after that, he was kicked off by Takuro Ao and fell hard to the ground. His internal organs were shifted and he was in severe pain. He was out of gas and exhausted. Ha, there are only 3 stone tablets here. Are you few people really willing to share with each other in your hearts? Chu Maniac wasn't stupid. He knew that these people had already offended him and definitely wouldn't let him go back alive, so he planned to divorce their relationship even before he died. Lu Shiyue sneered and sneered. Chu Maniac, you're less likely to stir up trouble. These words didn't cause any effect, and apart from Situ, Duo Kwa Ao and the others all revealed grim expressions and chilly gazes. Alright, stop arguing. These 3 stone tablets belong to me. Just then, a lazy voice suddenly reached his ears. Immediately afterward, a man in brocade clothes and fancy dress stepped into the air, a playful smile at the corner of his mouth as he looked down on Duo Kwa Ao, Situ, and Lu Shiyue from above. It was none other than Jiang Wushuang, the divine son of the Jiang clan. It's you? Solitary Ao's brows knitted as he remembered that Jiang Wushuang was still confronting Long Ao Tian's protector when he and the others rushed in. Originally, he thought that Jiang Wushuang was dead, but he didn't expect the other party to walk in alive. Yo, isn't this the Chu family's divine son? Jiang Wushuang's gaze didn't even give a bird's eye to Takuro Ao and instantly appeared beside Chu Maniac and said with a smile, surprisingly, all of them have been beaten up like this? Where is your Dao protector? We were all isolated when we were teleported in. Chu Maniac spoke breathlessly. He was now in a sorry state, covered in blood. Hearing this, Jiang Wushuang nodded. In that case, it's much better. Jiang Wushuang smiled faintly. His eyes looked towards Takuro and Situ and the others, and said indifferently, these 3 stone tablets belong to me. You guys can get the hell out of here. Oh yeah, and by the way, leave anything valuable on your body behind. At these words, the crowd erupted in anger. Takuro Ao, Situ, and the others turned blue in the face. They didn't expect this brat to be so arrogant. Even if he wanted to rob the chance, he also wanted to rob the other things on them. Kid, don't think that just because you killed Long Ao Tian, you can be reckless in front of the 6 of us, Takuro Ao said in a cold voice. With so many of us striking together, it's enough to decapitate you. So if you're sensible, hurry up and get out of here, lest you lose your life. At those words, the smile on Jiang Wushuang's face became even more intense. He shook his head and said, you guys really think that with trash like you, you're worthy of calling out to me? You seek death. Situ was furious and drew his long sword to stab Jiang Wushuang. The sword burst out, sharp and very sharp. Unfortunately, it was shattered by Jiang Wushuang's slap. Immediately afterward, Jiang Wushuang flicked his fingers and a spiritual force broke through the air, directly piercing through Situ's chest. How? Possible? Situ rounded his eyes and looked at Jiang Wushuang with fear. He couldn't believe that he couldn't even stop Jiang Wushuang for a second with his full force. Situ tried to let out a roar, but nothing came out and his body slowly collapsed. He's dead in the water. He's dead in the water. With Situ dead, the remaining 5 were trembling in fear. Another spike. Do any of you have any objections? Jiang Wushuang grinned and said indifferently, Of course, you guys can also choose to try together. Dekuro Ao, Lu Shiyue, Ma Yuan and the others glanced at each other, all seeing scorn in each other's eyes. Jiang Wushuang was too ferocious. However, this fear lasted only a moment. Money moves people's hearts. They think that their respective strength is good. One person may not be able to win, but 5 people at the same time, there may not be no hope of winning. Thus, the 5 of them once again joined forces and launched a blazing attack. Humph! Meddlesome! Seeing this, Jiang Wushuang's eyes suddenly turned cold, flashing with killing intent. He raised his hand and waved it, and at that instant, a surge of extreme spiritual pressure swept through the 8 directions, transforming into a storm of spiritual energy that filled the sky, suppressing down towards the crowd. In an instant, Dekuro Ao and the other 5 knelt on the ground in unison, trembling. Damn it! Dekuro Ao gritted his teeth, angry and unwilling to the extreme. He couldn't wait to rush forward and slaughter Jiang Wushuang. However, he couldn't do it at all, only feeling like he was carrying 1 billion pounds of divine stones, and even moving a single point was incredibly difficult. Chapter 009, You are qualified to be my little brother. I'm not hiding it either. Jiang Wushuang looked at the 5 people kneeling on the ground with a bland gaze and said coldly, Robbery! These words completely shook the hearts of Dekuro Ao, Lu Shiyue, and the others. When they were placed outside, they were either holy sons or divine sons, which had an incomparable status and were sought after. Now, however, they were reduced to mugging. Shame, huge shame, but offhand, there's nothing they can do about it. This friend, do you really want to offend all 5 of our forces at the same time? Qin Hao drank in a deep voice, his tone filled with threats. Only in the next second, Jiang Wushuang's eyes became cold. His right arm poked out, grabbing at Qin Hao in the void, and said in a cold voice, What are you, and are you qualified to negotiate with me? In an instant, monstrous pressure descended down, and Qin Hao's entire body seemed to fall into an abyss. Feeling that everything around him disappeared, he only felt that every inch of his body, every ounce of flesh and blood, and even his bones and meridians were carrying endless pressure. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Qin Hao's face turned pale, looking at Jiang Wushuang in horror. Losing his voice, You're a great sage powerhouse. Hearing Qin Hao scream, several other people couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, looking at Jiang Wushuang in horror. So it's the great sage in person. We'll hand over our storage rings. Solo Ao was cold and sweaty and regretful. Had he known this, he would never have messed with Jiang Wushuang, but now it was too late to say anything. He could only obediently hand over his storage ring. That's right. Jiang Wushuang revealed a bright smile and said, I'm a person who likes honesty. As long as you cooperate with me obediently, I guarantee that I won't hurt a single hair on your head. Right. Abruptly, Jiang Wushuang seemed to have thought of something. He patted his head and said apologetically, There is still an injured person. You guys don't go yet. Although Chu Burson was heavily injured, he was not dead and needed treatment. Jiang Wushuang casually pulled out an elixir and stuffed it into Chu Burson's hand to take. This is the 8th grade 3 lives pill. Upon seeing this elixir, the eyes of several people, Dekuro Ao, almost stared out, and their breaths were shortened by a few moments. This 3 lives pill was one of the rarest healing holy pills among the 8th grade pills. It was rumored that after swallowing it, it could guarantee that the heart vein would not be cut off for 3 times, and that no matter what kind of serious injuries were suffered, even if only half of the body was left, there was still a hope of surviving. Even severed limbs can be reborn. It can be precious and valuable. Thanks a lot. Chu Maniac was grateful in his heart and immediately sat down on his knees to refine the elixir. This senior, you, Solitary Ao looked at Jiang Wushuang and was just about to ask something when he was scared back by an icy cold look from Jiang Wushuang. Jiang Wushuang indifferently said, Stay well for me. I didn't agree for you to leave. Whoever dares to leave will be killed without pardon. The Dekuro Ao few people were filled with stifled anger, but they didn't dare to resist, because they knew very well that they were not Jiang Wushuang's opponent at all. Jiang Wushuang stopped caring about them and waited for Chu Maniac to heal from his injuries. About a tea's worth of work passed. Chu Maniac finally woke up leisurely and opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, Chu Maniac was radiant and full of energy, completely unable to see the moribund appearance from before. He stood up and bowed to Jiang Wushuang, saying gratefully, Thank you senior for saving my life. You and I are not more than a few years apart, so we can't talk about seniors. Jiang Wushuang waved his hand, signaling him to excuse himself, and said indifferently, Do you want to take revenge? At those words, Chu Maniac trembled. With an icy gaze, he said in a chilling voice, Of course I want to. The humiliation and pain he suffered today caused the hostility in his heart to be incredibly thick, and he couldn't wait to kill Qin Hao and Dekuro Ao and the others to death. Jiang Wushuang said gently, I'll give you this chance. With that, He looked at the several people from Dakuro Ao and sneered. There are still 5 of you. As long as you can win against him in a single fight you can leave alive. Wait, we've clearly handed over all the treasures on our bodies to you. Qin Hao gritted his teeth, his face turning blue. They were all saint sons and divine sons with noble identities. And even when they encountered unusual sect disciples on a normal day, they were treated like ants. Not to mention, now he's a prisoner. So, Jiang Wushuang smiled and said, I promised to spare you guys. Chu Maniac didn't, did he? There's no sense in that. You're not being faithful. Qin Hao roared angrily, and beside him, Lu Shuriwei and the others also had unsightly faces. A big fist is hard. Jiang Wushuang shrugged his shoulders and said lazily, do you guys have any opinions? You're a bully. Dakuro Ao roared, full of anger with nowhere to vent it. Suddenly, he violently urged the spiritual energy in his body, erupting a ferocious and incomparable force that directly charged towards Jiang Wushuang. Obviously, he was prepared to throw his weight around and fight Jiang Wushuang. Humph! In the face of solitary Ao's sneak attack, the corner of Jiang Wushuang's mouth rose slightly, revealing a touch of mocking arc. He moved his feet lightly, dodging the attack, and then he whirled his palm out and slapped Dr. Ao away, accompanied by a tearing pain. Dakuro Ao spat blood and flew backwards. With just a slap, he had heavily injured Dakuro Ao. The difference in strength between the two is too great. Jiang Wushuang retracted his palm, glanced contemptuously at the wretched Dokuo Ao, and said indifferently, remember, to be a dog, you have to recognize the situation, and never try to challenge your master. As his words fell, he looked at Chu Maniac and asked, are you ready? At those words, Chu Maniac took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I can start any time. In that case, let's get started. Jiang Wushuang waved his hand, signaling that Chu Maniac could make his move. Seeing this, Chu Maniac's eyes flashed with a wisp of madness before he raised his right hand and grabbed fiercely towards the void. In a flash, the void shook violently. Immediately afterward, Chu Maniac flipped his palm, and a pitch-black lance emerged, emitting suffocating fluctuations and a vast pressure. Strike together, he won't be a match for us alone at all. Qin Hao was, after all, the divine son of the Qin family, and his sanity was still intact as he let out a low gulp and took the lead, condensing a ball of radiant light and blasting it towards Chu Maniac. At the same time, Wu Tianxiang and Wang Tianchen and Lu Shuriwei executed their secret arts in unison and surrounded Chu Maniac from 3 directions, launching powerful attacks. In an instant, the entire space became chaotic. 5 incomparably terrifying energies raged on, destroying everything. Holding the pitch-black lance, Shuja shook the lance, and dozens of sharp lance-ons erupted from the tip of the lance, like a torrential downpour that enveloped the surroundings. In an instant, all 5 celestial pride were swept away. They opened their mouths to spray blood, their chests collapsed, and their breath instantly shriveled up a lot. Without their weapons, along with the fact that they were already suppressed by Jiang Wushuang's aura, they couldn't help Chu Maniac at all, and were instead easily defeated by him. Chu Maniac said in a cold voice, you people, you really deserve to die. At those words, Chu Maniac raised his pitch-black spear and was about to completely finish off these 5 people. Seeing this, Wu Tianxiang and Qin Hao and the others immediately panicked. Mercy! Qin Hao cried and begged for mercy. Spare your life. Your 2 families and mine are family friends. He really didn't want to die in the hands of Chu Maniac just like that. He still had so many things that he hadn't enjoyed, and he wasn't willing to die just like that. Wu Tianxiang also hurriedly said, if you kill us, your Chu family will also suffer. Oh yeah? Chu Maniac grinned sardonically. I don't really think so. As the words fell, Chu Maniac stabbed out with a spear and pierced through Wu Tianxiang's head, splattering blood everywhere. Lu Shuriwei froze. She looked at Chu Maniac in a daze. She had never expected that Chu Maniac would strike so viciously, leaving no room for error. Let me go. I'll give you everything. Lu Shuriwei's eyes looked towards Jiang Wushuang in supplication, hoping that Jiang Wushuang could let him off the hook. Jiang Wushuang, however, didn't have any expression of pity and said in an icy tone, I'm not interested in you. Help me. Help me. Hearing Jiang Wushuang's desperate words, Lu Shuriwei immediately turned her gaze towards Chu Maniac. However, she still didn't get half a bit of care from Chu Maniac. Chu Maniac looked at Lu Shuriwei with a cold face and said indifferently, you're not worthy. No! Lu Shuriwei exclaimed. In the next second, the lance penetrated through Lu Shuriwei's brow, taking away her last ounce of life. Escape! Qin Hao was scared out of his wits and fled in fear. Unfortunately, with Jiang Wushuang's aura suppressing them, they didn't have any possibility of escaping. Chu Maniac raised his hand and flung it out, and the lance turned into a stream of light, penetrating through Qin Hao's back. With a plop sound, Qin Hao knelt on the ground, spitting out blood, his body trembling violently. Aren't you cocky? Chu Maniac condescended, coldly looking down on Qin Hao. You. Qin Hao struggled to get up, but just after climbing a few times, he fell down again. Resignation and despair were written all over his face. Qin Hao asked in a trembling voice, "How dare you? Kill me? Why wouldn't I dare?" Chu Maniac said in a cold voice, "Are you only allowed to kill me?" In the next second, Chu Maniac flipped his wrist, and the pitch-black lance bloomed with dark light, directly piercing through Qin Hao's head. The divine son of the Qin clan had fallen. Chu Maniac coldly looked at Wang Tianchen and faintly said, "Now, it's your turn." Wang Tianchen colorfully yelled, "Do you think he will let you go? He's just using you as a tool." You, however, before his words fell, Chu Maniac had already thrown the lance in his hand. The pitch-black spear cut through the sky, carrying a terrifying power that was like a giant meteorite smashing into Wang Tianchen. Chu Maniac's sudden intervention caused Wang Tianchen's face to change drastically. He gritted his teeth and formed a large hand seal, trying to ward off the shot from Chu Maniac. Because of Jiang Wushuan's chi suppression, he was just like Qin Hao and the others. His own bloodline and physique could not be fully released. Therefore, he could only rely on this most primitive method to fend off this strike from Chu Maniac. With a loud bang, the defensive hand seal that Wang Tianchen had formed shattered, and a terrifying impact swept out, sending his entire body flying and falling to the ground. He was coughing up blood, his breath was extremely weak and dying. Chu Maniac coldly grunted, "Even if he was just using me, I've sort of gotten my revenge. Well, with that settled, you're qualified to be my little brother." Jiang Wushuan watched the matter come to a successful conclusion and applauded in admiration. "From today onwards, you are under me." Hearing this, Chu Maniac frowned and fell silent, appearing to resist. Seeing this, Jiang Wushuan couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, a cold light appearing as he said, "You don't appreciate it? You misunderstand. I'm just..." Chu Maniac wanted to argue, but was interrupted by Jiang Wushuan. "Alright, you only have two paths. Either die or be my little brother." Hearing these words, Chu Maniac was silent for a moment and finally took a deep breath and said, "Alright, I promise. It's easy to be my little brother. I kill people and you touch corpses. Or I rob and you're in charge of collecting treasures." Jiang Wushuang said indifferently, "As for the rest, I'm too lazy to care, and I don't need to care." Hearing those words, Chu Maniac was instantly bitter. This is about using him as free labor. Jiang Wushuan glanced at Chu Maniac and reminded, "By the way, I don't like people disobeying my orders." "I understand." Chu Maniac let out a dark sigh, knowing that he had no choice but to be good and obedient. "Go!" Jiang Wushuan waved his hand and walked towards the distance. Seeing this, Chu Maniac hurriedly followed with quick steps. With that, the two of them started robbing along the way. As long as you meet a living person, no matter what, if you want to live, leave your storage ring first. If there is resistance, just kill. Meanwhile, on the other side, a stone tower. This stone tower had 6 floors, each of which was arranged with heavy restrictions, emitting an ancient and vicissitudes atmosphere. Yi Ritian said with a smirk, "Miss Nangong, how about we make a move together and forcefully break the prohibition here?" Nangong Xianer's brows knitted lightly. "Are we really sure about joining forces?" Yi Ritian shook his head and said seriously, "Not 100%, but I believe that with the two of us working together, we can definitely succeed. I wonder if I can count the little monk in." Right at this moment, the Buddha son of the 10,000 Buddha cave walked over, revealing a gentle smile. His Dharma name was Pu Shan, one of the leaders of the younger generation of the 10,000 Buddha cave. His cultivation had long since reached the peak of the 9th grade of the Divine Emperor realm, just a hair's breadth away from the Saint Exalted realm. Chapter 010 Robbery, men on the left, women on the right. With the help of the Buddha's son, that's definitely more secure. Yi Ritian laughed. "Since that's the case, why don't we all make a concerted effort to break the prohibitions here and take out the treasures in the pagoda?" They were from prominent families and naturally understood the preciousness of this pagoda in front of them. If one could obtain some inheritance, one would definitely benefit greatly. "Shall we begin then?" Pu Shan smiled faintly and took the lead in offering a seal. Along with his maneuver, the seal bloomed with golden light and instantly fell towards the stone tower in front of him. However, just then, a sudden change occurred. The empty void suddenly trembled. Immediately afterward, the air around them fluctuated violently, turning into a storm that swept in. In the next instant, countless figures swept out of the surrounding mountains and canyons as if they were fleeing, darting towards the distance. "What's going on?" Looking at this scene, Yi Ritian and Pu Shan's faces changed greatly and were filled with dismay. "Escape to where?" Just at this time, a lazy voice resounded through the sky. Immediately, under the gaze of the crowd's horrified gazes, a palm emerged from the air and slammed down. In an instant, the entire earth shook. A huge palm emerged and ruthlessly grabbed the group of fleeing cultivators. A mournful scream rang out, and blood floated in the air. In the blink of an eye, all the cultivators were seriously injured, and only some of the prodisciples of the major powers and the divine sons of the desolate ancient family were barely intact. Who? Yi Riten gritted his teeth and stared at the void with a face full of indignation. Only two blurred figures slowly emerged as the void distorted. It was none other than Jiang Wushuang and Chu Maniac. That big hand just now was exactly what Jiang Wushuang had struck out. Only, Jiang Wushuang had not exerted his full strength, merely casting it casually. Otherwise, a casual strike from him would have been enough to exterminate that group of cultivators. Now for the robbery. Men stand on the left, women on the right. Jiang Wushuang swept a circle around the crowd and faintly commanded, "Those who are unwilling to cooperate, I don't mind sending them to their deaths. Asshole, get the hell out of my way." Yi Ritian burst into a rage, his body exploding with radiant spirit aura as he blasted out with a fist. In a flash, monstrous spiritual energy poured out. This spiritual energy condensed into a fireball, carrying a ferocious aura like destroying everything, and slammed straight into Jiang Wushuang. Feeling that terrifying pressure, Chu Maniac's pupils shrunk. Although he wasn't weak, he was clear that Yi Ritian was too much stronger than him. How dare a mole-like existence provoke me? The corners of Jiang Wushuang's mouth flared with a cold arc as he indifferently said, "You were given a chance and you didn't cherish it, so it looks like we can only make you shut your mouth forever." As he spoke, Jiang Wushuang raised his hand. The void shook a few times. Immediately, as if the roiling fireballs had met their nemesis, they were instantly extinguished and disappeared cleanly. What? Yi Ritian was shocked in his heart. Before he could react, he was lightly slapped out by Jiang Wushuang. With a muffled sound, Yi Ritian flew out backwards and fell down after smashing through a high wall. Unable to get up for a long time, the bystanders sucked in their breath. Jiang Wushuang's strength was so terrifying? "Gentlemen, we've known each other for a while. It's better to pull out everything of value on your body." Chu Maniac looked at these faces that were once familiar with each other and said coldly, "Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless with my hot hands." Pu Shan frowned and drank low, asking in a deep voice, "Chu Maniac, what do you want?" Chu Maniac glanced at him lightly and smiled coldly. "It's nothing, it's just for you to leave behind the money to buy your lives." "What arrogance! I told you where all the people had gone, so they were blocked here by you two little dolls?" A hoarse voice rang out, and immediately afterward, 5 or 6 more cultivators appeared in the vicinity, each of them exuding a strong aura. Seeing these few people appear, Pu Shan and the crowd of teenage celestials simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts, because these were the protectors of the heavenly prides of the major powers. They were very strong, and with them helping to fend off Jiang Wushuang, the chances of victory would undoubtedly increase by a lot. Jiang Wushuang indifferently said, "Cut the crap. Hurry up and bring out the valuable treasures. Don't waste my time, arrogant child, looking for death." Hearing this, the many Dao protectors were instantly annoyed. One of them rushed forward, probing out a large hand toward Jiang Wushuang to suppress him. However, Jiang Wushuang didn't even move his feet, and blasted his opponent to pieces with the power of his flesh alone. At the same time, several other people also surrounded them, but the result is still the same. No matter what kind of spells or secret techniques they used, they simply couldn't help Jiang Wushuang. Their attacks landed on Jiang Wushuang's flesh as if they were scratching an itch, unable to cause any damage at all. "My turn, right?" The corners of Jiang Wushuang's mouth sketched a cold smile. The next moment, he reached out and waved his hand. A flash of sword chi tore through the sky. With a poof, a Dao protector's head was severed on the spot and fell into the dust. No! The few remaining people were scared silly, their livers cracking. Especially Pu Shan, the Buddhist's son, had long since been scared out of his wits. They knew that this person just now was an elder of the Heavenly Sin Palace, possessing the cultivation of a Saint Zun 9th grade, but he couldn't even block a casual strike from Jiang Wushuang. In other words, they were simply no match for Jiang Wushuang. "What do you want?" Pu Shan gulped and winced. This Buddhist son of the 10,000 Buddha cave, who normally boasted of his nobility, was extremely humble in front of Jiang Wushuang. "Oh, take it easy." Jiang Wushuang waved his hand indifferently, then pointed at Chu Maniac beside him and said indifferently, "Do as he does." Yes, Pu Shan was very sharp and immediately did as he was told. He directly placed his storage bag on the ground, and on his way out, he didn't forget to throw the Buddha beads that he had warmed up for an armor on the ground. It can't be helped. One Buddhist disciple is more than one who cherishes his life. When lives are on the line, even the most arrogant person will choose to live and let live. Seeing how well behaved these guys were, the corner of Jiang Wushuang's mouth slightly raised, secretly saying children can be taught. Next, Some cultivators with a lot of sectarian power could only resign themselves to their fate. There's no way around it. The Buddhist sons of the 10,000 Buddha cave have taken the lead in paying the money to buy their lives, so who dares not to give it? For a while, only those few elders, as well as Yi Ritian, who was already unconscious, and Nangong Xian, who hadn't said a word, were left without handing over their belongings. It's not easy for you old men to cultivate for so many years. Don't waste it for nothing. Zhang Wushuang's gaze swept over the several elders and grinned. Otherwise, you guys would also be like the one who was just chopped off by my finger? A few people's faces clouded over. Eventually, it's time to shed what you have on you and leave. That one on the ground. If you keep playing dead, I'll really let you lie down. Zhang Wushuang teasingly looked at the unconscious Yi Ritian. Hearing this, Yi Ritian opened his eyes with great difficulty and said with a face full of resentment, "You have offended so many forces today. Aren't you afraid of being retaliated against? Retaliation?" Zhang Wushuang shook his head and snorted. Under the absolute crushing of strength, the so-called background forces are all as fragile as papier-mâché. What's more, you guys don't know who I am. He spoke in a languid tone, with a domineering air of looking out of the corner of his eye. Hearing this, Yi Ritian couldn't help but shiver. Before he could react, a cold killing intent suddenly enveloped his entire body, creeping him out. Wait, stuff I'm willing to hand over. Yi Ritian panicked, completely panicked. Only then did he realize that this youth in front of him was simply premeditated, and was completely a man-eating ferocious beast. Now you realize you're afraid? Zhang Wushuang said with a wry smile. It's too late. Yi Ritian was furious and roared through gritted teeth. I am the divine son of the Yi family, and I am even an external student of the Golden Dragon Academy in the central region. If you kill me, you will surely suffer from the crazy retaliation of the Golden Dragon Academy. Oh, Zhang Wushuang raised his eyebrows and said with interest, the Golden Dragon School is very powerful? Yi Ritian said proudly, that's natural. The Golden Dragon Academy is one of the 4 major academies in the central domain, nurturing countless super demons. You have to know that in the entire Great Diffusion Immortal Domain, we in the central domain are the strongest, and the 8 forbidden zones of life are all in the central domain. Oh, I know. Zhang Wushuang nodded lightly and said, in that case, I'll send you on your way first. In an instant, a terrifying pressure plummeted, instantly enveloping Yi Ritian. Feeling that horrible aura, Yi Ritian trembled in fear and cried out in terror. Don't kill me. I'm wrong, please let me go. Zhang Wushuang ignored it. In the next second, Yi Ritian's head rolled down, blood spilling all over the sky, shocking to the eyes. The divine son of the hallowed Yi family, the genius of the Golden Dragon Academy, fell here without any suspense. Why are you still standing? Zhang Wushuang glanced at Maniac, who was still frothing, and impatiently said, still not picking up these treasures on the ground? Upon hearing that, Maniac woke up as if from a dream and busied himself with collecting the treasures of the disciples of the various sect forces. Next to her, Nangong Xian's brows furrowed as Zhang Wushuang didn't seem to have the intention of stopping himself, as if he was treating it as if he didn't see him. She originally wanted to take the opportunity to leave, but she was afraid that Zhang Wushuang would suddenly strike, so she hesitated and stopped 3 times a step. But she never expected that Zhang Wushuang would not even pay attention to herself. It filled her with a strong sense of doubt. You're letting me go? Nangong Xian asked tentatively. Is it because I spoke for you outside the Great Emperor's cave? You'll find out later. Naturally. Zhang Wushuang's face was full of playfulness as he stared indifferently at Nangong Xian, seemingly scrutinizing something. Noticing Zhang Wushuang's gaze, Nangong Xian's heart skipped a beat, inexplicably feeling a pang of weakness, and hastily changed the topic. In that case, I'll take my leave first. Looking at his unmarried daughter-in-law's delicate and moving back, Zhang Wushuang stroked his chin and murmured, not a bad figure. You've got your eye on Nangong Xian? Maniac came over and teased. This daughter is indeed good, but unfortunately I heard that there has been a marriage engagement a long time ago, and only that waste of a man, Long Ao Tian, is obsessed with it all day long. Zhang Wushuang glanced at Maniac and said contemptuously, you wouldn't have once had thoughts about her as well, right? I don't have this kind of idea. The family within the family did want to marry with the Nangong family, but unfortunately the Nangong family couldn't even look at us, saying that they had a good match a long time ago. Maniac put the collected items inside a storage bag and respectfully handed it to Zhang Wushuang. Then he continued, that's why it cuts off a lot of people's thoughts, but privately inside these clans of ours, we all feel that Nangong Xian's husband is most likely from the central domain. Why would you not think that her husband is from the 3000 Path State? Zhang Wushuang rolled his eyes, too lazy to fool around with Maniac, leaving him behind and flying towards the distance. Looking at Zhang Wushuang, who gradually disappeared at the end of the sky, Chu Maniac shook his head inside, muttering, how in the world did this guy cultivate? Chapter 011 Heaven's Remarkable Ranking Battle. The Great Emperor's cave was soon occupied by Jiang Wushuang and Chu Maniac. These two were like locusts passing through no man's land. But anyone inside who met Jiang Wushuang was ransacked. Men, women and children are treated equally. At the back, Jiang Wushuang directly brought Chu Maniac to ambush the entrance of the Great Emperor's cave. As long as someone went out they would definitely be ambushed by them. The Holy Son of the Blood Temple, the Holy Prince of the Songlong Empire, the white-clad sword Saint Liu, the Holy Son of the Blazing Sun sect. All of these great cultivators of the old and new generations who had once stood tall were blocked by Jiang Wushuang at the entrance of the Great Emperor's cave and robbed them in the open. In the end, these people who entered the Great Emperor's cave did not need many valuable treasures, but also took in their own treasures, really lost a wife and soldiers. This rumored Great Emperor's cave was not at all as rich in resources as one would imagine things to be, but anything of value was snatched away by Jiang Wushuang. Moreover, this Great Emperor's cave had been rumored to possess a great emperor's inheritance, but after these people went in, they found that such a thing didn't exist, and they couldn't even find half of the great emperor's relics. By the end of the day, everyone was unanimous in deducing an entirely new conclusion. This Great Emperor cave was simply a fake cave, and it wouldn't be a Great Emperor cave at all. The Great Emperor's cave was a fake, and with two robbers eyeing it, soon everyone kept starting to leave. Even if they knew that Jiang Wushuang and Chu Maniac were blocking the doorway and robbing in the open, they could only admit to it. Benefactor, this is goodbye. Chu Maniac looked at Jiang Wushuang with gratitude, took a deep breath and said, if there is a need for me to use my Chu Maniac's place in the future, just command me, and I will do whatever I have to do. I remember. Jiang Wushuang nodded slightly, then waved his sleeves and left straight away. After seeing Jiang Wushuang leave, Chu Maniac turned around, rushed into the distance, and disappeared into the vast forest, the ancestral land of the Zheng family, breaking the palace of delusion. Jiang Wushuang threw all the things he had seized since into his private treasure trove before he began to leisurely drink tea by himself. Kamiko, where have you been these past few days? The maid, Little Moon, asked with a nervous face. The great old ancestor has been looking for you. He didn't come to me just for tea? Jiang Wushuang said carelessly. What other urgent matters could there be? Bastard boy, is the great old ancestor that bad in your heart? A laughing and cursing sound rang out, only to see an aged old man float down from not far away, glaring at Jiang Wushuang. Where have you been these past few days? Jiang Wushuang skimmed his lips and said, what do you want to see me about? You boys are really winging it. Jiang Yuan blew his beard and eyes out. I intend to let you participate in our 3000 Dao States Heavenly Remarks ranking battle next year. According to my speculation, your cultivation should be able to impact the top 10, and by then you'll have a light on your face when you go to the Nangong family to propose marriage. What's the point of going to this bird list? Jiang Wushuang yawned in boredom and faintly said, I don't care, brat, even though the old ancestor said that you can only be ranked in the top 10. It's just modesty. With your talent you may not be unable to compete for the top 3. Jiang Yuan said without a trace of anger. It's just that I don't know where a nameless person came out from, and did a bunch of things in the Great Emperor's cave that people and gods were furious about. So maybe this nameless person will be your formidable enemy in the future. The things that make people angry? Jiang Wushuang said with a face full of surprise. What happened inside the Great Emperor's cave has reached our Zheng family. This matter has long been spread all over the 3000 Dao states. They all say that nameless clan is as vulgar as a savage, killing at the drop of a hat, not only killing but also seizing treasures, not giving any face at all. Jiang Yuan chattered. You don't know. The Chu family has been approached every day for the past few days, especially since the Qin family has broken with the Chu family as well, threatening that if the Chu family doesn't hand over Chu madness, they won't let the Chu family have peace for a day. This kid is so miserable? Jiang Wushuang didn't expect his new little brother to be so miserable and couldn't help but sweat for him. Who says otherwise? Jiang Yuan shook his head and suddenly froze, unable to resist looking at Jiang Wushuang and asking, what did you mean by that just now? What do you mean what? Jiang Wushuang blinked. Jiang Yuan frowned and asked, you know Chu Maniac? Not recognizable. Jiang Wushuang decisively shook his head in denial. He didn't want to expose Chu Maniac as his little brother just yet. Looking at Jiang Wushuang, who was spouting nonsense in a serious manner, Jiang Yuan was instantly relieved. He felt that this kid of his family was not bad. At least he would not go around causing trouble on the basis that he was gifted to cover the contemporary era. When he thought of that nemesis of his Chu family, who must have a huge head right now, Jiang Yuan's heart burst with dark pleasure. Remember to properly prepare for the 3000 Dao State Heavenly Remarks ranking. Kong Wan turned around and left after dropping a sentence. Looking at Jiang Yuan as he disappeared into the distance, Jiang Wushuang gently sipped his tea and muttered, the Heaven's Remarkable ranking battle? Aren't they all acquaintances then? 6 months later, Tianjiao City. Today, the entire Tianjiao City was extraordinarily lively, with a sea of people bustling about. The streets are lined with countless stalls with a dazzling array of goods of all kinds. Every single person passing by had a strong look of anticipation and excitement on their faces, as if they couldn't wait to watch this battle for the Heaven's Pride ranking. Have you heard? The Zhang clan's divine son is going to be born. Yes? It's to participate in this Heaven's remarkable ranking battle? I wonder if this Zhang clan's divine son, who hasn't been exposed to the major forces of the 3000 Dao prefecture since birth, is powerful or not? For this opening, the one with the highest stakes is this Zhang clan's divine son. What are the odds? The top is not capped. So horrible? Terrifying is terrifying. Who dares to buy the Zhang family's divine son? The cultivators within the Heaven's Pride city were talking louder and louder about this Heaven's Pride ranking battle. So much so that many cultivators had already started placing bets. But without exception, no one was willing to buy Zhang Wushuang at all. Tianjiao City has a huge square in the center. The square is surrounded by a circle of towering ring, enough to have nearly 100 meters high. The edge of the ring is standing a stone monument. The stone monument was inscribed with dense inscriptions, which combined with each other to form a pattern, which in turn converged in the plaza, eventually forming a huge formation. This formation was the one that maintained the Heaven's Pride ring. At this moment, all the cultivators within the entire Heaven's Pride city were gathered near the Heaven's Pride ring, waiting for the opening of the Heaven's Pride ranking battle. On the eaves not far from the Heaven's Pride ring, there were two figures sitting side by side. These two figures were a man and a woman. The man was suave and elegant, and the woman was beautiful and beautiful. This time, for the Heaven's remarkable ring, your Golden Dragon School is really here? The woman looked at the man in front of her delicately, exhaling between her red lips, seducing the sky. The youth smiled faintly and said, I'm just here to join in the fun and see if this cultivator from the 3000 Dao state is qualified to fight me or not. As the chief disciple of the Golden Dragon School, you're still so confident. The woman sneered, but don't lose ugly. The youth proudly said, regardless of martial realm or combat skills, I can hang on to all the geniuses of my generation. Not to mention that I'm the chief core disciple of the Golden Dragon Academy. Would I lose to these turkeys? The woman raised an eyebrow. So you have to win? Without hesitation, the youth said, of course, I'd really like to see what your face would look like if you lost. The woman's mouth held a tease. The youth bristled. How can I lose? I will never lose. It's you who will lose face in case you are defeated by some native. At those words, the woman's willow brows furrowed and her eyes flashed with anger. Boom! Suddenly, a strong and incomparable pressure suddenly descended. A middle-aged man in a white robe stood in midair with his arms folded, exuding an extremely overpowering sword intent that made the entire sky dome seem to change color. Greetings, City Lord. All of the cultivators in the square bowed in a respectful manner. The visitor was clearly Zhao Feng, the City Lord of Tianjiao City. The battle for the Heaven's remarkable ranking officially begins. Zhao Feng's voice resounded through the entire arena, deafening as if thunder had exploded. In an instant, everyone's gazes instantly converged on the towering platform in the center of the square. There was a huge crystal stone suspended there, and on top of the crystal stone were carved with complicated and arcane patterns, emitting a hazy haze that illuminated the crystal stone in a translucent manner. It showed two names, Yi Julu versus Qinba. Qinba. This kid is really lucky. He became the Qin clan's divine son when Qin Hao died. By coincidence, Yi Ritian died, and Yi Julu became the Yi family's divine son. This Yi Julu has never been heard of before, and I don't know how strong he is. I'm especially curious. Does Chu Maniac dare to show up today? Would he dare? Ha 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 ha. With Zhao Feng's order, the entire Heaven's Pride ring was abuzz, and all eyes turned to the high platform in the center. Look, that's Qinba. Handsome indeed. I don't think so. Yi Julu is the most handsome. Qinba stood on top of the high platform, looking downwards with a hint of an indifferent smile on the corner of his mouth. He looked down on the living beings as if he was an emperor who reigned over the whole world, causing everyone to look up to and be in awe of him. Ever since Qin Hao's death, he had finally become the divine son of the Qin clan as he wished, enjoying countless honors and appreciations, and even obtaining a supreme imperial weapon. For today's battle, he was determined to win. Only Yi Julu shared the same experience as him, the same goal. He wanted to prove to himself that he was not weaker than anyone else, and that no one could stand in his way. The two men faced each other, killing opportunities looming. Boom! Suddenly, the void fluctuated violently, and a huge axe cut through the void, carrying destructive energy to ruthlessly chop at Yi Julu. Zimba took the lead. A brilliant light erupted above the giant axe, tearing through the void and ruthlessly slashing towards Yi Julu. Yi Julu's pupils shrunk fiercely, Sensing the terrifying power contained in the giant axe, he hastily swung his sword and collided with it. This giant deer actually resisted. This strike by Qinba is so strong. These two are both so strong. Although Yi Julu's realm is not as strong as Qinba's, this strength is not to be underestimated. No wonder he was able to take Yi Ritian's place. In the audience, many cultivators looked at this scene with shocked faces, filled with horror. Humph! Today, I'll let you know that there is a gap between heaven's pride. Qinba coldly grunted and stomped his feet on the ground as his entire body shot out and rushed to kill Yi Julu. He was lightning fast, with a grip on the giant axe. He violently swung it up and once again slammed it down heavily towards Yi Julu. This strike was fierce and overbearing. The void shattered, and the energy carried by the giant axe was like a flood that submerged Yi Julu, putting him in danger. Seeing this, Yi Julu's face was incredibly grave. He knew that although Qinba was arrogant and cocky, he was a genius with extraordinary strength. Even in the 3000 Dao state, he belonged to a first-class existence. He didn't dare to be careless and exploded with all his strength, holding the sword with both hands and slashing fiercely at the huge axe. In an instant, the two incomparably strong energies collided crazily. The void trembled. Ripples rolled, like waves on a lake spreading layer by layer, sweeping all around. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, Yi Julu's body shifted slightly, his cheeks suffocating redness, and he almost kneeled on the ground. On the contrary, Qinba was as steady as Mount Taishan and looked proud. Both are high and low. Qinba Shang, the white-clothed old man, announced the results, which caused an uproar. No one had expected that just now. Yi Julu had been easily crushed by Qinba, and was completely not in existence of the same level. This result was not expected by many. Next match, Pu Shan vs Jiang Wushuang, Chapter 012, Top of the Heavens Pride Ranking. Heavenly Emperor Fist, Dharma Heaven and Earth, Holy Lord Realm. Next match, Pu Shan vs Jiang Wushuang. As a voice resounded through the clouds, the entire atmosphere of the Heaven's Pride Ring was ignited. Pu Shan, as the Buddha's son of the 10,000 Buddha Cave, claimed to be a demon who was expected to surpass the contemporary 10,000 Buddha Cave Buddha Master in the future. His appearance naturally attracted everyone's attention as well, especially after hearing that he was Jiang Wushuang's opponent. He was even more excited. Jiang Wushuang, it's a legend. He had always been active in the eyes of these great powers in the 3000 Dao state, but he had never been seen before, because from the day Jiang Wushuang was born, the Jiang family chose to seal their clan for 16 years and not ask the world. Everyone was curious as to what this Jiang Wushuang actually looked like. Are they as demonic and rebellious as they are? At this moment, everyone was looking forward to the battle between Pu Shan and Jiang Wushuang. Buzz! The void trembled as a burly figure stepped into the air. He wore a golden robe, with a stalwart face and a great body. He was like an ancient Buddha, giving off a sense of vastness and depth. Pu Shan, the son of the Buddha of the Cave of 10,000 Buddhas. His body was enveloped in Buddhist light, and every inch of his skin blossomed with a precious radiance, as if it was poured out of gold. He wore a golden hoop on his head, held a 9-ring tin staff, and stepped on auspicious clouds, dressed as a Buddhist holy monk. Amit Ba. He mouthed the Buddha's name and was quite a patriarch. Seeing that Pu Shan had already ascended the ring, but Jiang Wushuang was slow to move, Zhao Feng couldn't help but furrow his brows and shouted to the surrounding area, "Please, Zhang Clan's divine son, if you don't ascend the stage before, you will be considered to have automatically given up your spot. This Jiang Clan godchild, he can't be afraid, right? I think it's 80% peeing in fear." Nonsense. After all, Pu Shan is originally the 8th ranked existence in the Heaven's Pride ranking. Many people were talking, all mocking Jiang Wushuang. Zhao Feng was no exception, determining that Jiang Wushuang was afraid to answer the battle at all because he was afraid of Pu Shan. After all, Pu Shan's talent was too powerful. In that case, this match will be considered as an automatic forfeit by the divine son of the Zhang clan. Zhao Feng is ready to read the results, but just at that moment, the ring suddenly lit up. In the ring, a ray of sword light appeared. The sword chants were deafening, and in an instant, the sword light turned into a rain of swords in the sky. Immediately afterward, the void above the ring distorted, and a slender and upright figure slowly stepped out. His black hair was draped over his shoulders, his eyes were deep, his sword brows were starry, and he exuded a strand of stern and unrivaled sharpness all over his body, as if he were a supreme sword that pierced through the heavens and made people's hearts palpitate. The moment he appeared, many people under the ring had their breath caught in their throat and felt a great oppression. This is the divine son of the Zhang family. What a powerful aura. Pu Shan has met a great enemy. Who says it isn't? Pu Shan's face changed when he saw the Zhang family's divine son. The crowd marveled, full of shock. Jiang Wushuang stood there as if he was a lofty and majestic city, swallowing the world with his imposing majesty. causing people to be in awe and not dare to look directly at him. Pu Shan's expression was grave as he stared at Jiang Wushuang, and after a moment of silence, he opened his mouth and said, "It has been long heard that the divine son of the Jiang clan is heavenly, and that he is among the strongest heavenly prides of the 3000 Dao state. So today, the young monk voluntarily admits defeat, and is willing to pay tribute to him." After saying that, Pu Shan didn't wait for Jiang Wushuang to open his mouth. He turned around and disappeared into the heavens remarks ring. "That's gone?" The crowd was staggered. "Ha ha ha, this Pu Shan is really disgraced, being scared by others and fleeing." Many people sneered, looking at Pu Shan's back filled with thick contempt, but no one noticed that the pupils of those holy sons, divine sons, holy daughters, and celestial pride of the major powers contracted violently the moment they saw Jiang Wushuang make his appearance. They couldn't help but think of the fear they felt 6 months ago when they were dominated by Jiang Wushuang and Chu Maniac in the great emperor's cave, and scorn and coldness rose within them. Only one person was so pleasantly surprised that he even had a slight urge to shed a tear. "Big brother, why are you crying?" Chu Yenro stared at her brother, her face full of suspicion. It was the first time she had seen Chu Maniac reveal this kind of expression, simply happier than seeing his future wife. "Smoky, Big brother's bitter days are finally coming to an end." Chu Maniac excitedly clenched his fist and grabbed Chu Yenro's jade arm, his eyes red. His look scared Chu Yenro. "Big brother, what's wrong with you?" Chu Yenro hurriedly inquired with concern, a look of worry in her beautiful eyes. "Smoke Ro, you must keep Big brother's secret." What Big brother did in the past was out of necessity. Chu Maniac's face was full of entanglement as he told Chu Yenro all the things that had happened inside the great emperor's cave, and the latter was dumbfounded and shocked as she listened. This Jiang Wushuang, he was so powerful. "No, doesn't that mean, Big brother, you've become someone else's little brother?" Suddenly, Chu Yenro reacted with a playful smile and teased, "Then won't I have to call him boss in the future?" He. Chu Maniac was embarrassed and scratched his head, no longer explaining anything. The ring. Jiang Wushuang turned his gaze to Zhao Feng and said in a calm tone, "City Lord Zhao still hasn't announced the victor?" It was only when he heard these words from Jiang Wushuang that Zhao Feng reacted and hurriedly opened his mouth to announce, "Winner, Jiang Wushuang of the Jiang clan." At once, a wailing sound rang out. All of them had bought Pu Shan to win and had placed heavy bets. "I didn't realize that stealing a chicken was a blood loss." Of course, these people hated Pu Shan even more and felt that he was to blame for all this. It was just that someone soon realized that something was wrong. But whenever it was Jiang Wushuang's ring match, everyone simply abstained from the match, and Jiang Wushuang didn't even need to show his face to easily obtain victory. It was almost as if these people knew that they were no match for Jiang Wushuang, and there was no point in wasting time. It seems like we've all underestimated this Jiang clan godchild." The elders and Dao protectors of the great clans exchanged voice communications with each other. Immediately, they glanced at each other, and both saw a touch of coldness in each other's eyes. On the third day, it was not known who had spread the word about what had happened inside the great emperor's cave, and for a time, the Jiang clan sphere of influence within Tianjiao city was surrounded by all the major forces. Facing these forces, Jiang Wushuang, in his capacity as a divine son, warned the elders and family disciples under his hand not to show their faces, and even more so not to show any weakness, or else he would be expelled from his ancestry. At the same time, the title of the Jiang clan's divine son became a target, and was seen as a thorn in the side of every major power. One night passed. On the fourth day, the door of the Jiang family was open, and Jiang Wushuang sat alone in the hall, resting his eyes. "Jiang Shensi," a respectful voice rang out, and a green-clothed city lord Zhao walked into the hall. Jiang Wushuang was a bit surprised and asked, "What does city lord Zhao want to see me about?" "Tomorrow is the final of the Heaven's Pride Ring." Zhao Feng bowed slightly and said respectfully, "According to the rules, I need to come and remind you." "Oh?" Jiang Wushuang frowned slightly as he looked at Zhao Feng with a meaningful gaze. "Divine son Jiang, according to the rules, you can't abstain in the finals." Zhao Feng added, "That's why you might need to appear in person tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the corners of Jiang Wushuang's mouth lifted slightly, glancing at Zhao Feng with a smile or not, and indifferently saying, "Then thank you City Lord Zhao for the reminder. Divine son Jiang, you should understand that after tomorrow, anything that happens after you leave Heaven's remarkable city will be none of our Heaven's remarkable city's business, and you won't be enjoying our shelter anymore." Zhao Feng hesitated for a moment, but continued, "Of course if you're willing to join the 4 great academies of the central region, we can consider escorting you back to the Jiang clan." Their Heaven's Pride city appeared to be ranking the 3000 Dao states' heavenly prides, but in reality, it was all about screening the real heavenly prides for the 4 major academies in the central region. Nowadays, the stewards of the 4 great academies in Tianjiao city were all looking at Jiang Wushuang's talent and wanted to invite him to join them. This was why Zhao Feng had to personally make an entrance. No matter how bad the things Jiang Wushuang had done inside the great emperor's cave were, he had displayed a supreme talent that the tutors of the 4 great academies of the central region had extremely appreciated. If Jiang Wushuang was able to join in, then it would be a great and fortunate thing for Tianjiao City, or the entire central region. Hearing these words, Jiang Wushuang immediately figured out what Zhao Feng meant. It wasn't just a threat to join the 4 great schools to save his life. Unfortunately, this threat had no effect at all on Jiang Wushuang. Jiang Wushuang snorted and said in a nonchalant manner, "Does City Lord Zhao think that I, Jiang Wushuang, would care?" This statement seems like a tiger's head, but the meaning is straightforward. I, Jiang Wushuang, don't need the blessing of the 4 bull ***** academies, and you guys aren't qualified to ask me to join. This, Zhao Feng opened his mouth, somewhat annoyed. However, he knew very well that Jiang Wushuang was the divine son of the Jiang clan, with a high status, and it was not good for their heavens remarked city to offend him. In the end, you can only leave in indignation. As soon as Zhao Feng left, Jiang Wushuang snorted coldly, mockery on his face. What are the 4 schools? When he stepped into the quasi-emperor realm, he would be an existence that pushed across all forces. Divine Son. Actually, Zhao Feng's proposal is good. The 4 major academies in the central domain are top-notch forces, and although the 3,000 Dao states' draconic ancient lineages aren't weak, many of the Dao lineages are only found in the central domain. At this time, a Jiang family elder walked over to Jiang Wushuang and suggested, although the grand old ancestor is at the Saint God realm, the most criticized thing about our Jiang family is that we don't have any quasi-emperor powerhouses. Where did so many paragon emperors come from? The entire Great Diffusion Immortal region is no more than a handful. Jiang Wushuang didn't feel that the 4 great academies could bring him any benefits. He said coldly, "Let's not talk about this. I, Jiang Wushuang, don't care to put my body down for shelter yet." Hearing that Jiang Wushuang was so decisive, the Jiang family elders did not dare to say anything more. The next day, Heaven's Pride Ring. Jiang Wushuang versus Chu Maniac. It's hard to imagine that it was the 2 of them who ended up facing off against each other. Chu Maniac looked at Jiang Wushuang with an embarrassed face and said helplessly, "Big brother, later on, you can just slap me randomly and I'll lie still by myself." Jiang Wushuang looked at Chu Maniac with a smile on his face and said, "You call me big brother?" Chu Maniac said with a firm face, "One day for big brother. Lifetime for big brother." "Good. I really wasn't wrong about you," Jiang Wushuang said with a calm face, "but I'm still quite surprised that you managed to last until here." Chu Maniac said with a grateful face, "Thanks to that 3 lives pill from Big Brother, it has now allowed me to greatly advance in strength." "Okay, cut the crap and get started." Jiang Wushuang didn't bother to rub it in with Chu Maniac. Chu Maniac nodded and said, "Big brother, do your best to attack me. I can withstand it and won't blame you." "Okay, I know." Jiang Wushuang nodded and casually slapped his hand towards Chu Maniac. The speed was slow, as if it did not have the slightest power, but on the contrary, Chu Maniac could not avoid it. A crunching sound came out, and Chu Maniac's face instantly became red and swollen as his body staggered backward before he collapsed in an extremely unnatural manner. It was extremely poorly acted. Jiang Wushuang shook his head and didn't say anything more. On the contrary, the surrounding crowd was staring at Chu Maniac with shocked faces, not understanding why this match would suddenly turn out like this. This is too blatant. However, even though Zhao Feng also felt that Chu Maniac's acting was too clumsy, he had to declare that Jiang Wushuang had won. Winner, Jiang Wushuang. As Zhao Feng announced the end, thunderous boos rang out from the center of the square. But Jiang Wushuang didn't care. It was because a system beep came from his head. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for winning the top spot in the 3000 Dao State Heavens Pride Ring. Systematic Reward 1, 1A Grade Cultivation. System Reward 2, Heavenly Emperor's Fist. System Reward 3, The Law of the Heavens and the Earth. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm, the Holy Lord realm. As the system beep fell, Jiang Wushuang's mind moved, and he immediately felt a majestic and thick power surging through his body. He lifted his foot and stepped, and his entire body floated up, just like an exiled immortal in the dust. Who? Jiang Wushuang exhaled a cloudy breath, looked around the circle, and spoke indifferently. "I know that there are many of you who look at me with displeasure, and even want to kill me, so there's no need to wait to get out of the city. Let's go together." Chapter 013 I. Jiang Wushuang, do not ask for anyone. How many come today? Kill as many as possible. I know there are many of you who look at me with displeasure and even want to kill me. There's no need to wait to get out of the city. Let's go together. This who was as plain as water, but it was full of dominance. When these words came out, the square exploded. Everyone stared at Jiang Wushuang with a deadly glare, their eyes almost spitting fire. Arrogant, too arrogant, to actually dare to be so brazen. This is completely disregarding us. This is just deceptive. The elders of the major powers all stormed out. This kid, he's too wild. How dare they say such words and provoke their authority? This is simply not putting them in their eyes. However, no one really made a move. After all, this was Heaven's Pride City after all, and they didn't dare to act recklessly without City Lord Zhao Feng giving the word. And it was the Jiang family that stood behind Jiang Wushuang. Even though the Jiang family didn't have a paragon, the Nangong family did. The Nangong family had paragon emperors, and they were also paragon emperors less. So a vicious cycle was formed in this situation. Many of these great powers wanted to kill Jiang Wushuang, but they were afraid of angering both the Nangong family and the Jiang family at the same time. So they were deadlocked. Don't dare? Jiang Wushuang swept a glance at the crowd and continued indifferently. Since you don't dare, then don't hang around in front of me. His words completely disgraced those great powers. Damn kid! A great power's elder roared angrily and transformed into a stream of light, rushing straight toward Jiang Wushuang. Jiang Wushuang coldly glanced at the man. His right hand clawed and probed out. In an instant, the void trembled and was dark, as if it was going to devour everything. That elder didn't even scream before he was clawed and exploded by Jiang Wushuang. Blood stained the vault of heaven. The crowd all sucked in cool air and shuddered. How is this kid so strong? The crowd shuddered. To kill a peak Grand Saint 9th grade expert in a single move. Even some Saint Lords couldn't do it. Ding dong. You're putting on a show that will shock the world. Gain 2 years and 6 months of cultivation. Your current cultivation level has broken through to the Holy Lord 3rd grade realm. As the system voice sounded again, a smile appeared on Jiang Wushuang's face. He had sensed the aura of the Holy Lord 3rd grade, but only for a flash. Anyone else want to claim their death? Jiang Wushuang coldly shouted, his voice like thunder, shaking the 8 directions. Everyone was shocked by Jiang Wushuang's terrifying strength, and for a while, no one dared to step forward easily. Humph! A cold snort came from the crowd, and immediately, only a figure was seen sweeping onto the ring. Is he? People looked at this figure with scornful expressions. It's Chen Feihu, the protector elder of the Heavenly Sin Palace. He's a Saint Lord 9th grade powerhouse. This kid Jiang Wushuang is finished. The crowd was talking. Chen Feihu walked up to the ring with a gloomy face, staring at Jiang Wushuang and said icily, Kid, you're too ostentatious. Do you understand the unwritten rules of the major powers? Jiang Wushuang said coldly, there is no need to understand. I just want to ask, are you here to die? His attitude made everyone cringe. Chen Feihu also froze, not expecting Jiang Wushuang to be so rigid. Ha, good. Chen Feihu drank coldly and said, originally, I hadn't planned to deal with you, but now I've decided that I must teach you a lesson. After he finished speaking, his gaze glanced towards Zhao Feng if anything. The two looked at each other without moving, nodding to each other. In the next moment, a monstrous Saint Yuan fluctuation was suddenly released. Chen Feihu slammed his chest, a hideous arc blooming at the corner of his mouth, and with a roar, his body actually swelled several times. In the blink of an eye, a giant spirit demon god descended, his body covered in blazing flames. This was a secret art that could temporarily increase one's physical strength. And then, he raised his palm, condensing his destructive aura towards Jiang Wushuang and slapped it fiercely. This palm carried a mountainous and terrifying oppression. Jiang Wushuang remained calm and unperturbed, seemingly unaffected in the slightest. He stretched out his right hand, clasped his 5 fingers together, and blasted out a fist. In an instant, the entire ring shook violently. Everyone's eyes widened as they saw Chen Feihu's arms that covered the sky shattered by inches, and then his entire body flew out sideways as well. A move? Just one move? Everyone's heads buzzed and they almost suspected they were seeing things. Chen Feihu, a peak powerhouse of the 9th rank of the Holy Lord, was beaten back by Jiang Wushuang. They couldn't believe it. Just how powerful was Jiang Wushuang? This is impossible. Chen Feihu spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes staring at Jiang Wushuang in horror. Finally, someone couldn't help it and asked, what exactly is your cultivation level? Everyone else also looked at Jiang Wushuang. Guess what? Jiang Wushuang sneered. What is your identity? Would I tell you? Everyone's face twitched. Why don't we just call it a day? Zhao Feng finally stepped out at this time to round things up. The things he wanted to see had already been seen, and his heart was getting stronger and stronger about pulling Jiang Wushuang in. But Chen Feihu gritted his teeth and firmly said, no, he had suffocated in losing this battle, and he definitely couldn't let it go like that. Oh, hearing Chen Feihu's words, Zhao Feng's face instantly turned cold. His gaze landed on Chen Feihu's body with a cold killing intent. Chen Feihu was trembling, but their Heavenly Sin Palace wasn't one to be bullied. Plus so many forces didn't want to let Jiang Wushuang go, so he said stiffly, City Lord Zhao, You should know that I'm not allowed to be present for a person from the Heavenly Sin Palace to try to make the Zhang family brat stay. Zhao Feng looked deeply at Chen Feihu, and the killing intent in his eyes became heavier. Of course he understood Chen Feihu's intention of saying this. It was clearly a borrowed knife to kill. This Chen Feihu was clearly telling the others that we could join forces today to pressure him, Zhao Feng, and then forcefully leave Jiang Wuxuan behind, and at that time, we would be considered to have erased a potential threat to the major powers. As for the final result, even if they killed Jiang Wuxuan, they were still occupying the greater good. After all, it was Jiang Wuxuan who provoked the major powers first, and they were merely striking back in response. Zhao Feng exhaled a deep breath of turbid air, calming his inner murderous rage, and reminded Jiang Wuxuan, that proposal of mine still works. Jiang Wuxuan roared in a domineering manner. Jiang Wuxuan, don't ask for anyone. How many come today? Kill as many as you can. At those words, the whole room was in an uproar. They didn't expect Jiang Wuxuan to be so arrogant. However, on second thought, Jiang Wuxuan was able to crush Chen Feihu, who was at the peak of Saint Lord 9th grade, with a single move. So he did have the qualifications to be arrogant. Good. Very good. Chen Feihu laughed in anger. His figure suddenly skyrocketed, as huge as a small mountain, wanting to suppress Jiang Wuxuan. At this time, Jiang Chang, the elder of the Jiang family, suddenly stepped out and said coldly, "Do you really think that there is no one in my Jiang family?" At the same time, a vast fluctuation of Saint Yuan abruptly erupted, enveloping the entire martial arts plaza. Everyone's face changed, and my Chu family, under Chu Maniac's soft persuasion, Chu Manjiang, the Chu family's elder, finally agreed to stand up and help Jiang Wuxuan. Although his cultivation was slightly lower than Chen Feihu's, he had also reached the 8th rank of Saint Lord. Like Jiang Chang, he had escorted his clan's disciples out of heaven's remarkable city ahead of time before returning to assist Jiang Wuxuan. So there was absolutely no worry in his heart that Chu Maniac and the others would be implicated. Watching his former ally actually help Jiang Wuxuan, Qin Yunfeng, the elder of the Qin family, was immediately annoyed. He roared angrily, "Chu Wanjiang, is your Chu family determined to help Jiang Wuxuan?" "That's right. From today onwards, the Jiang family will be allied with our Chu family Yangjie." Chu Wanjiang's tone was forceful, revealing a strong sense of majesty and coldness. He is not a little cutie. It was not difficult to see Jiang Wuxuan's talent and strength from Chu Mania's words, together with the relationship between the Nangong family and the Jiang family. It would be icing on the cake if they, the Chu family, were able to make an alliance. After all, the one from the Nangong family was a true quasi-emperor. Since you all want to protect him, it's not our fault. Qin Yunfeng laughed coldly. "Everyone, let's join hands together to exterminate them." "Just what I need," the elders of the major powers shouted in unison. They then took out their magic treasures. In an instant, the entire void was filled with a terrifying aura that caused palpitations. Unbridled, Zhao Feng was furious. These people, how dare they openly besiege Jiang Wuxuan in heaven's remarkable city without informing themselves? It's simply too rampant. His aura suddenly became incomparably cold, his breath locking onto the crowd of major powers. For a while, everyone had a scornful look on their faces. Zhao Feng, let them do it. I also want to see just how powerful this arrogant Jiang clan's divine son is. Just at this time, a flirtatious female voice abruptly entered the ears. Zhao Feng followed the sound and saw a voluptuous and sexy beauty. She had a gorgeous appearance and her knitted brows and smile carried a seductive charm. It was none other than Li Hongso, one of the stewards of the 4 major academies, Sunlong Academy. Zhao Feng's brows furrowed, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he couldn't help but think in his heart, "This crazy, does she want to play with fire again?" He was unwilling to pay attention to Li Hong's leave, but these forces really want to counter difficult. His Tianjiao city really cannot fight against it. After all, how big forces here are selling the face of the 4 major academies behind themselves. Just as Zhao Feng was indecisive, Jiang Wuxuan stared indifferently at Li Hong's leave and said, "*********. These 2 words completely enraged Li Hongso. Jiang Wuxuan, a native of the lower realm, even refused to give face to the 4 great academies 3 times, and now he was even insulting Li Hong's leave. As a steward of the 4 great academies, Li Hongso had never been so insulted. "Zhao Feng, let them do it, whether it's the Jiang family or the Nangong family or the Chu family. I'll naturally take care of it for you." Li Hongso coldly smiled as she swept the entire room. Her meaning was very clear. Jiang Wuxuan had to die. You people can do whatever you want, and I'll set it right for you. All that's needed is for you to kill Jiang Wuxuan. Zhao Feng pondered for a while and finally nodded his head in acquiescence. These forces, he couldn't afford to mess with. And this woman she couldn't afford to mess with even more. Li Hongso said daintily, "Jiang Wuxuan, This honored one would like to see how you're going to survive today. However, anyone could notice the corners of her mouth lifting in an evil curve. Zhao Feng waved his hand and said helplessly, "Idle people leave Tianjiao City immediately." In an instant, dozens of great saints and Saint Lord level cultivators erupted with terrifying killing intent, crushing towards Zhang Wushuang in the ring as if they wanted to crush him into meat paste. Many cultivators from the smaller forces also saw that the situation was not right and immediately began to withdraw from Tianjiao City. Those teenage prides who were usually famous in the 3000 Dao states also knew that a great battle was about to start, and exited the heavenly pride city with their feet on the ground. They people just need to wait for the final result. At this moment, Zhang Wushuang was fearless in the face of the crowd's encirclement, his aura climbing once again, a halberd in his hand at some point, his spiritual pressure rolling around, emitting a monstrous sharpness. The Nangong family's Xuanhe war halberd? Qin Yunfeng's face instantly changed drastically, because he recognized the halberd in Zhang Wushuang's hand. It was the Nangong family's renowned Xianmei war halberd, which possessed inexplicable magical abilities and was known as one of the Nangong family's 3 greatest treasures, and he did not expect that it would be in Zhang Wushuang's hands now. The Nangong family's Xuanhe war halberd. The faces of the elders of the other forces also changed, revealing a look of greed. The Xian Nishi war halberd. Ah, that was the Nangong family's greatest treasure, and it was incredibly powerful. This thing, they naturally coveted. It was a pity that there was only one piece, but their priority was to kill Zhang Wushuang first. However, just as they were about to move, Zhang Wushuang's aura suddenly disappeared. Immediately afterward, a terrifying and incomparable killing intent violently erupted. With a rumble, the sky dome crumbled apart. Zhang Wushuang's aura soared to the limit, his body rolling with blood aura like an ancient god of war. What's the situation? Qin Yunfeng rounded his eyes and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. How could Zhang Wushuang's aura soar so quickly? Even taking pills and burning life potential isn't so outrageous, right? This is simply beyond the pale. Just as everyone was shocked, Zhang Wushuang moved. One could only see Zhang Wushuang holding the Xian Nai battle halberd, transforming into a meteor that cut through the sky and chopped towards Qin Yunfeng. Asshole! Qin Yunfeng burst into a rage. There was quite a fury that the enemy did not surrender and dared to strike back at me. He raised his hand to strike out a brilliant golden light to ward off the attack of the Xianxian underworld battle halberd. Chapter 014 I am Zhang Wushuang of the Zhang family. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? Elder Jiang. Let's go together. Chu Wanzhang spoke to Zhang Chang and began to activate the secret method, mobilizing the powerful forces within his body to condense a large seal. At that moment, his aura soared to the extreme. A large seal surfaced in the void, emitting a majestic and boundless power. Immediately afterward, the great seal rumbled and smashed down, blocking the entire void. The rest of the major power elders also struck out in a matter of moments, with all sorts of divine abilities and spells being cast all over the place. Zhang Wushuang bore the brunt as he brought the 2 of them, Zhang Chang and Chu Wanzhang, carrying a roiling sky of spells and divine abilities. Kill! Zhang Wushuang let out a furious roar. His figure fluttered like a ghost, and the Shin Nixian war halberd in his hand erupted with a piercing and incomparable white aura as he slashed out fiercely towards the front. A huge gully appeared, cutting across the sky. Those divine abilities and spells were all torn apart and shattered. At the same time, Zhang Wushuang's left hand slapped out, and a vast and boundless power poured down. A terrifying and incomparable pressure filled the heavens and earth, as if it was going to collapse the firmament. Qin Yunfeng screamed miserably as his entire body flew out thousands of feet, spitting blood from his mouth. So powerful. Everyone's pupils contracted drastically, and they couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air. The power of this move was too terrifying. Just by using the Xian New battle halberd, Zhang Wushuang was enough to suppress any enemy. How is this little strength so strong? Qin Yunfeng's face was cloudy, his heart secretly hating it. He had thought that he would be able to take down Zhang Wushuang in one fell swoop by relying on these elders of the major powers. I didn't expect it to end like this. This was something he had completely anticipated wrongly. Zhang Wushuang's strength was simply unfathomable. What are you guys waiting for? Qin Yunfeng let out a low roar. A junior makes you all tie your hands. Hurry up and go together. Upon hearing his words, the elders of the major powers woke up and once again jointly attacked Zhang Wushuang. However, it still could not help Zhang Wushuang in the slightest. The supreme bone in Zhang Wushuang's body blossomed with a blazing light, and the incomparably thick power surged into the Xuanhe battle halberd, each halberd containing infinite power, shaking back many experts. With every step he took, the aura around him became a few points stronger, eventually reaching its peak. His aura climbed upward, causing the void to tremble. That kind of pressure was simply appalling, causing the experts of all the major powers to show scorn. Supreme bone? Finally, someone exclaimed. This young man actually had the supreme bone that only existed in legends within his body. Someone snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "No wonder he's so arrogant. So he inherited Jiang Ming's supreme bone. So what?" Although the supreme bone was precious, it was not a particularly powerful physique after all. Someone sneered, "Even if you have the supreme bone, you will still fall here today. Kill him." An elder gave a command and led several elders to pounce towards Jiang Wushuang. These 6 elders were all at the Saint Lord 9th grade realm, and under their joint siege, the entire void began to distort as terrifying and incomparable power raged. The aura rolled and transformed into all sorts of visions, like the most terrifying plague in the world that wanted to exterminate everything. In an instant, all sorts of magic weapons erupted with brilliant light, enveloping them from all directions and completely submerging Jiang Wushuang in them. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Qin Yunfeng threw back his head and laughed maniacally. "Kid, fighting with me is really out of your depth. Today you'll definitely die." He didn't believe that Jiang Wushuang would still be able to turn the tables in the face of the combined efforts of himself and the others. Boom boom boom. However, in the next instant, an even more terrifying wave swept out, shaking the void, only to see that Jiang Wushuang was bathed in endless flames, one ball of flame after another burning, releasing a terrifyingly monstrous power that burned the void and blocked all the magic treasures. What is this flame? The crowd was horrified. Jiang Wushuang's body was wrapped in boundless flames, looking like a fire god with destructive fluctuations. He wielded the Xian Nixian war halberd in his hand, killing madly and invincibly, crumbling all of the many magical artifacts. Qin Yunfeng's face changed wildly as he hurriedly backed away, dodging in panic. But where would Jiang Wushuang stop? "Break!" Jiang Wushuang roared out, and the Xian Nixian war halberd swung out with an incomparably bright light as it fiercely chopped over. In an instant, the void collapsed. An unparalleled halberd light burst out, crushing all those hastily struck divine abilities, spells, and martial arts, and turning them into a rain of light that disappeared into the sky. With that, Jiang Wushuang's figure instantly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of one of the elders and blasted out with a fist. That elder let out a miserable howl and directly threw himself away, his chest dented and scarlet blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. One hit kills. Stewardly, Jiang Wushuang has the supreme bone. If we step in to bail him out now, he will definitely return the favor, Zhao Feng said with a gloomy face at this time. With his kind of talent and strength, it's inevitable that he'll be able to achieve a generation of great emperors in the future. Great emperor? This kind of natives of the 3000 Taoist prefecture also want to achieve great emperor? Li Hongsleeve glanced at Zhao Feng faintly, her face full of mockery. Not to mention whether or not he has the qualifications. Even if he does have the qualifications to become a great emperor, he still has to be able to grow up one day. Hearing Li Hongsu's words, Zhao Feng frowned slightly, as if he felt that she had gone a little overboard. Ratty woman. Zhao Feng couldn't help but comment in his heart, not willing to talk more nonsense with her. At this moment, 11 great cultivators had joined forces to force Jiang Wushuang to the brink of extinction. A great cultivator roared, "Kill him, seize his supreme bone, and seize the weapon in his hand." In an instant, the 8 Saint Lords of the 9th grade swooped over in unison, each exerting their strongest attacking means, frantically attacking Jiang Wushuang. Facing such a terrifying lineup, Jiang Wushuang advanced instead of retreating, excitement in his eyes. This kind of fight is just plain awesome. Ha ha ha, it hurts. He let out a long laugh, and his Xian underworld war halberd swung violently, bursting out with incomparably bright light as he met the many cultivators. Terrifying collision explosions resounded, and the void trembled as if it was about to collapse away. This kind of intense collision was a jaw-dropping sight for the crowd. Is this a Holy Lord level battle? It's too terrifying, isn't it? I feel boundless power fluctuations. This kind of battle, it's simply destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Many people were shocked and filled with horror. They were so far away that they could feel the monstrous power fluctuations in the battle, like the end was coming. Fearful to the extreme. Ha ha ha, kill. Suddenly, Jiang Wushuang raised his voice to the sky as his body abruptly drew up and transformed into a 100-foot giant, his muscles bulging with tyrannical power, only to see that Jiang Wushuang was holding the Xian Nai battle halberd and swept it violently. A circle of ripples rippled out. Those 8 Saint Lords of the 9th grade were directly swept away. His body was as sturdy as a mountain, with muscles tied up all over his body, filled with a terrifying and boundless power. What? The crowd was shocked. This scene was so shocking. Jiang Wushuang's strike swept across the room, and the 8 Saint Lords of the 9th grade were unexpectedly unable to resist it? Is this still human? Perverted. It's sick. Some couldn't help but marvel. Jiang Wushuang's power was simply heaven-defying, especially now that he had transformed into a 100-foot giant. His muscles bulged, adding a few more points of domineering ferocity. Right at this moment, A Saint Lord ninth grade seized the opportunity and instantly moved to Jiang Wuxuang's back. His palms probed out and there was a true dragon leaping, fiercely blasting down towards Jiang Wuxuang's head. Boundless and terrifying strong winds burst out from his fingers and palms, like a torrent sweeping in all directions. Die! He laughed hideously and coldly, revealing a cruel and incomparable expression. The true essence surged and gathered into a true dragon fist seal, blasting toward Jiang Wuxuang's back. At this moment, everyone stared with bated breath. Who knew if Jiang Wuxuang would be blasted through his back? Boom! A muffled thunderclap exploded. When the true dragon fist seal landed on Jiang Wuxuang, it unexpectedly made a sound of gold and iron clashing. Immediately afterward, Jiang Wuxuang violently turned around and chopped down with his Xian Nai battle halberd in hand, breaking the true dragon fist seal with a hard blow. What? The cultivator who had made the sneak attack stared in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the move he had poured his best efforts into was actually cracked by his opponent with a single move. Not only that, he even detected that a cold and piercing power had eroded into his body. Accompanied by a sound of blood spattering, the cultivator screamed miserably as blood dyed his clothes red. The crowd was amazed. I am Jiang Wuxuang of the Jiang family. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? Jiang Wuxuang roared, his body's aura surging, as if he were a world-defying demon king, terrifyingly terrifying. The people present all sucked in cool air, their pupils clenching. This guy is so strong. How can his flesh be so terrifying? You can't! Jiang Wuxuang roared in anger. His body was filled with chi flames. His hand held the Xian Di battle halberd and swept out. The sharpness was unrivaled, tearing through all obstacles. Unbridled. Someone coldly shouted, intending to block Jiang Wuxuang's footsteps. Unfortunately, Jiang Wuxuang was too fast for them to catch up. Jiang Wuxuang's figure swept past, taking away several heads. Corpses separated and blood spilled. In the blink of an eye, 7 Saint Lord 9 fell. Hiss! The people around them gasped backward. The ones who had just struck out were all experts at the peak of the 9th grade of Saint Lord. Yet they couldn't even block a single strike from Jiang Wuxuang. A black-robed old man stood out and said coldly, Jiang Wuxuang, I admit that you are indeed very powerful, but you are bound to die here today. This was a half-step Saint Ancestor realm powerhouse, with a thin and dry figure, deep-set eye sockets, and a ghostly green light in his eyes. He was the deputy hall master of the 10,000 Souls Hall. Originally he was not going to make a move, but just now already the protectors and elders of the 10,000 Souls Hall had all been beheaded by Jiang Wuxuang, and he could not bear it any longer, and was ready to behead Jiang Wuxuang himself. Ha! Just you? Jiang Wuxuang sneered contemptuously. You're just a mere half-step Saint Ancestor. What can you do to me? With that, he took one step and his entire body turned into a rainbow light and rushed over. Seek death. That half-step Saint Ancestor was furious. In a flash, a short, ebony-colored dagger appeared in his hand and stabbed out like lightning. This strike was bizarre and incomparable, containing a sinister and terrifying corrupting power. The void was corroded, emitting a foul odor. That half-step Saint Ancestor realm powerhouse actually possessed such a terrifying attack. This strike was infinitely powerful and frightening. However, Jiang Wuxuang remained fearless. His delusion-breaking god's eye was wide open, with supreme golden light blooming, clearly capturing the trajectory of the black-colored short dagger. At the same time, his arm waved, and violently swept out with a strike, and the Xian Mei war halberd transformed into a silver-white pike, and blasted on the black-colored short dagger. An ear-splitting sound traveled across the field and sparks erupted. However, this half-step Saint Ancestor realm powerhouse, after all, was not an unusual commodity, and the ebony-colored short dagger was extraordinary, and was not chopped off by the Xiansan underworld war halberd. The two are deadlocked. At this time, in the other two directions, 5 Saint Lord 9th grade cultivators struck out at the same time, killing towards Jiang Wuxuang. Obviously, they were worried that the vice hall master of the Hall of 10,000 Souls would not be able to kill Jiang Wuxuang on his own. Zhao Wanjiang and Jiang Chang had the intention to make a move to stop them, but the opponents next to them overwhelmed them and they were unable to get away. Boom! In the void, bursts of sound erupted as the ebony-colored short dagger and the Xian Nixian war halberd collided, erupting with dazzling light, like 2 rounds of suns exploding into flames. This collision caused the entire Heaven's Pride city to shake as if it was about to collapse. Facing the sneak attack of 5 great cultivators, Jiang Wuxuang was not afraid and released his 2 favored beasts, the 9 graces, swallowing wolves. The 2 behemoths were both 9th order sacred demon beasts. They fight horribly in the extreme. In particular, the heaven-swallowing wolf was filled with a dense and ferocious aura that was incomparably ferocious. Not to mention the 9 spectral hollows, covered in rolling ghostly blue underworld flames, their fierce eyes filled with tyrannical, destructive flavors. Once these 2 9th-ranked demonic beasts came out, they immediately turned the situation around, causing the remaining 5 Saint Lord 9th rank great cultivators to have ugly faces and palpitations in their hearts, as they cast their divine abilities to attack. For a time, all sorts of divine abilities covered the sky, enveloping down towards the 2 9th rank demonic beasts. These divine abilities were terrifying and were enough to suppress any Holy Lord realm cultivator. Unfortunately, having met 2 9th order demonic beasts, it was doomed to fail, just by opening his mouth and spitting out a dark and cold underworld fire. The 9 netherworld harvest instantly set the 3 divine abilities ablaze and burned them to the ground. Immediately after that, it lifted its claws and slapped, sending 3 great cultivators flying out. At the same time, the heaven-swallowing wolf pounced forward, leaving the other 2 great cultivators to fend for themselves. For a while, the scene was at an impasse. The 9 specters, the sky-swallowing wolf. Rowley Hongso also changed color as she stared at the 2 demonic beasts in the field, her eyes showing surprise. Demonic beasts of this level were really rare and could be considered top-notch, and once they grew up, they were enough to look out of the corner of the eye. She didn't expect Jiang Wuxuan to have this kind of means, to have 2 such rare demonic beasts. At this moment, the half-step Saint Ancestor's face also changed. Chapter 015 My name is Jiang Wuxuan. Remember this name. At this moment, the half-step Saint Ancestor's face also changed. Jiang Wuxuan's methods were beyond his expectations, making him unexpected. This put him on guard and tightened his grip on the short dagger in his hand that was flickering with ebony light. A knife slashed out with a brilliant ebony light, pushing straight into Jiang Wuxuan's neck. A terrifying aura filled the air and the void shook. The extreme sharpness tore through the void, cutting that space in half. This was a very powerful killing move. Even if a peak Saint Lord realm encountered it, it would be difficult to be spared. It was evident that this half-step sacred ancestor cultivator was confident and proud of his attack power. But down below, everyone looked dumbfounded, because they saw that Jiang Wuxuan had actually raised his left hand and swung it casually towards the strike. Was this preparing to block this sure shot with the strength of his physical body? It's crazy. This was the attack of a half-step Saint Ancestor realm cultivator. He actually chose to use his physical body to carry it hard? In the next moment, they heard a shocking sound, like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, and the entire heaven and earth seemed to shake violently. Only the void collapsed and the dark light annihilated. Jiang Wuxuan did not move at all, still remained the same. Even his clothes were not messed up in the slightest. His expression was cold and indifferent, calm and relaxed as if nothing had happened. That half-step Saint Ancestor frowned slightly. This kid's flesh strength is so unbelievable? He underestimated his opponent. Buzz! At that moment, a burst of thunder rang out from within Jiang Wuxuan's body, shaking the entire arena. In the next moment, a terrifyingly extreme thunder power erupted from within him and swept out. The void was instantly flooded by a sea of thunder as dense lightning surged, transforming into a sea of thunder that swept down and drowned that half-step Saint Ancestor. That half-step Saint Ancestor's face changed drastically. The thunder sea was too dominant, and he felt a fatal crisis. Without hesitation, he cast his own bloodline secret technique and activated his most powerful defensive aptitude. It was a giant treasure cauldron that enveloped his surroundings, dropping heavy after heavy of thick, earth-colored runes that intertwined into a boundary, guarding him in the back. The sea of thunder surged and ruthlessly washed over that giant treasure tripod, causing the boundary to fluctuate violently and sway unceasingly. Jiang Wuxuan stepped into the air like a juvenile thunder god, bathing in purple divine thunder. Every time he raised his hand, he would strike a sea of thunder with appalling power. That boundary fluctuated violently, threatening to collapse away at any moment. This son's battle power is unrivaled in the world. Rowley Hongsleeve couldn't help but be surprised, her heart aghast. She already regretted not listening to Zhao Feng. Finally, that sea of thunder completely tore the boundary apart, and then, the lightning poured out, crazily bombarding the body of that half-step Saint Ancestor. His chest cracked and blood spilled. But he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly paled. How dare you hurt me? His eyes narrowed in murderous rage. It was simply hard to accept that a half-step Saint Ancestor level expert had actually suffered a wound. So what if it hurts you? Jiang Wuxuan laughed softly, his eyes cold, striking out once again. Purple thunderbolts draped around his palm and fingers as he pressed forward. His speed was fast, as if he had turned into a purple lightning bolt and attacked the half-step Saint Ancestor in front of him. His speed was terrifying, like a purple stream of light flying across the sky, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of that half-step Saint Ancestor. At the same time, Jiang Wuxuan poked out his right hand and punched out with a fist. Purple thunder ons blossomed, illuminating the entire sky. Seeing Jiang Wuxuan attacking, that half-step Saint Ancestor was not afraid, and with a cold laugh, the short black and gold blade in his hand cut through the air and chopped towards Jiang Wuxuan's head. This blade, which was his original weapon, was incredibly sharp and possessed unfathomable power, and had once killed cultivators of the same realm as him. However, just as he was about to swing his sword, something very bizarre happened. Jiang Wuxuan unexpectedly split into several doppelgangers and pounced on him from all directions. This caught that half-step Saint Ancestor off guard, and he was instantly entangled by the three doppelgangers. The three doppelgangers, each sacrificing their weapons and divine abilities, surrounded the half-step Saint Ancestor under various outbursts. He himself continued to attack, slapping out his palm prints covering the Qianquan. Ah, damn thing, get out of my way. That half-step Saint Ancestor roared angrily and struggled, but he was so entangled by the two doppelgangers that he couldn't spare any time to deal with the other two doppelgangers' attacks. At that moment, Jiang Wuxuan appeared in front of him, his 5 fingers pinching fist seals and fiercely blasting out. This punch, covering the ages, contained incomparably terrifying and great power. The monstrous Yuan Qi erupted and condensed into a bright and dazzling star, carrying a devastating power that killed towards that half-step Saint Ancestor. Boundless fist power enveloped and blocked that half-step Saint Ancestor, making it impossible for him to dodge, so he had to resist with all his might. The 108 acupoints all over his body erupted with dazzling light in unison, and a wisp of Holy Spirit Qi filled out, enchanting all parts of his body, causing him to glow all over. In the next moment, he interlocked his arms and grasped them in front of himself, blocking Jiang Wuxuan's fist imprint. However, he still underestimated Jiang Wuxuan's strength, and the power of one punch was as terrifying as it was. The terrifying fist print crushed the void, breaking his sternum, his chest collapsed, and he flew out backwards. Put! A large mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, coloring the void red. For a moment, everyone present revealed shocked expressions. Jiang Wuxuan was too strong. Hardly a half-step Saint Ancestor was on the verge of collapsing his Dharma phase. How horrible is this? Unbearable. Jiang Wuxuan sneered. He took a step forward, and an intimidating aura emanated from his body, causing the crowd to chill and their souls to crumble. In the next moment, he stomped down, the void collapsed, and one of his palms landed on that half-step Saint Ancestor. Boo! That half-step Saint Ancestor screamed miserably and was directly stepped into the dirt. He shouted, "Little you seek death." He was indignant. A half-step Saint Ancestor was actually trampled into the dirt by a mole-like kid. It was really humiliating. Unfortunately, no matter how desperately he tried, he could never shake that foot in the slightest. It was as if he had been crushed to death by an ancient divine stone, and no matter how much force he used, it was impossible to get out of the trap. My name is Jiang Wuxuan. Remember this name well. For several epochs from now on, you will live under my shadow. Jiang Wuxuan looked down at the half-step Saint Ancestor, his voice icy cold and carrying endless killing intent. The words shocked everyone in the room. Especially Li Hongzhou and Zhao Feng seemed to not expect Jiang Wuxuan to say such words. Ding dong! The host has put on a shocking show. Get a chance to win a raffle. Listening to the system prompt in his mind, Jiang Wuxuan's face was as normal as he raised his leg to step down. Stop! Right at this moment, a bellowing voice came from the distance, and immediately afterward, a majestic abyss-like holy might swept across the sky. A huge figure stepped into the air, stout and wearing silver armor. His breath was deep and terrifying, as if he came from the ancient barbarians. It was none other than the other vice-lord of the Heavenly Sin Palace. Unfortunately, Jiang Wuxuan simply ignored the other party and continued to stomp down, wanting to completely trample this half-step Saint Ancestor to death. The void trembled as rune after rune surfaced around Jiang Wuxuan's body, and a terrifying power of thunder and lightning burst out, shaking the entire heaven and earth. That half-step Saint Ancestor's flesh was almost on the verge of exploding as he hissed in pain, his face full of grimaces, his heart filled with humiliation. Who is he? Ah, the Vice Palace Master of the Heavenly Sin God Dynasty. To actually be so humiliated by a junior. But he couldn't do anything about it right now. Being suppressed to death by Jiang Wuxuan, his physical body was almost about to explode, and Jiang Wuxuan's feet seemed to have transformed into billions of pounds of heavy hammers smashing down, causing him pain. In the end, Jiang Wuxuan's paw landed with a bang, crushing the other party's head and killing him on the spot. With the fall of this half-step sacred ancestor, the heavens and earth shook, and that other Heavenly Sin Hall's Vice Hall Master was furious, but it was simply useless. Jiang Wuxuan's power was beyond everyone's expectations. The sky returned to tranquility, and the only thing that remained was the corpse of that half-step Saint Ancestor, which was shocking to the eyes. Jiang Wuxuan, I've just said stop. This Heavenly Sin Hall's Vice Hall Master's face was incredibly gloomy and furious, wanting to tear Jiang Wuxuan into pieces. Jiang Wuxuan turned her head and glanced at him, saying indifferently, "And then, do you want to avenge him?" These words caused this Vice Hall Master to be instantly dumbfounded and suffocated. Nowadays, Jiang Wuxuan, with the help of Jiang Chang and Chu Wanzhang, along with the two ninth-ranked exotic beasts, was completely unimpressed by anyone, let alone him. At this time, Li Hongsleeve put on a good old man's stance and laughed. Jiang Wushuang, you're exceptionally gifted, so you're really qualified to join our 4 great academies of the central region. She looked young, her skin was as fair as jade, and her beautiful eyes were bright and charming, just like a fairy in a painting, with a dusty temperament. However, Jiang Wushuang knew that this woman looked like a white lotus flower, but in reality, she was a snake and scorpion poisonous woman who ate people without spitting out bones. Not interested, Jiang Wushuang replied indifferently. Hearing these words, Li Hongsu's smile froze, her pretty face transforming for a while, but soon, she adjusted her state and said with a smile, Godson Jiang misunderstood. What my concubine means is that with Godson Zhang's battle record today, he can directly become a core disciple of any of our 4 great academies. Jiang Wushuang frowned and said, can't you understand when I say I'm not interested? His tone was cold and emotionless, devoid of emotional fluctuations. This caused the irritation in Li Hongsu's heart to grow stronger. She held back the anger in her heart, calmed her emotions, and said, is Divine Sun Jiang really not thinking about it? There's no need to think about it, because I'm going to behead you today. Jiang Wushuang stepped on his feet, his hair stood upside down, his robes hunted, and his eyes were cold and unmatched. Jiang Wushuang, you don't really think you're invincible, do you? The smile on Li Hongsu's face disappeared, replaced by a hint of morose killing intent. She waved her hand, and all of a sudden, a divine and incomparable long sword entered her hand, sharp and cold. This divine sword was at the level of a quasi-emperor artifact, emitting an extraordinary aura, with a terrifying killing aura spreading out. This girl, how about we join forces? The Vice Hall Master of the Heavenly Sin Hall opened his mouth, wanting to pull Li Hongsleeve together to deal with Jiang Wushuang. You're not qualified to join forces with me. Li Hongsleeve refused with an icy tone, and Zhao Feng next to her had the intention of trying to dissuade her, but ultimately held back. This brainless woman thinks she's above the rest of the geniuses just because her grandfather is the vice dean. Sooner or later there will be a time for her to cry. It was at this time that the man who hadn't shown up finally did. He had his arms wrapped around his hands, his face watching the scene with interest. A mocking smile hung at the corner of his mouth, as if he did not place Li Hongsu and the Vice Hall Master of the Heavenly Sin Hall in his eyes. Steward Mega, won't you advise? Zhao Feng opened his mouth and inquired in a low voice. Jiang Wushuang's talent crowns the entire 3000 Dao state. Steward Mega swept him lightly and said, this matter has nothing to do with you. You don't need to intervene. Zhao Feng was flabbergasted in his heart and hurriedly shut up, not daring to say anything else. He could see that there was a conflict between Steward Zhao and Li Hongshou, but there was no difference in his opinion of Jiang Wushuang. A native was a native. At this moment, Li Hongshou finally moved. Her body blossomed with blazing light. An array of sword light swept out horizontally, shining brightly and piercingly, illuminating the heavens and seemingly cutting through the firmament, possessing an unbelievably great divine might. This strike was extremely powerful and contained endless mysteries. There was a true solution to the sword Dao manifesting, enveloping the 8 directions of heaven and earth. In an instant, the heavens and earth shook and the void collapsed. This attack was extremely terrifying. This was a supreme sword skill that she had cultivated for 300 years and had realized, and it was so powerful that it could pierce through all things. Chapter 016. Have you ever heard of a grass chopping the sun, moon and stars? This kind of sword art is worthy of being brought to the show? Jiang Wushuang sneered as he stood still for a moment and blasted out with a punch. In the next second, the fist impacted on top of the sword light, surprisingly making a flooding collision sound. Immediately afterward, the crowd was horrified to discover that the sword art Li Hongshou had executed had shattered away. That ray of sword light was completely annihilated. Jiang Wushuang's fist seal then continued forward, carrying a destructive momentum as it fiercely blasted towards Li Hongsleeve. However, Li Hongsleeve was also superb in battle, quickly reacting and avoiding this dangerous attack. Immediately afterward, an overwhelmingly powerful sword aura surfaced and chopped towards Jiang Wushuang from the flanks. This is Li Hongsleeve's killing move. A killing move right out of the gate. The sword flashed and cut through the sky, so fast that in the blink of an eye, it was approaching Jiang Wushuang. This true solution to the sword Dao was truly subtle, capable of evolving all sorts of attacks that one could not defend against. There was an endless bloom of divine light, and this was the sight produced by the sword's awnings, which was splendid beyond compare. However, right at this moment, Jiang Wushuang's eyes snapped open. His entire body erupted with golden divine light, as if he was poured out of gold, and was full of oppression. Immediately afterward, he probed out his right palm and rose against the wind, grabbing the sword on in one go. How? Li Hongshu's pupils suddenly shrunk, her heart set off waves of shock, and her face was filled with an expression of disbelief. This sword-on was enough to tear apart any cultivator below a Saint Lord, but it was actually unimaginable that Jiang Wushuang had pinched it with his bare hands. Jiang Wushuang coldly grunted. It's just a mere mole cricket. How can it shake the divine body of this divine son? Only a loud bang was heard, followed by a monstrous force coming in, shattering the sword-on and sending Li Hongsleeve flying. Li Hongsleeve retreated dozens of steps backward, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Damn thing! Li Hongsleeve wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and 2 balls of anger erupted from his eyes. Who is she? She was the pride of the 4 great academies of the central region, and had already reached the peak level of the half-step Saint Ancestor realm at a young age. More importantly, she was also a rare sword cultivator. The sword skill she cultivated was even one of the strongest sword skills of the 4 great academies, called the 9 Heavenly Sword Canon, which was claimed to be on par with the supreme immortal scripture, and was extraordinary and incomparable. It could be said that in terms of sword Dao attainments, she was the top of the line aside from a few freaks in the central domain, but it was such a powerful sword cultivator that was crushed without any temper when facing Jiang Wushuang. How does that make her happy? At that moment, she let out a roar, and the sword light all over her body rushed to the sky, as if she had transformed into a small round of sun. Wisps of incomparably sharp sword intent coalesced in the void, then transformed into a sea of bright and dazzling swords that rolled heaven and earth toward Jiang Wushuang. These sword lights were as dense as rain, intertwining together to form a sword net, wanting to trap Jiang Wushuang firmly. That's not how swords work. Jiang Wushuang had already put back the Xianxian underworld battle halberd long ago, and with his hands behind his back, he looked at Li Hongsleeve above the sea of swords, revealing a cold smile, only to see him take one step, instantly traversing through the heavy sword net and appearing in front of Li Hongso in an instant. Have you ever heard of a grass chopping the sun, moon and stars? Jiang Wushuang's finger lifted slightly, and a strand of sword awnings gulped out sharp and cold awnings, as if it was going to pierce the sky. At this moment, Li Hongso felt her entire being enveloped in death. The hairs of sweat exploded all over her body, and her soul trembled as she felt a great threat. Wait, you can't kill her. At this moment, Mega Sky was finally not calm. If Li Hongsleeve died in front of him at the hands of someone else, that Vice Dean would definitely fight with himself. Unfortunately, Jiang Wushuang didn't seem to take Zhao Dian's words to heart as he flicked his fingers, and the sword-on instantly pierced through Li Hongshu's head, crushing even his Yuan Shin and physical body. It was not giving her a chance to come back to life at all. This scene stunned Zhao Tian and the others. Their eyes were rounded in disbelief. Li Hongsleeve, one of the heavenly prides of the 4 great academies of the central region, had fallen just like this. Death at the hands of Jiang Wushuang. Zhao Tian was cold. He knew it was over. Once Li Hongsleeve died, he couldn't escape the blame. Zhao Feng's face was also green for a while and white for a while as he gritted his teeth and said, Jiang Wushuang, you're in big trouble. Zhao Tian asked in a deep voice, do you know what Li Hongso is? Who cares what she is? Just kill her. Jiang Wushuang responded indifferently. You? Mega Sky was furious. Jiang Wushuang, however, no longer paid any attention to him as he turned to look at the few remaining great cultivators and said indifferently, I'll give you all a chance to go together, or else you won't have a chance. Arrogant, domineering. It didn't put a few great cultivators in its eyes at all. Arrogant, looking for death. One of the great cultivators became furious and killed out first, terrifying spiritual energy surging and raging as a silver-white treasure blade chopped at Jiang Wushuang. A few other great cultivators also struck out, each showing their abilities. At that moment, the heavenly light was vast, the Rue Xia filled the sky, and a terrifying fluctuation spread out, suffocating people. In the face of these offensive great arts, Jiang Wushuang slowly raised his right hand, clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and swung it violently, a circle of golden light stirring up. In the next second, his fist blasted out. It was a golden fist seal that was surrounded by a brilliant golden haze, emitting an astonishing radiance that possessed the greatness of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Bang! All of the attacking great arts collapsed, and those few great cultivators didn't even last a breath of time before they were shaken by the Heavenly Emperor's fist and sent flying across the room, their mouths and noses spewing blood. It horrified them. This man is scary. Such a thought popped up in Mega Sky's heart. Jiang Wushuang stepped forward, his gaze looking out of the corner of his eye. His footsteps were light, but each step stepped on the hearts of the crowd, causing them to tremble with fear, and a thick fear rose in their hearts. Run away! Run away! A great cultivator bellowed and pulled out his legs to run. When the other great cultivators saw this, they were also scared out of their wits and turned to run. Did I tell you to leave? Jiang Wushuang's eyes were cold as he pressed his palm downward. A large hand that covered the sky appeared out of thin air, suppressing the crowd and preventing them from moving. Under this giant palm that covered the sky, a few people were as small as ants, completely losing the ability to resist, and could only watch as that large hand that covered the sky descended from the high sky. All the evasive techniques seemed to be unable to escape this palm, and all of them were confined in place. When the huge palm fell, all the great cultivators were annihilated. In today's battle, Jiang Wushuang's name would resonate throughout the entire 3000 Dao state. Hey! Zhao Feng let out a long sigh, his emotions extremely complicated. He regretted that such a world-defying talent like Jiang Wushuang had crossed paths with their 4 great academies. Son of God! Zhang Chang looked at Jiang Wushuang with a face full of excitement. He didn't expect the normally unassuming Jiang Wushuang to possess such monstrous battle power. Jiang Shensi. Chu Wanjiang arched his hand in salute, his tone tinged with awe. Although he was a veteran great cultivator and even an elder of the Chu family, the battle power displayed by Jiang Wushuang really made him all but stand in awe. You guys should go back. Jiang Wushuang stretched his waist and spoke indifferently to Jiang Chang and Chu Wanjiang. Won't the son of God go back? Jiang Chang was a bit surprised. He didn't understand what Jiang Wushuang meant by these words. I'm going to the Nangong family. You guys go back first. Jiang Wushuang said with a faint smile. Even if the Jiang family and the Chu family are in an alliance, they still need to communicate with each other, right? Upon hearing this, Chu Wanjiang suddenly came to a realization and said with an arch of his hand, since Divine Sun Jiang has said so, we'll take our leave first. But, Jiang Chang opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but realized that he didn't have anything to say. After all, the Nangong family's affairs were known to the Jiang family. Divine Sun, we'll be leaving, so take care of yourself. Jiang Chang turned 1,000 words into a single exhortation, and then left with Chu Wanjiang in the air. After the two of them left, Jiang Wushuang took back his 2 ninth-rank sacred exotic beasts as well. Jiang Wushuang, it doesn't matter if you kill at will in the 3000 Dao state, but this time, if you kill someone outside of the 3000 Dao state, I hope that you and your Jiang clan will be able to bear the responsibility. Mega Sky's eyes flickered as he stared at Jiang Wushuang, his tone filled with deep meaning. Why do I, Jiang Wushuang, need others to tell me what to do? Jiang Wushuang frowned slightly and said coldly, then swept towards the distance. Humph, do you really think you can cover the sky with one hand just by relying on the Jiang family? Zhao Tian looked at Jiang Wushuang's faraway back and let out a cold snort, a chilling light in his eyes. Afterward, he took out the summoning jade talisman and transmitted what happened today word for word to the 4 great academies. In particular, the matter of Li Hongzhou disobeying the advice and insisting on turning against Jiang Wushuang was highlighted by both Zhao Tian and Zhao Feng. Their meaning is obvious. We tried to stop it at that time, but we couldn't. Obviously Jiang Wushuang is super talented, Li Hongsleeve insisted on. Inviting the other side ultimately led to the tragic death of Li Hongshu. Although there were quite a few loopholes, this matter was always because of Jiang Wushuang. Nangong family land. Here the scenery is beautiful. Pavilions and pavilions stretching into pieces. Spiritual medicine garden spirit mist steam. Dense haze. Immortal curls. Like a heaven on earth. At this moment, in one of the courtyards of the Nangong family land, a woman dressed in red was sitting under a gazebo playing the zither. The sound of the song is clear and melodious. She had an attractive appearance. Her skin was as white as jade. Her features were exquisite and picturesque, and there was a hint of sadness between her eyebrows, as if she had unresolved matters of the heart. Nangong Tian looked at his favorite junior and asked with a smile, why aren't you happy, great-grandpa? Why don't you let me participate in the Heaven's Pride ranking? Nangong Xian stopped stroking her zither and raised her beautiful eyes to look at Nangong Tian suspiciously. This old ancestor of the Nangong family loved Nangong Xian the most, so much so that only Nangong Xian and the entire Nangong family had the qualifications to directly address Nangong Tian as great-grandfather. Nangong Tian stroked his beard and said with a smile, the various lists are meaningless. The truly meaningful list is still the divine martial list of the central region. Divine martial ranking? Nangong Xian was puzzled and didn't understand why Tai Grandpa mentioned the divine martial ranking. The divine martial ranking was a list that the spiritual power of the heaven and earth in the central region had transformed itself into, and the rankings would be automatically refreshed every 100 years. This list included hundreds of outstanding geniuses in the central region, including many hidden old monsters and disciples of the top forces, which could be described as a collection of powerful people. Nangong Xian asked in puzzlement, great-grandfather, why did you suddenly mention the divine martial ranking? The divine martial list used to be more than just the privilege of the central region's heavenly pride. Long ago the divine martial list generalized all the heavenly prides of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Imagine how spectacular it would be to discharge only 100 of the heavenly prides from so many places? Nangong Tian sighed with emotion, seemingly thinking of the divine martial ranking extravaganza, a look of remembrance appearing on his face. He regretfully shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, as times change, fewer and fewer of our 3000 Taoist prefectures' heavenly prides have ascended the divine martial ranking. and in the last 1,000 years of time. It's even more so as there's no one qualified to ascend the divine martial ranking anymore.
Why did you mention this all of a sudden, great-grandpa? Nangong Xian looked at Nangong Tian in disbelief. What did this have to do with himself? Nangong Tian suddenly changed the topic and asked with a smile. Ha ha, because old man thinks that your fiancé is definitely qualified to reach the top. What kind of person is he, Tai grandpa? Nangong Xian was stunned, and then a scarlet blush surfaced on her cheeks. That kid's talent is the most anticlimactic person the old man has seen so far. Nangong Tian sighed and said, speaking of him, the old man cannot remember, only remembered that 16 years ago hugged him. Hearing Nangong Tian say this, Nangong Xian was even more confused. Since she was a child, she had always been indoctrinated by Nangong Tian that her fiancé had extraordinary talent, but just how terrifying it was, Nangong Tian was never willing to say it. In any case, he will be coming to our Nangong family soon, so find a chance to cultivate a relationship with him as soon as possible. Nangong Tian pondered for a long time and said solemnly, I'm still waiting to hold the big fat kid. Great-grandpa. Nangong Xian's cheeks blushed and she was at a loss for words. Just then, the elder of the Nangong family hurriedly arrived. Old ancestor, there's big news. His face was flushed with red, and his expression was incredibly excited, as if he had encountered something extremely surprising. What is it? Nangong Tian's face was puzzled. The elder with a grave expression began to recount all the things that happened in Tianjiao City. Meanwhile, on the other side, Middle Domain, Shenwu Monument. This was the place where the power of heaven and earth engraved the rankings of the divine martial rankings. The divine martial monument towered over the clouds and stood at the top of the dome of the sky, surrounded by the majestic and vast power of the heavens and the earth, forming a thick chain that entwined it. The divine martial tablet was densely engraved with the names of the young generation's names, totaling 100. At this moment, the first place in the divine martial ranking had suddenly changed. Number 1 on the divine martial ranking, Zhang Wushuang. The name change shook the entire middle domain. Chapter 017, Did you really pull it out? After a day had passed, the 3000 Dao Prefecture, which had been calm for an unknown number of years, was completely ignited by what happened in Tianjiao City. The first time the Jiang clan's divine son entered the world, one person pressured all the heavenly pride of the 3000 Dao state to not be able to raise their heads, and later on, he even killed in all directions without a single rival, so strong that it caused one to tremble with fear. This one is too fierce. Actually took out Zhang Wushan, Chen Kunshan, and all of them? This Jiang clan's divine son really doesn't make a move, but when he does, he's bound to break the sky. Who says it isn't? This Jiang Wushuang is simply a demon. I suspect he's some old monster in disguise. Almost everyone in the 3000 Dao state was talking about Jiang Wushuang. Those clans that had their elders and vice hall masters decapitated chose to put things to rest as if nothing had happened, and sent out emissaries to send generous gifts to make amends. This low profile is jaw-dropping. However, once he thought of the might of the Jiang and Nangong families, he was able to understand again. After all, the Jiang family and the Nangong family were ancient families with tens of thousands of years of inheritance, with deep roots that were not something they could fight against at all. Of course, there was no shortage of forces that were dumb enough to do so. Nangong family land. Above the canopy, the void rippled in layers. Immediately afterward, a huge and gorgeous flying boat appeared out of thin air. This flying boat was 10,000 feet huge, like a hanging island, with a golden holy radiance flowing throughout its body, emitting a mysterious and unfathomable aura of fluctuation. With a buzzing sound, the flying boat slowly descended and finally landed outside of the Nangong family grounds. Jiang Wushuang, the divine son of the Jiang clan, has come to pay a special visit today. A neutral voice resounded, echoing within the Nangong clan and spreading in all directions. Coming? Hearing this voice, Nangong Xian's heart trembled slightly. Her heart thumped wildly, and she couldn't help but walk outside the courtyard to look towards the distance. Soon enough, someone led Jiang Wushuang to step into the Nangong family, making his way towards the back hall, passing through the heavy corridors and finally stopping in front of a luxurious and elegant attic. The voice came out again. Old ancestor, the Jiang clan's divine son is here. Hearing these words, a rush of air instantly surged within the originally quiet attic. In the next second, a stern figure appeared in front of Jiang Wushuang. It was none other than the old ancestor of the Nangong family, Nangong Tian. He was imposing, a dragon walking, a vast holy radiance flowing from his body, and his eyes were like electricity as he stared at Jiang Wushuang. He asked indifferently, "Are you that Jiang Wushuang?" "That's exactly what the later generation is," Jiang Wushuang replied in an unassuming manner. This was a peerless expert who possessed terrifying power fluctuations that shocked people just by standing there. Well, it sure is a sight to behold. Nangong Tian's gaze was filled with relief.
He appreciated Jiang Wushuang very much from the bottom of his heart. Such a youthful heavenly pride could not find a second one in the entire 3000 Dao state. What you did in Tianjiao City is now widely known. And although it's a relief, it's a bit too much. Nangong Tian pondered for a moment, looked at Jiang Wushuang, and warned in a serious tone. You should understand what kind of reaction you will cause if you make such a move. I know, but I don't really see anything wrong with it. Jiang Wushuang said in a calm tone. If you don't follow my heart, what the hell is the point of cultivating the Tao? I, Jiang Wushuang, have always sought only to do things without shame. Hearing Jiang Wushuang's words, a strange aura flickered in Nangong Tian's eyes as he said with a smile, you brat didn't expect to have this kind of awareness. Meeting for the first time, the late generation doesn't have anything to give away, so I'm specially sending a pot of tea. Jiang Wushuang flipped his palm and a jar of purple gold-colored spirit tea appeared in his palm. The old man doesn't actually like tea. Nangong Tian shook his head in disbelief, but reached out and took the jar of spirit tea over. Won't Elder take a look? Jiang Wushuang smiled, not caring. Nangong Tian sniffed and opened the lid with confidence. The rich fragrance filled out from the tea, refreshing the mind and invigorating the spirit. With every breath, there was even a Tao rhythm floating around. Hiss! Nangong Tian drew in a breath of cool air as he felt that his senses seemed to have increased by 1 point. His eyes rolled back in disbelief as he asked, this is? That's right. This is the rumored enlightenment tea. Jiang Wushuang smiled faintly. I got it by chance. And I'm honoring senior today. Enlightenment tea. Nangong Tian sucked in a mouthful of cold air, so excited that he was trembling, and hurriedly said, you should hurry up and put it away. This kind of thing will be beneficial for you to impact the great emperor realm in the future. This stuff, it's worth a fortune, not to mention a gram. Even just a single drop would be a heaven-defying treasure for an ordinary cultivator. Unfortunately, Jiang Wushuang waved his hand. Elder, I still have more of this stuff, so you can finish it first. Nangong Tian almost fainted when he heard this. He couldn't help but feel a little bit like looking up to the sky and feeling a lot of emotions in his heart. This great-grandson's son-in-law of his own is truly an exceptional talent. What is Gohan tea? This thing was even rarer and more precious than the rumored Emperor's Dan. A single drop was worth an infinite amount of money and could not be found. No one in the world can know where the enlightenment tea tree is. Every time as long as there is news of enlightenment tea in any cave, it is an event that stirs up the entire 3000 road state, and there is no telling how many powerful existences will flock to it. Even so, it had caused countless powerhouses to fight over it. However, this great-grandson's son-in-law of his own family actually had enlightenment tea. Nangong Tian felt a sense of blissful vertigo. This was the thing that cultivators of his realm longed for the most in their lives. In that case, I'll be respectful. Nangong Tian's face was full of redness, joyfully holding the tea canister, unable to shed his hands. Seeing this, Jiang Wushuang couldn't help but smile. However, he was able to understand. After all, such treasures were indeed unattainable and too rare, and had only been rumored to have appeared a few times in the central domain. Nangong Tian carefully packed the enlightenment tea canister into his own storage bag before raising his eyes to look at Jiang Wushuang and seriously inquired, you came to the Nangong clan this trip because of the marriage contract, right? When Jiang Wushuang heard this, his expression gave a start, and he couldn't help but say, originally, the great old ancestor asked us to come and ask for a marriage, but the late generation doesn't want to disturb the cultivation because of the marriage contract nowadays. So the late generation, you want to back out? Nangong Tian interrupted Jiang Wushuang before he could finish, his face full of seriousness. Not really, Jiang Wushuang said in a calm tone. I just don't want to take a wife for the time being. Nonsense. Nangong Tian's face was violently gloomy. How can you say such ridiculous things? It's not here to discuss? Jiang Wushuang laughed lightly. If senior insists on letting me get married, then I don't mind. But, hearing this, Nangong Tian's brows furrowed deeply. After a long moment of silence, he slowly spoke. Tell me straight what you kid wants. I heard that the Nangong family has a divine sword. Jiang Wushuang's eyes were glowing as he said thievishly. The latecomer can exchange the Xianxian underworld war halberd in my hand with you. You brat, taking something from my Nangong family in exchange for something from my Nangong family? How dare you think of that? In the face of this shameless behavior of Jiang Wushuang, even Nangong Tian's culmination was furious and blew out his beard and eyes. But it wasn't really angry. It just felt that Jiang Wushuang had no sense of propriety. Forget it if senior doesn't want to. Jiang Wushuang shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, the late generation feels that this marriage. Who says I don't agree? Nangong Tian clenched his teeth and said viciously, take it if you kid wants it. Jiang Wushuang revealed a bright smile and bowed his hand in thanks. Thank you senior for your generosity. Humph. Nangong Tian turned his head arrogantly and ignored him. Seeing this, Jiang Wushuang hemmed and hawed. took out his own Xuanha battle halberd and handed it over, saying with a smile, "The latecomer won't take advantage of the senior, so this item will be taken as a trade item." Nangong Tian squinted at him and grunted, "You brat, you're the same as your great-grandfather Zhang Yuan." Speaking on his lips, he flipped his palm. A rusty bronze sword that looked ancient and simple, full of age appeared in his palm, and with a throw of his hand, the rusty bronze sword flew towards Zhang Wushuang, inserting itself into the middle of the ground, and stood steadily at Zhang Wushuang's feet. Although this sword looks simple, it is sharp. Nangong Tian's fingertips scratched the rusty scabbard and said leisurely, "You can try it and see if you can pull it out." Zhang Wushuang nodded. Good. He originally thought that the bronze rusty sword would be difficult to pull out, but he didn't think that with just a little force, the bronze rusty sword was pulled out. At once, an icy, bone-piercing coldness struck, as if ice crystals had detached from the rusty sword and turned into snowflakes that drifted away. Zhang Wushuang gripped the rusty hilt of his sword, and a strand of sword chi burst out, instantly cutting through the void. The bronze rusty sword trembled slightly, the sword intent rushed to the sky, and a ray of cold aura gulped out uncertainly, as if it was going to freeze the surrounding emptiness. The entire Nangong family land was filled with a dense fury, and a strand of sword intent ran through it, causing the crowd to be terrified. Even the second ancestor Nangong Qi, who was in closed-door bitter cultivation, couldn't help but open his eyes, revealing a horrified expression, because he knew where the scent came from. "You boys really pulled it out?" Nangong Tian's eyes widened as he looked at Zhang Wushuang, who had easily pulled out the bronze rusty sword, his face filled with dismay and disbelief. This sword has a very unusual origin. It was said to be the ancestor of the Nangong family who had once conquered the 9 heavens and 10 lands, defeating an extremely powerful opponent, and this bronze rusty sword was a trophy captured in that battle. It was a crippled imperial weapon, and due to the fact that it was so old, its name was no longer known. Once upon a time, the people of the Nangong family had relied on this bronze rusty sword to decimate many enemies. It was a pity that time had changed, and no one from the Nangong clan was able to pull out this bronze rusty sword anymore, let alone activate it. Now, it was easily pulled out by Zhang Wushuang. Zhang Wushuang didn't say anything, he just reached out his finger and flicked the bronze rusty sword, and the clanging sound immediately resounded in all directions. The bronze rusty sword trembled violently, and a crack on the blade gradually dissipated, regaining its polished shine. At the same time, a ray of icy sword intent stirred up. Throughout the entire Nangong family land, the temperature plummeted, and the cold wind gusted as if it was shrouded in frost. Some of the lower-ranked disciples couldn't withstand this kind of cold and shivered as they clutched their arms. "What's going on here?" Some disciples looked at this scene in confusion, not understanding what was going on. Some of the elders also froze. They were equally unclear as to why it had turned out like this. Only some high-level powerhouses had stony gazes. Could it be that the sword has come out? An elder suddenly reacted and let out a low cry, his face wildly changing. "Hiss! That's impossible. That sword has been dusty for tens of thousands of years. There can be no mistake. I remember very clearly. This kind of might is the fluctuation of that sword." In a short moment, some of the high-level elders successively sensed the direction of the source, which was the separate courtyard where Nangong Tian was located. Chapter 018, Shocking the Heavenly Pride of the Central Region. "You boys really pulled it out?" Nangong Tian looked at Zhang Wushuang, who had easily pulled out the bronze rusty sword, his eyes rounded with a look of having seen a living ghost. "How did you do that?" "The late generation is not clear. Perhaps this sword recognizes its owner." Zhang Wushuang scratched his head and smiled innocently. "Perhaps the late generation is superbly gifted and this sword values the late generation?" When Nangong Tian heard this, he almost cursed. "Can you kid be any more shameless?" Zhang Wushuang grinned. "Senior, now that I have pulled out the sword, does that mean that this sword is mine?" Nangong Tian took a deep breath and tried his best to calm himself down as he lightly glanced at Zhang Wushuang and said in a calm tone, "Since this sword recognizes you as its master, this sword belongs to you." "Thank you, elder." Zhang Wushuang was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed towards Nangong Tian. Immediately afterward, he put the bronze rusty sword into his storage ring. Nangong Tian suddenly asked, "Do you want me to call Sienna out?" "No need. I've known her for a long time when we were in that great emperor's cave." Zhang Wushuang waved her hand, directly rejecting Nangong Tian's request and smiled. "Don't worry, senior. I'm very satisfied with this marriage." "You boy." Nangong Tian shook his head and lost his smile. "That's just it. Just it. Since you're satisfied, then forget it. But I don't want to get married just yet, so I hope senior I'll wait a few years." Zhang Wushuang laughed. "Maybe I'll be the only one to break through to a great emperor in the 3000 Dao state for tens of thousands of years?" Hearing this, Nangong Tian's eyelids jumped a few times, hating the iron and saying, "Brat,
You still think that the old man's granddaughter is dragging you down? Ha, elder, where are the words?
Jiang Wuxuang hurriedly waved his hands. A serious nonsense, the juniors just feel that there is no woman in the heart to draw the sword natural god. Your brat is really just like what your great-grandfather Jiang Yuan said.
Just an urchin. Nangong Tian smiled and shook his head, not waiting for Jiang Wuxuan to reply. Suddenly,
he stared at Jiang Wuxuan with a grave expression on his face and said in a calm tone,
"Do you know that you've made a big trouble this time? Elder is trying to say the 4 great academies of the central region?"
Jiang Wuxuan raised his eyebrows and didn't seem the least bit worried.
"The Li Hongsleeve you killed was the favorite descendant of Sanglong Academy's Vice-Lord Li Tianxiong."
Nangong Tian frowned and said in a deep voice,
"This person is a great power that has been famous for many years in the central region, and is even a quasi-emperor powerhouse like the old man.
You killed his most beloved junior.
Will he not let it go?" Jiang Wuxuan's gaze was resolute. "Cultivators of my generation.
If they look forward and backward and are afraid of the end,
how can they talk about pursuing the great Tao? Good. Worthy of being old man's chosen scion." Nangong Tian's eyes glowed as he praised.
"Your great-grandfather and your father were nowhere near you when compared to you in the beginning." Jiang Wuxuan was slightly stunned,
but he didn't say anything. After all,
he really didn't feel that the 4 great academies were much of a threat to him.
In that case, the late generation will take their leave. Jiang Wuxuan clasped his fists and turned to leave.
Ugh! Looking at Jiang Wuxuan's back,
Nangong Tian sighed and muttered,
"Girl,
this kid has given old man a problem. Great-grandpa, he actually found me."
Nangong Xian slowly stepped out from behind the screen with a touch of bitterness on his face.
"Only, he didn't break me down, so perhaps he really doesn't mean anything to me."
Nangong Tian froze for a moment and said with a smile,
"You're thinking too much. This kid is slippery. Great-grandfather, why did you give him the bronze rusty sword?" Nangong Xian was shocked and delighted since she learned that the man she met in the Great Emperor's cave was Jiang Wuxuan.
But when they met today, the other party clearly found out about her but was unwilling to point it out, which made her very hurt.
Rumor has it that he's good with the sword,
and with the bronze rusty sword, there might be unexpected gains.
Nangong Tian casually found a reason to fool Nangong Xian. Really?
Nangong Xian was half convinced. She felt that her great-grandfather never made a losing deal, so there must be another reason.
Aha!
Nangong Tian grunted lightly with a stern face and stopped talking.
As a quasi-emperor cultivator himself, he couldn't say in front of his own offspring that Jiang Wuxuan's talent is too good, and I'm afraid that if I don't give him more favors, he'll repent of the engagement.
Therefore, he simply pretended as if nothing had happened and continued to drink tea and enjoy the flowers. When Nangong Xian saw this, he was a bit deflated, but her eyes twinkled, and she didn't know what was going on in her mind.
What young girl doesn't have a heart of love in her heart? Nangong Xian was the same.
She had naturally fantasized that one day,
her fiancé,
whom she had never met, would be a handsome heavenly figure in white and valiant.
Jiang Wuxuan's appearance, however, broke the perception in his own mind. The first time they met they didn't know Jiang Wuxuan, but Jiang Wuxuan definitely knew her.
But it was like this. Jiang Wuxuan had actually robbed everyone in front of him without any regard for his image. At that time,
she didn't have any favor or dislike for Jiang Wuxuan, because Jiang Wuxuan was the only one who didn't rob himself.
So she was actually curious about Jiang Wuxuan, but only just. It wasn't until not too long ago that she was shocked beyond words when she learned that the heavenly pride who had robbed the major forces of the 3,000 Dao state in the Great Emperor's cave that day was Jiang Wuxuan, because she knew very well that Jiang Wuxuan was definitely not a candidate for the best husband in her heart. But it's just that he and the other party have been married for a long time.
But soon, she had a new outlook on Jiang Wuxuan.
Perhaps it was the line that he said when he fought the group in Tianjiao City.
"I am Jiang Wuxuan of the Jiang clan. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me?" Or maybe it was the line, "My name is Jiang Wuxuan. Remember this name well, because, for several epochs from now on,
you will live under my shadow."
No matter which sentence it was, it reflected Jiang Wuxuan's arrogance in looking down on the crowd.
That kind of arrogance made her heart pound. Looking at the shy appearance of Nangong Xian next to him,
Nangong Tian couldn't help but touch his beard. Secretly pleased,
Nangong Tian murmured in his heart, "Girl, this marriage,
old man will not slacken a bit until you are completely married." There was a sense of foreboding about him.
The marriage was perhaps the best decision he had ever made in his life. After leaving the Nangong family, Jiang Wuxuan began her return journey back to the Jiang family. He was completely unaware of how much chaos had already occurred in the central region today because of the renaming of the divine martial ranking. Everyone wanted to know who Jiang Wuxuan really was, but no one knew who Jiang Wuxuan was, until a message came out from the 4 great academies. Jiang Wuxuan came from the lower realm's 3,000 Dao state. This piece of news instantly ignited the entire middle region. The lower realm natives became number 1 on the divine martial ranking of the central region. causing those once conceited heavenly prides to sit on pins and needles.
They are not convinced. In particular, the disciples of the four great academies' inner courts were threatening to prove themselves by defeating Jiang Wushuang. For a time, the heavenly pride of the central region converged, scrambling to be the first to flock to the 3000 Dao state. They wanted to challenge Jiang Wushuang and wash away their humiliation. 7 days later, the Ginger family, breaking the palace of delusion.
Jiang Wushuang was dressed in green clothes,
lying on a bamboo chair and sunbathing leisurely.
The wind blew his long shirt.
Hunting, quite a bit of a sense of freedom. You're pretty laid back.
Just at this time, Jiang Yuan suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Wushuang and said with a serious face,
"Do you know that nowadays, there are a dozen or so celestial pride from the central domain coming to Tianjiao City?"
Jiang Wushuang was still lying on the bamboo chair and said lazily.
"And then?"
Jiang Yuan said in a deep voice, "You should understand that they are coming for you."
Only then did Jiang Wushuang open his eyes, swept a surprised glance at Jiang Yuan,
and said with a smile,
"Great old ancestor, are you scared now?" "Fear is not so much. I'm afraid that you can't withstand it. You reveal to me, what exactly is your cultivation level?" Jiang Yuan was curious about Jiang Wushuang's cultivation. After so many years, it was only at the moment of Jiang Wushuang's birth that he was able to know Jiang Wushuang's cultivation. As time went on, he could see less and less through this junior of his. "This one's a secret." As Jiang Wushuang spoke, he stood up and stretched, then faintly said, "Since they're here, I'll go and join in the fun."
The heavenly pride of the central region gathered, triggering the entire 3000 Dao state.
Dozens of powerful celestial pride stepped into the air,
and their vast mighty pressure suppressed the void like it was spreading over the sky. They didn't kill their way to the Jiang family right off the bat.
After all, the Jiang family wasn't an existence that could be bullied as much as you wanted.
Therefore, after they arrived in the 3000 Dao state, they all gathered at the Celestial Pride City.
In 3 days' time,
almost 24 Central Region Celestial Pride had already come, and they had all come to see just who had become the #1 on the divine martial ranking in this kind of aboriginal lower realm.
This son's battle record is truly amazing. However, since knowing all of Jiang Wushuang's battle results since his debut, many people couldn't help but reassess Jiang Wushuang in their hearts.
This kind of natural talent is not weaker in the slightest than even those absolute heavenly prides of the Holy Land.
Someone spoke up, in a grave tone.
Someone laughed coldly.
Even if he's a demon,
he's still just a native of the lower realms after all.
If he didn't get a chance by fluke, how could he be comparable to us? That's why do we, the Central Region Celestial Pride, fear him? Just a mere native. Can't you still turn the world upside down?
Some of the prideful people from the Central Region were disdainful, but as soon as their words fell, they heard a clamor coming from the distance.
Immediately afterward, an incomparably gorgeous flying boat slowly sailed into Tianjiao City under the eyes of everyone. When the flying boat descended, it immediately attracted the attention of countless people. It was because they realized that on top of the flying boat, there stood a young man.
The man was dressed in black robes,
with pride and arrogance between his eyebrows.
There was a purple haze enveloping his body,
just like a heavenly god descending.
He had his hands behind his back. His demeanor was frivolous, and a playful smile played at the corner of his mouth. It was as if he didn't put those heavenly prides of the Central Region in his eyes at all.
However, no heavenly pride present dared to underestimate him, because they knew the man. It's him.
The moment he saw that youth, the originally noisy scene suddenly quieted down. Everyone stared at the youth on the flying boat dead on, horror coursing through their eyes. The youth was the chief disciple of the Central Region Sanglong Academy,
Zhu Jiuxiao. He had a special identity, Li Hongsu's fiancé. Chapter 019, How dare a firefly light compete with the moon?
Zhu Jiuxiao. Rumor has it that he has stepped into the Saint Ancestor realm.
This time,
you should have come here to avenge Li Hongsu,
right? The crowd was whispering and talking. Where is Zhao Feng?
Zhu Jiuxiao's tone was icy cold and his gaze was disdainful,
as if he was towering over the heavens. For a moment everyone froze. Who is Zhao Feng? That name seems a little familiar. Suddenly, someone reflected. Isn't Zhao Feng the Lord of Tianjiao City? Is he? The crowd clamored. They didn't expect that the first person that Zhu Jiuxiao would approach would be Zhao Feng. Hearing Zhu Jiuxiao call his name,
Zhao Feng's face was complicated as he sighed before stepping out and respectfully saying,
Zhao Feng is here.
Although he was the city lord of Tianjiao City, he didn't dare to act in a half-hearted manner towards Zhu Jiuxiao.
Zhu Jiuxiao stood tall and ordered, "Kneel down."
The whole room shook at these words.
Zhao Feng was the city lord of Tianjiao City, and now he was being forced to kneel? However,
those prides from the central region were unimpressed,
and even felt that they deserved it. Sons of the saints.
Zhao Feng gritted his teeth and tried to argue.
Zhu Jiuxiao took one step, and instantly, thunder surfaced in the sky. These thunderbolts were extremely overbearing. Each one seemed to contain destructive power as they whistled towards Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng didn't dare to move and could only carry on. Several consecutive booms exploded,
and Zhao Feng's body was in a sorry state,
spitting out blood,
and his face instantly turned a few shades of white.
Zhu Jiuxiao, so overbearing. He took a deep breath, bent his head low, and said sincerely, "Greetings to the Holy Sun."
Zhu Jiuxiao's eyes lowered as he looked at Zhao Feng and asked indifferently,
"Do you know the crime?" The subordinate does not know.
Zhao Feng shook his head and said, although he was seething with anger inside, he knew clearly that in front of the central domain, he was nothing more than an ant and couldn't resist.
Pop! Suddenly, a crisp sound exploded. The crowd was confused. What is this? How dare you just slap me? It's too rampant.
Even those central region pride were filled with confusion.
After all,
Zhao Feng had entertained them for the past few days with very thoughtful manners, making them feel treated in accordance with their status. But who had thought that Zhu Jiuxiao would strike out at Zhao Feng just after arriving at the heaven's remarkable city, which really baffled them.
Zhu Jiuxiao trampled on the void,
his eyes slightly chilled as he questioned,
"Why didn't you step in to stop Jiang Wuxuan that day?"
Zhao Feng bowed his head and said in an unassuming manner,
"The situation was chaotic that day, so I didn't dare to take action without authorization, and besides, I've already advised Holy Maidenly."
"You wouldn't dare?"
Zhu Jiuxiao's voice was still indifferent, and a might that belonged solely to the superior emanated out, pressuring people to breathe. That boundless majesty was shuddering. Zhao Feng was silent. He did advise Li Hongso at that time, but she was persistent, which eventually led to this tragedy. "Cut yourself." 3 icy cold words popped out of Zhu Jiuxiao's mouth. At once, the 4 directions were in an uproar. What? Let Zhao Feng cut himself? Crazy? This is Tianjiao City. Zhao Feng is the lord of the hallowed Tianjiao City,
and was once a disciple of the 4 great schools. He came to the 3000 Dao state, which is also the place where he selected good seedlings to enter the 4 great schools, and has been working hard and conscientiously for so many years.
And the result? Zhu Jiuxiao wants him to cut himself with just 1 sentence?
That's just cruel.
But these people are afraid to step forward and are not willing to do so.
It was an unwise move to offend a Zhu Jiuxiao for the sake of a Zhao Feng who didn't have much of a background.
They understood even more clearly that even if those elders from the 4 great academies came,
they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to protect this city lord.
After all, Zhu Jiuxiao's identity was here. Zhao Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly as well.
He knew he couldn't escape. He slowly raised his head and gazed at Zhu Jiuxiao as he asked, "Does the Holy Sun really think it's just my personal fault?"
Zhu Jiuxiao didn't reply,
only looking down with cold eyes, a lofty stance. Seeing that Zhu Jiuxiao didn't say a word, Zhao Feng completely despaired in his heart and muttered, "That's just it. I've lived for so long and it's enough." With that, he violently unsheathed his sword. A flash of brilliant sword light pierced through the sky,
stunning the entire heaven's remarkable city. Seeing this scene,
many of the subordinates under his hand were filled with feelings of regret.
"City Lord Zhao, how have you been?"
Just as Zhao Feng was about to cut himself off, a lazy voice rang out with teasing and mockery.
Upon hearing this familiar voice, Zhao Feng's body jolted and stalled his movements. He turned back quickly, looking into the distance.
One could only see a golden carriage crossing the sky,
approaching towards Tianjiao City at an extremely fast speed.
On top of that golden carriage sat a young man dressed in green, holding a folding fan that he opened with a light breeze, a sneer at the corner of his mouth as he looked askance at Zhao Feng, his eyes flickering with teasing.
It was Jiang Wuxuan. The moment Jiang Wuxuan appeared,
he attracted the gazes of all the heavenly prides in the central region. Only Zhu Jiuxiao was still staring indifferently at Zhao Feng, as if he didn't put Jiang Wuxuan in his eyes at all.
"Go on."
2 words were lightly spat out, and Zhu Jiuxiao signaled Zhao Feng to continue cutting himself. Unfortunately, Zhao Feng didn't make the slightest move and just stared at Jiang Wuxuan in a daze. Zhu Jiuxiao's brows furrowed as killing chances surged and he indifferently said,
"It seems that I can only take action myself."
Jiang Wuxuan snorted and said indifferently,
"A mere mole is worthy of making City Lord Zhao cut himself? What are you?"
Zhu Jiuxiao's eyes grew colder.
"How dare you insult me as well?"
Jiang Wuxuan smiled disdainfully and said faintly,
"Didn't you come down from the central region just to look for me?"
When these words came out, the whole room was silent and a needle could be heard.
Jiang Wuxuan. It turned out that the arrogant Tanoan teenager in front of him was Jiang Wuxuan.
To have such a powerful strength at such a young age was simply appalling.
No wonder it's so cocky. No matter who you are, if you dare to insult us, the only way is death.
A central region heavenly pride snorted coldly as his body leapt into the high sky. He held a long spear in his hand and killed towards Jiang Wuxuan. This central region heaven's pride was clearly a sacred lord 7th grade cultivator.
In an instant,
the wind and clouds changed and a terrifying pressure descended. This shot pierced through the void, like the Milky Way falling.
Such an attack was enough to quell any cultivator below the Saint Ancestor realm. Ha! Crap! Jiang Wuxuang's eyes narrowed as he stretched out his palm and flexed his fingers. And with a loud bang, the Milky Way collapsed, and the lance turned into fragments that fell into the sky above, while the central region pride that had struck out was stiff and imprisoned in the void. One designation of dryness. This was Jiang Wuxuang's strength. How can it be? This central region pride was filled with horror, and his pupils opened round, full of disbelief. Jiang Wuxuang indifferently looked at the group of central region celestial pride and shook his head. Is that all you guys can do? Although his voice was calm, it carried an invisible overbearing aura that caused those middle region pride to turn pale with vigor. Good. Very good. At this time, a few others laughed back in anger. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. In that case, let me test your depths. Boom! 4 auras erupted, reaching the 5th, 6th, and 7th grades of Saint Lords respectively. Among them, that Saint Lord 8th grade powerhouse even took a step forward, his body's chi and blood boiling around him like flames burning, bringing a great sense of threat. The void trembled as he stepped out into the air, each step leaving traces in the void as if he had stepped on substance. This is the Blazing Sun Clan's Sacred Emperor Fist, rigid and flexible. There are 9 weights in total, and every time you raise the weight, the power increases by several times. Seeing this powerhouse strike, some of the central region's celestial pride couldn't help but let out a low cry. The Holy Emperor Fist, inherited from the Blazing Sun Clan, was an extremely powerful martial art. After this Blazing Sun Clan powerhouse executed the Blazing Sun Clan's top-notch Saint Law, his might was monstrous, as if he was rising like a small sun, burning everything, terrifying to the extreme. Die! He let out a cold cry as the blazing sun shone in the sky, illuminating the 8 wastelands, and a stream of incomparably hot inflammation drooped down, enveloping Jiang Wuxuang, seemingly wanting to roast him. Facing this terrifying existence, Jiang Wuxuang slightly raised his palm and fiercely pressed it downwards. Instantly the void exploded and a terrifying black palm imprint emerged, ruthlessly slapping on top of that blazing sun, emitting a violent rumbling sound. In the next moment, that blazing sun unexpectedly collapsed inch by inch and was crushed into dust. Hiss! Seeing this scene, all the heavenly pride in the room sucked in a breath of cool air. Jiang Wuxuang's strength was as terrifying as this. In the face of this terrifying outburst from both sides just now, the remaining 3 people were even more afraid to get close. The eyes of that Saint Lord 8th grade powerhouse from the Blazing Sun Clan couldn't help but contract as well. It's really worthy of being a demon capable of becoming the first ranked on the divine martial ranking. He mused for a moment, then suddenly revealed a sinister smile and said, but that's what makes it fun. Immediately after that, he blasted out another fist. A huge golden fist shadow traversed the sky, carrying a destructive momentum to smash towards Jiang Wuxuang. The terrifying fist force caused the void to distort. This extreme attack was suffocating. Jiang Wuxuang's face was calm and unperturbed, only gently spitting out a sentence. How dare the light of a glowing fire compete with the white moon? He slowly raised his right hand and lightly swung a punch. This punch, there were no splendid moves, plain and simple. One could even say that it was ordinary to the extreme. There was absolutely no sense of astonishment, but it was such an ordinary to the extreme punch that contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Terror was permeating the air. Boundless fist awards flooded the sky. The extreme attack shook everyone. What kind of boxing is this? Everyone was shocked, and their hearts set off monstrous waves as their eyes gazed tightly at the punch. In the next moment, that golden fist shadow collided with Jiang Wuxuang's fist. In an instant, the entire dome of the sky was engulfed by the radiant fist aura. Those less powerful middle domain celestial pride felt unable to even open their eyes. Only Zhu Jiuxiao's face remained indifferent as he stared at the place of light. He knew that it must be at the very heart of the battle. After a long time, the glow faded away. Numerous celestial pride had their eyes wide open as they stared at the ball of light. The light dispersed and a silhouette stood in the void. His clothes hunting, it was Jiang Wuxuang. At his feet, on the other hand, was a corpse. Ding dong! You've successfully shocked a bunch of heavenly prides in the central region. Gained 1 year of cultivation. Chapter 020, the sword is good, but the attack is not sharp enough. That corpse was the same Blazing Sun Clan powerhouse who had made the move earlier. In just an instant, a Holy Lord 8th grade Blazing Sun Clan powerhouse was killed in seconds. Hiss! The entire heavens pride couldn't help but suck in cool air, dumbfounded as they watched the scene before them, their hearts turning over. Jiang Wuxuang's power once again refreshed everyone's perception. With a single punch, he decapitated a supreme demon of the Holy Lord's 8th grade. At this moment, Jiang Wuxuang's gaze swept through the crowd, eventually stopping on Zhu Jiuxiao's body, the corner of his mouth lifting up in a sneer. Or I'll give you guys a chance? Together! Jiang Wuxuang stood with his hands in the air, his arrogance skyward. The moment these words came out,
All of the Central Region Celestial Pride were enraged, and each one of them was furious and stormy. They were all leaders of the younger generation, figures destined to rise in the future. Who had ever been insulted like this? Arrogant, looking for death. Ignore him, let's join forces and kill him. Humph, a mere lower realm barbarian. Does he really think he can be invincible? We are sufficient to suppress it with our joint efforts. The many celestial pride chortled and each offered their weapons. In an instant, sword lights flashed in the void, sword daggers streaked across the sky, and all kinds of elemental power erupted, interweaving into a huge killing formation that enveloped the area. These were the elites of the Central Region's heavenly pride. Each of their cultivation levels were incomparably high and profound, and a few of them in particular had comprehended a trace of the Tao, and between their hands and feet, they possessed infinite greatness that was extremely terrifying. Zhang Wuxuan didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, slightly raising his hand towards the void. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed and the sky collapsed. A flash of extreme sword awnings, tearing through a heavy void, flew out from his fingertips. Those terrifying killing formations disintegrated in an instant, turning into a piece of scrap metal that fell down as if it had been chopped off by a sharp blade. What? How is that possible? The many Central Region Celestials froze, looking at Zhang Wuxuan in disbelief. With just one strike, he broke the killing formation that they had combined their efforts to set up. This guy, how can he be so strong? What a shame. Zhang Wuxuan shook his head, a mocking smile on his face. This guy. Seeing this scene, the lungs of all the Central Region Celestial Pride were about to explode with anger, itching to eat Zhang Wuxuan alive. They were all the best of the Central Region's heavenly pride. I can't believe I'm being laughed at. Shame indeed. An indifferent voice came out. Zhu Jiuxiu stepped forward, his aura as vast as an abyss, making him unable to see his depths. However, his bloodline and fleshly body had reached an extremely frightening level, so thick that it was unbelievable. Zhu Jiuxiu coldly shouted, Zhang Wuxuan, I will execute you today. After saying that, he fiercely blasted out a fist, and immediately the void trembled as endless yuan qi surged, transforming into a hundreds of feet long dragon-shaped fist energy, pouncing at Zhang Wuxuan with teeth and claws, with a horrifying power. Zhang Wuxuan frowned. You're annoying, he muttered, and then he stretched out two fingers and pointed a finger in the air. The void was pierced and a finger stabbed straight out. Those fingers took on a silver-white color, sharp to the extreme, as if they were able to cut through everything. In the blink of an eye, two diametrically opposed forces collided together. Boo! The dragon-shaped fist force exploded, and this finger of Zhang Wuxuan's was also crushed away. Seeing this, Zhu Jiaxiao's pupils suddenly contracted, his gaze sizing up Zhang Wuxuan, his heart secretly surprised. It was actually able to withstand my strike. Although he didn't use all his strength in this punch, it was by no means weak. This kind of talent of yours is really wasted in the 3000 Da state. Unfortunately, you could have had the chance to enter our Sanglong Academy. Zhu Jiaxiao's face was cold and his tone was icy cold. And then his figure shot out explosively, like a scaly dragon taking off into the air. His speed was fast to the extreme. His aura grew more and more terrifying. A brilliant purple haze surrounded him, and when he punched out, he drove the heavens and rumbled. His fist, in a trance, seemed to have transformed into a star, ruthlessly smashing into Zhang Wuxuan. Zhang Wuxuan's expression was cold. He didn't expect that this Zhu Jiuxiu's cultivation realm had actually reached the level of a saint ancestor. Such a realm was far beyond his peers, worthy of being the Sanglong Academy. The foundation is really strong. But he, Zhang Wuxuan, was not weak to anyone. Facing Zhu Jiuxiao's ferocious and unparalleled punch, he was undaunted as he launched out a palm and a bright moon rose up to meet that terrifying punch. There was a loud bang, terrifying ripples spread out, and the void shook violently. Immediately afterward, the bright moon crumbled apart and turned into a rain of light in the sky. Zhang Wuxuan was also shaken back more than 10 meters. However, the terrifying aftermath was unable to harm him, as the surface of his body blossomed with a crystalline light and his breath was monstrous. Zhu Jiaxiao's expression was calm. His eyes showed a look of disdain as he said in an indifferent tone, You're also too slow. As he stepped out, an even stronger aura erupted out, and the entire heaven and earth seemed to be unable to withstand his aura, shivering as if it was about to submit to his feet. He had a long sword in his hand at some point, and its body was inscribed with densely packed runes, permeated with a strand of terrifying sword intent that caused one's heart to palpitate. What a terrifying sword, worthy of being a top disciple of the Sanglong Academy. The hearts of the crowd were shaken, and they all felt their souls tremble. Zhang Wuxuan's eyes narrowed as he stared at Zhu Jiuxiu. He sensed the extraordinary nature of this sword, worthy of being a top demon cultivated by a Central Region hegemony level power. It was indeed not simple. The sword is good. It's just that the offense isn't sharp enough.
Jiang Wushuang shook his head and commented. Hearing this, an angry look finally appeared on Zhu Jiuxiao's face. Jiang Wushuang's tone was too rampant. He killed with his longsword in hand, his sword light whistling, flooding Jiang Wushuang's body like a tidal wave. Terrifying sword intent raged out, causing the void to tremble and space to distort. A sword shadow emerged, obscuring the sky, and a suffocating killing aura swept through the 8 directions. The sword technique is quite beautiful. It's just a pity that it's about right against a bunch of mongrels. But it doesn't work against me, Jiang Wushuang said contemptuously as he suddenly had a bronze rusty sword in his hand. The sword was greenish-black and rusty, and looked unremarkable. However, the moment Jiang Wushuang swung it up, the temperature between heaven and earth dropped drastically, and a chilling sword intent burst out from above that blade. Snort! A sword chopped out, as easy as the autumn wind sweeps away the leaves. Where the sword light passes through, the space is annihilated into nothingness by inches. The sword light has not yet arrived. The sword intent first. Will Zhu Jiuxiao shrouded within. There was a muffled plop. A hideous wound appeared on Zhu Jiuxiao's chest, and blood flowed out, staining his clothes red. What? The crowd was in a state of shock. Zhu Jiuxiao, who had the upper hand just now, was actually forced back by Jiang Wushuang's sword. That's horrible too. Just how strong was this Jiang Wushuang fellow's battle power? Zhu Jiuxiao's face was gloomy. Jiang Wushuang had given him a great shame, making him furious. Jiang Wushuang, today you will definitely die. He roared as his body became so huge that the void was split apart. Terrifying fluctuations stirred out, and a huge golden-winged rock bird rushed out from his back, spreading its wings and soaring high, covering the sky and killing towards Jiang Wushuang. This golden-winged rock bird was extremely terrifying. Its feathered wings shone with golden light and possessed extremely violent power, tearing down as if it could destroy all things. Jiang Wushuang raised an eyebrow, not realizing that Zhu Jiuxiao also possessed the bloodline of the golden-winged rock clan. No wonder he was so confident. However, he remained fearless and swung his sword again. A sword slashed out, and heaven and earth shook. This kind of attacking technique was amazing. A terrifying aura swept across the entire Heaven's Pride city, and many martial artists raised their heads to look at it, and they couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, revealing shocked expressions. There, a golden light, dazzling, a terrifying sword rainbow cut through the void and carried out the long sky. The moment the two collided, the sky dome violently exploded, and a terrifying black hole in the void appeared, devouring everything around it. A frightening sight. The two of them, Jiang Wushuang and Zhu Jiuxiao, separated by hundreds of feet and glanced at each other with mutual scorn. Zhu Jiuxiao's eyes were incredibly grave. He had just utilized the golden winged rock technique to fight hard against Jiang Wushuang and found that Jiang Wushuang's flesh was very sturdy, completely comparable to a saint soldier. What exactly did this fellow cultivate? And to say that the physical body originally possessed a special physique was simply unimaginable. Even though he possessed the bloodline and attacking aptitude of the golden winged rock clan, he still could not help Jiang Wushuang. Not only that, but he's at a disadvantage. This was too much for the high-minded Zhu Jiuxiao to accept. Although the Jiang Wushuang in front of him was ranked number 1 by the divine martial ranking, no one in the entire Central Region Celestial Pride was convinced, which was why so many Central Region Celestial Pride had descended to the realm. So far, there were still Central Region Celestial Pride trying to come down to the realm just to test this divine martial ranking number 1 Celestial Pride. Jiang Wushuang. He had initially come here just for Li Hongso in the beginning, but now after fighting with Jiang Wushuang, he had suddenly changed his mind. He decided that he must suppress Jiang Wushuang. Looks like you're ready to get real? Jiang Wushuang seemed to have sensed the change in Zhu Jiuxiao. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile as he sneered. In that case, let's battle it out. As the words fell, his body was bathed in thunder, releasing terrifying thunder might. Immediately afterward, only Jiang Wushuang's feet stepped out fiercely, and the sky and dome trembled as he blasted out towards Zhu Jiuxiao with his bronze rusty sword in hand. Kill! Zhu Jiuxiao similarly bellowed as a golden-winged rock bird rocked upwards, carrying a terrifying killing intent as it swooped down, fusing with him to become one. Its might even more terrifying. The two of them fought together, and each strike contained terrifying power that shook the entire Heaven's Pride City, and one of the formation patterns protecting Heaven's Pride City crumbled apart. Hiss! What a terrifying offensive power! People avoided retreating, their faces filled with shock. Jiang Wushuang is really powerful, worthy of being recorded as the number 1 existence by the divine martial ranking. Facing Zhu Jiuxiao, who has already stepped into the Saint Ancestor realm, he is actually not weakened in the slightest. If Jiang Wushuang stepped into the Saint Ancestor realm, what kind of a generational hero would he be? Many cultivators from the central region talked, and their hearts had begun to yearn for this divine martial ranking number 1. Strong people were always respected, especially strong people like Jiang Wushuang. I admit that you have a few skills, but you're still going to die today." In the void, an icy rebuke came from Zhu Jiuxiao. One could only see his eyes blossom with a piercing light, his aura climbing up to its peak, and immediately afterward, a radiant golden will shadow appeared behind him. The golden will emitted a terrifying aura, illuminating the entire celestial pride city. Is this Zhu Jiuxiao's golden wheel Dharma phase? The pupils of many middle domain cultivators shrunk. Chapter 021 This sword can cut down the sun, moon and stars. Golden wheel Dharma phase was one of the 3 unique Dharma phases of the Golden Winged Rock Clan, and it was said that the Golden Will Dharma phase possessed the power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, and was sufficient to crush the vast majority of cultivators of the same rank. The Golden Will silhouette hung in the dome of the sky like a blazing sun, blazing incomparably, with strands of divine radiance spilling down, illuminating a sharp and biting blade astral. Chop! Along with Zhu Jiuxiao's roar, he pointed out a finger, and the Golden Will silhouette in the void spun up at a rapid speed, and a huge golden blade stretched across the heavens, cutting through the sky. A terrifying golden blade fell, and it was as if the heavens and earth were about to collapse, facing such a terrifying strike from Zhu Jiuxiao. Zhang Wushuang did not panic and urged his sword skill to meet the attack. As the sword slashed out, the sky was filled with sword awnings surging, turning into a dense rain curtain, colliding with Zhu Jiuxiao's golden wheel of light, erupting in a terrifying and unparalleled roar as the heavens and earth trembled, and the void distorted. The area was flooded by an aftershock that was extremely strong. Who do you think will win? Some of the Central Region's celestial pride whispered. They all knew the bottom line of Zhu Jiuxiao. Once the Golden Will Dharma phase was performed, the combat power would be increased by more than 3 times. Some other Central Region pride said disdainfully, although this Zhang Wushuang fellow is a demon, he is ultimately a youngster. Even though he is gifted, his realm is there. He definitely won't be able to defeat Zhu Jiuxiao. A veteran heavenly pride mused. You're wrong. Zhang Wushuang's realm isn't too far behind Zhu Jiuxiao's, and his sword technique is very bizarre, giving off a very dangerous feeling. Upon hearing this, the crowd's gazes condensed as they scrutinized Zhang Wushuang's swordsmanship. Indeed, the sword technique he executed was extremely terrifying, as if it was capable of annihilating everything, even the void collapsing away. Bang! A deafening muffled sound came out, only to see that Zhu Jiuxiao's golden wheel of light actually crumbled away inch by inch. His attack was shattered by Zhang Wushuang. This caused Zhu Jiuxiao to be inwardly shocked beyond measure. His face was gloomy to the extreme. He didn't expect that his proud attack had actually been cracked. Zhang Wushuang's expression was indifferent as he took a step forward. His aura skyrocketed, and strands of purple electricity wrapped around his body as if he were a thunder god descending, majestic and intimidating. This sword can cut the sun, moon and stars. Zhang Wushuang swung his bronze rusty sword, and the sword awns raged out, tearing everything apart, instantly approaching in front of Zhu Jiuxiao, wanting to swallow him up. Get thee outta here! Zhu Jiuxiao was furious as a mysterious pattern emerged around him, each pattern revealing an incomparably mysterious power, like it was capable of suppressing all living things. In an instant, a brilliant divine splendor erupted around Zhu Jiuxiao, and a boundary interwoven with mysterious formation patterns appeared, blocking Zhang Wushuang's strike and in turn enveloping it towards Zhang Wushuang. Avatar? Zhang Wushuang's gaze was slightly awe-inspiring. His feet stepped on 10,000 swordlights, and his entire body radiated a monstrous sword intent that shot up into the clouds. He waved his sword and chopped out, and a brilliant and dazzling sword light cut through the sky, carrying a vast and majestic sword chi that ruthlessly slashed above the mysterious boundary. The mysterious boundary exploded, and the corners of Zhu Jiuxiao's mouth overflowed with blood, his face pale and traumatized, suffering from no small amount of trauma. Looking at the other Central Region Celestials in shock. How exactly did this Zhang Wushuang cultivate? Some people marveled, their eyes flashing with scorn and awe. That's right just now. Even if it was any other heavenly pride, they might not be able to catch it. However, Zhang Wushuang easily cracked Zhu Jiuxiao's killing move and caused him to suffer a wound, which was really surprising. This can't be right. Zhu Jiuxiao felt that his moral heart had already been damaged in the face of Zhang Wushuang, and if this continued, he was afraid that he would fail, so he immediately let out a furious cry. His body was covered in divine sunlight, and his aura became more and more furious. He raised his hand and slapped out dozens of palm prints, each of which contained an incomparably powerful force that blocked the void. Zhang Wushuang laughed coldly, an icy and bone-piercing chill permeating his body, and a ray of sharp sword awns stirred up, spreading out over 1,000 feet in a radius, crushing all of the palm imprints. Immediately afterward, Zhang Wushuang blasted with a fist that was as vast as the sea, sweeping through the 8 directions and blasting towards Zhu Jiuxiao. How awful! Many of the Central Region's celestial pride sucked in cool air. Was this still human?
To be able to resist Zhu Jiuxiu with just the power of his physical body was simply unbelievable. Facing Jiang Wushuang's ferocious and overbearing attack, Zhu Jiuxiu didn't dare to slow down. His body's aura became a few points stronger as he operated his mysterious technique, and a golden divine river erupted from his body, flowing with a splendid golden radiance, and the weather was magnificent. The golden divine river ran through the dome of the sky and swept across the 4 fields, like a true dragon awakening, releasing an incomparably appalling pressure. Zhu Jiuxiu harnessed the golden divine river and fought with Jiang Wushuang. Both of them were existences with unboundedly powerful physical bodies, colliding crazily, with all sorts of divine techniques blossoming, shaking the entire celestial Pride City. The void shook violently, erupting with earth-shattering roars, as clump after clump of brilliant light exploded, illuminating the dome of the sky, and a deafening roar spread in all directions. Poof, poof, poof. For a while, the heavenly prides watching the battle were lifted over by this vibration aftershock, spitting blood from their mouths, their faces revealing expressions of pain, and their hearts were in shock. Good strong. Their eyes were wide open, staring at the heights. They saw the 2 figures constantly colliding, and with each collision, terrifying ripples were created. Zhu Jiuxiu became more and more courageous as he fought. The golden divine river surrounded his body like a golden god of war, raising his hands and throwing his feet with terrifying power. Unfortunately, in the face of an overwhelming demon like Jiang Wushuang, no matter how desperately Zhu Jiuxiu struggled, it was always difficult to resist, and he was gradually suppressed by Jiang Wushuang. How is this possible? The crowd's hearts set off shocking waves. They originally thought that Zhu Jiuxiu was completely victorious in this state now, but they didn't expect that Jiang Wushuang's breath had become even more astonishing, and it seemed to hide some kind of amazing potential. Rumbling sounds resounded through the heavens and earth as Jiang Wushuang was bathed in radiant swordlight, just like a world-defying emperor, looking down upon the vast expanse of the earth. Unstoppable. What are your last words when your defeat is assured? Jiang Wushuang asked indifferently, his tone calm as if he was stating the facts. Zhu Jiuxiu gritted his teeth and roared, I am the brightest heavenly pride of the younger generation of the Canlong Academy. Would I lose to a country bumpkin like you? As the words fell, blazing flames rose from Zhu Jiuxiu's body, transforming into endless flame runes that wrapped him up. Fire attribute divine spirit physique. Jiang Wushuang frowned a little, pondering in his heart. Do you think you can change the situation by relying on your special physique? Jiang Wushuang snorted as he similarly activated the sun true flame within his body, transforming it into a blazing fire, intermingling with Zhu Jiuxiu's flames and resonating with each other, emitting an incomparably scorching temperature. In an instant, the void of Tianjiao City turned crimson, and the temperature rose abruptly, like being in a furnace, and the crowd couldn't help but take a few steps back. They were shocked by this terrifying flame aura of the two, and many of them offered up their treasure weapons to ward off the heat. Your physique is very strong, but you're too low in the realm to understand the true terror of the fire divine spirit physique. Zhu Jiuxiu's complexion was icy cold. His eyes surged with a cold, chilling aura, like a flood beast reviving. He opened his mouth and whistled. A blazing pillar of fire exploded out, piercing through the void. At this moment, Zhu Jiuxiu seemed to have transformed into a flame monarch, dominating all flames and possessing the great power to burn out the universe, causing people to tremble. The fire divine spirit physique is, indeed, strong, but your flames are too weak. Jiang Wushuang wasn't flustered in the slightest, and his expression remained cold. Subsequently, he urged the sun true flame in his body, causing the fire to skyrocket by 3 times, forming a sea of fire that covered the void in 1,000 feet in a radius, and the scalding hot temperature spread out so much that even the space could not bear it, and a layer of dense cracks surfaced. This can't be right. Zhu Jiuxiu's eyes widened, his pupils clenched, and his eyes almost popped out, revealing an unbelievable expression. He possessed a golden-winged rock bloodline and a fire divine spirit body, which could be called one of the top physiques in the world. And even amongst the same class, there were only a handful of people who could match it. But now what? In front of the fire divine spirit body that he was so proud of, Jiang Wushuang was even able to erupt such a strong flame. Even better. How ironic is that? Rumbling loud sounds continued to emanate. The sea of fire rolled over and engulfed Zhu Jiuxiu in it. The scorching heat enveloped him, his body was about to melt, and he hissed in pain as it tore his lungs apart. It's time to end it. Jiang Wushuang's expression was indifferent as he took a step. Stepping step by step, stepping on the divine ripple towards Zhu Jiuxiu as he approached. Although his speed was slow, it revealed an unparalleled and domineering aura that was intimidating to look at. Zhu Jiuxiu's eyes were wide with rage as he tried his best to mobilize the spiritual energy in his body, frantically urging his divine abilities, wanting to rely on his own realm to suppress Jiang Wushuang. Unfortunately, it all seemed futile. Jiang Wushuang was too strong, and he could only watch as Jiang Wushuang approached him step by step. When the distance reached a limit, Jiang Wushuang stopped, only to see him wave his right arm. A sea of fire roared out and drowned Zhu Jiuxiu in it, as the endless flames engulfed his body. I'm not willing. Zhu Jiuxiu let out a miserable scream, and under the raging sea of fire, his body instantly shattered apart and disappeared into a roiling blood mist. The chief disciple of the Tsanglong Academy had fallen just like this. Seeing this scene, the hearts and minds of the crowd of onlookers jerked viciously, their heads spinning. Zhu Jiuxiu had actually died. The power displayed by Jiang Wushuang simply exceeded everyone's expectations. They simply did not expect Jiang Wushuang to be this strong, crushing the Tsanglong Academy's chief disciple. What a terrible truth that is. All the holy sons. In the distance, Zhao Feng felt like the sky had collapsed. Li Hongxiu died in her own territory. Now Zhu Jiuxiu also died in his own territory. How would this allow himself to gain a foothold in the four great schools in the future? However, he was simply no match for Jiang Wushuang. Even in the beginning, he never wanted to be Jiang Wushuang's enemy, but these superior heavenly prides felt as if they were sick and had to provoke him. Zhao Feng felt remorse in his heart. If he had known, he should have tried his best to intercept Li Hongxiu in the first place, otherwise it wouldn't have gotten to this point. Now it's good. Li Hongxiu and Zhu Jiuxiu both died in Jiang Wushuang's hands. The entire Tsanglong Academy will definitely be thrown into turmoil, and this matter definitely can't be hidden for long. Someone else came to die? Jiang Wushuang's face was indifferent. His gaze swept around, sharp as a knife. Countless people avoided his gaze, not daring to meet it. Chapter 022 Invulnerable to all laws? What kind of physique do you have? Jiang Wushuang, the four great schools will not let you go. After a long time, someone finally stood out and spoke. He was stout, carrying a long spear on his back. His eyes flashed with a resolute color, as if he had made a major decision. The four great schools. Ha! The corners of Jiang Wushuang's mouth curved up into a playful arc. Someone shouted angrily. What are you laughing at? To fight with the heavens? To fight with men? Do you think I would be afraid? Jiang Wushuang said indifferently, his gaze looking around the room as he continued. Furthermore, since I dared to kill Zhu Jiuxiu and Li Hongxiu, do you think I would be afraid of the four great schools? When these words fell, many people sucked in a mouthful of cool air and looked at Jiang Wushuang with astonishment. How could they not expect that Jiang Wushuang's boldness was so terrifying that he did not put the four great academies in his eyes? One must know that the four great academies were one of the strongest forces in the central domain. With deep roots and strong people, even those ancient imperial forces could not ignore their existence. Jiang Wushuang dared to defy the four great academies. His guts were too big, weren't they? I'll give you a chance to come together. Jiang Wushuang's demeanor was relaxed, exuding an unparalleled elegance of looking out of the world, and his eyes flowed with a brilliant and dazzling light, as if stars were orbiting. This was him, Jiang Wushuang, confident, domineering, and heavenly, disdaining anyone's challenges. Hearing Jiang Wushuang's words, those people froze. Then a look of anger appeared on their faces. Jiang Wushuang asking them to go together was simply bullying people too much. Who does he think he is? Trying to provoke everyone? But soon they calmed down. That statement just now was indeed arrogant to the point of being shocking, but they didn't feel the slightest bit of exaggeration because Jiang Wushuang had that kind of capital. You're too arrogant. Do you really think that no one in the central region can suppress you? Someone said angrily, his eyes filled with icy coldness. Everyone else nodded their heads in agreement. The crouching tiger and hidden dragon of the central region. How could they allow others to be arrogant and cocky? Jiang Wushuang shrugged his shoulders with a lazy look as he strolled down from the void, and with a single step, the sky and the earth seemed to tremble. Seeing this, many people's hearts and minds jumped violently. They could clearly feel the powerful aura that Jiang Wushuang was releasing at this moment. It was even more terrifying than just a moment ago, as if he had changed into a different person. Jiang Wushuang paused in the void, his gaze sweeping towards the crowd as he slowly spat out a single word, battle. The words fell, only to see his palm raised, 5 fingers clasped into a fist, the body's spiritual energy crazy roar rolling, transformed into a monstrous giant wave toward the front and bombarded. The void trembled. Vaguely there is a shocking thunder explosion sound out. The power is boundless. What a terrifying aura. The pupils of the crowd contracted slightly. The power that Jiang Wushuang had erupted was far more than just a moment ago. It was clear that he did not show any mercy and intended to defeat everyone. Rumbling loud sounds came out one after another. A shocking fluctuation swept out. The entire space seemed to have become a few points heavier, and everyone's body trembled violently, only to feel that their body was stiff in place, unable to move, unable to resist that force. Damn, this Jiang Wushuang even has the power to fight? Some people gritted their teeth and said, with a trace of panic in their eyes, although they were all very confident in their own strength, but facing Jiang Wushuang, they still had a sense of fear and did not dare to be careless.
In an instant, all kinds of martial arts blossomed, and a brilliant haze filled the void, making this heaven and earth extraordinarily wonderful. However, Jiang Wushuang simply ignored them, letting all kinds of martial arts attacks descend on him. He still stood there peacefully, his figure straight and his clothes hunting, just like a god of war. Endless terrifying storm vortexes surrounded his body, and destructive power raged out, destroying everything wherever it passed. All laws are inviolable? What kind of physique do you have? Some people were shocked that Jiang Wushuang's fleshly body was so strong to such an extent. The corners of Jiang Wushuang's mouth raised in a proud smile as she indifferently spat out two words. You guess? As the words fell, the surrounding space was silent, with only gusts of astral wind blowing. The man's expression froze there. He could never have imagined that Jiang Wushuang would answer him like this. So what if all laws are inviolable? We will suppress you with our flesh. A burly man snorted coldly as he held a hammer and waved it to smash down. And in an instant an endless storm of flames roared out, transforming into a hideous fire python that rushed out, burning the void and pouncing towards Jiang Wushuang. In another area, a young man urged a magic treasure, which was golden in color, and was at the level of an extremely high-grade yuan weapon, instantly flying out and hovering beside the young man, dropping a strand of golden ons to protect him in it. There are also people offering a black tower. This tower is more than 10 feet high, the top of the tower inserted into the clouds, emitting a strong fluctuation, the black tower suddenly radiating endless black light. A layer of steps laid out. Each layer of the steps reveal a powerful ceiling power. Seems to have the greatness of the heavenly dome of the suppression of a party. There was also a woman who took out a lute and plucked the strings of the lute. The pleasant sound of the lute resounded in space and even penetrated space and floated towards Jiang Wushuang. The art of sound killing is unrivaled in its attack. When these people offered their means, Jiang Wushuang's expression slightly stagnated, his gaze revealing a few moments of astonishment. It seemed that one really could not underestimate these heavenly prides. Jiang Wushuang's arm swung violently, the void trembled fiercely, countless sword chi gathered into a river of swords, wrapped in unparalleled sword sounds chopping towards those killing sounds, clanging ear-piercing sounds spread out. The sword sounds and the killing sounds collided together, dissolving and annihilating each other. Kill! A violent roar rang out. The burly man took the lead in killing towards Jiang Wushuang, only to see a golden light flashing, incredibly fast, instantly arriving in front of Jiang Wushuang. A golden giant hammer blasting and killing with a terrifying power. Jiang Wushuang took a step forward. His palm violently clenched his fist. Endless fist-ons converged to form a terrifying savage elephant shadow, trampling the void and crushing down. With a loud bang, the burly man was blown out. In the next second, Jiang Wushuang's footsteps once again stepped forward. The barbarian elephant shadow behind him followed and galloped forward. With each step, the sky and the dome of the sky shook down. A terrifying powerful wind whistled, and the hearts of all the people jumped. The barbarian elephant shadow behind Jiang Wushuang became more and more massive, as if it was going to break through the heavenly dome, and eventually landed with a rumbling sound, and the few remaining celestial pride flew out upside down, spitting out blood and staining their bodies with blood. In a sorry state, with a single thought, Jiang Wushuang suppressed the central region celestial pride with an absolutely domineering and powerful stance, a scene that shook the entire arena, causing disbelief to appear on the faces of all of them. Anyone else not convinced? Jiang Wushuang's gaze looked around the room, his tone sharp and unrivaled as a strong aura permeated him, looking out of the world. Many people lowered their heads, not daring to look squarely at Jiang Wushuang's gaze. They had already experienced Jiang Wushuang's power and knew that even if they joined forces, they were afraid that they still couldn't help him, so there was no need to waste their efforts. Jiang Wushuang gazed at those people and spoke icily. My name is Jiang Wushuang, and for several epochs from now on, you will live under my shadow. No one retorted. No one responded. Everyone chose to acquiesce to that statement. They had to admit that the Jiang Wushuang at this moment did give them great pressure. Now, Rob, men on the left, women on the right, and misogynists in the center. Jiang Wushuang didn't give them a chance to think and said bluntly, and all of them stared at him dumbfounded. This is Jiang Wushuang? Robbing them? Naked humiliation. It's like if you stripped a woman naked and made her move on her own. Shame. It's downright insulting. Jiang Wushuang, you. Someone wanted to say something, and their gaze was a little awkward. What? Jiang Wushuang raised her eyebrows and asked. Not willing? Hearing this, those people sighed in their hearts. There was no way around it. Jiang Wushuang was simply too strong. As angry as they were, there was nothing they could do. A line of men were seen walking towards the left and a woman towards the right. Put all the valuable ones you have on you inside your storage ring and throw them on the ground. Then get the hell back to the central region. Jiang Wushuang said indifferently, as if doing an insignificant thing. Those people's faces were blue. extremely stifled inside, but they could do nothing about it, because Jiang Wushuan was too strong, completely above them, and even resisting seemed redundant. There is no way. The family lineage is similar, and there is no chance of retaliation in the future, so he can only obediently follow his instructions. After so many years of cultivation, they didn't want to die just like that. It didn't take long for a large pile of shiny things to pile up on the ground, all of which were various storage magic treasures. After throwing the stuff on the ground, the men left without a word. There's no way around it. It's embarrassing. Jiang Wushuang ignored them and with a wave of his hand, he pocketed all the ground storage treasures. Then he swept his gaze around and discovered that Zhao Feng had actually remained in Tinjiao City. What are you doing staying here when the place is pretty much ruined? Jiang Wushuang said to Zhao Feng, his voice calm and without the slightest ripple. You killed Li Hongshou and Zhu Jiuxiu. Do you think I can still go back? Zhao Feng gave a bitter smile and shook his head. Since I can't go back, I'll simply stay. Whatever. Jiang Wushuang waved his hand and ignored Zhao Feng as he left this way straight away. Looking at Jiang Wushuang's departing back, Zhao Feng murmured and whispered, this kind of talent, it's really enviable. It's a pity. If we hadn't encountered a situation like that, maybe we could have become friends. It's a pity. Ginger family land. Breaking the palace of delusion. Jiang Wushuang was lying inside his private treasury, constantly sifting through the treasures he had scavenged this time. Although he didn't lack this much, a mosquito's leg is still meat even if it's small. Not to mention, these treasures could be sold for quite a lot of money. Suddenly, he found an invitation, which was written in 3 dragon-flying scripts. The Heavenly King's Feast. He did know a little about this thing. There were some records about the middle domain inside the Zheng family's library. It was rumored that the Heavenly King's Banquet was a large banquet held by the top powers of the central domain, with the main purpose being to bond. Beyond that, of course, there are other meanings to the Heavenly King's Feast. For example, with the help of the Heavenly King's Banquet to display his strength, enhance his prestige, and consolidate his position. The Feast of the Heavenly Kings. A bit of fun. A playful smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Wushuang's mouth. He was suddenly interested in this Heavenly King's Banquet. He wanted to see what demonic characters were in the central region. Chapter 023, Heavenly King's Banquet. You brat. Now that the 3000 Daoist prefecture hears your name every day, my old man's ears are getting calloused. When Zhang Yuan walked into the delusion-breaking palace, Jiang Wushuang had already come out from inside his private treasury. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Jiang Wushuang smiled and said, isn't that quite good? It's better than being smothered inside the clanland for cultivation, right? Zhang Yuan gave Jiang Wushuang a deep look, then scolded with a smile. Brat, don't play dumb. After robbing so many good things, shouldn't you honor the great old ancestor? Isn't the enlightenment tea enough? Jiang Wushuang glanced at Zhang Yuan with contempt, seemingly dissatisfied with him. Say something about the enlightenment tea. The old man has come to specially remind you this time. Zhang Yuan's face became serious as he looked at Jiang Wushuang and murmured, your second old ancestor and I are preparing to go into seclusion and won't be coming out for a short period of time, so don't cause any trouble. Oh, hearing Jiang Yuan's words, a sharp edge flashed across Jiang Wushuang's brows. Jiang Yuan's words clearly revealed 2 layers of meaning. For one, they had to go into seclusion to impact the quasi-emperor realm, and secondly, they were uneasy with themselves. During this period of time, throughout the 3000 Dao state, the Jiang clan's lineage was in the limelight, as Jiang Wushuang came out of nowhere, sweeping through the 3000 Dao state and the central region's younger generation with overwhelming splendor, without a single defeat. If this continued, Jiang Wushuang might not fail to become the youngest quasi-emperor in history, or even a great emperor might be possible. But when the wind shows in the forest, it is easy to make too many enemies and get killed. That was why Jiang Yuan had specially come over to caution Jiang Wushuang before his seclusion. Please don't worry, grand old ancestor. I know what it means to bide my time. Jiang Wushuang nodded his head in reply and said in a light tone, besides, in the 3000 Dao state, there is no one worthy of my scorn. Jiang Yuan suddenly remembered something and asked with a frown, since you were able to kill Zhu Jiuxiu, your cultivation should have reached the Saint Ancestor realm as well, right? Is cultivation really that important? Jiang Wushuang smiled faintly and said, I think that as long as one is strong enough, there is no difference between high and low cultivation levels. Ha ha, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. You. After shaking his head, Jiang Yuan turned around and left. Looking at Jiang Yuan's back as he left, Jiang Wushuang's gaze narrowed slightly. He was arrogant, but not stupid. On the contrary, he was extremely intelligent. He clearly knew that there would always be the rule of the weak and the strong in this world. Cultivation might not be the standard for measuring one's battle power, but the standard for measuring one's battle power was always less than one's own cultivation realm. As faulty as this statement may sound, it is a solid truth.
The great old ancestor and the second old ancestor's impact on the quasi-emperor is already on the table. Otherwise they wouldn't have closed their doors. So take advantage of this opportunity to go to the central region and have some fun. The corners of Jiang Wushuang's mouth sketched out an evil arc as his figure slowly disappeared in place. He had long wanted to go to the central domain, and it was common knowledge among all that the laws of the 3,000 Dao states were not as complete as those of the central domain. Now that Jiang Yuan and Jiang Xian had reached the quasi-emperor stage, he, Jiang Wushuang, could also go to the central region to toss and turn. Middle domain, located in the upper boundary of the 3,000 path state. This was a vast expanse where saint ancestors were as plentiful as dogs and saint gods walked all over the place. The central domain, which was the true pinnacle domain of this world, had given birth to many powerful people who had amazed the ages. And there is nothing more famous here than the 36 cave temples and 72 blessed places. 36 cave days, is 36 independent paradise? Inside the spirit beasts countless, immortal birds flying, mountains and rivers magnificent, spiritual grass all over, as if it is a fairyland. The 72 blessed lands, on the other hand, were a hidden secret realm that was rumored to contain heaven-defying creations. It was rumored that there was once a supreme female emperor who sat in the purple-violet blessed land, one of the 72 blessed lands, and that she had hardened herself to the great emperor realm with a purple gold gourd. She was called the Violet Emperor by later generations. This Heavenly King banquet is an event jointly organized by the 72 blessed places, and the participants are all the top young prides of the major powers and ancient royal clans, as well as a number of super powerhouses who live in hiding behind the scenes. At this moment, the purple-violet bliss, pavilions, carved beams and paintings, wigwams and ponds, beautiful. It's cloudy and ethereal. Above the hall, there was even a formation in operation, with a cloud of light and 1,000 streaks of auspicious colors, as if an immortal had descended. This is the site of the purple-violet bliss, in the middle of a magnificent and huge palace. At this moment, there are some people gathered. There were men and women, all of them with majestic breath and blood. They were all top disciples of the major blessed clans. These top disciples, who were rare to meet on weekdays, were gathered together today, and it was quite lively. The Heavenly King's banquet sounds very domineering, but in reality, it is just a gathering of each other to simply eat, drink and have fun. If you're feeling frisky, you can still cut a deal. Therefore, generally speaking, those who attended the Heavenly King's banquet were people who were familiar with each other. A man in green said indifferently, "I heard that the Sanglong Academy has lost 2 people in a row?" "That's right. I heard that it's still the lower realm natives who decapitated it. It's really a disgrace to our middle domain." Someone else interjected, with a few cold looks on his face. "I don't think so. At least the Jiang family is one of the draconic ancient families. If not for certain reasons that the Jiang family had to go down to a wasteland like the 3,000 Roads Prefecture, perhaps Jiang Wushuang has already made a name for himself in the central domain." Someone held a different attitude and said faintly, "And don't forget, how many of you here have family lineages that are comparable to Jiang Wushuang?" Jiang Wushuang is a divine son of the Jiang family, a divine son of a desolate ancient family. Do you guys really think that it's pinched from clay? Natives are natives, and what happened back then was originally a problem for the Jiang family. Someone sneered, "The 8 draconic ancient families of the 3,000 Dao states in the lower realm. That one isn't a sinner in the middle domain? It's too much to say sinners, isn't it? That kind of talk is better left unsaid." Opposition continues to rise. At this time, a girl in a white dress stood up and said indifferently, "Those kind of lower realm natives are just lowly ants after all. I heard that this lower realm native called Jiang Wushuang dared to publicly humiliate our great sex. It's simply audacious." "That's right. This kind of person should be strongly suppressed." Jiang Wushuang sat next to them, eating and drinking, and when he heard their comments, he was furious. Although he was a little curious about what the 8 draconic ancient families of the 3,000 Dao states had once done in the central region, Jiang Wushuang now preferred the matter of robbing. "You think so?" The white-clothed woman's beautiful eyes lit up, as if she didn't expect Jiang Wushuang to be able to support herself. "That's for sure. The laws of the 3,000 Dao states aren't even perfect, and for their kind of lower realm natives to even kill 2 of our central region's great celestial pride in a row is simply a crime that deserves death," Jiang Wushuang said with righteous indignation, looking like he was acting on behalf of heaven. The more he acted indignant and agitated, the more excited the woman in white became. Although she felt that Jiang Wushuang's words sounded a bit strange, she didn't care. At least there was someone who agreed with her point of view. The white-robed woman looked at the other blue-robed youth beside her and delicately pouted. "Senior brother Xiao, why don't you say anything?" Hearing the white-clothed woman's voice, Xiao Yun calmly said, "This Jiang Wushuang being able to make the divine martial ranking stay with the imperfect method of the 3,000 Dao states is definitely not simple. Not to mention killing Li Honsleeve and Zhu Jiuxiao.
Upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, a brocade-clothed teenager snorted. A frog at the bottom of a well is just a frog. And how would it know the might of the central region? Another person interjected. However, senior brother Xiao is also right. Being able to rely on that imperfect law of the 3000 Dao state to easily kill Li Hongsleeve and Zhu Zhouxiu proves that this Jiang Wushuang is extraordinary. I don't think so. At this time, an indifferent voice came from another table. The crowd followed the sound and saw a gold-robed young man holding a wine cup and drinking from it, then said lightly, as we all know, the divine martial ranking will only leave a name based on talent, and it doesn't mean that whoever has a strong cultivation will be able to make the list. When these words came out, many people's eyes lit up. The divine martial ranking did have this saying, the stronger the talent, the higher the ranking. But the fact that Jiang Wushuang was able to be ranked first in the divine martial ranking meant that Jiang Wushuang's talent had already crowned the entire central region. How refreshing it would be to be able to suppress such a heavenly pride at his feet. This brother is right. Xiao Yun gave the gold-robed youth an appreciative glance and said, although Jiang Wushuang is powerful, he is only excellently talented. And if he is compared to us, the gap is still very large. Someone said worriedly, but Zhu Zhouxiao's combat power is an existence that can be ranked among the top 3 in the 4 great academies. And such a demon fell into Jiang Wushuang's hands, so I'm afraid that we can't do anything to help him, right? Hearing one of her own people rising to others' prestige, the white-clothed woman was instantly displeased. She glared at the person who had spoken and chided. What are you afraid of? Could it be that so many of us here still can't clean up a single lower realm aborigine in the district? After saying that, she swept the crowd with a despicable gaze and said, besides, the 4 great academies have suffered huge losses this time. Do you really think that Jiang Wushuang will still have a good time? The gold-robed youth sipped his wine and said indifferently, I've long been poking around, and the 4 great academies act as if they've never heard of this news, and don't intend to send anyone to the 3000 Dao state at all, which should mean that they don't want to have anything to do with the 3000 Dao state. Hearing these words from the gold-robed youth, Jiang Wushuang, who was eating, looked stunned and was a bit surprised, not expecting that the 4 major academies did not target themselves. It seems that his Jiang family still has some face in the central region. Someone frowned and asked, are the 4 great academies really letting Jiang Wushuang continue to be arrogant like this? The gold-robed youth said indifferently, the 4 great academies sound like they are in the same breath, but secretly they don't give each other few trips. This time that Sanlong Academy died 2 heavenly pride consecutively, the other 3 academies might be secretly enjoying themselves. Besides, Jiang Wushuang is a direct descendant of the Jiang family and the only divine son of the generation. Do you guys think that Sanlong Academy dares to face the Jiang family and the Nangong family all by itself? The rest of the crowd came to a realization. The Jiang family was indeed not easy to deal with, not to mention the Nangong family, but they didn't bother with such things. After all, Jiang Wushuang had no enmity to speak of with them. Xiao Yun suddenly looked at the gold-robed man and said, may I ask your name yet? This was an extremely dangerous character who had just been staring at the gold-robed man. It always felt a little strange. This one, too quiet. It was chillingly quiet. Yi Lingyun, the gold-robed man said indifferently, his tone always cold. Xiao Yun's pupils slightly shrunk into a line. Yi Lingyun? That name, he muttered, a legend suddenly popping into his head. You're that divine son of the Yi family of the desolate ancient family who has been in seclusion for 100 years? Xiao Yun looked at the gold-robed youth in front of him in shock. Yi Lingyun lightly glanced at Xiao Yun before saying indifferently, that's right, I am Yi Lingyun. At those words, the crowd was shocked. That divine son of the Yi family? Rumor had it that this Yi Lingyun was at the Saint Ancestor realm 100 years ago, and I'm afraid that he's even stronger today. No wonder he was able to treat Jiang Wushuang with such disdain. Xiao Yun's heart flinched as he once again took a closer look at Yi Lingyun, only to see that the other party was emitting an intense aura, as if he was an ancient ferocious beast, hibernating there. The strength of this aura even caused Xiao Yun to feel an urge to kneel and submit. Even Jiang Wushuang, who had been eating and drinking next to him, could not help but look at Yi Lingyun a couple more times, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Yun calmed his inner waves and said in an unassuming manner, I have long admired the great name of Goddess Yi, and I did not expect to meet Goddess Yi here. Yi Lingyun asked indifferently, which sect are you a disciple of? Xiao Yun cupped his fists and said, I am a disciple of the Lu Yun Holy Land. Xiao Yun of the Xiao clan. So it's the Flowing Cloud Holy Land. Not bad, qualified to drink with this godson. Yi Lingyun nodded his head indifferently and raised the wine cup in front of him to drink it. Xiao Yun's face changed slightly. Yi Lingyun's words were filled with a strong flavor of provocation. Not daring to retort, he kept his head down and drank the wine down his throat. When Yi Lingyun saw this scene, a trace of scorn flashed in the depths of his eyes. He hated hypocrites like this the most in his life. The white-clothed woman next to her, however, did not seem to see the conflict between Yi Lingyun and Xiao Yun, and enthusiastically introduced herself. Only,
Yi Lingyun didn't have the slightest intention of taking care of her.
The white-clothed woman was ignored and was immediately a bit ashamed and angry. But she also understood Yi Lingyun's status and did not dare to show it. Just at this moment, a voice of alarm and anger stirred up the entire Heavenly King's banquet. Jiang Wushuang, why are you here? Chapter 024, Do you want to die? Jiang Wushuang, why are you here?
A somber voice rang out.
Immediately afterward,
a few youths were seen walking towards them, and they were clearly the 3 members of the Zhao family who had once been insulted by Jiang Wushuang in Tianzhou City.
What? Jiang Wushuang is at the Heavenly King banquet? This guy really dares to come? Where is that Jiang Wushuang fellow? How dare this bastard come to our central region? Who is Jiang Wushuang? Come forward and admit it voluntarily if you can.
A group of heavenly prides attending the Heavenly King's banquet were startled and gathered towards this side.
Many of them didn't recognize Jiang Wushuang. Only the 3 masters of the Zhao family recognized Jiang Wushuang. After the initial Tianzhou City row, they hated Jiang Wushuang. Now that Jiang Wushuang appeared here alone,
they naturally refused to let it go easily.
In an instant,
Jiang Wushuang became the center of everyone's attention.
Jiang Wushuang's expression was indifferent as he looked up at these angry-faced celestial pride in front of him and sneered. It's you guys, huh? What's the matter? Have you brought enough ransom money today? These words caused an uproar, and many people's expressions looked a bit brilliant. Is this kid crazy? This was the Heavenly King's banquet.
1/5 of the central region's heavenly prides were here.
This kid actually dared to be so wild, simply seeking death. The 3 brothers, Zhao Hao, Zhao Fei, and Zhao Cheng, were even more pale and furious. This bastard was really still as rampant as before.
Poof! Zhao Hao snorted coldly and said, don't think that this is still the 3000 Dao state.
This is the central region, and even if your Zhang clan is strong, you won't be able to protect you.
Jiang Wushuang skimmed his lips and said,
are the 3 of you joining together to bully me?
Zhao Hao gritted his teeth and said,
Jiang Wushuang, the humiliation of that day, I'm going to return it 100-fold today. Just the 3 of you? I can let you have one hand. Jiang Wushuang lazily lay on the futon,
sipping the spirit wine in his cup with a careless look. Hearing these words from him stirred up the crowd's anger.
Arrogant! Jiang Wushuang, don't forget that this is the central region.
The heavenly pride of the central region does not allow anyone to provoke it.
The crowd clamored. They couldn't stand it any longer. Jiang Wushuang was too arrogant. Damn them for completely disregarding them. Zhao Hao, Zhao Cheng, and Zhao Fei similarly skyrocketed with killing opportunities.
The people who had helped the Jiang family at the beginning had sensed that something was wrong and left the scene early. They try to be as bright as possible, and whoever loses or wins has nothing to do with them.
Today, I, Jiang Wushuang, am standing here. Come and try if you have the ability. Jiang Wushuang was still sitting on the futon, showing no signs of getting up, but anyone who was close to him felt a huge pressure that was suffocating. Fine, since you have to seek death, then I will fulfill you. Someone bellowed and took the lead, charging towards Jiang Wushuang. Terrifying flames bloomed around him, as if he had transformed into a god of war, mighty and domineering. The void trembled as a fist viciously smashed into Jiang Wushuang. However, in the face of such an attack,
Jiang Wushuang merely stretched out 2 fingers and blocked them in front of his body.
Boom! A violent muffled sound came from Jiang Wushuang. Jiang Wushuang didn't move a muscle,
but the cultivator who had struck out flew out dozens of meters backwards before he managed to stop.
What? Seeing this scene, the surrounding crowd of onlookers froze, dumbfounded.
The strength of that person just now was not weak. It was a first-class heavenly pride of the central region, and one punch was enough to shake mountains and break rivers.
However, it was blocked back by Jiang Wushuang with 2 fingers? This is too much. So strong.
Xiao Yun and the others also froze.
They did not expect that the one sitting with them would be Jiang Wushuang. Didn't this guy just curse himself?
Only no one cares about these things.
This was because the strength Jiang Wushuang was displaying at this moment was too shocking.
Jiang Wushuang said indifferently,
it seems that your central region celestial pride is nothing more than that?
At those words, the atmosphere around them became frozen as a cold killing intent surged in. Jiang Wushuang's words completely angered every single heavenly pride present, and their expressions were hideous.
Unfortunately, they really weren't Jiang Wushuang's opponents.
Although they were valued as central region celestial pride, they were not considered top-notch celestial pride. The Heavenly King's banquet might once have had the top heavenly prides present, but nowadays there were fewer and fewer of them.
But there is an exception today. Yi Lingyun.
Everyone knew that the strongest teenager at the Central Region Heavenly King banquet today was him.
Yi Lingyun, desolate ancient hegemonic body. The talent was demonic to the extreme. One of the recognized top heavenly prides of the Central Region. He was already at the Saint Ancestor realm 100 years ago, and had killed a quasi-Saint God realm powerhouse. Such an existence was definitely a pinnacle-level figure in the heavens' remarkable feast, and he stood as he wished. Swish! A strong wind came, and a figure stepped in from the distance. The figure was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had appeared in the crowd's line of sight. He was seen to be slender and upright, with a handsome appearance. A pair of dark, deep eyes shone brightly. The entire person was as sharp as a sword. Yi Ling-yun. The crowd all recognized Yi Ling-yun, and the appearance of this man caused all the celestial pride to hold their breath. You're good. Yi Ling-yun was indifferent to the surrounding celestial pride. His eyes flickered as he stared at Jiang Wushuang and spoke. You are very much to my liking. I'll take you in as my attendant. Are you willing? When these words came out, there was silence all around. Everyone's gazes fell on Jiang Wushuang, filled with intense envy and jealousy. Yi Ling-yun personally invited this honor. I'm afraid that even the rest of the top heavenly prides in the central region did not have it. Yi Ling-yun, a supreme demon with exceptional talent. He was a desolate ancient hegemonic body, possessing a world-defying battle body. It was rumored that he would be qualified to impact a great emperor in the future. He was of noble status, one of the top few heavenly prides in the central region, a direct lineage of the Yi family of the desolate ancient family. Even the heavenly king's banquet host's gaze towards Yi Ling-yun held scorn and admiration. You want to die? Right at this moment, Jiang Wushuang faintly spat out 3 words. When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. What's he talking about? This Jiang Wushuang, is he really not afraid of death? 3 words caused Yi Ling-yun to instantly fall silent. His face cloudy. How noble is he? His position in the draconic ancient family was also significant. However, he was now being asked if he wanted to die. Yi Ling-yun's face instantly turned gloomy as a terrifying aura erupted from his body, crushing towards Jiang Wushuang. The ground in this area trembled as if it could not withstand Yi Ling-yun's aura. This scene caused an uproar from the surrounding crowd. Yi Ling-yun got angry. The consequences of his anger are very serious. Yi Ling-yun said in a cold voice, I'll give you one last chance to submit to me, or you will surely die. An even more fierce and domineering aura was released from him. The area within a radius of 1,000 feet was plunged into silence, and the bodies of the many celestial pride stiffened, their faces filled with horror and fear. They were all Central Region celestial pride, each with a strong background. However, under the aura that Yi Ling-yun emitted, he could not breathe at all. This is the supreme sacred ancestor realm? Some people cried out in shock, feeling the powerful pressure released from Yi Ling-yun's body and were filled with horror. Yi Ling-yun was only around 400 years old and his cultivation had actually reached the supreme sage ancestor realm, and it was more than just one grade to the sacred ancestor realm. This is terrible. Jiang Wushuang smiled disdainfully. How dare you talk about subjugation with you? In an instant, an invincible battle intent was released from Jiang Wushuang's body. This kind of battle intent seemed to be able to destroy everything. A monstrous battle intent was permeating his body, enveloping the entire heavenly king's banquet. Yi Ling-yun frowned as he sensed a difference in Jiang Wushuang. This kind of wariness seems to be different. He vaguely sensed that Jiang Wushuang seemed to contain some sort of great creation. This guy is not easy. A wisp of essence emerged in Yi Ling-yun's eyes. However, soon the corner of his mouth lifted up in an evil arc. So what even if you are extraordinary? You are still nothing more than an ant in my eyes. All irrelevant people get out with this godson. Yi Ling-yun waved his big hand and spat out true words. The void trembled as if proclaiming the laws of heaven and earth, telling everyone to leave. The crowd looked at each other in dismay, not daring to stay, and retreated at speed. They didn't dare to offend Yi Ling-yun, in case Yi Ling-yun was angered. It was no joke. Yi Ling-yun definitely had the ability to decapitate them. In an instant, Yi Ling-yun and Jiang Wushuang were left in the Heavenly King banquet square. You should be thankful that you have a bit of talent. Otherwise your earlier remarks insulting the Central Region's heavenly pride would be enough to sentence you to death. Yi Ling-yun's gaze was calm as he looked at Jiang Wushuang and spoke. It's a pity that this divine son has already given you a chance. And since you don't cherish it, this divine son doesn't mind beheading you and making you disappear forever. Oh, Jiang Wushuang sized up Yi Ling-yun with interest. Hearing you say that, I'm looking forward to it. How do you want to kill me? Don't use a bull's knife to kill a chicken. Yi Ling-yun shook his head. You're too weak. It's simply not worth it for this divine son to suppress you personally. After saying that, Yi Ling-yun stretched out his palm and spread out his 5 fingers. In an instant, the void trembled. A huge mountain coalesced and directly suppressed it. The mountains covered the sun and the moon, and the terrifying power ravaged the 8 directions and shook the heavens. This mountain ruthlessly smashed into Jiang Wushuang, wanting to bury him in it. Jiang Wushuang's eyes were icy cold as he stomped his foot down. Immediately, thunder descended from the sky, gathering at the soles of Jiang Wushuang's feet. forming a countless sea of thunder. The two collided, erupting in amazing waves, and the vastness of the lightning spread out, causing the place to turn into a world of lightning. The mountains crumbled inch by inch and exploded. You're quite a bit stronger than those losers. Yi Lingyun narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he had not exerted all his strength in his strike just now, he was at least able to exterminate an ordinary Saint Lord cultivator. But Jiang Wuxuan unexpectedly blocked it. From this, it could be seen that Jiang Wuxuan was not as simple as it seemed. You're just as good as trash. Jiang Wuxuan coldly spat out a sentence and took a step out. In a flash, the winds changed. Infinite auras were surging wildly. A streak of lightning surrounded Jiang Wuxuan, setting him off like a supreme thunder god. Kill! With a stern cry, Jiang Wuxuan raised his fist and headed straight for Yi Lingyun's head. This punch carried a terrifying killing power. Yi Lingyun stared indifferently at the scene without the slightest fear, and his eyes flickered with radiant divine splendor. He raised a palm to meet Jiang Wuxuan's punch. Thousands of runes bloomed and condensed into a long river that swept through the void, drowning everything. Chapter 025. From the moment I was born, I knew I was destined to be invincible. Rumble. There was a loud sound as the two attacks collided together. In an instant, terrifying aftershocks swept through the four directions, causing the Heavenly King Banquet Square to tremble, and some of the tables and chairs were even directly shattered. It was a good thing that this was the place where the Heavenly King's banquet was held. There was a prohibition blocking it, which prevented it from directly destroying the place. Even so, the plaza is still potholed. It's become a mess. You are indeed qualified to become this divine sun's slave. Yi Lingyun stared morosely at Jiang Wuxuan, his tone full of arrogance and contempt. Submit to this godson, and in the future, when this godson ascends to the imperial throne, you will also be recorded in history for 10,000 generations. Yi Lingyun looked like he was giving alms, towering over Jiang Wuxuan. In his eyes, Jiang Wuxuan was nothing more than a speck of dust. Jiang Wuxuan snorted coldly, his eyes staring sharply at Yi Lingyun. Just with you dare to presume to call yourself an emperor? A sneer filled his eyes. Unbridled, Yi Lingyun was furious, and his body erupted with monstrous saint god's might. On your knees, Yi Lingyun roared. His voice was loud and clear, like a divine dragon roaring in the nine skies, shaking heaven and earth. Buzz! The light outside his body instantly skyrocketed more than 3 times, like a round of blazing sun. Dazzling. Behind him, a magnificent god-devil silhouette was revealed, like a world-defying god looking down upon the heavens and the earth. This was a Dharma phase that belonged uniquely to the Holy Spirit realm, and once it was unfolded, it could be augmented with boundless power. I have 9 of these phantoms. Jiang Wuxuan laughed coldly as 9 Dharma phases appeared behind him at the same time. These 9 phantoms were all phantoms that came with the immaculate Tao body. Each one of them was lifelike, emitting a vast and unfathomable aura that made one's heart jump. How is this possible? Seeing Jiang Wuxuan's phantom, Yi Lingyun's face instantly became gloomy. The golden lotus behind Jiang Wuxuan blossomed, the haze glowed in the sky, and the divine light shone brightly, illuminating the 8 wastelands in 6 regions, reflecting the heavenly dome in a bright light. He was dressed in a green shirt, his black hair was draped over his shoulders, and he had a handsome appearance, like a god descending, making people look at him with fear. Beneath his feet, 9 divine lotuses swayed, each one brilliant and splendid. In the midst of the 9 divine lotuses, there was a true dragon vaguely tossing and turning, mysterious and unpredictable. When he unleashed his full strength, he was the only one in heaven and on earth. These 9 Dharma phases, echoing with Jiang Wuxuan, stood above the sky dome, obscuring the entire sky, making the sun dim and lose its color. Under the pressure of the 9 Dharma phases, Yi Lingyun's Dharma phase was actually suppressed. He felt his blood boiling, almost unable to control himself, and wanted to kneel down in front of Jiang Wuxuan. It appalled him. The immensely proud man had never encountered a crisis like today's. The opponent hadn't used any moves yet, and was just standing in front of him, a mere phantom, yet giving him a powerful pressure. This is a situation that is unheard of and simply unimaginable. But Yi Lingyun wouldn't stop there. Instead, it galvanized his battle spirit, wanting to defeat Jiang Wuxuan and prove himself. I don't believe it. Just a lowly lower realm aborigine. As the words fell, Yi Lingyun once again urged his entire body's cultivation and killed towards Jiang Wuxuan. The aura around him rolled and transformed into a wild wind that swept towards Jiang Wuxuan. At the same time, he completely activated his desolate ancient hegemony body, and his entire aura climbed as if he had incarnated into a supreme god king. Along with him completely striking out, a loud rumbling sound emanated from his desolate ancient hegemonic body. It was rumored that after the desolate ancient hegemonic body was accomplished, there would be 9 different sounds, and after the 9 sounds, one could step on the stars and push across the 8 wastelands. Yi Lingyun's desolate ancient hegemonic body had just reached a small completion, but at this moment,
It was also enough to resound with 4 booms. In the midst of this roar, he was covered in a layer of golden yellow light, and as he stepped out, it looked like he was stepping on mountains and rivers. His aura was terrifying and unparalleled. Kill! A palm was slapped out as if it contained infinite power, shaking the 8 directions and cracking the void. A horrifying sight. Jiang Wushuang remained unafraid. He raised his fist and met Yi Lingyun with a dull thud. In a flash, Jiang Wushuang and Yi Lingyun each retreated 3 feet. The 2 men exchanged blows and were surprisingly evenly matched. Essence flashed in Jiang Wushuang's eyes. No wonder he dares to say that he can ascend to the imperial throne. But he has some weight. This divine son is unrivaled in the world. Is it not possible for ants like you to shake it? Yi Lingyun said proudly. His body was filled with battle spirit and his aura was like a rainbow. He killed again, his body leaping up, a battle sword entering his hand, slicing through the sky and slashing at Jiang Wushuang. With this slash, the void collapsed and a pitch-black crack emerged, spreading in all directions and wrapping Jiang Wushuang in it. Unrivaled in the world? Are you worthy? Jiang Wushuang snorted coldly, an icy cold light flashing in his eyes as he raised his right hand, gripping the hilt of his sword, and with a flick of his hand, he blocked the slashing down battle sword. Sword intent erupted and sword light poured out like a waterfall. Terrifying power poured over Yi Lingyun's body like a tsunami. However, the desolate ancient hegemonic body's defense was amazing, and with Yi Lingyun wearing a precious garment, although he was forced back by Jiang Wushuang's sword, he was not seriously hurt. You're very good, to the extent that you can block the attack of this divine son, but unfortunately, still can't change anything, Yi Lingyun shouted, a crazy look in his eyes. Suddenly, a stronger force brewed in him. A bloodstain emerged from his brow. A drop of blood spilled from it. Hiss! This drop of blood had just appeared, causing the temperature between heaven and earth to plummet. As soon as this drop of blood appeared, it was as if it was summoned by some sort of call and suspended in midair. Immediately after, it transformed into a long blood-colored dragon that wrapped around Yi Lingyun's body. Bloodline resonance. Yi Lingyun's bloodline was reviving and his aura was rising. Sacrifice my blood to the 9 heavens, gather supreme divine powers, and suppress you. Yi Lingyun roared, his body flaming with anger. Wisps after wisps of crimson blood she spewed out from his pores like wolf smoke, running through the clouds and stirring the winds and clouds of heaven and earth. At this moment, his aura grew stronger and stronger, even somewhat surpassing the fluctuations of a phantom's aura. Between heaven and earth, wind and thunder gusted, and electric snakes danced about. This space seemed unable to withstand such a huge pressure, trembling violently as if it was about to explode. 5th ring. At this most critical moment, Yi Lingyun finally detonated the potential of his bloodline, allowing his desolate ancient hegemonic body to be raised to the 5th ring. Who is unrivaled in the world? Yi Lingyun whistled long and loud, his gaze looking out of the corner of his eye as he looked down on the crowd. In this instant, it was as if he had transformed into a supreme battle immortal, swallowing 10,000 miles of air and looking down on the crowd. He held the divine sword and took a step forward, carrying a terrifying and boundless majesty as he killed Jiang Wushuang once again. 10,000 golden lights blossomed from his body, and in an instant, Yi Lingyun transformed into a round of sun, piercing and blinding, illuminating the heavens. Everything is dimmed under the sun. His figure disappeared, blending into the heavens and earth as if he had become one with them. The heavens and earth trembled with this slash. In the face of this slash, Jiang Wushuang couldn't help but narrow his eyes as well. He spoke slowly, "It seems I underestimated you." In the next second, Jiang Wushuang struck his sword. There were no frills, no unnecessary movements, just a sword thrust. This sword was plain and unassuming. No brilliant light, no radiant laws, just the most ordinary sword, yet it carried the ultimate sword intent. If someone looked closely, they could clearly see that Jiang Wushuang's sword did not have the slightest amount of power flowing through it at all, just like an ordinary person throwing a sword. But this sword was the supreme sword art in heaven and earth. This sword Kondo, Put. This sword pierced through Yi Lingyun's flesh, penetrating through his left shoulder blade. Blood was suddenly spilled all over the sky and the earth. Ah, how can that be? Yi Lingyun screamed miserably as he felt a heart-rending pain assault his entire body, almost causing him to faint. His desolate ancient hegemonic body was unexpectedly broken. Yi Lingyun's face was as horrified as it could be, unable to believe what he was seeing. His desolate ancient hegemonic body was actually pierced through. How did you do that? Intense doubt surged within Yi Lingyun's heart as he stared deathly at Jiang Wushuang. He wanted to know the answer. Jiang Wushuang didn't respond to him, because at this time, Jiang Wushuang didn't feel much better. The strongest sword of the grassword sword technique was executed, and it also caused him to suffer a backlash. Only, his injuries were slightly lighter than Yi Lingyun's. Jiang Wushuang slowly said, "Yi Lingyun, you have already lost. Am I defeated?" Ha 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 ha.
Yi Lingyun suddenly laughed out loud, blood in the corners of his mouth as he hideously shouted, "How could I possibly lose? From the moment I was born, I knew I was destined to be invincible. My desolate ancient hegemony body is a peerless saint body, destined to dominate the world. How are you going to fight me?" Yi Lingyun covered his wounds and said in a hoarse voice, "Not all of you, including you." At this moment, his wounds were rapidly healing, and a black pattern emerged on top of his body, mending that sword wound perfectly. These black lines, radiating a bizarre power, made his skin dark and shiny. His aura, too, was restored as before, and he was back at his peak. Yi Lingyun completely activated the desolate ancient hegemony blood in his body, causing his battle power to soar. "Originally, I didn't want to use this power, but today, you have to die." Yi Lingyun stared at Zhang Wushuang, his pupils glowing with two blood-colored beams of light, and his entire face appeared extraordinarily hideous. Silent Demon Pupil. This is his real card. Together with the desolate ancient hegemony body, he had the advantage of two unrivaled in the same realm. Zhang Wushuang said in a deep voice, "I'd like to see what else you have up your sleeve." As the words fell, Zhang Wushuang also stepped forward. An even more vast aura swept out, the void trembled, and the earth shook. Beneath his feet, a golden lotus bloomed, blooming with enough light to illuminate the heavens. War! Yi Lingyun snorted coldly and swung his sword again to kill. Wherever his blade went, an incomparably thick blade chi swept in all directions, cutting through the void. At this moment, in this heaven and earth, there seemed to be only one divine blade left, a domineering and overwhelming divine blade, killing towards Zhang Wushuang. This is a destructive strike. Even from a distance of thousands of feet, it still gave the crowd a feeling of suffocation. On his body, runes flickered, one after another, densely packed, as brilliant as stars, radiating amazing fluctuations. Zhang Wushuang also moved, the bronze rusty sword in his hand trembling lightly, each tremor seeming to contain some sort of special rhythm. He then violently swung his bronze rusty sword. In an instant, within 100 feet around him, the void looked like it was boiling as endless power surged. This sword, plain and ordinary, did not have any fluctuations in jurisprudence, only an aura of invulnerability and unbreakability permeated out. Chapter 026, Breaking Through the Saint Ancestor Third Grade Realm. Rumble. The blade light and sword light clashed together, setting off monstrous waves, and invisible strong winds ravaged the 8 directions. The earth cracked and dense potholes appeared. The entire Heavenly King's banquet was shaking violently, as if it was about to collapse. This kind of collision was terrifying to the extreme. Suddenly, there was a crunching sound, only to see that the golden divine blade in Yi Lingyun's hand shattered inch by inch, eventually turning into powder that floated between heaven and earth. At the same time, Yi Lingyun was also unimaginably traumatized as he was covered in smoke and his clothes were burned clean. Boo! His chest exploded with a huge bloody hole, blood gurgling and oozing out, shocking to the eyes. Yi Lingyun's eyes rolled round, revealing an expression of unparalleled horror as he looked at Zhang Wushuang with disbelief. How could he lose? He actually lost? It was something he had never encountered before. His body stumbled and he almost fell to the ground. Zhang Wushuang's figure, on the other hand, instantly disappeared. When Yi Lingyun reacted, Zhang Wushuang had already appeared above his head. Zhang Wushuang looked down at him and faintly said, "You are nothing more than that." Yi Lingyun lifted his head with difficulty and met Zhang Wushuang's icy cold eyes as infinite sadness welled up in his heart. He lost. He was indeed no match. Even his strongest killing moves could not block Zhang Wushuang's attack, something he had never encountered before. He knew very well that Zhang Wushuang's sword move just now had surpassed him in power by far. Far too much. Wait. Just as Zhang Wushuang was about to learn about Yi Lingyun, the Yi family's Tao protector who was hiding in the dark finally couldn't help but come out. Although he also didn't believe that his family's divine son had lost, the scene in front of him told him that his family's divine son had indeed lost, and, moreover, had lost in a mess. The Yi family protector coldly looked at Zhang Wushuang and said, "My family's divine son has indeed lost, but you can't kill him." Yi Lingyun was the future hope of the Yi family. He would not allow Zhang Wushuang to kill his own divine son. Zhang Wushuang indifferently said, "On what grounds?" The Yi clan's Tao protector said with a cold snort, "Just because his surname is Yi." His words were powerful and carried an inexplicable air of dominance and arrogance. Upon hearing this, the corner of Zhang Wushuang's mouth instantly drew a sarcastic arc. These so-called powerful families are really ridiculous. As if everyone should look up to them, and they don't put anyone in their eyes at all. Last name Yi? Zhang Wushuang shook his head and snorted. This item is not enough to buy his life. The Yi family's Tao protector's face changed slightly as he asked in a deep voice, "What exactly do you want?" Zhang Wushuang indifferently said, "It's not someone else's turn to meddle in what I want to do, is it?" He swept a glance at the Yi clan's Tao protector and said coldly, I advise you to leave immediately. Or else, I don't mind letting you stay here forever as well. As his words fell, a biting coldness immediately swept through the surroundings. The Yi family protector's face was incredibly gloomy as he gritted his teeth and stared at Jiang Wuxuan with rage. He was the Yi family's Taoist protector. A towering presence. Who would dare to talk to him like that on a normal day? What's more, Jiang Wuxuan was just a brat. How dare he threaten him with such a tone? He felt insulted. His eyes exploded with a thick killing chance, and he said morosely, little you have big guts. He took one step, and the furious and boundless aura immediately surged towards Jiang Wuxuan. His body blossomed with an incomparably bright divine aura, and a majestic and vast aura fluctuation immediately spread out from his body. Jiang Wuxuan's expression was indifferent as he took a step forward without fear. The auras of the two suddenly climbed to the extreme, causing the air to emit a gust of low sound. Their fight was imminent. It was only due to the fact that Jiang Wuxuan's foot was still on Yi Lingyun's chest that the Yi family's Tao protector threw in the towel and didn't dare to easily strike at Jiang Wuxuan. Jiang Wuxuan was also unable to go all out because he had to suppress Yi Lingyun, resulting in the two of them being frozen in place. Yi Lingyun's face was filled with pain. It's a shame. It was a strange shame for the divine son of the Yi family to be stepped on by someone younger than himself. But on the contrary, this time he didn't have the slightest resistance. This caused Yi Lingyun to almost go crazy. His heart filled with insane hatred. He knew that if he went back alive today, he would definitely be reduced to the laughingstock of the entire Yi family, and even the entire central region. Do you dare to release our Yi family's divine son first? The face of the Yi family's protector was very ugly as he coldly looked at Jiang Wuxuan and said, if you kill my family's divine son, the Yi family will definitely not stop. What if I kill it? Jiang Wuxuan let out a cold laugh, then violently raised his leg and ruthlessly stomped on Yi Lingyun's head. No! The Yi family protector roared. But it was late. This kick contained a shocking force that directly crushed Yi Lingyun's head. Plasma erupted, red and white. Ah! The Yi family's protector screamed miserably. With a muffled bang, Jiang Wuxuan withdrew his right foot and grabbed Yi Lingyun's divine soul in his hand and sealed it inside a jade pendant. Afterwards, he coldly glanced at the Yi clan's Tao protector and said indifferently, I've killed Yi Lingyun now. His divine soul is in my hands. What can you do to me? The Yi family's Tao protector was so furious that his nails were almost sunk into his flesh, and his eyes were on the verge of spitting fire. Put! He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of rebellious blood, his face pale beyond measure, his eyes staring at Jiang Wuxuan with deadly hatred, his body trembling with hate. Yi Lingyun was the pride of the entire Yi family. It's the future heir to the family throne. He's dead. This thing will definitely cause a stir when it gets back. When the time comes, I'm afraid that the Yi family's old ancestor won't be able to protect him. After all, this kind of disgrace was enough to shock the entire Yi family. Who would dare to disobey? Give back the divine soul. The Yi clan's protector roared up, his aura stirring as his body flashed, transforming into a ray of streaming light as he rushed towards Jiang Wuxuan. Jiang Wuxuan's eyes narrowed into a line as he coldly looked at the Yi clan's Tao protector, who similarly had an aura erupting out of his body. The two collided in the void. Violent aura ripples spread out in all directions. After a collision of strikes, the two quickly pulled apart. Jiang Wuxuan's eyes flickered with an icy cold light. The strength of the Yi clan's Tao protector wasn't weak, but it hadn't reached a level that could suppress him. He didn't want to waste any more time and was ready to make it quick. He took a deep breath, and the surging spiritual energy in his body tumbled as he blasted out with a palm. In an instant, a huge palm print emerged, covering half of the sky, carrying a devastating power as it suppressed down towards the Yi family's Tao protector. Bold ants like you don't even understand the might of the Yi family. The Yi clan's Tao protector's eyes were scarlet as he let out a furious roar. His hands formed a seal, and a heavenly and earthly shadow slowly condensed behind him. The void trembled and the aura churned, as if thunder had descended and the wind rose. This heavenly and earthly silhouette, carrying monstrous might, fiercely blasted towards the gigantic palm imprint that covered half of the heavenly dome. Break me! The Yi clan's protector hissed, and his heavenly and earthly shadow instantly hardened against the palm prints, and the two wore each other down. A terrifying and incomparable aftershock swept away in all directions, causing the air to distort. Palace after palace collapsed. The whole area was like a scene of doom. Jiang Wuxuan and the Yi clan's Tao protectors all retreated, each occupying a piece of heaven and earth. The Yi clan's protector was in a rage as he stared at Jiang Wuxuan with a deadly glare, his eyes flickering with a color of resentment. He couldn't kill Jiang Wuxuan. The collision just now had made it clear to him that Jiang Wuxuan was extremely powerful. This was why Jiang Wuxuan was able to kill Yi Lingyun. Now that Yi Lingyun's divine soul was in Jiang Wuxuan's hands, and he had to be concerned about Jiang Wuxuan's safety, he could only stare dryly and do nothing. It was a feeling that was suffocating to the core. It's such a shame that the Yi family sends goods like you. It's no wonder Yi Lingyun died at my hands. Jiang Wuxuan looked at the Yi family's Dao protector indifferently, his tone sneering. Little bastard, don't you bully people too much. The Yi family protector gritted his teeth and said, although I can't kill you, if the Yi family's old ancestor makes a move, you won't be able to fly. Cursing little bastard after little bastard. Do you really think you're something? Jiang Wuxuan smiled coldly, killing intent in his eyes. Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill you. As the words fell, Jiang Wuxuan's arm swung violently, his fist clenched, and golden-colored fist dangles shot out. The pupils of the Yi family's Dao protector shrunk violently. He felt a strong sense of threat from this fist dipper. Without any slacking off, he hastily mobilized the aura around him and condensed it into a shield in front of him. Dang, a dull sound. The fist astral impact on the shield immediately set off a sky of smoke and dust, causing the surrounding space to become blurred. The shield, on the other hand, cracked inch by inch and eventually collapsed away completely. However, Jiang Wuxuan's punch was still lingering. He slammed his fist on top of the chest of the Yi family's Dao protector, and the sound of bones breaking spread throughout the entire mountain range as the Yi family's Dao protector's body was thrown away, blood spilling all over the sky as he crashed like a meteorite hundreds of feet away. Jiang Wuxuan didn't immediately chase after him as he stood still. After a long time, the Yi family's protector crawled out of the ruins with great difficulty. He was cloaked and pale, his breath was weak, and he was bruised and in a sorry state. The eyes of the Yi clan's protector were shadowy as he stared at Jiang Wuxuan dead in the face and snapped. What kind of divine ability is this? You guess? Jiang Wuxuan laughed playfully, ignoring the questioning of the Yi family's Dao protector. The Yi family's protector's qi and blood churned, and a fishy sweet taste surged in his throat, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow sound, and fell straight to the ground, his vitality dissipating. Ding dong! You have reached an unprecedented achievement. You exasperated a supreme sage ancestor realm consummate cultivator. You have randomly gained 2.5 years of cultivation from this cultivator. The host's cultivation has broken through to the holy ancestor third grade realm. The system beep sounded in Jiang Wuxuan's mind, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Not a bad haul for this one. Bastard! Let me go! At this time, Yi Lingyun's divine soul let out a mournful scream. At this moment, his heart was filled with endless remorse, regretting that he had belittled Jiang Wuxuan too much. If he had exerted his strongest underpinnings at the beginning, perhaps he wouldn't have died at the hands of Jiang Wuxuan, right? It's just a shame that it's too late now. Yi Lingyun's divine soul, which was imprisoned in a jade pendant, was struggling desperately, but could not escape at all. Release you? How is that possible? Jiang Wuxuan smiled and said, how much do you think your Yi family will pay for your divine soul? This smile of his clearly looked harmless, but Yi Lingyun felt cold hairs explode all over his body. Chapter 027. Who is it? Killed my son. How much do you want? As long as you let me go, the Yi family will definitely not come after you, Yi Lingyun said urgently, hoping to exchange this for a chance to live. That's a devil's smile. However, he had clearly underestimated Jiang Wuxuan's greed, and upon hearing his words, Jiang Wuxuan snorted and refused unceremoniously. I'm sorry, but I've got you, and I've got to knock it out of the park, Jiang Wuxuan said coldly. Besides, you don't really think I'll let you go, do you? Hearing Jiang Wuxuan's words, Yi Lingyun instantly felt despair and fear to the extreme. He was horrified and begged frantically for mercy. Jiang Wuxuan, I know I'm wrong, please let me go. Yi Lingyun begged bitterly. He had already lost all his arrogance as he had sensed that Jiang Wuxuan's eyes revealed a fierce killing intent. Jiang Wuxuan shook her head and said indifferently, weren't you mocking me just now? Divine Son Jiang, I was wrong, please be magnanimous and spare my dog's life. Yi Lingyun cried out in pain and pleaded. However, Jiang Wuxuan was unmoved as he coldly said, I still like your earlier untamed appearance. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Wuxuan directly gingered the jade pendant and put it away. He turned around and walked towards the exit of the Heavenly King's banquet square. The surface of Jiang Wuxuan's body glowed with a radiant light. Almost at the same time, a vast, tide-like aura erupted. He blinked and disappeared. Outside, everyone was waiting for the battle inside the Heavenly King's banquet, and everyone had different faces. None of them believed that Jiang Wuxuan would win. After all, that was Yi Lingyun. So when Jiang Wuxuan's silhouette appeared in front of the crowd, everyone froze in disbelief. How is this possible? Yi Lingyun actually lost? Could it be that Jiang Wuxuan really has no one to suppress? This can't be right. How could Yi Lingyun lose? There was an uproar. Everyone was stunned. No one could believe the ending. Especially the Celestial Pride, led by Xiao Yun, had an unbelievable look on their faces. Who is Yi Lingyun? They couldn't be clearer. Yi Lingyun's strength was definitely enough to be ranked in the top 10, or even in the top 5.
Among the younger generation of the central region, even if those few demonic-level heavenly prides were to fight against them, it would be hard to predict whether they would win or lose. But now, Yi Lingyun had actually lost. They were unwilling to accept the brutal ending.
But the facts are in front of us, whether they recognized it or not. Jiang Wushuan walked out intact. At this time, someone immediately realized that Jiang Wushuan was the only one to walk out and hurriedly roared, "Jiang Wushuan, what did you do to Yi Lingyun?"
Jiang Wushuan glanced at him and faintly said, "You guess?" That statement made the man explode with anger.
"Asshole, hurry up and explain yourself to me."
The man was furious and took a step forward. His strong aura released and locked onto Jiang Wushuan. Jiang Wushuan glanced at him and suddenly laughed, teasingly saying, "Just you deserve it?" After saying that, Jiang Wushuan no longer cared about him, but instead cast her gaze around. A playful smile then tugged at the corners of his mouth. This move made all the heavens' pride throw their weight around. No one was willing to be the one to stand out and be targeted by Jiang Wushuan. Therefore, Jiang Wushuan was unbridled, arrogant and domineering. Jiang Wushuan scanned the circle and eventually his gaze rested on Xiao Yun.
When he hadn't revealed his identity,
he had even had a drink with this Xiao Yun and was considered to be more familiar.
Therefore, at this moment, the way everyone looked at Xiao Yun was a little off. Everyone felt that Xiao Yun was going to be unlucky, especially Xiao Yun, who had been a bit worried. Now that he saw Jiang Wushuan's gaze looking over, his heart beat fiercely a few times. His cheeks twitched a few times as he gritted his teeth and said, "Jiang Wushuan, we have no grudges, right?"
"It's true that there's no grudge.
So I need you to go to the Yi family and deliver a message."
Jiang Wushuan smiled and said, "Let's just say that I just slaughtered Yi Lingyun, and now Yi Lingyun's divine soul is in my hands. So ask them how much they offered to buy it."
Boom! Everyone was stunned at this statement. Xiao Yun even widened his eyes and looked at Jiang Wushuan with dead eyes. "You killed Yi Lingyun? You really killed Yi Lingyun?" Xiao Yun's face was filled with incredulity,
and his eyes almost fell out. He was 1,000,000 times more shocked. Jiang Wushuan actually killed Yi Lingyun.
This is crazy. What kind of existence was Yi Lingyun? That was one of the best of the young generation in the entire central region.
Rumored to be the person most likely to compete with the likes of the Ji clan's divine son and the holy son of the Taishu sacred ground for the position of great emperor.
This kind of person is destined to be brilliant and famous in the future. As a result, he died in the middle of the heavenly king's banquet. Is this true? I didn't mishear you, did I?
Yi Lingyun is an existence that is qualified to impact the great emperor realm.
Such a heavenly pride has fallen? Jiang Wushuan, how dare you? Do you know what the consequences of this are? You're completely pissing off the Yi family. You're dead. You're dead. You're dead. All of you, the Jiang family, will have to bear the wrath of the Yi family. Do you know that Yi Lingyun's fiancée is the Empyrean family goddess? After many people reacted,
they all blamed Jiang Wushuan in shock and anger.
Jiang Wushuan, however, was fearless and let out a cold snort as a huge aura erupted from his body. In an instant, everyone was forced back several feet away by his aura.
Jiang Wushuan said coldly, "I'll reiterate once more. Yi Lingyun's divine soul is in my hands.
If you want to save his life, let the Yi family bring something in exchange." The moment these words came out,
the surroundings fell silent,
and everyone was silenced.
Yi Lingyun was a great pride of the central region, but now he was actually left with only his divine soul and was imprisoned by Jiang Wushuan.
What is his strength? That's what everyone wants to know. But in the end, no one dared to question Jiang Wushuan anymore, because there's no point.
Jiang Wushuan snorted coldly and without further words, he directly sat on his knees in place.
"Xiao Yun, what are you still standing there for?" Jiang Wushuan looked at Xiao Yun, who was slow to move, and said indifferently, "Why don't you go to the Yi family to report?" Xiao Yun's face was cloudy.
It was only after a long time that he took a deep breath and then prepared to leave for the Yi family. After all, this Yi Lingyun life and death is not a child's play. Only just as he was about to leave, he felt a terrifying killing chance descend between heaven and earth. He snapped his head up, his pupils shrinking. Buzz! The void trembled, the sky dome cracked open, and a terrifying and boundless divine mountain crashed down, instantly flooded the place. A great body appeared. It's a man. His muscles emitted a brilliant and incomparable golden aura, as if they were cast in gold. His eyes were icy cold, with strands of ferocity and viciousness. The moment he appeared, the entire heaven and earth seemed to become gloomy. He was like a demon god reviving, suffocating everyone. "Who is it? Killed my son?" The man's voice was low and contained monstrous killing intent. He looked down on the crowd, his gaze sending chills all over his body. Xiao Yun's breath froze as he was sweating and his body shivered involuntarily. At this moment, he felt an enormous pressure. He felt as if his soul froze in the face of this man. Not only him, All the heavenly prides present were locked by a killing intent that crowned heaven and earth.
As if the slightest abnormal move would be decimated by the man in front of him.
This was the terror of a third-grade Holy Spirit realm cultivator. Even if it was just a wisp of killing intent, it was still enough to frighten people. This is Yi Lingyun's father, Yi Rulong, the third master of the Yi family. At this time, someone recognized the man and couldn't help but scream. What? Surprisingly, it's the three masters of the Yi family? After hearing this title, everyone was horrified. Yi Rulong, the third head of the Yi family. The name is like a nightmare. Back then, Yi Rulong was also considered to have risen out of nowhere, beating 1/3 of the young experts in the central domain during his time, with a formidable battle record. In the end, it was rumored that he had been defeated and had retreated back to the Yi family in disheartened haste. The other forces in the central domain were hearing his news, which was the news that Yi Rulong had given birth to a great empress, Yi Lingyun. Therefore, Yi Lingyun's birth was destined to be extraordinary. His birth symbolizes the glory of the Yi family. He is destined to reign over the world. The imperial clan also valued Yi Lingyun's talent, which was why they allowed Yi Lingyun to marry their imperial clan's only contemporary goddess, creating a good story and paving the way for Yi Lingyun. Unfortunately, Yi Lingyun died on the journey of his own imperial path, died on top of a Tennos feast that had become despondent in recent years. This made the Yi family angry to the extreme, especially Yi Rulong, who forcefully came from the Yi family to break the void, vowing to avenge his son. At this moment, Yi Rulong's appearance, everyone shuddered. The pressure that permeated his body was simply suffocating. Xiaoyun's face turned pale and he was about to collapse. Still, he forced down his fear. He clenched his teeth and stiffly walked to Yi Rulong, bowing and saying, "Senior Yi pays his respects to Senior Yi." Although he was afraid of being relieved of his anger by Yi Rulong, he had to stand firm at this moment. Otherwise he'd have a hard time getting out of here alive. "What kind of late bloomer are you?" Yi Rulong laughed coldly. He did know Xiaoyun and knew that with Xiaoyun's strength he would definitely not be able to kill his own son, let alone take his divine soul. However, because of the death of his own son, Yi Lingyun, at this moment, he was still looking at Xiaoyun in a very unfavorable light. "Senior, the person who killed Brother Yi is Jiang Wushuang of the 3000 Dao State." Xiaoyun immediately moved out Jiang Wushuang. He even added a verbalized Brother Yi in order to prevent Yi Rulong from getting angry with himself, signaling that Yi Rulong himself and Yi Lingyun were friends. "Xiaoyun, your path has narrowed." At this time, Jiang Wushuang, who had been watching the fun, suddenly sighed. This caused Xiaoyun to be startled. In this situation, Jiang Wushuang didn't even think about escaping and even dared to taunt him. "It's really too long." However, very soon, Xiaoyun understood what Jiang Wushuang was thinking. Jiang Wushuang looked at Xiaoyun indifferently and said indifferently, "I'll take your life." "You?" Xiaoyun was both shocked and angry at these words. "That's just arrogant. Killing Yi Rulong's son not to mention, and now threatening to hold a grudge against his life. It's too overbearing." "Jiang Wushuang, you're less arrogant," Xiaoyun angrily rebuked. "Do you know that Yi Senior?" Suddenly, a destructive force surged from beside Xiaoyun. In the next second, Yi Rulong mobilized the divine mountain he brought with him and blasted towards Jiang Wushuang. That terrifying and incomparable killing power horrified everyone. This move was simply going to tear heaven and earth apart. It was simply not something that the likes of them could resist. "The wind is tight and tugging and whirring." I don't know who shouted, and at once everyone fled. "Ha ha ha." Jiang Wushuang looked up to the sky, his head full of black hair dancing about. There was a crazy gleam in his eyes. "This is what I want." With that, he blasted his fist towards the divine mountain that was smashing towards him. The two collided, shaking the 8 directions. A ripple visible to the naked eye spread out, shaking back everything in the surroundings. Chapter 028 9 Heaven and Earth Anomalies. 9 Dao Body Phantasms. Put. Many suffered shocks and spat blood from their mouths. This kind of fluctuation was completely beyond their tolerance. Yi Rulong raised his eyebrows slightly. He realized that his attack was actually blocked by Jiang Wushuang. Moreover, his arms were all shaken with a vague pain, as if he had encountered some kind of obstruction. Yi Rulong said in his heart, "This kid is really quite something. A bit of tactics. No wonder he was able to kill Lingyun." However, he still did not place Jiang Wushuang in his eyes. After all, he hadn't used his full strength just now. If he had used his full strength, he was confident that he would be able to subdue Jiang Wushuang. "Get on your knees," Yi Rulong roared, urging even more vast and majestic mana, pouring it within the divine mountain and crushing it towards Jiang Wushuang. The divine mountain erupted with 10,000 feet of golden light. This time, Jiang Wushuang finally felt a burst of pressure, his entire right arm tingling. But he did not give in. He let out a low cry and urged his entire body's mana to fiercely resist, fighting against the divine mountain. Collision after collision. each with a thunderous explosion. The void was trembling. The supreme bone glowed within him, blossoming with a blazing divine aura, providing him with a steady stream of power support. Supreme bone? Yi Rulong's face darkened as he sneered. It's just the right time to seize your supreme bone and remake the supreme saint body for my son. He knew that Yi Lingyun wasn't completely alive or dead, as long as the divine soul was still there. With those precious medicines inside the Yi family's treasury, there was a chance to save Yi Lingyun's life. Buzz! Yi Rulong offered a quasi-emperor artifact spirit sword between his raised hands. This quasi-emperor artifact-level spirit sword contained powerful law power. The spirit sword flew out, instantly transforming into thousands of residual shadows, enveloping Jiang Wushuang's side, blocking off a side of heaven and earth, wrapping Jiang Wushuang in it. Chop! Yi Rulong roared and waved his sword to cut down the heavens. This strike was very strong, enough to easily kill an unusual half-step Emperor Realm powerhouse. The blow, however, did not succeed, because Jiang Wushuang was wearing the desolate heaven sacred armor and possessed the supreme bone in his body, along with the immaculate Tao body and the undying scripture. His defense was invincible. Even a quasi-emperor level weapon would never be able to hurt him in the slightest. However, Yi Rulong was not an ordinary cultivator after all. He himself possessed a third-grade Holy Spirit realm cultivation, and when combined with the quasi-emperor artifact spirit sword, his might was monstrous and his battle power was extremely terrifying. At this moment, the crowd that was tens of thousands of meters away also looked dumbfounded. This Jiang Wushuang is too demonic, isn't he, that even Yi Rulong can't do anything to him? Humph, I don't think so. He must have used some kind of special secret technique to block Yi Rulong's attack. That's right, I guess he must have cast a forbidden technique. That's why he has today's battle power. Otherwise how could he possibly block Yi Rulong? Yes, that must be it. He must have used a forbidden technique in order to make his combat power soar to this extent. Fighting with a forbidden technique. Jiang Wushuang definitely won't last long. The crowd murmured as they believed that it was Jiang Wushuang's use of a forbidden technique that caused this. Boom! Suddenly, the sacred mountain shook. The earth at the bottom of Jiang Wushuang's feet crumbled and a huge gully appeared. Worthy of being a holy god-level powerhouse. How strong! Jiang Wushuang sighed in his heart, but he didn't retreat. Instead, his battle spirit was high. In that case, go all out. Saying that, a terrifying aura surged through his body as he activated his supreme bone, stimulating his physical body's potential, and his entire body was as if he had turned into a flood beast. At this moment, his aura suddenly transformed, becoming sharp, domineering, ferocious, and brutal. It was like a teenage god of war revived. Yi Rulong said indifferently, "Your talent amazes me, but it's a pity that you're too low in your realm to grasp the power of the laws, and you're destined to not be able to go against the heavens." Ha ha! Jiang Wushuang laughed out loud and proudly said, "Even if you have thousands of laws, you will never be able to help me in the slightest." Yi Rulong's eyes were icy cold as he said in a stern tone, "Big talk, today I'll show you the truth that underneath the holy gods are all ants." He activated his quasi-emperor artifact and frantically chopped at Jiang Wushuang. Boom! The sky is shattered. The two terrifying forces intertwined, forming a terrifying storm that swept through the 8 directions as destructive forces ravaged the heavens. A divine aura blossomed in the void. Jiang Wushuang retreated backwards and forwards. Although his fleshly body was powerful and possessed the characteristic of immortality, Yi Rulong's strength coupled with the quasi-emperor artifact spirit sword was too strong, constantly tearing his body and causing him to be scarred all over. But he clenched his teeth and held on without the slightest fear. Even though the corners of his mouth were overflowing with blood, his eyes still showed a brilliant essence, like a star burning. "I will skin you and bone you," Yi Rulong roared, his voice deafening. A sneering smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Wushuang's mouth. "Then do you have to ask me to agree first?" He operated the Sun True Flame and the Thunder Emperor Treasure Art. In an instant, a violent rumbling sound came from within his body. Immediately afterward, a cloud of flames and thunder emerged from behind him. It then melted into one, transforming into a dazzling great sun. This great sun radiated a piercing light, as if it could burn everything and illuminate the heavens. This is the resonance of thunder and fire, evolving the sun's visions. Jiang Wushuang stood in the midst of the sun like a god of war who was reigning over the world, looking down on the 4 directions. Kill! He let out a long roar and rushed towards Yi Rulong. His fist momentum was monstrous, smashing out like a sea of thunder rolling. Celestial Emperor Fist. At this moment, this set of fist techniques was thoroughly deduced by him to reach a whole new realm of its own mysteries. How is that possible? Even Yi Rulong's pupils shrank. He was full of confidence, thinking that with his strength and the quasi-emperor artifact spirit sword, he would be enough to suppress Jiang Wushuang. But he didn't expect that Jiang Wushuang's means were endless and far beyond expectations. Yi Rulong raised his sword to block,
but was still staggered back by Jiang Wushuang's punch. Kill. Write it out.
Jiang Wushuang immediately seized the opportunity as he held the great desolate coiling dragon cauldron in his hand and quickly approached Yi Rulong, swinging the great desolate coiling dragon cauldron towards Yi Rulong's head.
Dang!
Accompanied by the earth-shattering collision sound,
the terrifying aftermath wave swept out,
destroying and crushing the surrounding mountains and rocks, and kicking up rolling dust.
Yi Rulong was forced to stop his attack and took several consecutive steps backwards.
Jiang Wushuang multiplied his victory as he stepped through the sky and rushed to Yi Rulong's front,
swinging the great desolate coiling dragon cauldron and continuing to smash down. Asshole! Who taught you to use the tripod like that? Yi Rulong was furious and anxious.
As the third head of the Yi family, at the third grade Saint God realm, he was being forced back time and time again by Jiang Wushuang's chaotic whirls like this without any rules.
It was simply humiliating.
He shouted angrily and erupted with even stronger strength to resist, waving the quasi-emperor's sword in his hand, releasing incomparably sharp sword awnings.
The two weapons collided, sparks erupted, and gold and iron clashed, resounding through the clouds. In an instant,
Jiang Wushuang and Yi Rulong were caught in a stalemate,
and it was difficult to distinguish between them. Only in the end,
Yi Rulong's cultivation was much more profound, and although the laws he controlled were incomplete, they were still very strong, and each strike contained a terrifying power.
On your knees, Yi Rulong roared angrily,
holding the quasi-emperor's sword and slashing down,
as if a divine mountain was suppressing down.
The terrifying might was vast,
causing people to tremble. Break me! Jiang Wushuang roared, his entire body blossoming with blazing golden divine light.
His hand resting on the great desolate coiling dragon cauldron shook it up hard,
going forward. At this moment,
the power of his undying scripture was revealed.
His fleshly body was invincible, and he actually competed with the fully exploded Yi Rulong. Rumble! Under a shocking roar, the two collided together once again,
erupting into a bright and dazzling metallic light that pierced the eyes of the crowd tens of thousands of meters away,
only to feel pain all over their bodies.
They couldn't help but close their eyes and didn't dare to look directly at it because the scene was too shocking and horrifying.
So strong. This is the strength of an absolute heavenly pride. Surprisingly able to resist Yi Rulong?
If Jiang Wushuang doesn't die in this battle,
he will definitely be able to compete for the position of great emperor in the future. Many hearts throbbed.
The images of this exchange of hands were too shocking. They had mixed emotions.
The natural talent, the strength displayed by Jiang Wushuang was awe-inspiring. Yi Rulong said indifferently, "Give up. The gap between you and I is too great. Even if I only mastered the incomplete power of the laws, it's still not something you can fight against."
As soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly raised his head and stared at the great sun vision behind Jiang Wushuang, and his face changed slightly.
This is,
chaos planted the green lotus.
The great sun rises in the east.
Purple energy comes from the east for 30,000 miles.
The moon over the sea. The dragon and the phoenix are in unison.
The stars dazzle the green sky. The Taoist bell rings 9 times. A magnificent vision was reflected into his mind, causing him to be shocked.
9 heaven and earth visions? It's even possible to cast them like this? These visions were where Jiang Wushuang's foundation lay.
And these visions are the most primitive of visions.
If it was perfectly executed, the power would be absolutely incomparably terrifying.
Jiang Wushuang snorted coldly.
It's just a mere law.
I have 9 types of heaven and earth visions, and 9 types of dharma phases,
any one of which can easily crush you.
After he said that, he urged these heaven and earth visions,
and immediately,
the 9 heaven and earth visions and the phantom unexpectedly merged into one,
coalescing into a terrifying vision that topped the sky and the earth.
It was his own likeness,
which looked ordinary, but gave an unmistakable feeling of loftiness and majesty.
This was the heaven-defying nature of the great sun ruling Heart Sutra, allowing him to have a foundation and potential that others could not reach and to utilize it to the extreme.
What the hell? He can even condense 9 heaven and earth visions? No. How come these 9 images of heaven and earth visions are a bit familiar? I think I've seen it somewhere before.
Legend has it that the 9 saint bodies are all possessed of various visions.
Could it be that Jiang Wushuang still possesses one of these saint bodies?
No, this is definitely not the vision of those 9 saintly bodies.
The crowd's eyes widened, revealing shock and bewilderment.
Yi Rulong's expression was even more shocked because the 9 heaven and earth visions that Jiang Wushuang had condensed made him vaguely think of some kind of terrifying existence.
At this time, he finally realized why Jiang Wushuang was able to cross the challenge.
Because it's a total monster. Buzz! Jiang Wushuang's eyes were icy cold.
A foot stomp cracked the void. He took one step at a time, stepping through the sky,
like a round of brilliant sun coming across the sky. His momentum was monstrous. He held the great desolate dragon coiling tripod in one hand and threw it violently,
carrying a majestic divine force flying towards Yi Rulong. Boom!
The great desolate coiling dragon cauldron rapidly skyrocketed in flight,
transforming into a 10,000-foot giant cauldron that emanated monstrous divine might as it ruthlessly slammed into Yi Rulong's quasi-emperor sword. Chapter 029, Saint Ancestor Realm 8th Grade. Footsteps on Yi family elder. Yi Rulong's pupils tightened. His arm muscles contracted violently, and he did his best to barely stabilize his body. However, his quasi-emperor sword, surprisingly, bent. Yi Rulong was horrified. How could? Before he could react, he was smashed out by the great desolate coiling dragon tripod and was seriously injured and spitting out blood. Put. Yi Rulong sprayed out a mouthful of blood, his face full of shock, even forgetting his anger. Jiang Wuxuan's terrifying talent was beyond his expectations. Was this guy really just a native of the 3000 Road State? Kill. Jiang Wuxuan growled in a low hoarse throat. Buzz. The huge phantom formed by the fusion of the 9 heaven and earth visions and the 9 Dao body phantoms took a step out and walked towards Yi Rulong. It was covered in blazing golden divine flames, like a sun descending and illuminating this dimly lit battlefield, exuding a terrifying temperature that burned down all souls, causing people to be frightened and tremble. With one punch, the sky collapsed as if the earth was cracked. Everything around him was vaporized and dried up. Space distorted and the void collapsed, forming a terrifying black hole vortex. This punch, without any doubt, pierced through Yi Rulong's protective astral wind, sending him flying backwards, his sternum collapsing, his ribs breaking several of them, and spitting out blood furiously from his mouth as he suffered a heavy blow. This is unbelievable. The hallowed third grade Saint God Realm's Yi Rulong was not even a single match for a 16-year-old. Without the slightest stop, Jiang Wuxuan continued to bully his way in and threw another punch. His attack was too powerful, so fast that it was unbelievable. Damn it, I'm not convinced. Yi Rulong roared and frantically resisted, but it was simply useless. After being sent flying out and then hit and spat out blood, he was hit by an unprecedented heavy blow. He was simply unable to fight back and could only flee in a sorry state. His mind instantly exploded. He was the once Yi Rulong who gave birth to a son as if he were a dragon, and had never been invincible among his peers. And even after thousands of years of cultivation, he was still invincible, and had crossed the heavenly vault. How could he tolerate defeat? And now, he actually lost in the hands of a brat, and was chased down like a lost dog. Shame on you. Roar! Yi Rulong raised his head to the sky, looking like a madman as he exploded into the most terrifying combat power. This was the battle power that belonged to him at his peak, and at this moment, he was like a meteorite, dragging a blinding divine light as he crashed through the void and rushed towards Jiang Wuxuan. The essence within him reached its peak and burned. Die for me! He roared, his eyes scarlet, and his body bloomed with monstrous, dazzling light. At the same time, 3 divine wheels emerged behind him. Those were 3 golden divine wheels, hanging high in the 9 heavens, dropping Ruixia, flowing out a wisp of divine sunlight, enveloping him in it, setting him off like a god or goddess who descended from the heavens, majestic and inviolable, with a majestic and vast aura. It's a scary scene. It was because these 3 divine wheels were too mysterious and extraordinary, containing a certain special flavor. It was as if this was a legendary deity's wheel, imprinted with a divine order texture. They hung high in the 9 heavens, emitting hazy divine radiance and mapping out 3 huge curtains of light. Each curtain of light was like a world. On one of the light curtains, it revealed a picture of a reckless primitive mountain forest with lush grass and trees, immortal cranes chirping, spirit beasts running, a magnificent scene, and a peaceful and quiet scene. On the other 2 curtains of light, a vast and boundless ocean was revealed. The ocean was magnificent. The waves rolled and surged. The waves rolled and slapped the sky. The sound was intimidating. A flood of bell-like sounds rang through the sky, deafening the ears. Then the picture changed. One could only see seawater boiling, fire roaring in the sky, electricity flashing and thunder roaring, and all sorts of visions intertwining in a brilliant and colorful manner. This was a heaven and earth vision belonging to Yi Rulong, who was the legendary innate 5 elements divine child, and had the 3 revolutions of the mixed spirit bone, and once he communicated his own Tao fruit, he would surely possess a heavenly and earthly great creation, and was destined to stand proudly over the entire era. Unfortunately, he had met that lifelong enemy when he was once on the verge of condensing the Tao fruit, causing his cultivation to regress and so far unable to break through to the 3rd grade Saint God realm. He was bitter about it and always wanted revenge. It's just that for so many years, he hadn't sought the opportunity, until he gave birth to Yi Lingyun. Originally, he thought that he would be able to make use of this son of his to make a clean sweep, but he didn't expect that his own son would be slaughtered right after he came out of the gate. How could he not be angry and hateful? Yi Rulong gritted his teeth and said, I have not used the heaven and earth visions of the innate 5 elements divine fetus for I don't know how long, and for you to be able to force me to use the heaven and earth visions is enough to be proud of yourself in the 9 hells and yellow springs. His body glowed and his aura skyrocketed as a single rune leaped, outlining a dense chain of symbols and orderly gods. He raised his right palm, and light shone in the center of his palm as a ball of golden light converged and gradually interpreted into a golden divine spear. This divine spear, cast in gold all over, was inscribed with many ancient divine patterns and ordered divine chains, densely covered with symbols, emitting astonishing energy fluctuations, as if it could penetrate the Qianquan. This was his most powerful undercard, and even though it was only in its embryonic form, it was extremely not bad. He wanted to behead Jiang Wushuang. Clang! He wielded his divine spear, slicing through the void, piercing through the void barriers, and slashing fiercely towards Jiang Wushuang. Jiang Wushuang's eyes were cold and indifferent. His aura was terrifying. His skin glowed with a faint glazed treasure light. As he stepped out with a foot, a river of stars spanning underneath his feet. It was like he was stepping on a river of stars, and in an instant, he dodged the attack of this shot. He swept out his fist with a destructive force. Yi Rulong shouted, his body bursting with light and rain as he fought hard against Jiang Wushuang's punch. Bang! The fists clashed like a muffled thunderclap, stirring up terrifying ripples of light. These rays of light were so brilliant that they flooded the void and the earth. The crowd shied away. The area instantly became a vacuum field, and whoever approached would be doomed. Jiang Wushuang was spewing divine light all over his body, like a golden blazing sun in bloom, illuminating this heaven and earth. His fists were crystal clear, as if they were poured with gold. Every inch of his skin glittered with a precious radiance as he executed the Heavenly Emperor fist and wrestled with Yi Rulong. The two battled to a fever pitch. Yi Rulong did his best. His aura climbed to the top. The runes on his body's surface blazed more and more. Even the air was flowing with runes. The hot energy was burning like a flame. Jiang Wushuang's eyes were cold. He didn't say a word. His fists became even more violent. He was bathed in light, and from time to time, he utilized the great desolate dragon coiling cauldron to sneak attack Yi Rulong, causing him to be exhausted, and he was even almost injured a few times. They fought from the 9 heavens into the ground, into deep pits, and kept killing each other. The large crack spread, collapsing the surrounding mountains and valleys, the chaotic rocks crashing into the clouds, and the berserk aura shaking the sky. The two fought their way through mountain after mountain, and in the end, a huge boulder was lifted up by the aftermath of their great battle and collapsed a mountain range. The area was in complete chaos, devastated and littered with debris. In the distance, some of the ferocious birds and beasts were so frightened that they trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to move. These two were simply too strong, beyond common sense, and even if they were saint-level beings they wouldn't dare to easily provoke their pressure. Yi Rulong stomped out, the ground under his feet exploded, and a large canyon was stomped out hard by him. Jiang Wushuang was also not willing to show weakness. His body emitted a crackling and crunching sound. His physical strength soared by the minute. His blood chi roared, inducing the resonance of the heaven and earth, and a golden lotus blossomed in the void. His entire body was dyed gold, and a power of supreme rigidity and yang emanated from all over his body, shaking the void to the point that it hummed and trembled. This can't be right. The more Yi Rulong fought on, his mind became more and more fried. He felt an unspeakable suffocation and shame. It was even more disgusting than eating. No, I can't lose. I've already lost once. I absolutely cannot fail again. Yi Rulong roared, frantically urging the divine tire in his body. A ray of golden divine sunlight hung down and enveloped him, causing his essence to become stronger, and the divine spear in his hand blossomed with more symbols and chains of orderly gods. This time, he spared the damage to his divine fetus to completely suppress Jiang Wushuang and avenge his son's death. His body glowed as he rushed towards Jiang Wushuang with the golden divine spear in hand, erupting with a monstrous aura. The skies are shaking, like there's been a big earthquake. Jiang Wushuang had a long dragon of blood chi wrapped around his body. His eyes were like cold lightning, and his aura was boundless. Swish! The golden god spear slashed through space, so fast that it tore the void apart, revealing a large dark and incomparable crack. Yi Rulong's attack was terrifying. It was a secret technique that had not been passed down. This strike was enough to destroy a peak physical body refiner. Jiang Wushuang was undaunted, and similarly swung the great desolate dragon coiling tripod to meet it. The tripod's aura blazing and the divine aura exploding, intertwining with that golden divine spear. The two violently collided, and the divine haze shot out in all directions, bursting out a brilliant and dazzling 10,000 feet of golden light. Yi Rulong's body shook and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. His face was pale and his heart was filled with shock and indignation. Jiang Wushuang actually couldn't block it? This is their Yi family's direct lineage. Why can this native from the lower world block it? Not only him, the other spectators were also horrified. This scene was too shocking, simply overturning their cognition. Jiang Wushuang's physique was too strong. His aura was surging incomparably. The more he fought, the more courageous he became. His blood chi boiled up like an ocean. His every move contained a majestic power. Put. Yi Rulong coughed up blood. His body was dyed red. His chest was completely sunken. And his bones clicked. How can you lose? Why you lose? Obviously a lower class native of the 3000 Dao states. Ling Yun, my father can't help you avenge your death. Yi Rulong's heart was like ashes. The feeling of watching his son die a horrible death without being able to do anything about it made him mourn. His eyes were moist, tears rolled down, and he was in agony. Ding dong! You have crushed the mind of a third-grade Holy Spirit Realm cultivator. You have gained 3.5 years of cultivation from this third-grade Holy Spirit Realm cultivator. Congratulations to the host on his realm breakthrough to the 8th rank of the Saint Ancestor realm. With Yi Rulong's rout, a beep sounded in Jiang Wushuang's head. However, Jiang Wushuang didn't care too much about the system prompts coming from his mind. After all, it was just a cultivation increase. This kind of thing was simply a routine for him. The bronze rusty sword reappeared in his hand as he approached Yi Rulong step by step. Yi Rulong was covered in blood. His breath was shriveled to the extreme. At this moment, when he saw Jiang Wushuang approaching, his pupils contracted and he wanted to escape, but he simply could not do so. What do you want to do? After killing the old man's son, you still want to kill me? Yi Rulong angrily shouted. An old face reddened, obviously came to avenge his son, but also took himself in, simply suffocating and desperate. Do you think your son died in vain? I have no grudge against him. He rushed out and gave me a humiliating beating, threatening to waste me. Do you think I'll just fold my hands? There's a good saying that a son doesn't teach his father, and when a son's character fails, being a father is really almost the same. Jiang Wushuang laughed lightly. His voice was calm, but it was extremely harsh in Yi Rulong's ears, causing his heart to twitch, and he was furious. He spewed out a mouthful of blood in anger. Jiang Wushuang shook his head and sighed. That's just it. I'll be merciful if I give you a pain today. Yi Rulong's face was tough as nails, doing his best to resist, looking ironclad, but in his heart, he cursed bitterly. This kind of mercy is for whoever wants it. Unfortunately, Yi Rulong's pride, these words would never be spoken. Jiang Wushuang's eyes flickered with icy coldness as he lifted his bronze rusty sword with his right hand to slash, a biting sharpness instantly chopping down, carrying a flash of cold sword light. Giggle! Yi Rulong's head flew up, blood spattered, and the image was shocking. His body fell to the ground, his eyes wide open and full of resentment. Jiang Wushuang didn't give Yi Rulong's divine soul a chance to detach, and pulled out a jade pendant to repeat the same technique, sealing Yi Rulong's divine soul and throwing him into the storage ring. Ding dong! You have shocked 1/5 of the central region's heavenly pride. You have gained 1.5 years of cultivation from these celestials. Congratulations to the host's cultivation breakthrough to the Quasi-Saint God Realm 1st grade. Chapter 030, Breaking Through the 1st Grade of the Paragon God Realm. 10,000 Years Treasure Pills. Ding dong! You have shocked 1/5 of the central region's celestial pride. You have gained 1.5 years of cultivation from these celestials. Congratulations to the host's cultivation breakthrough to the Quasi-Saint God Realm 1st grade. Jiang Wushuang didn't expect that after he killed Yi Rulong, there would be an unexpected gain, as his cultivation directly broke through to the 1st grade of the Quasi-Saint God Realm. Of course, to him, it was a piece of cake and not worth getting excited about at all. Jiang Wushuang still didn't leave because he knew that the Yi family's people must be mad with anxiety at this time and would definitely come to track them down. He's going to stand guard here. In fact, it was true. Originally, Yi Lingyun's death had caused the Yi family's top management to be in chaos, and now that Yi Rulong, who had gone to avenge his death, had also been killed, the Yi family's patriarch and a group of elders couldn't sit still at all. Search for the murderer immediately, no matter who it is. My Yi family will make him pay in blood. Yi family grand old ancestor Yi Wuwei's face was as gloomy as water as he angrily rebuked. Yi Lingyun was the family's most outstanding son, destined to become the Yi family controller in the future, and might even ascend to the very top and become a great emperor. As a result, being killed at this juncture was a huge blow to the entire Yi family, with far-reaching consequences. In particular, there was also a Yi Rulong, who went out to avenge his son's death, but was also killed, which was a strange shame. Yes, a great figure of the Yi family lowered his eyebrows and nodded in agreement. The majesty of my Yi family will never be violated. Even if he is a being that ran out of the ancient forbidden zone, he will have to pay the price. Yi Wuwei's eyes were sharp with killing intent. The faces of most of the Yi family's top management were extremely ugly. Has their Yi family ever suffered such humiliation? It was always others who bowed down to them in awe and reverence. When did they dare to offend them? Not to mention killing a core member of their family. Family master. This matter should not be made a big deal. At this time, an elder couldn't help but dissuade him. Since the other party dared to kill Rulong and Lingyun's father and son, they are bound to possess extraordinary backgrounds. What if they provoke a certain ancient clan? The question is critical. Although their Yi family was also a draconic ancient family, in the central region, their Yi family did not have one hand in the sky. Just like the forbidden zone of life and some reclusive draconic ancient families. Old me just said it all. No matter who it is, even if it's a being that ran out of the desolate ancient forbidden zone, anyone who dares to touch the dignity of my Yi family will die. Yi Wuwei snorted coldly and said in a chilling tone, now that our Yi family has suffered heavy losses, I'd like to see just how tough he is. Can he withstand the wrath of our Yi family? Pass the order down. Set out for the Heavenly King's banquet. I would like to see what kind of cat or dog would dare to go against my Yi family. As his words fell, instantly, the entire Yi family boiled over. An aura as vast as an abyss filled out, enveloping the 4 fields in 8 directions. Jiang Wuxuan opened his eyes, and a terrifying power surged within his body, as if he was about to break through the shackles of his body and explode with devastating power. After 2 great battles, he had a brand new perception of the undying scripture and the Heavenly Emperor fist that he had not once comprehended, which benefited him greatly and helped him in his own cultivation. Suddenly, he looked up and saw the void crack open, and dozens of silhouettes walked out of it, emitting a majestic and boundless aura, each one of them, a giant on one side. Jiang Wuxuan narrowed his eyes and stared at the several people in the lead, one of whom was clearly Yi Rulong's great-grandfather, the Yi family's grand old ancestor Yi Wuwei. Other than that, there was Yi Wuwei's son, Yi Rulong's grandfather, Yi Tianhe, and a few others were the elders of the Yi family. Yi family? How fast? Jiang Wuxuan laughed lightly, not the least bit alarmed. How dare you? How dare you even murder my grandson? I think you're really tired of living. Yi Tianhe's eyes were enraged. His body released a horrifyingly monstrous killing intent, itching to break Jiang Wuxuan into pieces. At this moment, he had lost his mind, and only monstrous anger remained in his heart. His grandson is dead and so is his son, and there are simply no words to describe the pain. Your grandson deserves to be killed, and your son is no better, Jiang Wuxuan said indifferently, the corners of his mouth hanging in an icy arc, but their divine souls are in my hands, so if you want to, you should properly lower your stance and negotiate with me. Little doll, this seed is curious. Where did you get the confidence to kill our Yi family members and still want to negotiate with our Yi family? Really looking for death? Yi Wuwei's face was indifferent, his gaze calmly gazing at Jiang Wuxuan as if an overwhelmingly ferocious beast was overlooking an ant. Jiang Wuxuan shook his head and said lazily, you're wrong. It's not that I'm going to negotiate with you guys. It's that you guys are asking me. Arrogant. Yi Wu, the Yi family's grand elder, shouted violently, his head full of white hair flying, his aura terrifyingly monstrous. He roared, old ancestor, don't use a bull's knife to kill a chicken? Let me go and finish him off. I'll tear him to pieces with my own hands. Yi Wu, take it easy first. Yi Wuwei waved his hand and stopped Yi Wu. Immediately, he looked at Jiang Wuxuan again and said indifferently, what do you want before you're willing to hand the person over to me? Half of the Yi family's resources, and I'll return the person. Jiang Wuxuan's lion's mouth was half of the Yi family's resources. When these words came out, it caused an uproar in the Yi family. The Yi family were all dumbfounded. This guy even opened his mouth to ask for half of the Yi family's resources. Who did he think he was to make such a request? Yi Wuwei's face suddenly turned iron blue. He hadn't expected the other party to ask for half of the Yi family's resources in a lion's mouth. Young man, you shouldn't be so greedy, he said coldly. If you want to make a good deal, we can continue, but if you're like this, then there's no deal. Is that a threat? Jiang Wuxuan looked at him askance, not the slightest hint of worry visible on her face. I'm just stating the facts, old man. Yi Wuwei said coldly, no one can negotiate with the Yi family. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wuxuan, however, laughed and said, your Yi family is so overbearing, but I like it. Hearing him say this, Yi Wuwei frowned slightly, seemingly sensing a bit of abnormality. Yi Wuwei said in a deep voice, what exactly do you want? It's simple. Doesn't your Yi family have many treasure pills? A divine soul counts as 10 treasure pills, 20 treasure pills in total, and I don't want anything below 10,000 years old. Jiang Wuxuan spoke slowly, looking breezy. Asshole. The Yi family members were furious. Their hallowed Yi family had been treated as an ingrate. Ha! Jiang Wuxuan grinned and said, if your Yi family takes something to suggest, I will immediately release them now. If not, I have no fear. The big deal is that the fish is dead. He actually didn't have too much enmity towards the Yi family, but the Yi family's performance was just too bad, especially Yi Lingyun, who had practically engraved the words no one in sight on his face. If it wasn't for Yi Lingyun's sightlessness, things wouldn't have come to this. However, he didn't worry that he couldn't get away, because he had many kinds of talisman seals at his disposal. including a large number of teleportation talismans, which could instantly disappear as far as 10,000 miles away from home. These were all the products left behind from the robbery. Although not as good as the immortal teleportation talisman, it was better than the quantity, enough for him to escape. Good. What a fish out of water. Yi Wuwei laughed back in anger and said, I have underestimated you. He truly didn't expect that a junior in the district would actually dare to negotiate with him. But he wasn't as stupid as Yi Rulong, and was worried about Yi Lingyun and Yi Rulong's divine souls, and didn't dare to strike easily just in case. Otherwise, with an attitude like Zhang Wushuang's, he would have been slapped to death by the strongest members of the Yi family. So he had to be careful. Yi Wu, how many precious pills do you have on you? Take them all out. Yi Wuwei knew that every elder of the Yi family would more or less carry around 1 or 2 precious pills on a daily basis, which could just be used to replace them. After all, the lives of Yi Lingyun and Yi Rulong were at stake, so they could not be careless. Yi Wu hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing. After all, they were well aware that this was not the time to be counting on this issue and could only endure. When the deal was successful, he would settle the score back and ruthlessly clean up this arrogant little brat. This was the thought in the minds of all Yi family members. Soon, 20 danbao with rich spiritual qi and emitting divine haze flew out from Yi Wu and them, falling into Zhang Wushuang's storage bag and were all taken away by him. Okay, now you can let go. Yi Wuwei narrowed his eyes, a dangerous cold aura flashing in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, remember your promise just now, or I will make you pay a terrible price. What's the hurry, you old man? Zhang Wushuang said teasingly and threw over one of the jade pendants that had imprisoned Yi Rulong. Humph. Yi Wuwei snorted coldly, then with a wave of his sleeve robe, he rolled away the jade pendant that imprisoned Yi Rulong's divine soul. There's another one. Yi Tianhe stared at Zhang Wushuang with an icy gaze, and secretly had already transmitted a message to Yi Wu and the others to prepare to strike at any time. Zhang Wushuang understood what was going on in these people's minds, and he didn't care as he continued to tease. It's been a pleasure working with you guys, and I hope that we'll have another chance to work together next time. After saying that, he threw out the other jade pendant. Yi Wu and the others' faces were cloudy, and after hesitating for a moment, they gritted their teeth and rushed up, ready to suppress Zhang Wushuang instantly. Unfortunately, Zhang Wushuang didn't give them the chance at all as hundreds of teleportation talismans instantly exploded, forming a huge spatial force field. After a split second, Zhang Wushuang disappeared cleanly. Not even a trace of residue was left behind. Several Yi family elders were caught off guard and injured each other, instantly becoming in a sorry state. Seeing this, Yi Wuwei's face became even more ugly. A teleportation talisman? Humph. You think you can escape from this seat? Yi Wuwei let out a cold snort before flicking out a finger. An extremely bright golden light shot out, instantly penetrating the void and chasing towards Zhang Wushuang. The void trembled as the ray of golden light instantly crossed the distance of 10,000 miles and appeared in front of Zhang Wushuang. Crap! The teleportation talisman can't be used. Sensing the approaching golden light, Zhang Wushuang's complexion changed violently. His face revealed a look of gravity as he quickly moved sideways to the side to avoid this golden light. At the same time, Yi Wuwei had crossed the void and instantly descended, blocking Zhang Wushuang's path. Kid, be a good boy and tie your hands, he said indifferently, his tone cold and piercing. Zhang Wushuang looked up at him, shook her head, and sighed. Alas, I've told you that if you fight with me, your Yi family is destined to lose troops, and as a result, you still don't believe me. As his words fell, the surrounding void suddenly rippled, and then densely packed array patterns appeared out of thin air. It is? Seeing these array patterns, Yi Wuwei's face instantly paled a few points as he exclaimed, when did you set up the array? These formations were not of a low grade. They were all same grade level formations. Even most of them were still killing formations, with only a very few trapped formations. This kind of killing formation was exceptionally powerful, and once it was activated, even a cultivator at the peak of Saint Ancestor was afraid that it would be very difficult to detach from it peacefully. However, he was not a waste of the Saint Ancestor realm after all, and he regained his composure in just a second, letting out a stern cry and saying, how long can you trap this seat with just this? It's out of your hands. Zhang Wushuang lazily said, then I'm afraid 2 seconds will be enough. Asshole. In the midst of Yi Wuwei's burst of impotent rage, all the array patterns around him activated, instantly enveloping the entire area. Zhang Wushuang, on the other hand, took advantage of this opening to activate the teleportation talisman once again, moving 10,000 miles away in an instant, and without the slightest pause, the teleportation talismans were thrown desperately, and in one breath, they instantly moved tens of millions of miles again. Until then, Yi Wuwei let out a low roar with a gloomy face. Originally, he thought that Zhang Wushuang would be suppressed by him,
But he didn't expect this fellow to be so cunning that he had set up hundreds of saint-grade formations in advance, rendering him helpless. However, he wasn't discouraged by this and instead smiled sinisterly. Little brat, do you think you can run away? I'll play with you slowly. Chapter 031, Swallowing 20 10,000-year-old treasure pills. Jiang Wuxuang activated the teleportation talisman while sensing Yi Wuwei, who was constantly breaking the void behind him, and frowned as he cursed. This old thing is chasing really tight. Little brat, this seat will see how many teleportation talismans you have. Yi Wuwei gritted his teeth in anger. He was a peak Holy Spirit powerhouse, but he had been tricked by a junior. It is simply outrageous. In his heart, he secretly made up his mind that no matter what, he would catch Jiang Wuxuang and then slowly torture him, making him beg for life and death. Middle Domain. The ancient kingdom of Kanglan, Yahoshua County. It was a sparsely populated place with a lack of aura, far less resourceful than the northern wasteland. However, it still existed within the Kanglan Ancient Kingdom, being one of the 7 counties of the Kanglan Ancient Kingdom. Since this state and county was too remote and barren, there weren't many forces here. Yi Wuwei unleashed his supreme divine ability, and he unexpectedly tore through tens of thousands of miles of layered emptiness with his great strength. His goal was very clear: to block the location where Jiang Wuxuang would teleport to next. It requires extremely precise foresight and the ability to extraordinarily project. Yi Wuwei, on the other hand, clearly possessed such strength. At the same time, great changes began to take place above the sky. The originally clear sky was suddenly windy and rolling clouds converged like angry waves. In the blink of an eye, the entire heaven and earth was shrouded in darkness, and lightning and thunder continued to roar. This shocking scene left everyone in awe. Dark clouds obscured the sunlight, as if a doomsday scene had descended, plunging the entire Yezhou County into darkness. Such a frightening sight. An unknown number of people were awakened and swept out of their houses, looking at the distant vision with shocked expressions. What was that about? Could it be that a supreme powerhouse has descended? Many cultivators were filled with doubts. Suddenly, the heavens and earth shook violently. A thick purple thunder steeply cut through the dark night, illuminating the dim sky, and with a loud rumble, a figure was cleaved out, scorched black and with some blood stains staining his clothes. It was Jiang Wuxuang. He cursed. He didn't realize that Yi Wuwei had already deduced the landing point of his teleportation. Little, you run. Why don't you keep running? Just then, an old and angry voice resounded through the heavens, only to see dark clouds tumbling above the sky, and then a terrifying pressure descended, as if it were a mountain pressing down. Toward Jiang Wuxuang's head, Yi Wuwei showed up. In an instant, a surging aura swept through the 8 directions of heaven and earth, and everyone's gazes fell on him, filled with awe and scorn. Is this a Saint God realm powerhouse? It's really extraordinary. I can feel a vast and unfathomable aura from a long distance away. The crowd's hearts palpitated and they couldn't help but whisper. Even if they were far away from each other, they couldn't withstand that kind of oppression and were almost suffocating. Yi Wuwei was suspended in mid-air, his eyes cold to the core. He looked down at Jiang Wuxuang, who was in a sorry state and still had traces of thunder on his cheeks, and the corners of his mouth curled into an icy smile. Yi Wuwei indifferently asked, Little, this seed is curious. On what basis do you dare to provoke our Yi family? On what grounds? Jiang Wuxuang wiped off the dust and mud from his face, revealing a handsome face that was clean but covered in fury. He raised his head to lock eyes with Yi Wuwei, his eyes erupted with 2 brilliant and dazzling auras, and he said coldly, You people are always high above the ground, thinking that you are above the 9 heavens, but you don't know that you don't deserve to be at the very top at all. And I, Jiang Wuxuang, am here to tell you that it's better for you to be a little more humble. When these words came out, all the onlookers were in an uproar. This kid is crazy, isn't he? He actually dares to call out to a Saint God realm powerhouse? Arrogant. Just too arrogant. The more arrogant you are these days, the worse you die. The crowd whispered and looked at Jiang Wuxuang like he was an idiot. The terrifying aura that Yi Wuwei had just displayed was enough to make one tremble with fear. No one had thought that a young, yellow-haired boy would dare to spout such wild words. It's a death wish. As expected, Yi Wuwei's eyes instantly narrowed into dangerous slits after hearing this, and a flash of icy killing intent surged out as he said grimly, It's been a long time since I've heard someone dare to talk to the seat like this. I hope that the memory of it is still fresh in your mind when you kneel down in submission later on. As the words fell, Yi Wuwei's body blossomed with a piercing silver aura around him, like a 10,000-foot haze that enveloped the entire sky dome. The terrifying pressure spread in all directions, shaking the sky, and the dome of the sky shook slightly. Yi Wuwei moved, only to see his arm lightly waved, his palm slightly stroked towards the void. A powerful to suffocating Holy Spirit aura came surging madly like a tidal wave. and quickly converged and fused between his palm and fingers.
In the blink of an eye,
a Holy Spirit seal as massive as a divine mountain quietly emerged, blossoming with endless dazzling light, as if a round of radiant blazing sun had descended into the world. This Holy Spirit seal was crystal clear, as if it was carved from flawless jade, with countless mysterious runes and patterns inscribed on its surface, emitting an ancient and profound aura. The moment it appeared, the entire heaven and earth changed color, the wind and clouds stirred, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. That Holy Spirit seal stretched across the void, stretching hundreds of miles long, like a mountain of ancient gods suppressing down, carrying the terrifying might of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, suppressing the heavens, and fiercely crashing into Jiang Wuxuan with the momentum of a mountain crushing the eggs. Wherever it passed, the void violently twisted and crumbled, forming a huge black crack, from which endless destructive aura gushed out, as if it was going to swallow the entire world into it. In the next instant, the sky fell apart. Terrifying energy ripples spread out like a tidal wave, shaking back countless onlookers, and even quite a few cultivators were caught in the crossfire and were blown away, coughing up blood from serious injuries. The crowd panicked and frantically disappeared from their original location, fearing that they would be crushed by the aftermath. Although Jiang Wuxuan was attacked, he did not suffer any fatal injuries, but instead, all the magic treasures he had sacrificed were scrapped. His face was very ugly and he was holding a fire in his heart. With the undying scripture and the immaculate Tao body, Jiang Wuxuan swallowed all 10,000-year-old precious pills that he had just pitted from the Yi family into his stomach. In an instant, his flesh was like a divine furnace burning up. Surging vitality erupted out, huge life essence merged into every inch of his skin, and with a single breath, his dermal membranes, bones, and tendons were blooming with divine aura and glittering. Ding dong, you've done what no one has dared to do, swallowing 10,000-year-old treasure pills in one breath. Receive a systematic reward, the secret of the lines. Listening to the system prompts coming from his mind, Jiang Wuxuan was full of concern, but it was the energy flowing in his body that caused the corners of his mouth to curl up in an arc, and a wisp of arrogance was even more evident in the bottom of his eyes. It's a great feeling. It was as if he had been pumped with chicken blood and was filled with unprecedented wariness. Jiang Wuxuan took a deep breath, discarding the distracting thoughts in his mind, his gaze fixed on Yi Wuwei in the sky dome. He grinned and sneered, "Old mongrel, you just had a good chase, didn't you?" Yi Wuwei's eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold aura in his eyes skyrocketed. "Try saying one more word." As the words fell, another terrifying aura filled the air, shaking the void. Yi Wuwei struck again. This time, he utilized a terrifying killing art, and the aura of heaven and earth became furious, turning into rolling flood waves that slapped towards Jiang Wuxuan, as if he wanted to crush him. Jiang Wuxuan's complexion was aghast as he urged the undying scripture without hesitation, operating the sun true flame within his body, causing the surface of his body to burn with a blazing flame, incinerating everything and fending off these rolling flood waves. The rolling hot true fire of the sun rushed up high into the sky, reflecting the dome of the sky red, the endless flames drowning everything, and the terrifyingly high temperatures caused the air to boil. Under the burning of the flames, the rolling flood gradually subsided. This was the dreadfulness of the true fire of the sun. It possessed a terrifying burning power, and nothing could not be burned. True fire of the sun? Yi Wuwei had seen a lot and instantly recognized the flame that Jiang Wuxuan had unleashed as a legendary saint-grade flame with extremely appalling power. But he was not afraid. A mere sun true flame couldn't help him yet. Yi Wuwei took a step out. His speed suddenly accelerated, and slammed his fist out. The blazing fist energy contained invincible fist intent, destroying the world and dominating the world. There was a true dragon silhouette emerging, hovering above the sky, emitting a deafening dragon roar, as if a real true dragon had descended into the world, majestic and unrivaled. In just an instant, this true dragon silhouette pounced in front of Jiang Wuxuan's body. With a punch, Jiang Wuxuan raised his eyebrows and a playful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said, "I like using my fists the most." Jiang Wuxuan's body blossomed with a purple gold luster, with terrifying chi and blood surging out, just like the vastness of rivers, lakes and seas, and a terrifying destructive aura swept away. A purple and gold blazing sun rose as a fist blasted out, and the entire space trembled. Its light illuminated in all directions, making it impossible to look directly at it. This purple gold blazing sun contained endless energy and destruction, and wherever the purple gold light passed through, the void shattered and everything turned into ashes. That terrifying fist force even shook the sky, seeming to tear the sky apart. The power of this punch had already surpassed Yi Wuwei's cognitive realm, and only those who had truly seen it would understand the terror and shock. Chapter 032 Battle Saint God Realm Ancestor. Bang! As the two fists collided, the void seemed to have stopped, and in the next second, The purple and gold blazing sun exploded, turning into infinite points of light that dissipated into the heavens and earth. And that one terrifying true dragon shadow also annihilated into nothingness. Immediately after, Yi Wuwei's body unexpectedly slid backward hundreds of meters away, eventually coming to a halt, his feet crushing the ground, leaving a shocking groove, and his lips were vaguely overflowing with blood. Yi Wuwei raised his head and stared dead at Jiang Wuxuan, an incredulous look in his eyes as if he had seen a ghost. He himself was actually forced back by Jiang Wuxuan's punch? How is that possible? Yi Wuwei didn't believe it was true, but when he looked down at the bruise on his chest, his eyes grew even more incredulous. His own fleshly body, which was at the peak of the Saint God realm, was actually smashed with a bruise by Jiang Wuxuan's fist? He's the peak of the Holy Spirit. If the paragon doesn't come out, who will compete with him? At this moment, Yi Wuwei suddenly realized something, his gaze tightly condensing on Jiang Wuxuan as he asked in a deep voice, "How did your strength increase so much?" Jiang Wuxuan replied indifferently, "That's thanks to your Yi family's 10,000-year-old treasure pills." Hearing his words, Yi Wuwei's eyes suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints. His heart shook violently, and his face became extremely shadowy. These words were completely naked provocation, not putting him in his eyes at all. In all his years of fame, he had never been so humiliated. Yellow mouth. With a furious shout, the air around Yi Wuwei fluctuated violently, and an even more terrifying force than just now erupted out. A rune that blossomed with supreme divine aura flew about, and the entire sky was illuminated by these brilliant and dazzling runes, like a splendid picture. Beautiful. These runes were all top-level laws that Yi Wuwei had comprehended. At this moment, all the laws intertwined and fused, forming a vast and extreme formation map suspended high above the sky, covering the sky and releasing endless pressure. Suppress you. Yi Wuwei's voice was indifferently incomparable, and the formation diagram instantly crushed out, suppressing towards Jiang Wuxuan, wanting to suppress him to death. In an instant, the sky fell apart. The area within a radius of tens of thousands of feet was enveloped by an enormous pressure, and the void couldn't withstand it, and one thick crack after another appeared, spreading in all directions. It was a devastating sight. It was then that a shocking scene occurred. Jiang Wuxuan rose up in the air by exercising the Xingzi secret, his entire body wrapped in blazing fire, as if a burning meteor had crossed the sky. Thunder roared, mirroring the flames and lighting up the entire sky. Between the waves of his arms, he unexpectedly executed a variety of mysterious and powerful divine secret techniques. Only a real phoenix flew out of his hand, crossing the sky and spreading its wings to soar above the 9 heavens. This phoenix exuded endless majesty and power, and the gusts of wind it brought up when its wings flapped were enough to tear through the void. It rushed towards the formation diagram at an astonishing speed, carrying an unrivaled might and determination to destroy everything. In an instant, the formation diagram trembled violently, and the originally dazzling light instantly dimmed. The terrifying and extreme impact caused the entire space to be turbulent, as if it was about to be torn apart. Immediately afterward, several other attacking techniques fell, destroying the formation diagram and turning it into a roiling point of light that disappeared without a trace. Yi Wuwei's eyes stared. A hint of shock flashed in his eyes, obviously not expecting Jiang Wuxuan to break his own attack so easily. He took a deep breath and tried to calm his slightly agitated state of mind, and exerted the various types of divine spells at his disposal with all his might. For a moment, countless rays of light shone, sweeping toward Jiang Wuxuan like a tidal wave, seemingly desiring to completely suppress and obliterate him. Immediately afterward, a long spear of divine might appeared in Yi Wuwei's hand. The body of the spear flashed with dazzling and eye-catching light, carrying a stern and unparalleled aura, ruthlessly and incomparably speeding towards Jiang Wuxuan, bound to pierce him through with a single shot. This was actually a quasi-emperor battle weapon, named Divine Light. It was obtained by him in a mysterious forbidden land in his early years, which contained an incomparably powerful destructive force. Even a Holy Spirit-level powerhouse of the same level wouldn't dare to take it easily. At this moment, Jiang Wuxuan stepped on top of the void, and every step he took would cause the void to tremble violently, as if he could not bear the weight of his body. Just as the divine light was about to descend, only a flick of his wrist could be heard, and the divine sword covered in bronze rust instantly came out of its sheath and swelled away at an astonishing speed, transforming into a monstrous sword light that slashed straight at the divine light. In an instant, a deafening roar came. Dang! The terrifying aftermath spread rapidly like ripples, sweeping across the entire heavens and the 8 wildernesses, and wherever it passed, space was twisted and shattered. Both of them felt the terrifying power contained within the other. Yi Wuwei's eyebrows raised and he was secretly surprised in his heart. The techniques he practiced were the Sun Scripture and Burning Sky Scripture that had shaken the central region of the Yi clan. These 2 wondrous books contained endless mysteries, and once cultivated,
They could possess earth-shattering powers, with his own profound and unfathomable cultivation realm, supplemented by that impressive quasi-emperor battle weapon, the divine light. He was able to let go of the fight without fear even when faced with a strong quasi-emperor level foe. Even if he was unable to defeat the other party in the end, it was by no means difficult to get away in peace. However, when he faced Jiang Wushuang, he was shocked to realize that he was unable to do anything against him and had no chance of winning. Instead, he was forced into a corner by his opponent. Could it be that this kid has really stepped into the holy god level? Yi Wuwei was shocked in his heart, but quickly dismissed the thought. Although he didn't know Jiang Wushuang's exact realm, it definitely wouldn't exceed the Saint Ancestor realm. After all, Jiang Wushuang was just too young. Thinking of this, a cold smile spread out from the corner of Yi Wuwei's mouth, and disdain and contempt flickered in his eyes. He took a deep breath and mobilized the power of his entire body, and the 137 holy cores in his body began to operate frantically. Each sacred core emitted a dazzling light, just like the bright stars in the night sky. They echoed each other and cooperated with each other, bringing together a steady stream of surging aura and channeling it through the meridians to Yi Wuwei's hands. These auras surged like a torrent, instantly filling his palms. The originally bland and uninteresting palm was actually emitting a palpitating aura at this moment, as if it contained endless power. As the aura continued to be injected, the divine light in his hand became more and more blazing, and its might became more and more terrifying. That divine light was like a burning sun, the blazing light illuminating the entire space, making it impossible to look directly at it. The surrounding air seemed to be distorted by this powerful energy, forming a bizarre ripple that spread out in all directions. With that, Yi Wuwei's body moved like a bolt of lightning and rushed out again. His speed was so fast that it was as if he had transcended the limits of time and space. At this moment, he was like a demon god descending into the world, radiating endless majesty and dominance. The long spear in his hand flashed with a dazzling light, and wherever the spear passed, the void was easily torn apart. Yi Wuwei swung his lance violently, and where the tip of the lance crossed, it brought up a brilliant brilliance. This strike contained unparalleled power, as if it was able to destroy everything that stood in its way. The void was unbeatable in front of this terrifying power, and was instantly shattered into countless pieces. The entire space was thrown into chaos. This strike was simply too overbearing, and its power was great enough to make any existence under the quasi-emperor tremble. Jiang Wushuang's eyes gradually became cold and sharp, as if they were able to penetrate hearts. He tightly gripped the hilt of the sword and slightly pushed his right hand forward an inch, and in that instant, an unparalleled and overwhelming sword chi whistled and gushed out. The sword chi was like a bolt of lightning cutting through the void, carrying endless might and killing intent as it rushed straight ahead. Only a crisp clang resounded through the sky as divine light and sword chi violently clashed together, instantly erupting into dazzling sparks. These sparks are brilliant and eye-catching, as beautiful and spectacular as fireworks blooming in the night sky. However, behind this beautiful sight lies a great danger. The energy generated by the collision formed a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye, spreading out rapidly in all directions with the collision place as the center. Each circle of ripples contained a terrifying power, and wherever it passed, the air was torn apart and space seemed to be distorted by it. The entire heaven and earth shook violently under this powerful force, as if it was about to be torn into pieces. Kill! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Wuwei roared and continued to kill Jiang Wushuang with divine light in his hand, wanting to suppress him to death. His fleshly body wasn't bad, his strength was majestic, and his chi and blood flourished like an ocean. Under this kind of attack, any other cultivator would have to fall with a grudge, but Jiang Wushuang was the only one who remained unchanged. He only saw his feet stepping on the void, and the line character secret and do character secret were running wildly. His speed was as fast as the Taicho divine heavens, and in the blink of an eye, he avoided the attack of the divine light, and came close to Yi Wuwei, and took the initiative to kill him. Yi Wuwei's face sank. He didn't expect Jiang Wushuang to know so many powerful secret techniques, even his speed was so terrifying. Chapter 033 My name is Jiang Wushuang, the Wushuang of Gaishur unrivaled. Yi Wuwei's face sank. He didn't expect Jiang Wushuang to know so many powerful secret techniques, even his speed was so terrifying. With the many wonderful techniques, Jiang Wushuang did not retreat or avoid, and even took the initiative to meet Yi Wuwei, not putting him in the slightest bit. Seeing that Jiang Wushuang actually dared to carry the divine light, a teasing smile appeared at the corner of Yi Wuwei's mouth. The two ruthlessly collided together, immediately erupted into a deafening sound. Piercing white dazzling light filled the air recklessly, like a hurricane sweeping the void. Will be surrounded by rocks and trees all twisted into smithereens. The divine light spear on and the bronze rusty sword in Jiang Wushuang's hand fiercely collided together, erupting into clusters and clusters of terrifying flames of light that scorched the nearby void. Kneel down for this seat.
Yi Wuwei's 137 sacred cores released a brilliant light in unison, as if they had transformed into a vast ocean,
enveloping Jiang Wushuang. In an instant, Jiang Wushuang only felt a heavenly rotation, almost unsteady on his feet. He gritted his teeth to support himself, his heart raging with anger. Your Dao heart is still really solid, and you still refuse to kneel? The essence of Yi Wuwei's eyes skyrocketed, and a ray of biting killing opportunity burst out steeply, causing one's heart to tremble, only to see his arm vibrate. The divine light lance suddenly doubled in size, emitting an even more blazing radiance. The gun steeply became incomparably powerful, like a black dragon roaring in the sky, lunging towards Jiang Wushuang. Feeling this ferocious and incomparable aura, Jiang Wushuang's heart and mind shook. He was unwilling to submit to Yi Wuwei, and the rusty sword in his hand violently crossed against the gun barrel. The two weapons collided together with a loud bang, erupting into even more astonishing fluctuations. No matter how great your talent is, it will be hard to escape my suppression in the end. Yi Wuwei snorted coldly, flipped his wrist, and the tip of the gun suddenly transmitted a powerful spiral force. In a flash, Jiang Wushuang only felt a majestic force pouring down on top of his bronze rusty sword, causing his tiger's mouth to explode and dripping with blood. His body was also blasted out by the powerful force, smashing heavily into the ground and smashing out a deep pit. Yi Wuwei put away his gun and stood, a hint of arrogance on his face as he condescendingly looked down on Jiang Wushuang, who was lying in the ruins. His tone was cold and indifferent. Even if one has a heaven-defying qualification and doesn't grow up, it's just a flash in the pan and will eventually die. In his opinion, no matter how much of a genius Jiang Wushuang was, in the end, without enough strength to grow, he could only end up in a miserable situation. This was the cruelty of the cultivation path. Even though one had the posture of a supreme demon, if one did not grow up, one was still a mole cricket after all. At the moment, Yi Wuwei was enjoying the pleasure of crushing his opponent. This feeling of controlling the life and death of his opponent gave him an inexplicable sense of satisfaction and superiority. Although Jiang Wushuang was only a junior to him, Jiang Wushuang's talent made him unable to resist being jealous. To reach the Saint God realm at such a young age, this potential was terrifying. If Jiang Wushuang was given a few more years to grow up, I'm afraid he would have trouble suppressing it. Therefore, since he had already formed a grudge, it was impossible for Yi Wuwei to leave Jiang Wushuang the chance to grow up. You're a real piece of work, you old bastard. Jiang Wushuang poo-pooed a mouthful of bruised blood and climbed out of the deep pit with great difficulty. He still straightened his back and glared at Yi Wuwei with a stubborn look, without a trace of fear. He was proud. He was born at the peak of the Saint Emperor realm, and since he was a child, his journey had been smooth, and he had not encountered any difficulties at all. This adversity in turn strengthened his invincible heart. How dare you stand up with a smile on your face? Yi Wuwei's eyes narrowed as a cold aura flickered and his body's mana surged. He lifted his feet towards Jiang Wushuang, and with every step he took, a crisp sonic boom rang out in the void, like thunder, taking the heart. I will defeat you. Jiang Wushuang gripped the bronze rusty sword tightly. His body's holy veins worked crazily, and he did his best to catalyze the qi and blood in his body, as his entire body burned, blossoming with a radiant purple light. Defeat me? Yi Wuwei shook his head and laughed coldly. His footsteps moved, bringing up a wind and wave that was violent to the extreme. In a matter of moments, Yi Wuwei's figure flickered and appeared in front of the enemy like an instantaneous movement. One could only see that he seemed to be holding a brilliant and dazzling silver-colored divine light in his hand, which seemed to contain endless power and majesty, causing people to not dare to look directly at it. Along with Yi Wuwei's movements, a violent and extreme might violently erupted out. The might was so powerful that it was beyond imagination, as if the entire world was going to be torn apart by it. Spiritual qi rolled and swirled like a tidal wave, and this spiritual qi coalesced into a single point, forming a destructive force that blasted towards Jiang Wushuang's chest, and wherever it passed, the void collapsed and annihilated, crumbling inch by inch. War! Jiang Wushuang angrily shouted out, his voice shaking the 9 heavens, as if he wanted to tear apart this heaven and earth. His eyes flashed with a blazing light, and an unrivaled and powerful aura emanated from his body. As his words fell, the Dharma heaven and earth was suddenly cast. One could only see his body rapidly expanding and becoming immense, towering like a primordial divine mountain. At the same time, the surrounding void began to tremble violently, emitting a low rumbling sound. Along with this loud noise, the entire area boiled as if it had been set ablaze. Endless auras converged crazily, forming a huge vortex that rotated more than just around Jiang Wushuang. His aura was even rising at this moment, like a volcano erupting, and terrifying energy fluctuations swept out in all directions. Under the impact of this powerful energy, the surrounding mountains crumbled and collapsed, and countless deep cracks appeared on the ground. Even the clouds in the sky were hardened and torn away. revealing a blue undertone. At this moment, Jiang Wushuang's heaven-swallowing wolf and 9 specters harvest, which had not been unleashed, appeared behind him at the same time, emitting monstrous fury as they rushed towards Yi Wuwei. Yi Wuwei's face changed slightly. This scene shocked him quite a bit. He didn't expect Jiang Wushuang to have such desolate beasts as the heaven-swallowing wolf and the 9 phantoms to assist him. Yi Wuwei immediately stopped his attack and quickly retreated backward, pulling away. How could Jiang Wushuang give up so easily? Only to see his immaculate Tao body completely explode open, and the countless acupoints within his body were constantly gushing out endless amounts of holy qi. These holy qi were rich and pure, and when they were gathered together, they formed a powerful torrent of power, causing Jiang Wushuang's entire body to become like a war god bathed in divine haze, emitting a palpitating aura. As the immaculate Tao body erupted in full force, Jiang Wushuang's body was violently surrounded by a palpitatingly terrifying ripple. These ripples were not energy fluctuations in the ordinary sense. They were made from the convergence of endless mysteries and prowess, each of which contained an ineffable and mysterious power. Wherever it passed, space seemed to be twisted and distorted, presenting a weird and wonderful sight. Every ripple that spread was like a storm in space, sweeping out in all directions with a heaven-destroying might. Wherever it passed, the void shattered and everything was reduced to pieces. This was the strength of the immaculate Tao body. The fleshly body was nearly perfect, and with the might of the undying scripture and the Dharma heaven and earth, it allowed Jiang Wushuang to have an invincible stance for a short period of time. Rumble! The terrifying ripples crashed in mid-air, bursting out terrifying fluctuations that shook the heavens and moved the earth, as if the waves were beating against the shore, as vast as the sea, annihilating everything around them. This kid, why is this so weird? Yi Wuwei's eyelids fluttered violently a few times, his heart pounding. In that moment just now, he even had an illusion. It was as if this teenager in front of him was not a human being, but an ancient devil king, fierce and brutal, as if he could devour people at any time. However, very quickly, Yi Wuwei regained his composure, and a color of indifference appeared in his eyes. Humph, what can I do even if I have some strength? I am the great ancestor of the Yi clan, cultivating for 3,000 years, controlling our Yi clan's heavenly destiny, and having traveled across the central region for so many years. How have I ever feared any opponent? I said that I will behead you here today. The corner of his mouth hooked up into an icy arc, and with a wave of his right palm, a majestic and surging aura surged and rushed, transforming into a matchless storm of energy that strangled towards Jiang Wushuang. The speed of this aura storm was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, it spanned a distance of 1,000 feet and descended above Jiang Wushuang's head, to engulf him. However, Jiang Wushuang did not move a muscle, allowing these aura storms to invade. The aura storm bombarded Jiang Wushuang's body, immediately erupting into an ear-piercing sound that spread throughout the firmament. I was born in the Saint Emperor realm, and I do not fear the Qianquan or the ears. A misty voice spat out from Jiang Wushuang's mouth, transmitting a trace of sadness, of vicissitude. This brat has actually absorbed all the medicinal power of our Yi family's 10,000-year-old treasure pills? Under Yi Wuwei's shocked gaze, Jiang Wushuang's aura continued to soar, eventually reaching an extreme. The feeling of blood qi rushing to the sky. A domineering and boundless aura that looked down upon the heavens was released from Jiang Wushuang's body, only to see him raise his voice to the sky, a terrifying and boundless aura blossoming out. His figure slowly stepped out as if he was practicing his invincible Tao heart. Every time Jiang Wushuang took a step, the heavens and earth would tremble fiercely, as if his footprints contained some kind of terrifying rule power, capable of suppressing the heavens. One step to a lotus, one step to the heavens. This was the symbol of Jiang Wushuang's invincible Tao heart. When Jiang Wushuang took 6 steps, it was as if the heavens and earth could not withstand his domineering and overpowering imperial majesty and continuously exploded and collapsed down. My name is Jiang Wushuang, the Wushuang of Gai Shi. Jiang Wushuang's mouth spat out a domineering voice that shook the sky. Chapter 034. So what if you are a great emperor? My name is Jiang Wushuang, the Wushuang of Gai Shi. Jiang Wushuang's mouth spat out a domineering voice that shook the sky. In the next second, Jiang Wushuang's body suddenly disappeared in place, instantly arriving in front of Yi Wuwei. His fist carried a monstrous aura and ruthlessly smashed into Yi Wuwei. This punch contained the greatness of destroying everything, and the terrifying power was enough to pierce through all obstacles. So fast, Yi Wuwei's pupils shrunk violently, his heart trembled, and he hastily executed a body martial art. His figure flickered rapidly, avoiding Jiang Wushuang's attack. Bang! With a muffled sound, Jiang Wushuang's fist smashed into the void, instantly stirring up endless ripples, and the space in the void seemed to have been pierced through. Seeing this scene, Yi Wuwei couldn't help but be secretly staggered. Just now, if he hadn't reacted in time, he would have been at a disadvantage. After all, the power of that punch was too terrifying. his body backed up sharply, keeping a safe distance from Jiang Wushuang. His eyes staring at Jiang Wushuang with a heavy gaze as he said in a deep voice, "What kind of physique do you have?" An ordinary cultivator who swallowed 20 10,000-year-old treasure pills in one breath would have exploded and died long ago. "Not only are you fine, you have been able to fight with this seed all this time, and now you are even absorbing their medicinal power perfectly. Are you really a human race?" Jiang Wushuang didn't reply, still stepping forward, the aura on his body getting more and more furious. A radiant golden aura filled his body surface, and with every step he took, countless runes lit up, interweaving into a dense array pattern, as if forming a giant python that hovered beside Jiang Wushuang. 3,786 holy cores? Yi Wuwei was shocked as the number of formation patterns surrounding the outside of Jiang Wushuang's body revealed the number of same cores in Jiang Wushuang's body, which had clearly reached 3,786. It was important to know that the number of holy cores was the sign that reflected the level of strength of a Holy Spirit, and it was also the focus of measuring the depth of one's potential. Who exactly are you, to actually have such heaven-defying qualifications? Yi Wuwei's face was gloomy, his heart filled with scorn and even a hint of panic. This was because such a qualification had already surpassed all records in the history of the human race in the central region. Even if he fancied himself as the number one contemporary of the Yi family, after so many years, he had only cultivated to 137 sacred cores, compared to the gap of 3,786 sacred cores. It was simply hard to describe in words. It's already impossible to make good today. Such a demon, if we let him live smoothly, he might cause great harm to the Yi family. Yi Wuwei's eyes swept through a flash of killing opportunity. His gaze became cold. His figure suddenly turned into a stream of light rushing towards Jiang Wushuang. His right hand 5 fingers clenched tightly. A dazzling and piercing light erupted in his palm. As he slapped out his palm, eye-catching and piercing light blossomed from the center of his palm, as if it had transformed into a round of obsidian sun, crushing over towards Jiang Wushuang, the strong might causing the surrounding void to distort. Jiang Wushuang fended it off with one hand. There was a loud explosion as the two collided together. In an instant, it was as if the entire heaven and earth were trembling, the winds and clouds were tumbling, and the mountains and rivers were blinded. A force as majestic as a monstrous wave suddenly erupted, surging and raging. 10,000 feet of peaks instantly collapsed, and debris flew, like stars falling. In this horrifying energy fluctuation, the spiritual grasses and fruits in a radius of tens of thousands of miles, instantly dissipated like morning mist, grayed out, and lost all vitality. This extreme attack made this piece of area turn into a forbidden zone of death. So what if you're a great emperor? This seed is the great ancestor of the Yi clan of the central region. How can I allow you to underestimate me? Yi Wuwei roared angrily. His body was bathed in mysterious light. The invincible bloodline in his body was revived to its peak. His fleshly body emitted a blazing and unparalleled light, and he was like a god with one hand in the sky. I am the divine son of the Jiang clan. Only your Yi clan is in the central region and our Jiang clan is in the 3000 Dao state. Jiang Wushuang said indifferently. Why do you people always think you're better than others? By virtue of the fact that your Jiang family is only natives of the lower realms. Yi Wuwei shouted angrily, his body bursting with unrivaled light, the long spear in his hand blossoming with a brilliant haze, stabbing at Jiang Wushuang like a dragon coming out of the water. Are you Middle Kingdom beings noble? The corners of Jiang Wushuang's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of a disdainful smile. Then I will definitely break the arrogance and conceit in the hearts of you people. Not only will I trample all of your central region's celestial pride under my feet, I will also stand on top of you old-timers and ascend to the Supreme Emperor position that no one has achieved for 60,000 years in Great Diffusion Immortal Region. The words had just fallen, and that powerful aura on Jiang Wushuang's body, like a burning flame, suddenly erupted to the extreme. Around his body, billions of golden lights bloomed brilliantly, dazzlingly, as if he was a golden deity illuminating the heavens and earth. Each breath caused the yuan qi in the heavens and earth to turn over, bringing about unspeakable power. In an instant, 9 visions revived beside him, and 9 sullen Dharma realities appeared, standing like 9 gods above the firmament. These 9 Dharma realities enveloped Jiang Wushuang's head as if they were a sacred shroud, obscuring the sky and enveloping the entire firmament. Divine light poured down from the sky like a waterfall, coloring everything around it with a layer of mysterious light, as if it was the supreme existence in the world, shining down on this heaven and earth and proclaiming its inviolable dignity. Under the backdrop of the 9 Dharma real bodies, Jiang Wushuang was like an ancient demon god, his body towering and magnificent, and his demeanor disdainful of the world. How is this possible? 9 Dharma true bodies, 9 heaven and earth visions? Yi Wuwei's pupils suddenly tightened, feeling an unprecedented pressure. The contents of an ancient book he had once read suddenly surfaced in his mind.
which contained 9 of the strongest supreme physiques throughout the ages, surpassing all known physiques. These 9 supreme physiques are the desolate ancient saint body, the Tsong Tian hegemony body, the immaculate Tao body, the innate Tao body sacred fetus, the chaotic Tao body, the Taishu Tao body, and so on. Everyone who possessed these physiques possessed an invincible physique, was burdened with heaven and earth visions, and possessed battle power beyond imagination, and could be called an invincible existence in the same realm. According to the records of that ancient book, cultivators with the 9 supreme physiques are sufficient to shake the stars and rivers, overriding the ancient and modern future, and once their wings are full, they will become invincible. Now, the visions in Dermic true body revealed by Jiang Wushuang's physique bore a striking resemblance to the immaculate Tao body that was rumored to be the purest and holiest of all. Yi Wuwei's brows were slightly furrowed, and an indescribable uneasiness surged in his heart. Does the kid possess an immaculate Tao body? The appearance of this thought was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, causing him to feel his scalp tingle and a strong look of horror flashed across his eyes. The immaculate Tao body has only appeared 3 times in the entire history of the Great Diffusion Immortal region, and all of them were from the central region, with no one from the lower realms. If Jiang Wushuang was truly the holder of the immaculate Tao body, then based on the achievements of those 3 in the Great Diffusion Immortal domain's long history, Jiang Wushuang would be destined to become a great emperor powerhouse that would not come out for 60,000 years in the future. The meaning of all this was clear to Yi Wuwei. Now that he and Jiang Wushuang were already incompatible, he had to completely resolve this potential scourge. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. The situation is urgent and the moment of decision has arrived. He must be killed. After figuring all of this out, Yi Wuwei's gaze became even more stern and his killing intent was awe-inspiring, as he held a silver-white spear and swung it forward violently, and all of a sudden a strand of cold aura blossomed, penetrating through the void of heaven and earth and tearing through it, shooting towards Jiang Wushuang's hole. This strike was terrifying in the extreme. The speed was so fast that it was almost done in the blink of an eye, and there was no way to dodge it. Jiang Wushuang's eyes were cold and merciless as he looked at the terrifying sharp edge that stabbed at him, but his figure did not move at all, like a great mountain that had been immortal for ages standing there, letting the sharp edge fall on his body. It's a sign of confidence and absolute trust in your own power today. Just when Yi Wuwei's strike was close at hand, Jiang Wushuang was surrounded by thunder. The berserk power stirred the 8 wastelands, and the terrifying might shook the Qianquan. As he stretched out his right palm, his palm print was the size of a millstone, and he fiercely slapped it on top of that sharp edge. Clang! A crisp sound came out, only to see that the silver-white sharp edge was hardened, unable to inch in half a step further. What? Yi Wuwei's face changed drastically. This was a strike that he had exerted all his strength to execute, containing a terrifying divine sun and laws, but it was actually blocked so easily by Jiang Wushuang. Rumble! Electricity arcs jumped and gusts of wind swept through. In Yi Wuwei's shocked gaze, the thunderclouds around Jiang Wushuang became more and more violent, as one after another thick thunderbolt struck down, densely intertwining around him, turning into a thunder pool that flooded this part of the earth and sky. In addition, the 9 Dharma real bodies above Jiang Wushuang's head opened their eyes in unison, each erupting with monstrous divine might. A might that destroyed everything was released from them, shaking the void and causing Yi Wuwei's heart to palpitate. He felt like he was being stared at by 9 primordial gods, and at any moment, he could be devoured by this supreme divine might. Chapter 035, You're obviously not even a quasi-emperor. Ever heard of thunder punishment? Jiang Wushuang said indifferently, as his words fell, and in an instant, the void exploded, as cloud after cloud of thunder clouds converged crazily, and thunder rolled, transforming into a sky full of purple thunder. These thunders were purple-red in color and emitted a suffocatingly terrifying aura. Ka-ching! Jiang Wushuang flicked his fingers, and those purple thunderbolts rushed out with the power to destroy everything, smashing into Yi Wuwei in a heavenly manner. Yi Wuwei's face turned blue, his spiritual energy running to the extreme, his bloodline and Dao bones resonating, causing a brilliant light to bloom on his body, and a law rune condensing, turning into countless defensive barriers around him. But even so, it still couldn't resist these purple thunderbolts, and the moment it touched, it would directly explode into pieces. Purple thunder descended like rain, destroying his defenses, and in an instant, his flesh was covered in scorched black marks and his clothes exploded open, revealing the pitch-black skin inside. Ah! Miserable screams came out from Yi Wuwei's mouth. He desperately resisted, but it was still to no avail. There were too many purple thunderbolts, locking him firmly in place, making it impossible for him to escape. Finally, his defense collapsed, and his body fell heavily to the ground, spitting out blood, cloaked in a miserable appearance. At this moment, he suffered a huge trauma. The blood chi in his body tumbled, and even his breathing became much shorter.
You're not the law of the 3,000 Taoist states. Yi Wuwei was shocked and furious. With his eyesight he was able to see that the method Zhang Wushuang had cast was not from the 3,000 Tao state, but instead was a method from another level. This was at least an emperor art level law, and although it was still very young, its grade was far superior to the spells of this Yi family of theirs. Zhang Wushuang was expressionless as he said indifferently, "Speaking of which, I'd also like to thank you. If it wasn't for that stroke you just made, I really wouldn't have been able to absorb your Yi family's 10,000-year-old treasure pills so quickly." At this time, he was surrounded by purple thunder, just like a thunder god descending to the world, with endless domineering and destructive energy between his hands and feet. At those words, Yi Wuwei's lungs exploded with anger, but he could not help Zhang Wushuang right now. "You know what? Your attacks are so weak and simple that it's like scratching an itch." Zhang Wushuang shook his head inside, disappointment written all over his face. "You're being too liberal." Yi Wuwei was furious. His hallowed Qing Xian spiritual body, his physical body was not said to be invincible, but there were few people who could match it. Coupled with his own battle power at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm, he was actually described as an itch by Zhang Wushuang. "It's nakedly humiliating. I'll fight you," Yi Wuwei roared. His entire body's aura erupted, and his strong bloodline power swept through the entire area. In an instant, a stream of blood-colored light surged and enveloped his body, forming a pair of wings on his back. Just in the next split second, Yi Wuwei lifted his wings and flew up, his speed instantly skyrocketing, turning into a blood rainbow and killing towards Zhang Wushuang. This was the Yi family's blood sacrifice technique, which allowed one to sacrifice one's own essence blood to obtain a short-lived boost in strength. But of course, the cost was extremely high, and one's lifespan would be greatly reduced. In particular, this technique is so bizarre that unless you willingly break your arm on your own to end this secret technique, it will last until your lifespan dries up and you die. Compared to being constantly humiliated by Zhang Wushuang, Yi Wuwei would rather pay the price of this broken arm. Terrifying pressure filled the four directions. Yi Wuwei's speed skyrocketed, closing in on Zhang Wushuang in an instant. A fist blasted out. The wind of the fist was volatile, like a long golden river pouring down. "Trying to kill me that way?" Zhang Wushuang laughed contemptuously and coldly as he lifted his right foot and fiercely took a step forward, and a rumbling sound resounded. Then, he slowly raised his fist and blasted out. In an instant, an overpowering to the extreme might of the Emperor's Tao surfaced in the void, accompanied by the swinging of Zhang Wushuang's fist. This imperial might was like an abyss and a prison. The laws of the heavens and earth were intertwining, like strands of order chains dropping down and wrapping around Zhang Wushuang's right fist, making it more and more terrifying. This punch made Yi Wuwei feel terrified. It was as if he was facing all the ancient laws since several epochs. That feeling of boundlessness and nowhere to avoid made his heart tremble. "That's impossible. You're clearly not even a quasi-empire." Yi Wuwei's heart and soul lost control. He couldn't help but hiss in a low voice. He couldn't believe it no matter what. He was obviously just a 16-year-old, yet he possessed such heaven-defying means. If someone had once told himself that fists were more powerful than spells, even surpassing some of the divine abilities, he would have scoffed and thought that the other party was talking nonsense. However, today, he had witnessed this kind of heaven-defying fist technique. This was no longer a boxing technique, but a true imperial art. What kind of concept is that? This means that as long as this small ample time is given, in the future, his fist can definitely penetrate the domains, ascend to the peak of the martial way, and look down on the hundreds of millions of living beings in the great diffusion immortal domain, disregarding any taboos, and fearless of any provocation. Who would dare to take such a punch? Boom! As Zhang Wushuang's fist fell, the sky shook and the ground shook, deafening the ears. It was a terrifying and incomparable punching intent that caused the void to tremble violently, and an endless force of laws spread out. This extreme fist, extreme art, and extreme method sent Yi Wuwei into a frenzy. At this moment, he couldn't care less about his face, and at all costs, he activated the all-force blood sacrifice technique. His entire body's essence and blood boiled and burned, transforming into a blazing flame that burned the heavens and the dome of the sky. Boom! The two collided. The void collapsed and opened up. Turbulence rolled, the destructive aura stirred, and matchless energy ripples spread out, collapsing the void and annihilating the earth. Zhang Wushuang stood proudly in place, unmoving, his gaze looking out of the corner of his eye, a pair of eyes as dazzling as stars. He stared at Yi Wuwei and indifferently said, "You can only look up to me. This is impossible. This is impossible. How is it possible for you to master this kind of law? This is clearly an imperial art." Yi Wuwei was cloaked and bloodstained, looking exceptionally wretched as he stared incredulously at Zhang Wushuang, unable to comprehend why he knew such a powerful method. The imperial art? Ah, that's a taboo. It was rumored that it only existed in the forbidden zone of life, and even if it was only cultivated to the skin, it would still be invincible in the Gai generation, capable of sweeping across the 8 wildernesses without anyone being able to stop it. Yi Wuwei didn't believe that Jiang Wushuang, a native of the 3000 Da state, wasn't qualified to learn the imperial art at all, but the facts were right in front of his eyes, and he couldn't afford to question them. Ahem, I lose without complaint. Yi Wuwei suddenly sprayed out several mouthfuls of blood as his breath plummeted and his body became shriveled. It would be an honor to die under an imperial art. He revealed a miserable smile and muttered. He had come to the end of his rope, only the last bit of time left. Pull through and maybe he could turn it around. Is this considered a man's word? Jiang Wushuang spoke faintly, his gaze as deep as a deep pool with no bottom in sight. I've never given in my life, even if I die. I'll pull you as a cushion. Ha ha ha. Yi Wuwei laughed out loud and said maniacally, Old me won't leave such a scourge as you for the Yi family. When the words fell, he was ready to explode himself and die with Jiang Wushuang. Buzz. However, right at this moment, blazing white light flashed out from Jiang Wushuang's body, and those white lights condensed into a giant tripod silhouette suspended around Jiang Wushuang. This giant tripod was dark gold in color, inscribed with all sorts of ancient runes, and the walls of the tripod were carved with ferocious beasts such as the pale dragon, phoenix, and Kylan, which were vividly lifelike, and each one of them exuded a flooded and ancient aura, carrying a sense of mystery and greatness. There were a total of 9 inscriptions on the wall of the tripod, emitting a radiant light and suppressing the vastness of the Chenkuan. Jiang Wushuang stood there, his gaze calm, and said indifferently, Old piker, do you really think I'm not on guard? Dang! The giant cauldron vibrated, releasing infinite haze. The runes on the wall of the cauldron bloomed with divine aura, surprisingly evolving a side of the heaven and earth, wrapping around Yi Wuwei and imprisoning him inside. Immediately afterward, the tripod rapidly shrunk and transformed into a ball of light that hovered in front of Jiang Wushuang's brow, emitting incomparably lurid fluctuations, and eventually entered his sea of consciousness. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for defeating a cultivator at the peak of the sacred god. You have obtained the blood sacrifice technique of this peak Holy Spirit cultivator. Chapter 036, I'm a vindictive person. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for defeating a cultivator at the peak of the sacred god. You have obtained the blood sacrifice technique of this peak Holy Spirit cultivator. The blood sacrifice technique? Jiang Wushuang knew the drawbacks of the blood sacrifice technique from the system introduction. His face darkened slightly as he spat. This kind of thing is of no use to me. After fighting for so long, he had only obtained a blood sacrifice technique, and he was losing money. The only comforting thing was perhaps that Yi Wuwei's storage ring was still in his hands. I have to say, as the Yi family's oldest ancestor, this old piker really has a lot of good things. Jiang Wushuang slightly swept Yi Wuwei's storage ring with his divine sense, and his eyes widened in surprise, only to see that it was piled up with all kinds of precious medicines, with tens of thousands of plants, and the lowest vintage was 10,000 years old. In addition to that, he actually had a lot of high-grade spiritual materials and techniques and divine abilities in his collection, and even tens of thousands of bottles of imperial pills and 100 bottles of holy pills. He was simply rich. This is still just the storage ring of the Yi family's oldest ancestor alone. How cool would it be if the entire Yi family was emptied? Jiang Wushu's eyes were glowing green. Thinking about this made him want to go rob the Yi family. However, he wasn't stupid. A 10,000-year-old clan like the Yi family, the clanland must possess all sorts of prohibitions and spell formations. A little bit of inattention might touch certain ancient prohibitions. Jiang Wushuang secretly calculated in his heart. The Yi family can go without for now. That mouthy Xiao Yun must be slaughtered. Little Master is very vindictive. He was not completely uninformed when he came to the central region. This Xiao Yun came from the Xiao family of the 4-Elephant Mountain County, and although the Xiao family was the top power of the 4-Elephant Mountain County, it was not too much of a threat to him. After all, the Xiao family was not a 10,000-year-old clan like the Yi family, but merely relied on the support of the 4-Elephant Vermilion Bird Hall. This 4-Elephant Vermilion Bird Hall was not an independent force, but a combination of the 4-Elephant Xuanwu Hall, 4-Elephant White Tiger Hall, and 4-Elephant Song Dragon Hall. It is a super alliance force. It was only that the core of this super alliance, the 4-Elephant Hall, had been dormant for many years and had long since lost its former splendor and glory. However, this alliance was extremely deep, no less than a dynasty. If it was the Jiang Wushuang of the past, he might have been a trifle afraid, but now, he wasn't afraid in the slightest. 4-Elephant Mountain County, inside an ancient village, smoke rose up, and it looked like the villagers here were cooking. Inside the village is located a piece of house. Green brick houses lined up. A courtyard door is wide open. Just did not see the silhouette of people. In the center of the village, a green lion carriage was traveling on a wide street. pulled by two green maned lions. Majestic. With a plaque of 4 Elephant Mountain County Shao Mansion hanging on its frame. There were a dozen or so grey-robed cultivators escorting this green lion carriage on both sides, all of them at the Holy Lord Realm cultivation, full of spirit and with sharp gazes. In the center of the carriage, a young man in brocade clothes and gorgeous clothes was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, and beside him, there were beautiful maids pouring wine in dishes, serving him in every possible way. This brocade-clothed man was the Shao family's second elder, Shao Fujiang, who appeared to be only in his 20s, but in reality, he was already over 400 years old. Suddenly, the carriage stopped. Shao Fujiang opened his eyes, a cold, chilling light erupting from his eyes, and said in an indifferent tone, "Why did you stop?" A grey-robed cultivator next to him respectfully said, "Second elder, there's a green ox nibbling grass next to it." Upon hearing this, Shao Fujiang frowned for a moment, then said disdainfully, "A broken cow. Is it worth making you stop specifically to remind? Since it dares to get in the way, slaughter it." Hearing his order, the grey-robed cultivator led the way, lifted his feet and walked out, his voice icy cold as he bellowed, "Scram!" After saying that, he slapped his palm at the green bull. With a rumble and a dusty explosion, the green ox was slapped to death with a splash of blood. "Who are you to kill my family's cow?" Just then, a clear child's voice rang out, followed by a 7 or 8-year-old child running out of the house with waddling steps. The child with the fair face stared angrily at Shao Fujiang and the others and said angrily, "My father said that it would surely fetch a good price in another half a year. Why did you kill it?" It was a child, but with a thin and bony body, but with extraordinarily resolute eyes that carried a strong obsession. The grey-robed cultivator snorted and sneered, "A mere broken cow, how much can it be worth?" As the words fell, he raised his hand and a lower-grade spirit stone appeared in his hand. He weighed it and threw it to the boyish white boy, sneering, "Take it, it's enough to buy you 1,000 cows." The childish white boy reached out and held the spirit stone, but then shook it away, his tender childish voice resounding through the sky. "You can't bully people like this. My father said, be honorable." As he said this, his eyes turned red and he couldn't stop the tears from pouring out. He clenched his fists and said stubbornly, "I don't want your stinking spirit stones. I want my cow. Kill." The grey-robed cultivator frowned and was just about to continue his reprimand when Shao Fujiang spoke up first. He waved his hand impatiently, signaling the grey-robed cultivator to make a move to kill this obtrusive child. The grey-robed cultivator's face stiffened at his words, although he himself was considered to have killed a lot of people, but something like killing a child, he really hadn't done it before. However, after seeing Shao Fujiang's eyes, he still nodded his head and responded, "As you wish, second elder." As the words fell, he slammed his fist about to smash into the kid's head. The child doesn't know any better. Why do you have to get on his bad side? However, just at this time, a calm voice came out abruptly from inside the door. Afterward, a man in a green shirt with an elegant face walked out from the door. After seeing the man, the little boy shouted in surprise, "Father!" The grey-robed cultivator who was originally ready to strike to kill the little boy froze for a moment, then looked at Shao Fujiang inside the carriage and asked suspiciously, "Second elder, this?" Shao Fujiang's face remained as calm as water as he said in an indifferent tone, "We still have to meet the protector of the Vermilion Bird Temple, and we don't have the free time to tangle with these countryside villagers." "Yes." The grey-robed cultivator nodded, collected his breath, and retreated to the side. "What's the point of stepping aside? Kill them together." Shao Fujiang swept a glance at the grey-robed cultivator and his voice became even more indifferent. At those words, the grey-robed cultivator's body trembled, his eyelids fluttered, and he bowed his head in response. With that, he stepped out once again, his body blooming with a brilliant silver aura. His arms shaking, he was about to make a move against the elegant man and the small child. The Shao family is really overbearing? However, just at this time, a slightly lethargic voice slowly came out. The voice was unhurried and seemed unaffected. Upon hearing these words, the crowd turned their heads to look. Who? Shao Fujiang's face instantly became gloomy. His eyes showed a fierce light. In this 4 Elephant Mountain County, no one had ever dared to disobey the Shao family. This was simply slapping their Shao family in the face. Immediately afterward, Shao Fujiang heard a delicate laughter coming out. Afterward, only a graceful and delicate figure was seen coming in style from the dense forest in the distance. She had a black veil dress that outlined her fiery petite body. Her skin was snowy, and her body was enchanting and full of temptation. The moment he saw the silhouette, Shao Fujiang's eyes lit up and his pupils couldn't help but contract for a moment. He stared at the visitor, licked his lips, hemmed and hawed and laughed strangely twice, and said, "Miss Lu really lives up to her name, and such an extreme product. If one were to play around with it, I think it would have a different flavor." Lu Chanxian glanced at Shao Fujiang and said with a delicate smile, "In that case,
I'm afraid I'm not interested in visiting that vermilion bird hall's protector.
Right? Upon hearing this, Xiao Fujian frowned as a trace of hesitation flashed through his heart, but he quickly returned to normal. He laughed out loud and said, "It's just a protector. How can it compare to your charm?" Miss Lu Qianxian giggled and said, "That's what you said." As the words fell, her lotus steps moved and she walked toward Xiao Fujian, her graceful and delicate body swaying. "Mr. Xiao, the slave is here." In the next second, her body approached Xiao Fujian. Her jade finger gently picked and scratched across Xiao Fujian's chest. A soft and tingling sensation quickly spread all over the body along her fingertips, making Xiao Fujian almost unable to hold on. Xiao Fujian's eyes glowed, and he couldn't wait to hug and ravage Lu Qianxian immediately. He took a deep breath, forced down the evil thoughts in his heart, and smiled. "Miss Lu is indeed beautiful." Lu Qianxian smiled sweetly, then suddenly struck out. The slender white thin hand probed out like lightning, and was about to clasp Xiao Fujian's throat. Xiao Fujian's face changed drastically. He never expected Lu Qianxian to be so decisive and ruthless. At the critical moment, he hastily sidestepped his head and managed to dodge the blow. "Bastard maid, looking for death!" Xiao Fujian roared. His body's aura erupted out. His right hand's 5 fingers curled together and pressed towards Lu Qianxian's chest. This strike he launched with anger, powerful and heavy. If he struck it solidly, even with Lu Qianxian's cultivation at the Saint Ancestor realm, I'm afraid that he would be slapped into serious injury. Lu Qianxian's eyes were clear and cold. She had no fear. Her feet stomped hard on the ground, and the whole person leapt up as if she was a fairy descending to the earth. Her left hand flexed her claws and turned into a sharp claw shape as she swung violently to meet Xiao Fujian's attack. At the same time, the surrounding experts who had long been ambushed also rushed out, each displaying their own skills, and surrounded toward Xiao Fujian and the others. In a flash, a melee broke out. A powerful wind wreaked havoc in all directions, stirring up ripples. Chapter 037, Quasi-Emperor? The faces of all the Xiao family members were unsightly. They had not expected at all that Lu Qianxian had actually led a group of helpers to come. These people numbered 20 to 30, and each one of them exuded extremely powerful fluctuations, and all of them were clearly at the Saint Lord realm. As for the 3 black-robed cultivators, they had even reached the half-step sacred ancestor realm, and within a few moves, they had killed several members of the Xiao family. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Xiao Fujian shouted angrily and said, "Retreat! Let you go?" Lu Qianxian sighed quietly, and then, her white thin hand was violently raised, her 5 fingers clenched, and blasted towards Xiao Fujian's back. In an instant, a violent and powerful wind whistled. Xiao Fujian sensed the crisis behind him and knew that there was no way to avoid it. He gritted his teeth and turned around, his right fist pounding out in an attempt to ward off this deadly blow. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the violent energy spread out. The other 3 black-robed cultivators at the half-step Saint Ancestor realm also made their moves in unison, cooperating with Lu Qianxian to surround Xiao Fujian. For a moment, berserk power swept through the 8 directions, and Xiao Fujian stifled a snort as his entire body flew out backwards, spitting out blood with his mouth open. Second Elder, seeing Xiao Fujian's negative trauma, the remaining Xiao family members' faces changed and they hurriedly surrounded and supported Xiao Fujian. "Second Elder, leave this place to us. You go first," a clan member anxiously said, and then their group prepared to fight to the death to stop this group of black-clothed men. "Humph, gone." Seeing this, Lu Qianxian's eyebrows furrowed and her face was chilled. In the next moment, her plain hand raised, and a cloud of purple smoke appeared around her, transforming into a long whip. Swish! A cracking sound came from the air as Lu Qianxian grabbed that long whip and violently lashed at the Xiao family members. The long whip danced like a purple dragon across the sky, and wherever it passed, the air exploded, emitting a series of thunderous crunching sounds. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 people had their tendons and bones shattered by the long whip, their blood bursting out, and they died tragically on the spot. "Lu Qianxian, is your 10,000 Flowers Pavilion planning to declare war with our Xiao family?" Xiao Fujian covered his chest and roared in anger. At this time, Lu Qianxian had already arrived in front of him and said with an icy face, "Xiao Fujian, you are really naive. Today it was the protector of the Vermilion Bird Temple who killed you. What is there to say about us? 10,000 Flowers Pavilion, declaring war with your Xiao family? You?" Xiao Fujian's eyes widened in shock, unable to speak, and his face, which had originally reddened from anger, suddenly turned pale. The other party had the audacity to blatantly tell him the truth. Wouldn't this mean that the other party was certain that the Vermilion Bird Palace and the Lu family would go to war over this matter? The moment he thought of this result, Xiao Fujian immediately felt cold air rising from his spine. "Damn it, aren't you guys afraid of things getting exposed?" Xiao Fujian's face shifted and changed, and in the end, he could only choose to threaten, hoping that Lu Qianshan would let him go. After all,
his son Xiao Yuxuan had only just joined the Vermilion Bird Temple, and if he were to start a war between the Vermilion Bird Temple and the Xiao family because of this matter, his own only bloodline would definitely be implicated. Exposed? So what if it's exposed? Oh, Lu Qianshan smiled coldly, glancing at Xiao Fujiang with a sneer, saying, so what if the Vermilion Bird Palace, it's still not being toyed with by us? Hearing Lu Qianshan's mockery, Xiao Fujiang's heart was filled with rage, but there was nothing he could do about it. At this time, it was completely me as the fish and meat and the other party as the knife and chopper. Kill. Lu Qianshan spoke indifferently, her eyes cold. She was calm from the beginning to the end, and didn't even put an ant like Xiao Fujiang in her eyes. Yes. The two half-step sacred ancestor realm cultivators beside Lu Qianshan respectfully responded as they leaped out and pounced towards Xiao Fujiang and a few other Xiao family members respectively. In an instant, screams rose and the smell of blood filled the air. After a short period of killing, Xiao Fujiang and the others were all killed, and their corpses lay on top of the ground. On the other hand, the two half-step Saint Ancestor Realm cultivators were unharmed and had not even suffered any skin injuries. Lu Qianshan caressed her hair and didn't even look at the corpse. A black-robed cultivator next to her suddenly said, Holy Maiden, what about the two people over there? Lu Qianshan's eyebrows frowned slightly, and following his gaze, she realized that the elegant man and the child had just fainted in a place not far away. Kill them all without sparing a single one, and the others in the village who have been under our control for a long time, and then burn them all in a single fire. A gust of frost rose above Lu Qianshan's stunningly beautiful face, looking particularly vicious. As you wish. The two half-step Saint Ancestor Realm black-robed cultivators nodded their heads in response, then quickly rushed over. Wonderful. Just wonderful. This good show is simply much more exciting than I expected. It was at this time that a lazy voice resounded abruptly. Who? Upon hearing this sudden sound, Lu Qianshan's delicate body immediately trembled, and she turned her head openly to look, only to see that on a treetop not far away, there was a youth who was leisurely leaning back and sitting there, with his legs crossed and a jug of wine in his hand. He took a sip of it and said, Are you people so dismissive of ordinary people as not being human? Seek death. Hearing these words, the two half-step Saint Ancestor Realm black-robed cultivators burst into a rage. One of them waved his long sword, bringing up a terrifying sword aura as he shot towards Jiang Wushuang. Seeing this, Jiang Wushuang skimmed his lips and shook his head. It's too slow. In the next second, Jiang Wushuang stretched out his left hand and flexed his fingers, instantly shattering the longsword into scrap metal and falling to the ground. What? Upon seeing this scene, this half-step Saint Ancestor Realm black-robed cultivator stiffened in fear. His pupils plummeted, and his face was filled with horrified disbelief. He could be sure that the sword he had just cut out wasn't weak, and it was impossible for an unusual Saint Ancestor Realm cultivator to achieve such a light touch. Yet, now this teenager had done it. What are you? You? At this moment, he took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, his tone filled with scorn and caution. Lu Qianshan's pretty face likewise changed drastically, and her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. She looked at Jiang Wushuang and said in a deep voice, Who exactly is your excellency? Jiang Wushuang glanced faintly at Lu Qianshan and lifted her hand to fling a slap across her face. Snap! Crisp slaps rang out. In a blink of an eye, Lu Qianshan's pretty face swelled up high. 5 bright red fingerprints presented themselves, and blood spilled from the corners of her mouth. Lu Qianshan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Jiang Wushuang, her shell teeth biting her red lips with hatred. She was the holy maiden of the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion, having grown up in fine clothes and with a golden key. Where had she ever encountered such an insult? It was only after a long time that Lu Qianshan reacted. Her eyes erupted in a blaze of fury and she screamed in a stern voice, You dare to hit me? Jiang Wushuang looked at her askance and said faintly, So what if I beat you? I'm also going to kill you now. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianshan fiercely clenched her teeth. Her eyes flashed with the color of madness, not caring who Jiang Wushuang really was, and let out a low roar. Do it! In an instant, all the people around them sacrificed their spiritual weapons in unison and executed powerful martial arts techniques to attack Jiang Wushuang. Jiang Wushuang was very calm in the face of so many martial artists attacking him. He snapped and bellowed, Get out! Along with this loud sound like a muffled thunder, a violent and powerful wind whistled by as if it were a hurricane. In just the blink of an eye, those who attacked him were all sent flying under the sweeping force of this strong and powerful wind. Those cultivators fell to the ground as much as they could, spitting out blood, their breath shriveled beyond measure. You, who exactly are you? Why are you trying to stop us from moving? At this moment, Lu Qianshan could no longer maintain her previous calmness, and her beautiful eyes surged with a strong sense of trepidation. Hearing Lu Qianshan say that,
Jiang Wuxuan suddenly came to Lu Qianxian in an instant, his gaze without a trace of emotion, condescendingly looking down on her, and said indifferently, "I'm not stopping you from taking action. I just think that these people are too trashy to be qualified to continue living." Jiang Wuxuan's words made Lu Qianxian's heart angry, but more than that, she was afraid and terrified. She read the strong killing chance from Jiang Wuxuan's eyes. Lu Qianxian forced herself to hold back her inner trepidation and said coldly, "Do you know that you've gotten into big trouble?" She wanted to pull the flag, hoping to deter the strange youth in front of her. Big trouble? Oh, Jiang Wuxuan laughed, a smile filled with sarcasm. He slowly squatted down, came close to Lu Qianxian's pretty face and said with a smile, "Tell me, what do you mean by big trouble?" Lu Qianxian was undaunted as she locked eyes with Jiang Wuxuan and snorted coldly, "I am the holy maiden of the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion. You have spoiled my 10,000 Flowers Pavilion's great event today. Do you know by whose orders our 10,000 Flowers Pavilion is acting? That's the White Tiger Hall. Do you think you'll have a good ending? Oh, the Pavilion of 10,000 Flowers? White Tiger Hall. Is it very powerful?" Jiang Wuxuan smiled indifferently. His right hand lightly fluttered, and everyone present in the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion, including Lu Qianxian, were all transformed into a pile of withered bones scattered on top of the ground. After doing so, Jiang Wuxuan began to collect all the storage rings of everyone on the ground, killing and touching corpses. This is a basic quality necessary for a qualified cultivator. Nice, nice. After scavenging everything from this group of people, Jiang Wuxuan nodded with satisfaction. Although he didn't lack these few spirit stones, but a mosquito's leg is neat even if it's small. He couldn't just leave it unused. At this time, Jiang Wuxuan's eyes flickered as he looked toward the elegant man unconscious on the ground and said in a playful tone, "How long are you going to pretend?" That elegant man slowly opened his eyes, with a look of agonizing struggle, kneeled on the ground with both knees, and weakly said, "Little brother, don't kill me, please, let me go." Jiang Wuxuan snorted, "Why would a quasi-emperor cultivator kneel with me?" Upon hearing this, the elegant man froze, looking at Jiang Wuxuan with a bewildered face, and said in shock, "What are you saying? Little brother? How come I can't understand?" Jiang Wuxuan's face was solemn as he said faintly, "There is no need to be confused with your understanding. I don't want to repeat what your true identity is a second time." At those words, the expression on the elegant man's face froze. His disguise for so many years had been recognized by a teenager. Although this teenager was very strong and powerful, but his own cultivation was forbidden, and there were simply not many people in the entire central region who could see it. Thinking of this, he didn't immediately reveal himself, still pretending to be puzzled. "Little brother, I really don't understand what you're talking about." "Ah." Jiang Wuxuan dodged and directly stepped on the elegant man's right arm, indifferently saying, "Last chance, if you don't come clean, then die." The elegant man howled miserably as sweat rolled down his forehead, his entire face twisted from the pain. After a long time, the elegant man finally admitted it. He sighed and said, "Alas, I didn't expect so many years of disguise, nestled in this kind of bird place, will be recognized through. It's just been a fight here, and if you don't take your kid away and lie where you are, everyone knows you've got problems." Jiang Wuxuan raised his eyebrows slightly and said lightly, "But compared to all this, I'm actually curious as to what kind of person has imprisoned your cultivation. So you really did recognize it?" The elegant man said helplessly, "Regarding why I was confined in my cultivation despite being a proto-emperor, don't you want to know my identity?" Jiang Wuxuan shook her head. "I don't want to." The elegant man's face stiffened, and he couldn't help but think, is a quasi-emperor so worthless now? Who the hell is this kid from? Even if the strength was perverted, it was surprising that he couldn't even look at the quasi-emperors. A little embarrassed, he said, "Aren't you curious?" Jiang Wuxuan bristled. "What's there to be curious about? Isn't it just a quasi-emperor? It's not like it's a true emperor." The elegant man's face stiffened even more. He really couldn't look at the quasi-emperor. Thinking of this, he smiled bitterly and said, "What if I tell you that I'm the master of the 4-Elephant Hall?" 4-Elephant Hall master? Jiang Wuxuan was slightly stunned, then lost her smile and said, "You're teasing me, right?" However, soon after, Jiang Wuxuan's eyes narrowed as he stared closely at the elegant man and asked in a deep voice, "No wonder the 4-Elephants Hall suddenly disappeared. It turns out that it has something to do with your cultivation being confined. I'm even more curious as to what kind of existence is capable of confining a cultivation at your level." It was important to know that the peak of a holy god and a quasi-emperor appeared to be separated by only a thread, but the difference was extremely huge. It's like a gap in the sky that's insurmountable. The quasi-emperor realm was categorized into beginning, minor, perfection, and major. Each level of cultivation represented a spike in battle power. This 4-Elephant Hall master was once a stage 2 quasi-emperor minor achievement. but someone was actually able to seal his cultivation, so one could imagine how terrifying this person should be. Jiang Wushuang even suspected that this person was definitely at the cultivation level of a quasi-emperor great achievement, or else he wouldn't have been able to do it at all. But how could such an existence be so idle as to come out and imprison the cultivation of a quasi-emperor powerhouse? Jiang Wushuang couldn't figure it out. This kind of thing is unbelievable. That all started when I entered the forbidden zone of life 600 years ago. Situ Feng took a deep breath, suppressed the violent churning of qi and blood in his body, and began to slowly narrate why he had been sealed off from his cultivation. Chapter 038, I Never Take Revenge Overnight. That all started when I entered the forbidden zone of life 600 years ago. Situ Feng took a deep breath, suppressed the violent churning of qi and blood in his body, and began to slowly narrate why he had been sealed off from his cultivation. In the center of the dark forbidden zone, there is a lofty divine peak. That divine peak, I don't know how high it is. Even with my realm I can only see an approximation. But at the top of that peak I can see that there are 9 bright stars hanging, emanating a vast and endless mysterious fluctuation. Speaking here, Situ Feng paused for a moment and continued. There is a black hole at the center of those 9 stars, and I see that there is a dense chaotic mist filling out of the black hole, and there is also a terrifying and incomparable devouring force coming out of it vaguely, which seems to be devouring the entire heaven and earth in general. Jiang Wushuang's eyes narrowed slightly as he continued to listen. Around that black hole there are 8 array patterns intertwined to form a chain that binds the black hole. There will always be curiosity in this situation. I wanted to barge up there based on my quasi-emperor cultivation, but I was suppressed by a woman who appeared out of nowhere. Her features were beautiful, but I could not feel the slightest sense of blasphemy. Her eyes were cold to the bone, and her body was permeated with unparalleled majesty. The woman told me to stay in this valley and not to leave, and I agreed, but she didn't limit the period to a full 500 years. After hearing this, Jiang Wushuang frowned. Is that woman the legendary lord of the Forbidden Zone? Situ Feng said softly. I don't know. Jiang Wushuang pursued. What happened afterward? Then after another 100 years or so, one day I was asleep, and for some reason, a great battle erupted at the location of that divine peak because my cultivation was imprisoned. And when I went over there, the ground was full of wreckage, and that black hole had disappeared, and the entire divine peak had been cut in half. A trace of fear permeated Situ Feng's eyes as he said this, and it was obvious that the battle was extremely vicious and intense. Jiang Wushuang frowned. How did the battle start? Situ Feng said. I'm not sure. At those words, Jiang Wushuang fell into silence. Only after a long time did he raise his head again to look at the elegant man in front of him and asked in a deep voice, and what's with this child? Situ Feng smiled bitterly and said, if I tell you that I picked up this child under that half-decomposed divine peak, would you believe me? Jiang Wushuang nodded her head and said, well, I believe it. Situ Feng was stunned. Don't you think this matter is outrageous? Jiang Wushuang shook her head and said, I don't think there's anything worth going off the rails about this matter. Speaking here, Jiang Wushuang's gaze fell on the skinny kid and said with a smile, I'm even more curious as to who this kid really is. Hearing Jiang Wushuang say this, Situ Feng immediately tensed up. So many years of dependence on each other, has long since developed the habit of treating this child as his own flesh and blood. So when he heard Jiang Wushuang say this, his heart couldn't help but beat a few points faster. I suppose you just thought at first that this child must have come from an unusual source? Jiang Wushuang looked at him with a smirk. Situ Feng's face clouded and changed, and finally nodded his head and admitted, that's right, but so many years of getting along with each other has made me treat it as my own son long ago. Jiang Wushuang smiled faintly and said, I don't care what happens to this child. I need you to take me to the dark forbidden zone. You're going to the forbidden zone? Situ Feng fiercely rounded his eyes, staring dead at Jiang Wushuang, and said in a deep voice, this is a death sentence. Jiang Wushuang shook her head and said, it's not up to you to decide whether to send him to his death or not. I have an intuition that there is a big secret in this child. If you don't take him back, you definitely won't be able to discover the secret. But, Situ Feng opened his mouth and just wanted to refuse. But he was once again interrupted by Jiang Wushuang, who let out a cold snort and said, don't be a mama's boy. Don't you want to regain your cultivation? Hearing Jiang Wushuang's words, Situ Feng's pupils suddenly shrunk. After so many years, why would he not want to restore his cultivation? But nay, this wish could not be realized at all, so he was just an empty thought. However, on second thought, if he didn't put up a fight, he might not be able to regain his cultivation for the rest of his life. You have a way for me to regain my training? Situ Feng looked at Jiang Wushuang with sizzling eyes. Yes. Jiang Wushuang nodded his head and said in a firm tone, but you must bring this child with me. Without hesitation, Situ Feng carried the already unconscious child on his back and followed Jiang Wushuang towards the distance. Shao Mansion. The gates are brilliant. The mansion covered quite a wide area. in which gardens, rockeries, pavilions, and all sorts of subtle things could be seen everywhere. Situfeng held Situ Ling Tian's hand as he followed beside Jiang Wushuang and asked suspiciously, "Didn't you say you were going to the dark forbidden zone? Why did you come to the Xiao family?" "It's nothing. It's just that there's a kid inside the Xiao family who has a grudge against me, and I'm a person who never takes revenge overnight. So I'm practicing with the Xiao family before going to the dark forbidden zone," Jiang Wushuang casually explained, but his tone was calm, as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. "Revenge never comes overnight?" Situfeng froze. He was a little incredulous that such words could come out of Jiang Wushuang's mouth. He even wondered if he had heard wrong. "What?" Shocked, Jiang Wushuang looked sideways at Situfeng and grinned. "I never said I was a good man or woman." Situfeng laughed bitterly. Although he was shocked that Jiang Wushuang would say something like this, he did not dare to question what the other party said. Situ Ling Tian suddenly interjected. "Father, didn't you say that people who hold grudges are narrow-minded and don't live long, and that the price of revenge is too high?" Hearing Situ Ling Tian talk like this, Situfeng became furious and scolded. "What nonsense!" Situ Ling Tian was startled and was silenced, lowering his head, his eyes reddening. In the past, his own father never yelled at him, and now he was reprimanded for merely saying an old saying of his father's, which made him aggravated. "Boy, the good in your heart is reserved for those who are prepared, and the evil in your heart is for those who deserve to be killed." Jiang Wushuang glanced at Situ Ling Tian and continued, "As for me, I simply want to find someone to trouble." Originally, the first sentence Situfeng felt some sense, but the last sentence made him completely speechless. What kind of sophistry is this? However, he did not refute it because he could already tell that Jiang Wushuang, a person who should not be more than 100 years old, was rather spontaneous in his actions and did not like to follow conventional thinking, and since he had decided to do it, he definitely had his own reasons. Situ Ling Tian, on the other hand, blinked his eyes at the two, not understanding who he should listen to, just as he was about to open his mouth to ask again. The Xiao family's doorman saw that the three people had been standing at the door, and immediately ran out, looking at the three with suspicion on his face as he asked, "Who are you looking for?" Jiang Wushuang glanced at him and asked with a smile, "Where is Xiao Yun?" "Young Master Xiao Yun is taking a break from his duties today and refuses to see guests, so you all go back." After the doorman finished speaking, he was about to turn around and go back, but suddenly, Jiang Wushuang's voice rang out. "You tell Xiao Yun that a deceased person has come to visit, and ask him to come and pay his respects quickly." The doorman's footsteps instantly stopped when he heard this. He looked at Jiang Wushuang for a few moments in surprise, then looked at Situfeng and Situ Ling Tian who were beside him with childish faces, and frowned. "Who exactly are you guys?" Jiang Wushuang said with a bright smile. "My name is Jiang Wushuang. Don't know each other? Do what you have to do and don't try to climb the ladder here." The doorman felt that these three people must have come over wanting to mingle and waved his hand impatiently. However, at this time, Jiang Wushuang landed his gaze on Situfeng and laughed. "Brother Situ, originally I wanted to keep my manners in front of the little children, but I didn't expect this guard of their family to be so dog-eyed, so I don't need to talk nonsense?" When Situfeng heard this, his brows couldn't help but knit up, and just as he was about to say something, Jiang Wushuang had already pointed out with a finger. "Jiang Wushuang is visiting. Xiao Yun is coming to claim his death." Jiang Wushuang's voice was resounding, like a great bell. In an instant, the entire Xiao family was echoing with Jiang Wushuang's voice, the sound waves rolling and spreading throughout the entire residence, causing countless members of the Xiao family to be puzzled, not understanding who the person coming from outside was. "What ungrateful thing is barking here? Looking for death? Who's out there?" Just as the crowd was cursing, a gigantic finger from the sky probed out from the void, bringing up bursts of air-breaking sounds, and finally carrying a terrifying might to suppress the interior of the Xiao mansion. Chapter 039, Are you really giving it to me? Unbridled. There were angry shouts exploding from within the Xiao family. Immediately afterward, a strong aura swept across the entire field, vast and unrivaled, straight into the clouds, turning into a palm print sweeping across the 8 wastes in 6 directions, and rigidly wiping out that giant finger of the prime. At the same time, a crane-haired old man emerged out of thin air, dressed in a green-colored robe, with a wisp of essence surrounding his body, exuding a strong and unparalleled fluctuation that caused one's heart to palpitate. That's too much, isn't it? Xiao Hongfei stared coldly at Jiang Wushuang and Situfeng, his eyes flickering with a morose killing intent. If he hadn't made a timely move just now, it was estimated that there would have been rivers of blood and heavy casualties within the Xiao family by now. Jiang Wushuang bristled and said, "Isn't it true that nothing happened? You?" Xiao Hongfei was trembling with anger and almost stormed out. "Old ancestor, are you all right?" Right at this moment, a figure came running in quickly. The person who came was none other than Xiao Yun.
when Xiao Hongfei saw the visitor. A look of relief appeared on his face as he waved his hand and said, "It's not a problem." At this time, the Xiao family elders continued to fly out, each one of them staring at the Jiang Wushuang and Sitafeng trio with grim faces, as if they were facing a great enemy. The guard next to him had been scared silly. He didn't expect this teenager called Jiang Wushuang in front of him to be this arrogant, to make a move at the drop of a hat. This was an intention to smash the scene. At that moment, Xiaoyun also recognized Jiang Wushuang, and his pupils suddenly shrunk as he exclaimed, "It's you!" Jiang Wushuang glanced at him with a smirk and said indifferently, "Xiaoyun, we finally meet." Xiao Hongfei narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Xiaoyun and asked, "Yuner, you know him?" Xiaoyun gazed at Jiang Wushuang and explained, "He is the Jiang Wushuang I mentioned to you." Jiang Wushuang. Xiao Hongfei's eyes snapped open, and a horrifying aura of refinement erupted from within them. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down as he looked at Jiang Wushuang and slowly said, "You killed Yi Lingyun, then Yi Rulong, and rumor has it that Yi Wuwei is also dead, so you still dare to stay in the central region?" It was fine if he didn't know Jiang Wushuang, but now that he knew Jiang Wushuang's true identity, he was a little worried instead. After all, Jiang Wushuang was the one who killed Yi Rulong. Although Yi Rulong was his junior according to his generation, Yi Rulong's strength was far too much stronger than his own, especially since it was rumored that Yi Wuwei had also died on Jiang Wu's hands. In this situation, Xiao Hongfei was somewhat incredulous that Jiang Wushuang still dared to appear in the central region. However, Jiang Wushuang was obviously not afraid as he looked at Xiao Hongfei and laughed. "You think I wouldn't dare?" Xiao Hongfei's face changed slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he raised his head, his deep eyes looking at Jiang Wushuang as he solemnly said, "Since your excellency dares to appear in the central region and has come to my Xiao family, what exactly are you doing?" Jiang Wushuang said lightly, "Wouldn't you know if you ask Xiaoyun?" Xiao Hongfei frowned slightly, then turned his gaze toward Xiaoyun and said in a cold voice, "Yuner, how did you mess with this kind of existence?" Hearing Xiao Hongfei's questioning, Xiaoyun's face turned a shade of green and a shade of red. He had originally thought that his old ancestor would protect him, but he had not expected that he would be shocked by Jiang Wushuang. At this moment, Xiaoyun only felt his chest rising and falling violently as he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he said to Xiao Hongfei, "Old ancestor, he has bullied me and humiliated the Xiao family. Such a person must be beheaded. Otherwise how can I talk about the dignity of my Xiao family? Asshole." Xiao Hongfei became furious as he sternly scolded, "Is this a character you can afford to mess with? Hurry up and make amends to him." He used to be quite optimistic about this latecomer, but he didn't expect today's performance to disappoint him so much. Can't this kid see the situation? This Jiang Wushuang's strength was already first class. He would definitely not be the opponent's opponent. Especially there was also that imposing, but mortal-looking guy next to Jiang Wushuang would be worse. If you don't give in, how can you save the Xiao family? I'm afraid there will be annihilation when the time comes. Thinking of this, Xiao Hongfei glared at Xiaoyun with hatred, and the latter was immediately pressed to his knees by a wave of pressure. Unable to move, his face reddened, his forehead covered with bean-sized beads of sweat, extremely suffocated. Jiang Wushuang noted the scene in front of him with interest, seemingly happy to see Xiaoyun suffer defeat. "Why?" Xiaoyun struggled to get up, unable to do this at all, and roared indignantly, "He's not just a little higher in cultivation and a little more gifted. Why is he bullying me like this?" When he said this, he hadn't thought at all about the fact that he usually flaunted his own strength and family lineage. "Shut up!" Xiao Hongfei was so angry that he blew his beard and eyes out as he stretched out his index finger to poke Xiaoyun's head fiercely and shouted angrily, "You stupid bastard!" The remaining elders looked at each other, not knowing whether they should dissuade or not, but seeing Xiao Hongfei's prevalent anger, they all tacitly chose to remain silent and wait to see what would happen. This scene is not common. In the past, when encountering such things, Xiao Hongfei would always favor his grandson. I didn't expect it to be the other way around today, which made them feel strange. Xiao Hongfei was panting as he looked at Jiang Wushuang and apologized. "Divine Son Jiang, Yuner has already knelt down. How about I personally apologize in his place now? If apologizing works, how about I slaughter you and apologize to your Xiao family?" Jiang Wushuang teasingly looked at Xiao Hongfei, not hiding the sarcasm and mockery in his tone. These words completely enraged the Xiao family's group of elders, who were instantly ready to strike. Unbridled, Xiao Hongfei exploded, his body's spiritual energy roaring and rolling. The surrounding Xiao family elders were instantly frozen in place. A bright man doesn't speak in the dark. Although I don't know how Yuner messed with Divine Prince Jiang, but my Xiao family can make amends to Divine Prince Jiang. So please ask Divine Prince Jiang to let our Xiao family go. Xiao Hongfei's attitude was sincere, without the slightest hint of a temper, which made the Xiao patriarch even more confused. If it were anyone else, Xiao Hongfei would have gone on a killing spree. now it was whispering and begging for peace, which puzzled them.
It wasn't just them who couldn't understand. Jiang Wuxuang couldn't understand either. Where's the old man after the young one? What's with the man with an IQ?
The other party had put their stance so low that Jiang Wuxuang herself was already embarrassed.
However, adhering to the principle of not being able to suffer a loss, Jiang Wuxuang said in an unsavory manner, "Give me all the things inside the Shao family's treasure trove, and I'm not going to go in." Unbridled, the people of the Shao family immediately exploded in rage at the words and shouted. Xiao Hongfei was also stunned, obviously not expecting Jiang Wuxuang to be so lionized that he wanted to claim the Shao family's treasury. What? Can't give it up?
Jiang Wuxuan looked coldly at Xiao Hongfei, his eyes flickering with icy killing intent as he continued.
If I can't part with it, I'll have to take it myself. When these words fell,
Xiao Hongfei immediately agreed as he hurriedly said,
Godson Jiang is joking. Just some treasures in the district. How dare I bring them out to make a show of myself?
Elder ancestor. The elders of the Xiao family were puzzled as to why the normally strong and incomparable Xiao Hongfei was so tolerant today, and even directly agreed to hand over the treasure trove of the Xiao family.
Humph, don't go get your stuff yet. Xiao Hongfei snorted coldly, signaling the elders of the Xiao family not to allow any nonsense. Only then did the Xiao family's elders walk towards the treasure trove with reluctance. Soon,
the 6 elders of the Xiao family walked over with an exquisite storage bag and reluctantly handed it to Jiang Wuxuang. Jiang Wuxuang took out his storage bag and probed it, realizing that the things inside were really valuable goods.
Satisfied with his pocket, he waved his hand and said, "You guys go."
The 6 elders of the Xiao family were like amnesties and immediately left,
fearing that if they stayed for one more minute, they would want to take action against Jiang Wuxuang. Xiao Hongfei looked at the disappearing backs of his Xiao family's crowd.
His face gradually returned to normal as he arched his hand and said,
Godson Jiang, this time,
it was the Xiao family's fault.
Please bear with Godson Jiang. You're a very good old man. No wonder you're able to run the Xiao family in a decent manner.
Jiang Wuxuang patted Xiao Hongfei's shoulder, then said with a smile, I didn't expect that you'd really give it if I just casually said so. Xiao Hongfei's expression froze when he heard this,
and before he could react, Jiang Wuxuang passed out a finger to point at Xiao Yun, who was dead on the ground and unable to move, and said lightly, since you're so sensible, I'm sure I'll just look for him to be alone in trouble. Looking at Xiao Yun who was lying on the ground with wide eyes full of disbelief, Xiao Hongfei trembled tremendously and his face turned white. He didn't expect that he had already put his stance in such a low position, and still failed to save this grandson of his. Chapter 040, The Abdominal Jiang Wuxuang Scares Sitafeng. Vermilion Bird Treasure Art. 8 Forbidden Zones. I'm a man who takes revenge without a night, and I never let anyone off the hook.
Jiang Wuxuang looked at the somewhat disoriented Xiao Hongfei and said in a nonchalant manner, if your Xiao family wants to take revenge, I'll stand here and wait for you.
No matter who it is,
come and try to see if it's your Xiao family that's powerful or if I,
Jiang Wuxuang, am better.
Xiao Hongfei took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on Jiang Wuxuang as he asked,
Old me is self-aware. I just want to know what Yuner actually did to you.
Jiang Wuxuang said indifferently,
are the 2 words ye family enough? Hearing this vocabulary,
Xiao Hongfei also guessed something and said helplessly, you and my Xiao family will never owe each other anything from now on.
After saying that,
he rolled up Xiao Yun's corpse on the ground and returned to the clan.
If I were you,
I'm sure I wouldn't have left the old man behind. Situ Feng said indifferently, this kind of stoic guy is the most terrifying thing. Their Xiao family won't live long, and without these resources and supreme treasures, the White Tiger Hall is determined to take down the Xiao family. Jiang Wuxuang's face was like a spring breeze as she smiled and said, and I have no intention of letting this Xiao Hongfei go.
You don't really think I don't rely on my brain, do you? Looking at that brilliant smile,
Situ Feng immediately felt a chill down his spine and stopped talking. He had always thought that Jiang Wuxuang should belong to the type of person who acted in an eccentric manner, as if he did everything as he pleased, but now it seemed that this guy was simply more refined than anyone else.
Thinking about when he met Jiang Wuxuang at the beginning,
this guy's skillful means of killing and touching corpses. Situ Feng suddenly felt that this guy was actually a pervert.
Big brother, why did you have to kill that man just now? At this time, Situ Ling Tian asked with a puzzled face. Didn't that old grandpa already give you what you wanted? Sometimes even if you have great strength, you have to get the uncertainties out of the way ahead of time.
Jiang Wuxuang's face was indifferent as he said, although this looks a bit cold-blooded, a dead Taoist friend is not a poor Taoist. Hearing Jiang Wuxuang's words, Situ Feng could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth a few times. He wanted to say a few words of persuasion so that his son's pure heart wouldn't be compelled by such sophistry as Jiang Wuxuang's, but he couldn't refute this point. After all, he had long since learned about the cruelty of this cultivation world. It was just that Jiang Wuxuang's tactics were damn too ruthless. It looked like he was generously letting the Xiao family off the hook. Even the Xiao family perhaps felt that they had escaped at this time. However, They will not know that the White Tiger Palace has long started to target the Shao family, and now that all of the resources of the Shao family have been given to Jiang Wushuang,
in less than half a month, the Shao family will be absolutely annihilated. Just as Situ Feng was rambling in his mind,
he suddenly watched as Jiang Wushuang held out the familiar little thing from somewhere.
So cute!
Situ Ling Tian looked at Jiang Wushuang's arms at the tiny 9 phantom harvest and heaven-swallowing wolf and called out with stars in his eyes, "Big brother, are they your pets?
I want to raise them too."
Jiang Wushuang glanced at Situ Ling Tian and didn't reply before releasing the 9 phantoms and the heaven-swallowing wolf. Situ Feng immediately furrowed his brows and asked suspiciously, "The 2 little things you just let go, why do I feel so familiar? The heaven-swallowing wolf and the 9 specters?"
Jiang Wushuang said with a smile, "Just in case, I'm going to let them help the White Tiger Hall." The smile caused Situ Feng to jolt as he looked at Jiang Wushuang in shock.
Although he had practiced cultivation for so many years and he knew that you have to cut the grass to get rid of the roots,
after meeting Jiang Wushuang,
he felt that he had been too merciful in the past.
This kid should never be messed with in the future, playing with sets of dirty hearts. Before Situ Feng's inner spewing ended, suddenly, 2 deafening, earth-shattering thuds came from behind them.
That terrifying energy raged away like a wild tide,
sweeping everything with a heaven-destroying aura.
And the source of this terrifying power was none other than the 9 Sephiroths and the heaven-swallowing wolf. Under their furious and incomparable attacks, the Shao family's carefully arranged formations were unexpectedly unbeatable,
falling apart in an instant and being reduced to nothing. With one move,
the 9 phantoms and the heaven-swallowing wolf immediately changed the size of the little pups and returned to Jiang Wushuang's side using their own gifted escape technique.
Ding dong!
You have successfully made a quasi-emperor powerhouse feel the aftermath.
Receive system reward, Vermilion Bird Treasure Art. Hearing the beep from the system,
Jiang Wushuang glanced at the silent Situ Feng. If anything, the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he whirled around and spoke.
"Let's go to the Dark Forbidden Zone." 3 days later, the Phantom Forbidden Zone. The entire Great Diffusion Immortal Domain has 8 forbidden zones,
all of which are in the central domain, and each of these forbidden zones is full of crises,
so that unusual cultivators don't dare to enter them. When Jiang Wushuang stepped into the forbidden area,
he was blocked from view by a mist. He raised an eyebrow slightly, extended his right hand, pinched his 5 fingers together, and violently yanked outward, the mist that shrouded the forbidden area instantly tearing in half.
Inside the forbidden area, the scenery presented itself to Jiang Wushuang's sight, with barren forests all over the place, mountain ranges stretching out,
and rich spiritual energy filling it.
Mesmerizing. This forbidden area is really something.
It even has the effect of gathering spiritual energy.
Jiang Wushuang muttered.
He knew without thinking that this area must have some sort of special existence.
Otherwise, it would be impossible to form this unique aura environment. Did you see that?
Situ Feng pointed at the half of the divine peak that could still be seen thousands of miles apart and couldn't help but remind, "That's the divine peak I spoke of."
Following Situ Feng's gaze,
Jiang Wushuang really saw a divine peak that was so huge that it was hard to describe. This divine peak was only half cut off, but it was still ridiculously tall,
standing between heaven and earth like a pillar in the sky. It was dark, as if carved out of rock, emitting an ancient and heavy atmosphere,
as if it had existed for eternity. Even though they were so far apart, they still exuded a heart-stoppingly ancient aura. Even though only half of it remained, an inexplicably strong pressure still filled the air.
Just half of the mountain peak alone made Jiang Wushuang wary. This divine peak, it's not simple nah.
Jiang Wushuang murmured in a low voice. To be able to sever this kind of divine peak, it is evident that the strength of the person who made the strike is also quite extraordinary.
There's too much karma here.
Suddenly, Situ Ling Tian's voice came.
What did you just say?
Situ Feng and Jiang Wushuang's gazes flickered as they coincidentally looked at Situ Ling Tian, a move that scared the small child into shrinking his neck.
Why did you just say that? Jiang Wushuang looked at Situ Ling Tian with interest. Situ Ling Tian shook his head and said with some bewilderment, I don't know. Just feel like I've been here before. His memory seemed to be confused and fuzzy, and he couldn't recall anything about this divine peak at all. Do you know something?
Situ Feng was filled with excitement. He felt that his cultivation, which had been confined for many years, finally had the possibility of being restored.
Don't scare people. Let's head towards the location of the God Peak.
The closer he gets to that God Peak, the clearer that special sensation within him will become. Jiang Wushuang spoke softly before dragging up Situ Feng and Situ Ling Tian to continue walking in the direction of Divine Peak. A group of 3 people, with extremely fast speeds, swept sharply in the direction where the Divine Peak was located. As they gradually approached the Divine Peak, Jiang Wushuang was keenly aware that in the space around him, the spiritual energy had become even more majestic, and even somewhat solidified, causing his speed to be hindered. He understood that it was not that he was not strong enough, It was more like this divine peak in front of him did not allow him to get close to it. And there was a flavor of rejection in it. What the hell is this? Jiang Wushuang raised his head and stared at the towering divine peak in the distance. This divine peak gave him a very strange feeling, vaguely giving off a vicissitude and ancient aura. Yet it seemed to be deliberately precipitating the years, making this divine peak appear even deeper. I'm back. Just at this time, Situ Ling Tian said such a sentence without a clue, and then fainted in Situ Feng's arms. Chapter 041 Taichou Academy. 7 Scrolls of Heavenly Books. Situ Feng looked at the sleeping Situ Ling Tian. His heart was mixed. He actually very much didn't want the child he had raised for so long to turn into another person. But, it's happened and it can't be changed. Perhaps. Ling Tian, this is a good thing for you. Situ Feng murmured in a low voice as he held Situ Ling Tian and followed Jiang Wushuang as he slowly flew into the divine peak. Just as they stepped into the divine peak, the mist around them suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a majestic and magnificent stone hall. Jiang Wushuang frowned and asked, "Have you seen this stone hall?" "Never." Situ Feng furrowed his brows and said, "Yet I always feel familiar." He looked at the stone hall with a confused look in his eyes. Rumble. Suddenly, a streak of thunder raged and roared in the clouds. A mass of dark clouds converged and covered the entire void. Electricity flashed and thunder rolled. This sudden change startled Situ Feng, who was now just a mortal. He held Situ Ling Tian, who was in a coma, and hid behind Jiang Wushuang, looking uneasily at this area of thunderstorms. Jiang Wushuang glanced sideways at Situ Feng and smiled. "You're quite good at hiding?" Hearing this, Situ Feng instantly rolled his eyes. Where was this called being able to dodge? He was completely just a conditioned reflex. It's not right. Suddenly, Situ Feng froze as he looked at the 4 big characters on the stone hall's door plaque and said in surprise, "This is the Taichou Academy." These 4 words were vigorously penned and inked, ancient and rounded, containing the power of vastness and vigor, like the handwriting carved by a giant waving his fist in the sky and on the ground. Although Situ Feng wasn't very proficient in primordial divine patterns, he recognized a few simple primordial divine patterns. These 4 big words were clearly the 4 words of the Taichou Academy. Hearing Situ Feng say the 4 words Taichou Academy, Jiang Wushuang felt that it was somewhat familiar, as if he had heard someone talk about it, but after careful recollection, he couldn't remember who had said it. Jiang Wushuang turned her head to look at Situ Feng and asked, "This Taichou Academy is very powerful?" "More than awesome," Situ Feng said with a face full of shock. Legend has it that the Great Diffusion Immortal Domain Martial Dao flows from this. It was rumored that there were 7 volumes of scriptures inside the Taichou Academy, and that there were 5 people in the entire long history of the Great Diffusion Immortal Domain who had each obtained 5 of the scriptures inside. These 5 people were all famous invincibles in the long history of the Great Diffusion Immortal region. One of the most amazing and talented generation was Kanglan Immortal Emperor Ji Tianchen, who became famous at a young age back then, easily suppressing his peers with his Ji family's inheritance and immaculate Dao body. And later on, he coincidentally entered the Academy of the Beginning of the Earth to obtain one of the volumes of the scriptures. From then on, Ji Tianchen swept across the 8 directions, invincible, with a great battle record, and was known as the #1 demon of the ancient world, invincible for 3 epochs. The latter 4 were all renowned existences in the long history of the Great Diffusion Immortal Domain. All of them had obtained a classic, and from then on, they stepped onto the peak and proudly looked down upon the world, becoming invincible in the history of the Great Diffusion Immortal Domain, and their names would go down in history. Of course, these were just rumors without any real evidence, but there was no doubt about Ji Tianchen's terror. That good? Jiang Wushuang's eyes were filled with light. This trip was worth it. He made a fortune. Situ Feng shook his head and said bitterly, "It's just a rumor. I don't even know if it's true or not. Whether it's true or not, now that you're here, don't miss it." Jiang Wushuang narrowed his eyes and led Situ Feng towards the majestic stone hall. It was just that Situ Feng had just tried to get close to the Taichou Academy when he was blocked by a majestic and incomparable force. He wanted to move, but his physical body was actually deadlocked in place, unable to even move half a step. Jiang Wushuang turned her head to look at Situ Feng, who was still standing in front of the stone hall, frowned slightly and asked, "Why aren't you leaving? I don't seem qualified to go in." Situ Feng smiled bitterly and said, "It seems to have chosen you. This is the chance that belongs to you." He could sense that this stone hall in front of him didn't want him to go in, otherwise it wouldn't have directly fixed him in place. Hearing Situ Feng's words, Jiang Wushuang was silent for a moment. Then he raised his feet and walked towards the stone hall. Sure enough, the moment Jiang Wushuang stepped into the stone hall, Situ Feng immediately felt that the sense of shackles on his body dissipate in an instant. Situ Feng sat paralyzed on the ground, let out a long sigh, and muttered, "This heaven and earth is about to usher in another invincible person, the Primordial Academy." This ancient and mysterious stone hall was like a treasure hidden in the depths of time.
exuding a palpitating aura. Its mottled stone walls seem to speak of the vicissitudes of time, so that people cannot help but feel a sense of awe. Walking into the interior of the stone hall, a spiritual aura so dense that it could not be melted came over, so heavy that it was like substance. These auras flowed and hovered in the air, forming a strange pattern and pattern, as if they contained endless mysteries and wisdom. Upon closer inspection, one could find that each aura seemed to follow a specific pattern and law, and they intertwined and fused with each other, forming a huge and complex energy field. In this aura-filled space, time seemed to slow down and everything seemed so serene and peaceful. After Jiang Wushuang entered the stone hall, a long corridor lay in front of him, with many lifelike totem symbols carved on the stone walls. These symbols were very complex, and each totem symbol represented a different divine ability. Unfortunately, Jiang Wushuang didn't recognize these primordial divine patterns at all. Looking at the walls full of divine patterns, Jiang Wushuang couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Still, I've suffered the loss of being uncultured. However, he was not annoyed. There were no starving people, only lazy people. He pulled out a dozen spirit papers, and then began to copy over these Tai Chu divine patterns, wanting to see what he could gain. It's still okay? Then I'm welcome. Jiang Wushuang held the attitude of not wasting anything as one after another piece of spirit paper was thrown on top of the Tai Chu divine pattern. After the Tai Chu divine patterns on one piece of spirit paper was copied, Jiang Wushuang threw out another piece of spirit paper without hesitation. Repeating this, he had transcribed a total of over 200 primordial divine patterns. Just as Jiang Wushuang was about to continue copying, he suddenly felt that he couldn't fly anyhow, as if he was stopped in place by some invisible barrier. Jiang Wushuang's heart shook, and he immediately understood that this was the Taichu Academy getting angry, and didn't want him to continue copying. You're so cheap, aren't you? Jiang Wushuang's eyes widened as he cried out unwillingly. So many legacies, won't they let people copy them once? He didn't think that the Tai Chu Academy was actually petty to this extent. It couldn't even spare a divine pattern scroll. It was too stingy. This time, those walls' Tai Chu divine patterns unexpectedly glowed, and an inexplicable fluctuation spread out, enveloping Jiang Wushuang. When Jiang Wushuang reappeared, he appeared right in front of Situ Feng, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground. Situ Feng was tending to the sleeping Situ Ling Tian when he suddenly realized that Jiang Wushuang had suddenly appeared in front of him. He was so startled that he almost jumped up from the floor. Seeing Jiang Wushuang suddenly appear beside him, Situ Feng was a bit confused and asked, "Why did you come out?" Jiang Wushuang lightly glanced at Situ Feng and said in a nonchalant manner, "It's nothing, I just took a wrong turn. Wait for me here, I'll go in for a bit more." He couldn't say that he wanted to pack up the entire Tai Chu Academy, causing it to be unhappy and kicking him out. Could he? That would be so humiliating. At this moment, Situ Feng was already dumbfounded as he looked at Jiang Wushuang, who was full of indifference. How can someone who's already walked in walk out the wrong way? The corners of Situ Feng's mouth twitched as his evaluation of Jiang Wushuang was once again refreshed. Could this damn thing be any more bizarre? However, despite his inner slander, he didn't dare to say anything because his cultivation was now imprisoned and he didn't even have the power to escape. Besides, he's begging for it now. Not waiting for Situ Feng to continue babbling, Jiang Wushuang once again walked in towards the inner gate of the Taichou Academy Hall, and Situ Feng reminded behind him, "Brother Jiang, slow down, pay attention to safety." Jiang Wushuang did not pay attention to Situ Feng, and when he stepped into the stone hall, he felt that he was going to be shoved out by a powerful and incomparable force. This would be a shame to be thrown out again. "Wait, I won't copy this time. I'll take the inheritance," Jiang Wushuang said with a solemn face. "Don't worry, I am absolutely honest. Otherwise you can go out and inquire about my Jiang Wushuang's character in the Great Diffusion Immortal region." As his words fell, a soft force surged forth, instantly counteracting the incomparably strong thrust. This Tai Chu Academy has indeed given birth to a spirit? Jiang Wushuang was surprised in his heart, but he quickly calmed down. Regardless of whether or not the Tai Chu Academy possessed a spirit, he had to get the inheritance he needed today. Chapter 042 Two Great Causes. 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Heavenly Skill. Traveling all the way towards the deepest part, Jiang Wushuang soon met a blurry and hazy silhouette. "Ha, there's someone else?" Jiang Wushuang was surprised. He thought he was the only one, but he didn't realize that there was someone else in here. "Who is your excellency? Why are you here?" The shadowy figure slowly opened its hazy eyes, and its voice was clear and pleasant, ringing like a silver bell. Jiang Wushuang coughed lightly and said in a serious manner, "I am Situ Feng of the 4-Elephant Hall, and today I happen to enter the Taichou Academy by chance, and have come here to seek opportunities." That virtual shadow was slightly stunned, and his tone was a bit hard. "The Situ Feng in my impression doesn't look like you, sis, so it's you." When Jiang Wushuang heard this shadowy conversation,
He instantly realized that the woman in front of him was the one who sealed Situ Feng's realm 600 years ago.
He immediately smiled and said,
"Brother Situ has been telling me how good you are and how much you take care of him, and after so many years of not seeing him, he thought that you had died long ago." The woman was still staring meticulously at Jiang Wuxuang, her tone indifferent as she said, "If it weren't for the fact that fighting was forbidden in the Taichou Academy, when you just lied to this seat would have definitely stepped in to teach you a lesson. Sis, reach for the stars, do you understand?" When Jiang Wuxuang heard that he couldn't do anything privately inside the Taichou Academy, his heart immediately loosened up quite a bit, and his face became even more full of smiles. This woman in front of her was a fierce person who was able to seal Situ Feng for 600 years. At this time, the woman looked at Jiang Wuxuang and said indifferently, "Observing that your qi and blood are so vigorous, and that there is a hidden golden rue coiling around the top of your head, it is obvious that you are not more than 100 years old, but your cultivation is such that this seed is not even able to see through it, and you have made me this seed very curious." Jiang Wuxuang laughed out loud and said, "I call this returning to the basics. Back to basics is apartment." The woman nodded her head slightly. She had some appreciation in her heart for such a weird teenager. Then she pointed to the divine patterns on the stone wall and said, "The divine patterns around here record the inheritance of various divine abilities of the Taichou Academy. Since you're here, don't think about taking away the remaining 2 volumes of that 7-volume heavenly book in here. These divine patterns are already a great creation." Listening to her words, Jiang Wuxuang frowned. It seemed that the 7 scrolls of scriptures were quite difficult to obtain in these years. Otherwise she wouldn't have said such words. However, Jiang Wuxuang was the one who wanted to pack up the entire Taichou Academy. How could he possibly give up such an important inheritance of the Taichou Academy? So Jiang Wuxuang shook his head and said earnestly, "The late generation wants to give it a try." That virtual shadow frowned slightly. It was not as if she had not tried the remaining 2 volumes of the heavenly book. She was not qualified to skim through them at all. She did not say anything more. It seemed that she knew that Jiang Wuxuang was very stubborn, so she did not try to persuade her anymore. A moment later, she looked up at Jiang Wuxuang, her voice cold. "Young man's ambition is not small. Keep going inside. It's the divine hall you want. If you can gain the recognition of the Taichou Academy, you can naturally get all the inheritance. Late generation knows? Thank you senior for pointing it out." Jiang Wuxuang clasped his fists and said, taking a step towards the end of the passageway. Watching Jiang Wuxuang's back as he left, the hazy shadow on the woman's body slowly faded away, revealing her appearance. Her appearance was extremely beautiful. Her skin was white as snow, willow leaf eyebrows and almond eyes with cherry mouth. Her features were delicate and perfect, as if they were carved. At this moment, she looked at Jiang Wuxuang's back. Her pupils had overlapping stars flowing through them, piercing through all the mist of illusion and going straight to Jiang Wuxuang's roots. After a long time, she let out a sigh. Immaculate Tao body, supreme bone, and delusion-breaking divine eyes. It's still a surprising talent. She withdrew her gaze when she finished, and it turned ethereal and hazy again. From the very beginning, she knew that someone had come in from the Taichou Academy. It was just that she didn't know why Jiang Wuxuang hadn't come over in her direction until later on when she sensed that Jiang Wuxuang had been kicked out of the Taichou Academy, thinking that Jiang Wuxuang hadn't gained the recognition of the Taichou Academy. But I didn't expect Jiang Wuxuang to enter here again later. After passing through the contact, she felt very clearly that Jiang Wuxuang's cultivation was definitely not a quasi-emperor, but she didn't know why. She couldn't detect Jiang Wuxuang's specific cultivation at all. "Forget it, I don't like trouble anyway." She whispered something to herself, then closed her eyes again. The most central location of the Taichou Academy. This was the main hall of the Taichou Academy, where the legendary 7 scrolls of heaven were located. Only nowadays, there are only 2 volumes of heavenly books inside this shrine. Reincarnation Sutra, Taichou Sutra. Jiang Wuxuang stood outside the divine hall and looked at the 2 volumes of heavenly books suspended above the divine hall, his face moving slightly. He realized that he only needed to reach out and touch the heavenly book to remove it. Each of these 2 heavenly scrolls contained an extremely terrifying energy, emitting a divine and flawless haze. Phew! He took a deep breath and brought down the Taichou Sutra, followed by his right hand as he prepared to grab the other volume of Reincarnation Sutra. However, he found a marvelous divine pattern flowing around the Reincarnation scripture, preventing him from getting closer. It seems this is only one scroll of heaven that can be taken away? Jiang Wuxuang raised an eyebrow and immediately felt that these 2 volumes of scriptures were leftover money-losing goods picked by others, and immediately cursed and said, "What the hell? Is it true that these 2 scrolls were leftover unwanted by others? If no one else wants it, then I don't want it either." After saying that, he was ready to throw away the primordial scripture, but he couldn't get rid of it no matter how he shook it off. "I said no, why are you so shameless?" Jiang Wuxuan looked at the Taichu scripture with a look of disgust, as if he was disgusted by this Taichu scripture. What? You want to kick me out again? You can't do this after-sale service. Jiang Wuxuan sensed that the Taichu Academy wanted to force himself out hard, and immediately began to spit out. I've already said that I don't want this inheritance, and if you kick me out here, I'll definitely go outside and spread the word that your Taichu Academy is a place that hardens the inheritance of wastefulness to others.
It seemed as if it was because Jiang Wuxuan's spiteful words had irritated the Taichu Academy. Suddenly, the Taichu Academy trembled as the divine sunlight blossomed and glowed, and a vast pressure enveloped the entire divine hall, as if the gods had descended. A vague, huge figure gradually solidified, but it was not that real. Like a projection, a wisp of woe manifesting itself. This figure was wrapped in chaotic qi, and seemed to be a little impatient by Jiang Wuxuan's noise, as he waved his hand, and another volume of reincarnation scriptures flew directly into Jiang Wuxuan. Then he lifted his foot and kicked Jiang Wuxuan out of the Taichu Academy. Kid, you're one of the most shameless guys I've ever seen. As Jiang Wuxuan was kicked out of the Taichu Academy, a long suppressed voice rang in his ears. For the sake of your good talent, the last volume of the heavenly book will be given to you together, so don't come back in. The figure dropped the last sentence and disappeared into thin air, as if it had never existed. Ding dong, you have gained 2 great karma. Receive the system reward, 6 paths of reincarnation heavenly skill. Outside the Taichu Academy, Situ Feng looked at Jiang Wuxuan, who was kicked out, and asked with a puzzled face, why are you so fast? Fast for what? Your whole family is fast. Jiang Wuxuan said contemptuously. Men can't talk fast, understand? Originally, he was pleasantly surprised to have obtained the 6 paths reincarnation heavenly skill, but he didn't expect to come out and hear such unfriendly words from Situ Feng. As for the matter of the 2 great karma, he didn't care at all. With the 6 paths of reincarnation heavenly skill, his own strength was upgraded by another 2 notches, not to mention the 2 volumes of the heavenly book. Got the legacy? Situ Feng asked curiously. Have you gained recognition yet? Can't you see I'm being kicked out? Jiang Wuxuan blared at Situ Feng. This inheritance is a bad match for me. A waste of time. Hearing this, Situ Feng laughed. It's actually not bad for you to be able to enter the Taichu Academy. I saw that woman inside, the quasi-emperor who sealed your cultivation. Jiang Wuxuan suddenly said. She's surprisingly not dead. What? Situ Feng's face suddenly sank. Are you sure? There should be no mistake. Jiang Wuxuan narrowed his eyes and said faintly. Although that woman seems to be fine, her breath has weakened a lot, so she is probably injured as well. Situ Feng frowned and said, should we wait for her to come out? Where are we going to wait when the Taichu Academy has all but disappeared? Jiang Wuxuan pointed at the Taichu Academy, which had disappeared at some unknown time. Besides, what are we staying here for? It's hard to believe that you're going to fight that woman. Can you beat her? Situ Feng touched his nose in embarrassment and said, that's not so bad. Suddenly, he said with emotion, I didn't expect this rumor about the Taichu Academy to be true. Jiang Wuxuan was puzzled. What rumors? After the inheritance is obtained, the Taichu Academy will disappear. Situ Feng looked at Jiang Wuxuan with a smile on his face and teased. Since you didn't obtain the inheritance, it must be the one inside who did. Hearing Situ Feng's teasing, Jiang Wuxuan rolled his eyes and said, whatever you say, little master just didn't get anything. Chapter 043, with the obstacles gone. Little master is eager to try out how strong a former quasi-emperor is? But I don't think so. Just at this time, a voice hissed from behind him. Situ Feng's pupils suddenly shrunk violently, and he turned back to find that his son Situ Ling Tian had stood up at an unknown time, and the aura of his body had changed. You? Situ Feng looked at his son in surprise. He hadn't even noticed when Situ Ling Tian had stood up just now. At this moment, he was covered in blood mist, a hazy layer of red mist covering his entire body. He stared at his father, his gaze revealing a hint of indifference, and his tone hissed, for the sake of you raising me for 14 years, I'll give you a chance to escape. Ling Tian, what the hell are you talking about? Situ Feng's face twitched fiercely as he vaguely felt an ominous omen. Don't you see? Jiang Wuxuan looked at Situ Ling Tian, and to Situ Feng, who was a little disoriented. He said indifferently, 600 years ago, he should have discovered the Taichu Academy together with the one inside the Taichu Academy, and that is why there was a shocking battle that took place, and the one inside the Taichu Academy was injured because of this battle. You boys sure are smart. Situ Ling Tian's tone carried a hint of appreciation. His eyes glanced at Jiang Wuxuan, and then explained, after that battle, I was not able to defeat that, but she was not well injured seriously, and could only hide in the Taichu Academy, and due to my injuries being too heavy, I used my own cultivation technique to cut myself into a realm to transform myself into an infant. But originally, I only needed to rely on the rules of the dark forbidden area to quietly wait for her, but originally I only needed to rely on the rules of the darkness forbidden zone and wait quietly for one day to recover. But this little cutie surprisingly took me out of the darkness forbidden area and made me fall into a deep sleep for 14 years. And now that I woke up I even turned into this ghostly appearance. Situfeng's heart beat furiously and he couldn't help but say, "So after you returned to the darkness forbidden zone, you have now recovered your original consciousness?" Situling Tian swept his gaze over Situfeng and said coldly, "That's for sure." Situfeng's face instantly turned pale as he hurriedly asked, "What about my child Ling Tian?" Situling Tian's face was indifferent as he said, "That kind of fragile and weak divine sense was of course devoured by me." In an instant, Situfeng only felt that the sky was spinning, and the entire world seemed to have become blurred. His eyes widened as he stared blankly at Situling Tian, a low whimpering sound coming from his throat, as if he had 1,000 words he wanted to pour out, but he was blocked by an invisible force, unable to say a single word. His lips trembled slightly, as if he was trying to piece together a complete sentence, but it was ultimately futile. That originally elegant face had also become incredibly haggard at the moment, and his eyes were filled with endless sorrow and remorse. If I hadn't brought Ling Tian back to the dark forbidden zone, maybe none of this would have happened. Situfeng muttered, his voice so soft that he could barely even hear himself. His heart felt like it had been pierced by millions of fine needles at the same time, and the pain was excruciating. Thinking back to the bits and pieces of time he spent with Situling Tian, those once beautiful memories now stabbed his heart like a knife. And now, Situling Tian just disappeared without warning, leaving him to face this cruel reality alone. Situfeng couldn't help but begin to wonder if he had made the right decision in the first place. He had thought that bringing Situling Tian back to the dark forbidden zone would allow Situling Tian to retrieve his origins, but he had not expected to harm Situling Tian instead. Could it really be that he was wrong? But things have come to a head, and no amount of self-blame and remorse can change the established facts. Situfeng was completely lost in thought. He felt that everything was his fault, that he shouldn't have agreed to Zhang Wuxuan's proposal to return to the darkness forbidden zone in order to restore his cultivation. Situling Tian did not pay attention to the disoriented Situfeng, but instead extended his right hand towards Zhang Wuxuan and spoke indifferently. "Kid, hand over the heavenly book you are carrying." "On what grounds?" Zhang Wuxuan squinted at him. "You think you are Ji Tianchen? Who are you to ask me to give you the heavenly book? Are you worthy?" "Ha!" Situling Tian snorted. "Do you want me to kill you to snatch the heavenly book?" His voice was calm, but his killing intent was extremely strong, clearly not joking. Zhang Wuxuan skimmed his mouth and said indifferently, "Having cut himself off a realm and not being a quasi-emperor anymore, would little master be afraid of you?" As soon as the words fell, a terrifying and incomparable power fluctuation abruptly erupted from Zhang Wuxuan's body. A vast pressure instantly swept through the 8 directions, causing the surrounding void to distort and crumble, as if it could not carry his power. Situling Tian's face changed slightly, but his tone was even colder. "Seek death." A fist crossed the air and blasted straight towards Zhang Wuxuan's chest. The terrifying forceful qi ravaged the 4 directions, setting off a terrifying astral wind. "Break!" Zhang Wuxuan shouted angrily. His body's spiritual energy surged wildly, and he slapped out his palm to harden himself against Situling Tian's attack. With a loud bang, the two collided, creating a violent aftershock that shook the space, as if it would break apart at any moment. Situling Tian's arm flexed violently as he stared at Zhang Wuxuan with icy cold eyes and said in a chilling voice, "You're a body cultivator? Cut the crap and eat my punch." Zhang Wuxuan didn't bother to talk nonsense. His footsteps stepped, his body instantly rushed towards Situling Tian. His physical strength was terrifyingly incomparable. Every time he swung his arm, it carried devastating destructive power, slamming into Situling Tian, shaking the space. Situling Tian's eyes were icy cold. Although his strength had fallen, he was after all a peak holy god cultivator. Originally, one shouldn't be afraid of this kind of junior. But who would have thought that Zhang Wuxuan was actually a physical cultivator? Physical cultivators, known as invincible in close combat, especially those who had reached Zhang Wuxuan's level. That was the most terrifying existence in close combat in the same rank. Humph. So what if you are a physical cultivator? Even if old me is seriously injured, it's enough to deal with you. Not willing to show weakness, Situling Tian stomped his foot on the ground and instantly met him. He didn't think he'd lose to a brat. So what if the other party was a physical cultivator? Thunder light blossomed and a terrifying power exploded the void as Situling Tian launched a palm and collided with Zhang Wuxuan. Terrifying power poured out, and both retreated a few steps, staring at each other, neither of them gaining the upper hand. The surrounding void collapsed inch by inch. The terrifying power ravaged the sky, and deafening muffled sounds continuously exploded. With a loud bang, Situling Tian's figure disappeared in place, followed by a palm poking out like a five-fingered mountain, enveloping Jiang Wushuang. This was Situ Ling Tian's original divine ability, the sky-covering hand, and once it was executed, the sky would crumble and the earth would break apart, and the terror would be unparalleled. Facing Situ Ling Tian's terrifying strike, Jiang Wushuang was unafraid. His arms vibrated in unison. His muscles were gnarled and contained thousands of greatness. His divine splendor surged, and he punched out. Rumbling, the two attacks collided together. In an instant, the sky shook and the earth shook, and a terrifying powerful wind whistled, shaking the void and cracking it. Both take 3 steps back each. Situ Ling Tian's gaze was becoming more and more shadowy. He hadn't thought that Jiang Wushuang's fleshly body would be so powerful. It was simply unbelievable. Your physique really amazes me. He let out a low murmur, and a cold light erupted from his eyes as he took a step forward. His body's aura skyrocketed. A monstrous fury filled the air, and his entire body looked like it had transformed into a Gaijin demon king, terrifying to the extreme. Situ Ling Tian's eyes looked disdainfully at the 8 directions. His feet stepped on the 128 laws. One hand clenched a fist, one hand pinched a seal, and a single legal seal coalesced in the void, gathering to form a radiant river of stars suspended in mid-air, exuding a terrifying might, especially the 781 saint cores in his body, all of which were lit up, with a single saint trace encircling the top of his body surface, flickering with dazzling light. Situ Ling Tian let out a roar. "Break it for me!" As the words fell, he slammed his fist out, and the brilliant star river suddenly fell down, like a meteor that ruthlessly impacted on Jiang Wushuang. The sound of a shocking roar spread over 10,000 miles in a radius. The void trembled, and a terrifying aftershock swept through the 8 directions. Jiang Wushuang cupped his fist with one hand, and the golden light on his fist was brilliant, bright and piercing, hard shaking the stars. Not only was he fighting hard against Situ Ling Tian's divine ability, he was also distracted from protecting Situ Feng, who had already lost his mind, which caused Situ Ling Tian to feel humiliated to the extreme. "Little scum, suffer death," he shouted angrily, his body covered in holy radiance as he pounced forward once again. 128 laws hovered outside his body, forming a splendid pattern. Seeing this, Jiang Wushuang pulled out a teleportation talisman and hit Situ Feng, teleporting him out. After doing this, Jiang Wushuang looked at Situ Ling Tian with a face full of excitement, a hideous smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he said word by word, "Now that the ones who are in the way are gone, little master is eager to try how strong you are at the once quasi-emperor realm." As the words fell, his body shook violently. An endless firelight condensed in the void as a swift vermilion bird slowly descended from the void. It was bathed in blazing flames, divine and extraordinary, and between the flaps of its feathers, it was burning the sky, and the scorching temperature caused Situ Ling Tian to frown slightly. "This is the legendary vermilion bird treasure art?" Immediately afterward, Situ Ling Tian's gaze burned as his eyes stared at Jiang Wushuang who was treading in the void. He licked his lips and said greedily, "I didn't expect you to still have the vermilion bird treasure art on you. Kill you and everything you have on you is mine." Thinking of this, Situ Ling Tian charged out without hesitation. 128 laws intertwining as terrifying fluctuations swept through the void. Vermilion bird, nirvana. Jiang Wushuang opened his mouth indifferently, and a curtain of flaming light suddenly appeared in front of him. In an instant, the stars and rivers inverted, the sea of fire boiled, the rolling scorching heat pounced, the void seemed to be melted away in general. The terrifying temperature could not even withstand the void. However, Situ Ling Tian was a former quasi-emperor, and even though his cultivation had dropped and his realm had fallen, his strength was still terrifying. His fists danced, and a spell seal flew out, and the 781 holy cores in his body erupted with bright and dazzling light. The holy light swept through the 9 heavens, illuminating the 4 directions. In an instant, the spell seals and the sea of fire clashed together, emitting a shocking explosive sound. Waves of fire churned, and flames filled the sky. "Think you can stop this emperor with your vermilion bird treasure art?" At this time, Situ Ling Tian stepped out from the firelight, and with each step, his figure was 1 section taller, and when he reached the 9th step, his body had already pulled up to the size of an adult around 20 years old. His chi and blood were majestic and vast, and a domineering aura was released. His aura climbed to the top, and then he swung out a fist, a destructive force running through the air, sweeping towards Jiang Wushuang, annihilating space wherever it passed. This strike was as if it could even destroy the Qiankuan. This was the power of a peak holy god, terrifying to the extreme. Looking at the incoming punch, Jiang Wushuang didn't panic in the slightest. A strand of purple thunder jumped in the center of his palm as he lifted his arm and slammed it out. In a blink of an eye, purple arcs of electricity entwined, and thunder with a destructive aura collided with the overbearing fist dangles.
and wild and incomparable waves of air swept out.
Chapter 044 I. Jiang Wushuang will either do nothing or ascend to the very top. You have no idea where the gap is. Situ Ling Tian's face was indifferent. His eyes were ice cold. The 781 holy cores in his body simultaneously bloomed with a terrifying haze, and in an instant, his aura skyrocketed by a cut, multiplying his combat power. Boom! With a dull sound, Jiang Wushuang's body involuntarily slid backward for several meters before stabilizing. What a bull ***** vermilion bird treasure art. What a waste in your hands. You're worthy of competing with this emperor? Situ Ling Tian snorted and said scornfully, today, this emperor will suppress you and deprive you of all the opportunities and creations within your body. As soon as the words fell, he struck out once more, and a single shadow of law drilled out from his body, enveloping the void. Each shadow of law was lifelike, as if it had been resurrected. They swooped down on Jiang Wushuang with terrifying divine might, blocking off the surrounding space and making it impossible for him to avoid. Only, Jiang Wushuang did not choose to dodge. Instead, he looked at the oncoming shadow of laws with a calm face and allowed it to blast on his body, emitting a violent popping sound. His skin was cracked and blood mist steamed, but in the next second, divine splendor surged on the surface of Jiang Wushuang's body. A path of flesh and blood reorganized, his injuries healed, and his aura became more and more terrifying. This time, he charged directly into those shadows of the laws. His body was magnificent, like a juvenile true dragon. His body blossomed with radiant haze, and a monstrous power burst out from all parts of his body as he roared and blasted out with a fist, and the entire space was torn open. Those shadows of laws looked fragile in front of him, collapsing at the touch of a button. Situ Ling Tian's pupils tightened. Gleams of light flared in his eyes as he looked at Jiang Wushuang with a horrified expression, unable to believe that this was true. You take this emperor to quench your flesh? Situ Ling Tian nailed the key with a single word. His eyes flashed with a shadowy color. How could he not expect that Jiang Wushuang would utilize such primitive and perverted methods to hammer his fleshly body? But that would be just what he wanted. At this moment, Situ Ling Tian's battle-intent soared. A wave of violent energy flowed crazily within his body. He took a step. The divine splendor surged within his body. The power of his bloodline that had been suppressed for a long time was released, and his entire aura became a few points stronger. In a flash, the two men exchanged fierce blows again. Although Jiang Wushuang's cultivation was lower than Situ Ling Tian's, his comprehension of martial arts and divine abilities had already reached an extremely high realm. He waved his arm, his palm blooming with an astonishing luster. Thunder and flames surfacing at the same time, transforming into a stunningly beautiful landscape that whistled toward the front. The intent of destruction sweeping out as if it was going to annihilate everything. Situ Ling Tian shouted angrily. The spirit sea in his body set off waves. Endless divine splendor spewed out. At the same time, there were 5 rounds of proud suns coalescing above his head, emitting a blinding light, illuminating the Qiankuan. 5 observations star technique. Situ Ling Tian lightly spat out a voice, only to see his palms reach out, and immediately the heavens and earth resonated, and 5 massive palaces were born out of thin air, suspended above his head, emitting a terrifying pressure. His arms lifted up, controlling heaven and earth as endless auras rolled and roared, converging between his fingers, gulping infinite sharpness as if they were thousands of divine soldiers, revealing a terrifying killing intent. Suppress you! Situ Ling Tian shouted out harshly, and a lance shot out from each of the 5 palaces, cutting through the sky and traveling through space. In an instant, the void trembled unceasingly, and a strand of terrifying chi raged on, seemingly destroying everything. Kill! Jiang Wushuang had a Thunder Emperor treasure art in one hand and a Vermilion Bird treasure art in the other. A sea of flames appeared underneath his feet churning. Blazing temperatures filled the void as he stepped on the sea of flames and ran forward. Each step seemed to be like stepping on a flame god pillar, causing that piece of space to quake unceasingly. At the same time, a thunder shadow behind him hissed up to the sky as the rules of thunder and lightning roamed around, forming a terrifying picture that shook the crowd's gaze. With every step he took, it was as if billions of pounds of force trampled on the void, causing it to continuously collapse and explode. When he was close to the palace, he fiercely slapped a palm, and in an instant, lightning appeared, transforming into a path of destructive thunder and lightning, chopping down towards the palace from all over the sky, wanting to destroy it. This strike was Jiang Wushuang's strongest attack, containing endless lightning might and flame divine splendor, burning the void and destroying everything, enough to crush all defenses and destroy everything. Terrifying collision sounds resounded through the clouds, and that piece of emptiness seemed to have exploded as a terrifying ripple spread out, sweeping the void. Supreme Bone? Situ Ling Tian's face was frosty. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he vaguely guessed what was going on as he looked at the violet gold radiance on Jiang Wushuang's body.
Sitaling Tian opened his mouth coldly and proudly.
Your talent is indeed amazing. This level of supreme bone, there is nothing before it. But when this emperor defeats you, the secrets on your body will still belong to this emperor, including the piece of bone in your body. Immediately afterward, a crackling sound emanated from his body. His tendons and bones chimed in unison, and a terrifying light shone out, and a divine seal appeared in the center of his brow, which was dark red in color, as if it had been drenched in blood. A boundless and overbearing aura permeated out from his body. At this moment he was like a swarming war demon. His stature was stout and filled with a boundless sense of force, and his every move seemed to move this void, and the heavenly phenomena changed with it. Jiang Wushuang saw the blood pattern on Sitaling Tian's brow and said with an indifferent gaze, "This is the bloodline power of your heavenly demon imperial body." The corner of Sitaling Tian's mouth raised in an icy arc as he said, "Since you know, then obediently suffer death." Sitaling Tian's eyes suddenly closed. His head slightly drooped. His body actually had wisps of black air flowed, permeated with a bizarre and evil aura. There were black magic patterns on his torso emerged. A black magic chi entwined around his body, permeated with a hideous meaning. Suddenly, a strong demonic will descended down, enveloping the vast and boundless area. Sitaling Tian's demonic will instantly reached its peak, incomparably strong, as if dominating everything, causing Jiang Wushuang's heart to poof, as if it was being oppressed by an inexplicable force, making it difficult for him to catch his breath. "Are you ready for death?" Sitaling Tian slowly opened his eyes and spat out every word as demonic power surged out from the depths of those pitch-black pupils. At this moment, Sitaling Tian's temperament completely changed. The devil's might covered the world. He stood there like he was the only one in this heaven and earth, dominating everything. Jiang Wushuang felt that he was in a demonic area. In all directions, there were countless demonic shadows roaring and roaring. The demonic shadows opened their teeth and claws, and countless demonic shadows rushed into his body, wanting to occupy his soul. Give up, even though this emperor is only at the Saint God realm now. Do you really think that the Saint God realm can be as strong as this emperor? Unbearable. Sitaling Tian sneered. His palm fell down towards the lower air, and in an instant, many demonic shadows blasted down at the same time, carrying monstrous demonic chi to pounce on Jiang Wushuang, to kill him. Jiang Wushuang only felt a suffocating might locking onto him, but he didn't have any panic. His face was calm and quiet as he took a step out. His entire aura metamorphosed once again, like a monarch above the 9 heavens. The surface of his body flowed with a bright and dazzling luster, and a Tao body vision surrounded his body, bathed in the haze, looking extremely splendid. From the moment I stepped into the central region, I knew that I would encounter countless obstacles, but, so what? Jiang Wushuang muttered and whispered, I, Jiang Wushuang, will either do nothing, or climb to the top and look down on all living beings. Whoever dares to stand in my way will be executed. As the words fell, an incomparably splendid scene emerged behind him, and 2 beams of extreme golden radiance were abruptly released from his eyes, directly breaking through the air and killing, piercing and tearing apart those demonic shadows, which were simply unable to withstand the divine might therein. Sitaling Tian's brows furrowed as he mouthed in surprise, "Delusion breaking God's eye?" Chapter 045, The Watchman. Sitaling Tian's brows furrowed as he mouthed in surprise, "Delusion breaking God's eye?" This delusion breaking God's eye was able to break through all illusions, see the weaknesses of the opponent's moves, and counterattack. It was very strong and could even be said to be very heaven-defying. "Do you bleed?" Jiang Wushuang's divine eyes blossomed with golden light. Every time he took a step, endless golden divine light blossomed around him, as if it was going to penetrate the void. That golden divine light was directly heading towards Sitaling Tian to kill him. His speed was so fast that it was staggering. Off. Seeing that Jiang Wushuang not only cracked the demonic might he had just unleashed, but also launched an attack on himself, Sitaling Tian cursed angrily, and then his fist aura shot out violently, colliding with the golden divine light, and a violent ripple swept out, and both of them dispersed into thin air. At this moment, Jiang Wushuang had appeared in front of Sitaling Tian, his eyes gazing at him as he calmly said, "With a battle like this, you are also worthy of being called an emperor?" Hearing this, Sitaling Tian's eyes were shadowy as he coldly stared at Jiang Wushuang and said, "You think you can defeat this emperor with your delusion-breaking divine eyes? A fool's dream, yes?" The corners of Jiang Wushuang's mouth sketched a playful smile, only to see his arm lifting up. The bronze rusty sword appeared in his hand. The sword was draped with strands of star rule light, giving off an ethereal and noble feeling. This sword, it seems somewhat familiar? Sitaling Tian's gaze was fixed on the bronze rusty sword, feeling that it had some familiarity, but he couldn't recall exactly where he had seen it before. Jiang Wu's hands gripped the rusty sword lightly trembling. A sharp sword chi was released, piercing Sitaling Tian's eyeballs. Situling Tian's eyes suddenly flinched as he burst out. Why is this sword in your hands? Jiang Wushuang glanced at him and said indifferently. You know where this sword came from? Situling Tian gazed at Jiang Wushuang and let out a cold snort. Then shouted, pretending, take a life for this emperor. Along with Situling Tian's voice falling, his footsteps violently took a step forward, and in one step, he arrived in front of Jiang Wushuang, and a palm blasted out. A terrifying demonic shadow surfaced, and a hideous demonic aura converged to form a giant palm, wrapping monstrous demonic might to suppress and kill, destroying all existence. Wherever the devil's palm passed through, space shook violently, collapsing and collapsing crazily, ripples spreading out continuously, annihilating all landscapes. Jiang Wushuang did not hold back, holding the bronze rusty sword in his right hand and the great desolate coiling dragon cauldron in his left hand. He similarly slapped out, and in an instant, a supernatural bull shadow roared out, domineering and overwhelming, trampling on everything and crushing the demonic palms fiercely. A cracking sound came out, and the bronze rusty sword waved a brilliant light, and a strand of sword chi radiated from the blade. Wisps of sword chi shot out from the blade of the sword, dazzlingly bright, as if it was like a shooting star cutting through the sky. Situling Tian's fingers continuously flicked out. A strand of demonic marks flew out from his fingertips, containing terrifying rules of the demonic Tao, colliding with Jiang Wushuang's sword chi, continuously emitting plopping sounds, and ultimately, the demonic marks were completely shattered, while Jiang Wushuang's attack did not decrease at all, still shooting towards Situling Tian. What kind of swordplay are you doing? Situling Tian's brows revealed a few shocks. Jiang Wushuang's attacks were too strong, simple and brutal. Each attack contained an extremely terrifying rule of the sword. Even his demonic skill could not withstand it. Isn't he a physical cultivator? Why is the sword so superb? Situling Tian's heart couldn't help but set off a wave, but his face still maintained an icy cold color. Both fists kept on blasting out. A violent wave of air swept out, offsetting the strands of sharp sword intent. His legs kept on stepping, as if he had transformed into countless remnants of shadows, flickering endlessly in the void. Dazzling light reflected in every inch of space. 3 strands of demonic chi fluttered above Situling Tian's head, and his body was even covered with pitch-black runic patterns, making his aura appear extraordinarily bizarre and giving people a feeling that it was profound and difficult to understand. You're not a law of the Middle Kingdom? Jiang Wushuang's brows knitted tightly. The aura on Situling Tian's body was very different from that of the central domain. It wasn't on the same level at all, which made him puzzled. This isn't the law of the 3,000 Taoist states for you either, is it? Situling Tian sneered. It seems that the Zhang family was indeed a beneficiary back then, or else they wouldn't have left the central region without any rebuttal. You know what happened back then? Jiang Wushuang's eyes narrowed slightly, and a ray of sharpness flashed in his eyes. Situling Tian indifferently swept a glance at Jiang Wushuang and continued. This emperor has only heard about it and is not a witness. Jiang Wushuang's heart fluttered, suddenly thinking of a certain possibility. His gaze became much sharper as he said indifferently, You're the lord of this forbidden area's forbidden area? Situling Tian stood in the void and faintly spat out a voice, his gaze looking towards Jiang Wushuang as he sneered. Lord of the Forbidden Zone? This emperor is not one of those forbidden area lords who hide their heads. Hearing Situling Tian say this, Jiang Wushuang frowned. This sentence was a bit too informative. However, soon after, a superb aura suddenly filled out, enveloping the entire heaven and earth, and a terrifying oppressive force descended down, as if it was going to destroy the sky, making people feel suffocated. How is that possible? Originally, the somewhat arrogant Situling Tian's face instantly changed drastically, as if he hadn't thought that there was still this kind of existence inside the darkness prohibited area. His figure continuously flickered and retreated, trying to break away from this area. However, that terrifying oppressive force was getting stronger and stronger, and even, it was vaguely mixed with a wisp of sealing power, blocking a side of the void. Situling Tian's face became more and more ugly as a tiny crack gradually spread out on the surface of his body, and bright red blood continued to drip down. Just now, just a hint of residual power had hurt him. A riotous atmosphere from the surrounding space are shaken up. The void is dark and heavy. A round of bright full moon slowly rose, hanging in the air. Silver moonlight sprinkled down. Will be a side of the region are dyed with the color of holiness. Immediately afterward, a giant hand that covered the sky probed out from the void, like a world-defying divine mountain stretching across heaven and earth, covering the sky and sky, grabbing and killing towards Situling Tian. Taoist rhythms flowed on it, as if there was an inexplicable power added to it. Are you that rumored lord of the Forbidden Zone? Do you think this emperor is easy to bully? Situling Tian roared. His body rose up in the air, rushing straight towards that giant hand, a shocking devilish might blooming, as if, incarnating as an ancient devil god. wanting to battle the 9 heavens. Boom! The two terrifyingly extreme forces ruthlessly collided together, and in an instant, a destructive storm raged. The sky and the earth darkened, and the mountains and rivers shook. Sitaling Tian's body frantically retreated backward, blood gushing wildly from his mouth. He raised his head. His pupils suddenly contracted. His gaze filled with incredulity. He saw the scene clearly. The moon actually walked down an old man. A terrifying beam of light was released from his cloudy eyes. The old man stretched out his hand, aiming at Sitaling Tian and shaking it through the air. At that moment, Sitaling Tian felt that his body was being clasped by a big invisible hand, and he could no longer move the slightest bit. His face was horrified as he struggled to escape, but he found that the large invisible hand got harder and harder. Are you worthy of being called an emperor? The corners of the old man's mouth sketched up a sarcastic smile. His gaze fixed on Sitaling Tian as he said in a calm tone, since he has already become a demon, how can he dare to easily set foot in the central region for half a step? Do you really think that you're very smart? Let go of this emperor. Sitaling Tian struggled desperately. However, the old man's power was not something he could resist. His face flushed red. His body trembled violently. His bones clicked as if they would collapse and shatter at any time. At this moment, Sitaling Genius realized just what kind of terrifying figure he had provoked, and his eyes revealed a look of fear as he cried out, "Senior, spare your life. A dozen years ago you destroyed this place without a second thought, but today you still dare to speak out of turn?" A series of crunching sounds came out, only to see Sitaling Tian's body continuously exploding apart, blood and flesh splattering everywhere, and in an instant, his body was completely torn apart, blood and flesh, hideous and terrifying. Ah! The miserable screams spread across the vastness of heaven and earth for a long time. Kid, the Taichu Academy has disappeared. You can leave now. The old man looked at Sitaling Tian's corpse and spoke indifferently, his tone calm to the extreme. Senior is the lord of the Forbidden Zone? Zhang Wushuang's voice carried a few hints of scorn. The old man said lightly, I'm just a gatekeeper. Zhang Wushuang's heart was slightly shaken by the gatekeeper. Who's the gatekeeper for? The answer was obvious. It could only be the rumored lord of the Forbidden Zone. I didn't realize that the woman inside the Taicho Academy really wasn't the lord of the Forbidden Zone. This is awkward. Thinking of this, Zhang Wushuang collected his mind and cupped his fists. Farewell, senior. You have too much karma on you. I hope you do well. The old man said indifferently. And then his figure gradually became illusory and eventually disappeared between heaven and earth. Senpai. Zhang Wushuang looked stunned and couldn't help but ask after him. What are you referring to? When you cultivate to that realm, you will naturally understand. The voice drifted away and the old man disappeared completely. Chapter 046, Bastard. What kind of ghost contract is this? Am I selling my body to your Zheng family? Zhang Wushuang's expression was a bit bland, and as his mind pondered the old man's words just now, he understood that the other party meant that he was not qualified enough to know right now. Asterisk. That's not right. This old kid came out to grab heads? He even taunted me about my low strength when he left? Thinking of this, he shook his head and put the matter behind him as his body rose up in the air and vanished in the direction of Situ Feng's teleportation. Soon, he arrived at Situ Feng's position. Only Situ Feng was already unconscious because of the teleportation talisman. Originally, Zhang Wushuang intended to check on Situ Feng's condition, but he was caught by a disheveled old man with a disheveled face not far away. The scruffy old man had 128 chains of unknown material piercing through his body, deeply embedded under the ground, extending for an unknown length. On top of the chains, various complicated and obscure patterns were carved, like some kind of formation, harboring strong energy fluctuations. Zhang Wushuang's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. The shackles on this person's body had penetrated his flesh and he was still able to maintain his vitality. It was evident that this person's cultivation was extraordinary. The scruffy old man slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling on Zhang Wushuang's body as he opened his mouth to inquire. Kid, don't you know that staring at someone all the time is a very rude display? Senior has misunderstood. Senior did not mean to peek. Zhang Wushuang smiled in a calm tone. It was just to take my friend away, and I have no intention of offending Senior. The scruffy old man glanced at Situ Feng lying on the ground and said indifferently, Is this person your friend? Zhang Wushuang said, Sort of. The scruffy old man smiled and said, That battle you just fought was very good. When you step into the Quasi-Emperor, I guess a lot of people are going to suffer. Zhang Wushuang's expression froze as he looked at the old man with some confusion and asked, What does Senior mean by this? You were just at the immortal peak and fought with that self-cutting realm kid for so long. Do you think that old man I don't know about it? The scruffy old man looked at Zhang Wushuang with contempt, as if he thought he was stupid. That half of the divine peak is called Immortal Peak? Zhang Wushuang's brows furrowed, and a thought suddenly arose in his heart as he asked, Does Senior know about the Jung family? This old man in front of him knew so much about the Phantom Forbidden Zone that he might actually know some of the Central Region's former past. For example, why were the 8 draconic ancient families of the 3000 Taoist states the sinners of the Central Domain? The scruffy old man's eyes narrowed into a slit as he smirked. You kid want to set me up? I'm not going to hide it from you, Senior, but I come from the Jiang clan of the 3000 Dao Prefecture, and I'm a divine son of the Jiang clan of this generation. Jiang Wushuang arched his hand and smiled, his tone humble and courteous. The scruffy old man's eyelids slightly jumped as his gaze gazed at Jiang Wushuang and said, Where did you say you came from? The Ginger family. Jiang Wushuang repeated, his eyes burning at the scruffy old man, only to see the latter's face change instantly. A look of disbelief flowing from his eyes as he continuously looked Jiang Wushuang up and down. Only after a long time did the scruffy old man spit out a sighing sound and shook his head. I didn't think that after so many years of not going out and walking around, that such a drastic change had actually occurred. It seems that I am truly old. After saying that, he closed his eyes again and stopped paying attention to Jiang Wushuang. Seeing this, Jiang Wushuang suddenly smiled and said, Senior, although Junior is young, he is not stupid. You're also trying to trap me, aren't you? Hearing Jiang Wushuang say this, the scruffy old man raised his eyelids, glanced at Jiang Wushuang, and lazily said, If you know, why are you still breaking it down? Jiang Wushuang grinned and said, If it were anyone else, Senior would naturally not have said anything, but Senior is different. I would like to make you a friend. The scruffy old man was silent and didn't open his mouth for a long time before he said, What do you want to ask? I would like to ask why many people in the Central Domain say that our 8 draconic ancient families of the 3000 Dao states are the sinners of the Central Domain? Jiang Wushuang said with a straight face. For this matter, he always had an obsession in his heart. The scruffy old man looked at Jiang Wushuang, a glint of essence surfacing in his eyes as he said, Are you sure you want me to tell you? Jiang Wushuang nodded his head and said, Please enlighten Senior. The scruffy old man hesitated for a moment and sighed. The cause and effect of this matter is too great. I wouldn't dare to tell you in my current state. Jiang Wushuang raised his eyebrows slightly. This old man kept talking, making him unable to find out what the old man wanted to do for a while. The scruffy old man let out a bitter smile and said, Little doll, don't look at the old man with that kind of eyes. The old man is not afraid of death. He's just afraid of dying a worthless death. That thing back then involved too many people, too many forces. The old man I can't afford to mess with. When he said this, he suddenly paused, glanced at Jiang Wushuang, and sighed again. If you can use the tripod in your hand to help me wear out the shackles on my body, I can tell you. Jiang Wushuang's gaze was slightly austere as he stared intently at the scruffy old man and said with a smile or not, Senior has good eyesight. The scruffy old man casually said, Although I can't tell the grade of the tripod, it's definitely stronger than that broken sword you're holding. Jiang Wushuang smiled and said, How did you decide it was stronger than the sword in my hand? The scruffy old man snorted coldly and said proudly, Although the sword in your hand is not weak, what use is it if it doesn't even have a spirit anymore? You know where this sword came from? Jiang Wushuang's eyes flickered. This was an origin that even the Nangong family couldn't explain. And this unkempt old man in front of him even knew. The scruffy old man said, Anything you want to know, you can help me release it first. Forget it then. I don't want to hear it either. Jiang Wushuang sneered, picked up Sitaphone on the ground and prepared to leave. This kind of dark and forbidden area where birds didn't dare to, for this old man to be locked up here. He wasn't a saving grace at first glance. The old man who called himself the gatekeeper just now was already so fierce. And this old man must be a ruthless character as well when he was treated like this. Alas! Why don't you brats follow the rules? Quickly let the old man out. Seeing that Jiang Wushuang was about to leave, the scruffy old man hurriedly shouted, If you let the old man out, I can also tell you those 2 karmic consequences on you. He had been locked up here for so many years. He was really suffocated. He had long wanted to get out of the trap, but he was not strong enough to break the damn seal. Now that he had met Jiang Wushuang, he naturally had to seize the opportunity. At those words, Jiang Wushuang stopped in her footsteps and turned around to look at the old man suspiciously. Elder really knows the karma on me? The scruffy old man nodded his head and said, I know some of it, but I can't tell you all of it. Otherwise I might as well be locked up here. Jiang Wushuang frowned, But if I release you, you'll take my treasure? At these words, the old man's face stiffened as he glared at Jiang Wushuang and said angrily, Does old me look like a person who was greedy for money? Jiang Wushuang didn't even think about it and immediately replied, Like. The scruffy old man's face darkened and he gritted his teeth. Old man, I hate you hypocrites the most. Obviously wanting to put old man me out and then set out what you want to know. But you pretend to be indifferent. It's disgusting. Jiang Wushuang gave an awkward dry cough and said, Tell you what, I have 100 draconic contracts here, so sign each one of them once,
As he spoke, Jiang Wuxuang took out a bunch of deeds from his storage ring and handed them to the scruffy old man.
The scruffy old man froze, and then cried out, "Kid, let's talk about conditions. What are you doing with so many contracts?" Despite saying so, he began to look through the contents inside these deeds. He was about to go crazy from wanting to get out. "Old man, I'm strong. You want me to be a free fighter for you for 100 years. This I understand, but why do you have to add a sentence after that? If you can't beat me, you run away first. I'll stay and break your back? And what the hell kind of contract is it to have a son with your last name? What the hell is it when you have to be your 9 and my 1 for a favor? And this, no killing of any Jiang family members? Brat, what the hell kind of contract is this? Am I selling my body to your Jiang family?" The old man looked at the contents of the various deeds in his hand and was simply furious. He suddenly realized that this kid in front of him was very shameless. There was no such domineering and invincible aura just above the immortal peak. It was simply despicable to the extreme. The scruffy old man gritted his teeth and asked, "Kid, don't you think you should change the rules of the contract?" Jiang Wuxuang skimmed his lips and said, "You can choose to remain here. I don't intend to release you anyway." The old man almost didn't turn his back. He took a deep breath and after calming down his inner indignation, he said helplessly, "At least I'm determined not to sign the one about my son taking your surname." Chapter 047, this guy is not also a money loser. Is he? At least I'm adamant about not signing the one about my son not taking your name. The old man knew very well that if he signed this contract, he was afraid that he would really become a member of the Jiang family, and he would never allow such a thing to happen. Jiang Wuxuang shrugged his shoulders and said, "It's your right. If you're willing to sign it, sign it. If you're not, then forget it." The old man was so angry that he blew his beard and eyes out, looking at Jiang Wuxuang with hatred and cursing. "Why are you so shameless?" Jiang Wuxuang faintly said, "Same as each other." The scruffy old man was dumbfounded, and only after a long time did he grit his teeth and say, "All right, I promise. You hurry up and get me out of here." Jiang Wuxuang nodded with satisfaction and said, "Since you've agreed, sign the contract." The scruffy old man looked at him with a depressed expression and said, "These contracts are too pitiful, aren't they? How did you come up with them?" Jiang Wuxuang didn't pay any attention to him and just looked at him with a smile or a laugh. "Okay, I'll sign." The scruffy old man finally compromised. He didn't want to be imprisoned forever in this whole hellhole. Except for that contract where the child took Jiang Wuxuang's surname and didn't sign it. He signed the rest of the contracts with little hesitation. After the old man signed all the deeds, Jiang Wuxuang smiled and said, "You are now my bodyguard." "What's a bodyguard?" The old man was puzzled. He had lived for tens of thousands of years and had never really heard of what was called a bodyguard. Jiang Wuxuang explained, "It's similar to a Dao protector." Hearing this explanation, the scruffy old man seemed to understand, nodded and said, "That's right. I'm called Yun Tianya." After saying that, the old man looked at Jiang Wuxuang with a face full of excitement, as if he wanted to see shock and admiration from inside Jiang Wuxuang's eyes, but to his disappointment, Jiang Wuxuang's expression was calm. "You seem eager to hear that I know you?" Jiang Wuxuang stared at him with a smile, a hint of strangeness showing in the depths of her eyes. "You really haven't heard of the words Yun Tianya?" The scruffy old man was dumbfounded. He was famous in the Great Diffusion Immortal region back then. He was very famous. How could a teenage pride like Jiang Wuxuang not have heard of him? "Hasn't anyone recorded the glorious deeds of my lord?" Jiang Wuxuang shook his head and said, "I've never heard of it." Yun Tianya instantly wilted as he sighed. "That's just it. Since you don't know, then this Grand Master will introduce himself first. This lord is..." Before his words fell, Jiang Wuxuang was directly waving his hand to stop him, saying, "There is no need to introduce it again. I don't want to hear it. You first tell me the origin of this sword." This. Yun Tianya was speechless for a while. He originally wanted to show off his great achievements, but who knew that Jiang Wuxuang actually wasn't interested at all, and didn't even show a single expression of admiration. Yun Tianya smiled helplessly and bitterly. He knew that if he wanted to catch Jiang Wuxuang's attention, he probably needed a very long period of honing. Thinking of this, Yun Tianya collected the smile on his face and said seriously, "Little fellow, are you sure you want to know the origin of this sword?" "This sword has an extraordinary origin." Jiang Wuxuang frowned slightly, but he wasn't intimidated and said lightly, "Tell me, what exactly is the origin of this sword?" "Okay, then I'll tell you." Yun Tianya did not talk nonsense, and immediately told the origin of the sword. The name of the sword is Breakdown, a half-finished imperial product left behind by a great emperor. Rumor has it that before that great emperor fell, he condensed his life's cultivation and heart's blood into a sword fetus, which was later obtained by an evil cultivator, refining it into a divine sword. And he received this sword with the help of a god, and he has been able to traverse the Great Diffusion Immortal region, killing an unknown number of powerful people. Hearing this, Jiang Wuxuan's brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. Although he didn't know the specifics of what happened, he understood one thing. This sword was extremely dangerous. He pressed. What happened after that?
Yun Tianya coldly snorted, this sword is ferocious and bloodthirsty.
Not only chopped up countless strong people, but also slaughtered the sky, devouring endless blood,
making it become more and more horrible. Until a certain day this evil cultivator provoked the Nangong family of a supreme fierce man.
Drink, hate and die.
This sword will fall into the Nangong family. The Nangong family of that supreme fierce man to utilize supreme magical ability to suppress the violence of this sword.
Speaking here, Yun Tianya said with a smirk,
so this sword isn't just a half-finished product, it's also a half-finished product that's already been sealed.
Oh, hearing this,
Jiang Wuxuan's eyes flickered with a flash of color. He hadn't thought that this sword came from such a powerful source, which made him a little heartbroken.
He was silent for a moment and said, do you have a way to lift the seal? Are you kidding me?
Yun Tianya was just about to retort, but suddenly shut up as he stared at Jiang Wuxuan dead in the face and said,
kid, you're not planning to activate him, are you? Don't blame this lord for not reminding you. Don't mess around or you'll suffer. Upon hearing this,
the corners of Jiang Wuxuan's mouth arched as he laughed.
After all, it's a treasure left behind by a great emperor, so anyone would want to give it a try.
Yun Tianya looked at Jiang Wuxuan suspiciously and didn't say the way to unseal the seal, but instead changed the topic. You're still alone despite carrying so many heavy treasures.
Aren't you afraid of death?
Jiang Wuxuan smiled faintly and said, it's just a few small stragglers. If I can't even handle this group of small stragglers,
then why would I bother to come and seek the summit?
Yun Tianya's eyes darted around as if he was fighting for something.
He heatedly laughed. Kid, you're really arrogant enough.
I'm sure those people won't stop if they know that you're belittling them so much, Jiang Wuxuan said indifferently.
Although I don't know what you're talking about those people are not worthy of being my enemies. Upon hearing this,
Yun Tianya said with a face full of surprise, obviously just now there is a treacherous look, as a result of a blink of an eye, and then restored a touch of domineering awe.
Boy, in the end that is the real you?
Jiang Wuxuan refrained from commenting and said indifferently,
tell us about the 8 draconic ancient families of the 3000 Taoist prefecture?
Yun Tianya skimmed his mouth, seemingly quite upset by Jiang Wuxuan's attitude, but thinking that the cause and effect of this matter was too great, he could only grunt and say helplessly,
this is something that I really can't tell you right now. Another so-called great karma?
Jiang Wuxuan raised an eyebrow.
Yun Tianya nodded solemnly and said, that's right. It's precisely the great cause and effect.
Jiang Wuxuan disdainfully bristled and said, since there is a great karma entangled,
then why did you just promise me?
Ahem. It's not the same. Yun Tianya smiled awkwardly, and then he continued, when you reach a realm like mine that day, perhaps you'll understand.
Alright, since you don't want to talk about it, I won't bother asking.
Jiang Wuxuan waved his hand and continued,
I'm releasing you now. Hearing this good news,
Yun Tianya instantly looked delighted and said excitedly, then start quickly. Jiang Wuxuan flexed his fingers and the great desolate dragon coiling tripod instantly appeared. A trace of purple chi erupted from the mouth of the tripod, enveloping Yun Tianya's body and eventually wrapping it completely. Afterward, the great desolate coiled dragon tripod's light erupted, covering Yun Tianya's entire body. As the purple chi dispersed, the chains on Yun Tianya's body suddenly snapped, followed by his entire body rushing up into the sky, transforming into a beam of golden light that shot off towards the distance.
Looking at Yun Tianya's departing back, Jiang Wuxuan angrily rebuked. What are you doing?
I just want to go and take revenge.
Don't worry, I'll be right back.
I have 99 draconic contracts on me and I don't want to die yet.
Yun Tianya threw Jiang Wuxuan a sentence without looking back, and then his figure gradually blurred and soon disappeared.
Jiang Wuxuan shook his head and ignored it as he began to look at the unconscious Situ Foam on the ground. Before he could sit down, he felt that the location over the immortal peak suddenly erupted with monstrous waves.
A rule of order intertwined, and a huge runic formation diagram could be vaguely seen emerging.
The scroll hung in the void, releasing a bright and dazzling divine radiance, like the sun illuminating the void in all directions.
Immediately afterward,
Yun Tianya was slapped back and slammed hard on top of the mountain wall.
Mom, yes, after so many years of not seeing each other, do you need to hit so hard?
Yun Tianya covered his chest and bared his teeth in pain.
Looking at Yun Tianya on the ground,
Jiang Wuxuan couldn't help but sigh and cursed. This guy couldn't be a money loser as well, right?
Chapter 048 Big Brother, Second Brother, Third Brother.
Ahem, it was all just an accident.
An accident.
Yun Tianya smiled sarcastically, then looked at Jiang Wuxuan and asked squarely,
kid, where are you planning to go?
Jiang Wuxuan pointed at Situ Foam on the ground and said,
can you remove the confinement on this guy?
Yun Tianya glanced at it and despised it.
Waste stuff, not as good as you.
Jiang Wushuang didn't pay any attention to him and continued.
You help me with the restraints on him. What a pain in the ass, Yun Tianya muttered,
before walking over to Situfeng and lifting his paw to stomp down. A destructive force blossomed, shaking the void violently,
as if spider-web-like cracks were rapidly spreading.
Along with a muffled sound spreading out,
a divine transformation fluctuation surged into Situfeng's body,
and the black patterns on his body dimmed immediately,
followed by a piercing haze blooming, and a strong power fluctuation spreading out, causing his body to tremble.
A fresh breeze brushed by, and Situfeng shivered and opened his eyes.
This is...
He first swept his surroundings and spotted the two of them,
Jiang Wushuang and Yun Tianya,
and couldn't help but frown as he asked,
Who are you? You don't recognize me? This time, it was Jiang Wushuang's turn to show a surprised expression.
Situfeng stared at Jiang Wushuang for a moment and shook his head.
I have never seen your excellency before. Yun Tianya interjected from the sidelines. Kid, I forgot to tell you, since I'm not the caster, I just forcibly broke the prohibition. He should have forgotten about you by now.
Situfeng's face changed slightly, his gaze glaring gloomily at Yun Tianya as he questioned in a cold voice.
What do you mean? It means literally.
Yun Tianya shrugged his shoulders,
not caring at all about Situfeng's angry expression.
Situfeng gritted his teeth and roared lowly.
Who exactly are you people?
Jiang Wushuang's face was full of seriousness as he let out a reprimand.
Third brother, how can you talk to your big brother and second brother like that? Situfeng froze, incredulously saying, Big brother? Ergo?
Yun Tianya was also filled with surprise,
as if he didn't expect there to be this kind of operation. Your second brother and I had a hard time waking you up, and you can't even tell your big brother from your second brother.
Jiang Wushuang educated in a serious tone.
You've disappointed me and your second brother too much. Situfeng was bewildered and completely confused, because he didn't have any memory of the past at all right now, and even more so, he didn't know what was going on with the two of them, Jiang Wushuang and Yun Tianya.
Ugh,
Jiang Wushuang sighed and said,
That's just it. I'm in a bad mood today and I'm too lazy to bother with you.
With those words, he turned around and wanted to leave. Seeing this,
Situfeng hurriedly stopped Jiang Wushuang and said urgently,
Wait, are you really my big brother? Is it even possible to fake it? Jiang Wushuang gave a rhetorical question and said, Third brother
although big brother is a bit grumpy in his day-to-day life, but he has never treated his brothers poorly, and he has even gone so far as to spend his origin essence blood to help you raise your cultivation.
And you're now actually saying that I've lied to you,
which is really chilling big brother's heart nah.
Situfeng opened his mouth. He tried to say something, but eventually shut up. Jiang Wushuang patted Situfeng's shoulder and said bitterly, Forget it, no matter what, you're always alive, more than anything else. Listening to the increasingly flabbergasted Jiang Wushuang, Yun Tianya couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Looking at Yun Tianya's look,
Jiang Wushuang handed him a look of don't talk too much, and then he said to Situfeng,
Third brother, since you've lost your memory, let's help you retrieve it. Hey, what are you trying to do again? Yun Tianya jumped in fear and looked at Jiang Wushuang vigilantly.
Jiang Wushuang blankly glanced at Yun Tianya and said,
Don't think nonsense.
I truly want to help third brother regain his memory.
Unbelievable. Yun Tianya decisively refused. Humph. Love it or hate it.
Jiang Wushuang snorted coldly and took Situfeng with him as he instantly disappeared in place.
Damn you. This asshole. Although Yun Tianya cursed on his lips, he could only follow helplessly. After all, the contract was there and he didn't dare to disobey Jiang Wushuang's actions. By the time they left, the entire Phantom Forbidden Zone became silent once again. A moment later, an ancient altar quietly emerged.
This altar was uniquely shaped and mysteriously unusual,
seemingly carved entirely from huge blocks of stone, with an overall grayish-brown hue that gave a sense of calmness and heaviness. However,
careful observation could reveal that the surface of the altar was covered with dense, complicated and arcane runes, which were like tadpoles,
intertwined and entangled with each other,
and they were either twisted and distorted,
or bizarre and inexplicable.
The entire altar towered over the clouds,
and its scale was so grand and majestic that it was really rare in the world. Just then,
the old man who called himself the gatekeeper slowly walked out from within the ancient altar.
His steps looked a little hobbled, as if he was carrying 1 billion pounds of weight. As he appeared, the air around him became sticky and an invisible pressure spread out. His deep eyes glanced at the direction in which Yun Tianya and Jiang Wushuang had disappeared in the distance and murmured, That's really interesting. The Shao family. At this moment,
there was more than just blood rescue, and the 4-elephant White Tiger Hall had been destroyed in one fell swoop, and this matter had already spread throughout the central domain,
causing a huge sensation,
especially after the outbreak of the world-shattering battle between the 4-elephant Vermilion Bird Palace and the 4-elephant White Tiger Palace.
The battle was simply beyond imagination. Countless 4-elephant palace cultivators unfortunately fell in this battle. many other forces, on the other hand, smelled the opportunity in it and took advantage of the two halls' great loss of strength to try to take their treasures for themselves. However, just as these greedy people were about to make a move, the Four-Elephant Song Dragon Hall and the Four-Elephant Xuanwu Hall appeared out of nowhere and resolutely launched a blockade against them. Despite these four great halls' internal rivalries and all sorts of collusion, when faced with an external enemy, they were able to work together and unite as one, and would never let the bystanders take advantage of the situation. Behind this seemingly contradictory behavior lies a subtle way of balancing. Paki Zhang, this time this seat saved you. Are you willing to honor this seat as the Four-Elephant Hall Master? Sanglong Hall Master Li Mu stood in front of Zhang Chujing, his gaze aggressive and his aura incomparably strong. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chujing's eyes flickered for a few moments as he said in a stern tone, "This is a matter between my Vermilion Bird Hall and White Tiger Hall. What does it have to do with Sanglong Hall?" Li Mu laughed coldly and said in a dignified manner, "This seat is merely managing the Four-Elephant Hall for Hall Master Situ. If not, sooner or later, the Four-Elephant Hall will be defeated in the hands of you people." Zhang Chujing said disdainfully, "Who do you think you deserve it? Aren't you afraid that Situ Feng will suddenly come back?" Hearing the word Situ Feng, Li Mu instantly fell silent, his eyes slightly scandalized. Seeing this, Zhang Chujing continued to provoke, "You should be clear that soul plate inside the Four-Elephant Hall is not extinguished." Speaking of the soul card, Li Mu immediately panicked and snapped, "Zhang Chujing, don't threaten the seat with this." Zhang Chujing indifferently said, "This seat is just telling the truth. Are you threatening this seat?" Li Mu's face was grim. Killing intent erupted, and a terrifying aura fluctuation gushed out from his body, sweeping through the 8 wastelands and suffocating people. "If you're not convinced, just try it." Zhang Chujing did not flinch and looked straight at Li Mu. Sensing the atmosphere of the two men's saber rattling, a teasing laugh came out. "That's an interesting picture. Third brother, your men seem to want to take your seat?" Immediately afterward, Jiang Wushuang, Yun Tianya, and Situ Feng walked out of the void, all with gloating smiles on their faces, seeing someone come out to stir up trouble. Originally Li Mu wanted to have a seizure and reprimand, but when he saw Situ Feng following beside Jiang Wushuang, his face immediately changed, and beads of sweat couldn't help but flow out from his forehead, and the pupils of his eyes were filled with fear. Situ Feng, the chief hall master of the Four-Elephant Hall back then. His strength was monstrous, his cultivation was unfathomable, and he had once crushed an 8th grade saint god with a single finger. Even though 600 years had passed, he still remembered it vividly. "Your Highness." Li Mu lowered his head and bowed respectfully. He's scared. Fear of Situ Feng settling scores in the fall. "Your Highness." Zhang Chujing similarly arched his hand and bowed with a humble demeanor. After all, he knew that the soul card hadn't been extinguished, and Situ Feng would return sooner or later. Situ Feng swept a glance at the two of them, then turned his gaze to Jiang Wushuang and couldn't help but ask, "Big brother, am I really the hall master of this Four-Elephant Hall of mine?" Hearing Situ Feng's opening, before Jiang Wushuang could reply, Li Mu and Zhang Chujing were simultaneously stunned in their hearts, as if they didn't expect Situ Feng to call this young man in front of them big brother. Jiang Wushuang smiled and nodded. "Third brother, this is true." Upon hearing this, Situ Feng let out a long sigh and said, "If it's true, then why don't I remember these things?" Chapter 049, This kid is really dirty. If it's true, then why don't I remember any of this? Situ Feng's brows revealed confusion. He had awakened a memory, but that memory was not complete. There were only some fragmented memories. That was why he was puzzled. Hearing this question, Jiang Wushuang hurriedly explained, "This matter will be discussed later." Zhang Chujing frowned and asked, "Hall Master, what are you?" Jiang Wushuang calmly said, "I am the elder brother of your Hall Master. He has suffered from memory damage due to certain accidents, resulting in a very drastic change in his personality. This is something that you do not need to take to heart." "So it is." Zhang Chujing came to a realization, but Li Mu next to him didn't think so. "How do I know if what you're saying is true or not? What if you're just looking for someone to impersonate our Hall Master and then take the opportunity to break into the Four-Elephant Hall?" Li Mu's eyes were wary as he stared at Jiang Wushuang, suspecting that he had other intentions. Hearing this, Zhang Chujing's eyes instantly went ice cold as he chided, "Li Mu, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words must not be spoken indiscriminately." Zhang Chujing's chiding made Li Mu even more firm in his suspicions. So, he looked angrily at Zhang Chujing and sneered, "Don't you dare to sympathize here. You've discussed this with these people, right?" Hearing Li Mu's questioning, Jiang Wushuan laughed instead of being angry and said indifferently, "I've seen brainless people, but I haven't seen someone as brainless as you. It's simply stupid. Have you ever died?" Li Mu became furious, emitting a strong aura all over his body as he directly rushed towards Jiang Wushuang.
Only Jiang Wushuang didn't even move because Situfeng had already flashed in front of him.
Situfeng waved his sleeve and a horrifying energy aftermath raged. Li Mu immediately flew out backwards, his legs sliding against the ground for 10 meters before coming to a stop. Put! Li Mu just stood firmly.
A mouthful of blood was spat out. His eyes stared blankly,
horrified, looking at Situfeng. His mouth trembled. Who are you?
Situfeng carried his hands behind his back and arrogantly said,
Situfeng.
Li Mu swallowed a mouthful of saliva and cautiously asked,
Are you really Situ Hall Master? Situfeng coldly said, as good as fake.
He had already heard Jiang Wushuang explain his identity when he arrived,
and to Situfeng, his identity was already an ironclad matter. There was no need to hide it.
At those words, Li Mu's heart contracted violently as a cold sweat slid down his forehead.
If it really was Situfeng, then wouldn't what he had just done be treason? Seeing Li Mu's wretched appearance, Zhang Chujing couldn't help but let out a cold snort and mocked. I've said long ago that your highness will return one day.
You shut up. Li Mu glared viciously at Zhang Chujing,
and then apologized respectfully towards Situfeng.
My subordinate has no eyes. Please forgive me, Palace Master.
Situfeng waved his hand and said indifferently, mindful of your loyalty and righteousness,
I will spare your life today. Li Mu's face was delighted at the words,
as if he didn't expect to be so well fooled,
and he was about to give thanks,
when suddenly, Situfeng's voice resounded in his ears, indifferently saying, kneel down. Bang!
At those words, Li Mu's heart fluttered,
and before he could react, he was suppressed to his knees by a powerful aura. Seeing this,
Zhang Chujing also immediately knelt on the ground, his demeanor terrified.
Your Highness, calm down.
Zhang Chujing hurriedly begged for mercy.
I know all the good things you guys do these days.
Situfeng swept his gaze over Li Mu and Zhang Chujing,
finally resting on Li Mu, and asked in a chilling voice, your name is Li Mu, isn't it?
Yes. Li Mu gritted his teeth and admitted that he was apprehensive.
Over the years,
he had acted in a malevolent manner and had been trying to sit on the seat of the chief master of the Four-Elephant Hall,
and although he hadn't succeeded,
he had indeed secretly caused a lot of trouble for Situfeng.
Li Mu, Li Mu,
you're not small in guts. Situfeng narrowed his eyes and slowly approached Li Mu. Although he had lost his memories, the overbearing aura of dominance in his bones remained undiminished.
Feeling the killing intent on Situfeng's body,
Li Mu's heart trembled and he hurriedly cried out,
Your Highness,
I thought you were dead these years.
That's why. Enough.
Situfeng raised his hand to interrupt Li Mu's words and said in a cold voice,
Do you want to be the chief hall master of the Four-Elephant Hall? Li Mu immediately denied. I never had this idea. Hearing Li Mu's defense,
a touch of mockery surfaced at the corner of Situfeng's mouth as he coldly said,
No, do you think this seat is blind? Li Mu's face was embarrassed,
and he hurriedly explained,
Your Highness, subordinate.
However, before Li Mu could finish his sentence, Situfeng directly slapped his palm over, and the terrifying power directly knocked Li Mu out.
After doing so,
Situfeng turned to Jiang Wushuang and said, Big brother, I'm now missing memories and I'm no longer suitable to be the Four-Elephant Hall Master.
Jiang Wushuang said, Let me help you get rid of it. Upon hearing this,
Zhang Chujing's face sank as he hurriedly stopped it.
Hall Master, no, how can we allow an outsider to meddle in the affairs of our Four-Elephant Hall? Outsiders? Situfeng's gaze suddenly turned cold, and a ray of murderous aura filled the air, causing space to freeze. He's my big brother. How is he considered an outsider? Situfeng said indifferently. Or are you qualified to question this seat? Zhang Chujing was speechless and didn't dare to say anything else. Jiang Wushuang smiled and said,
Since third brother has asked me to come and help with the household affairs,
then I will reluctantly agree to you.
Listening to Jiang Wushuang said so, next to the cloud Tianya disdainfully skimmed his mouth.
This scene obviously came when Jiang Wushuang has said goodbye to Situfeng. Have to pretend to be a reluctant look. This kid really said dirty.
You go and call the other Xuanwu Hall and White Tiger Hall masters over, and say that Situfeng has returned.
Jiang Wushuang instructed Zhang Chujing. If they don't come, let them wash their necks and prepare to be exterminated.
Zhang Chujing hurriedly nodded his head and said yes before quickly leaving.
Yun Tianya hesitantly said, What are you doing all this for? To get rich?
Of course. Jiang Wushuang revealed a wry smile and said heatedly,
Don't you think we're short of money right now? Hearing these words, Yun Tianya frowned and couldn't help but ask, Get rich in what?
He didn't have much of an impression of the Four-Elephant Hall. After all, he had already been locked up in the dark forbidden zone for so many years, isolated from the world, and didn't know the changes outside at all.
The Four-Elephant Hall's power is not small,
Jiang Wushuang said with both eyes glowing,
as long as it is brought under the banner. Wouldn't that be a proper money tree? What do you mean? Situfeng and Yun Tianya were filled with confusion, unable to figure out what on earth Jiang Wushuang was talking about. It's a secret you'll find out soon enough.
Jiang Wushuang smiled faintly and came to the side of the already unconscious Li Mu,
saying in an indifferent tone, "Still not willing to get up?"
Li Mu's heart trembled as he opened his eyes with great difficulty,
and when he saw Jiang Wushuang,
he first froze for a moment, and then a flash of panic surged in the depths of his eyes. Jiang Wushuang swept a contemptuous glance at Li Mu and sneered.
"What? Not willing to get up? Still need me to personally help you?"
Li Mu was indignant and unwilling in his heart,
but he didn't dare to show it, so he could only stand up stiffly.
Jiang Wushuang said slowly, "Since you want to be the palace master yourself so badly,
I'll agree on behalf of Situ Feng, but you'll have to come up with the withdrawal fee. Refund of dues?" Confused, Li Mu asked, "What is that thing?"
Jiang Wushuang said indifferently,
"To put it simply,
you must hand over 90% of your Sanglong Hall's treasure trove, and you will no longer have anything to do with the 4-Elephant Hall in the future."
"What?" Upon hearing this, Li Mu was dumbfounded and looked at Jiang Wushuang in shock,
as if he didn't expect Jiang Wushuang to open his mouth wide and actually propose such harsh conditions.
"What? Is it hard?" Looking at Li Mu's shocked expression,
Jiang Wushuang sketched a hint of playfulness at the corner of his mouth and continued,
"Don't you like being a palace master? Now that I'm giving you the chance, why are you so hesitant?" "I don't know what you're talking about."
Li Mu's heart was filled with humiliation as he gritted his teeth and said, "The prosperity of the Sanglong Temple over the years was built up by me,
so why should I give it away?" Chapter 050, Becoming the 4-Elephant Hall Master. Gain system reward, the Qi of the Imperial Dao. On what basis? Ha ha, that's funny.
Jiang Wushuang suddenly laughed out loud,
pointed at Li Mu's nose, and said, "Enjoying the reverence and honor that the 4-Elephant Hall has brought you,
but wanting to just get rid of the 4-Elephant Hall so easily.
Don't you think you're a little too greedy?" After hearing this,
Li Mu's face turned ashen to the extreme as he angrily looked at Jiang Wushuang and roared,
"Don't use your false benevolence to bind me.
Situ Feng has disappeared all these years, and without our 4 hall masters to hold down the fort, the 4-Elephant Hall would have long since declined. As the 4 great hall masters,
shouldn't you be guarding your own disciples?" For a moment,
Jiang Wushuang didn't know whether it was her own logic that was faulty or Li Mu's.
Hearing Jiang Wushuang say that, Li Mu coldly snorted and didn't refute anything. "Cut the crap."
Jiang Wushuang collected the smile on his face and said with a straight face,
"I have 2 proposals here.
The first proposal. If you want to break away from the 4-Elephant Palace, just take out 9/10 of the wealth. You can pack away the entire Sanlong Palace, of course, provided those people voluntarily follow you. The second proposal. You abdicate as master of the Sanlong Hall. Which one do you choose?" Jiang Wushuang clasped his hands on his chest and stared at Li Mu silently. At those words,
Li Mu fell into silence.
Only after a long time did he raise his head and look at Jiang Wushuang,
saying in a calm tone, "I'll choose the first one." "You're really choosing, aren't you?"
Jiang Wushuang said with a smirk.
"You don't have a choice." "What do you mean?" Li Mu's complexion tightened violently, vaguely feeling bad.
"Literally," Jiang Wushuang said indifferently.
"Be that monkey honestly. What do you mean?" Li Mu's expression changed dramatically, but soon, he realized that the air around him suddenly froze. The originally bright sky actually dimmed instantly, and darkness descended. In that dark night, a strong aura of death surged towards one from all directions, making one feel creepy and heartbreaking. Immediately afterward, the hall masters of the White Tiger Hall, Xuanwu Hall, and Vermilion Bird Hall all appeared with a look of fear and trepidation on their faces as they all knelt down to Situ Feng. "Greetings, Your Highness."
Vermilion Bird Hall Hall Master Asako, White Tiger Hall Hall Master Lin Hao, and Xuanwu Hall Master Wu Peng, all said respectfully at the same time.
"Welcome back, Hall Master. Get up."
Situ Feng said indifferently. "My big brother will preside over today's matter."
"Big brother?"
Wu Peng and Lin Hao furrowed their brows,
a puzzled look in their eyes.
"What?" Situ Feng swept a glance at these two. Then his gaze fell on Vermilion Bird Hall Master Asako and slowly asked,
"Do you need this Hall Master to give you an explanation?"
"Don't dare."
The three of them, Zhang Paki and Wu Peng,
hurriedly shook their heads.
"Okay." Situ Feng waved his hand and said bluntly, "There's no need to talk too much nonsense. This matter is at the mercy of my big brother's arrangements."
Jiang Wushuang said indifferently,
"In the future,
there will only be one Hall Master for the 4-Elephant Hall,
so you three will be the elders, and all the elders of the original 4 Hall Masters will be demoted to protectors."
"But," Wu Peng opened his mouth, and just when he wanted to say something, he saw a cold light flash before his eyes, only to see Jiang Wushuang put his hands together and turn his fingers into blades, and between his hands, he instantly cut off Li Mu's neck. Due to Yun Tianya restricting Li Mu's cultivation realm, it resulted in him not being able to fight against it at all. As this fatal blow fell, Li Mu's lifeless head rolled to the ground, and his body fell heavily to the ground like a puddle of mud.
We've already discussed this. You can protest if you want to. Who's first? After Jiang Wushuang killed Li Mu, his gaze shifted to the other 3 hall masters. Hiss. Looking at Li Mu's corpse on the ground, the 3 great hall masters immediately sucked in cool air, beads of dense sweat seeping out of their foreheads. None of them were fools. Of course they understood exactly what Jiang Wushuang's words meant. From now on, the 4-elephant hall would only have 1 hall master, while they would become elders, in charge of all the resources of the 4-elephant hall, and would no longer have the same immense power as before. Since none of you have any objections, this matter is settled. Jiang Wushuang said to Situ Feng, does third brother still want to be the palace master? Big brother to your face. Little brother, I am heartily satisfied with you. If the position of this hall master is not held by you, then who else could be so qualified? Situ Feng looked at the person in front of him with a firm gaze and spoke his thoughts in a sincere tone. At this moment, Situ Feng really didn't have the slightest distraction in his mind. For one thing, because he had lost some of his memories. He didn't know much about many things. For another, because Yun Tianya was completely at Jiang Wushuang's beck and call, making him feel that this mysterious and unpredictable Jiang Wushuang must have extraordinary abilities and status. In such a situation, Situ Feng did not hesitate to choose to trust Jiang Wushuang and believed that handing over the position of temple master to Jiang Wushuang was the wisest decision. Facing the expectant eyes of the crowd as well as Situ Feng's slightly meaningful smile, Jiang Wushuang resolutely nodded his head and agreed. Good. Since you trust me so much, then I will take on this hall master position. Hearing that the position of the hall master was going to be given to this teenager in front of them, Wu Peng and Zhang Paki and the others' faces immediately looked a little less than good, but they didn't dare to disobey Situ Feng. Thus, in full view of everyone, Jiang Wushuang sat on the 4-elephant hall master's throne. This result made Zhang Mazi a bit confused. He didn't understand why Situ Feng, who had disappeared all these years, would suddenly lose his memory and then come back to zen his throne to this teenager who didn't look like he could be messed with very well. Jiang Wushuang carried his hands behind his back and looked at Wu Peng and Zhang Paki's trio, saying with a smile on his face, introduce myself, I, Jiang Wushuang, the Wushuang of the guy sure unrivaled. Hearing Jiang Wushuang's self-introduction, the 3 men, Wu Peng and Zhang Paki, suddenly changed their faces and exclaimed out of their mouths, you are the Jiang Wushuang who killed Yi Lingshu, Yi Rulong and Yi Wuwei? Their expressions were very shocked, especially Paki Zhang, who had just regretted not opposing Jiang Wushuang to become the hallmaster, and now that he learned his real name, he instantly pissed himself. During this period of time, Jiang Wushuang's reputation was circulating everywhere in the central domain and the 3,000 Dao states. Of course, it was all about Jiang Wushuang's fierce reputation. Oh, I see you guys know me? Jiang Wushuang laughed and looked at the 3 of them, Paki Zhang, and continued, since you know me, do you still have any objections? His tone was very light, but it made Zhang Paki's few people feel a thick chill and couldn't help but shiver. No. Zhang Paki's trio hastily shook their heads and hung their heads low. They didn't think they were Yi Wuwei's opponents. Now that he heard Jiang Wushuang's true identity, he immediately caved in for fear of offending the other party. That's a good boy. Jiang Wushuang nodded his head and looked at the 3 Wu Peng, saying indifferently, give me your temple master tokens. The 3 men, Wu Peng and Paki Zhang, gritted their teeth, but in the end, they still took out the hallmaster's token and respectfully handed it to Jiang Wushuang. Ding dong! You have gained the position of the 4 Elephants Temple Hall. Obtaining system reward, Chi of the Imperial Way. Jiang Wushuang took the token, put it into his sleeve, nodded slightly, and said, alright, there's no more business for you guys here. Yes, the 3 of them, Wu Peng, were like amnesties and retreated in a panic. Big brother. After Wu Peng and the others left, Situ Feng walked over to Jiang Wushuang's side and opened his mouth to inquire. Big brother, why did you take their temple master status? Jiang Wushuang said indifferently. I don't like the fact that other people are also palace masters. Your kid has a good wrist. It's just that these guys are so wasted. Yun Tianya, who hadn't been speaking, suddenly opened his mouth at this time and said, a bunch of drunken bags. What do you mean? Jiang Wushuang was keenly aware of the deep meaning contained in the words that came out of Yun Tianya's mouth, and after a moment of contemplation, he guessed, could it be that there's a problem with their strength? Sort of. Yun Tianya replied lightly with a sentence. Then he said with a straight face, the old man has discovered something remarkable. At first I thought you might just be trying to lay a good foundation. Now it seems that all of you have not embarked on real cultivation. Chapter 051 Taoist Seed. Great Karma. Ancient words. The old man has discovered something remarkable. At first I thought you might just be trying to lay a good foundation. Now it seems that all of you have not embarked on true cultivation. Yun Tianya's words caused Situ Feng and Jiang Wushuang to fall into silence. Jiang Wushuang's heart trembled. Vaguely guessing a hint of possibility, but still filled with skepticism. Old man, don't sell me short. Hurry up and tell me. Yun Tianya glanced at Situfeng and said, he's just like that group of losers. He hasn't melted his Tao seed. Taoist seed? Bewilderment appeared in Situfeng's eyes. Simply put, it condenses a seed. Yun Tianya gave an explanation and said, this seed is the foundation stone on top of your path of witnessing. Melting it into the dantian is the only way to truly set foot on the path of cultivation. Why have I never heard of it this way? Jiang Wushuang frowned slightly and asked with some doubt. Not even within our Jiang clan's ancient books? Impossible. According to the status of your Jiang family, there's no way you wouldn't know about something like the Tao seed. Yun Tianya asked with a somewhat odd expression on his face. You have to know that a cultivator without a Tao seed is not even on the same level as a cultivator with a Tao seed in the same realm. And there will be a heavenly difference like gap when fighting. How can I have the Tao seed? Jiang Wushuang pursued. It's not too late for me to possess the Tao seed, is it? Not too late. Not too late. Yun Tianya waved his hand and said indifferently. Paramount emperors used to be able to possess their own Tao seeds, and the way to obtain the Tao seeds is also very simple. It requires you to take a trip to the barbarian ancient land to pray for the blessings of the Holy Spirit of heaven and earth. Are you sure? Jiang Wushuang stared at Yun Tianya suspiciously and asked. How come I've never heard of the savage ancient land? How is that possible? Barbarian ancient land this is. When Yun Tianya said this, he suddenly remembered something, glanced somewhat helplessly at Jiang Wushuang, and said indifferently, if there isn't, then there isn't. Let's just pretend that the old man is talking nonsense. This cryptic look was keenly detected by Jiang Wushuang, and a look of gravity surfaced on his face as he once again pursued. Does this matter have something to do with our Jiang family? Ahem. The karma is too great for me to want to talk about it. Yun Tianya's face was tangled beyond measure. He had forgotten the relationship between the Tao seed and the savage ancient land. If he remembered, he wouldn't have suddenly changed his words. Not to mention that he wouldn't let Jiang Wushuang have a misunderstanding. Jiang Wushuang asked in a deep voice, what's going on? Ugh. Yun Tianya sighed and said, this matter is better for you to ask yourself when you return to the Jiang family. After all, this is your Jiang family's matter. Where is the savage ancient land? At this time, Situfeng suddenly interjected and asked, do we still have a chance to obtain the Tao seed? Although that place has been completely reduced to a barren land, theoretically there should still be some remnants of the Tao seed. Only the chances aren't great, and even if there really are remnants of the Tao seed left behind, they're probably all low-ranked Tao seeds that other people don't want. Yun Tianya patiently explained to the two. However, this is also an opportunity. If one is lucky enough, one can still find high-quality Tao seeds. Jiang Wushuang's gaze fell on him and said, you mean to say that there are actually people in the central region who possess the Tao seed? Some of the top clans, right? Yun Tianya smiled and said, for example, the Ji clan, they definitely possess the Tao seed. That is to say, in fact, none of the Dharma we are practicing now is complete. Situfeng's expression changed instantly. Don't worry. Jiang Wushuang looked at Situfeng and calmly said, second brother should know where the ruins of that savage ancient land are, so maybe we'll go over there and try our luck and pick up the pieces. Right. Situfeng's eyes lit up as he excitedly said, big brother, although the savage ancient land has become ruins, who can guarantee that the Tao seed inside won't still exist? Jiang Wushuang made a decision without hesitation and said, let's immediately leave for the savage ancient land. This is the decision to go to the savage ancient land? Yun Tianya rounded his eyes and looked at them in surprise, saying, although it's deserted there, it's full of dangers. Aren't you guys afraid of dying over there? Jiang Wushuang grinned. Isn't this with you as the backbreaker? Yun Tianya rolled his eyes. Thinking of that ghost contract, he felt that he lacked the heart to agree to it, but he could only resign himself to his fate after signing it. He said helplessly, fine, since you guys insist on going to your deaths, then it's up to you. It's not too late. We're leaving now. Jiang Wushuang greeted Situfeng and walked directly towards the outside, looking at the back of the two of them as they hooked shoulders and left. Yun Tianya's mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. What's there to do so fast when you don't know either place? Savage ancient land. The Horn of Desolation. Jiang Wushuang briefly arranged the affairs of the Four Elephant Hall and then followed Yun Tianya here. The savage ancient land covered a vast area of 10 million miles, and as far as the eye could see, there was nothing but blackened mountain ranges, making it look extremely desolate. Standing at the foot of the mountain, looking at the barren land, Jiang Wushuang frowned and asked, old man, you're not going to fool us into coming to this hole of a place, are you? What do you know? You little brat? Yun Tianya looked at him askance and said, it is precisely because of this kind of dead land that no one knows about it, but I'm still curious. For something this big, is there no record of it in the entire Great Diffusion Immortal region? Jiang Wushuang's brows furrowed, feeling that there was something fishy going on. Yun Tianya shook his head and said, the other top sects should have records. It's just that your Jiang family is rather special and is unwilling to bring up this matter. As for the 3000 Daos state, that kind of place can't give birth to Daos seeds at all. And none of the other forces in the central region would really think that Daos seeds would still exist in this kind of less place. Speaking here, he seemed to have thought of something and added, of course, it can't be ruled out that there were remnants of the Dao seed in the beginning, but after so many years have passed, the remnants of the Dao seed have long since been scavenged and gone, and so there are no longer any people who go through the ancient method of cultivation. Hearing these words, Zhang Wushuang and Situ Feng glanced at each other, both seeing the essence of each other's eyes flashing out from the depths of their eyes. Let's go. After entering the savage ancient land, you two must listen to my command. Yun Tianya instructed and led them towards the depths of the savage ancient land. The further you went inside, the deadlier it became. Even the space seemed to be covered in dust, giving people a depressing, suffocating feeling. Under this kind of environment, it was easy to breed all sorts of dark and evil things. But surprisingly, this barbaric ancient land was like a pool of stagnant water, without the slightest ripple. Above this vast expanse of land loomed countless lofty and towering stone monuments. They are like silent giants, standing there quietly, through the vicissitudes of the years baptized. However, the erosion of time has made these monuments gradually decayed and dilapidated, as if they were shaking like old men in their twilight years. Each ancient stone tablet was covered with dense, ant swarm-like mysterious handwriting. These unique fonts are like sleeping elves, which once may have shone brightly, but now have gradually faded with the flow of time. Time erodes them mercilessly, as if to bury the memory of this history deep in the dust forever. However, even though the years have blurred their outlines, one can still feel that aura from the ancient times. It's an ancient language that requires specialized study to understand its meaning. Yun Tianya looked at the two of them and said indifferently, these ancient words are the most primitive of words, containing an inexplicable Tao rhythm, and according to rumors, these are the ancient words born under the Taicho divine ripple. Chapter 052. So what if thunder punishment? If you block my path, you will be beheaded. These ancient words are the most primitive of words, containing an inexplicable Tao rhythm, and according to rumors, these are the ancient words born under the divine ripple of the beginning. Yun Tianya continued his introduction, but I don't really know the ancient language either. I've never seen the primordial divine ripple. Zhang Wushuang's face was calm as he said, the aura emanating from this kind of writing really can't be compared to the Taicho divine pattern. You've seen the Taicho divine ripple? Yun Tianya didn't know about the matter of the Taichu Academy, so he appeared extremely shocked by Zhang Wushuang's words. Zhang Wushuang nodded and said, aha. Yun Tianya opened his mouth wide, and after a long time, he muttered, no wonder your sword intent is so terrifying. You actually even comprehended the primordial divine ripple. Formidable, admirable, but then again, what are these monoliths for? Zhang Wushuang stared at a huge stone monument, which was engraved with many densely packed symbols that, upon closer inspection, actually looked like a swimming dragon. Yun Tianya said gently, legend has it that every time a brand new invincible species is born, it will generate a stone tablet on its own to record it. So divine? Zhang Wushuang revealed a shocked expression. Yun Tianya shook his head and said with a sigh, it's just a pity that after this place is destroyed, there should be no one left to leave the Tao tablet behind. Are you sure? Situ Feng pointed at a monument not far away that was the only one intact at this time and asked suspiciously, what do you see there? Following the direction of his finger, the stone tablet looked new, the surface was smooth, the runes flowed, and there was a hidden golden light floating on it. After Yun Tianya came closer to survey the situation for a moment, he shook his head and nodded again, lost in thought. I didn't think that there was really someone in this world who had obtained a Dao seed, and it's a brand new kind of Dao seed. Didn't you just say you couldn't read it? Zhang Wushuang raised his eyebrows and said, why have you suddenly become so excited? Could it be that you know the secret of the Dao seed? I'm just saying it's not very recognizable. Not completely. Yun Tianya's gaze burned as he said, although I don't know exactly what the name of the brand new Dao seed on this is called, I do know who obtained this Dao seed. Zhang Wushuang and Situ Feng asked at the same time. Who? Yun Tianya slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said with a heavy gaze, Ji family Ji Wu Dao. Ji Wu Dao. Such a draggy name? Zhang Wushuang muttered. The last dragon Aotian who was so tuggy has already hung up. What day? Yun Tianya frowned and said, don't talk nonsense. Situ Feng said, if this Ji Wu Dao can obtain a Dao seed here, then it proves that we can obtain a Dao seed as well. Even if it's not a top-notch first-class Dao seed, it will always be a chance. Nice. Zhang Wushuang gave him an appreciative glance and said, third brother coincides with my thoughts. Suit yourselves, I'll wait here for you, and you can go find your own chance. Yun Tianya casually laid down on the ground. waved his hand, and lazily said, I can tell you guys, if you can't find the chance, or if you encounter danger, remember to scream louder. When he finished, he closed his eyes and began to huff and puff. Seeing him in this state, Jiang Wushuang and Situ Feng were instantly a bit dumbfounded. This old man, really treating this place as his home. I'll go ahead and explore the surrounding area. Situ Feng glanced at Jiang Wushuang before leaving alone. Jiang Wushuang glanced at Yun Tianya, who was huffing and puffing on the ground, smiled faintly and said, since it's like this, I'll have some fun. In the next second, Jiang Wushuang's body swept out, turning into a stream of light and rushing into the stone forest. The scene in the stone forest was very different from the outside world. As far as the eye could see, the entire mountain range was filled with black mist everywhere, blocking out the sunlight. The black fog here was so dense that it could even be described as thick, almost making it impossible to open one's eyes. Moreover, these black mists contained a very treacherous power. This kind of power is mysterious and incomparable. Seemingly existent. Seemingly existent. Seemingly extinguished. Erratic. Jiang Wushuang advanced step by step, traversing through the heavy black fog. Suddenly, he stopped, and he felt that he had entered a special space, shrouded in black mists in all directions, unable to reach out. No matter how much he activated his pupil technique, he was unable to illuminate all sides. Instead, he became even more confused because his vision was obstructed. What the hell is this? Jiang Wushuang couldn't help but mutter. My delusion-breaking divine eyes didn't even work? Just as he was about to turn around and head back in the direction he had come from, he realized that a faint fluctuation deep within the mists was attracting him. The fluctuation was strange, as if it was a heart that was beating, and each beat had a strong rhythm that brought strong visual stimulation. Could it be a Tao seed? Jiang Wushuang was delighted in his heart and immediately walked towards the direction from which the fluctuations came. Soon, a huge stone cave came into view. Inside the stone cave, a faint layer of fluorescence permeated. Jiang Wushuang took a step into it. A grape-sized purple bead was quietly suspended in the void. Its body flickered with a glistening purple aura, releasing a strong pressure that made Jiang Wushuang feel like he couldn't catch his breath. Is this the legendary Tao seed? An ecstatic look appeared on Jiang Wushuang's face as he raised his hand and grabbed towards the purple crystal. Right at this moment, the purple crystal suddenly erupted with a brilliant and dazzling light. Immediately afterward, a fist-sized purple flame burned up out of nowhere, and in an instant, it wrapped Jiang Wushuang up. The purple flames churned violently, and a trace of it flowed into Jiang Wushuang's body, warming him all over. Jiang Wushuang's skin gradually flushed red, his blood boiled, and a crackling sound emanated from his body, as if it was exploding like thunder. Extremely appalling. Right at this moment, a majestic and vast aura suddenly surged within Jiang Wushuang's dantian. This is the foundation of his path. There was golden spiritual light rising from above the Tao platform, transforming into a golden divine river that rushed and roared in the dantian. Just as this radiant and colorful golden river suddenly appeared at Jiang Wushuang's dantian, the originally clear and bright sky was instantly shrouded by dark clouds as thick as ink. A dazzling bolt of lightning cut through the sky, and deafening thunder rose and fell as if it were going to tear this ancient land apart. At the same time, bursts of arcane and inexplicable Luan sounds of the great Tao descended unceasingly from the endless void, carrying an unrivaled pressure that caused all the beings living in this land to be unable to help but feel fearful and trembling all over. Immediately afterward, a mysterious and gorgeous purple haze rose in the eastern sky, flowing like a clear spring, and wherever it passed, everything was nourished by it, glowing with vitality. A golden sun and a silver moon mirrored each other, showering billions of rays of light as endless star power poured down, frantically converging into Jiang Wushuang's body. This was a sign of the molding of the foundation of the Tao, and it was also the most terrifying apparition. Jiang Wushuang's state at the moment was simply unbelievable. The bones within his body began to emit a crystalline, precious light, as if they were poured in gold, glittering. His sinews, flesh, and skin also all turned into a purple gold color, like purple gold glaze, brilliant and full of beauty. Wisps of Tao rhythm were born from within him, turning into divine rainbows flying around him. At this moment, he looked divine and solemn, high and transcendent, as if he was a fairy boy who had descended from the heavenly realm, and he was permeated with an air of honor. What did the boy do? Yun Tenya had really planned to sleep, but the things that had happened throughout the savage ancient land caused his heart to palpitate. Immediately afterward, Yun Tianya was shocked to notice that the ancient and solemn Tao monument around him unexpectedly began to tremble slightly and was accompanied by a low buzzing sound. Subsequently, a mysterious, unfathomable, radiant and dazzling light gushed out from these Tao tablets, intertwining like a spiritual band of light, converging towards Jiang Wushuang's location like a tidal wave. Each ray of light contained endless mysteries and power, as if it was a blessing and shelter from all epochs. They traveled through the void, crossing the boundaries of time and space, only to descend upon this teenager. At the same time, an earth-shattering thunderclap came from above the 9 heavens, and rolling muffled thunder resounded through the clouds for a long time. The entire heaven and earth seemed to tremble. The winds and clouds changed colors, and lightning flashed and thunder roared, seemingly wanting to blast Jiang Wuxuan's Tao Foundation to pieces. Jiang Wuxuan raised his voice to the sky, his voice shaking the heavens. So what if it's thunder punishment? If you block me from becoming a Taoist, you will be cut down. After the words, he opened his mouth and spat out a radiant divine haze, and in an instant, monstrous sword intent rushed up, chopping out the roiling lightning and hardening this first lightning punishment. Chapter 053 Reverse Felling Thunder Tribulation. Supreme Tao Foundation. Under the thunderbolt, Jiang Wuxuan was bathed in radiant divine sunlight. His divine rings entwined around him. His aura was overpowering and compelling. He stood proudly in the void, looking down on all things in the heavens. At the location of his dantian, the piece of purple Tao seed trembled gently, blossoming with a bright and dazzling luster. In this moment, he had a whole new metamorphosis. In the sky above the dome of the sky, the thunderclouds continued to expand, and more thunderbolts dangled down, densely packed and covering the sky. It was pure thunder tribulation, destructive energy that ordinary people could not resist. But Jiang Wuxuan remained unafraid. He stepped on the void and killed his way into the sea of thunder, fighting with the thunderbolt. It was a very tragic picture. Countless thunderbolts bombarded Jiang Wuxuan's body, drowning him and beating him all over. However, Jiang Wuxuan didn't retreat a single bit. He operated the undying scripture to the extreme, his body blossoming with brilliant divine light, and even though his body was pierced by thunder, he still stepped forward with unparalleled determination. Ka-ching! Suddenly, an incomparably thick thunderbolt came blasting in, ruthlessly splitting down on his shoulder and shattering his left arm, blood spattered and shocked. However, Jiang Wuxuan did not retreat, healing his wounds while moving forward. He wanted to use the battle to refine his supreme Tao Foundation. Such a terrifying thunder tribulation. This kid doesn't even retreat and wants to reverse the tribulation? Yun Tianya and Situ Feng watched from afar, both with jaws agape. They didn't dare to get too close. But when they saw the familiar figure in the midst of the thunderbolt, both of them couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, especially Situ Feng. His expression became extraordinarily wonderful. Is this the Tao seed? This isn't the Tao seed. He's still fusing with the Tao seed right now, but the heavens don't seem to be willing to see this outcome. That's why such a powerful thunderbolt has descended. Yun Tianya shook his head and said, I don't know if it's because this kid's talent is too good, or if the grade of the Tao seed he obtained this time around is so high that it actually made the heavens jealous. This thunder tribulation is so powerful. Situ Feng said gruffly. He felt an oppressive atmosphere. Even though they were far apart, he still felt a great threat. If it were you, you definitely wouldn't be able to carry it off. Yun Tianya sighed, then smiled and said, I wonder if this kid can carry it off. The corners of Situ Feng's mouth twitched a few times and he stopped speaking. Rumble. The sea of thunder tumbled and became even more violent. The power of each lightning bolt more than doubled, and this thunder domain completely boiled. War! The cry of never giving in resounded. In the depths of the thunder domain, Jiang Wuxuan's physical body was already riddled with holes and covered with cracks, but his eyes were always as bright as stars. His long hair flew, and his entire person radiated a brilliant and incomparable light, like a round of sun hanging horizontally across the sky, shining in all directions. He's on the ferry. He was refining his physical body with the help of the thunderbolt. Not only his physical body, but the Tao seed inside his dantian was likewise crazily devouring the energy of the thunderbolt and quenching his Tao Foundation. The Golden River continued to converge in Jiang Wuxuan's dantian, surging and rushing, gradually turning into a sea under the baptism of the thunderbolt. Blast me! Jiang Wuxuan's eyes were intimidating as he let out a low roar, and that Tao seed roared with a bright golden light as the Tao seed eventually landed above the golden ocean. A gorgeous purple lotus blossomed in the golden ocean. It was beautiful, crystal clear, contained majestic vitality, and had a chaotic mist surrounding it. This was Jiang Wuxuan's Tao Foundation. This is the lotus of the Tao, which possesses the power of immortality. The thunder pool rioted, the sea of thunder roared, and endless thunder poured down, blasting towards Jiang Wuxuan. With a swish, the Tao lotus blossomed with purple divine radiance, reflecting on Jiang Wuxuan's body surface. His fleshly body blossomed with a piercing purple aura. The purple haze steamed, and the Rue Xia had billions of streaks, completely enveloping Jiang Wuxuan, as if he had transformed into an immortal god king, bathing in the thunderbolt, reborn in fire, and strong beyond compare. Boom! There was another loud bang as endless thunderbolts exploded. The thunder pool shook, and Jiang Wuxuan swayed in the sea of thunder. blossoming with infinite divine splendor.
The purple divine radiance collided with the endless thunder light, clanging like two supreme treasures battling together, erupting with blazing divine auras that intertwined together to form a magnificent vision.
Jiang Wuxuan's flesh was broken,
and blood stained his skin red.
However, he still doesn't stop cultivating, and there are immortal phoenixes chirping, Tao sounds roaring,
and true dragons hissing in his body.
Many visions emerged,
and wisps of divine sunlight floated out from his body. His aura became more and more terrifying,
climbing upwards,
and his fleshly body continued to strengthen.
What kind of talent is this? Yun Tianya was shocked.
He had never thought that a person's talent could reach this level.
It's unbelievable. What kind of Tao seed could this be that the heavens are jealous?
Situ Feng's gaze froze as he sensed the terrifying fluctuations of the purple light within Jiang Wuxuan's body, causing him to feel his soul palpitate and shudder.
This kid is such a freak, Yun Tianya exclaimed in shock. Jiang Wuxuan was really too demonic. One step to heaven. The sea of thunder became more and more vast. Endless thunder splitting down, tearing the sky and shattering the vacuum.
The scene was appalling. Jiang Wuxuan was covered in blood and his body was crippled, but he wasn't the least bit afraid.
Instead,
he showed excitement as he raised his head to the sky and roared,
rushing into the midst of the thunder, displaying great power.
He was bathed in thunder and purple light,
wreaking havoc in the sea of thunder, constantly fighting and killing,
his fist seals blasting the 8 directions. He was quenching his divine abilities and sharpening his Tao foundation.
An hour later, Jiang Wuxuan stood up, blood qi rolling around him,
a terrifying and incomparable ferocious aura sweeping out,
shocking the ages. In the fight with the thunderbolt just now, Jiang Wuxuan realized something,
and he felt that he was close to a breakthrough.
All it takes is meditation to make a watery breakthrough.
But the thunderbolt continued, as if it would not stop until it destroyed him.
Boom! Another shocking thunderbolt smashed down.
This time it was a red-colored thunderbolt that was tens of feet thick,
blasting down with destructive power. This crimson thunder was extremely terrifying, seemingly destroying everything. There were law runes that manifested and suppressed Jiang Wuxuan. However,
Jiang Wuxuan was simply fearless as he moved forward,
stepping directly into the center area of the crimson thunder sea. The sea of thunder shook. Endless thunder light was erupting.
Jiang Wuxuan bathed in thunder light and walked. He was like a god walking in the midst of the thunder tribulation. He slapped out his palm. His fingers crystallized like jade,
and there was invincible light blossoming. And the thunderbolt was actually pierced through at this moment.
Immediately after that, his fist clenched, and a shocking thunderbolt exploded,
distorting the void.
The divine haze was radiant and dazzling,
as if it was burning. This kid, Yun Tianya's jaw dropped.
He originally thought that Jiang Wuxuan would definitely die under this kind of thunderbolt,
but the result was unexpected. At this moment,
Jiang Wuxuan was cultivating in the void with his knees crossed. Purple lightning filled the air around him, winding around his perimeter like a purple haze,
setting him off as if he were an exiled immortal and holy.
He was consolidating his Tao foundation, collecting all the thunder light and purple haze into his body and slowly digesting it.
1 day, 3 days, 5 days, 7 days. Jiang Wuxuan was silent and motionless, just like a statue. During this period,
Yun Tianya and Situ Feng had been waiting because they knew that Jiang Wuxuan was consolidating his Tao foundation, which was important to him.
Chapter 054, Chaotic Tao Seed. Finally, 7 days later, Jiang Wuxuan opened his eyes,
and his pupils were filled with purple aura,
shooting out 2 purple rainbows that pierced through the void. Ding dong!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sacred Chaotic Tao Seed.
Ding dong!
You have made the heavens feel fear, and the holy grade Chaos Tao Seed has evolved into the divine grade Chaos Tao Seed.
The system beep sounded,
and Jiang Wuxuan felt a qualitative change within him. His Tao Seed evolved.
It was an amazing feeling that made him moan out. Divine grade Chaotic Tao Seed. What level of existence was that?
It was an existence that transcended the holy products, and even the appearance of a holy product Chaotic Tao Seed caused the heavens to be terrified beyond measure, let alone a divine product Chaotic Tao Seed that transcended the holy products. This kind of Tao Seed was too terrifying. Raising his hands and feet was surrounded by chaotic chi. Very anticlimactic. This was still only the fledgling form of the divine grade Chaotic Tao Seed.
It hadn't completely metamorphosed successfully, and once it completely metamorphosed, it would be even more terrifying. Is this the legendary sacred Tao Seed? Jiang Wuxuan was shocked, feeling that his body was filled with power, and any punch he threw out had an inexplicable power that could break mountains. Outside of his body, a thunderous sound resounded as purple thunder light flooded the area. Jiang Wuxuan bathed in the thunder light and slowly took a step, walking out of the void. He was full of essence and in peak condition. Congratulations! Congratulations! Seeing Jiang Wuxuan's safe return,
Yun Tianya and Situ Feng both breathed a sigh of relief and smiled broadly.
It does feel different with a Dao seed, Jiang Wushuang muttered. At this moment, he was very powerful. His fleshly body was even stronger, and there was even a ray of purple light flickering vaguely. Ha ha ha, good boy. I'm convinced. Yun Tianya laughed out loud. Jiang Wushuang had really brought him too many surprises. He had to say that he was truly amazed. A demon like Jiang Wushuang? He had never encountered a few in his thousands of years of living. Jiang Wushuang grinned. Rather, I didn't expect that I would really let a blind cat stumble upon a dead rat and obtain an extraordinary Dao seed. But why didn't any Dao monuments appear? Situ Feng asked with some curiosity. Could it be that someone had once obtained your type of Dao seed? Maybe. Jiang Wushuang shook his head. Not sure. Can we go now? Yun Tanya yawned in boredom and prepared to leave. He had been waiting here for quite some time. Wait a little longer. I'm going to retreat here for a while. I feel like I'm about to make a breakthrough. Jiang Wushuang said indifferently as he sat down on his knees. What the hell? About to break through? Yun Tianya's eyes widened as he looked at Jiang Wushuang as if he was looking at a monster. Are you sure? Situ Feng was also surprised. Although he believed in Jiang Wushuang's talent, this news really surprised him. Aha! Jiang Wushuang nodded his head. Although he had only broken through not long ago, he understood that there was a mysterious power flowing within him. Okay. Yun Tianya sighed. Since Jiang Wushuang insisted on staying, it was fine for him. Situ Feng didn't say anything. He just silently guarded the side, helping Jiang Wushuang to protect the law. They didn't notice that at this moment, Jiang Wushuang's skin on his body changed, with wisps of purple aura flowing, every inch of his skin containing mysterious power. These forces grew denser and denser, and in the end, Jiang Wushuang's entire body seemed to have transformed into a great sun. His blood boiled with purple light. His flesh is metamorphosing, Yun Tianya said in a low voice, his eyes deep. He didn't understand this current situation of Jiang Wushuang, but this was definitely a big deal. That aura of metamorphosis was becoming more and more prevalent as Jiang Wushuang's body was becoming stronger, with strands of violet radiance shining. Bones rumble and mutate, like thunder. In the end, Jiang Wushuang's body underwent an earth-shattering change, with a crystalline, brilliant body, purple light, and symbols of the great Tao imprinted on it. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 9th rank of the Holy Spirit. Receive system reward, advancement card. Advancement card can advance anything needed, such as feats, aptitudes, bloodlines, physiques, and weapons. Hearing the system's explanation, Jiang Wushuang froze. There was such a thing. This was a good thing. Systematically advance my physique, Jiang Wushuang said, and at that moment, he felt a tremor in his physique as a strong and domineering power swept out. Immediately afterward, an indescribably powerful force swept over him like a raging torrent, instantly flooding his entire body. He clearly felt that his physique was expanding at an astonishing rate. His robust muscles were as hard as a lofty divine mountain. Each piece contained an endless source of power, as if it could easily tear through the void and shatter the stars. In its body, the bright and dazzling supreme bone was emitting a crystalline and mysterious light, which shone as brightly as the stars above the 9 heavens of the great diffusion immortal region, causing people not to dare to look directly at it. At the same time, his blood was rushing and flowing madly, like a raging torrent and a fiery and dazzling thunderbolt. These blood contained a majestic and vast life force that never seemed to dry up, glowing with a faint layer of precious light, like the twinkling of stars, dazzling the eyes. This layer of precious light was not just an external appearance, but more like a divine aura glowing from within. In the midst of an astounding metamorphosis, Jiang Wushuang stood steadily in the void, without any support under his feet yet as solid as if he was walking on a flat surface. When he took a step, the entire space would tremble with him, emitting a loud, earth-shattering sound that was as shocking as a thunderclap, and made people not help but be chilled by it. This voice was like the oldest war drum of the great diffusion immortal domain, conveying irresistible majesty and power. As he moved his feet, a huge circle of ripples spread out from underneath him, rapidly spreading into the distance like water ripples. These ripples were not ordinary fluctuations, but rather contained the figurative manifestation of his terrifying aura. Wherever they passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, forming a twisted crack in the void, showing the unfathomable depth of his strength. Along with this powerful aura rising, he was like a god of war descending into the world, emitting a suffocating pressure all over his body. Everything around him was eclipsed by this pressure, as if time and space were frozen because of him. This kind of might had already transcended the realm of common people's understanding, and only those who had truly seen the elegance of the top powerhouses were able to appreciate the horror of it. This was an extreme realm metamorphosis, and every metamorphosis represented an increase in his battle power. This kid, his flesh is actually still metamorphosing? Nope, this kid is actually the legendary Immaculate Tao body? Doesn't a Tao body of this level say that the difficulty of metamorphosis is difficult? Why is this kid's immaculate Tao body metamorphosing like drinking water? Yun Tianya was startled by this sight. This is crazy.
Of course he understood what the unsullied Tao body meant. The 3 unsullied Tao body possessors that had existed had all ended up cultivating into great emperors. This immaculate Tao body cultivated to the extreme is known to be immune to all laws. Such a fleshly body is forbidden. But now, he saw with his own eyes that Jiang Wushuang's body was metamorphosing, and every inch of his muscles was filled with a precious radiance that was brilliant and piercing.
Chapter 055 Immaculate Immortal Body. Desolate Ancient Mysterious Realm. As time passed, Jiang Wushuang's aura reached its peak. The qi and blood in his body were like oceans roaring, impacting the various orifices. His flesh and blood glowed and blossomed with haze, crystal clear, bright and dazzling, with a transcendent aura. Jiang Wushuang opened his eyes, which were as brilliant as stars, and a divine rainbow burst out, piercing through the void. Swish! In just a split second, the 3,786 holy cores in his body turned into 9,792 holy cores, all of which were integrated into his body, forming a perfect cycle. That chaotic Tao seed kept emitting a faint trace of chaotic qi affecting these holy cores, causing their energy to be purified. Jiang Wushuang felt it. These holy cores had an inexplicable power surging through them, giving him an unprecedented sense of relief. He let out a long whistle, his voice running through the 9 skies and spreading in all directions. He stood up, a mysterious aura floating all over him. This kid is actually on the verge of becoming an emperor in the flesh? Yun Tianya's mouth was wide open. He had never seen anyone who could metamorphose like this. Even he was shocked. Although he wasn't a great emperor, the extent of a quasi-imperial flesh body coupled with the immaculate Tao body could be considered heaven-defying. This result caused Yun Tianya to have an urge to spit out blood. He felt that he had spent so many years of time cultivating. He had completely cultivated to a dog. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host's immaculate Tao body for advancing into an immaculate immortal body. Jiang Wushuang's eyes erupted with refined light as he heard the words. He could clearly feel that his fleshly body had changed drastically compared to before. Your kid is actually this powerful now. Yun Tianya looked Jiang Wushuang up and down, only to feel that the qi and blood in Jiang Wushuang's body was too majestic. Even for him, he had an oppressive nature when facing Jiang Wushuang at this moment. That was the unique majesty of a physical cultivator, not something that an ordinary person could resist. It's time to go back. Jiang Wushuang opened his mouth. He now had a huge increase in strength and wanted to try out what level of battle power he had now reached. Situ Feng and Yun Tianya glanced at each other, and the two of them followed. As Jiang Wushuang and the others returned to the central region, a piece of news about the desolate ancient mysteries spread. The desolate ancient mysterious realm is about to open. It possesses many opportunities and creations, and I don't know how many heavenly figures will appear. It said that there is a true dragon grass in the desolate ancient mysteries. It's a good thing. By taking a leaf, you can condense dragon blood and strengthen your body. This time, I must seize the true dragon grass. However, some hidden great powers of this kind of secret realm should also appear, and the competition is bound to be fierce. No matter what, this time, we must enter the desolate ancient mysterious realm and search for creation. The martial arts powerhouses of the central domain were talking, and many talented disciples were discussing something. The secret realm of the desolate ancient world. Jiang Wushuang muttered. The desolate ancient mystery realm, as the legend goes, opens every 3,000 years, and every time it opens, there are countless opportunities. It was said that in the secret realm, some great medicines appeared, and some were even born with a spirit. Such a medicinal herb was valuable enough to move the heart of a saint god, and even some of the sect's supreme elders were rubbing their fists and were eager to move. After all, the divine medicines that gave birth to spiritual wisdom were 100,000 years old to start with, precious and incomparable, with heaven-defying effects that could baptize the physical body, quench the bone marrow, and nourish the divine soul. Yun Tianya could see that Jiang Wushuang's heart was moved and asked, "You want to go to the desolate ancient mysteries?" Aha! Jiang Wushuang nodded his head. He definitely wanted to participate in this kind of spectacle. Yun Tianya's brows furrowed as he asked, "Do you know the dangers of the desolate ancient mysteries?" "What do you mean?" Jiang Wushuang asked in surprise. "Could it be that you've been there before?" He wasn't surprised that Yun Tianya had been to the desolate ancient mysteries. After all, this guy was an old monster who had been practicing for 10,000 years. "That's right. I've been there once before, when I hadn't yet broken through to Quasi-Emperor and almost died." Yun Tianya sighed and said, "That place is too terrifying. Even a great power at the Saint God realm could perish if they enter it." Hearing Yun Tianya's words, Jiang Wushuang immediately revealed a look of surprise and frowned. "Even the Saint God realm can fall? It's not just that. The ferocious beasts there are all terrifyingly terrifying. and there are even existences that are comparable to quasi-emperors, Yun Tianya said. Moreover, there are all sorts of prohibitions there, so if you are not careful, you will be caught in a shocking formation, and you will die even if your talent is as demonic as you are. From what you say, it is very dangerous indeed. Jiang Wuxuan nodded with approval. Yun Tianya's cultivation level was higher than his, not so high as to deceive him, but he wasn't scared, and the more dangerous it was the more he was going to take his chances. Jiang Wuxuan said, I'm going to make a trip. Don't mess around. You kid. I advise you not to take any chances. Yun Tianya's eyes widened, his face full of shock as he said, You're joking with your own life. He thought that Jiang Wuxuan was crazy to break into the desolate ancient mysteries. He knew that there was a lot of creation in this secret realm, but it was also filled with crises, and even at his current realm, it was possible to die if he went in. Jiang Wuxuan indifferently said, My physical body has just made a breakthrough and is in need of a sharpening. Otherwise it will delay my cultivation. Hearing his explanation, Yun Tianya was dumbfounded and finally shook his head without further dissuasion, because Jiang Wuxuan was right. His physical body had just made a breakthrough and needed a sharpening to stabilize. I should have known better than to sign that kind of contract with you. Yun Tianya spoke helplessly. Now, he was considered to be tied to Jiang Wuxuan's worship. Jiang Wuxuan shrugged his shoulders and said to Situfeng, Do you want to come along? I haven't even found the Dao seed, so I'd better not go. Situfeng refused. The desolate ancient secret realm was too dangerous. With his current strength he wasn't sure he could survive in it at all. Jiang Wuxuan did not force himself, and with Yun Tianya in tow, he flew in the direction of the desolate ancient mysteries. The entrance to the desolate ancient mysterious realm was crowded with people, and all the forces sent out disciples and elders to converge here. These people were all aiming for the creations in the desolate ancient mysterious realm, the true dragon grass, and even the true dragon treasure art. Look, the holy son of the heavenly demon sect is here. At that moment, someone shouted. The gazes of the crowd were all directed towards a huge warboat, on top of which stood a young man, exuding a strong and domineering fluctuation, and the young master of the Golden Lion clan, Lion Xiaotian. Another person shouted, and the crowd looked along and saw that Lion Xiaotian had also arrived, surrounded by several Golden Lion clan disciples in his majestic surroundings. Other than that, more people came to experience. After all, the creation this time was just too appealing. Rumble. The sky dome exploded, only to see in the distance, 5 magnificent and incomparable carriages were approaching. The carriage was golden in color and carved with lifelike divine patterns, just like a real heavenly palace. It makes a lot of people feel hot under the collar, because this is the Emperor's carriage. Of the 6 great desolate ancient families in the central domain, the Yi family could only be ranked at the bottom, the Ji family first, the Wangfu family second, and the Imperial clan third. Although the Emperor clan was only ranked third, there was no doubt that the Emperor clan was powerful. The carriage came to rest above the void. Then, 2 people walked out from it, and they were clearly the twin ladies of the Emperor clan. Both of their faces were absolutely flawless, their temperament ethereal and dusty, like fairies on the ground. The 2 of them, one named Di Yao and the other named Di Yen, were blood sisters. One of them, Di Yen, was Yi Lingyun's fiancé. Both of their cultivation levels were unfathomable, and their auras were as deep as an abyss, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. After they descended, they immediately became the center of attention in the entire arena, especially those suitors who were dying to stick their eyes on Di Yao and Di Yen. Where's Yi Lingyun? Why hasn't he come yet? Someone inquired. I heard that the Imperial clan helped him remake his physical body? Yi Lingxiu, as a one-of-a-kind heavenly pride of the central region, was bound to receive countless attention, but he was not present at this moment, sparking many speculations. Oh, I guess I'm scared. There was also someone who sneered. After all, that Jiang Wuxuan will definitely come to this kind of desolate ancient secret realm. The Yi family's grand old ancestor was slaughtered. Fortunately there is still a Yi Wuda guarding it, or else the Yi family's legacy would have been lost. The crowd was talking. Di Yao and Di Yan's faces remained calm and unperturbed, paying no heed to these words. Yi Lingyun is here. It was not known who shouted, and in a flash, all eyes fell on the distant sky. There was an auspicious cloud emerging there, auspiciousness steaming, the haze bright, vaguely visible a dragon coiled. Immediately afterward, the augur dragon disappeared, revealing a figure that was none other than Yi Lingyun. At this moment, Yi Lingyun was dressed in a golden robe, standing tall, and his eyes were flashing with a blazing light that was as intimidating as 2 bright stars. His fleshly body had been carefully molded by the Emperor clan, becoming even stronger, his skin flowing with a crystal and golden aura that was as dazzling as glaze. A vast and majestic aura like an ocean filled the air, suffocating. This was the body of a true heavenly pride, and there was a great power between raising his hands and feet. Seeing Yi Lingyun's arrival, the crowd all wore envious and jealous expressions. Humph, Brother Ye's fleshly body is really powerful, but I'm afraid that I'll be blown up again. At this time, a handsome man walked out. His figure was straight, his sword brows were starry-eyed, and there was a compelling aura surging out of his body that was sharp. Chapter 056 Desolate Ancient Mysterious Realm. Heaven's Sealing Mountain. Humph, Brother Ye's fleshly body is really powerful, but I'm afraid that I'll be blown up again. At this time, a handsome man walked out. His figure was straight, his sword brows were starry-eyed, and there was a compelling aura surging out of his body that was sharp. He was dressed in a black ink-like brocade suit, with a posture as straight as a pine, and stood before the crowd with his arms folded. The corners of his mouth were lightly raised, hanging a cold smile if there was any. As if everything in the world did not enter his eyes, his sharp gaze was as harsh as a falcon, contemptuously sweeping over the surrounding area, his eyes revealing a kind of arrogance that could not be concealed. Upon seeing him appear, the countenances of the many young talents couldn't help but change slightly, becoming somewhat grave. Bei Mo Han, actually even he has come. The crowd was surprised. It looks like Huang Fu Qi is arriving as well. This was a demonic figure from the northern state, on par with Huang Fu Qi, the divine son of the Huangfu family. So it's Brother Bei Moi. Long time no see. Yi Lingyun smiled faintly. There wasn't any hostility. Instead, there was a hint of politeness. Brother Yi, long time no see. Bei Mohan opened his mouth indifferently, his attitude condescending, unwilling to take care of Yi Lingyun. Hoof. Yi Lingyun snorted coldly, smiled to himself, and retreated to the very edge of the crowd. A flash of gloom flashed across his eyes. With such an expression from Bei Mohan, it was clear that he did not give him face. It's time to come. Let's go in too. Di Yao spoke indifferently and took the lead in stepping forward. Her figure was exquisite and curvy, her skin was fair and snowy, and her body was graceful and full of temptation, making the blood run cold. She's a yummy, seductive creature. Di Yao led the way into the secret realm. At that instant, forces such as the Emperor clan, the Wangfu family, and the Golden Lion clan followed, each with surging breaths. We're going in too. The crowd rioted and scrambled to enter the desolate ancient mysteries. Buzz. Suddenly, the secret realm trembled as a ripple spread out, instantly enveloping the entire desolate ancient secret realm. Within the desolate ancient mysteries, a majestic peak stood between the heavens and the earth. It towered into the heavens and was majestic, as if it could suppress the heavens of the ages. This mountain is called Feng Tian Mountain. I've been here before. Yun Tianya's face was filled with gravity as he looked around and said, remember, don't touch the heaven-sealing mountain's prohibitions, or else, die without knowing how. What happened to you back then? How could you be so afraid? Jiang Wushuang inquired curiously as he realized that Yun Tianya was very cautious and careful. Back then, I mistakenly broke into the heaven-sealing mountain, and as a result, I was swept into a cave by a force that couldn't be seen at a glance. And there was also a weird mist present. If not for my fellow friends, I'm afraid that I would have died in there. Yun Tianya explained, it's very weird there. I even suspect that it's a prohibition left behind by a certain great emperor-level powerhouse. He looked scornful. The great emperor realm was too terrifying. Even if only a strand of power was left behind, it was still difficult to resist. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wushuang's brows furrowed as he sighed. Could it be that there is an empty mountain of treasures, but we can't get it? Suddenly, the entire heaven and earth suddenly shook violently, and a muffled sound came from the void as the heaven-sealing mountain began to shake. A terrifying and incomparable pressure violently filled out from the depths of the heaven-sealing mountain. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed, and the sun and moon turned upside down. What's going on? Jiang Wushuang was taken aback and raised his head, looking towards the top of the heaven-sealing mountain, only to see the haze of sunlight there, and the auspicious aura. Immediately afterward, the entire heaven-sealing mountain shook, boulders rolled down, and smoke rose in all directions. Under everyone's stunned gaze, the top of the heaven-sealing mountain unexpectedly cracked open, and a huge bronze coffin slowly emerged, suspended in midair. This was a bronze coffin, with a dark red color, inscribed with many arcane and obscure runes, like the years flowing down from the ancient times, making people feel their souls tremble just by looking at it. This is a Jedi, which contains great creation, but also has the possibility of burying great danger, and once touched, one will certainly suffer extinction. As a result, all of them had discovered the strange situation on the heaven-sealing mountain, but they were hesitant to set foot on the heaven-sealing mountain and only dared to stand guard outside. You don't want to go in there, do you? Yun Tianya's brows furrowed as he advised Jiang Wushuang. I'll advise you, it's best not to try this easily.
There's something odd about this bronze coffin. It seems to be hiding a great horror. The slightest mistake will lead to the end of all life. Inside my perception, the bronze coffin is a great opportunity. Jiang Wuxuang's eyes were glowing as he licked his lips. Since I've come across it, how can I miss it? After saying that, he swept up. Yun Tianya sighed, shook his head, and said, AI. Stupid. Although, he admired Jiang Wuxuang quite a bit and felt that he had guts, but the heaven-sealing mountain was full of dangers, and if Jiang Wuxuang rashly intruded, 9 times out of 10, he would fall. Who's that? Is that fast? He wants to go up the mountain? Someone noticed Jiang Wuxuang's actions and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. This mountain is full of prohibitions, so I expect that he won't be able to fly up. Someone snorted. He's looking for death. However, Jiang Wuxuang had just gotten close to the heaven-sealing mountain when he felt a great attraction that ripped him fiercely into the heaven-sealing mountain and disappeared without a trace. The crowd was all wide-eyed in disbelief. Hiss. Really flew up there? What exactly did he perform? The crowd was stunned and murmured in disbelief. A man in a blue tunic spoke up, his eyes flashing with essence. Perhaps the unusual situation just now has shut down all the prohibitions of the heaven-sealing mountain. The chance is right in front of us. Let's rush up quickly. The rest of them nodded and rushed towards the heaven-sealing mountain without hesitation, wanting to snatch the chances and creations in the heaven-sealing mountain. On the other side, a dazzling and piercing haze blossomed, like a blazing sun across the sky, illuminating the entire space. Jiang Wuxuang shuddered and came to his senses, only feeling that his head was drowsy and his eyelids were extremely heavy. He had just been sucked in and was in a trance, and when he came to his senses, he found himself in a seemingly special space. It was silent and cold, without a single fluctuation of life, and so quiet that it made one's heart palpitate. He was the only one, standing in the middle of this strange world. Jiang Wuxuang surveyed his surroundings warily, an inexplicable uneasiness surging in his heart. As far as his eyes could see, there was a gray dust and broken walls, as if time had frozen here. These ruins and walls silently tell of the fierce battles that once took place, and the scene was so gruesome that one could not help but be moved by it. It can be imagined that the battle at that time must have been extremely dangerous, and countless lives were lost here, leaving only this barren and dead silence. This site may have been a glorious and magnificent monument, but it is now in a state of disrepair. In the midst of these ruins, Jiang Wuxuang felt an unspeakable depression. He traveled all the way forward, fearing that he would touch some ancient prohibition. Chapter 057 Ancient Ruins. These buildings look old. They should be left over from an ancient period. Jiang Wuxuang surveyed the surroundings, his eyes shining brightly. The buildings were in disrepair, but vaguely recognizable. They had originally been grand, tall buildings, but because of the battle, the collapse had destroyed everything and turned them into what they were today. He took a few steps and found a giant pillar broken with 2 ancient phrases on it, the writing blurred and not recognizable at all. Still suffering from being uneducated, Jiang Wuxuang felt that she had to learn some ancient languages this time when she went back, so she couldn't afford to waste any more effort. With that, he walked into the ruins, scrutinizing every inch of it, hoping to gain something. However, this space was simply too large for one's divine sense to completely cover. On top of that, Jiang Wuxuang also discovered that in this space, it was filled with densely packed black runic patterns, like seals or a kind of formation that shrouded the space. Jiang Wuxuang traveled along, looking for various clues, but this place had existed for countless years. Things had long since changed, and he couldn't even find a single hair. After a few turns, he couldn't help but get depressed. This ruin is too big to have anything of value. Suddenly, his eyes froze and fixed on a certain corner, where there was a broken bronze fragment, octagonal in shape, with a mottled surface rust that emitted a faint luster. This fragment of mutilated bronze had an ancient text inscribed on it, which appeared to be a scripture, exuding a vicissitude and ancient aura. I told you there was a treasure. Jiang Wuxuang picked up the broken bronze fragment and carefully examined it. Unfortunately, it was still inscribed in an ancient language, and it was impossible to read what was written on it. Jiang Wuxuang shook his head helplessly and put the broken bronze fragment into his storage bag. By following this route, we might even be able to find these fragments. Jiang Wuxuang continued along his original bearing, and soon, he came to a palace area that was much more complete compared to the other complexes. Although this area was in disrepair, it could still be surmised that it had once flourished back then. Don't go in there. Suddenly, a sharp and low chorus of voices reached his ears. Jiang Wuxuang looked over after the voice and froze, only to see that at the entrance of that palace, there was a skeleton sitting on the ground. His clothes were tattered and torn, and there was a broken knife stuck in his chest position. Corpses? Jiang Wuxuang's brows furrowed. The skeleton looked like it had been around for quite a few years, without any life fluctuations, and had obviously been dead for an unknown amount of time. Don't go in. the skeleton came again with a voice warning. This voice had been passed down for an unknown number of years, pale and sad, sounding intensely worried. Is this Aline? Jiang Wushuang muttered, his heart shaken. Just as he wanted to leave, a great power broke through the spatial prohibition and stepped into the air from outside carrying a vast and terrifying might. That fierce? Jiang Wushuang's pupils suddenly shrunk as he felt an extremely strong pressure that made it difficult for him to breathe. That great powerhouse was clad in a golden robe and wore a purple crown on his head, with an imposing and monstrous aura, giving off an extremely domineering feeling. After this person appeared, he didn't even bother with Jiang Wushuang and directly swept towards the interior of the palace. Boom! However, that palace exploded steeply, and endless flames swept in, blazing hot. Immediately afterward, an enormous and incomparable fist emerged, wrapped in a ferocious aura that annihilated everything and smashed down, as if a meteorite had fallen, instantly shattering the void. No good. That great power's face changed wildly, and he hurriedly offered up a weapon, releasing 10,000 feet of flashy light to ward off this terrifying strike. A huge sound shook the sky and earth, and that weapon broke apart on the spot, turning into debris floating in the sky. That great power suffered a backlash and retreated out spitting blood, his face pale. He raised his head, only to see a magnificent figure suspended in mid-air, with his hands behind his back, standing proudly in the sky, looking down on the living beings, his eyes looking out of the 9 states. Those eyes were deep and dark, flickering with indifference and emitting a shocking pressure that was chilling. Who the hell are you? That great power gritted his teeth and roared, deep scorn welling up in the depths of his eyes. It was just that this silhouette was only a remnant of a wisp of intent and had not truly descended here. In mid-air, that great figure slowly spoke. You don't deserve to know. The moment the words fell, he stretched out a palm, aiming it at that great power in the air, and lightly slapped it down, seemingly uneventful, but actually containing an extremely terrifying power. That great power was caught off guard, and was slapped by the silhouette, slamming hard into an ancient hall, blasting through it and falling out in a sorry state. This place is fierce. Little friend had better leave quickly, the magnificent silhouette said faintly, and his body gradually dissipated into the air. At the same time, Jiang Wushuang's eyelids jumped, vaguely catching a hint of abnormal fluctuation, but it was lost in just a blink of an eye. How did that happen? He frowned, his eyes quizzical. There was a feeling that this shadowy figure knew him, but it was too vague and the aura wasn't really familiar. Could it have been seen before? Jiang Wushuang muttered as he wanted to chase after him to see what was going on, but after thinking about it, he eventually dismissed the idea. At this time, that sanctioned powerhouse climbed up, blood-stained and cloaked, his breath shriveled and a bright red color hanging from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Jiang Wushuang with eyes full of hatred and laughed sorrowfully. Kid, did that person just now know you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wushuang coldly glanced at him and snorted. Are you an idiot? He didn't even know the man, let alone recognize him. You seek death. That great powerhouse's fury shot up as he urged his holy weapon and killed towards Jiang Wushuang. Why are you acting like you're sick? Jiang Wushuang frowned, and then he realized in his heart why this guy was targeting himself. It was nothing more than fearing that the story of him being slapped out of the room by someone else would get out, so he was going to kill people to silence them. I have to say, this guy has a big enough brain. Jiang Wushuang smiled coldly, not dodging or avoiding, waiting for the other party to attack. It wasn't until the attack was still 5 meters away from him that he suddenly moved. Jiang Wushuang took a step, and in an instant, he closed in on that great power and swung out a fist. This punch was simple and plain. There were no splendid spells, nor was there any energy as majestic as the sea. What was there was just pure to the extreme physical combat power. Boo! The Big Dipper swept across the sky like 2 ancient mountains colliding, erupting with piercing golden light. A destructive ripple swept through the 8 directions, and that great power flew out horizontally on the spot, stopping his body with great difficulty. How could you possibly have such a strong physical body? That great powerhouse's eyes widened in disbelief, revealing a horrified expression of disbelief. It seemed that he didn't expect Jiang Wushuang to actually possess such a powerful physical body. Jiang Wushuang grinned. You guess. That great power's face turned blue, and a golden sun emerged behind him, permeated with scorching heat and surging power, shining all around. Jiang Wushuang's eyes narrowed slightly as he pulled out his bronze rusty sword and slashed towards that great sun. Dang! The bronze rusty sword hacked at the golden sun great sun, and unexpectedly bloomed with a bright and dazzling sound of intertwining metals, clanging and stirring up hot energy, causing the entire heaven and earth to boil. Chapter 058 Tao Patterns. A terrifying fluctuation spread out, shaking heaven and earth. The two were frozen for a few seconds, and the golden sun great sun gradually cracked open before exploding with a bang. The entire ruin trembled as a black hole presented itself, swallowing everything around it.
What's going on?
Jiang Wushuang and him froze at the same time.
Immediately afterward,
they were pulled in by this black hole. With a flash of light, Jiang Wushuang and the other figure opened their eyes one after another.
Jiang Wushuang looked around and realized that he was in an unfamiliar place. Kid, what is this place?
The man's face was grave as he said.
Are you in league with that man just now?
Jiang Wushuang rolled her eyes and lazily said,
Why are you acting like you're sick?
If I were with that person, I would have already let that person finish you off and touch your corpse.
The man asked in a hushed voice. What about the man who was just there?
Not sure. Didn't he say so? This place is so fierce that it must have run away a long time ago. Jiang Wushuang shrugged his shoulders while surveying this unfamiliar space. This space was vast, as wide as 1,000 miles, as far as the eye could see, and the air was filled with a rich spiritual qi. At the end of this space, there were hundreds of stone monuments, each of which was more than 10 feet long and 3 or 4 feet wide, and the whole body was surrounded by chaotic mist, giving people a feeling of vicissitude and antiquity.
Ancient language. It's a Tao pattern. The man's eyes blazed full.
He walked quickly towards one of the stone monuments and scrutinized it, and the more he looked at it, the more excited his face became, as if he had picked up a treasure.
Another ancient language.
Jiang Wushuang was a bit helpless. He didn't recognize a single word. The man turned to Jiang Wushuang and commanded in a commanding manner,
Kid, there are more than 200 inscriptions here. Help me topographize them.
Jiang Wushuang cast a sidelong glance at him and said indifferently,
You're dreaming, aren't you? Why should I listen to you?
The man stalled. His face turned pig liver colored, and he said in irritation,
Do you know who I am? I don't know. It just so happens that the fight isn't over.
So let me slash twice and then touch your corpse after the fight. Jiang Wushuang said lightly, not taking this man seriously at all.
You!
The man burst into anger. This little man, how to open and close his mouth to kill and touch the corpse, this is also too rampant. However, when he thought that Jiang Wushuang's physical strength was so powerful, coupled with the fact that the bronze rusty sword just now looked to be of an extraordinary grade, his heart was overwhelmed with fear.
Humph, I'll let you off first today. When I comprehend these Tao patterns thoroughly, I'll come back to clean you up then.
The man dropped a harsh word and turned his head away.
Jiang Wushuang sneered. Want to escape? Can you escape?
He cupped his hands and made a fist seal, and a long fist blasted out,
erupting with monstrous golden light and thunderous might.
The fist force was shocking, bringing up bursts of dragon and tiger sounds,
causing the void to tremble violently. *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** around to meet the enemy. He opened his mouth and spat out a divine aura. A haze of light that tore through the heavens. Law runes wrapped around that divine aura, turning into a divine dragon that crashed towards the fist print, erupting with unrivaled power. Fist seals and divine ons collided, erupting with loud sounds. A destructive energy swept in all directions, crumbling the ground into a deep pit. The man bellowed, "Slow down. If we keep fighting like this, when the time comes, this place will all be destroyed and no one will be able to get these inscriptions." Jiang Wushuang skimmed his lips and said, "You have a point. So how about we sit down and negotiate?" Upon hearing this, a sneering expression appeared on the man's face as he sneered. "Negotiating with this honored one? What kind of thing are you? Then keep fighting?" Jiang Wushuang twisted his neck, his bones crackling, clearly ready. The man's face twitched and he gritted his teeth. "Okay, this father will talk to you, but a contract must be signed, and if you violate it, you will be punished by thunder. Do you dare to promise? Signing a contract?" Little Master likes to sign contracts the most. Jiang Wushuang asked with a smile on his face. "What kind of contract?" The man was silent for a moment and said slowly, "Inside this secret realm, we can't move against each other." Jiang Wushuang snorted. "You really think of yourself as a character, and you're asking others not to make a move against you? Where do you get your confidence?" The man's face was cloudy as he said in a deep voice, "If you don't agree, then fight. This father doesn't have the free time to play with you. You really think I'm afraid of you?" Jiang Wushuang sneered. His foot stepped on a divine aura and swept out. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of the man and raised his hand to throw a punch. "Since we're going to fight, let's make it painful." The man bellowed and threw a similar punch, and the two fists collided, setting off a storm that blew the turbulence of this space away. The man was knocked back 5 or 6 meters by the punch. His right arm was numb and painful, and a hint of horror appeared on his face. He stared at Jiang Wushuang and said in a morose tone, "What kind of fleshly power do you have? How dare you even crack my divine ability? So much nonsense. Slaughtering you and touching your corpse is my greatest interest." Jiang Wushuang let out a cold laugh and rushed out, instantly coming close to the man. "Wait, the tablet here is too precious. If we insist on going to war, it will surely be destroyed by us. How about we make a new contract?" The man hurriedly stopped Jiang Wushuang, his face anxious. Obviously these tablets were too precious for him to part with. Jiang Wushuang pondered for a moment and proposed. Let's do it this way. We won't interfere with each other until we get out of here. And then you'll give me 3 10,000-year-old treasure pills. The man frowned and murmured. On what grounds? Then keep fighting. Jiang Wushuang rolled up his sleeves and made a show of being ready to strike. The man's face jumped and he cursed hatefully. You kids still stomping on your nose? Forget it if you don't agree. I'll keep beating you up. Jiang Wushuang nonchalantly swung his iron fist and smashed it. Wait a minute. If you win, I'll just give you 10,000-year-old spirit pills. The man hurriedly softened, afraid of angering this little devil. In his heart, Jiang Wushuang definitely called the word devil. Only then did Jiang Wushuang stop her attack. Clasping her arms with both hands and staring at the man with a bemused face, the man held back his anger and asked, First you tell me what your name is. Jiang Wushuang. Jiang Wushuang said indifferently. What's your name again? So you're that Jiang Wushuang. The man's brows furrowed as he coldly said, I am Huangfu Xin, the second elder ancestor of the Huangfu family. Hearing the man's identity, Jiang Wushuang was slightly surprised. No wonder he felt that this guy's strength was not bad, especially since there was a special kind of breath fluctuation in his body that was very domineering. It turned out to be the second oldest ancestor of the Huangfu family. He said faintly, Then it's time to start signing agreements. After signing the agreement, Huangfu Xin directly took out 3 blood-red treasure pills and threw them to Jiang Wushuang. You guys are on the ball. Jiang Wushuang waited, grinned, and reached out to erase the spiritual brand on top of the blood-colored treasure pill. Jiang Wushuang, this honored one remembers your name. Huangfu Xin said with a cold face, I hope you don't fall into my hands. When he finished, he turned to leave. Jiang Wushuang looked at his back for a few seconds before she began to topographize the ancient language on the tablet. As he topologized the ancient words on one stone tablet after another, an extremely strong aura was released from the tablets. Jiang Wushuang raised his eyebrows slightly and said suspiciously, This feeling has a special Tao rhythm flowing through it. He immediately stopped the movements of his hands and gazed at them, realizing that each inscription contained a unique Tao rhythm. Chapter 059, Laws of Heaven and Earth. The inscription contained the great Tao of heaven and earth, as if countless symbols were flickering, as if they were coming to life. Could it be that these tablets are used to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth? Jiang Wushuang secretly guessed, but did not act rashly and waited to see what would happen. He continued forward, and after he had topographed enough inscriptions, he sat down on his knees and closed his eyes to enter a state of enlightenment. This kid is actually practicing? Huangfu Xin glanced at Jiang Wushuang from afar, intense killing intent surging between his brows. This man shall not be retained. His eyes glowed with a scarlet luster, and the void around him trembled violently as if it was about to collapse. Huangfu Xin was about to make a move, but suddenly thought of something. Convergence of killing opportunity, has signed a deserted ancient contract. If he makes a move, it will only attract the wrath of the heavens, and then he will be a basket case. With this in mind, Huangfu Xin couldn't help but take a deep breath and suppress the monstrous killing intent as he continued to start topping off the inscription on top of the stone tablet. After a long time, Jiang Wushuang opened his eyes and muttered in a low voice, The tablets really contain the great Tao of heaven and earth. These tablets, they are simply comparable to heavenly treasures. Their value is amazing. He continued to sit on his knees where he was, running the 6 paths reincarnation heavenly technique and comprehending the inscription on top of the stone tablet. As he ran the gong method, densely packed tablet runes immediately appeared in his mind. These inscriptions intertwined and entwined with each other like tadpoles, constantly evolving and deriving, eventually forming a marvelous picture scroll. This is a side of the Star River. The stars are densely covered, bright and dazzling, and there is an endless chaotic mist dazzling and tossing in the sky above the stars. Is this the legacy left behind by the great emperor? Jiang Wushuang's eyes narrowed as he stared dead-on at the starry river and chaotic mist, revealing a shocked expression. The scroll was too vast, filled with a boundless aura that caused his heart to palpitate. He could feel that this scroll was absolutely terrifying to the extreme. Suddenly, the scroll shook violently. The endless stars crumbled, the chaotic mist dissipated, and a giant tree with a reddish-gold body rose up, hanging at the top of the dome. It was heavily branched, reaching a height of 10,000 feet, and each branch was crystal clear, flowing with brilliant light, like an immortal dragon, setting off the entire scene with more and more grandeur and magnificence. At the same time, there were bursts of chanting sounds resounding from the screen, seemingly summoning Jiang Wushuang. Jiang Wushuang's pupils plummeted, his breathing became rapid, and his heart thumped. The image changed again, and Jiang Wushuang saw countless silhouettes, male and female, old and young, all wearing fancy clothes and crowns. They stood in the middle of the starry sky,
looking up at the giant tree in the sky with a frenzied expression on their faces.
Immediately afterward, the scene suddenly shifted. A magnificent figure sat on top of the throne, majestic and looking down on all beings.
The figure stood at the top of the starry river with his hands behind his back, his body shrouded in a faint haze of light, as if he were a great emperor banished from the mortal world,
transcending everything.
His gaze was as flat as water, and he had a chaotic aura surrounding him,
giving off a feeling of supremacy.
The starry river boiled, and countless powerful people worshipped.
However,
that one great figure merely glanced at them before whisking his sleeve and turning around,
leaving. What kind of style is that? Looking out of the corner of his eye, he proudly looked down on the crowd,
causing hundreds of millions of strong men to tremble in fear.
Jiang Wuxuan was mesmerized.
He knew that it was a true great emperor, an existence that swept across the 10,000 realms of the heavens.
But soon,
the great figure stopped in its tracks again.
He waved his hand unexpectedly,
and endless chaotic forces coalesced together, converging into a terrifying and incomparably destructive force that wreaked havoc in all directions.
In an instant,
billions of miles of starry sky were destroyed, whether it was mountains, rivers, grass and trees, all of which were all ashes and smoke.
Hundreds of millions of living beings fell.
Blood stained the starry sky,
mourning,
and bones piled up into mountains.
What a tragic sight it was. Endless lives withered and broken. Immediately afterward,
a war drum sounded. A vast and incomparable might erupted, causing the stars and rivers to sway and the Qiankuan to turn upside down. In that distant starry sky,
another magnificent figure appeared,
with his head on the 9 emperor queens and his feet on the 12 heavenly palaces.
It was an invincible stance,
the king's reign.
That great figure did not speak, but reached out and pointed. In a flash,
the starry sky exploded,
and one bright star after another annihilated and turned into ruins.
Billions of living beings wailed and cried out in despair and grief, and endless blood stained the sky red. Eventually, the starry sky fell silent and returned to its original form.
Jiang Wuxuan looked dumbfounded, unable to speak for a long time. That one image is so shocking. After a long time, that magnificent figure waved his hand once again,
and a piece of broken turtle armor appeared. The tortoise armor was simple and unadorned, but it was engraved with mysterious patterns that seemed to harbor some kind of special power. There was a Taoist sound coming out from it, like a great bell,
deafening the Ka.
Jiang Wuxuan couldn't endure the onslaught of sound and let out a muffled grunt as he hurriedly closed his eyes. This Tao sound, which contained infinite mysteries, required a great deal of energy even to just listen to it.
When Jiang Wuxuan opened his eyes again, the image was gone,
and the surroundings became silent,
plunging into endless darkness,
and everything seemed bizarre. Only the piece of tortoise armor remained suspended,
its light flickering and its mysterious aura spreading out. Suddenly,
an even more majestic might swept out from the surroundings,
covering the sky and suppressing the heavens and earth.
The void in this area became sticky,
like a swamp.
The turtle armor trembled violently and bloomed with endless light.
Suddenly,
the entire heaven and earth trembled. Only the light on that turtle armor gradually dimmed,
and then turned into a mysterious force that melted into Jiang Wuxuan's body. In an instant,
Jiang Wuxuan's fleshly body was madly transformed, with infinite potential bursting forth.
His entire body's skin glowed.
His pores opened up and spewed out blazing incomparable haze. His entire body bathed in holy radiance.
The acupoints within Jiang Wuxuan's body opened up one after another, releasing endless light, as if countless small stars were bursting in unison.
The scene was very appalling.
The sacred core in his body continued to evolve and grow,
raising several times. All of this was insight by that piece of turtle armor, which blossomed into a shocking flash of divine light. In the face of such a divine effect, an unprecedented impulse and whimsy surged in Jiang Wuxuan's heart, since this power was able to make these holy cores of his so huge.
What if the tens of thousands of holy cores in his body were all brought together and compressed into one? Will it create a holy core that is unrivaled and flawless in the world?
With the birth of this idea,
Jiang Wuxuan did not hesitate to put it into action.
He took a deep breath and mobilized his entire body's true essence and spiritual power, and began to guide the holy cores in his body to converge in the same direction.
That's the direction of the Dantian Dao seed.
For a time, it was as if the inside of his body had turned into a raging ocean, with bursts of roaring sounds resounding through the clouds and countless subtle runes emerging like stars. These runes did not appear out of thin air,
but were condensed from each holy core after thousands of hammers.
They shone with a strange light,
intertwining and blending with each other to form a breathtaking picture.
In this scroll, every single line contained endless mysteries and mysteries,
as if it represented the most original laws of the universe.
He was squeezing these holy cores to make them completely complete and reach the extreme, and then he condensed a flawless holy core in one fell swoop.
Chapter 060, The Voice of the Great Tao. A terrifying and boundless fluctuation spread out from Jiang Wuxuan's body. shaking the 8 wastelands as endless laws intertwined together, transforming into brilliant and dazzling beams of light that penetrated the sky. At this instant, the Tao seed within Jiang Wuxuan's body spewed out endless purple qi,
turning into a dense and hazy mist that covered his physical body.
And in the center of that dense mist, the fledgling form of a flawless holy core could be vaguely seen, emanating glittering light.
The holy cores within the other acupoints began to pour towards this fledgling in a steady stream,
constantly nourishing this flawless holy core.
Along with the countless holy cores coming in a steady stream, the color of that flawless holy core grew deeper and more dazzling.
Finally, it took shape completely, emitting endless holy light, like an eternal blazing sun, illuminating everything and being indestructible.
Jiang Wuxuan felt his body was light, his power surging,
and he had a domineering aura that was unrivaled in the world. It's a whole new law, very different from before.
With the birth of a flawless sacred core within Jiang Wuxuan's body,
the entire monument forest began to vibrate as endless immortal light poured down. A ray of light descended on Jiang Wuxuan's body,
causing his body to crystallize and dazzle with precious light,
as if he was clad in a divine garment,
revealing a mysterious and unpredictable aura.
Over the entire steel forest, a marvelous pattern emerged, outlining one spectacular scene after another, like it was branded into the depths of Jiang Wuxuan's mind. This is an inherited memory? Huang Fuxin was surprised. Then he looked in the direction of Jiang Wuxuan, and his face was suddenly gloomy, only to see Jiang Wuxuan's body bathed in divine sunlight, his body resplendent.
He was actually comprehending the inscriptions and patterns on the stone tablet. This scene caused Huang Fuxin to storm out.
Damn thing, you dare to rob my chance! Huang Fuxin roared in rage,
his killing intent monstrous.
He could clearly detect that Jiang Wuxuan was comprehending the inscriptions on the stone tablet.
Each of those inscriptions represented the supreme principle of the great Tao, and supreme Tao sounds were transmitted,
washing all beings. Huang Fuxin was simply not qualified to participate,
because those Tao sounds were a taboo. Forcing one to attend to them would be punished by the heavens.
At this moment, Huang Fuxin was nearly frantic, and in his heart, he couldn't wait to immediately break Jiang Wuxuan into pieces. Suddenly,
a piercing golden beam of light shot straight up into the sky,
tearing through the clouds and illuminating the heavens.
As if it had stabbed a hole in the sky,
Jiang Wuxuan opened his eyes,
and 2 intimidatingly sharp ons shot out, causing chills to run throughout Huang Fuxin's body.
The heavens and earth roared, and endless auspiciousness surfaced,
enveloping this tombstone mound.
Damn it, why is this kid so lucky? Huang Fuxin was about to go crazy with jealousy and simply wanted to cry,
his heart filled with infinite resentment and jealousy.
But all of this belongs to me, Huang Fuxin, and no one can compete with me. Soon,
he adjusted his emotions and stared at Jiang Wuxuan with icy eyes, a sardonic smile at the corner of his mouth. As long as he got out of the tablet forest,
Jiang Wuxuan would surely die. Buzz! Suddenly, the steel forest trembled violently.
Only a line of ancient writing emerged on the stone tablet,
densely packed, as if it was a tadpole. These words contained endless Tao rhythms,
emitting fluctuations that even surpassed the inscriptions and Tao sounds just now.
In just an instant, countless words emerged, as if billions of living beings were chanting, magnificent and vast, incomparably magnificent. These ancient handwriting did not disappear,
but instead flew around Jiang Wuxuan, seemingly cheering and leaping with incomparable joy,
as if they were seeing their loved ones. In an instant, countless rays of light converged and transformed into brilliant pillars of light dropping down on Jiang Wuxuan,
causing his skin to flow with divine radiance,
crystalline and radiant, with an unspeakable divine charm flowing through it. This light was so dense that it almost drowned Jiang Wuxuan out. As time passed, those ancient handwriting also began to slowly disappear, and in the end, only Jiang Wuxuan was left sitting alone in the void,
as if he had become one with this heaven and earth.
Outside the monument forest, many teenage prides and elders of the major powers had already arrived at this one place. They had pursued all the way to this place but failed to find any clues. It wasn't until they stepped into the black hole that everyone discovered Jiang Wuxuan in the middle of the monumental forest, as well as Huang Fuxin, who was waiting for an opportunity to move. Who is that? How could it be so divine? Someone spotted Jiang Wuxuan and couldn't help but marvel.
It seems like he's absorbing the infinite inscriptions and Tao sounds over the steel forest and is comprehending the mysteries on the steel forest.
Hearing these words, the surrounding crowd all revealed their greed.
They all wanted to know what Jiang Wuxuan had comprehended that had caused the stone tablet to display inscriptions and patterns.
Don't act rashly. These chances you are not qualified to go up and fight for them. If you force your way in you will only steal the chicken. At this time, Huang Fuxin said in an indifferent tone, stopping those foolish teenage celestials. Who are you, worthy of blocking this seat too? Suddenly, someone opened his mouth and said, only to see him wave his palm and offer up a cauldron, in which flames burned, incinerating everything. In the next second,
It lunged towards Huangfu Xin with a terrifying and overwhelming might.
However, Huangfu Xin remained motionless, his eyes gazing disdainfully at the man as he coldly said, "A mere quasi-king artifact, and you still presume to shake my father? It's really delusional." After saying that, he raised his fist and slammed it, and with a loud explosion, the void collapsed and a strand of terrifying power swept out. That quasi-king artifact was shaken out. The flames spewing out from the cauldron instantly extinguished, and the cauldron was even covered in cracks, almost shattering apart. How come? Seeing this, the man's pupils suddenly shrunk, and he had a horrified look on his face. Huangfu Xin was simply too strong, far beyond his ability to match, and this punch left him powerless. It's the second ancestor of the Huangfu family. Some people immediately recognized each other. "Get out!" Huangfu Xin opened his mouth in a domineering manner, his eyes showing ferocity, scaring the man into trembling and hastily backing away. "You, wait for me." The man gritted his teeth and fled in disarray after dropping a harsh sentence. He was well aware of the huge gap between himself and Huangfu Xin, and staying here would only send him to his death for nothing. The rest of them didn't leave. They all wanted to fight for a chance under Huangfu Xin's hand. This kid has actually had this kind of creation. If this step is taken completely, he will really become an emperor in the flesh. Yun Tianya hid in the crowd, his eyes flickering as he stared in Zhang Wuxuan's direction, murmuring in a low voice, "I don't know if this kid can take that step. With this step, only the 8 forbidden zones of life in the entire Great Diffusion Immortal region can be suppressed, and if it really succeeds, then it's a move against the heavens." At this moment, Zhang Wuxuan's body was covered in haze light, like a round of holy suns stretching across the sky. His divine martial arts were extraordinary, his precious appearance was solemn, and his entire body blossomed with blazing light, with endless symbols flying around, like a divine chain of order intertwining and entangling Zhang Wuxuan's body. A great pressure filled the room, causing everyone to gasp for air. Huangfu Xin, in particular, felt it most deeply. The more he looked forward to what exactly Zhang Wuxuan had realized, suddenly, Huangfu Xin raised his eyebrows, revealing a surprised expression, because, as he watched, Zhang Wuxuan's figure slowly floated up, actually lifting 3 feet into the air and hanging in the air. Immediately afterward, all of those ancient characters on top of the tablets around Zhang Wuxuan surged into him, fusing with the bloodline in his body, turning into one mysterious ancient character after another branded on him. This scene made people feel extremely bizarre, and they couldn't help but swallow their saliva, their eyes rounded and filled with incredulity. Huangfu Xin opened his mouth with a stunned expression, simply unable to imagine that such a scene would occur. Chapter 061, Becoming an Emperor in the Flesh? Huangfu Xin opened his mouth with a stunned expression, simply unable to imagine that such a scene would occur. Those tablets were obviously used to cultivate inscriptions, but now they had become nourishment for Zhang Wuxuan, helping him to condense his flesh and cast a perfect physique. What on earth has he comprehended? Huangfu Xin's heart was beating wildly. At this moment, many inscriptions surfaced around Zhang Wuxuan, one after another, each emitting a mysterious aura. They resonated with each other, combining together to interpret a picture, as if real inscriptions were flowing. In the next second, all the inscriptions simultaneously erupted with dazzling divine splendor, rushing out from Zhang Wuxuan's body, penetrating the heavens and illuminating this side of space. This is not right. He is trying to physically step into a quasi-emperor. Quickly stop him. An emperor clan elder sensed that something was wrong and roared out. The others also reacted and became furious, casting out their mastery techniques and striking out their cover attacks to kill Zhang Wuxuan. However, before they could even get close, they felt a terrifying wave ripple out, shocking them into spitting out blood and flying backwards, falling to the ground in an incomparably miserable manner. Huangfu Xin didn't expect Zhang Wuxuan to be so demonic that he actually wanted to step into the quasi-emperor realm with his physical body. This was to break the norm. Buzz! Zhang Wuxuan sat cross-legged in the void, his body blossoming with radiant light, as brilliant and dazzling as a piece of star, gulping in divine fluctuations. Immediately, his eyes shone brightly with golden light as he slowly raised his hand, 5 fingers pinching his fist, with thousands of runes flying around, emitting a terrifying and monstrous aura. Thud! Accompanied by a dull ringing sound, Zhang Wuxuan's arm skyrocketed as he blasted out with a single punch, cracking the void with chaotic mist and haze. The sight was horrifying to the extreme, as if a torrential demonic beast had appeared in the heavens, suppressing the earth with a heaven-destroying might. In an instant, the crowd felt a suffocating pressure hit them, causing their skin to tingle and their bones to tremble, almost collapsing. Just a mere aftershock nearly ripped open their torsos. This was too terrifying. In the next instant, several Saint Ancestor realm powerhouses were lifted off the ground, their mouths and noses overflowing with blood, their bones broken,
and their injuries extremely severe. The rest of them were chilled to the bone and retreated in a hurry. Huang Fu Xin was also in a state of awe, as if he had not expected Jiang Wushuang to be able to exert such battle power that was simply beyond imagination. However, Jiang Wushuang did not stop attacking. His two fists blasted out in unison, shaking the sky and the earth. In a flash, one terrifying attack after another descended, covering the sky and drowning this monument forest. Huang Fu Xin's face changed drastically, not daring to fight hard and quickly retreating. Emperor Clan Elder Di Qingfeng, 10,000 Buddha Hall Elder Jishan and other powerful people also had palpitations and did not dare to touch their sharp edges, so they could only choose to avoid them for the time being. Dang! Jiang Wushuang's legs violently stomped on the ground. His entire body was like a rainbow light rushing high into the sky, his feet stepping on a slice of divine haze as he slapped his palm out, striking the void, and there was actually a thunderous sound exploding. The void distorted and a palm that covered the sky appeared, carrying a destructive aura, crushing the void and slapping towards Huang Fu Xin. Seeing this, Huang Fu Xin's face changed slightly, and his eyes shot out a touch of coldness as he poked out his right hand, and a pitch-black battle spear appeared in his palm. This war spear was crystal clear and ebony, not an unusual weapon at first glance, emitting a stern aura as it easily cut through the space barrier and chopped towards that palm. The laws were colliding, and the two very different auras raged on, destroying the entire monumental forest. Huang Fu Xin sneered and laughed. Kid, you're not afraid of the desolate ancient contract when you take the initiative to strike out towards my father? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wushuang's gaze was icy cold as he said indifferently, the next time you sign a desolate ancient contract with someone else, remember to take a look at what's on it. What do you mean? Huang Fu Xin froze. Jiang Wushuang ignored him and continued to activate the line character secret. His figure flickered and instantly arrived in front of Huang Fu Xin. Boom! His arms whirled, and one palm print after another slashed out, smashing into Huang Fu Xin like a meteorite falling, and terrifying airwaves rolled out, rolling up smoke and dust in the sky. Huang Fu Xin's pupils suddenly shrunk, and on the spur of the moment, he offered up a protective spiritual treasure and blocked it in front of his body. This spiritual treasure was a cauldron, emitting hazy immortal light and dropping strands of ruixia, enveloping his body. Although he blocked Jiang Wushuang's attack, he was blown away, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. How? Huang Fu Xin's heart was shocked. He thought that with his own substance and strength, he was enough to block Jiang Wushuang's punch. Huang Fu Xin, this kid is in a weird state now. How about we join forces? Di Qingfeng and Jishan opened their mouths. Both of them were very jealous and unwilling to meet the enemy alone, wanting to join forces to kill Jiang Wushuang. Hearing this, Huang Fu Xin nodded. He took a deep breath, a touch of ruthless determination erupted in his eyes, and said in an indifferent tone, yes, after this is accomplished, we'll discuss how to divide the chance on this kid. As soon as the words left his mouth, Huang Fu Xin's silhouette flicked and rushed out with Di Qingfeng and Jishan. The three were all strong at the peak Saint God realm. Their aura was terrifying, and the surrounding heaven and earth were imprisoned as endless symbols intertwined to form a cage, suppressing Jiang Wushuang. Jiang Wushuang's gaze was cold. His body blossomed with blazing divine sunlight as he blasted out with a single punch. The void was collapsed, and a terrifying power swept through the four fields. This punch was overbearing and incomparable, sweeping across everything, crushing all three people's attacks away, and the terrifying aftermath spread out, blasting them away once again. This caused Huang Fu Xin's face to darken as a hint of astonishment swept across his eyes. How does he still possess such terrifying power? This gave Huang Fu Xin an ominous premonition that Jiang Wushuang must be hiding a huge secret. Jiang Wushuang didn't give him a chance to think more, pouncing out once again, his fists blasting out, each punch domineering and overwhelming, cracking the sky. Di Qingfeng shouted down to Huang Fu Xin and Jishan, this kid has a Dao seed in his body, plus his physical body is on the verge of stepping into the quasi-emperor, so the three of us joining forces must have a quick battle. As the words fell, Huang Fu Xin and Jishan's faces became even more embarrassed. They didn't expect that Jiang Wushuang even possessed such a heaven-defying qualification as the Dao seed. No wonder this kid was able to burst out with such a terrifying battle power. If it wasn't for the three of them joining forces, I'm afraid that they really couldn't do anything about him. The void trembled violently as three top powerhouses at the peak Saint Ancestor level struck out with all their might, and the scene was so horrifying that it shocked everyone. How awful. Who the hell is that kid? The crowd couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air as their eyes stared blankly at the scene. He's Jiang Wushuang. Yi Lingyun spat out a few words through gritted teeth. Jiang Wushuang. No wonder his talent is so demonic. So it's him. But this talent is too strong, isn't it? He's the Jiang Wushuang who killed Yi Wuwei? The crowd drifted off, and beside them, Yi Lingyun's heart twitched. On the contrary, It was Di Yao of the Emperor clan whose beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of splendor as she stared at the battle with interest. She was also curious as to just how much Jiang Wuxuan was capable of. On the other side, Yun Tianyao was filled with indifference. He could already see that Jiang Wuxuan was using the Huangfu Xin trio to sharpen himself, and thus did not have any thoughts of stepping in to stop him. Chapter 062. So what if the 10,000 laws are added? Jiang Wuxuan's attack became more and more violent, like a monstrous sea of fury, one wave stronger than the next. In just a few breaths of time, Jiang Wuxuan's aura became even more ethereal, and even when he was close at hand, he couldn't be found, as if he had melted into the void, as if he had disappeared, especially that mysterious and unpredictable aura that was so elusive that, it seemed, even the soul was disturbed. Suddenly, an ear-piercing cracking sound cut through the air, as if a ghost had appeared, and Jiang Wuxuan appeared in front of Zhishan's eyes at an astonishing speed, only to see his fingers flick. A dazzling and eye-catching sword aura shot out violently from his fingertips, as swift as lightning, and sped straight towards Zhishan's throat. Zhishan was keenly aware of the sudden danger, and he hastily raised the Buddha beads in his hand, ready to defend himself against the fatal blow. As he did so, the string of Buddha beads instantly bloomed with countless golden rays of light, as if it were a round of blazing sun, making it impossible for people to look directly at it. These rays of light intertwined into a tight net, blocking the incoming sword beams. Snort! Suddenly, a purplish-red flame appeared in the void, turning into an arrow to penetrate the golden Buddha beads. Good thing Zhishan reacted quickly enough to avoid the danger. Otherwise, it will be seriously injured. This kid is a bit evil. Zhishan's face instantly became ugly, not expecting Jiang Wuxuan to react so quickly. At the same time, the void trembled, only to see Jiang Wuxuan trample on 10,000 Buddhist lights and point a finger out. A brilliant and dazzling thunder divine light piercing through the void. In this moment, heaven and earth seemed to be quiet, and the only thing left was that finger light. The power of that finger light was extremely terrifying, causing the three of them, Zhishan and Huangfu Xin, to change their faces drastically. Zhishan, in particular, hastily condensed hundreds of lofty stupas to surround his body and defend against the thunderous finger light. Chop! Di Qingfeng stood in the void, his figure as lofty as a mountain, his eyes flashing with a biting light. He held a divine sword in his hand, which shone with a mysterious light all over, as if it contained endless power. Di Qingfeng took a deep breath before violently swinging the divine blade in his hand. One could only see a huge blade aura gushing out from the blade, which was as swift as lightning, carrying an unrivaled sharp aura as it viciously chopped down towards the front. Jiang Wuxuan had no fear on his face. He stretched out his finger blandly. A purple thunderous finger light shot out from his fingertip. This finger light contained a terrifying energy. Wherever it passed, space was torn apart. The blade on and the thunderous finger light met in mid-air, and a violent explosion instantly occurred. The shockwaves from the explosion spread out in all directions, and the void seemed to be kneaded by a large invisible hand, constantly twisting and distorting. A destructive aura swept through the 8 directions, destroying everything around them. In the midst of this intense collision, Di Qingfeng stood firmly in place as an invisible shield formed around his body, deflecting all of the impact. Bang! Boom! Not waiting for them to continue their attack, Jiang Wuxuan took the initiative and in just an instant, his figure appeared behind Zhishan and kicked out. Zhishan felt a pain coming from his backbone and violently spewed out a large mouthful of blood. His body stumbled forward and flew away, smashing several tablets. Damn thing! Di Qingfeng hissed angrily, his eyes on the verge of spewing fire. The 3 peak saint gods were actually forced to be powerless by a brat. It's a disgrace. Emperor Qingfeng, don't keep your hands off. Huangfu Xin's face was incredibly gloomy as he said in a chilling voice. Otherwise, I'm afraid that all 3 of us will fall here today. Upon hearing this, Di Qingfeng's face suddenly turned ironic as he immediately agreed. Zhishan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly stood up, his eyes filled with icy killing intent as he took to the air. His palms clasped together and his mouth vibrated. An obscure and complicated Buddha seal flew out, eventually forming a huge and extremely large golden Buddha, just like an ancient Buddha descending. Buddha seal. Zhishan indifferently uttered 3 words. Then the golden Buddha took a step towards Jiang Wuxuan. With every step, the Buddha's body expanded by a circle, eventually becoming thousands of feet tall, covering the sky, and the terrifying and boundless Sanskrit Buddhist patterns covered the sky, enveloping Jiang Wuxuan's body. Suppress! Zhishan let out a low shout. The golden Buddha waved both fists and smashed down. Wherever the Buddha's seal passed by, the space collapsed and opened up, revealing deep dark cracks, causing palpitations and trepidation. Prime hand. Huangfu Xin also struck out towards Jiang Wuxuan at the same time. His hands formed tedious legal seals. The thick and terrifying aura surged wildly, converging onto a huge and incomparable palm, and a faint hint of a dragon's roar roared out vaguely. This palm was dark red in color,
as if it was made of molten magma,
releasing hot waves of heat.
Overwhelm the world. Emperor Qingfeng manipulated that divine blade to continue his attack.
The sky was covered with blade awnings and twisted towards Jiang Wushuang.
3 peak holy gods striking out with all their might. How astonishing was their might! That horrifying sight made one's heart skip a beat.
Even their breathing stopped and their heart convulsed violently.
Do you think you can get rid of me with that?
Jiang Wushuang swept his gaze over the 3 of them and let out a cold smile.
And as soon as his words fell,
he saw his palms flip, and strands of blazing airflow filled out from his body,
intertwining into a mysterious pattern.
His feet stepped on the void, and a shocking aura permeated his body as he raised his right arm and blasted out a punch at the golden Buddha.
In an instant, endless flame rolls bloomed out, burning everything, and the void was vaporized, appearing exceptionally terrifying. True fire of the sun, Huang Fu Xin, Di Qingfeng,
and the others all recognized this kind of flame, and their hearts shook fiercely. The true fire of the sun was one of the many holy fires, known as the terrifying existence that burned everything, possessing an extremely domineering burning effect that could easily destroy mountains and rivers. It was rumored that the conditions for the birth of the sun true flame were extremely harsh, and that it needed to undergo 9 times of nirvana in order to give birth to the fire. So this kind of holy fire was very rare, and even the Holy Land had not collected much of it. Fury! Jishan saw the horror of the sun true flame, his heart and soul trembled, and he operated the Buddha rhyme to the extreme, and the golden Buddha pattern spread out crazily, and the entire heaven and earth was filled with a solemn Buddha sound,
vast and majestic. In the next instant,
a golden Buddha appeared in the sky above Jiang Wushuang's head,
and the golden Buddha's might shrouded down, giving Jiang Wushuang a huge oppression, like a titanic mountain pressing down on him. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Jiang Wushuang did not have the slightest fear, still standing proudly in place, his face as calm as water, without the slightest ripple. Suppress me!
Jishan let out a sharp whistle,
and the golden Buddha swooped down, carrying endless might, as if crossing over from the ancient times, wanting to suppress this heaven and earth.
Huang Fu Xin and Di Qingfeng also struck out at the same time at this moment. All kinds of powerful techniques blossomed, and a horrifying pressure enveloped the void, locking Jiang Wushuang in place, sealing him in this space, unable to escape at all. There were roiling fist marks and roiling sword chi. The attacks of the 3 of them descended at the same time, wanting to obliterate Jiang Wushuang here. In the face of this situation, Jiang Wushuang still stood still, not flickering or dodging, letting that terrifying might crush down.
So what if the 10,000 laws are added?
Only Jiang Wushuang could be heard spitting out an indifferent voice as he was bathed in a sea of fire, with divine phoenix feathers spreading out in his eyes, as if he was the king of fire. He raised his hand, his 5 fingers slightly curved as if he was holding something important, and then he slapped it out towards the front, and a brilliant flaming vermilion bird swept across the long sky, spreading its wings and flying, radiating monstrous pressure. Chirp! A loud and clear phoenix cry resounded between heaven and earth, as if it was going to break through the clouds, deafening the ears. The gigantic flaming vermilion bird fluttered its wings that were burning with blazing fire and sped towards the flying fist marks and the blazing sword chi at an astonishing speed. The fearful flames were like the fire of purgatory,
blazing hot and incinerating everything around them. Wherever it passed, space seemed to be twisted and distorted,
and the blazing heat made it impossible to get close. The flame vermilion bird opened its mouth, and a powerful suction force emanated from it, devouring the roiling fist seals in one gulp. As the flames burned, those fist marks gradually dissipated into the air and turned into nothingness.
However, it doesn't end there.
The flame vermilion bird swung its wings immediately afterward, bringing up a fiery whirlwind of flames that swept the remaining blade chi into it. The blade chi gradually lost its sharpness under the burning flames, and was eventually dissolved completely. The whole scene was spectacular, as if it were a magnificent fireworks display, but it was filled with endless danger and destruction.
Chapter 063, Stepping into the Threshold of Becoming an Emperor in the Flesh. Kill! Jiang Wushuang bellowed once again.
His figure leapt violently, the soul saint core in his body trembled crazily, and a majestic and endless sword intent blossomed out from within him,
causing the void to tremble. In an instant, a terrifying coldness swept across the sky and the earth,
as if it was going to freeze this space. That sword intent was permeated with a sense of sharpness that made people's hearts unable to hold back their fear. It was hard to imagine that just a sword intent contained such appalling power. What kind of sword art is this? Jishan's expression solidified for a few moments, and his eyes became incomparably grave. He felt a strong aura of death from Jiang Wushuang's sword stance, and if he was struck, he would probably be killed directly on the spot. Emperor Qingfeng and Huang Fu Xin both felt cold all over their bodies as well, as if they were in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. That sword might, It was just too terrifying. Kill! The two of them let out a low roar and simultaneously activated the rule power they had comprehended. For a moment, the entire dome of the sky turned a reddish-yellow color, and a terrifying earth attribute rule descended from the void, covering the void as if it were a boundless mountain suppressing it. Jishan put his hands together. A marvelous rune appeared between his eyebrows. His body bloomed with eye-catching light, and a bright moon slowly rose up, shining in all directions, enveloping the area, bright and flawless. The bright moon is shining brightly, and all beings are being ferried, he lightly shouted, and the bright moon suddenly became incomparably piercing. Countless complicated and obscure Sanskrit sounds surged out, and a Buddha's shadow sat in the center of the full moon, compassionate and dignified. For only a moment, the Buddha's voice became even louder, as if it was going to penetrate the void and shatter the Qianquan. Di Qingfeng no longer had the slightest reservation as he trampled on the 10,000 paths of divine sunlight, the light of the laws flickering around him. Every time he stepped out, the void would tremble violently, as if it couldn't withstand his incomparable strength and could collapse away at any time. Endless star silhouettes surrounded him like a bright starry sky. A shooting star cut through the void, blossoming into a brilliant and colorful light. These stars and meteors weren't just for show. They contained terrifying energy fluctuations that were enough to destroy the heavens and the earth once they erupted. Di Qingfeng's figure stood out in this starry sky, as if he were an invincible god of war, controlling the most powerful force in heaven and earth. At the same time, Huangfu Xin on the other side did not show any weakness, only to see his palms come out in unison, as if they were a thunderous force, as if they contained endless thunder power in his palms. A streak of purple-black lightning ravaged the space like a dragon, and each lightning bolt carried the power of destroying the sky and the earth, easily tearing apart the void and releasing a heart-pounding and terrifying energy fluctuation. This energy fluctuation quickly spread to the entire field like ripples, allowing everyone to feel the unrivaled pressure. The air around them seemed to be twisted and distorted by this powerful force, emitting gusts of sharp whistling sounds. Those who were slightly weaker were even more breathless from the pressure, their faces pale and their bodies shaking. Boom! The three-peak Saint God powerhouses joined forces, each displaying their divine abilities, condensing all their might to its peak state, blasting towards Zhang Wushuang, and in an instant, the entire heaven and earth was eclipsed. The endless aura was madly surging towards Zhang Wushuang, as if it was going to be annihilated. The scene was extremely terrifying. This kind of terrifying fluctuation, is Zhang Wushuang able to block it? Not sure. Maybe it can? No wonder Yi Wuwei died on Zhang Wushuang's hands. So Zhang Wushuang is so strong? The eyes of those who watched showed their essence. Their hearts thumped, their gazes fixed on that slender figure, their moods stirring and surging. Zhang Wushuang's name was completely rooted in the hearts of the Central Region's celestial pride at this moment, and could no longer be indelibly erased. Even Jishan and the others were showing scorn at this time. After all, they were all old generation powerhouses with extraordinary insights, but they still felt palpitations in the face of that sword skill unleashed by Zhang Wushuang, with a vague feeling of suffocation. Chop! Zhang Wushuang's mouth spat out a voice that was cold to the core, as if it came from the nine hells, causing people to shudder. At the same time, the long sword in his hand suddenly blossomed with a dazzling light, as if a round of obsidian sun came out of the sky, illuminating the entire heaven and earth. That terrifying sword chi swept away like a surging torrent, destroying everything in its path. Whether it was the attacking saint weapons or the powerful martial arts or divine abilities, they all seemed unbeatable in front of this terrifying sword chi. They were all twisted into countless fragments, eventually turning into nothingness and dissipating into the air. How can it be so strong? All three of them changed their faces drastically, their eyes filled with a look of shock and disbelief. You're not the law of the 3,000 paths state? Di Qingfeng reacted instantly. His expression was incomparably embarrassed, but he didn't stop his attack. Instead he continued to push his spiritual power to attack and kill Zhang Wushuang. Jishan and Huangfu Xin likewise had no intention of stopping, and they unleashed their mastery, as various rules bloomed, transforming into terrifying killing machines that crushed towards Zhang Wushuang. But as that extreme sword mantle swept across, everything fell silent, including the rays of light that filled the sky, and in front of that sword mantle, all attacks seemed to lose their effectiveness. Put! Blood spurted out, and a bone-deep wound appeared on the chests of the three of them, dripping with blood and staining their white clothes red. It was hard to imagine that a physical body of their strength would be injured. You, the three of them, Emperor Qingfeng, stared at Zhang Wushuang with dead eyes. They had just considered Zhang Wushuang to be a mole cricket, but in the blink of an eye, this mole cricket had harmed them, and it still hurt all three of them in one move. At this moment, they felt humiliated that a Holy Spirit-level existence couldn't even help a junior. It was simply a disgrace. What's he doing? Suddenly, someone pointed at the battle screen and asked suspiciously.
only to see Jiang Wushuang standing there motionless, as if he was frozen in time. The other few people were stunned, and then their gazes looked away. Their faces all revealed a look of astonishment, because they suddenly realized that Jiang Wushuang's temperament was quietly changing, and the whole person seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis, transmitting an unparalleled transcendent temperament, which made people involuntarily give birth to a sense of awe. His physical body is going to step into the quasi-emperor, someone said in a trembling tone, although it was only a guess. It was already about 8 or 9. As these words fell, the crowd's heads buzzed with a wave of dizziness and almost fainted. Quasi-emperor? How old is Jiang Wushuang? Even just stepping into a quasi-emperor with a physical body was enough to be called a demon. And looking at the hundreds of millions of years of history of the Great Diffusion immortal domain, how many people were there? At this instant, countless people shook unceasingly within their hearts, and their gazes toward Jiang Wushuang completely changed. If his physical body truly stepped into the quasi-emperor level, then sooner or later, his realm would also step into the quasi-emperor level, even stronger than the average quasi-emperor. At this moment, the faces of Huang Fuxin and Emperor Qingfeng were also gloomy as they naturally knew the concept of a fleshly body becoming a quasi-emperor. Jiang Wushuang, to think that he had really gone this far already? You three, want to try again? Jiang Wushuang looked up at the three of them and opened his mouth indifferently, his calm voice reaching into their eardrums. As these words fell, all three of their faces were ugly to the extreme. However, at this time, Jiang Wushuang hadn't perfected it and had only just crossed the threshold. If they waited until he perfected it, they would definitely lose. Thinking of this, the hearts of the three of them snapped and their eyes flickered. Intending to take one last shot, three majestic and vast breaths erupted from their bodies, rolling and roaring like a tidal wave, and the three of them made seals at the same time, as a rune flew and coalesced into a terrifying killing totem, exuding an appalling aura and blocking off the void. In an instant, the entire void was shrouded in a murderous and icy intent. Countless sharp and cold on shot out, penetrating the void, wanting to completely kill Jiang Wushuang. Di Qingfeng's figure drifted back like a ghost as he stretched out his arm as if he was grasping the power of heaven and earth, holding it in the air towards Jiang Wushuang. In this very instant, it was as if the space in the area where Jiang Wushuang was located was tightly grasped by a giant invisible hand and could not move. Jiang Wushuang immediately felt a piercing coldness coming from all directions, instantly wrapping him up. This coldness was not ordinary icy cold, but contained an endless power of ice, as if it was going to freeze his body completely. His limbs became stiff, and his movements were greatly restricted like never before. Even trying to move a step became extremely difficult. At the same time, Huang Fuxin and Jishan both struck out at the same time. They each released a terrifying cold current that swept over them like surging waves, enveloping the entire space. Wherever this cold current passed through, everything was frozen and space solidified, becoming extremely slow. Time seemed to stop flowing at this moment. With only that coldness spreading, the whole process seemed slow, but in fact, it was done in the mere blink of an eye. Chapter 064. From the day I was born, I was destined to be invincible in the world. Jiang Wushuang, we admit that you are very powerful, but unfortunately, without stepping into that step, you can't suppress everything after all. Di Qingfeng looked at the trapped Jiang Wushuang and opened his mouth, looking quite relaxed. His body exuded a palpitating aura, and his blood rushed and roared through his veins, stirring like a raging river. With a wave of his palm, countless streaks of blood-colored thunder erupted from his palm, each of which contained endless power as if it could easily tear through the void. At the same time, the other two didn't show any weakness and cast their powerful divine abilities. Their attacks were like a raging storm, sweeping towards Jiang Wushuang in an overwhelming manner. The three powerful forces intertwined together, forming a heaven-destroying torrent, like a gigantic whirlwind that swooped toward Jiang Wushuang with unparalleled might. Wherever this torrent passed, the void was torn apart, revealing dark and deep spatial cracks. The entire heaven and earth trembled, as if the end had come. In front of this terrifying force, anything seemed incredibly fragile, as if it would be destroyed at any moment. Jiang Wushuang's face did not change, his eyes snapped open, and a brilliant light surged from the depths of his eyes, as if they were as brilliant as stars. Beside him, there were sword chants, thunderous sounds, and the chirping of the vermilion bird resounded, shaking the heavens and the earth, and endless sword shadows floated in the air, clanging and chirping, and the aura of killing and destroying swept across the sky and the dome. A flame vermilion bird appeared in the void, its body burning with blazing flames, bathed in divine amazement, majestic and overbearing, as it incited its feathered wings, the scorching flames incinerating the void, transforming into a terrifying storm of flames that ravaged the void. The thunder shadow blasted out, transforming into a long purple dragon, hideous and incomparable. Between the swinging of the dragon's body, the void was torn apart. The power was extremely terrifying.
When these three terrifying attacks descended, the heavenly prides watching the battle from afar held their breaths,
their hearts beating wildly as they were dumbstruck. How could they not expect that a single person would be able to execute three divine abilities? And furthermore, each attack was extremely terrifying, stunning and breathtaking. At this moment,
they all had shocking waves rising within their hearts,
finally believing how extraordinary Jiang Wuxuan,
who was number 1 on the divine martial ranking,
really was. So strong. Di Yao looked at the figure,
her pretty face filled with a strange color as her beautiful eyes shone.
Damn. Yi Lingyun, on the other hand,
was filled with a grimace.
He had wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of Jiang Wuxuan,
but now it seemed like there was little hope. They were no match at all.
Yun Tianya leaned on the edge of a boulder and looked at Jiang Wuxuan,
who was in great power in the void,
and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. It's a pity that with so many chances added to his body, this kid's physical body still hasn't fully stepped into the quasi-emperor realm, and it's true that the rules of heaven and earth are getting more and more tattered. The moment, the faces of all three of them, Emperor Qingfeng and Huang Fuxin, became extremely embarrassed.
They had not expected that under the combined attack of three of the best of their peers,
Jiang Wuxuan would remain unharmed. You've been given a chance, but unfortunately you're not up to it.
Jiang Wuxuan's steps were light and steady, but every step he took contained a palpitating power. That power was like a song of death that played in the void,
causing everyone's eardrums to tremble.
As Jiang Wuxuan moved forward, wherever he passed, space seemed to be torn into countless pieces. These fragments intersected and collided with each other,
emitting a roar.
And in the midst of this shattered space,
a pitch-black crack stretched sinuously like a snake, forming a huge ring.
This ring-like crack continued to spread outwards, its edges glowing dangerously,
as if it would swallow everything around it at any moment.
The people standing at a distance looked at the scene in horror. They felt like they were in a nightmare.
That endless aura of darkness and destruction made their souls tremble. However,
Jiang Wuxuan was oblivious to all this. His eyes were cold and determined,
as if everything in this world could be destroyed in his eyes. Huang Fuxin, Di Qingfeng, and Ji Shan, these three people's complexions became exceptionally ugly, and could simply be described as difficult to see.
The three of them took steps forward together in an attempt to stop Jiang Wuxuan's advance. Along with the resonance of the laws,
various attribute Yuan spirits began to blossom with dazzling and eye-catching divine splendor.
These rays of light are bright and brilliant to behold.
At the same time, an extremely terrifying force spread out in all directions like a raging torrent. The power of that force was so strong that it seemed to be able to destroy and collapse everything around it. However, even so, Jiang Wuxuan remained undaunted.
His eyes were sharp to the extreme. The corners of his mouth sketched out a sarcastic arc as he coldly spat out a word sound.
Kill. This word was spat out, and at that moment,
those pitch-black cracks that crossed from the void suddenly came to a halt,
and immediately afterward, a handle of pitch-black swords flew and solidified, hanging in the middle of the space,
diffusing a terrifyingly solemn and murderous intent,
transmitting icy cold killing intent. These swords were created by the condensation of pure sword Dao power and possessed absolute penetrating power,
able to easily pierce through any defense and cut through everything, only to see these pitch-black swords burst out instantly,
incredibly fast, and in an instant,
they had landed on Di Qingfeng and the others.
Miku. In the face of such a terrifying divine ability, the three of them, Emperor Qingfeng and Huang Fuxin, looked grave to the extreme.
Cold sweat pouring from their foreheads as they continued to throw out pieces of defensive saint soldiers, which swiftly floated in the air like a meteor streaking across the sky. Each defensive holy weapon emitted a dazzlingly bright light, as if it was a round of dazzling suns that illuminated the entire void. They shine with a mysterious and powerful force,
forming an impenetrable line of defense.
However, despite the numerous defensive saint weapons resisting them, the countless pitch-black swords were like an unstoppable torrent that came crashing down with force. After only holding on for a few short seconds, these defensive holy weapons began to be unable to withstand the pressure and blew up one after another.
Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar,
the defensive saint weapon turned into countless fragments,
splattering in all directions.
Their former splendor and power was gone at this moment, completely shattered into nothing.
The three of them, Emperor Qingfeng and Huang Fuxin, were wide-eyed and filled with shock as they couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. From the day I was born, I was destined to be invincible in the world,
Jiang Wuxuan said indifferently,
his tone calm, as if he was expounding on something that was rightfully his.
These words caused Di Qingfeng's heart to twitch so hard that they couldn't say half a word for a moment. They knew very well in their hearts that no one could stop Jiang Wuxuan's rise in this age of geniuses.
They didn't even have the qualifications to be jealous, because Jiang Wuxuan was a true demon,
enough to sweep the contemporary heavenly pride. Especially those peers' prides were even more bitter to the extreme in their hearts.
Although they were conceited, They understood that compared to Jiang Wushuang, they counted for nothing. The gap was too great. Chapter 065, Time for Robbery. This guy, to use my words? Yi Lingyun's face instantly stiffened when he heard Jiang Wushuang's sentence. From the day I was born, I was destined to be invincible in the world. Hearing that now was so full of irony that it made his insides crumble. His heart fluttered violently. Feeling his chest suffocating, and a handsome face flushed red, wishing to immediately find a crack in the ground to drill into. He originally wanted to retrieve his dignity on Jiang Wushuang, but he didn't expect that the person who ended up losing his dignity was actually himself. How can this guy be so arrogant? That's outrageous. After I cultivate to a quasi-emperor, I'll definitely kill him with my own hands. Many people roared angrily in their hearts, itching to skin and bone Jiang Wushuang. However, they did not think that Jiang Wushuang was arrogant and hubristic for uttering such words, as they could clearly feel Jiang Wushuang's incomparably powerful aura. Don't make any more dying struggles. The three of you were already doomed and destined to be buried here. Jiang Wushuang's voice was calm, unable to hear any joy or sadness. He raised his arm and swung it violently downward. In a flash, a pitch-black sword shadow swept out crazily, like a meteor falling into those pitch-black cracks. The void trembled violently, and a huge crack was like a hideous beast opening its bloody mouth, from which a vast and terrifying mighty energy continuously seeped out. These mites were filled with an endless aura of destruction, as if they were capable of destroying all life and matter. Emperor Qingfeng, Huangfu Xin, and Xishan's faces were taut and their complexions were gloomy to the extreme. They felt an unprecedented pressure, and a trace of panic welled up in their hearts. One could only see the aura in their bodies rolling and gushing out like raging waves, injecting it into the saint soldiers in their hands. The saint soldiers shone brightly, emitting a powerful aura as it fought bitterly against the destructive fluctuations coming from the depths of the void. However, despite their best efforts, the destructive fluctuations grew stronger and stronger, seemingly never-ending. Thumbla, the pitch-black sword shadow descended with a destructive momentum, tearing the many defensive saint weapons into pieces and blasting down on the three people's bodies. Put! In an instant, blood flowers bloomed, poignant and brilliant. Di Qingfeng's body shook violently. His face was incredibly pale, and he couldn't help but cough from his mouth as blood slowly flowed down the corners of his mouth. Huangfu Xin and Jishan were not much better, covered in blood, bruised and battered. Their breath wilted, obviously having suffered a heavy blow. They stared blankly into the void, their faces showing bewilderment and confusion, their minds buzzing. The power of those attacks just now was too terrifying, and even though they did their best to exert defense, they still couldn't carry it. Moreover, the sword shadows unleashed by Jiang Wushuang were densely packed as if they were endless, and that kind of power was simply immeasurable. Di Qingfeng suddenly reacted and roared lowly. This can't be possible. You're clearly only in the realm of a saint god. You haven't even reached peak perfection. Even if you possessed the Tao seed, you couldn't possibly suppress the three of us easily. It is true that there are many incredible things in this world, but you will not understand them. Jiang Wushuang smiled faintly as he flicked his fingers, and the densely packed pitch-black long swords in the void suddenly accelerated, whistling towards the three Di Qingfeng people. Di Qingfeng's three faces changed drastically as they immediately tried to defend, yet they were still unable to change the tide. They only felt as if their bodies were being suppressed by thousands of mountains. Their actions and behaviors were becoming more and more difficult, and their bones were clicking and cracking, almost cracking by inches. This kid is too terrifying. No, we must escape. Thick scorn surged in Di Qingfeng's heart. At this moment he had absolutely no thoughts of defeating Jiang Wushuang. He only wished to save his life and leave here alive. Escape! Huangfu Xin and Jishan both had a heart-to-heart and immediately turned around to escape. Their speed was as fast as it could be. However, in the next instant, their bodies suddenly came to a halt as strands of thunder filled the air, blocking the void. You can't get away. Stay here obediently. The icy and morose voice exploded in the void like thunder, as if it was the sound of judgment from the nine hells, making people's bones creepy. Jiang Wushuang stood in the void, his figure as tall and majestic as a demon god, only to see his right palm poking forward through the air. A terrifying aura erupted from him. The huge palm that covered the sky with a heaven-destroying might came down from the sky, like a Taiku divine mountain pressing down on the top, suffocating people. In an instant, the space around them was locked by this powerful force, and time seemed to freeze. The originally nebulous space became visible, and countless rules of order intertwined into lines as densely packed as a spider's web. Emperor Qingfeng, Huangfu Xin, and Jishan's faces changed drastically as they felt an unprecedented crisis. In the face of such a terrifying attack, they didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow, and they all used their own skills, trying their best to ward off the strike. Jishan mouthed the words, and a radiant and colorful Zen staff appeared in his hand.
its body glittering with mysterious runes and emitting powerful energy fluctuations.
He waved his Zen staff, and a ray of light shot out from the head of the staff, colliding with that huge palm. Huangfu Xin, on the other hand, had a layer of golden light all over his body, as if he was a golden man. He made seals with both hands and performed an ancient and mysterious gong method, and one by one, golden characters flew out from his hand seals, condensing into a sturdy shield in an attempt to block Jiang Wuxuang's attack. Di Qingfeng, on the other hand, had his feet on the 7 star steps and his figure fluttered. He clenched his hand and summoned a brilliant and colorful aura that transformed into countless sharp swords and shot towards that huge palm. Each of the 3 showed their abilities, but their efforts seemed so pale and powerless in front of Jiang Wuxuang's absolute strength.
The palm that covered the sky easily broke through their defense and continued to suppress them downwards.
Underneath this huge palm,
they were as small as ants. All the obstacles were as fragile as papier-mâché,
simply unbeatable. In the next instant,
the giant palm covered down and ruthlessly slapped on them, directly sending the 3 flying. The 3 of them were spitting out blood, their bodies were stained with blood, and their eyes were dull and wretched.
Looking at their miserable defeat, those celestial pride immediately turned around and ran. They didn't want to follow in the footsteps of the 3. Let you go?
Jiang Wuxuang snorted coldly. His feet stepped on the void. The entire heaven and earth was imprisoned by him.
Everyone was caught in an absolute shackle, unable to escape at all. Damn it! What do you want? We were merely passing through.
Jiang Wuxuang, we don't have any grudges. These people were horrified and cursed angrily, their faces pale.
They did not expect that Jiang Wuxuang's strength would be terrifying to such an extent,
imprisoning the void with his will alone,
causing them to completely lose the opportunity to escape. It's looting time,
so do as you're told if you want to live. Jiang Wuxuang's gaze indifferently swept the circle and said in a tone as calm as water.
Men stand on the left, women stand on the right, and misogynists stand in the center.
Hearing this, Yun Tianya somewhat failed to hold back and almost laughed out on the spot,
hastily covering his mouth.
The rest of the many martial artists all looked at each other, their faces odd to the extreme, as if they didn't expect that with a strengthened family history like Jiang Wuxuang's, they would still need to do such things.
What are you waiting for? Didn't you hear me? Jiang Wuxuang's face suddenly sank as he coldly drank. I'm going to count to 3. If you don't do what I say, die. 1.
As his words fell, the faces of those heavenly prides changed slightly,
gritting their teeth and glaring at Jiang Wuxuang,
and then silently stood in their corresponding positions, each face written with the color of humiliation.
Jiang Wuxuang said indifferently, Yun Tianya, surrender the treasures on them. Yun Tianya raised his eyebrows and glanced at Jiang Wuxuang with some surprise.
He didn't expect Jiang Wuxuang to make himself so natural now.
However,
since Jiang Wuxuang had ordered it,
Yun Tianya naturally didn't dare to be slow.
His figure flashed out and began to scavenge the treasures on those heavenly prides.
As for Jiang Wuxuang,
he turned his gaze toward the dying breath of the Huangfu Xin trio with a teasing gaze. Especially Huangfu Xin's face was green and his eyes were scarlet,
itching to eat Jiang Wuxuang alive. Chapter 066, Triple Shock.
Mysterious gift package.
Angry, aren't you? Jiang Wuxuang grinned and lifted his feet toward Huangfu Xin. You, don't mess around. Huangfu Xin's face changed violently,
his forehead sweating and his body trembling.
At this moment,
he could no longer maintain his previous lofty stance, as he felt the threat from death.
This shouldn't have appeared to him, but facing Jiang Wuxuang, he really cowered. Jiang Wuxuang, don't be too arrogant. Even though I'm no match for you, if you kill me, the Huangfu family room will definitely not spare you. Huangfu Xin colored and warned,
bringing out the Huangfu family in an attempt to make Jiang Wuxuang throw in the towel.
However,
Jiang Wuxuang's face did not change in the slightest. The corner of his mouth floated up in a sneering arc as he said indifferently,
do you think that the Jiang family and the Nangong family behind me will be afraid of your Huangfu family?
Not to mention the Jiang family and Nangong family behind him. The 4 Elephant Palace and Yun Tianya in his hands now were enough to deter the Huangfu family, and he was emboldened.
As expected,
Jiang Wuxuang's words made Huangfu Xin's face even more ugly, but he was speechless.
What about our imperial plan? Emperor Qingfeng's face was incredibly gloomy as he stared coldly at Jiang Wuxuang and asked in a chilling voice, I am a direct descendant of the Emperor clan. If you kill me, the Emperor clan will definitely not forgive you. You think I'm scared?
Jiang Wuxuang laughed coldly, his face revealing a disdainful intent as he slowly waved his arm out. Instantly a reddish golden flame coalesced in the void, the blazing temperature rolling and emanating monstrous fluctuations.
What do you want to do?
Di Qingfeng's face changed drastically as he could feel the terrifying power contained in that piece of red golden flame, causing him to feel trembling with fear as he retreated violently in succession. Jiang Wuxuang ignored him and said lightly, kill you. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Wuxuang raised his palm and fiercely blasted down. Blazing firelight swept through,
instantly transforming into a monstrous sea of fire that wrapped Emperor Qingfeng in. Ah! Miserable screams resounded as Di Qingfeng struggled frantically,
doing his best to fight against the reddish-golden flames.
Di Qingfeng roared, "Jiang Wushuang, I curse you to fall on the Emperor Road."
He could not have imagined to death that Jiang Wushuang would actually dare to kill himself and directly kill him without saying a word. The Huangfu Xin and Jishan on the side had long been frozen in fear. Their bodies were as frozen as statues, and their minds were blank. They had never dreamed that Jiang Wushuang really had the guts to kill Di Qingfeng.
Knowing that Di Qingfeng was a dignified emperor clan elder, this kind of status and position,
looking at the entire central region, was also an absolute powerful figure.
But now it was easily wiped out by Jiang Wushuang. It was simply unbelievable.
A cold chill ran through the two men's bodies.
Since Jiang Wushuang dared to kill Emperor Qingfeng, he must also dare to kill the two of them. Thinking of this, the two men's faces turned as white as paper, and strong remorse welled up in their hearts. Had they known this, they would not have come to trouble Jiang Wushuang. "Jiang Wushuang, you dare to kill my emperor clan elders." The face of the imperial clan's twin beauties was incredibly gloomy,
their eyes wide with rage as they clenched their fists in death,
their nails piercing through their flesh. Their imperial clan. No one had ever dared to disobey the imperial clan like this,
and Jiang Wushuang was considered to have given them a slap in the face today.
What a lot of crap! Jiang Wushuang lazily interrupted them,
impatiently looking towards Huangfu Xin and Jishan, urging, "Hurry up and explain your last words. I don't have that much time to waste with you." At those words, intense humiliation surfaced on the faces of Jishan and Huangfu Xin, but at this moment, they simply had no choice. This was because Jiang Wushuang's meaning was obvious. Not intending to spare the two of them at all, their only option now is to blow themselves up. This was the only way to have a chance of defeating Jiang Wushuang. Thinking about this, a fierce look appeared on Jishan and Huangfu Xin's faces. They fiercely bit the tip of their tongues, and their dantian bloomed with a bright and dazzling light, and the majestic spiritual energy poured out as if it were a river breaking the dike. Yun Tianya noticed this scene, his face as calm as water, stretching out his finger to point. A surge of spiritual energy surged out, directly confining the two people, Huangfu Xin and Jishan, in place, preventing them from blowing themselves up. How is that possible? The two men's eyes widened and were filled with astonishment, as if they had suffered a heavy blow. At this moment, they only felt as if their entire body's spiritual energy had been drained away, and they were unable to invoke it at all, and could only watch their souls being wrapped in a wisp of gray mist and gradually dissipating into the heavens and earth. Jishan and Huangfu Xin's faces were livid, filled with unwillingness and despair. This greatness made them deeply realize the gap. "I didn't expect that your Taoist protector was a quasi-emperor. It seems that your Jiang family really got the benefit of the doubt back then, and has been showing weakness and hiding all these years." Huangfu Xin sighed and muttered in a low voice, "Old me should have thought of this. With a qualification like yours, how can the Jiang family, which has always shown weakness, cultivate it?" Listening to Huangfu Xin not knowing what he had brainstormed, Jiang Wushuang couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head and snorting. "Although I don't know what you have brainstormed, I'm really curious as to what our 3000 Dao States 8 draconic ancient families actually did back then." "You don't know?" Huangfu Xin was filled with surprise, while Jishan next to him had his brows furrowed and his eyes flickered with essence. It seemed to be guessing the meaning of Jiang Wushuang's words. Seeing this, Jiang Wushuang shook his head and said, "You don't need to know. When you go down to the Yellow Springs, you will naturally know." After saying that, Jiang Wushuang's right hand slightly raised, and the blazing flames quickly converged into a sharp giant sword, chopping down towards Jishan with the terrifying might of destroying and destroying. Swish! Jishan's face changed greatly, immediately moved horizontally to avoid, at the same time took out a black treasure bead and threw it out. All of a sudden an extremely bizarre atmosphere filled the air, and the surrounding space steeply froze in general. This was his origin Buddha bead, which contained an extremely overbearing sealing power that could block off space and make it difficult for the enemy to move an inch. Jiang Wushuang raised his eyebrows, then flipped his wrist, and the flaming giant sword violently shook, splitting all the sealing power in an instant, and continued to pursue towards Jishan. What? Jishan's face suddenly changed drastically. His origin Buddha bead had actually been broken, and in such a crushing manner. Just one move. Blood spilled. Jishan flew out hundreds of feet backwards and fell to the ground, his chest sash exploding open and dripping with blood. Seeing this scene, Huangfu Xin's face was as pale as paper. His body trembled violently, and deep fear welled up within his heart. Unable to bring up half a bit of courage to make a move at all. He hadn't felt this kind of awe in I don't know how many years. It's a fear of unknown forces. Ding dong! You shocked the pride of the central region. Ding dong! You have shocked the top cultivators of the central region. Ding dong! You shocked the central region paragon. Congratulations to the host for reaching the triple shock achievement.
Receive a mystery package. Chapter 067 Ancient Heavy Pupil. Extreme Tao Emperor Soldier. Holy Spirit 9th Grade Peak Realm. Ding dong. Mystery bag open. Reward 1, Ancient Heavy Pupil. Reward 2, Taishu Divine Halberd, Extreme Imperial Armor. Reward 3, Ancient Scriptures, Unknown. The system prompts were incessant, and the corners of Jiang Wuxuan's mouth lifted up in a brilliant arc. In a happy mood. This scene, watching the nearby Huangfu Sin's heart trembled with fear. His body chilled, as if he was shrouded in death. Looking at Huangfu Sin, who was frozen in place, Jiang Wuxuan smiled teasingly and stepped closer, saying morosely, "Now it's your turn." At those words, Huangfu Sin's face turned pale, his body trembled violently, and he hurriedly shouted, "Don't come over. Late." Jiang Wuxuan shouted with a cold face, and the flame giant's sword in his hand swung up once again, carrying a terrifying heat that was enough to incinerate everything, like a burning meteorite, and slashed down fiercely towards Huangfu Sin. When Huangfu Sin saw this scene, his eyes widened violently, his eyes filled with shock and fear. It was as if his heart was being squeezed tightly by a large invisible hand, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. At this moment, the fear in his heart had reached the extreme, as if the entire world had frozen at this moment. Put! The blazing flaming giant sword descended from the sky, carrying endless pressure and destructive power as it ruthlessly smashed into Huangfu Sin. Without any room for resistance, Huangfu Sin's body was like fragile porcelain, instantly chopped in two by this powerful force. In an instant, scarlet blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering all around, creating a shocking pool of blood. The air was thick with the sickening scent of blood. Huangfu Sin's body crashed heavily onto the ground, making a dull sound as if the entire earth was trembling. His eyes were rounded and he stared at Jiang Wuxuan with a deadpan look that was filled with unwillingness, anger, and despair. It seems to speak of its grievances and its attachment to the world. However, no matter how much he struggled, life had already left him and nothing could be undone. Huangfu Sin's death was extremely miserable and creepy. However, Jiang Wuxuan did not have the slightest bit of compassion because this battle was destined to have only one victor. With the death of Huangfu Sin, all the celestials present all dared not look at Jiang Wuxuan. Their faces were filled with mixed emotions of disbelief, horror and awe. Some of the celestial pride even began to tremble physically. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and their legs couldn't help but soften. How could they have never imagined that Jiang Wuxuan would be so powerful, able to easily decapitate a sacred god ancestor like Huangfu Sin? Some of the celestial pride who had previously been somewhat contemptuous or unconvinced of Jiang Wuxuan had a deep fear welling up in their hearts at this moment. They realized that the gap between themselves and Jiang Wuxuan was like a heavenly rift that was simply insurmountable. Especially Yi Lingyun. No one knew how strong Jiang Wuxuan's fear was in his heart. At this moment, the entire scene became unusually quiet, with only the rustling of the wind blowing through the leaves and the heavy breathing of the crowd intertwined. Everyone was immersed in a great shock and could not come back to their senses for a long time. Today, they witnessed the first step in the rise of an unbeatable, terrifying existence. Ding dong! A triple kill has been achieved. The host has gained 3 years of Kung Fu. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the peak Holy Spirit 9th grade realm. As Huangfu Sin fell, a series of beeps rang out. Jiang Wuxuan's cultivation had finally broken through to the peak of the 9th grade of Saint God. Is this a breakthrough? Jiang Wuxuan's face showed a hint of intent. Then he shook his head and laughed lightly, saying, "This is just the beginning." In the next moment, under Jiang Wuxuan's control, bright golden light rose behind him, and vast star power swept through him, transforming into a 10,000 feet tall divine mantle Dharma phase. The Dharma phase sat there, clad in golden robes, with its arms spread out as if it were lifting up the heavens, emitting an incomparable divine martial aura. Boom! Suddenly, a divine light shot straight up into the sky, blossoming with a dazzling radiance, as if it was going to set the entire void ablaze. At the same time, rolling heat waves surged up in the void, like a pot of boiling water, churning. Right at this shocking moment, Jiang Wuxuan's eyes slowly opened. His eyes shone brightly and fiercely, like two tiny suns, emitting a blinding light that one did not dare to look directly at. That light contained endless power and majesty, as if it was able to penetrate all things in the world, causing people to feel a sense of awe. This kid got stronger again? Yun Tianya looked at Jiang Wuxuan and was stunned for a moment. The strength displayed by Jiang Wuxuan just now had already surpassed the ordinary peak of the 9th grade of Saint God, and was even vaguely on the verge of touching the level of a quasi-emperor. Yun Tianya, let's go! A calm voice entered Yun Tianya's ears and he jerked back to look at Jiang Wuxuan. At this moment, Jiang Wuxuan was in high spirits, with a stern and unparalleled gaze, and his breath was majestic, emanating the unique sense of majesty of a strong man. Go! Yun Tianya collected his mixed emotions and lightly spat out a sentence as he followed Jiang Wuxuan and left the ruins.
Looking at the two figures that gradually disappeared, a celestial pride whispered and speculated.
In the future, who in the central domain will be able to withstand Jiang Wuxuan's sharpness? Ji Wudao can't do it either.
Right. You boys have had a bumper crop this time.
Yun Tianya laughed out loud,
his eyes filled with envy.
Don't interrupt. Hand over the storage bag. Jiang Wuxuan looked straight at Yun Tianya, grinned,
and stretched out his palm,
saying, "You're a tough kid."
Yun Tianya smiled bitterly and took out a storage bag from within his Qianquan ring,
handing it to Jiang Wuxuan. "It's all yours anyway." Receiving the storage bag, Jiang Wuxuan smiled and said, "This is all hard-earned money. What's next?" Yun Tianya asked. "Continue to stay in this secret realm? I'm going to go to that cave you mentioned."
Jiang Wuxuan's eyes were full of light. An unknown steel forest had allowed him to gain a lot, and he didn't know what would be gained from the mysterious cave in the depths.
"You really want to go?"
Hearing Jiang Wuxuan say this,
Yun Tianya frowned and murmured, "Have you thought it through? That cave has many perils."
Jiang Wuxuan said indifferently, "Since you have decided to enter the secret realm to experience, you should always be fully prepared. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of effort?"
"Okay." Yun Tianya nodded and said helplessly, "First things first, I'm not going in."
Jiang Wuxuan rolled her eyes and said contemptuously,
"Do you think I'll agree?" Yun Tianya had long been used to Jiang Wuxuan's attitude and paid no attention to it.
"Go!" With those words, Jiang Wuxuan pointed his toes and performed the Xingzi secret to leap up and vanish towards the distance.
Yun Tianya immediately chased after him, riding the wind all the way. Soon, the two Jiang Wuxuan arrived at the terrifying cave. The cave looked ordinary, not unusual in any way, much like the valley outside, and nothing more. But Jiang Wuxuan didn't dare to be careless. He pushed his divine sense to the limit, covering the entire cave, but realized that his divine sense was like being isolated. He couldn't feel half of the crisis present at all. "Well, doesn't it seem odd?" Yun Tianya shrugged his shoulders and said, "Back then, when I first set foot here, I also felt the same way. However, this is just the appearance. What is truly scary is still the stone staircase on the mountain wall." Chapter 068 Rule Order of the Immortal Ancient Era? "Well, doesn't it seem odd?" Yun Tianya shrugged his shoulders and said, "Back then, when I first set foot here, I also felt the same way. However, this is just the appearance. What is truly scary is still the stone staircase on the mountain wall." "You've been inside?"
Jiang Wuxuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he said gruffly,
"Where exactly does that stone staircase lead to?" Yun Tianya shook his head inside, saying, "I only walked 100 meters, but the aura inside is too thick."
Even back then when I had already stepped into the quasi-emperor, I still couldn't withstand that oppressive force. The aura that permeated that stone staircase was extraordinary. It seemed to contain some kind of rule power. I suspected that there might be a great karma inside. That's why I chose to withdraw. After all, I still want to live longer. After saying that, Yun Tianya couldn't help but lick his lips, his eyes flashing with essence. Clearly, this place was tempting him to continue exploring a bit more. Only, in the way of that weird stone step, he finally chose to give up and just sighed regretfully. At those words, Jiang Wuxuan's gaze brightened even more, his eyes burning. "You don't really want to go in there, do you?" Yun Tianya asked in surprise. Looking at Jiang Wuxuan's stance, it was clear that he wanted to continue barging forward.
"Aha!" Jiang Wuxuan nodded without hesitation, his eyes resolute. "Crazy!" Yun Tianya cursed and advised, "I advise you that you'd better dispel this idea. Otherwise, once you encounter danger, who will save you?" Jiang Wuxuan glanced at him and said with a smile, "Isn't this with you? I don't want to go in there." Yun Tianya hastily waved his hand in rejection, his face twitching a few times as he coughed dryly. "Don't harm me, you kid. I still want to spend the rest of my life in peace. Don't forget we signed a contract." Jiang Wuxuan faintly said, "You can't run away even if I die." Yun Tianya immediately choked, itching to slap Jiang Wuxuan. However, thinking about the contractual relationship between himself and Jiang Wuxuan, Yun Tianya's face collapsed. "LOL, why can't we live like this?" Yun Tianya wailed in his heart, wanting to cry. "If I had known it would have been better to stay locked up like that." Jiang Wuxuan urged, "Don't just stand there. Hurry up and lead the way." Upon hearing this, Yun Tianya gritted his teeth and said indignantly, "Count yourself ruthless." He glared at Jiang Wuxuan, and then he leapt up, swept high into the sky, and flew straight toward the pitch-black cave. As he rushed towards the cave, Jiang Wuxuan's body transformed into a flash of ghostly aura and followed closely behind. Just stepping into the cave, Jiang Wuxuan only felt his eyes blink, as if it was an instantaneous shift, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already in another part of the world. The entire staircase was obscured by a gray mist, and it was impossible to see the end of it. Raising his eyes, Jiang Wuxuan's pupils contracted violently. On top of that ladder, it was densely covered with countless runes, which flickered with a faint and mysterious light, containing endless mysteries and power. Each rune was like an individual life form, flowing silently in the air, emitting an aura that felt both strange and familiar. Jiang Wuxuan's eyes widened as he carefully gazed at the runes. He realized that these rule runes were not substantial existences. They were more like illusions made from the convergence of pure rule power, like the shining stars in the night sky, brilliant and glittering. This is actually a rule order that has never been seen before. Jiang Wuxuan was shocked to the core as he couldn't believe his eyes. Until then, he had never imagined that he would be able to witness such a spectacular sight. A ladder completely coalesced by the order of rules. That aura of vicissitude originating from the ancient times came to him like a tidal wave, causing him to almost suffocate. Standing in front of this ladder, it was as if he had traveled through a long tunnel of time, back to the immortal ancient period where the group of heroes were gathered. The feeling is both exciting and awe-inspiring. Everything in front of him was so shocking that Jiang Wuxuan could not come back to his senses for a long time. Jiang Wuxuan couldn't help but hold his breath, carefully observing the order of the rules on the ladder. He wanted to peek at a trace of the suspected rule order of the immortal ancient era. Suddenly, in his dantian, the golden Dao seed unexpectedly pulsed violently, emitting a wave of scorching heat. Jiang Wuxuan was stunned, staring in surprise at the Dao seed suspended within his body's dantian, only to see that the golden Dao seed suddenly blossomed into a dazzling golden halo, as bright and dazzling as the sun. It was like a warm torrent that flowed through every sinew, every inch of flesh and blood of Jiang Wuxuan's body, even penetrating deep into the bones and the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Under the nourishment of this mysterious power, Jiang Wuxuan's body seemed to be reshaped as if it was being reshaped, emitting a palpitatingly powerful aura. In that very moment, the aura on Jiang Wuxuan's body underwent a shocking change. His aura unexpectedly began to resonate marvelously with the order of the rules on this ladder. This resonance was not accidental. It was as if Jiang Wuxuan himself was a part of this ladder, and his existence was meant to merge with this order of rules. Jiang Wuxuan only felt as if he was in a world of nothingness. Here, time and space lost their significance, and there was only the intertwining of the lines of rules that shimmered with faint light, forming a brilliant and colorful picture. The power was so powerful and vast that he was overwhelmed. Each resonance brought him one step closer to the realm of a quasi-emperor. It's an amazing feeling. This kid has actually resonated with the rules and order above this long corridor? Yun Tianya pissed himself in fear and hurriedly stopped, staring blankly at Jiang Wuxuan. Could it be because of the Tai Chu Academy? Yun Tianya thought of the Tai Chu Academy at the first moment, and his heart set off monstrous waves. Although he had never entered the Tai Chu Academy, the Tai Chu Academy's reputation was too loud. That's why he thought of the Tai Chu Academy in the first place, deciding that this was the reason why Jiang Wuxuan had a connection with this long corridor. Incredible! Yun Tianya murmured and whispered with mixed feelings of both envy and jealousy. This kind of rule order he had once tried to comprehend, but he was simply incapable of doing so, and was even ostracized. Originally thinking that this was just the beginning, he didn't expect that what would make Yun Tianya even more surprised was yet to come. Under the pull of that rule order, inside Jiang Wuxuan's body, the golden Dao seed unexpectedly bloomed with a bright golden light, and a mysterious power surged out from it. These golden forces surrounded Jiang Wuxuan, gradually pulling him up. The moment Jiang Wuxuan touched the ladder, a light trembling sound rang out. In the next moment, the entire ladder began to blossom with golden divine aura, transforming into billions of beams of light that shone in all directions, and a wisp of mysterious aura gathered from all directions. Chapter 069 Heaven and Earth, Yin and Yang, Infinite Creation. There was a Taoist sound chanting, like a yellow bell, resounding between heaven and earth. It was as if there was a great ancient god sitting at the top of the ladder, with a solemn appearance and an endless pressure and mysterious aura emanating from his body. He was chanting under his breath, and the sound of chanting was like heavenly music, containing the oldest and most profound dharma and wisdom in heaven and earth. Jiang Wuxuan quietly listened to the Tao sound, his entire being immersed in it and unable to extricate himself. His mind was completely captivated, as if he had entered a marvelous realm. In this realm, time and space lost their significance, and there was only that mysterious and incomparable Tao sound echoing in the ears. Unconsciously, the Primordial Sutra and Reincarnation Sutra in his mind suddenly operated, turning over page after page, transforming into arcane textures branded in the depths of his mind. These two techniques, which Jiang Wuxuan had obtained from the Taichu Academy, were powerful and highly informative. The primordial scripture, in particular, was said to evolve all things, including rules. Now, he finally understood what the word evolution meant. Suddenly, Jiang Wuxuan's body shook and his head rumbled.
He sensed that an arcane power was dropping down from the ladder and integrating into his body. In an instant, a blurry figure slowly emerged in his mind, clad in a white coat. His posture was flowing and unrestrained, just like an immortal descending to the earth. At this moment, he was spitting out lotus flowers and imparting a supreme divine ability, the yin and yang of heaven and earth, the infinite creation. He only heard the figure say softly. His voice seemed to come through endless time and space, carrying a mysterious and ancient aura. I pass on this technique today, which will help you realize the supreme realm of wonders. As the silhouette's words rang out, a power as vast as an abyss surged out, sweeping in like a tidal wave. Viewing this method, one can glimpse yin and yang, diffuse heaven and earth, create all beings, and transcend the mundane. The silhouette continued, each word as deafening as a thunderclap. Jiang Wushuang was mesmerized by what he heard, as if he had seen with his own eyes the alternation of yin and yang, and the interplay of all things. He had seen heaven and earth change, and the stars revolve endlessly. He had seen all beings flourish, and the world was full of different phenomena. Under the guidance of this divine ability, his mind was greatly enlightened and sublimated, and his knowledge of the realm of the associate emperors became more profound. This kid, Yun Tianya, stared at Jiang Wushuang, who was caught in the middle of an epiphany, with wide eyes and a face full of shock, as a huge wave rippled in his heart. However, before he had time to think deeply about it, an inexplicable force suddenly surged out, making him feel as if the air around him had become heavy. Immediately after that, he was shocked to realize that he was being rejected by this heaven and earth, and couldn't help but fall backward. What the hell is going on here? He muttered, dismay and bewilderment written all over his face. This latter was just too bizarre and completely beyond his comprehension. Yun Tianya couldn't help but feel a chill rise up his spine. The next second, he was kicked out of the cave. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Wushuang shuddered and awoke from his epiphany. He slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes were shining. What is this place? Jiang Wushuang opened her eyes and looked at her unfamiliar surroundings, her brows furrowed slightly with a puzzled expression. This was no longer a ladder of rule-order illusion, but instead a vast and sprawling grotto. All around it stood various jade pillars. Each jade pillar exuded a palpitating aura, and its surface was engraved with dense, complicated and arcane runes. They exuded a vast might that could not help but inspire awe in one's heart. Scattered on the ground were some crystalline skeletons, not many in number, but something extraordinary. These skeletons emitted a faint glow, as bright as the twinkling stars in the night sky. They may have once belonged to those great beings, but now they are just this remnant, quietly waiting for the years to erode them. These corpses are at the lowest level of Saint God 9th grade strength. Jiang Wushuang's heart fluttered as he secretly smacked his lips. He stood up and swept his eyes around the grotto, but there was nothing there. However, right at this moment, Jiang Wushuang suddenly noticed a bronze door in front of him. The rust was mottled with traces of age, and it had been weathered, but it still exuded a thick and bleak atmosphere. Curious in his heart, Jiang Wushuang took a step towards the bronze door. He was going to knock on the bronze door and find out what was going on. The bronze door was knocked on with a dull thud. He then worked his spiritual energy to try to push open the bronze door. However, the bronze door was unresponsive. Just as Jiang Wushuang was about to leave, suddenly, the bronze door unexpectedly opened on its own. The door that had been closed for a long time suddenly opened, causing Jiang Wushuang to be startled. Click! When the bronze door opened, a black space presented itself. Jiang Wushuang hesitated for a moment, but still walked into the bronze door. The moment one stepped through the bronze door, the scene in front of one's eyes changed drastically. Jiang Wushuang only felt his eyes open up and a magnificent scene came into view. He stepped on the earth, the mountains and rivers, the sun, the moon and the stars, and the flying birds and beasts in the sky. Endless scenes emerged in front of his eyes. Shocking. And that's not all. Swish! With a flash of his body, he instantly moved a distance of 1,000 feet and arrived in front of a lofty and towering palace complex. Jiang Wushuang raised his head to look at the majestic and towering palace complex. Only that these palace clusters were dilapidated and had long since decayed, even collapsing into pieces of rubble, dusty and devastated. Outside the palace complex, there was a layer of hazy immortal mist shrouding the scene within. Jiang Wushuang frowned and was just about to move on when suddenly, a terrifying and incomparable feeling of oppression swept through his body. Only a group of humanoid statues were seen not far away, lifelike, with various postures showing. If it was just this, it would be just that. The frightening thing was that Jiang Wushuang heard a sound similar to a beating heart. This sound comes from the statues. The sound after sound was like the beating of war drums, deafening and reaching out to the heart. Jiang Wushuang's face froze in a split second. Could it be that these statues were all alive? He diffused his divine sense and wanted to test it, but he was shocked to find that his divine sense couldn't penetrate the immortal mist and was blocked. Leave.
A faint voice rang out from the immortal mist with weakness and anxiety. Get away from. The voice sounded again, its tone a few points heavier. This caused Jiang Wushuang's face to change abruptly. Who is calling me? Quickly, go. The voice broke off with a strong sense of unease and anxiety, urging Jiang Wushuang to hurry up and leave. What is this place? Jiang Wushuang asked. And who are you? However, there was no answer. The breath faded, and so did that sound. Jiang Wushuang looked at the statues, his eyes flickering. He could sense that the sound was coming from these statues. Chapter 070, Underneath a Great Evil. There must be a great treasure. Buzz. Suddenly, Jiang Wushuang's figure moved violently, taking a step out, his entire body emitting a dazzling and eye-catching spiritual light, just like a burning star, causing people to not dare to look directly at him, only to see him clenching his fists, gathering the surging spiritual energy in his body into his fists in a steady stream and smashing them fiercely in front with a thunderous momentum. Only heard a loud bang. The statue even instantly exploded, turning into countless fragments splashing around. However, in the blink of an eye, the broken pieces of the statue looked as if they were attracted by some mysterious force, quickly reassembling together and restoring themselves to their original appearance, as if they had never suffered any damage. Jiang Wushuang's pupils shrunk. Even this attack didn't have the slightest effect on these statues. I really don't believe it. Immediately afterward, an aftershock rippled as Jiang Wushuang condensed a sword aura with one hand and chopped out a powerful sword aura, destroying the statue once again. However, the shattered statues still reorganized and took shape, flawless, and could not be harmed in the slightest. Kind of interesting. The corners of Jiang Wushuang's mouth sketched a smile as his eyes blossomed with sharp essence. He took a deep breath, and his spiritual energy rolled around his body like an angry tide rushing through his body, his aura soaring. Chop! In the next moment, Jiang Wushuang let out a long whistle. His right palm slapped down horizontally in the air, and the spiritual light converged, transforming into a giant sword in the sky, ruthlessly chopping down. Rumble! After a thunderous explosion, the statues shattered and turned into debris that spilled out. The next second, however, more debris reassembled and molded itself, flawless and untouched. How come? Jiang Wushuang frowned, his face cloudy. Soon, a smirk appeared on his face. Since he couldn't break it, he would pack it all away. If you're here, you can't go back empty-handed. However, what Jiang Wushuang had never expected was that what happened next was completely beyond his expectations. Whether one used a sacred storage ring or a sacred storage bag, surprisingly, none of them were able to contain the statues. Just as he was at his wit's end, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He quickly reached into his arms and took out the great desolate coiled dragon cauldron. This tripod artifact exuded a mysterious and powerful aura, and had always been one of his most cherished treasures. With a mindset of trying, Jiang Wushuang exerted the unique suction power of the great desolate dragon coiling cauldron, secretly praying in his heart that it would succeed. Surprisingly, under the powerful attractive effect of the great desolate coiled dragon cauldron, those statues that were originally unable to be stored finally began to be slowly sucked into it. Seeing this, Jiang Wushuang couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, and at the same time, he also looked at the great desolate dragon coiling tripod more and more differently. He retrieved the great desolate coiled dragon tripod, then without hesitation, he turned around and sped towards the depths of the haze. His figure was like electricity, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the thick fog, leaving behind only a string of faint residual shadows. Half an hour later, an imposing giant city surfaced within Jiang Wushuang's line of sight. Why has the city not been destroyed? Jiang Wushuang's eyes were puzzled. This ancient and stately city, like a jewel honed through the ages, exudes a strong historical flavor. The city wall is towering, majestic, ancient and vicissitudes. Each piece of masonry carries the memory of the years. He stood silently beneath the walls, his eyes gazing upward. What you see in front of you is horrifying. The city walls are covered with shocking traces of bloody killings. These traces were intricate and complicated. Some of them were deep marks left by the fierce chopping of swords, spears, axes and battle axes, while others were caused by the chopping of the powerful sword chi and the mighty sword dipper. Every trace seemed to be telling people about a thrilling battle, revealing endless tragedy and sadness. Those mottled bloodstains, broken masonry, all witnessed the city had experienced the storm. Standing here, it is as if you can feel the atmosphere of fierce fighting in those years, and hear the roar of the warriors and the clash of weapons. All this is enough to prove that there has been a fierce fight here. Yet it was puzzling that where there were ruins everywhere, the city was so well preserved, as if time had stood still here. The original set of heavy restrictions has been dissipated, lost all the defensive power, like being abandoned by the world, generally lonely and desolate. Traces of the years are branded on the city walls like carvings, mottled and interlaced, as if telling of the splendor and vicissitudes of the past.
And even more mysterious was the fact that those unnameable Tao marks quietly surfaced, like the most obscure codes in heaven and earth, waiting for a person of destiny to decipher them. What do these dowsing marks really mean? Are they some kind of message left behind by the former owners of this city? Or are they the imprints of the laws of heaven and earth in operation here? Jiang Wuxuan couldn't give an exact answer and could only use his imagination to figure out the deeper meaning. Come what may, go inside. With a thought, Jiang Wuxuan took out the great desolate coiling dragon cauldron and draped it around his body while taking a step into the city. Along the way, the wreckage was everywhere, but no corpses left from the great battle were found. However, there was a treasure light shining inside the city, or there was a divine splendor rushing skyward, and one could also feel the majestic spirituality, which had obviously been sacrificed by the cultivators. Jiang Wuxuan swept his way through the area, and there was nothing other than ruins. It wasn't until he neared the center position that he suddenly froze, a stunned look appearing on his face, only to see, above the ruins, stood a majestic stone hall. This stone hall covered an extremely vast area, tens of thousands of meters in size, and it was breathtaking. It was like a lofty beast perched on top of these ruins. The entire stone hall was supported by an incomparably thick stone pillar, whose diameter was feared to be more than a few 30 meters, giving people an indestructible feeling. The surface of the stone pillar was inscribed with densely packed strange patterns, which were intricate and complex, like ancient and long-lasting runes, emitting a mottled aura that had settled down over the years. However, the most striking thing was the mountain of corpses surrounding the stone hall. There were so many of these corpses that at a glance, it was impossible to count just how many there were. They sat cross-legged, their eyes rounded, their faces still retaining the fear and despair they felt before they died. Some of the corpses had blood spilling from the corners of their mouths, some had their bodies twisted and deformed, and others had weapons clenched in their hands, as if they were fighting to the death against some terrible enemy. Such a miserable death is so chilling that it's not hard to imagine what kind of tragic fate they suffered during their lifetime. It was as if this place was a land of the dead, with an eerie atmosphere that filled the heart with fear. Hiss! Even with Jiang Wuxuan's state of mind, he couldn't help but suck in cool air at this moment, his eyelids jumping wildly. It didn't look like the Great War was without dead people. All those dead people died here. But Jiang Wuxuan always believed in one thing. Underneath the great evil, there will be a great treasure. That statement is on full display at this moment. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a dull bell sounded in Jiang Wuxuan's ears. The bell wasn't loud, but it hit him hard in the middle of his mind like a heavy hammer, causing him to feel a stabbing pain beyond compare. The sound was very peculiar. He had never heard anything like it before. It was neither like the lilting morning bells and drums of the 10,000 Buddha cave nor the lilting Tao bells of the heavenly Tao sect. Jiang Wuxuan tried to portray this sound in words, but realized that he could not find the right words at all. It seemed to go beyond what one's hearing could perceive, carrying an air of mystery and antiquity. What's going on? Jiang Wuxuan was taken aback. What kind of spooky bell is that? It actually contains an unspeakable magic that can shake the heart. Chapter 071, a smear of the Tao trace of the immortal ancient era. The sound of this bell seemed to float from the distant past and stretched on endlessly. With the bell ringing, the entire city shook as a dull footstep came from the distance. Jiang Wuxuan followed the source of the footsteps and saw a dryad wearing black armor and a golden crown slowly approaching. This dryad, though long dead, exuded a suffocating oppression. It moved slowly, but at an extremely fast speed, and in an instant, it crossed a distance of hundreds of meters and appeared within Jiang Wuxuan's field of vision. Its face was blurred, with only two scarlet flames jumping about, staring at Jiang Wuxuan like a ghost, and a bronze battle sword swung towards him. Jiang Wuxuan's brows furrowed as he urged the great desolate coiling dragon cauldron to resist the blade. In an instant, that bronze battle sword collided with the great desolate dragon coiling tripod, erupting in brilliant sparks. Terrifying shockwaves spread out. A few spirit bricks crumbled, dust filled the sky, and Jiang Wuxuan's body swayed, taking 3 steps backward. His face fell. It wasn't because the dryad was too strong, but he realized that hordes of dryads were starting to appear around him. Each of these dry corpses was at the Saint God realm, with the lowest being around the 3rd grade. The sheer numbers are simply appalling. However, after a short encounter, Jiang Wuxuan sensed that these dry corpses did not perform divine abilities or secret arts, and fought entirely by instinct. As long as they dodged the attacks of the dryads, these dryads would not pose a threat to Jiang Wuxuan. It's that bell that's manipulating these dryads. Jiang Wuxuan immediately thought of that grand and solemn bell in his mind, and his eyes showed a cold aura. Don't want me to go into the stone hall? Then I'll just go in and show you. Afterwards, he revolved the undying scripture technique, and all of a sudden, Jiang Wuxuan's aura increased greatly, like an abyss or a prison. With a monstrous aura, the surging spiritual qi infused into the great desolate coiling dragon tripod,
causing it to become even more condensed and blossom with a brilliant and dazzling ebony light. Clang! In the next moment, the great desolate coiling dragon tripod once again met the dry corpse, and it violently collided with it, erupting into a terrifying sound, and a horrible wind swept in all directions. At the same time, Jiang Wuxuan stepped into the void, his body flashing, directly crossing over the group of dry corpses and stepping into the middle of the stone hall. Just after stepping into the stone hall, a roaring sound suddenly rang out, deafening the ears. A heaven-destroying and terrifying pressure enveloped Jiang Wuxuan, and he only felt like he was falling into the deep sea, with his blood flowing backward and his breathing short, as if he was imprisoned in place. He raised his eyes and his pupils narrowed, only to see the front placed 100 meters high black sarcophagus carved full of dense and complicated runes. Through the ancient pale atmosphere, as if the existence of many years, the years modeled, the vicissitudes of the atmosphere came. Around the pitch-black sarcophagus, there were 8 thick chains binding and fixing it in mid-air. Each chain emitted a faint golden glow and filled the room with a vast and majestic pressure. Taoist rhythms filled the air and divine splendor flew, showing the extraordinary origin of the 8 chains. Who's buried here? Jiang Wuxuan said darkly as he surveyed the sarcophagus, his gaze tinged with curiosity. The sarcophagus was inscribed with many inscriptions he had never seen before, filling it with an inexplicable mystery. Suddenly, he realized that there were also many not particularly clear inscriptions carved on the sarcophagus, which seemed to be used to record something. Curious, Jiang Wuxuan reached out to touch the sarcophagus. When his fingertips had just touched the sarcophagus, it blossomed with a ray of divine sunlight, transforming into a barrier that blocked him off, cutting off the probing of external objects. At the same time, Jiang Wuxuan only felt the image in front of him turn around, and the entire person arrived outside the stone hall. At this moment, the outside of the stone hall was completely different from what he had just seen, with 2 great emperors battling it out. One was a man in white, with 6 golden wheels behind his back, his body shrouded in a hazy mist. He was suspended in mid-air. His body was entwined with the light of thunder, exuding a berserk aura. The other was clad in yellow robes, holding a scepter and a crown on his head. His body was as great as a mountain, and every move he made seemed to be able to shake the dome of the sky. The cultivation of the 2 people was terrifying enough to suppress everything and look down upon the living beings of all races. Suddenly, the dome of the sky exploded. Thunderclouds rolled over, and a terrifying imperial might swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Immediately afterward, a golden spear tore through the thunderclouds and descended with boundless overbearing might, stabbing towards the man in white. It contained a terrifying destructiveness. Roar! The man in white let out a long whistle that resounded between heaven and earth, and his eyes flashed with a fiery light as if he wanted to burn the entire world. His fist was as heavy as a mountain, smashing out with a heaven-destroying power, only to see the fists destroying the gods. Unstoppable. The originally impenetrable golden lance was actually blown apart inch by this punch, turning into countless golden lights flying in all directions. However, right at this moment, an immense and incomparable seal suddenly appeared in the sky, covering the sky and the sun, as if it was going to envelop the entire heaven and earth. This large seal shone with dazzling thunder light, carrying endless thunder power towards the white-cloaked man in a vicious blast. In the face of such a terrifying attack, the man in white was undaunted. His body emitted a dazzling golden haze, and a piece of mysterious and ancient golden lines emerged on his body surface, which swam like spiritual snakes and emitted a palpitating aura. The man in white swung his fist once again. This punch contained the strength and will of his entire body, enough to break any bonds between heaven and earth. As he blasted out this fist, the entire heaven and earth trembled violently. An immense and incomparable fist print traversed the clouds like a rainbow through the sun, running through the entire sky. Wherever this fist print passed through, the void shattered and the walls of heaven and earth were hardened. The golden seal with infinite power even turned into pieces under this punch and dissipated into nothingness. It's a smudge of a Tao mark. This is the great battle that once took place. Jiang Wuxuan's eyes flickered as he took a deep breath, a strong shock surging in his heart. He realized that he was still within the stone hall at this moment, but what he saw in front of him was not a real scene, but rather a picture that the hall had revealed through some mysterious power that mirrored a fierce battle from the immortal ancient period. As he gradually understood all of this, he finally understood why there were so many dryads that had reached the saint god realm existing in the outside world. There was no doubt that they were the loyal guards who had once guarded this stone temple. The bell, on the other hand, was most likely the key signal used to awaken the residual will of these guards. He couldn't help but get lost in thought, trying to piece together more clues about this ancient battle and the story behind the stone temple. Every detail seemed to hold endless secrets waiting to be uncovered, and the more he felt he was inching closer to a startling truth. As his mind reached, Jiang Wuxuan's mind returned to the stone hall, and although he had not personally experienced the battle just now,
The images he had just seen were still imprinted in his mind, and it was difficult to dissipate for a long time.
It can't be an emperor's corpse in here, can it?
Jiang Wuxuan's eyes blazed as he looked at the sarcophagus and licked the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile as his heart thumped with excitement.
If that's the case, it's a great deal of money. But soon, Jiang Wuxuan's face turned green.
A bizarre ripple spread through the stone hall,
instantly wrapping around Jiang Wuxuan's body and pulling him in. What's going on? Jiang Wuxuan's eyes widened, scared out of her wits.
There was actually weird power here that could devour everything, even souls.
This is so weird.
Swish! The image in front of him changed abruptly, and Jiang Wuxuan appeared on the other side of the stone hall.
Chapter 072, Imperial Palace.
This was a zone of chaos, as if it was the scene at the beginning of the birth of the heavens and the earth, with everything in chaos and disorder. In the center of this chaos, a blurry shadow stood silently,
as if blending in with its surroundings.
The shadow looked mysterious and majestic, and he held a small, delicate bronze bell in his hand. Even though the bell looked small,
it emitted a suffocatingly terrifying wave, as if it contained endless power and secrets. Suddenly,
the shadow struck the bronze bell softly.
Dang!
A low, mellifluous bell sound came from the area.
The sound was not loud,
but it echoed throughout the chaos region like thunder. This bell sound was as empty and ancient as the beginning of heaven and earth,
carrying an ineffable sense of vicissitude and heaviness that shocked people's hearts.
As the sound of the bell spread,
a powerful force began to gush out from the bronze bell and spread out in all directions.
This power had a soul-capturing charm that one could not help but be attracted to, as if one wanted to inhale one's soul into it.
Under the influence of this force,
the mist in the zone of chaos began to tumble violently, forming a strange vortex,
as if echoing the rhythm of the bell. That shadow, on the other hand, always stood still,
his gaze traveling through the chaos,
seemingly seeing into the distant future.
The bronze bell in his hand continuously emitted a shocking chime, each chime bringing new changes and surges of power. It was this voice that had been urging the dryads on the periphery of the stone hall. Jiang Wuxuan had a great idea about this bronze bell. If he could get this bronze bell,
wouldn't all those dry corpses outside be his little brothers?
At that time, when he returned to the central region with these dry corpses,
wouldn't he be a god in the face of the gods and a Buddha in the face of the Buddhas? Thinking of this,
Jiang Wuxuan felt a little excited and couldn't wait to seize the bronze bell immediately. But Jiang Wuxuan still preserved some sanity in his heart. This place was too weird, not to mention whether or not he could get close to that shadow. The stone hall itself gave him a feeling of extreme danger.
What's more,
the most important thing he should do now was to find a way out and leave this hellish place before he could do so.
At that moment, the bronze bell shook out a ripple, and the entire ground shook violently.
The ground began to crack and a huge gully appeared,
and a piece of rock fell into it and annihilated into dust. Immediately after,
a huge object appeared in front of Jiang Wuxuan, causing him to suck in a mouthful of cool air and almost go limp,
because it was a terrifying and incomparable demonic beast,
covered in purple golden scale armor,
with purple lightning draped all over its body, 6 pairs of wings on its back,
and a head that was huge and hideous,
like a dragon's head and a lion's body.
The pair of vertical pupils were as dazzling and bright as 2 lanterns, exuding a terrifying and monstrous ferocious aura.
This is the 6-winged purple golden dragon mastiff.
Jiang Wuxuan cried out in shock, his face filled with horror. The demonic beast in front of him was clearly an emperor-level demonic beast, the 6-winged purple gold dragon mastiff.
Ow ho!
The 6-winged purple golden dragon mastiff opened its mouth and roared, emitting a deafening sound that caused the void to collapse as it rushed towards Jiang Wuxuan with its feet on thunder.
That horrifying body was like an ancient demonic mountain.
Every step the earth shook wildly.
Deafening roars resounded through this space.
Destructive energy swept through the 8 directions,
so that Jiang Wuxuan couldn't help but avoid the front for the time being.
Jiang Wuxuan's reaction speed was extremely fast,
and he executed the line character's secret to dodge it.
Rumble! The 6-winged purple gold dragon mastiff rushed into the ground, instantly causing the earth to collapse, and an incomparably deep and large crack appeared, terrifyingly boundless, as if it wanted to smash through the earth.
It's so strong,
but this one seems to have reached the 5th decline,
and its strength isn't at its full strength.
Jiang Wuxuan was surprised as he realized that although the 6-winged purple gold dragon mastiff in front of him was powerful, he had suffered heavy injuries, his body was weakening, his chi and blood were decaying, and his fighting strength was greatly reduced.
Regardless, even so, it still possessed extremely strong strength and a terrifying physical body.
Jiang Wuxuan's mind flowed as he summoned the bronze rusty sword and exerted the grass character sword skill with all his might, chopping at the 6-winged purple gold dragon mastiff. Extreme sword intent blossomed, sword chi was cold, a thick sword uncrossed the sky, splitting on the body of the 6-winged purple gold dragon mastiff, erupting with resounding sounds.
However,
These sword-ons could only leave faint scars on the six-winged purple gold dragon mastiff's body, and could not break through the defense at all. Jiang Wushuang frowned slightly, some disappointment in his heart. The six-winged purple golden dragon mastiff was simply too powerful. Even though it was already in a half-ruined state, its strength was still not to be underestimated. If it was in normal times, Jiang Wushuang might have retreated in the face of such a strong enemy, but now it was different, and he had no fear. The half-abandoned six-winged purple golden dragon mastiff, he had strong confidence to defeat, only to see his eyes flashing with determination. He rushed towards the six-winged purple golden dragon mastiff once again without any hesitation, and the bronze rusty sword in his hand was even waved continuously, launching attacks continuously. For Jiang Wushuang, this was a rare opportunity to hone his skills. As long as he was able to defeat this terrifying six-winged purple golden dragon mastiff in front of him, then his combat power would definitely be significantly increased. The six-winged purple golden dragon mastiff let out a deafening hiss. Its body was huge and mighty, and each of its scales shone with a mysterious light, only to see it violently swing a huge claw, carrying a palpitatingly terrifying might towards Jiang Wushuang and slapping fiercely. Jiang Wushuang was undaunted as his entire body radiated a powerful aura, and he went head-to-head with the six-winged purple gold dragon mastiff. The moment the two collided, bright and dazzling sparks erupted, as if they were brilliantly blossoming like the primordial divine sky. At this moment, the divine sunlight surged, as if the purest light in heaven and earth had converged here. The 9 Dharma real bodies behind Jiang Wushuang appeared at the same time, each of them exuding unrivaled pressure and light, and together they killed the six-winged purple golden dragon mastiff. These Dharma real bodies were either majestic and solemn, agile and ethereal, or domineering, each possessing unique powers and divine abilities. The 9 Dharma real bodies and the six-winged purple golden dragon mastiff engaged in a thrilling battle, with light and shadow interlacing and energy stirring. The entire space was shaken by the intense battle, as if it was about to be torn apart. Clang! The sound of gold and iron clashing spread throughout the entire space, and the terrifying energy raged, shattering the surrounding rock walls, and a large amount of debris flew, making the scene very terrifying. This scene drew the attention of those dryads outside, converging towards here. People, die, die! The six-winged purple gold dragon mastiff hissed, its scarlet eyes erupting with icy killing intent as its aura grew more and more severe. Jiang Wushuang also felt the pressure multiply, urging the 9 great Dharma phases of the true body. A piece of supreme treasure flew out from the storage bag, draped with all kinds of runic symbols, killing, and fighting with the six-winged purple and gold dragon mastiff. This was the ultimate attack, hitting the space and shattering it inch by inch. The terrifying energy swept through the 8 directions, and the entire underground palace trembled non-stop, as if it would collapse at any time. The six-winged purple golden dragon mastiff's body was injured in many places, and blood stained its body red, but it was not the least bit fearless, and its eyes became more and more crimson, filled with cruelty and violence. It stared at Jiang Wushuang and spat out true words. A Dao sound exploded and transformed into a divine chain of order that ran through the heavens and wrapped around Jiang Wushuang. Chapter 073, Suppressing Six-Winged Purple Golden Dragon Mastiff. Jiang Wushuang's heart was shocked, and he used the line character secret to dodge these divine chains, but he was still grazed by a strand of the divine chains, and his shoulder instantly crumbled, and there was blood spilling into the air. The six-winged purple golden dragon mastiff roared repeatedly, blasting down punch after punch with vast power, each attack accompanied by terrifying lightning and purple golden divine haze, enveloping Jiang Wushuang in and blocking off all paths of retreat. Jiang Wushuang roared, using the great desolate dragon coiling tripod to fend off, a terrifying pattern lighting up around his body, blocking these attacks. Thunder and flames intertwined and flooded the area, creating an area of blazing heat and destruction. The six-winged purple golden dragon mastiff was furious. It raised its voice to the sky and shook the 8 directions. The terrifying sound waves spread out and made the entire underground palace tremble. It opened its mouth and sprayed. A cloud of purple and gold light erupted, transforming into a purple and gold lance that pierced through, carrying a destructive force that tore through space as if it was going to pierce through Jiang Wushuang's chest. "You're not making any sense." Jiang Wushuang's gaze was like a torch. His right hand poked out. His palm fingers were crystal clear. He pinched his seal and formed a seal, and in an instant, a golden vein emerged, condensing into an arcane formation. "Shun!" Jiang Wushuang softly shouted as a majestic soul force surged out from his mind and merged within the formation diagram, instantly blossoming with a 10,000-foot light, binding that purple gold lance. Roar! The six-winged purple golden dragon mastiff hissed and struggled, trying to break free. However, this mysterious formation diagram was too overbearing, firmly trapping that violet gold lance and preventing it from moving the slightest bit. Seeing this scene, Jiang Wushuang revealed a smile. Between the flipping of the fingers, The arcane formation chart rotated violently, blossoming with infinite golden light, with runes fluttering in the sky, vaguely forming a huge golden phantom that filled the air with terrifying power. Kill! Jiang Wuxuan once again let out a low cry as the golden phantom lifted his large hand and slapped it down, covering the sky as a terrifying energy storm raged, directly crushing that purple gold spear. Boo! Immediately afterward, the huge hand of the Dharma phase slapped on the body of the six-winged purple golden dragon mastiff, slapping the six-winged purple golden dragon mastiff down on the ground on the spot. The six-winged purple golden dragon mastiff wailed, and a lot of its scales and armor fell off, with blood flowing out. Ow! The six-winged purple golden dragon mastiff hissed and wailed in pain. Still, it struggled frantically, trying to get up, but would Jiang Wuxuan let it succeed? He offered up several saint soldiers, simultaneously urging his own soul saint core, adding it to the saint soldiers, erupting with terrifying might and ruthlessly stabbing into the six-winged purple golden dragon mastiff's body. Blood splattered wildly, and the six-winged purple golden dragon mastiff let out a miserable scream. Jiang Wuxuan rode on his victory, catalyzing his own sacred core, instilling even stronger power, and frantically attacking against the six-winged purple golden dragon mastiff. A series of dense bursts of sound came out, and the six-winged purple gold dragon mastiff was soaked in blood, dripping with blood, and his body shook and fell down, dying. Roar! The six-winged purple gold dragon mastiff let out a hiss of grief and anger, a pair of blood-colored pupils covered in blood, staring at Jiang Wuxuan with a deadly stare, itching to eat him up. Sinner! Jiang Wuxuan coldly shouted. His feet stepped on the void and swooped down. A law symbol pulsed, wrapping the six-winged purple gold dragon mastiff. Afterwards, he cast a secret technique to imprison the energy within the six-winged purple golden dragon mastiff, preventing it from using its power. The six-winged purple gold dragon mastiff roared madly, but it was of no help at all. It could only glare at Jiang Wuxuan angrily, but there was nothing it could do at all. You still have a conscious existence. Tell me, what is this place? Originally, Jiang Wuxuan was planning to directly suppress the six-winged purple gold dragon mastiff, but he suddenly felt that this ferocious beast had not completely fallen, and perhaps knew the secrets of this place. Ow! The six-winged purple gold dragon mastiff did not speak, but only stared angrily at Jiang Wuxuan, as if it was itching to eat him alive. Stubborn. Jiang Wuxuan's face was icy cold as he took out a jade slip, ready to brand the information and search for something in its memory. The eyes of the six-winged purple golden dragon mastiff were red, and as it watched Jiang Wuxuan take out the jade slip, it actually broke through the seal, broke free of a little gap, and grabbed over with a claw, actually trying to take away the jade slip in Jiang Wuxuan's hand. This caused Jiang Wuxuan to frown and quickly dodged away to avoid taking heavy damage. Seek death. Jiang Wuxuan's gaze was cold, and he blasted down with a fist, his fist energy surging, and it blasted on the claws of the six-winged purple golden dragon mastiff, and there was a crunching sound, and one of the six-winged purple golden dragon mastiff's sharp claws snapped off in response to the sound, and crashed down to the ground. The six-winged purple golden dragon mastiff let out a mournful wailing sound, and his eyes became blood red, as if he had gone mad. Soul search. Jiang Wuxuan once again activated the secret method, and a golden symbol shot out, surging towards the head of the six-winged purple gold dragon mastiff, trying to invade its mind to find news about this secret realm. However, when a golden symbol collided with the head of the six-winged purple golden dragon mastiff, Jiang Wuxuan found that there was a layer of strange energy blocking his spiritual power from seeping in, making it difficult to shake. Humph! Jiang Wuxuan snorted coldly, unwilling to stop there, and continued to try twice more, both resulting in no success, and even almost being reversed, causing him to stifle a grunt. However, this also gave him a wake-up call. The six-winged purple gold dragon mastiff divine soul really seemed to have a mysterious energy guarding it, not wanting people to explore its memories. But he's not convinced. Jiang Wuxuan once again urged the spell. This time, he mobilized all of his spiritual energy, just like an ocean pouring down, rushing towards the six-winged purple golden dragon mastiff's sea of consciousness in an overwhelming manner. In an instant, the six-winged purple gold dragon mastiff's sea of consciousness set off monstrous waves of golden light, incomparably dazzling. Rolling energy swept, and vast divine thoughts impacted in all directions, causing the emptiness of this secret realm to tremble violently. Under this strong spiritual pressure, Jiang Wuxuan finally saw a corner of the past clearly. It was a palm that covered the entire sky, covering the 9 heavens and 10 earths, containing terrifying and extreme energy fluctuations, like the hand of a heavenly god descending from the high heavens. Just touching a little bit made the six-winged purple golden dragon mastiff spit out a mouthful of blood. His injuries became more and more serious, and his figure was about to disintegrate. At the same time, an unspeakable feeling struck. The feeling was very complicated.
with endless emotions of horror and trepidation and despair, as if it had encountered the most terrifying enemy, causing it to tremble. Suddenly, it let out a heart-rending scream, its eyes scarlet as blood, as if it had fallen into a state of madness, struggling madly, as if it was suffering from great torment. In the end, it was suppressed in the depths of the underground palace, without any more sound, as if it had already fallen. Only a smattering of suppressed memories? Jiang Wuxuang's brows furrowed as he searched through the six-winged purple gold dragon mastiff's sea of consciousness, but he still did not find anything, only endless despair and a strand of residual memory. This residual memory is vague, like an image of what just happened, but it seems like a different past memory. This made Jiang Wuxuang quite disappointed. Chapter 074, Sacred Dao Rhyme. Impact on Paramount Emperor. Roar! The six-winged purple golden dragon mastiff was breathless and crouched on the ground, his body stained with blood, like a dying wild dog. But even so, it still stared viciously at Jiang Wuxuang, filled with hateful fury, only that he was already about to run out of gas. And now with the addition of Jiang Wuxuang's soul search, the little Yuan Qi left was getting smaller and smaller, nearly exhausted, and his breath was weakening, so it was obvious that he would not be able to hold out for long. Seeing this, Jiang Wuxuang said indifferently, "Let's give you a ride." He raised his hand and swung, a sword-on swept through, poofing through the neck of the six-winged purple gold dragon mastiff, blood gurgling and billowing up with a thick fishy odor. Bang! The six-winged purple gold dragon mastiff's huge body collapsed with a loud bang, its eyes glaring as if it was dying, its Yuan Qi completely burned out, and it finally turned into a dry corpse. Ding dong! Killed the six-winged purple golden dragon mastiff. Receive a systematic reward, Holy Dao Rhyme. The system alert sounded into Jiang Wuxuang's ears, and a joyful look appeared on his face. With the Dao Rhyme, one could try to impact a paragon. Jiang Wuxuang collected his expression and began to look for a way out of this dungeon. Due to the great battle just now, the underground palace had long been shattered, and he quickly returned to the place where the sarcophagus was placed. Only the sarcophagus had disappeared into thin air, and along with it, the dark shadow holding the bronze bell had also disappeared. Gone? Jiang Wuxuang's brows furrowed as his divine sense spread out, scanning the entire underground palace. There were no clues other than those crumbling walls. It seems that this secret realm really does exist in an unusual way, so let's find the way out first. Jiang Wuxuang thought for a moment and turned around to head forward. As he stepped, there were potholes and vaguely mangled remains all along the way. Jiang Wuxuang moved forward carefully. These remains were all very old, stained with the aura of age. Moreover, there were also some skeletons with dark patches on them. What a weird spotting. Jiang Wuxuang narrowed his eyes, sensing the danger contained in this speck. He did not touch it directly, but bypassed it. After walking towards the front for a few moments, he came to an uncharted territory, where the walls were even more dilapidated, many of them having collapsed, with only some thick stone pillars left to support them. Just how big is this dungeon? Jiang Wuxuang furrowed his brows and his expression became grave. This dungeon was so big that there was no way to find your way past it inch by inch, and the only way out was perhaps to go one way. As he made his way forward, the mottled marks on the walls became clearer and clearer, with a series of footprints extending all the way to the unknown area ahead. Jiang Wuxuang observed carefully. This string of footprints, although they looked disorganized, they actually contained a pattern, with layers of Dao rhythms remaining, like a perfect pattern. Jiang Wuxuang's heart was pounding. What kind of living creature is this? To think that even its footprints are so powerful. Jiang Wuxuang marveled. Each footprint contained a strand of Dao. This was by far the strongest person he had ever encountered. Even if it was just the remnants of some footprints, it was frightening enough. If the other party was alive, what kind of a great existence would it be? However, Jiang Wuxuang's Taoist heart was sturdy and he quickly discarded his inner distractions and carefully studied the string of footprints. He tried to gain insight into the mysteries of the footprints, deducing the power of will that the string of footprints contained. Time passed quietly as Jiang Wuxuang immersed himself in cultivation. After a long time, he opened his eyes, which were as deep as stars, with a hint of bright luster. Although he hadn't gotten anything substantial, his certainty of stepping into the quasi-emperor realm had increased a few more points. Moving on, the footprints disappeared. Disappear from here? Is this the place to leave this dungeon? Jiang Wuxuang stopped and looked around, not finding anything special. Right at this moment, the familiar power of rules landed and enveloped his entire body. At once, his form slowly dissolved, as if swallowed up by some kind of space. When he reappeared again, he had already returned to the ladder where the rule order was illuminated, and he was standing on top of the 999th step. Is this for me to step on? Jiang Wuxuang raised an eyebrow, blazing sharpness blooming in his gaze, and then he stepped onto the ladder. In a flash, the sky spins. At this moment,
It was as if the entire desolate ancient mysterious realm was torn apart by a large invisible hand,
and huge cracks continued to spread,
emitting heart-pounding sounds,
accompanied by a roar.
A world-shattering energy storm was like a ferocious beast, sweeping in with a destructive force, and wherever it passed, the void was shattered and everything was turned into ashes. The originally calm void was suddenly flooded with layers of ripples, as if a stone had been thrown into the surface of a calm lake, causing gusts of fluctuations.
Immediately afterward,
countless mysterious and ancient symbols emerged from the void, and these symbols shone with a strange light that was as bright and dazzling as stars.
They intertwine, creating a brilliant and colorful picture. At the same time, a grand and solemn Tao sound rang out,
as if it was like a great bell ringing through the heavens,
deafening the ears. The Tao sound contained endless mysteries and philosophies, giving off an ineffable aura of holiness.
It swept through the 8 directions and spread throughout the world, seemingly announcing to the world that some great being was about to descend.
What's going on? Someone got a big chance? Who is this? Should it be possible that Jiang Wushuang has gained a great opportunity again?
A crowd of celestials were astonished as they were mesmerized by this scene.
Right at this moment, the void trembled, and that one rune suddenly erupted with brilliant light, illuminating the dim void. Immediately afterward, those runes quickly flew out and converged into a brilliant curtain of light.
This is a great opportunity. Quickly observe.
At this time, someone let out a low gulp, excited to the extreme.
As soon as the words fell, all of those heavenly prides revealed an excited and scorching glow as they sat down on their knees, running their gong methods and trying to comprehend this piece of rune.
This sight is too rare.
After all, most of the opportunities within the desolate ancient mysteries were very hidden and had never been so revealed.
It's ancient law. Once cultivated, one could dominate a party with monstrous might. No one wants to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The light is so bright that it pierces the eyes.
The crowd of celestial pride were immersed in this strange space, feeling the subtlety of these runes.
Meanwhile, Jiang Wushuang was also immersed in this feeling. He closed his eyes and let the Tao rhythms in his body surge, resonating with these runes. Feeling this marvelous space, Tao rhymes intertwine, Tao marks entwine. This is a trace of the great Tao, an even more advanced existence than Tao rhymes.
Suddenly, Jiang Wushuang's heart cried out furiously as waves of shock were set off in his mind.
At the same time, he began to fuse the sacred cores, preparing to directly impact the quasi-emperor realm.
Intending to use these marks of the great Tao to sharpen his body and step into the quasi-emperor realm.
Chapter 075, Stepping into the Quasi-Emperor. Rumble. The heaven and earth transformed,
and Jiang Wushuang felt as if he was in chaos. He sensed the supreme principle of heaven and earth,
and it was as if he himself had transformed into a cosmic starry sky. Is this the quasi-emperor realm? He murmured, his eyes confused and lost in thought, seemingly forgetting everything.
I don't know how long it took, but Jiang Wushuang's body trembled violently as he woke up,
and 2 beams of stern essence light exploded out like substance. Boom! With a loud bang,
a surge of energy erupted from him,
destroying everything around him.
He broke through and reached the level of a quasi-emperor.
A bright smile appeared on Jiang Wushuang's face, and in this instant,
he felt himself transformed.
Ding dong!
Congratulations to the host for reaching the quasi-emperor realm.
Start of system update. 12%, 24%, 30%, 40%, 60%, 70%. The system's voice resounded in Jiang Wushuang's mind. Immediately afterward, a brilliant haze of light showered down, enveloping him in it. Jiang Wushuang's aura climbed upward,
leaping from the early quasi-emperor stage to the peak mid-quasi-emperor level. And that's just the beginning.
Buzz off!
Accompanied by a thunder-like roar resounding from within his body, only to see a bright and dazzling golden rune continuously emerge from his body and branded into the void. These golden runes shone with dazzling light, emitting extremely powerful and majestic energy fluctuations, as if they were going to envelop the entire world. Jiang Wushuang didn't change his face as he took a step forward. As he took this step, the entire ladder immediately began to shake violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. At the same time, Jiang Wushuang's body also began to slowly pull up at a speed visible to the naked eye,
becoming even more slender.
His skin became snow-white and crystalline, as delicate and smooth as sheep's fat white jade, and his entire body blossomed with a layer of mysterious and splendid divine radiance, setting him off as more and more majestic and solemn,
sacrosanct and inviolable. This is a quasi-emperor? Yun Tianya, who was guarding the entrance of the cave, looked shocked to the extreme, a pair of eyes staring immensely, full of disbelief, his mouth open wide enough to stuff down an egg. He really couldn't figure out why such a terrifying and powerful aura had suddenly appeared inside this weird and incomparable cave. This kind of aura even made him feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. He knew who was inside, but couldn't believe that Jiang Wushuang had broken through to quasi-emperor at this. Moreover,
This aura of stepping into the quasi-emperor was surprisingly so powerful. Jiang Wushuang's aura grew stronger and stronger, and with every step he took, the void followed and trembled violently, a crackling sound resounding through the heavens and earth. Finally, after half an hour, Jiang Wushuang walked to the top, and a grandiose to the extreme aura spread out, flooding the entire heaven and earth. Boom! Immediately afterward, a ray of light shot out from the cave, penetrating through heaven and earth. At this moment, Jiang Wushuang opened his eyes, his pupils deep, containing the sun, moon, and stars as endless arcane inscriptions flowed. His aura became even more terrifying, like the revival of a Gai dynasty king. I shall be the prospective emperor. Jiang Wushuang opened his mouth indifferently, his eyes filled with a touch of disdainful arrogance, filled with infinite dominance. He took a step out and came to the edge of the cave, looking at Yun Tianya who was guarding the cave entrance, and said indifferently, "Let's go. You can leave now. This is good." Yun Tianya nodded and turned to follow Jiang Wushuang away. 3000 road states. Ginger family land. At this very moment, Jiang Ming's brows furrowed as he looked at the several elders of the great powers in front of him and said indifferently, "What do you think is wrong with my son?" Long parent elder's face was incredibly gloomy as he rebuked Jiang Ming. "Your Jiang family's Jiang Wushuang has been stirring up trouble in the central region, and has already caused dissatisfaction among all the forces. So aren't you afraid that they'll rehash what happened back then?" Hearing his words, many people around him were talking. "Humph. So what?" Jiang Ming snorted coldly. "Jiang Wushuang is the divine son of my Jiang clan and my Jiang Ming's son. Anything he does represents my Jiang clan and has nothing to do with your Long clan." The dragon family elder was just about to continue his scolding, but was interrupted by another person. Well, there's no need to argue, only to see this middle-aged man stand up. He was stout, with sword brows and tiger eyes, majestic, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. He looked at the Long family elder and said, "We didn't come here today to quarrel with the Jiang family." With a cold snort, the dragon family elder shut up. "Shu Xiong, don't take yourself back too much." The Qin patriarch slammed the table as he glared angrily at Chu Xiong and chided. "In the entire 3000 Taoist prefecture, who doesn't know that your Chu family's Chu madness has become a traitor to Jiang Wushuang? Qin Yu, does your Qin family want to go to war?" At those words, Chu Xiong's face was ugly to the extreme. "Humph, don't compare me to the trash of your Chu family." Qin Yu sneered and smiled, his eyes flashing with icy killing intent. "Today, several of our powers are here to discuss letting the Jiang family give a statement. You Chu family should not interfere." "Oh, what does the Jiang family need to say?" Just as Jiang Ming's brows furrowed, an indifferent voice was transmitted. Everyone followed the sound. At that moment, the eyes of the Jiang family members narrowed slightly, only to see, in front of them, a line of hundreds of people walking slowly in this direction. They were plainly dressed and generally low-key, with no special markings, but each of them exuded a vast and strong aura. This aura caused the Jiang family members to be shaken. After all, this group of people gave them an unusual feeling. Only no one knew the identity of the group, not knowing if they were friend or foe. The Qin family elder stared at them with a gloomy face and drank. "Who are you?" Central region. 4 Elephant Hall. A green-robed middle-aged man stepped out and opened his mouth indifferently, his gaze calmly gazing at the crowd of the Jiang family. "Today, we have come here on the orders of the palace lord, to specially assist the Jiang family." The words were not loud, but all the people present were able to hear them clearly. 4 Elephant Hall? The crowd frowned, their hearts greatly shocked and puzzled at the same time. How do they know about the Kong family? And when did the Jiang family get involved with the 4 Elephant Palace? In the past, they might not have placed the scattered 4 Elephant Hall in their eyes, but now they had heard that the 4 Elephant Hall's hall master had returned, so all of them were throwing their weight around for a while. Qin Yu and the others glanced at each other and cursed damnation in their hearts, originally thinking that they could threaten the Jiang family a sum of money with the name of their 6 great families, but they didn't expect the forces of the central region to intervene again. Although they didn't have to fear the Jiang and Chu families when they joined forces, there was still a Nangong family that they needed to be afraid of. So they all hesitated when they learned that the 4 Elephant Palace was meddling in this matter. Jiang Ming asked suspiciously, "Your Excellency is?" He did not detect the slightest fluctuation of breath from this person, who seemed to be just a mortal. The middle-aged man said, "Situ Feng, 4 Elephant Hall Master?" Qin Yu's pupils shrunk violently and he lost his voice and screamed out, and the faces of the others also changed. Stuart Wind. This is a big name. However, they soon detected a hint of something wrong. Why was Situ Feng, who had single-handedly founded the 4 Elephant Hall, saying that he was following the orders of the Hall Master? Chapter 076. How dare you touch my in-laws? Are you really Temple Master Situ? Dragon family elder Long Ziyuan frowned.
since this person in front of him was Situfeng. Why would Situfeng say that he was under the orders of the palace master? This was somewhat contradictory. I'm naturally Situfeng. I've been ordered by the 4-Elephant Hall master to come and assist Zhang. Situfeng remained calm and said, your guesses were right. The 4-Elephant Hall has a new hall master. These words sounded calm and unassuming, but falling into the ears of the crowd set off shocking waves. The 4-Elephant Hall has a new hall master? Whether it was the Zhang clan or several other desolate ancient families, all of them were shaken. To be able to become the 4-Elephant Hall master at the head of Situfeng, this person's strength was definitely not simple. Even, they vaguely felt an oppression. Your 4-Elephant Hall isn't afraid of our 3,000 Daoist prefecture's 6 great families joining forces? Long Ziyuan said in a deep voice, his voice carrying a questioning tone. What a mouthful. At this time, Zhang Yu, the third ancestor of the Zhang clan, stepped out from the void as he snorted coldly. You think my Zhang clan is easy to bully? 3 ancestors of the Zhang family. The faces of the crowd changed in unison. Are you juniors thinking that our Zhang family's great ancestor and second ancestor are in seclusion? And only I, the third oldest, am holding up the fort, so you're easy to bully? Zhang Yu's gaze was indifferent as he swept around, finally resting on Long Ziyuan's body. If you guys want to look for trouble, feel free to let your horses come over. I'd like to see how capable you are. Zhang Yu, do you really consider yourself Zhang Yuan? Such a big mouth? A snort came from the void as 18 figures. It appeared at the same time and descended above the Zhang family. Their gazes converged on Zhang Yu's body, revealing mocking colors. Are those 2 old things from the Zhang family still in seclusion? An old man said with a cold smile. He wore black and white robes, his breath was deep, and his cloudy eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Zhang Yu's face was incredibly gloomy as he said coldly, Long Wu, better keep your mouth clean. What do you think the 18 of us joined forces here for? Long Wu laughed disdainfully. It's nothing more than because we know your Zhang family's secrets and are preparing to exterminate the Zhang family. Ha ha ha. These words made Zhang Yu unable to stop himself from laughing, and he directly laughed up to the sky. What are you laughing at? Long Wu's face was grim as he looked at him in anger. As the same 8 draconic ancient family, do you really think that our Zhang family is easy to bully? A cold and stern smile gradually surfaced above Zhang Yu's face. A smile that seemed to contain endless killing intent and majesty. Immediately afterward, his footsteps gently moved. Just such a tiny movement, but it triggered a shocking and drastic change. In an instant, a palpitatingly terrifying spiritual energy erupted from Zhang Yu's body like a volcanic eruption, and that powerful force was like a raging torrent that instantly swept across the entire Zhang clan area. As this terrifying spiritual power erupted, all of the formations in the entire Zhang clan area were awakened and shone with dazzling light. These formations quickly revolved, and in the blink of an eye, they transformed into an immense and incomparable chain, which rose up in the air like a giant dragon and wrapped around the surrounding buildings with a thunderous momentum. Each chain shone with mysterious runes and light, and they were tightly intertwined, forming an impenetrable defense. At the same time, deafening roars resounded from all parts of the Zhang clan. This voice was like thunder from the 9 heavens, resounding through the clouds, causing people to tremble. The entire area of the Zhang clan was enveloped by this powerful force, plunging into a tense and solemn atmosphere. A disdainful smile appeared on Long Wu's face as he said with a sneer, Zhang Yu, did you not think that you are qualified to stop us because Zhang Yuan and Zhang Xian are not here? His voice was filled with mockery and contempt, as if he was laughing at Zhang Yu's insouciance. At the same time, the remaining 17 people also released their powerful auras, pressing towards Zhang Yu like mountains. These people were all the ancestors of the 6 great desolate ancient families, and all of them were extremely powerful, each of them having the cultivation of the peak of the 9th grade of Saint God. Zhang Yu's aura was immediately suppressed, but he didn't retreat at all. Instead, he stared at the other party even more fiercely and said in a chilling voice, try it then. Rumble. A formation operated, a rune flashed up, and the Zhang family's defense power increased by more than several times. At the same time, Situfeng raised his hand and slapped out a palm. Terrifying spiritual energy surged and condensed into a huge handprint, grabbing towards Long Wu and the others. Seek death. Kill. The 18 figures moved at the same time, each of them exuding a powerful aura, like surging waves converging into a torrent, lunging towards Situfeng's handprint. Although these people weren't as powerful as Situfeng, they held desolate ancient supreme treasures in their hands and carried the power of their family inheritance on their backs. These treasures and legacies had doubled their confidence, and they were fearless even in the face of strong enemies. In an instant, the entire sky above the Zhang clan was enveloped by that furious to the extreme aura. This aura was like a ferocious beast, wantonly trampling everything around it. A magnificent building was reduced to rubble in the blink of an eye, with countless rubble flying in the sky, as if the end had come. However, In the midst of this chaos, Situ Feng and Jiang Yu remained standing, their eyes firm and calm, as if they had long anticipated that this battle would be so fierce. One by one, the disciples of the Jiang clan looked terrified and moved away from the core range of the battle. How dare you! How dare you touch my in-laws! Right at this moment, one could only see Nangong Xian's body standing upright like a pine, standing steadily in the void, countless mysterious rays of light flickering beneath his feet, as if they were the convergence of 10,000 divine auras. Two supreme treasures of the Nangong clan surrounded his body, emitting a powerful aura that made people not dare to look directly at him, and behind him, endless runes shone, as bright and dazzling as the stars, displaying an unrivaled domineering aura. His appearance was as if a dazzling star had descended into the world, attracting everyone's attention. His breath was as majestic and surging as the abyssal sea, giving an irresistible sense of pressure that was so daunting that even breathing became difficult. With the arrival of Nangong Xian, the entire situation instantly changed drastically. The already tense atmosphere became even more gloomy, as if a storm was coming. The faces of the 18 desolate ancient family ancestors became unusually ugly as they were secretly shocked in their hearts, not expecting Nangong Xian to be so powerful. However, the 18 desolate ancient family ancestors at this moment did not have the slightest bit of fear. They were well aware of the purpose of coming here today and had long been fully prepared. Otherwise, with their status and position, how could they easily risk messing with both Situ Feng and Nangong Xian at the same time? Looks like it's time to come. A teasing voice came from mid-air as a golden building ship cut through the sky. The restriction over the Jiang family was instantly torn apart. 5 streams of light cut through the void, and in the blink of an eye, they were already standing over the Jiang family. Chapter 077, The Imperial Clan Kills. The 5 people were 3 men and 2 women. One of the men and one of the women were quite young, while the other 3 had crane hair. Emperor clan ancestor Di Jingshan looked at Situ Feng smilingly and said, "Situ Feng, long time no see. Ha! Imperial View Mountain." Situ Feng's gaze froze and his expression turned cold. Di Jingshan was a great ancestor of the Emperor clan, and his strength was comparable to his own. But the Emperor clan had a deep heritage and was much more powerful than he was, which was why Situ Feng's face looked extraordinarily gloomy. "What? Didn't think of that, did you?" Di Jingshan grinned and turned his gaze toward Nangong Xian, indifferently saying, "You descendants of sinners, you actually managed to live on until today." Nangong Xian's expression was cold as he drank. "Di Jingshan, what are you babbling about? Nangong Xian, aren't your 8 great desolate ancient family of the 3000 Taoist prefecture all sinners of the central domain? Otherwise, with the legacies of your 8 draconic ancient families, why can't you enter the central domain?" Di Jingshan looked like he was towering over Nangong Xian and accusing him. Nangong Xian's cold eyes gazed at Di Jingshan and coldly spat out, "We can't set foot in the central region because we made a mistake. But what about you guys?" Di Jingshan snorted coldly with a face full of arrogance. "Is our imperial clan something that you group of descended from lowly sinners can understand? An emperor clan? Do you really think that just because there are great emperors out there, it's really some kind of imperial clan?" Nangong Xian said contemptuously, "With the Ji clan on top of you, your imperial clan will always be the second oldest for 10,000 years. Hearing his words, Di Jingshan's face turned blue. His fists clenched tightly as he roared. A terrifying pressure released, suppressing the 4 directions. This pressure swept through the entire Jiang family like a tidal wave, causing everyone in the Jiang family to turn pale. "Di Jingshan, that's enough." Suddenly, Nangong Xian fiercely shouted in a low voice, "There's no room for you to be reckless here. Don't you forget that there is also a gap between paragon emperors." Di Jingshan's gaze swept a cold glance at Nangong Xian as he didn't continue to talk nonsense. Instead, he charged directly towards Jiang Yu. "Junior, I'll sacrifice you today." Di Jingshan let out a stern whistle, his body exploding with bright and piercing golden light. A monstrous aura blossomed out, forming a terrifying aura that crushed over Jiang Yu's body. However, Situ Feng preempted Jiang Yu and blocked the terrifying aura. "Get out of here. You a mole and you're still trying to protect him." Di Jingshan's eyes were filled with brutality and ferocity, as if he wanted to devour everything. His body exuded a palpitating aura, like a ferocious beast that sent shivers down one's spine. Countless mysterious and brilliant rays of light erupted from his body, shining like stars. These divine splendors quickly converged on top of his palm, forming an extremely powerful force. Immediately afterward, Di Jingshan violently swung his fist, and with unrivaled might, he slammed towards Situ Feng. This punch was like a thunderclap, unstoppable, and wherever it passed, the void trembled, distorted, and eventually shattered completely. On the other side, Jiang Yu did his best to mobilize the Jiang family's ancestral spell formation in an attempt to suppress Emperor Jingshan's attack, so as not to bring a huge disaster to the Jiang family. He was fully focused on maneuvering the spell formation,
injecting a steady stream of spiritual energy into it in the hopes of resisting Di Jingshan's terrifying strike.
At this time, Situ Feng stepped in. He similarly raised his fist, his eyes glittering with determination as he clashed fiercely with Emperor Jingshan's fist. In an instant, an extremely terrifying fluctuation swept out like a star exploding, spreading in all directions. This force was as heavy as a mountain, and everyone in the vicinity was like fallen leaves blown by a hurricane, being shaken out without resistance. Fortunately, these people were protected by powerful supreme treasures on their bodies so that they didn't suffer too serious injuries, but without these supreme treasures, they would definitely have suffered heavy injuries. The others retreated backward, each withdrawing tens of feet, their gazes fixed on each other. They all knew very well that meddling in the battle between Situ Feng and Emperor Jingshan at this time was not a wise choice, or else they would likely draw fire and suffer an undeserved disaster. At this moment, Situ Feng only felt as if a shocking wave had risen within his body, and his qi and blood were tumbling around, giving him a feeling of suffocation. He secretly marveled in his heart. This Di Jingshan really lives up to his name, worthy of being the Emperor clan's #1 powerhouse on the surface. Just the power that erupted from that punch just now was already considered to be heavenly and earthly, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. This kind of power was definitely not something that an ordinary person could withstand. Kill. At this time, Nangong Xian also stopped observing and directly bellowed, turning into a stream of light to kill Emperor Jingshan. 2 against 1? Let's try it then. Di Jingshan's eyes were as cold as frost, emitting a palpitating chill. He recited ancient incantations under his breath, and his hands formed strange spell seals, urging a mysterious secret method with all his might. As he cast the spell, a powerful energy surged out of him, triggering a series of dull sounds. The voice was as thunderous and shocking. At the same time, Di Jingshan's body began to undergo amazing changes. His entire body was wrapped in blazing flames, just like a fire god descending into the world. The flames burned fiercer and fiercer, forming a dazzling layer of fiery red armor that protected him tightly. At this moment, Di Jingshan was as if he was in a sea of fire, his body surging with unparalleled power of burning heaven and destroying the world. His aura was as majestic and voluminous as a volcanic eruption, allowing people to feel an endless pressure. Immediately afterward, Di Jingshan did not hesitate to cast an extreme imperial art. He pinched his hand and guided that terrifying fire inflammation power, converging into a heaven-destroying attack that blasted straight towards Nangong Xian. This strike contained infinite might and killing power, enough to destroy everything that stood in the way. Boom! In an instant, two forces that could be described as overwhelmingly terrifying collided together without reservation, as if two nuclear bombs had violently exploded in the void. Endless horrifying waves swept in like a surging tsunami, accompanied by glittering runes in the sky, tearing the originally stable void around them apart and shaking them. Endless energy ripples spread out wildly in all directions at an astonishing speed, and wherever they passed, everything was swallowed up and destroyed, leaving behind only a void. Jiang Yu's face was so gloomy that it was scary. If Situ Feng hadn't crossed in front of him and blocked those eyeing eyes, these surrounding cultivators from the 3,000 Dao states and the central region would definitely not have let up, and would have definitely taken advantage of the opportunity to turn on themselves. At that time, even with the Jiang clan's supreme treasures and powerful forbidden guards, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to completely protect the Jiang clan. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu could not help but feel a strong sense of indignation welling up in his heart. Third ancestor, what should we do? Jiang Ming looked at Jiang Yu with some embarrassment at this time. There was no way. It was his own child who caused the trouble, but it turned out that he, the father, had to wipe his ass. Let's wait and see what happens first. Jiang Yu's gaze flickered slightly as he said helplessly, it's reasonable to say that no amount of noise from Wushuang should have caused so many people to join forces. It seems that they are very jealous of Wushuang's talent. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Jiang Ming's eyes flickered. He certainly understood how strong his child's talent was, and even among the younger generation it was definitely a top-level existence. If he was allowed to continue growing, he would definitely be able to reach the peak in the future and ask for the pinnacle of martial arts. This was a point that all Jiang family members firmly believed in. After all, the birth of Jiang Wushuang was the proof. Chapter 078 Great Battle of the Paramount Emperors. Nangong Xian relies on the two major supreme treasures of their Nangong clan to barely be able to fight against our old ancestor. Do you guys think that he'll be able to carry it off if our Emperor clan's old ancestor activates his own innate supreme treasure? At this time, another elder of the Emperor clan looked at the remaining few and said coldly. Hearing his words, the rest of the 3,000 Dao states cultivators glanced at each other before nodding their heads. In that case, what are we waiting for? These Emperor clan elders said. Let's just settle them directly. In an instant, divine splendor surged as they all urged their magic treasures to blast out towards the Jiang clan crowd. This scene frightened Jiang Yu and the Jiang clan disciples on the side of the room.
and their colors changed drastically.
Seek death. Looking at the sudden attack by the people of the imperial race, Situfeng coldly said, "Where is the four-elephant palace?" Swish, 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 swish. In an instant,
9 imposing men appeared out of thin air in all directions of the void. These 9 were none other than the 4-elephant hall elites that Situfeng had brought from the 4-elephant city in the central region.
Divine wheels surged around them, and runes shone. There are thousands of spiritual lights appearing, divine and extraordinary.
A terrifying pressure enveloped the void of the entire Jiang family land,
shocking everyone.
Kill! Long Ziyuan's eyes flickered with crimson light, as if they were burning with endless fury. New hatred and old hatred were intertwined, causing the killing intent in his heart to intensify.
At this moment,
he no longer cared whether the other party was the Jiang clan or the 4 Elephants Hall. He only wanted to completely tear the enemy in front of him apart.
Accompanied by a deafening roar, Long Ziyuan was like an enraged beast. His eyes were red and his entire body exuded a shocking aura.
In his hand, he clutched a divine spear that shone with a mysterious light, as if this divine spear was part of his life.
At this moment,
Long Ziyuan's silhouette was like a bright and dazzling meteor that cut through the sky, pouncing towards the Jiangyu at an astonishing speed. His speed was so fast that it was beyond imagination, bringing up a powerful wind that was like a raging wind and rain, and wherever he passed, the void was flooded with ripples that were visible to the naked eye.
At the same time, a palpitatingly terrifying Saint Dao aura gushed out from Long Ziyuan. This holy Dao aura was as heavy as a mountain,
as if it wanted to crush the entire world.
It spread out rapidly with a mountainous momentum, enveloping a range of tens of thousands of miles in a circle, giving people an unrivaled sense of oppression. Under the suppression of this powerful aura,
the surrounding crowd only felt their chests tighten and had difficulty breathing, as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on them,
making it almost impossible for them to move. Some of the weaker ones even directly fell to their knees,
a look of horror on their faces.
Seeing this,
the remaining elders of the 5 great desolate ancient families and the Emperor clan did not hesitate to display their respective aptitudes and attack together towards the people of the Jiang clan.
For a time, the various colors of light were brilliant and dazzling, reflecting heaven and earth, creating a brilliant and colorful scene. However, in this very instant, in the face of such a surging, as fierce as a mountainous attack, the Jiang clan's crowd was unexpectedly defenseless and completely froze. One by one, their eyes were wide open, their faces filled with shock and amazement,
as if they were fixed in place by an invisible force.
Obviously,
they never expected to encounter such a sudden and violent attack at this moment. The originally serene and peaceful Jiang family land became tense in the blink of an eye,
and the atmosphere was so heavy that people could not breathe.
The air seemed to freeze into ice for a moment, permeating an atmosphere of suffocating fear. A thrilling and shocking battle was thus officially kicked off. Countless powerful and unparalleled attacks crisscrossed and collided with each other in the air, as if they were brilliant and colorful fireworks blooming, bursting out with earth-shattering reverberations. Each impact brought about endless shock and impact, as if it was going to tear the entire world apart.
Terrifying energy fluctuations surged like a tidal wave,
sweeping across the entire sky, as if it was going to rip apart the entire Jiang family land.
In the sky above the Jiang clan,
the void seemed to be kneaded by an invisible giant hand, emitting an unbearable crunching sound before violently bursting apart. Pieces of the void drifted down like snowflakes, and were again shattered in an instant by the surging energy flow below. These energy streams were like angry waves,
raging madly,
and wherever they passed, everything was reduced to nothingness. The scene was nothing short of doom and gloom,
inspiring fear and awe.
The sky and the earth were in chaos, with howling winds,
lightning and thunder,
and torrential rain pouring down.
The ground shook violently, mountains collapsed, rivers backed up,
and the entire world was plunged into an endless disaster.
Just in the nick of time,
a mysterious and ancient bronze shield suddenly shone out from Jiang Yu's body. The shield emitted a dazzling green light,
like an impenetrable city wall, enveloping Jiang Yu tightly within it.
The shield was inscribed with densely packed strange runes, flickering with a mysterious light, as if it contained endless power. These runes were like living things,
constantly flowing and changing, releasing a powerful aura.
Each rune seemed to represent a mysterious power,
and they intertwined and fused with each other,
together forming the powerful defense system of this bronze shield. The power contained in this shield was unfathomable, as if it was able to withstand all attacks in the world, allowing Jiang Yu's defense to instantly rise to its peak state.
Impenetrable. However, despite such powerful protection,
there was still a large amount of raging and surging energy constantly rushing towards Jiang Yu.
These energies were like a wild tidal wave, coming from all over the sky, trying to break through the bronze shield's defense. In this thrilling moment,
Situfeng did not hesitate to wave his palm, and a strong and majestic true essence was injected into the bronze shield like a torrent.
This true essence was like a giant dragon that roared and rushed inside the shield, merging with the power of the shield itself. The addition of true essence made the shield's light even more intense, the greenish-colored glow as dazzling as the sun. The runes on the surface of the shield also became more visible, flashing with an even more brilliant light. Under the support of the true essence, the bronze shield's defense was greatly improved, and it managed to withstand the remaining energy attacks. Those raging energies hit the shield, stirring up a brilliant and colorful light, but they were unable to break through the shield's defense. The shield stood steadily, solid as a rock, guarding Jiang Yu's safety. Up! Jiang Yu shouted angrily, his voice as deafening as a thunderous explosion. A surge of surging and vast energy surged up within him, pouring into the shield like a torrential river. As the energy continued to converge, the bronze shield blossomed with a dazzling and brilliant light, like a bright star, glittering. Immediately afterward, Jiang Yu maneuvered the shield to hover in midair with an exquisite and unparalleled technique, and quickly unfolded the changes to form a stunning guardian image. This image was like an impenetrable fortress, protecting Jiang Yu so tightly that it would be difficult for any enemy to break through this line of defense. Rumble! As the bronze shield was suspended in the void, the entire sky seemed to be crushed as if it was being crushed, emitting crackling ruptures. A powerful to the extreme pressure enveloped the sky over the entire Jiang family like a Tarzan pressing on an egg, causing everyone to feel breathless, as if the end was coming. Endless pressure rolled down from the sky above, like the Milky Way pouring down from the 9 heavens, carrying an air of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. The bronze shield, however, hovered steadily in the air, emitting a mysterious and ancient light, directly resisting all of those terrifying energies around it. Immediately afterward, a deafening explosion rang out, resounding over the entire Jiang clan. Endless energy erupted like a volcanic eruption, forming a brilliantly colorful band of light that raged in all directions. However, all of this was restored to calm in the blink of an eye, as if nothing had happened. A mouthful of blood sprayed out of Jiang Yu's mouth, his face as pale as paper, his body shaking. Just now, he had used all of his strength, coupled with the power of his bronze shield, before he finally resisted the enemy's attack, but he himself had also suffered a heavy blow. Kill! With a furious cry, Sitifeng reached out and pulled out an ancient battle streamer, waving it without hesitation. The battle streamer fluttered against the wind, hunting, with strange runes and light flickering on it, revealing an indescribable majesty and domineering aura. Chapter 079 Great Battle of the Paramount Emperors, 2. The battle streamer fluttered against the wind, hunting, with strange runes and light flickering on it, revealing an indescribable majesty and domineering aura. Under his urging, the ancient and simple battle streamer soared against the wind, transforming into a behemoth over 10,000 feet tall in the blink of an eye. Woo woo! In an instant, a mournful beast roar spread across tens of thousands of miles in a radius, only to see the ancient and simple battle flag shaking violently. A fierce wind rose up, lifting up the sand and dust in the sky. Endless demonic chi spread out crazily from the ancient and simple battle flag, obscuring the void. In the next second, a tens of thousands of meters long, hideous and terrifying demonic wolf appeared on top of the ancient battle flag. This demonic wolf was covered in black hair, its eyes were incomparably sharp, and its incomparably sharp claws easily pierced through space. Roar! The demon wolf raised its head to the sky and whistled, and at that moment, heaven and earth changed color. The wind and clouds surged in unison, and the wild winds roared with fury. The terrifying sound waves shook the heavens and earth, taking in people's hearts and souls. With just a hiss, the surrounding space was shaken to the point of slightly distorting, as if it couldn't withstand its pressure. This is a quasi-imperial weapon? Watching this scene, the pupils of one of the dragon family's elders, Long Qianquan, suddenly shrunk, his eyes filled with shock, and his face became extremely somber. However, this time, the dragon family and the rest of the desolate ancient families had also come prepared, and he immediately took out a golden-colored precious mirror that emitted a brilliant and dazzling luster. He then pinched his hands together and his lips wriggled as he recited an obscure and arcane incantation. Boom! In an instant, this precious mirror released 10,000 feet of golden aura, bright and dazzling, piercing one's eyes. Immediately afterward, a golden-colored pillar of light shot up into the sky, plunging straight into the firmament. It was like a golden pillar standing above the sky, rendering the entire dome of the sky a golden color. At the same time, more than a dozen pillars of light lit up in the distance, all of which were powerful members of the various desolate ancient families sacrificing a quasi-imperial weapon. The power of these quasi-emperor soldiers converged together, instantly darkening the entire dome of the sky as if the end was coming. Rolling killing machines enveloped the entire south ridge, suffocating. Suppress me! Immediately after that, Long Qianquan shouted and maneuvered the precious mirror towards the front to suppress it. At that instant,
those 10,000 feet of golden awns exploded out, and those elders of the desolate ancient family performed their secret techniques, punching in their own vital essence blood to catalyze the quasi-emperor soldiers. Rumble! In an instant, a destructive golden torrent swept out, destroying and crushing towards the ancient and simple battle flag. A monstrous energy fluctuation spread out, shaking the 8 directions. This terrifying attack was enough to crumble mountains and crack the sea, destroying everything. Kill! Jiang Yu pinched an incantation and the entire Jiang family began to tremble. An extreme desolate aura filled the air. Immediately afterward, a giant cauldron appeared by shattering the void and hovered in midair. This huge cauldron was bronze in color, with many desolate ancient beasts carved and patterned on it, which were lifelike and exuded a monstrous ferocious intent. This was none other than the Jiang clan's quasi-imperial artifact, the desolate ancient cauldron. Buzz off! As Jiang Yu punched out a complex spell, the desolate ancient cauldron vibrated violently, emitting a dazzling golden light. A monstrous desolate ancient aura then swept out, enveloping the entire Jiang family and suppressing the 4 directions. Thud! A sound as dull as thunder suddenly exploded. The desolate ancient cauldron violently shook, directly impacting towards the 10,000 feet of golden awns on the opposite side. A dozen strands of terrifying energy collided together, erupting into monstrous waves that tore apart the void and annihilated everything. The extreme power of attack spread out, and wherever it went, everything was silenced. The entire void exploded as endless ripples of energy tumbled out like a tidal wave. This strike was simply going to completely blow up the void. Humph! It's useless. You can't stop it. At this moment, the Emperor clan elder spoke with an icy and chilling face, exuding a transcendent aura that overrode heaven and earth. Boom! Another terrifying attack erupted out, once again fiercely bombarding the 10,000-foot battle flag. The 2 great supreme treasures collided together, bursting into brilliant sparks, and deafening sounds spread in all directions. The collision of the 2 stirred up 1,000 waves of energy. The emptiness within this space was obliterated and shattered inch by inch, as if it was plunged into chaos. Put! Jiang Yu spat out a mouthful of blood as his body retreated back and forth. Although he had already upgraded his cultivation to the peak of the Saint God realm, there was still a gap between him and Zhang Yuan and Zhang Xian, and he simply couldn't withstand the might of the quasi-emperor soldier that the other party had united with the crowd to strike. Not waiting for Kongwu to catch his breath, Long Qianquan once again pinched his seal and manipulated the precious mirror to continue suppressing out. Immediately, this precious mirror blossomed into an even hotter and more dazzling golden aura, releasing monstrous beams of golden yellow light, carrying the supreme greatness of suppressing heaven and earth towards Jiang Yu. Feeling that terrifying attack from the other side, Jiang Yu's brows furrowed as he formed another seal. Buzz! At that moment, an aura shot out from the depths of the Jiang clan. It was a silver-white blade light. The light of the blade contained a sharp momentum that cut through the sky. With one slash, heaven and earth seemed to part. Thousands of divine auras shone across the entire sky, making it impossible to open one's eyes. Boom! This silver-white blade light and this golden-colored precious mirror directly bombarded together, producing a series of deafening roaring explosions. A terrifying energy aftershock spread out, sweeping out in all directions. The void exploded and collapsed, forming a huge vacuum vortex. Zhang Xian's feet stepped on the laws of 10,000 paths. 12 golden wheels shone behind his back. His head was topped with a heavenly divine tree, and he was clad in a violet robe, as if he were a peerless immortal monarch, looking out of the corner of his eye. Kill! At this moment, he spat out a single word as if he were pronouncing a death sentence. The abyss was like a sea, a vast river of stars, and a meteorite cut through the void. Jiang Xian? He's out of the gate, someone exclaimed, their eyes gazing at Jiang Xian. Hearing someone mention his name, Jiang Xian took a step out, endless majesty erupting from his body as he coldly droned. Kill! As Jiang Xian's words fell, he waved out the long silver-white blade in his hand and slashed out towards Long Qianquan. This blade was as if it could cut through the stars and destroy the sun and moon. The terrifying blade chi streaked across the heavens and earth, twisting the void to pieces. Watching this Jiang Xian's blade attack, Long Qianquan and the others made quick seals with their hands, urging their respective quasi-imperial weapons to resist, while they all operated their gong methods, pushing their respective strongest forces to resist. A deafening, earth-destroying explosion rang out. Endless energy storms spread and spread out. He's going to step into quasi-emperor, the Emperor clan elder exclaimed, his eyes filled with a look of jealousy and unwillingness. The other draconic ancient family elders felt the pressure as they tried to stop Jiang Xian. However, Jiang Xian didn't care about anyone in the slightest. Kill, only to see him roar again. The power within his body surged out crazily, and a steady stream of power surged into the silver-white long blade. It caused this long silver-white sword to emit an even brighter and more dazzling light. A brilliant blade aura coalesced and appeared. It was then viciously swung out by Jiang Xian and blasted towards Long Qianquan.
This blade aura was hundreds of times more terrifying than the one just now. A blade slashed out, a scene of the end of heaven and earth, and the aura of destruction spread out, as if to destroy the whole world. At this moment, Jiang Xian displayed invincible might, completely not giving Long Qianquan any way to live. He would take the opportunity to put him to death. Jiang Xian, how dare you! As he watched this blade blast down, Long Qianquan's face changed as he angrily shouted, "No one can save you today." Jiang Xian's voice hissed as he drank, "Break my path to Quasi-Emperor. Kill." He was originally on the verge of stepping into the Quasi-Emperor and was only one thunder tribulation away, but it was a pity that he was disturbed by this group of people. It was also hard to predict how long it would take to step into a paragon next time, or even if he would be able to survive this thunder tribulation. Therefore, Jiang Xian wanted to take care of Long Qianquan before stepping into the paragon. Ah! As Jiang Xian's words fell, Long Qianquan let out an angry whistle. A terrifying and piercing light directly erupted from its body as a true dragon rushed out. On! This true dragon let out a deafening roar, as if it was truly alive, emitting a palpitating aura. It carried the might of suppressing the sky and dome, like a shooting star burning with a blazing flame, swooping towards the bright and dazzling blade on at an astonishing speed. In an instant, these two extremely powerful forces violently collided together, emitting a terrifyingly loud sound. In an instant, endless booming explosions rang out, as if they were thunderous and deafening. These voices intertwined together, forming a rolling ripple of energy that spread out in all directions like surging waves, sweeping through the entire space. Long Qianquan tried his best, but he still couldn't withstand this overwhelming attack from Jiang Xian. He was ruthlessly knocked out by this blade aura, and his body smashed heavily against the distant wall like a kite with broken strings, spraying a large mouthful of blood out of his mouth. The incomparably sturdy saint armor he was wearing couldn't withstand such a huge impact, and it instantly crumbled into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. Chapter 080, The Great Battle of the Paragons, 3. Long Qianquan had blood dripping from the corners of his mouth and looked extremely wretched. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. This Jiang Xian was too terrifying. Suppress him together. The Imperial clan elders' minds were united as they spoke at the same time. A quasi-imperial weapon was all activated and blasted out towards Jiang Xian. Kill! Without saying a word, Jiang Xian immediately activated the long, silver-white blade in his hand. In an instant, creepy blade intent gushed out like a volcanic eruption, and that long silver-white blade even exuded a soul-stealing sharpness. Immediately afterward, only Jiang Xian could be seen swinging his sword violently. His figure stood steadily on top of the blade's awnings like a god of war, exuding unrivaled and powerful battle power around him. This world-shattering slash slashed out, instantly triggering a heaven-splitting might. The sky was filled with chillingly terrifying energy aftershocks, spreading outwards continuously like ripples. As the blade fell, the void seemed to be torn in half, and a tens of thousands of feet long, bottomless, pitch-black channel appeared in response, accompanied by Jiang Xian's stone-cold slash. Those elders of the desolate ancient family only felt a bright light flash before their eyes, and then the entire world became dim, with the only thing in front of them being that earth-shattering blade strewn across the sky. Bang bang bang, a series of deafening thuds came, as if the entire universe was trembling for it. In front of this heaven-destroying blade, everyone felt an unprecedented fear and shock. Rumble. It was accompanied by an ear-shattering, booming explosion. This creepy blade aura was like a demon god descending to the world, carrying an endless amount of pressure and killing intent as it ruthlessly pressed against the aura emanating from those draconic ancient family elders with the force of a thunderous thunderclap. That powerful and unrivaled pressure seemed like Tarzan pressing on the eggs, making people gasp for air, while those originally surging and imposing breaths appeared so fragile and weak in front of this terrifying saber aura, being suppressed and retreating, and ultimately collapsing inch by inch and dissipating into nothingness. Immediately afterward, this blade on was like a sky-destroying meteor that blasted straight at the group of desolate ancient family elders. In an instant, only a dull crash could be heard, accompanied by a burst of screams and cries of shock. This group of normally high and unrivaled elders were actually blown away as hard as a kite with a broken string. Their bodies slammed heavily into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Some of them even directly hit the hard walls or stone pillars, emitting crisp fracture sounds and spitting out blood. Some of them were lying on the ground moaning in pain and looking depressed, obviously having been seriously injured. And after this shocking slash, Long Qianquan had suffered an unprecedentedly heavy blow, only to see a mouthful of scarlet blood violently sprayed out of his mouth, his entire body shaking like a candle in the wind. His knees were on the ground, his body trembling involuntarily, and his face was as pale as paper, with no blood to speak of. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Jiang Xian, his eyes filled with shock and fear. This Jiang Xian in front of him,
who had just emerged from the customs, unexpectedly possessed such a terrifying strength like this. This slash not only crushed the many elders of the desolate ancient family, but also caused himself to be seriously injured.
How come? At this moment, there was an unbelievable look in Long Qianquan's eyes. Obviously,
Jiang Xian hadn't yet stepped into the quasi-emperor, but he had crushed it so easily in the face of so many people joining forces.
This is unbelievable. You stepped into the quasi-emperor realm? Long Qianquan swallowed hard as he looked at Jiang Xian and couldn't help but say.
An incredulous look permeated its eyes. Jiang Xian ignored Long Qianquan as he walked directly to him. Jiang Xian stomped on Long Qianquan's head and said indifferently,
"It's an honor to die when you lose in my hands." Ahem. With that, Long Qianquan coughed violently. His eyes widened as he looked at Jiang Xian. "You can't kill me."
"Why?" Jiang Xian stared deathly at Long Qianquan, a cold smile spreading from the corner of his mouth. And even sharper rays of light burst out from his eyes,
as if two powerful arrows had instantly penetrated Long Qianquan's body.
As the light entered his body, Long Qianquan only felt a sharp pain hit his chest,
and a mouthful of thick blood could not be suppressed as it spurted out wildly from his mouth,
forming a scarlet mist of blood. And that mysterious light did not stop. It continued to advance like a mighty bamboo until it completely pierced through Long Qianquan's chest,
leaving a shocking, bloody, and huge incision. At this moment, Long Qianquan's face became as white as paper, bloodless, and his body trembled involuntarily. His eyes were wide with disbelief, his face filled with disbelief, clearly not anticipating that Jiang Xian possessed such terrifying strength. "If you kill me, aren't you afraid of breaking the rules of the 3000 Dao state?" Long Qianquan's expression was icy cold as he stared at Jiang Xian and drank. "You have to know that the same sinful blood, we are all the way."
Before he could finish his sentence, he was cut in half by Jiang Xian's blade.
Long Qianquan is dead. Seeing this, all the major lineage powerhouses present had an unacceptable expression. In particular,
the other elder of the Long clan stared at Jiang Xian with indignation.
Unfortunately, Long Qianquan was already dead, so he couldn't do anything. "Jiang Xian,
the 8 draconic ancient families of the 3000 Taoist prefecture, are all on the same path.
So why are you striking out so viciously?" The Qin family elder gazed at Jiang Xian with a grim expression as he coldly grunted. "Could it be that you've colluded with the Central Region Imperial clan to come to the Jiang clan this time just to simply bully my Jiang clan?"
Jiang Xian's cold eyes swept towards the Qin family elder and the others as a massive aura erupted from his body,
enveloping them. Immediately,
the faces of these elders of the desolate ancient family changed slightly.
Jiang Xian took a single step,
and their bodies all retreated violently.
Elder Qin's eyes flickered as he fiercely drank. "Jiang Wushuang is lawless.
Your Jiang family brought this upon themselves.
What did you say?" Hearing the words of this Qin patriarch, a monstrous chill surged through Jiang Xian's body. He gazed at the other party with a cold, chilling look in his eyes, a look of choosing one's own, causing inexplicable fear to arise within one's heart. Chapter 081 You guys stole my house. Then I can only come and go. Kill. A dazzling divine aura flickered around Jiang Xian's body, as hot and eye-catching as a burning flame.
The long sword he held tightly in his hand emitted eye-catching light, and each swing was accompanied by a burst of sharp whistling sounds, as if it was able to cut through all the obstacles between heaven and earth. His eyes were as cold as ice, flashing with a biting cold light,
and his entire body exuded an unrivaled stern aura.
This powerful sense of oppression was palpitating,
as if one was facing an untouchable deity.
A mysterious and ancient divine pattern surrounded his body,
like a round of obsidian hanging high in the sky, radiating endless majesty and power. "Jiang Xian, do you really dare to kill us?" The Qin family elder's eyes widened angrily, his face showing ferocity,
and his face was so gloomy that it was scary.
At this moment,
he looked very wretched. The originally fair skin had become black as ink, as if it had been eroded by some evil power. There were also multiple visible wounds on his body, and blood continuously gushed out from the wounds and flowed down his shirt, creating a shocking trail of blood.
"Humph. Today, even if all 3 ancestors of the Emperor clan arrive, they won't be able to save you." A cold smile spread across the corners of Jiang Xian's mouth,
his eyes flashing with biting killing intent.
He took one step,
while the 12 divine wheels behind him began to operate at extreme speeds at the same time.
In an instant, the entire space was flooded with dazzling and eye-catching divine auras,
and that powerful aura was palpitating.
In the face of such might,
all the people of the Qin family were all gloomy and did not dare to be the slightest bit slow. They all exerted their full strength, offering their respective weapons of the bottom of their chests, and blasted toward the front with all their might.
In an instant,
only a roaring sound could be heard coming from the void.
The terrifying power chi swept out like a shocking wave,
destroying all the surrounding buildings into ashes.
However,
Jiang Xian didn't stop because of this,
and didn't even reduce his speed by the slightest bit. He continued to step forward, and the divine will behind him spun more and more frantically, blossoming with earth-shattering might. A brilliant divine aura poured down like a waterfall, as if it was going to tear this heaven and earth apart. At the same time, he could only see his right hand gripping the long sword and slashing out. In an instant, the aura in the heavens and earth seemed to be detonated, frantically agitating. An indescribably massive force surged out from within him and quickly spread out in all directions. The strength of this force was so strong that it actually caused the originally solid heavenly dome to tremble violently. But, only to see those divine ons slice through the bodies of the Qin family elders. And instantly they spat out a large amount of essence blood from their mouths. Their chests collapsed, and their bodies flew out backwards, falling hard into the distance, making it difficult for them to get up again. Ah! Miserable screams resounded above the heavenly dome, and the rest of the draconic ancient family's elders' faces turned pale at the sight of this scene. Their pupils shrunk slightly as monstrous waves rose within their hearts. Jiang Xian was too terrifying. A single move had resolved several of their companions. This kind of strength was not something they could resist at all. Now, the only thing to do was to run for their lives. Thinking of this, they recklessly fled in every direction. Their speeds were extreme, thousands of meters in an instant. But unfortunately, they were still locked in place by Jiang Xian. Their faces changed drastically, their bodies stiffening in place. In the next moment, their necks were bound by an invisible force, and their bodies retreated backward in a completely uncontrollable manner. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds came out as Jiang Xian lifted his paws and stomped out, trampling them under his feet with an ice-cold demeanor. Kind of funny. An indifferent voice rang out, and Jiang Xian slowly turned his head. Then the corners of his mouth lifted into a contemptuous smile as he said in an indifferent tone, "What? The central domain still doesn't intend to let go of the 3,000 Dao states? Jiang Xian, if you 8 draconic ancient families of the 3,000 Taoist prefecture hadn't been guaranteed by our clan back then, do you think you'd still have a chance to live?" Right at this moment, a young man wearing a white robe stepped out from the void of space. Even though it was only a Dharma body that had descended, he still looked exceptionally handsome and dashing, giving off an ethereal and dusty feeling. He stood on the spot with his hands behind his back, his expression proud and incomparable, looking down on the heavens. He took a few steps forward, and a terrifying sword chi violently erupted from his body, surging like a tidal wave, powerfully and incomparably impacting the crowd's bodies. This kind of sword chi is exceptionally sharp, causing one's skin to ache, and even one's soul seems to be torn apart. The people in the crowd furrowed their brows and looked pained, only feeling as if their souls were being cut by countless sharp blades, and the power of this sword chi was beyond imagination. Even the elders of those draconic ancient families in the 3,000 Taoist prefecture that had a long and deep heritage were hard to bear. They only felt as if a sharp object was pressed against their throats, and with the slightest force, they might pierce their bodies and gush out. "I don't like people standing in front of me and accusing me." Jiang Xian continued to take a few steps forward after saying something expressionless. Every step that fell would give a strong sense of impact like a mountain pressing down on the top, making it difficult to stand, and even only able to kneel down and tremble uncontrollably. The young man had a cold face and took a similar step forward. At the same time, a creepy law of the sword violently erupted out. In an instant, countless silver sword shadows appeared out of thin air and quickly coalesced into shape, enveloping the entire Jiang family land like a dense rain of swords. Even though this was only the aura emanating from a Dharma body, it was still enough to make one's heart and mind stir and shock one beyond measure, only to see him open his 5 fingers and slowly press down towards the bottom. Buzz! In an instant, those sword shadows chopped down directly towards the bottom. A heart-rending cry was heard endlessly, and many of the Jiang family's buildings collapsed and destroyed. But just at this time, the youth frowned and muttered to himself, "Rather, I didn't think there was such a thing." As the words fell, the youth's arm waved, and the roiling sword shadow suddenly disappeared, as if nothing had happened just now. Looking at the shocking scene in front of him, Jiang Xian's brows furrowed tightly, his heart filled with doubt and incomprehension. The second ancestor of the Emperor clan, who was originally ready to strike, suddenly withdrew his hand at the critical moment, leaving people puzzled. Jiang Xian secretly pondered what had caused this to happen. However, right at this moment, a powerful burst of spiritual energy came raging from afar, as loud as a monstrous wave. Jiang Xian's eyes snapped open, his body rising into the air like an arrow, his gaze cast sharply into that void of space. It didn't take long for Jiang Xian to swiftly arrive beside Nangong Xian, forming a confrontation with Emperor Jing Shan. The atmosphere between the three was tense to the extreme, as if a life-and-death battle was about to unfold. Meanwhile, on the other side, Middle Domain, Imperial Clan Territory, Jiang Wushuang held a mountain range in his left hand and the great desolate dragon coiling tripod in his right hand, his feet stepping on the 72 runic glories. The entire person looked radiant and his aura was outstandingly transcendent, as if a true dragon in the ninth heaven was looking down on the heavens, with a domineering and austere aura. His gaze was calm, and with every step he took, the light of the runes on his body became even more intense, as if it was as bright as a star. In the end, he was intercepted by the Emperor clan's prohibition, as endless divine on shot down from the sky dome, harboring terrifying attacks, wanting to put Jiang Wushuang to death here. You stole my house, so I'll just have to come and get it. Jiang Wushuang snorted coldly as he swung his arm with force, and that great desolate dragon coiling tripod immediately let out a roaring sound, as if it was a giant dragon roaring and rushing out. It carried an unrivaled might as it directly smashed into those divine awnings, only to see the divine aura instantly shatter under the impact of the great desolate dragon coiling tripod and dissipate into nothingness. However, the great desolate coiled dragon cauldron did not stop as it continued to surge forward. At this moment, an Emperor clan elder attempted to stop the advance of the great desolate coiling dragon cauldron, only heard a loud thud, as if ringing a huge alarm bell, deafening. This voice echoed around, causing the entire heaven and earth to tremble. The crowd had sideways glances, their eyes filled with astonishment and shock. They couldn't imagine that this great desolate dragon coiling tripod possessed such a powerful force that it could easily break through even the blockage of their Emperor clan elders. Chapter 082 Jiang Wushuang, a member of the Jiang clan, ascends to the Imperial clan today. Who dares to come and fight? Who is the visitor? Someone let out a deep cry, with a hint of anger in his tone. Jiang Wushuang, a member of the Jiang clan, ascends to the Imperial clan today. Who dares to come and fight? Jiang Wushuang said aloud. His body was filled with radiant golden light. His posture was upright and magnificent, as if a world-defying god of war had descended. Jiang Wushuang. There were quite a few people in the Imperial clan who recognized Jiang Wushuang, and their faces suddenly changed drastically, their gazes staring at him with death as they set off monstrous waves inside. Jiang Wushuang, what are you doing in my Imperial clan? Someone yelled, his tone of voice indignant. Jiang Wushuang swept his gaze over those people. The corner of his mouth curled slightly, outlining a playful arc as he playfully asked, smashing the scene, that is, smashing your Imperial clan, is that reason enough? Before the words fell, Jiang Wushuang did not hesitate and once again swung the great desolate coiling dragon cauldron and smashed it down fiercely. Seek death. Hubris. I don't know what to do. Hearing this, there were many cultivators in the Emperor clan whose anger rose, their eyes icy cold. Rumble. In a flash, quite a few strong people flew out from the Imperial clan. All of them sacrificed their precious weapons and struck out a ferocious attack, blasting towards Jiang Wushuang. Since that's the case, then I'll smash your Imperial clan completely. Jiang Wushuang threw his head back and laughed, his laughter filled with bravado and confidence. His eyes flashed with excitement, as if he was looking forward to the next battle without the slightest intention of retreating. Only a flash of his figure was seen as he resolutely rushed towards the crowd's attack. In an instant, all sorts of brilliant and eye-catching attacks surged like a tidal wave, forming a powerful aura as if it was an infinite ocean with surging waves that were unstoppable. However, in the face of such a ferocious attack, Jiang Wushuang was fearless as he held the great desolate dragon coiling tripod tightly in his hand, urging its power and crashing hard into that wave of attack. Only a dull thud could be heard. Boom boom boom. Deafening. Those harsh attacks were blocked by the 72 mysterious runes that surrounded Jiang Wushuang as they approached him. These runes shone with a strange light, like an impenetrable shield, dissolving all attacks into nothing. Afterward, these attacks turned into rolling smoke and gradually dissipated between heaven and earth. Jiang Wushuang stood steadily in the air, his sleeves fluttering in the wind, and the space around him fluctuated violently due to his powerful strength. He was like a god of war, exuding an awe-inspiring aura and displaying his majestic and incomparable strength. How come? Seeing this, the many elders of the Imperial clan were all shocked, with a look of disbelief filling their eyes. I didn't expect the Jiang Wushuang who was rumored to have stirred up the entire central region would actually be a quasi-emperor. At this time, a snorting sound came from the many disciples of the Imperial clan as they looked toward a white-clothed youth in the distance. He had his hands behind his back, a cloudy look on his face, as if he had long anticipated Jiang Wushuang's identity. Jiang Wushuang's gaze landed on his body, and a brilliant light blossomed in his eyes as he said in a cold voice, "You're the second ancestor of the Emperor clan, Di Hao?" "It is none other than this emperor." Di Hao's demeanor was leisurely, a smile at the corner of his mouth. "Jiang Wushuang, you really are a talented man. How about this emperor gives you a chance to marry off the two goddesses of my Emperor clan to your Jiang family?" "Marry down?" Jiang Wushuang smiled coldly, unimpressed. Di Hao said indifferently, "The two goddesses of my Emperor clan are exceptionally gifted and are the top bloodline of my Emperor clan.
They have beautiful faces and excellent talent. It's more than enough to match your Jiang family's first lineage. The old dog is so calculating.
Do you really think anyone cares about your great emperor bloodline? Jiang Wuxuan looked at Di Hao indifferently and sneered. I'm not interested in your goddess,
but I would consider tearing your emperor clan apart.
Bold.
The smile on Di Hao's face froze.
His expression gloomy. No one can refuse this emperor, he shouted angrily,
and the divine light around him skyrocketed as a terrifying and incomparable aura erupted,
shaking the void. Immediately afterward, he slapped his palm out,
and vast greatness rushed out,
like a tsunami, sweeping in all directions.
Buzz! The void trembled.
Space distorted,
and the area was blocked off by a terrifying energy.
It's just a sculpture.
Jiang Wuxuan smiled coldly. Flipping his wrist, the great desolate dragon coiling tripod appeared in his palm,
blossoming with a blazing and eye-catching golden light,
like a round of sun hanging high in the sky, releasing a terrifying fluctuation.
Bang!
The great desolate coiling dragon tripod swept across the 8 wastelands and 6 heavens,
dominating the 9 heavens.
A destructive force burst out,
instantly destroying the power released by Di Hao, followed by a blast on Di Hao's body, causing his body to tremble.
This was still only the power of a single tripod. Many people in the Imperial clan revealed shocked expressions.
Jiang Wuxuan was too demonic. However, Di Hao was ultimately the second ancestor of the Emperor clan,
and his power was beyond imagination. One could only see that he was holding up the sky with one arm,
as if he was holding up the entire heaven and earth, while with his other hand,
he quickly condensed a creepy palm seal, pressing down like a primordial mountain.
Bang! With an earth-shaking roar,
this palm was like 10,000 pounds of thunder,
carrying an endless pressure and destructive aura,
as if it was going to crush the heavens and the worlds.
However, in the face of such a terrifying strike,
Jiang Wuxuan remained unchanged,
and the corners of his mouth even rose slightly, revealing a hint of contempt,
only to see him similarly slap out a palm,
which seemed ordinary and uninteresting, but the palm contained an indescribably terrifying power.
The moment the two palms touched, the entire space trembled as if it was about to be torn apart.
Thud! The low explosive sound was thunderous and resounded through the sky,
as if it was going to tear the entire world apart.
Along with this loud sound, a brilliant and eye-catching light mass bloomed violently,
and the piercing light of its light was so blinding that one could not look directly at it,
just like a round of blazing sun shining in the sky, bright and dazzling. Amidst this endless light,
divine sunlight sprinkled down like rain, each drop containing endless mysterious power, illuminating the void and causing the entire space to brighten. These divine sunsets were like the purest essence of heaven and earth,
emitting a mesmerizing luster that made people fall in love with them. Under such a shocking scene,
Jiang Wuxuan and Di Hao both took several steps backward at the same time. This scene caused the crowd of the Emperor clan to frown as they didn't expect Jiang Wuxuan to be able to resist Di Hao's attack. The other elders of the Imperial clan froze for a moment as well.
Just now, although Jiang Wuxuan had the advantage, they didn't feel how powerful Jiang Wuxuan was.
They only felt that he had raised his cultivation with some kind of secret technique.
But now, it was unbelievable that he was able to fight against Di Hao. You do have some ability. No wonder you dare to provoke my Imperial clan. Di Hao took a deep breath and coldly gazed at Jiang Wuxuan,
his eyes becoming more and more stern. He was able to detect that the power within Jiang Wuxuan's body was very majestic and strong. Otherwise he wouldn't have possessed such battle power.
Chapter 083. You'll soon know who is the top heavenly pride of this era.
Our Jiang clan has no connection with the Emperor clan.
What are the intentions of the 3 ancestors of your Emperor clan to bring people to forcefully press the 3,000 Dao states and besiege my Jiang clan? Jiang Wuxuan coldly hummed. Today, you must give my Jiang family an explanation. The Imperial clan's move was a clear attempt to annex the Jiang family,
something that Jiang Wuxuan would never allow.
Ha! Di Hao shook his head and laughed, saying faintly, do we still need to explain to anyone what decisions our Imperial clan makes?
He laughed contemptuously and continued.
What's more,
your Jiang family is just like the other 3,000 Dao State draconic ancient families,
nothing more than a bunch of rabble, and a sinner must have the consciousness of a sinner.
As he spoke, he raised his hand and punched out,
and instantly,
a monstrous imperial aura spread out, as if he was a supreme king overlooking the pale world.
Kill! Jiang Wuxuan's eyes widened angrily, and an earth-shattering roar came out of his mouth as his figure sped away like lightning.
He stepped on the mysterious and incomparable Xing Zi's secret under his feet. His speed was as fast as the wind,
and he instantly rushed in front of Di Hao,
only to see his right arm swung violently. His fist smashed out fiercely with endless might,
and a raging and surging fiery flame gushed out like a volcanic eruption.
The blazing flames swept across the sky and earth,
incinerating everything around him.
In the midst of the blazing flames, a reddish vermilion bird with a reddish body lifted its wings and flew high, its feathers flickering with a dazzling light.
as brilliant and eye-catching as the burning flames. This vermilion bird was huge. Its wings spread out to be tens of feet long, and its aura was majestic, just like a phoenix reborn from fire, emitting a palpitatingly terrifying energy. Along with the appearance of the vermilion bird, a supreme heat wave spread out across the sky, and wherever it passed, the void seemed to be set ablaze, crumbling inch by inch and turning into nothingness. In the face of such a mighty strike, Dihao didn't change his color as he lightly raised his right hand and blasted out with the same punch. The instant Dihao threw a punch, countless mysterious divine patterns emerged on his fist, which intertwined with each other and eventually converged into a gigantic and incomparable star. The star was glittering with a bright light all over. Its diameter was as large as several zhang, and it contained the power of destroying the heavens and the earth, advancing towards the front at an astonishing speed. Boo! A shocking roar spread across the void. Suddenly, an extremely dazzling light violently erupted. This light was like a bright and dazzling sun, blossoming into an endless radiance that instantly enveloped everything around it. The scene that was originally clearly visible also became hazy at this moment, as if it was covered by a mysterious veil. Along with the flashes of light, bursts of marvelous sounds and mysterious divine patterns intertwined, forming a brilliantly colorful and magnificent picture. These images are like dreamlike sights that are overwhelming, as if you are in a mythical world. At the same time, a terrifying energy began to wreak havoc. The ground trembled violently, mountains and rocks crumbled one after another, and huge cracks spread out like cobwebs. The grass and trees also crumbled and fell to the ground in front of this powerful force. A mess. The whole scene was exceptionally horrifying and one could not help but feel intimidated. A loud sound came out, and a towering mountain was unexpectedly lifted up hard and flew high into the sky. They tumbled through the air, bringing up rolls of smoke and dust that covered the sky. This spectacular and thrilling scene is jaw-dropping and unbelievable. Jiang Wushuang and Dihao backed up at the same time, standing 100 meters apart and looking at each other from afar. This collision, surprisingly, spelled out a match. Dihao's eyes narrowed slightly as he probed his hand to grab it. In an instant, a divine sword appeared in his hand. The sword was pitch black and dripping with black mist, but it was incomparably sharp and chilling. The surface of the sword body had dense runes flickering, like a black dragon wrapping around the sword body, filling it with a bizarre and inexplicable fluctuation. This is the demon-slaying sword, an aged elder in the Emperor clan exclaimed in shock, recognizing the divine weapon in Dihao's hand. He had once personally attended the Emperor clan sage ceremony and had seen this demon-slaying sword. It was rumored that this sword was a divine weapon left behind by the sages of the Emperor clan from the ancient times, with infinite power. This divine artifact is good. It's mine. Jiang Wushuan looked at Dihao, the corner of his mouth outlining an evil smile. He stepped towards Dihao. Dihao's gaze was cold and indifferent as he met them with his divine sword in hand. Thousands of divine lights blossomed as endless divine patterns surrounded the demon-slaying sword, and the sword flashed with a palpitatingly cold light, as if it could cut through everything in the heavens and earth. A sword slashed out, bringing up a stern and unrivaled sword chi that had the power to destroy the sky and the earth. The two collided once again, instantly erupting a terrifying wave of energy. These energies surged like a volcanic eruption, sweeping in all directions and destroying everything around them. The earth crumbled and the void shattered. Jiang Wushuang executed an exquisite and unparalleled stance. His figure was erratic, and with each step, his figure would instantly disappear from the spot, making it difficult for people to catch his true position. For his part, Dihao's eyes were ice-cold, holding the divine sword that emanated a mysterious aura in his hand. His body bathed in infinite divine splendor, just like a true deity descending into the world. His figure was constantly weaving in and out of the void, his speed as fast as lightning, and every strike was accompanied by a terrifying thunderous fury. Countless thick thunderbolts descended from the sky like silver snakes, flooding the entire dome of the sky. These thunderbolts intertwined into a dense net, completely blocking off the entire area. Whether it was mountains and rivers or grass, trees, birds and beasts, none of them could escape the shroud of this sea of thunder. Jiang Wushuang was similarly not spared, as he was wrapped up in the dense lightning, plunging him into an extremely dangerous situation. Lightning mercilessly bombarded his body, but unfortunately, Jiang Wushuang, whose physical body and cultivation were both at the quasi-emperor realm, had no fear of this level of thunder. In the next second, Jiang Wushuang roared angrily, his body's blood veins stirred, and the 9 Dharma phases shadows emerged, just like an immortal god descending into the world, sacred and magnificent. He took one step and the 9 Dharma phases struck out in unison, each of them possessing the divine might of the Gai generation, and terrifying attacks swept out. Boom boom boom, a shocking roar shook the void. The 9 Dharma phases swept across everything, shattering all of Dihao's thunderbolts. Talent is good, but unfortunately, Cultivators who can step into the quasi-emperor's realm never lack talent. Dihao's eyes were as cold as ice, as if they could freeze everything in the world. He stood there quietly, yet he exuded an incomparably powerful aura. Suddenly, the great emperor bloodline in his body began to resonate wildly as if it had been ignited. One could only see Dihao holding the demon-slaying sword tightly in his right hand, the sword flashing with a dazzling light, as if it contained endless power. He took one step and his body was like lightning as he rushed towards Jiang Wushuang. His speed was extremely fast. The demon-slaying sword traced a splendid arc in the air, bringing up endless sword chimes that resounded throughout the void. That terrifying sword intent was like substance, crisscrossing across as if it was going to tear apart this heaven and earth. Each sword intent possessed the power to cut down everything, sending shivers down one's spine. Facing such a strong enemy, Jiang Wushuang did not have the slightest intention of retreating. He pushed his phantom with all his might, engaging in a thrilling exchange with Dihao. When the two collided, they immediately burst into a horrifying divine rainbow, brilliant and eye-catching to the extreme. Bang bang bang! A dull crashing sound kept coming as the two fought fiercely in the void. Each of their strikes contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, and the terrifying fluctuations spread out in a steady stream in all directions. These fluctuations triggered a huge storm, with howling winds that ravaged the surrounding space. That frenzied chi was even like a sharp blade, wantonly tearing the void, causing one to feel an indescribable palpitation. Jiang Wushuang had an excited smile on his face as he stared at Dihao and said fervently, "You make me feel like fighting after a long time. I haven't had a painful battle for a long time. You will soon realize who is the topmost heavenly pride of this era." Buzz! Jiang Wushuang's arm suddenly seemed to be infused with endless power, vibrating violently at an astonishing speed. Along with this powerful power fluctuation, a deafening dragon roar resounded through the sky. In an instant, countless dazzling golden rays of light erupted from Jiang Wushuang's body, as spectacular as a volcanic eruption. These golden lights were like bundles of blazing flames, instantly illuminating the entire void, radiating a dazzlingly brilliant luster. Right at this moment, Jiang Wushuang's entire aura underwent a radical change. His originally deep and calm eyes became golden at this moment, as if they contained endless majesty and dominance. Those eyes were just like a divine emperor overlooking all living beings in the 9 heavens, filled with the aura of dominating everything. Only Jiang Wushuang's hands began to slowly form spell seals, and an ancient and mysterious symbol flowed and coalesced at his fingertips. These symbols exuded an ancient and obscure aura, like secret words from an ancient time. As Jiang Wushuang continued to make seals, these symbols became more and more numerous, eventually forming a unique and marvelous field around his body. This field was filled with mysterious and unpredictable energy fluctuations, as if it resonated with some kind of rules between heaven and earth. Chapter 084, How are you qualified to be an emperor? You came to my emperor clan and killed my people. Today, this emperor will take your life. Dihao let out a low gulp as a monstrous killing intent swept out, rolling waves of sound as vast as the sea, causing the heavens to quake. Is it okay for you to go to my ginger house? This emperor? Oh, you have quite a big mouth. Hearing Dihao's words, Jiang Wushuang snorted and said disdainfully, "What qualifications do you have to call yourself an emperor? If the Ko can go, I can go." As Jiang Wushuang's words fell, his entire aura erupted violently, as if a volcano was about to erupt. His blazing aura was like a torrent, surging and sweeping in all directions. In the very next instant, countless heaven and earth auras seemed to have been summoned by some sort of call, surging madly from all directions, forming a huge vortex behind Jiang Wushuang. Immediately afterward, 12 divine wheels emitting radiant light slowly emerged. These divine wheels had a faint golden color throughout and were more than 5 meters tall. As if they were substantial, they were silently suspended there, emitting a hazy and mysterious haze, and the powerful and pure power fluctuations caused the surrounding space to distort slightly. Looking at the 12 pale golden divine wheels that emerged behind Jiang Wushuang, Dihao's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of gravity. At the same time, 12 divine wheels similarly manifested behind his back, but the difference was that his divine wheels were a deep blue color, vaguely revealing a majestic and profound fluctuation. You have to understand that there is also a gap between paragon emperors. Dihao's low voice rang out, carrying an invisible pressure, only to see his right hand slowly raised, his 5 fingers tightly clenched into a fist, and in an instant, a fierce and unparalleled energy fluctuation erupted with him at the center. This energy was like a supreme beast that had gotten out of its trap, wreaking havoc with its teeth and claws, and the horrifying pressure pressed down on the crowd from all directions, making it almost impossible to breathe. Boom! In the next moment, his footsteps stepped forward fiercely, and the void collapsed. In an instant, he arrived in front of Jiang Wushuang, and without waiting for the other party to react he swung his iron fist towards his head. At this moment, Everyone present held their breath and gazed there in silence.
Just when Dihao's iron fist was about to collide with Jiang Wushuang's head,
the latter suddenly disappeared, reappearing already several feet away. Ha! This kid has gotten faster again? What kind of recluse art is this?
Watching his attack fall short, Dihao was secretly shocked in his heart, and seemed to notice something unusual, his brows furrowing.
I clearly locked onto his path of movement just now, but why did it fail? Could it be? In his mind, thoughts surged,
but Dihao didn't think much about it because at that moment,
Jiang Wushuang was already close to him.
He snorted coldly, his toes tapped the ground, and the demon-slaying sword that was draped around his body grew against the wind,
eventually transforming into 100 feet huge, directly stabbing towards Jiang Wushuang,
the sharp sword on tearing through the heaven and earth,
the aftermath sweeping through the 8 wastelands.
This sword contained an overbearing killing power,
and a terrifying ripple of aura surged like a tidal wave.
It felt as if I was in a mountain of swords and blood.
Depressing, suffocating, the 3 styles of destruction, 10,000 sorrows of silence, along with Dihao's roar, the spell in his hand violently pressed down, and at the same time, the aura on his body erupted like a volcanic eruption. The might of this sword became exceptionally ferocious, as if it was going to tear the entire world apart. Just then, the heavens and earth suddenly became dim, and all the light was covered in this endless darkness.
The smell of decay and withering fills every corner,
giving a sense of despair and powerlessness.
Amidst the crowd's horrified gazes, a black lightning bolt was like a sharp sword that cut through the night sky, cutting through the sky at an astonishing speed and merging with that huge sword mane.
Immediately afterward,
this attack fused with the power of destruction was like a falling star,
lunging towards Jiang Wushuang with a heaven-destroying aura.
This strike covered the sky and was terrifying to the extreme,
as if its power was enough to destroy everything in the world.
Facing such a strong enemy,
Jiang Wushuang's face couldn't help but change drastically.
He didn't dare to have the slightest reservation, and he pushed the spiritual energy in his body with all his might,
gathering it behind him in a steady stream. Only behind him,
a dazzling and eye-catching divine moon slowly emerged.
The light emitted by this divine moon was as hot as the sun, illuminating the entire sky. In an instant,
the divine moon blossomed with unparalleled radiance, echoing the 9 Dharma real bodies as if they had reached some sort of mysterious tacit agreement.
Driven by this powerful force,
that great desolate dragon coiling tripod was like an awakened dragon, roaring as it rushed towards the sword's shadow in the sky. The two collided with each other in mid-air,
instantly triggering an earth-shattering explosion. A surging, naked-eye visible wave of energy rippled through the air, forming a brilliant and colorful light.
These rays of light were as brilliant and eye-catching as fireworks, but the destructive power contained within them was enough to chill anyone.
These waves of energy were like shocking waves, sweeping in all directions,
and wherever they passed,
countless cultivators were sent flying out by hard earthquakes.
They were spitting blood from their mouths, their bodies were tattered and broken, and their blood spewed out, staining the entire earth red.
Dihao stared indifferently at the enemy in front of him,
his eyes flickering with a shadowy light.
He said after a moment of contemplation,
"Although I can't tell exactly what kind of physique you belong to, but for you to be able to execute 9 types of Dharma true bodies,
you are indeed extremely gifted and rare in the world.
It's just a pity that the laws of your 3000 Daos state will never be able to outperform the laws of our central domain." Before the words fell, Dihao stepped out with the mysterious and unpredictable Taishu steps under his feet. As he moved, the great emperor bloodline in his body began to operate crazily, and the blood chi around his body boiled and churned like an angry sea. A trace of purple light drilled out from his hair pores,
wrapping around his entire body like a spiritual snake,
making his entire person look like a descending god,
majestic and inviolable.
The void continuously crumbled and collapsed under the pressure of his aura.
Dihao's aura became more and more manic, while the demon-slaying sword in his hand even blossomed with a demonic scarlet glow, as if it was longing to drink blood and kill.
Swish! As Dihao raised his hand, the demon-slaying sword shot out explosively, pulling long sword traces in the void and slashing at Jiang Wushuang with a thunderous momentum.
"This is the legendary imperial art." An exclamation appeared in the void. "So domineering, so harsh." Exclamations rose and fell,
and those cultivators in the shadows who were observing the battle were all shocked beyond words by what they saw before their eyes. The Emperor arts of my Emperor clan's sages are truly as terrifying as they are. The people of the Emperor clan were even more filled with excitement and exuberance. As people of the Emperor clan, they had an innate reverence and pride for the Emperor arts.
At this moment, witnessing the display of the imperial art,
the pride in their hearts was completely aroused.
Emperor arts, as the name suggests,
are supremely powerful spells created by great emperors, and the reason why the Emperor clan has been able to survive for so long and endure for tens of thousands of years is that it relies on this Emperor clan's tens of thousands of years of great emperor inheritance. It could be said that the imperial art had become the symbol and root of the D clan. Once the imperial art was performed, it was as if heaven and earth were plunged into a dead silence, and everything was turned into ashes. The terror of its power was beyond imagination. In front of this destructive power, any enemy would be unbeatable. Such divine power is both desirable and deeply intimidating. Chapter 085 Imperial Art? In front of this art, any art would pale in comparison. Imperial art? In front of this art, any art is eclipsed. Jiang Wuxuan looked indifferent, his eyes revealing an indifference that scorned everything in the world. His steps were smooth and firm, as if each step stepped on top of the rules of heaven and earth, becoming one with the entire heaven and earth. As he took one step, the Dharma phase true body behind him trembled violently, emitting an endless pressure. These Dharma true bodies were like gods descending into the world, majestic and inviolable. They raised their huge fists at the same time, and with the power of destroying the sky and the earth, they ruthlessly smashed into the sword shadows that were attacking the sky and the earth. Rumble! An earth-shattering roar came from the sky, and the entire world seemed to be torn apart. In an instant, the sky was darkened, the sun and moon were lost, and the stars lost their colors. All that remained between heaven and earth was chaos, and all the light was swallowed up. The moment the two collided, time seemed to stop flowing. Everything stood still at this moment. Both the fearful aftermath and the rampaging sword intent dissipated without a trace in the void. The power of this punch surpassed people's imagination. It broke the boundaries of the void and shattered the boundaries of space, as if a star from eternity had fallen, triggering an earth-shattering catastrophe. This heaven and earth shook violently, and the earth began to crumble, with countless huge cracks spreading out rapidly like spider webs. These cracks were bottomless and varied in width. Some were even tens of feet wide, making them daunting to look at. Debris from the earth splattered everywhere, forming a cloud of dust and fog that covered the sky. What had been flat ground became fragmented and disfigured. On the ground, a hideous and terrifying large crack crisscrossed the ground, like the giant mouth of an abyss, wanting to devour everything. These cracks stretched on, and could not be seen at a glance, covering the entire area. The whole scene was like the coming of the end of the world, and it was a cause for despair. How can it be so horrible? What kind of boxing is this? Could this be an imperial art as well? How could a place like the 3000 Taoist prefecture have this kind of law? All of the emperor clan's children looked at the scene before them, their hearts and minds trembling endlessly. This punch was as surging as a mountain, and its power was so enormous that it was mind-boggling. It was as if the entire world was trembling for it, and everyone felt an indescribable pressure, their breathing becoming rapid and difficult, as if they were about to suffocate. Even from a distance, people could feel the shock of this powerful force. Their gazes were involuntarily drawn over, as if they had seen an astonishing picture. At this moment, Jiang Wuxuan was like a great emperor who had descended into the world to dominate the ancient green sky. His pace was steady and powerful, each step stepping on top of the thousands of divine suns. His body flickered with dazzling light, and endless haze mist surrounded him, making him even more formidable and extraordinary. Looking down on the world, he seemed to have grasped the power of the entire heaven and earth, and his hands and feet contained endless might, and in front of his terrifying 6 paths of will, all of them were fearful and their bodies trembled involuntarily. Boundless fear welled up inside, leaving them completely bereft of the courage and ability to resist. Some people's legs were so weak that they could barely stand, others were filled with horror, staring at Jiang Wuxuan with wide eyes, as if they had seen a demon god descending into the world. Dihao didn't retreat in the face of Jiang Wuxuan's punch, because he knew that if he retreated, that would be a true loss. He once again brandished the long sword in his hand and struck a gaijin sword seal, kneading it towards Jiang Wuxuan. This sword seal contained a true emperor's rhythm, emitting a terrifying aura that suppressed the heavens and earth and slaughtered billions of living beings. When this sword mark collided with that terrifying fist, it instantly burst out with dazzling to the extreme light, like a falling sun, dazzling and devouring everything. The fist print crumbled in the light, turning into countless fragments that dissipated between heaven and earth. Jiang Wuxuan suffered a counterattack and a trace of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. But he was not discouraged. Instead, he aroused his inner fighting spirit even more and continued to mobilize the vast and boundless laws in his body and the unique sacred nucleus to launch an attack. In an instant, a law force converged in the void, wrapped in a terrifying might that was enough to destroy the heaven and earth, and swept toward Dihao like a surging tide. Its voice is loud and majestic, and its laws are connected to heaven and earth, as if the heavens have sent down divine punishment, wanting to destroy the sky and the dome together. Thunder and flames intermingled and fused with each other, diffusing the most ferocious and horrifying attacks, as if they wanted to completely crush Dihao. This emperor will send you on your way now. Dihao's eyes were icy cold as his body shook, and a monstrous aura swept out, like a torrent, drowning out all the attacks in an instant.
The demon-slaying sword released a brilliant and dazzling light at this moment as it stretched across the void, its sword chants resounding and ear-splitting as it pierced through the heavens. Immediately afterward, the demon-slaying sword flew out of his hand and hovered in the sky above Di Hao, the matchless sharp sword chi penetrating the clouds, causing the void to twist and distort ceaselessly. Sword intent whistled, filling the heavens and the earth. A destructive wave filled the air, causing one's liver to split. It's not like this emperor hasn't chopped down arrogant geniuses like you before. Di Hao's face was ice-cold, his tone indifferent, and the demon-slaying sword steeply blossomed into a skyrocketing sword aura. The sound of the sword was deafening and resonated beyond the clouds, and a brilliant and dazzling sword light seemed to be tearing apart the entire heaven and earth. Immediately afterward, the sword on suddenly grew explosively, instantly becoming as huge as a mountain, covering the sky and sweeping in all directions. The sword chi was like a surging torrent, galloping across 30,000 miles, its power unstoppable. With just one sword, Di Hao easily broke all of Zhang Wushuang's attacking means. Thousands of divine lights were eclipsed at this moment, and they all turned into nothingness under this sword, disappearing without a trace. At the same time, Di Hao stepped on the Taishu steps. His body was as fast as the primordial purple thunder, and that demon-slaying sword flashed with blazing sword awnings in his hands, like a round of dazzling blazing suns that shone brightly and illuminated the world. The sword light was brilliant and eye-catching, and the sword intent surged and surged, like a majestic, rushing and roaring Milky Way hanging above the sky, crushing down with the momentum of a divine mountain crushing eggs. The power of this strike was earth-shattering, and when it materialized, it was enough to destroy anything. Wherever the sword chi passed through, the void trembled violently, and the space completely shattered, revealing dark and deep cracks, from which endless chaotic turbulence gushed out, engulfing and destroying everything around it. Today, I will let you know the true power of the great desolate dragon coiling tripod. Zhang Wushuang's eyes were as bright as stars, and behind him, the great desolate dragon coiling tripod fully awakened. An endless auspicious haze surged out, instantly transforming into a dazzling golden divine dragon tens of thousands of feet long, roaring as it sped towards the distant demon race. The golden divine dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth, and the dragon's roar resounded through the clouds, shaking the hearts of the people. Barren, dead and cold, all sorts of negative emotions spread wildly like a tidal wave. This shocking scene was hair-raising, as the might of the emperor's soldiers was galvanized to its peak realm, as if they had crossed the boundaries of time and space, pouncing straight at Di Hao. An unparalleled vastness and majesty came from the sky, causing all the people around to stiffen their bodies, profoundly experiencing a strong threat of death. That extreme and powerful force was enough to destroy everything in the world. This is the Imperial Soldier. The great desolate coiling dragon tripod bloomed with endless auspicious haze, shaking mightily in all directions. Wherever it passed through, the void crumbled one after another, forming a bottomless dark gully. Chapter 086, It is your supreme honor to witness the divine might of an imperial weapon. This inconspicuous bronze tripod is actually an emperor's soldier. You actually possess an emperor's soldier. Di Hao was astonished in his heart when he saw the great desolate coiling dragon cauldron being completely catalyzed by Zhang Wushuang. Imperial soldiers are too rare. Even in the entire Great Diffusion Immortal region, there are no more than 10 handles, all controlled by the major top forces. The only emperor's soldier of their emperor clan was still in the clan's forbidden land, and they easily didn't dare to move it, because emperor's soldiers have their own pride. Even if you are at the cultivation level of a quasi-emperor, you may not necessarily be able to activate a true emperor's soldier. Only a true great emperor was qualified to harness imperial soldiers to conquer the 4 directions, sweeping across the 8 wastelands of the 9 states and commanding billions of miles of rivers and mountains. But at this moment, Zhang Wushuang had done it. It was simply unimaginable and could be called heaven-defying. Right at this moment, that great desolate dragon coiling tripod suddenly burst out with a golden splendor all over its body, as if a golden sun had descended from the sky, instantly flooding the entire heaven and earth. Countless mysterious runes intertwined together, reflecting the countless rules of the sky and the earth, like a vast and boundless ocean enveloping the sky, seemingly to completely submerge and devour this place. Impossible. This strike, I can't even block it? Di Hao's eyes were wide with disbelief. He possessed the violet gold divine pupil, a pair of eyes that were able to see 2 breaths of time into the future, and could easily see through the trajectory of other people's attacks, thus avoiding all the attacks that could cause damage to him. However, he felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness in the face of this strike from Zhang Wushuang. It only felt that all the means and calculations he had prepared before were completely ineffective at this moment, as if they were nothing. The Emperor's soldier was simply too terrifying, and the power it contained was beyond the cognitive realm of ordinary cultivators, involving too many complex and esoteric rule evolutions that bordered on an extreme state of perfection. With Di Hao's current realm of strength, he was simply unable to fight against it. Put! In less than half a breath, Dihao violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and his originally rosy face instantly became as pale as paper. His body suffered a heavy blow, his flesh almost exploding apart, and even his divine soul suffered a great impact, with cracks appearing as if it would crumble and dissipate at any time. How? Dihao's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. He hadn't even been hit by the blow yet, so how could he have suffered such a serious injury? Right at this moment, the great desolate coiling dragon tripod had already crushed towards Dihao. Its speed was so fast that it appeared in front of Dihao almost in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Dihao had no way to retreat. Block it for me. Dihao's eyes were covered in blood, and he clenched his teeth, desperately mobilizing every bit of strength in his body. He knew that the Jiang Wushuang in front of him was exceptionally powerful, no matter if it was talent or physique. It was not something that he could match, and the only advantage he had was that hint of suppression above his cultivation. He gathered all of his essence together, and the surging great emperor bloodline and innate spirit bones in his body were pushed to their limits. In an instant, the 677 sacred cores resonated in unison, erupting in monstrous waves as if they were about to tear apart the entire heaven and earth. However, despite his best efforts, he still seemed a bit overwhelmed by such a terrifying pressure. Only a crisp click sound could be heard as his arms began to bend and deform due to excessive force. However, Dihao didn't give up just like that. Still holding the demon-slaying sword in his hand tightly, trying to resist that power that destroyed everything. At this moment, the Dharma phase behind Dihao also began to falter, as if it would collapse at any moment. However, there was only one conviction in his mind. He must not back down. No! Dihao tilted his head and roared, his voice resounding through the clouds. Just then, a mysterious and unpredictable fluctuation rippled out from within him. At the same time, his body shook violently, and countless fine cracks unexpectedly surfaced on the surface of his body, and strands of haze light flashed out from it, just like immortal light descending to earth. Immediately afterward, strands of divine aura gushed out from these fissures and quickly filled his entire body. Under the nourishment of this divine breath, Dihao's muscles became crystal clear, just like the purest crystal. What was even more surprising was that the injuries on his body were rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The arms and legs that had been cracked were rejuvenated, and not even a single scar could be found. So what if you blow up your innate spirit bone? It's your supreme honor to witness the divine might of an imperial weapon. Jiang Wushuang's face was as cold as ice and frost. His expression was cold to the extreme. The divinity in his body had already climbed to the peak realm, and the unique sacred core in his body was even functioning wildly like a raging storm. Under the powerful enhancement of the 6 paths of reincarnation heavenly skill, an unparalleled 6 paths of reincarnation aura erupted from his body. Deafening roars echoed in the void, as if the entire heaven and earth were shaking and trembling from the sound, only to see the great desolate coiled dragon tripod quietly suspended in mid-air, its body surface covered with dense and intricate mysterious symbols, which flickered with a faint light, revealing an ancient and vicissitude atmosphere, as if they had experienced the scouring and baptism of endless years. The bronze cauldron carried the might of an imperial weapon, wrapped in the aura of reincarnation and the 6 paths, lifting off layers of divine sunlight as it came downward to suppress it. Asshole kid! Dihao was completely enraged as he fiercely waved his demon-slaying sword, slashing fiercely once again, wanting to break that terrifying threat. However, what horrified Dihao was that although the demon chopper's sword had chopped into the great desolate coiling dragon tripod, it hadn't left behind any injury, and it hadn't even managed to scratch out a trace. On the contrary, it was Dihao, whose body shook violently under the impact of the great desolate dragon coiling tripod, almost falling to his knees on the spot. His internal organs felt like they had rolled over, and with a sweetness in his throat, he opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. As the Tao sound flowed, the void around Dihao annihilated inch by inch, and a huge dark vortex appeared. It was caused by the mysterious greatness that erupted from the great desolate coiled dragon cauldron, which was enough to shatter all obstacles. Jiang Wushuang's face was indifferent, as if it was an iceberg, and he stepped out of the void step by step without any expression. He was surrounded by a dense and extremely mysterious aura, just like a god descending into the world. He gently pressed his right hand, and the great desolate dragon coiling tripod instantly bloomed with endless brilliant divine light, and the ancient runes on top of the tripod wall suddenly flashed, as if billions of thunderbolts were exploding at the same time, and the horrifying might was palpitating to the extreme. Jiang Wushuang's eyes were ice cold as he was fully prepared to completely obliterate Dihao with this strike. However, right at this moment, a furious cry suddenly came out, resounding between heaven and earth, unbridled. This roar was like a thunderous explosion, shaking the surrounding space slightly. In the distance, one could only see a huge golden pagoda coming out of the sky, spanning the boundless sky,
carrying an unparalleled majestic divine fluctuation, like a burning sun heading straight this way.
Within the pagoda, countless dazzling divine splendor shot out,
interweaving and transforming into a sharp and appalling divine blade, flashing with a cold light as it chopped towards Jiang Wuxuang at an astonishing speed.
These divine blades were exceptionally powerful,
and wherever they passed, the void was easily torn apart, displaying an extremely terrifying might.
Yun Tianya, stop him with me. Without any fear,
Jiang Wuxuang faintly commanded to the void behind himself and continued to attack towards Di Hao.
In the next moment,
the void rippled,
and an old man in a blue robe slowly emerged. He was tall and looked divine,
and his eyes were brilliant.
Behind him,
there were even 9 divine rings rising up,
illuminating the void.
It was none other than Yun Tianya, who had been hiding in the shadows to protect Jiang Wuxuang.
Chapter 087, How do you want to end your life? As soon as Yun Tianya appeared,
the void began to tremble violently, as if it could not bear his presence. His body was tightly wrapped in chaotic gas, and above his head was suspended a vast,
boundless, deep and mysterious starry sky, which contained endless divine fluctuations, as if the origin and end of the universe were in it.
He stepped on the sun, moon, and stars, and every step he took was accompanied by a roar and vibration in the heavens and earth, as if the entire world was about to topple over.
Just seeing him casually waving out a palm, the sun and the moon would instantly sink, and the Qiankuan would be turned upside down. This earth-shattering strike gave off a feeling of unrivaled power.
As he struck out, the void shattered open like a mirror, and a brilliant and dazzling divine radiance spilled down from the cracks, completely piercing through the void. These divine radiances were like the sharpest sword blades in the world, and wherever they passed, everything was torn into pieces.
Humph, no wonder you're so emboldened. So you have help.
Just then, a low voice came from the shadows.
Immediately afterward,
a figure slowly stepped out of the void, and it was none other than the great ancestor of the Empyrean clan,
Empyrean Prime.
His feet stepped on the Chaos Scroll, and his head wore a purple and gold crown, which was inlaid with strange gems that shone with mysterious light.
An ancient character unique to the Emperor clan was imprinted on his brow,
and in his hand, he held a chaotic battle golem,
its body glittering with a cold light.
The entire person was shrouded in chaotic light,
like an overwhelming overlord that shook the world.
His eyes took on a purplish-red hue, as if they were 2 burning suns, emitting fiery and destructive fluctuations that inspired fear.
Just by looking at each other,
one could feel a piercing chill, as if their souls were about to be frozen. As the great ancestor of the Emperor clan, Emperor Prime had gone through long years of cultivation and had now reached the quasi-emperor minor achievement realm, and his formidable strength was astonishing. Even though they were far apart, his incomparable aura was still surging like a tidal wave,
making people feel a suffocating pressure.
Endless killing intent swept through like a raging tide,
covering the sky,
causing the entire void to twist and distort,
and the heavens and earth to lose color.
Suddenly, a burst of clanging sounds resounded through the clouds, the void trembled violently, and bright divine sunlight erupted from Emperor Prime's eyes,
coalescing into substantial rays of light that resembled a blazing fire. Immediately afterward,
a shocking scene appeared.
Behind DK,
a heavenly giant tree broke through the ground,
towering into the clouds, its branches and leaves flourishing,
almost obscuring the entire sky.
Each branch of this large tree was as huge as holding up the universe, and a single thick vine hanging down intertwined and entwined with each other,
creating a spectacular scene.
This was no ordinary tree, but an extremely terrifying phallic form. In an instant, the sky collapsed,
the wind and clouds changed color, the void shook violently, and countless mountains and rocks were caught up in it,
instantly turning into ashes.
The aura of this great tree was so vast that it was simply terrifying. Immediately after that, the vine suddenly stretched out, like a brilliant and colorful scroll stretching out in the air,
each vine emitting a mysterious and powerful aura that left people in awe.
Di Hao had intended to use his unrivaled divine ability to directly forcefully suppress Jiang Wuxuang,
but he didn't expect Yun Tianya to resist his attack. Not only that,
Yun Tianya also executed another supreme secret technique,
swinging his fist and slamming it. However, Jiang Wuxuang didn't pay any attention to Yun Tianya and Di Cheng,
as he was fully focused on urging the great
desolate dragon coiling cauldron and once again suppressed it towards Di Hao.
Di Hao tilted his head and looked up, an icy cold light flickering in his eyes as he clenched his teeth fiercely, the blood in his entire body seeming to boil as if it were boiling up,
the sea of qi in his dantian hollowing out, that Tao seed that was uniquely his being catalyzed to the extreme. In an instant, Di Hao's entire body erupted with dazzling and eye-catching divine sunlight, and a domineering, overwhelming,
world-shaking aura quickly spread out.
He wielded the demon-slaying sword,
and a powerful sword qi crisscrossed across the sky,
tearing through the void, and chopping straight towards the great desolate coiling dragon cauldron.
Click, click. The moment the two touched each other, The sword chi that shot out from the demon-slaying sword was worn down and crushed section by section,
gradually dissipating into nothingness. Dang!
The great desolate coiling dragon tripod suppressed down,
a terrifying divine sunlight dropping down, crushing everything,
like a true immortal mountain smashing down.
Bang!
Dihao's chest suffered a heavy impact. Cracks appeared on the surface of his body, blood spilled like rain, and his bones snapped apart. His chest was a bloody mess,
causing everyone present to feel frightened. Jiang Wuxuan stepped on Dihao's face, her tone as calm as water, and asked softly, "In what way do you want to end your life? How dare you be so? Do you really think that the Jiang family and the Nangong family can protect you?" Witnessing this scene, Emperor Prime became enraged as his entire body's aura violently erupted. He took a step forward and attempted to descend here, but was stopped tightly by Yun Tianya. Dihao attempted to struggle to his death. However, Jiang Wuxuang's paw was like a mountain of ancient gods, stomping on him steadily, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge a single bit. Jiang Wuxuang had a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, gazing at him playfully, and said lightly, "Don't be anxious, you'll die soon just because. This divine son hates those jumping clowns who always jump out to annoy people. It's disgusting to the extreme." As soon as the words fell, Jiang Wuxuang's paw suddenly fired and stomped down hard, only with a pft sound. He stomped Dihao's head, and blood splattered. Ah! Emperor Prime's mournful cries resounded through the four fields, his eyes red, roaring with hatred. Rumble, the great ancestor of the Emperor clan, Emperor Prime, slapped out with both palms. An endless divine might surged out as if it was going to tear the entire universe apart. The void was unbeatable in front of this terrifying power, instantly shattering into countless fragments. A hideous crack like a spider's web densely spread over the sky, seemingly heralding the coming of the end, wanting to completely destroy this place. In the face of such might, Yun Tianya only gave a faint cold snort. Then without hesitation, he cast out his own magic treasure, only to see a mysterious pagoda slowly rising from his hands between the flips of his palms, blossoming with thousands of haze, the Ruei Qi soaring, as if it was surrounded by the immortal mist of the beginning of the earth. These haze lights and Ruei Qi intertwined together, forming a sea of radiant and dazzling light, as if it was going to drown the entire world in it. "How dare you be so arrogant?" Seeing this, Emperor Prime shouted angrily, his fingers rapidly pinching the spell. As he did so, a huge golden bell with a golden body that shone with 9 colors of divine light rose up into the sky. This golden bell was surrounded by 9 mysterious divine lines, with brilliant and eye-catching runes flowing within the divine lines, appearing sacred and solemn. Dang! The melodious sound of the bell suddenly rang out, resounding in all directions as if it was able to spread across the heavens and the worlds. A circle of powerful sound waves swept out like ripples, and countless glittering runes stirred out from it, like a divine chain traversing the void, carrying an incomparable pressure. The mouth of that huge golden seed rapidly swelled up, reaching 10,000 meters in the blink of an eye, and the might it emitted was earth-shattering. The bell wall was inscribed with all sorts of bizarre patterns of exotic beasts that were lifelike, as if they would come to life at any moment. With a soft chirp, it shook the sky and ruptured the sky, and it even directly transformed into a huge golden crow, pouncing towards Jiang Wuxuang with teeth and claws. Chapter 088. With the same paramount emperor, I won't be weaker than anyone else. You and my 2 clans don't have any grudges, but Dihao, this old bastard, even went down to the 3000 road state to scuttle the other 6 draconic ancient lineages into attacking my Jiang clan in unison. And to this day, right and wrong. And who can distinguish between right and wrong? Jiang Wuxuan's expression was cold, not taking the attack unleashed by Emperor Prime in the slightest, and grabbed at the great desolate coiling dragon cauldron with one hand. Rumble! In an instant, the mysterious flames within the great desolate coiling dragon cauldron burned up, and a strand of terrifyingly monstrous burning heavenly flames crazily skyrocketed, instantly enveloping Jiang Wuxuang in a blaze of fire. A high-temperature ripple spread out as if it could melt heaven and earth, and even space was vaguely distorted. Unbridled, Emperor Prime was furious and immediately offered up his own chaos spear, his body blossoming with billions of golden lights, his aura soaring to the skies, his majesty overpowering the world. Swish! He held a spear in his right hand, his left arm poking out, and a heaven-stabbing, earth-splitting golden go spear shadow pierced through the void, charging over with the might of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. In an instant, the shadow of the golden golem spear landed heavily on the great desolate coiling dragon cauldron, causing the earth to tremble violently, as if there was 10,000 feet of magma spewing out. Many actions will lead to death. You Central Region Draconic Ancient Family are so moralistic that you really don't think you have a problem? Yun Tenya sighed and raised his hand to strike a dazzling colored divine rainbow, enveloping Emperor Prime and isolating the fire from spreading. I, the Imperial Martial People, am of the great Emperor bloodline.
ruling over the 72 states of the central domain and maintaining order in the lower realm.
Why do I need a reason? Emperor Prime rebuked loudly.
His words filled with dominance, and there was endless pressure spreading out.
He lightly waved his sleeve,
and rolling waves of air swept out,
blowing out the flames in an instant. This is my Imperial Clan's clanland.
And you two guys who don't know the heights of heaven are delusional enough to think that you can get out of here in one piece so easily. Emperor Prime's voice was not loud,
but it carried an irresistible majesty. His originally cold expression became even more incomparably eerie,
and his purple pupils gradually became deeper and darker.
Right at this moment,
there were suddenly fierce winds and dark clouds between heaven and earth, and a thunderbolt as thick as a bucket came crashing down from the sky like a silver snake.
At the same time,
a majestic and incomparable pressure came from the sky,
instantly enveloping the entire 8 wastelands.
One could only see that in the midst of that roiling thunder, countless rains of golden light crossed the sky like meteors,
bright and dazzling to the extreme.
And in the very center of these golden rains of light,
D. King's figure stood proudly above the void like a god descending.
His entire body was bathed in endless golden divine sunlight,
emanating a palpitatingly terrifying aura. At this moment, Di Jing was just standing there quietly,
but the aura emanating from his body was already enough to make heaven and earth change color.
In this instant, all the prohibitions and spell formations within the Emperor Clan's territory were activated,
and countless amounts of spiritual chi converged towards Emperor Prime like a tidal wave, and were added to his body, making him look more and more lofty and unrivaled.
Kid, this Imperial Clan was once truly extraordinary.
Now that all the prohibitions and spell formations are open, you have to be careful.
Yun Tianya's brows furrowed as he said to Zhang Wushuang by his side.
I might not have time to care about you when the time comes. Zhang Wushuang's face was as calm as water as she said indifferently.
Are you going to fix these prohibitions or are you going to fix Emperor Prime? You still want to kill Emperor Prime? Although his debut was only one era later than mine, in his era,
he was also a supreme pride that shocked the central region. And now that he's backed up by the Emperor's soldier and guarded by all the Imperial Clan's prohibitions and spell formations, it's better for us to just take what we can get.
Yun Tianya suddenly felt some toothache. This Zhang Wushuang really has no sense of reverence. To disobey is to do. Completely does not give any leeway. Simply crazy. With the same quasi-empire, I won't be weaker than anyone else. Zhang Wushuang's body moved,
and the great desolate dragon coiling tripod behind him emitted a crisp clanking sound,
as billions of dazzling, overpowering divine auras gushed out, tearing through the heavens like a torrent,
the endless mysterious rays of light whistling across the sky and earth,
slicing through the heavens and the earth. In the next instant,
his right arm stretched out and his palm opened, his fingers bending into the shape of a clenched fist,
and with a thunderous momentum, he fiercely blasted towards Emperor K.
Boo! This punch was incredibly powerful, containing a terrifying divine force that was enough to destroy heaven and earth, and struck the golden crow's shadow with a swift and heavy blow,
instantly crushing and dissipating it. Immediately afterward, Zhang Wushuang did not hesitate to execute an even more astounding stance,
only to see him gently wave with one hand. An illusory shadow emerged from his hand,
which was actually a bronze rusty sword emitting an ancient aura.
He gripped the hilt of his sword in his hand and swung it violently and forcefully. The sword body sliced through the long sky, and the incomparably sharp sword chi ran through the entire heaven and earth like a rainbow through the sun, accompanied by gusts of great Tao sounds echoing, as well as bursts of hissing and roaring sounds from immortals and demons. This sword seemed to have crossed the boundaries of time and space,
cutting through the bonds of eternity and shattering the confinement of yin and yang. In an instant,
Zhang Wushuang's sword chi clashed violently with Emperor Prime's golden battle spear, erupting into a terrifyingly loud sound and releasing devastating energy fluctuations. Kill! An incomparably dazzling radiance emanated from Di Jing's body,
as bright and dazzling as a star in the universe. He executed a supreme divine ability,
and the divine patterns within his body shone with a brilliant light, resonating with the Tao Si to form a powerful power fluctuation. The 137,874 holy cores were even like a volcanic eruption, erupting with extremely splendid divine radiance, which intertwined with each other and converged into countless mysterious runes.
With an earth-shattering thud, Emperor Prime took a step forward.
Every step that fell caused the earth to shake violently, as if the entire world was going to be shattered by his footsteps.
At the center of his brow, a crack slowly emerged, like a dazzling sun that illuminated half of the sky.
The crack contained endless mysteries and energies that caused one's heart to palpitate.
At this moment,
the mighty pressure emanating from Emperor Prime's body grew stronger and stronger, and the surrounding void could hardly withstand such a terrifying might,
and it began to continuously collapse and annihilate.
Against the backdrop of that roiling rain of golden light, Emperor Prime held the golden battle spear tightly in his hand, and his entire person looked as if he were a deity who had walked from the ancient times, so mighty and domineering that one did not dare to look directly at him.
Suddenly, Emperor Prime swung his arm, and the golden battle spear in his hand emitted a crisp and pleasant chirping sound. Immediately afterward, he quickly flipped his wrist and stabbed his battle spear fiercely towards Jiang Wuxuang. This strike was as fast as lightning, swift and unrivaled, carrying a heaven-destroying aura that seemed to completely tear apart all enemies. There was nothing fancy about this shot. It was plain and simple, but it contained monstrous greatness, enough to break mountains and shatter everything. Under Emperor Prime's control, the void annihilated inch by inch wherever the war spear passed. At this moment, heaven and earth lost their colors, and the sun and moon sank. Chapter 089. You are nothing more than a stepping stone on top of my imperial path. I am the great ancestor of the imperial clan. When I suppress all disobedient people. T. Kang's low voice came out from deep in his throat. At this moment, his aura climbed to the apex, covered with golden haze, blossomed with blazing eye-catching light. In a trance seemed to be transformed into an ancient god of war, looking down on the 8 directions of heaven and earth, without fear. Rumble. Under that endless divine radiance, the battle spear in Emperor Prime's hand pierced through the heavens and earth. Indestructible, carrying a divine might that destroyed the heavens and the earth as it crushed towards Jiang Wuxuang. Jiang Wuxuang's face was cold and unafraid. He held the bronze rusty sword in his right hand and the great desolate dragon coiling tripod in his left hand. 12 divine wheels shone behind him, and with one step, his entire body rose up in the air to meet that terrifying attack. The bronze rusty sword in Jiang Wuxuang's hand gently waved, and a terrifying divine radiance swept out, condensing into a thick and incomparable sword chi that slashed at the war spear. At that instant, the void exploded and shattered. The infinite divine radiance raged, and the violent power was like an ocean rushing endlessly, flooding the area of 10,000 miles in a radius, with countless mountain peaks collapsing and chaotic rocks splashing. An incomparably frightening sight. The entire territory of the Emperor clan was swept by the aftermath of this raging energy, and without the arch of the prohibitions and spell formations, this one palace continued to crumble, and a piece of the mountain range blew up and turned into ruins. Only a few towering majestic main peaks had survived, and they stood between heaven and earth like a giant pillar holding up the sky, emitting a vast and majestic fluctuation that warded off all energy storms. A moment later, the energy storm finally faded away, revealing the figures of Jiang Wuxuang and Di Qing, both of whom remained in the same position just now, neither of them taking a step back. Yun Tianya was also dumbfounded when he saw this scene. He completely did not expect Jiang Wuxuang to be able to be so strong, shaking Emperor Prime strike hard without losing. What kind of technique did this brat cultivate, to be this powerful? Whether it's the strength of his physical body or the spirit power in his body, it's all reached the utmost. Yun Tianya's face was ugly. He had thought that Emperor Prime would definitely be able to suppress Jiang Wuxuang with the help of the Emperor clan's prohibitions and spell formations, but he did not expect to be resisted so crisply. And what shocked him was that he realized that he couldn't actually see through Jiang Wuxuang's realm. Originally, he wanted to help, but now it seemed that Jiang Wuxuang didn't need his help at all. You do have some skills, but unfortunately, with just your current power, you are not worthy of being my opponent. Emperor Prime said indifferently, if the Ji clan's old ghost doesn't come out, this father will be the only one in the central region. The only one in the central region? Not to mention whether or not there are any other reclusive paragon emperors in the 8 forbidden regions of life. Even if there aren't, can you claim to be the only one just by virtue of you? Jiang Wuxuang snorted coldly. His eyes were so icy cold that it was as if they were able to freeze everything in the world, and that cold light was like sharp knives as it shot straight at Emperor Prime. In the next instant, he was seen stepping on millions of mysterious and ancient divine patterns under his feet, and his figure instantly disappeared without a trace. This speed was as fast as lightning, like an instantaneous movement, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived above Di Kang's head. He held a bronze rusty sword and violently swung out a sword that was incomparably sharp, as if it contained endless power that could easily split open the chaos and break the Qiankuan. Wherever the sword passed through, the void was torn open with a black crack. The power was amazing and chilling. However, in the face of such an overpowering attack, Di Kang was undaunted. He slightly raised his hand and gently pointed out with a finger, and a brilliant and dazzling golden light immediately shot out from his fingertip. Immediately afterward, a huge battle spear appeared out of the sky, glittering with dazzling golden light, carrying terrifying to the extreme might, like a burning blazing sun, cutting through the layers of emptiness, crashing fiercely towards the bronze rusty sword. Only an earth-shattering roar came from the sky, deafening and resounding. The entire heaven and earth trembled as if it was going to be torn apart by this powerful force. One golden ripple after another centered on the collision site and quickly stirred away, forming a huge vortex of energy. These golden ripples were like a surging tide, spreading in all directions in a steady stream, and wherever they passed, everything was destroyed. cultivating for 10,000 years and experiencing endless trials and vicissitudes. How could a little doll like you possibly understand the realm I've reached? In today's battle, you are doomed to fail. Emperor Prime's cold and haughty voice rang out as if he was a god from the ancient times, carrying endless pressure and confidence. Immediately afterward, he once again urged the battle spear he was holding, and a palpitatingly terrifying golden light violently erupted out. This golden light was as dazzling as the sun, instantly condensing into a gigantic and incomparable silhouette. This silhouette stood on top of the sky, emitting an incomparable aura, and raised its voice to the sky, shaking the heavens. The war spear trembled violently, continuously bursting out even more terrifying power. In an instant, it pierced through the layers of obstruction like a golden lightning bolt, stabbing towards Zhang Wuxuang at an astonishing speed. The battle between the two had transcended space, time, and the boundaries of the world. They fought furiously all the way from the central domain, which was located in the heart of the Great Diffusion Immortal region, to the 3,000 Dao states, and then killed their way back to the central domain from the 3,000 Dao states. This world-shattering showdown drew the attention of countless powerful cultivators throughout the central region. They gazed at this pinnacle duel with unblinking eyes, various emotions welling up in their hearts, some in awe, some secretly speculating, while others were silently looking forward to it. Thud! A melodious bell rang out, shaking the heavens like a yellow bell, deafening the ears. At the same time, a brilliant and dazzling purple light violently erupted above Di Jing's body, causing people to not dare to look directly at him. The battle spear he held in his hand even bloomed with 10,000 lights, as dazzling as the sun, and with unrivaled might, it smashed down fiercely towards Zhang Wuxuang. In an instant, the speed of the war spear was so fast that it seemed to transcend the limitations of time and space, piercing through the void in an instant and arriving in front of Zhang Wuxuang's chest like lightning. At this moment, it was less than half a meter away from Zhang Wuxuang. Zhang Wuxuang's eyes flinched, sensing an unprecedented deadly threat. However, he didn't show the slightest bit of fear. Instead, his body similarly blossomed with 10,000 lights, only to see the soul saint core within him begin to frantically catalyze that chaotic Dao seed, spewing out an endless stream of chaotic mist. These chaotic mists spread out, forming a sea of chaos. They represented the initial power of chaos, the purest and most primitive energy, containing endless mysterious might. In the midst of this chaos, the mystery of the birth of all things in the universe seems to be hidden. You're nothing more than a stepping stone on top of my imperial path. The bronze rusty sword in Zhang Wuxuang's hand swung violently, and a wisp of chaotic qi hung down from above the sword like a vast heavenly river. Majestic. This wisp of chaotic qi directly slammed into Emperor K's attack at an astonishing speed, sending out an earth-shattering roar. The moment the two collided, an incomparably strong shockwave erupted, sweeping in all directions. The surrounding void was twisted and distorted by this powerful force, as if it would collapse at any moment. However, in this thrilling scene, Zhang Wuxuang had easily resisted Emperor Prime's attack, making it impossible for the battle spear to advance any further. Chapter 090 Empyrean Clan Great Ancestor Empyrean Prime vs Zhang Wuxuang. How could you block my attack so easily? Emperor Prime's brows furrowed as a flash of surprise swept across his eyes. He obviously did not expect that with his full strength, he could not actually bring any harm to Zhang Wuxuang. This made his face grimace for a few moments. He had always been incredibly confident in his cultivation and strength of his physical body, or else he wouldn't have been able to spend a long number of years before hammering it to perfection. But now that he was helpless against this junior, and was even struck down in front of his own Emperor Clan's second ancestor, it was simply like a resounding slap to his face. Zhang Wuxuang said indifferently, "If you still have any tricks left, cast them out. Otherwise you won't have much of a chance." His body was covered in hazy chaotic air currents, and he took one step forward, leaving a clear footprint with each step. With a monstrous aura, although he was very young, he exuded an air of disdain at this moment, as if a true dragon from the 9 heavens had descended to the mortal world. Looking down on the living mole crickets, the coldness in Emperor Prime's eyes skyrocketed, and in the face of Zhang Wuxuang's constant provocations, he instantly rose in anger. "Humph! You are too arrogant. Today, the old me will use you to honor the ancestors of my Emperor Clan." Emperor Prime gritted his teeth and said, his words filled with cold killing intent. Immediately afterward, the aura on his body surged steeply, and the battle spear in his hand bloomed with an even more brilliant golden light. Immediately afterward, his arm violently shook, and an even more blazing light bloomed above the battle spear, carrying an unrivaled momentum that swept across thousands of troops. Rumble, accompanied by a shocking thunderous sound. The battle spear in Di Jing's hand violently stabbed at Zhang Wuxuang. In an instant, the entire heaven and earth shook, and the space continuously collapsed, turning into a pitch-black abyss. At this moment, spanning dozens of times the distance in space,
The speed of the war spear soared to the extreme, like a brilliant golden lightning cutting through the void, instantly arriving at Jiang Wushuang's head to crush him. The bronze rusty sword in Jiang Wushuang's hand suddenly clanked, releasing billions of strands of brilliant sword awnings that wrapped around him, forming a dense and tough set of defense. It was top-notch offense with devastating power. The next moment, a deafening sound spread throughout the entire void as the war spear heavily impacted on top of the bronze rusty sword. In an instant, the void collapsed, and endless ripples spread out, obliterating the surrounding void. A horrifying sight. This level of collision is considered an absolute collision. The boundless aftermath spread out, and everywhere it went, everything collapsed, and even the few great halls of the imperial clan that had been struggling to hold on had been completely razed to the ground. The terrifying and incomparable aftershocks raged and shook the hearts of the people. In the entire territory of the Emperor clan, there was only one Emperor clan shrine that was still under the guardianship of the Emperor clan's prohibitions, standing peacefully there, standing for hundreds of millions of years without collapsing, still towering. This sun is too strong. Not only did he kill Di Hao, but he was even able to fight with DK to such a point that he might actually have a chance to step into that realm. Some people sighed darkly in the void, looking shocked as they felt the might generated by the two men's exchange of blows. It seems like Emperor Prime is going to fall this time. There were also people who shook their heads and sighed, determining that Emperor Prime would undoubtedly lose, because in their opinion, Jiang Wushuang was simply too demonic. This was an exceptional talent, destined to be a peerless enemy emperor in the future. And if he had more trials and tribulations and grew into a great giant of the generation, it would be even more heaven-defying. This kind of character shouldn't even exist in the world. However, just as they were discussing, a violent explosion swept out from the distant void, causing everyone's faces to change. What's going on? What happened there? Everyone's eyes showed surprise as they looked into the distant void. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, a raging, boundless power surged out violently, as if two huge stars were violently colliding, triggering the surrounding space to tremble violently, and even the entire heaven and earth resonated with it, the sight of which was creepy and terrifying. The crowd fixed their eyes and saw that in the void of the air, a figure with a lofty and upright figure and a majestic aura was floating in the air. Behind him, he was clearly carrying an immense and incomparable bronze ancient monument, and the entire monument exuded an overbearing and rigid atmosphere, just like a world unrivaled god of war descending into the world. Surprisingly, it's Emperor Prime. He's actually still alive. He's gotten stronger? There's something odd about that giant bronze monument. Everyone present had their jaws dropped, deeply shocked by the scene before them. They had thought that Emperor Prime would surely die this time, but they had never expected that not only did he not die, but instead he reborn like a phoenix in nirvana, and exploded into an even more powerful and ferocious force. Emperor Prime stood tall in the midst of the crowd, his eyes cold and full of majesty as he scanned the surrounding void. Finally, his gaze rested on Jiang Wushuang, who was not far away, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, sketching out a cold and merciless smile, which contained a sneer full of sarcasm, only to hear him say with a cold smile, "Jiang Wushuang, I really have to thank you properly. If it wasn't because of you, how could I have accomplished such a magnificent metamorphosis? Now, the Emperor's blood in my body has fused perfectly with my own Dao bone." As his words fell, a hint of wind and waves were set off in the void. This statement immediately caused the faces of all the people to change drastically. Emperor Prime was able to metamorphose. Doesn't that mean he's now strong enough to decimate Jiang Wushuang? A strong person lost his voice in the void and shouted, his tone filled with disbelief. This son is going to be in danger. There were veteran powerhouses whose gazes were grave, worrying in their hearts. Jiang Wushuang, you have indeed surprised me. It has been many years since anyone has been able to bring my imperial clan to such a state. You are proud enough, Emperor Prime said indifferently, his words dripping with a strong killing intent. The Emperor's blood seemed to fit him innately, perfectly integrating into his body. At this moment, he was filled with an unprecedented sense of confidence and power, and even felt that he already had enough strength to impact that legendary Great Perfection Paragon realm. Once he succeeded in breaking through, then what could that old monster from the Ji clan be considered? A hint of crazy killing intent flickered in Di Jing's eyes, and he was determined to personally decapitate this abominable teenager in front of him in order to wash away the shame he had suffered today. Swish! As he took a step, the space around him seemed to resonate with it, resounding with a burst of mysterious and ancient Dao sounds. The void trembled slightly as countless rule powers converged like a tidal wave, tightly wrapping around his body. At this moment, his entire body looked more and more majestic and imposing, only to see Emperor Prime holding a battle spear and fiercely blasting out. The endless power of the laws wrapped around the battle spear like a snake, blossoming into a bright and dazzling haze that illuminated the entire sky.
This unparalleled and powerful force poured down towards Jiang Wuxuan like a raging pressure. Dang! With an earth-shattering roar, the void trembled violently. A terrifying power like the destruction of heaven and earth erupted from the war spear, completely engulfing Jiang Wuxuan in an instant. The lurid aura was creepy and heartbreaking. Yun Tianya's brows furrowed and he was just about to make a move. But he saw that Jiang Wuxuan unexpectedly did not dodge and stood still, letting that terrifying power surge to him, his robes being blown and hunting. What's this guy doing? Yun Tianya was stunned, and for a while, he was actually not ready to strike either. Not only him, even the major power cultivators hidden in the surrounding void spying on the battle felt very puzzled, not understanding why Jiang Wuxuan didn't dodge. Right at this moment, a faint ripple suddenly rose up on the surface of Jiang Wuxuan's body, then spread out in a circle, and finally formed a transparent barrier that steadily blocked Emperor Prime's attack. How is this possible? The crowd was taken aback. The power of Emperor Prime's attack was extremely terrifying. Even a cultivator of the same rank would not dare to take it easily. Yet Jiang Wuxuan was unharmed and did not even mess up a single strand of his hair, which was really incredible. Is this guy even human? Had he really become so powerful? Such questions could not help but well up in the minds of the crowd. Chapter 091 Kill until I am one to be honored. Kill. Jiang Wuxuan's face was as calm as water, without the slightest ripple in his eyes, only to see him gently wave his right hand, and after a mysterious and profound light flashed, a never-before-seen weapon suddenly appeared in his hand. This weapon was black as ink, as if it was as unfathomable as an abyss, emanating a palpitating aura. With the appearance of this halberd, the entire sky instantly became gloomy, with dark clouds rolling in and lightning flashing. A dazzling arc of electricity weaved and intertwined through the clouds, as if it was going to tear the entire world apart. The terrifying aura emanating from the halberd was like a flood beast from the ancient times, causing everyone present to feel an indescribable pressure, their souls trembling and almost collapsing. What kind of weapon is this? Surprisingly, it's even more powerful than the aura emanating from an emperor soldier. When the crowd sensed what Jiang Wuxuan was holding in his hand, each of them stared in disbelief and shock. Just how many more secrets does this kid have on him? Yun Tianya was also secretly marveling in his heart. Every time he thought he had gotten to know Jiang Wuxuan was always able to bring him new surprises and shocks. For this mysterious weapon, he was likewise unheard of and unseen. This kind of bizarre and powerful blade was simply beyond the scope of his cognition. At this moment, Jiang Wuxuan was holding a halberd, just like a god of war descending into the world. His figure looked exceptionally tall and upright in the darkness, giving off an endless sense of majesty and oppression. Around him, space seemed to start twisting and distorting, as if it couldn't withstand the powerful force on him. Right at this moment, the void shook as countless pairs of sky-covering hands tackled towards Jiang Wuxuan, wanting to seize the weapon in his hands. However, before they could even get close, they were destroyed by the terrifying power released by the halberd. Humph! A bunch of curmudgeons, all of them roll out to die. Jiang Wuxuan roared in anger. His halberd turned toward the sky, stabbing straight into the heavens, endless divine splendor pouring down as if it was as vast as an ocean. In an instant, those large hands dissolved into nothingness. Jiang Wuxuan's aura grew stronger and stronger, like an invincible overlord, looking out of the corner of his eye, unrivaled. This scene completely shook the people, and everyone's heart twitched hard. Kill until I am one to be honored. Jiang Wuxuan tilted his head and roared, his voice shaking the sky, his appearance maniacal and domineering. He stepped on his feet above the 9 heavens, as if he were a supreme emperor overlooking the multitudes, and between his hands and feet, it was as if he was able to easily crush the vast and endless heavenly dome. At this moment, he was holding a halberd with a glittering cold light in his hand as he stepped forward, leaving a deep footprint in the void with every step he took. Along with his forward movement, the void trembled violently, and endless rule power surged like a tidal wave from all directions, pouring into Jiang Wuxuan's body in a steady stream. In an instant, Jiang Wuxuan's aura became more and more powerful and terrifying, as unfathomable as the abyssal sea, emitting a suffocating pressure that made people not help but feel in awe. Rumble! The void trembled once again, and this space kept twisting up as if it could not carry Jiang Wuxuan's power. What a powerful aura! What kind of technique has he cultivated that is so terrifying? Together with this halberd, it feels like no one in the entire central region can shake him. Too strong. Is he really just under 20? The crowd peering in the shadows were all heart-pounding, jaws agape in shock, incredulous at what they saw before them. How is this possible? Di Jing's pupils contracted violently, and his face was filled with deep scorn. Even though it was only a brief exchange of hands, he had already felt the unrivaled power of Jiang Wuxuan. The endless and terrifying pressure was suffocating, and the laws, runes, and divine sunlight were intertwined as if the stars in the sky were shaking and trembling.
making him feel as if he was at the end of a vast universe.
Just what kind of Emperor soldier are you? Emperor Prime roared angrily, his heart filled with doubt and incomprehension. He could not imagine no matter what.
How could a young junior from the 3000 Dao state possess such a heaven-defying divine object? What's even more surprising is that it looks like there are far more than just one or two such treasures. A treasure specifically designed to decapitate you.
Jiang Wushuang responded coldly, his eyes as cold as frost.
He held the pitch-black halberd tightly in his hand,
as if he was one with it.
Suddenly, the halberd violently erupted with a raging and surging ferocious light,
as if it was a bright star in the darkness, dazzling.
The terrifying energy fluctuation was like a raging torrent that swept out, and wherever it passed, the surrounding space became hazy and unclear, as if it was covered by a layer of mysterious mist.
The void even shattered and broke one after another,
emitting a crisp clicking sound,
and fragments drifted down like snowflakes.
This amazing scene left people in awe, as if they were witnessing a destruction and rebirth of the universe.
Emperor Prime's face was incredibly grave as his arms unfolded and a
10,000-foot divine shadow emerged behind him.
Just like an ancient heavenly father descending into the world,
that divine shadow exuded a sacred and inviolable aura,
as if it represented the most sublime power between heaven and earth. In the next second,
the 10,000-foot divine shadow was like a burning meteor as it shot up into the sky.
It carried endless terrifying divine radiance and pounced towards Jiang Wushuang with the momentum of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. At this moment, time seemed to freeze,
and the entire world was shaken by this astonishing strike.
Out of your depth.
Between the turning of Jiang Wushuang's thoughts, his body split into countless ones like a phantom,
each one emitting a powerful aura,
a thought of blossoms, a king's presence in the world. He finally stopped having any reservations and exerted his divine ability with all his might.
In an instant, his speed reached its limit, as if he was transformed into thousands of figures,
simultaneously executing all sorts of exquisite and unparalleled divine abilities and treasure techniques. These divine abilities and treasure arts were like volcanic eruptions,
smashing downwards in a heavenly manner. In an instant,
it was as if the entire sky was about to explode,
and the explosions were deafeningly loud.
The blazing flames swept in like a fire dragon, and the thunder roared and roared as if it was going to tear this heaven and earth apart.
The brilliant divine splendor was blindingly bright,
illuminating half of the sky and making it impossible to open one's eyes.
Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from the sky,
as if thunder had exploded from the 9 heavens,
shaking the hearts of the people,
only to see the halberd in Jiang Wushuang's hand with the momentum of sweeping thousands of troops,
carrying an unrivaled might, like a meteor that crossed the sky,
tearing straight towards Emperor Prime's gigantic divine shadow that stood as high as 10,000 feet. Wherever the halberd passed, the void shattered,
space distorted, and everything became blurred.
It contained endless power and killing intent,
as if it was capable of destroying everything in the world.
Emperor Prime's huge body also looked incredibly fragile and powerless in front of this terrifying force.
However, the halberd's momentum did not weaken,
but instead became more and more ferocious.
Like a hungry, rabid dragon,
it opened its bloody mouth and continued to pounce towards Emperor Prime.
At this moment, time seemed to have stopped flowing,
and all eyes were focused on this thrilling scene.
Chapter 092 Kill. Time stood still. Space was imprisoned, but the pitch-black halberd was still suspended there alone,
emitting a palpitating destructive power, as if it was going to tear this heaven and earth into 2 halves.
Get the hell out of my way,
Emperor Prime roared. His eyes became scarlet like blood, filled with an endless aura of violence,
and his entire body even erupted with a dazzling golden light.
Wisps of mysterious aura wrapped around his body,
causing his entire body to emanate an overbearing aura that dominated the heavens and earth, as if it could easily crush the firmament and sink the earth. Immediately afterward,
Di Jing raised the battle spear in his hand without hesitation,
and endless power surged out, as ferocious as a volcanic eruption, and fiercely slammed into that pitch-black halberd. In an instant, countless bright and dazzling divine lights shone up,
instantly drowning the pitch-black halberd in them and stirring in all directions.
Knock!
An earth-shaking roar suddenly rang out, and the entire sky dome seemed to collapse down at this moment, with terrifying energy ripples like a tsunami crazily raging away.
At this moment, everyone was stunned,
their hearts beating faster as they stared intently at the center of the battlefield, their hearts filled with nervousness and uneasiness.
In the end, Emperor Prime was ultimately unable to withstand Jiang Wushuang's overwhelming attack, only to see the Emperor's blood spilling down like a waterfall.
The scarlet blood instantly dyed the entire heaven and earth. The scene was shocking and creepy, and his heart couldn't help but be flooded with a slight chill.
Di Kang's eyes were wide open,
his face filled with disbelief as he stared at the teenage figure with a deadpan expression.
At this moment, in his eyes, it was as if this figure was no longer an ordinary teenager,
but rather a world-defying giant that stood on top of the heavens and overpowered the world.
He was standing proudly above the 9 heavens, overlooking the multitudes of beings, radiating a supreme majesty. The blood-stained halberd was even sharper, gulping in monstrous fury, like a killing Shura coming out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Intimidating. How did you? Emperor Prime's breath began to be disorganized as he looked down at his chest, where there was a hideous and ghastly wound that almost ran through his body. In the end, a complete sentence was not uttered. He then collapsed in front of Jiang Wuxuan. The great ancestor of the imperial clan is dead. The scene was quiet for a moment. Everyone couldn't believe how cleanly this thing ended. They coincidentally revealed greedy gazes at the method that Jiang Wuxuan cultivated, as well as the halberd in his hand. You are the second. Jiang Wuxuan's tone was indifferent. Then he waved his pitch-black halberd, the powerful blade of the halberd trailing a splendid arc in the void, slicing through the emptiness and striking out towards the snoopers who had just struck out. Crazy. Crazy man. This kid is really crazy. How dare he make a move on other people even after a series of great battles? As Yun Tianya watched Jiang Wuxuan surprisingly make another move on the others so quickly, he immediately felt creeped out, his heart beating violently, and almost peed in fear. It's over. It's over. The old man has had 8 lifetimes of bad luck today. Yun Tianya's face was so dark and blue that he was so depressed in his heart that he was practically about to vomit blood. He simply did not expect that things would turn into what they were now. The 8 forbidden zones say whether the central region is in chaos or not. It seems that the 8 forbidden zones of life are isolated from the world. But in fact, the middle domain cannot be chaotic because there are 8 forbidden zones to press the field. They are just mutual restraint. Otherwise, no one could predict what would happen in the future, and it might even lead to the rewriting of the pattern of the central domain. Therefore, even though the major forces in the central region had always been in collusion, they never allowed the central region to fall into chaos. This is an outcome that the 8 forbidden regions do not want to see. However, at this moment, Jiang Wuxuan had no concern about this at all. He was not a cultivator of the central domain, nor did he care about the 8 forbidden zones of life. He had already entered into a state of forgetfulness, and only wanted to suppress and decapitate all the enemies in front of him. Jiang Wuxuan's body pranced and shifted, his feet stepping on the void as he exerted the line character secret with all his might, his speed unbelievably fast. He was holding the Taishu divine halberd. His stance was flowing and dashing, like a lord of heaven and earth. Invincible, arrogant child, too unbridled. Even Emperor Prime is no match for him. Let's join forces to suppress him. Suddenly there was a cry of horror. The remaining 7 people also woke up as if from a dream and immediately made a decision to quickly form a siege formation without hesitation. And together they launched an attack on Jiang Wuxuan. In just a moment, the sky shook, the earth shook, the sun and moon were lightless, and a mysterious light shot straight up into the sky, transforming into a diffuse haze that shrouded the entire dome of the heavens. The power of the attack they launched in unison was extremely astonishing, spreading out like a raging ocean that seemed to be able to destroy everything. The heavens and earth shook violently, and the void cracked open as if it had been torn apart, while the layers of ripples continued to spread outward like a crazy tsunami. Kill! Without the slightest hesitation, Yun Tianya's right hand held up the mysterious ancient pagoda emitting endless golden light with one hand, pressing across like a titan, standing steadily in front of Jiang Wuxuan, defending him against the overwhelming attacks of the many powerful enemies, accompanied by a deafening roar. Countless bright and dazzling rays of light intertwined and flickered as if they were going to tear apart the entire heaven and earth. The power of these combined strikes from the strongest people from all sides was beyond imagination. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Jiang Wuxuan was surprisingly fearless. His expression was cold and resolute, and his eyes revealed a heart-palpitating aura of bitterness. At the same time, 9 illusory figures suddenly emerged behind him, each of which exuded a transcendent aura, like immortals descending to the earth. These 9 silhouettes surrounded Jiang Wuxuan, forming an incomparably powerful aura, as if they were the masters of this heaven and earth, overlooking all beings. In that very moment, Jiang Wuxuan's aura climbed to its peak. The spiritual energy of his entire body surged like a tidal wave, constantly converging on top of his right arm and pouring as much as he could into the Taishu divine halberd held tightly in his hand, only to see his arm lightly waving. The Taishu divine halberd rose up into the air like a silver dragon, cutting through the void and bringing up a dazzling to the extreme silver-white light. This ray of light was as swift as lightning, instantly piercing through the body of a powerful enemy, causing him to scream and fly backwards. Jiang Wuxuan's strike not only displayed his unrivaled strength and bold and resolute courage, it also shocked everyone present. And at that moment, he was standing in place, his stance as upright as a pine, the Taishu divine halberd in his hand flickering with a cold light, as if he was proclaiming that astonishing sentence to the world: kill until I am one to be honored. Chapter 093. This son has the posture of a great emperor.
The killing intent boiled over and the domineering aura shook the whole place. This scene completely enraged many of the great powerhouses. Kid, seek death. Kill this arrogant maniac. The crowd all stormed out. In the next moment, they all erupted with unrivaled might, each with a monstrous and terrifying aura. They all knew that this teenager in front of them was very difficult to deal with, and that they had to use a thunderous force to settle him before they could do so. Otherwise, if they waited for this teenager to recover, they were afraid that they would be in trouble. In a flash, the sky collapsed, the sun and the moon were lost, and a terrifying divine ability erupted. Someone struck a spear, incomparably sharp, piercing through the void and shattering heaven and earth, stabbing towards Jiang Wuxuan to kill him with a single blow. Someone punched out a fist seal, blazing and dazzling, as if a burning star had smashed down, incinerating everything. There was also someone who offered up a precious tripod, its body draped with terrifying runes, releasing endless flames that illuminated the four directions and melted the void. Someone even struck a war streamer, soaring 30,000 miles into the wind, the flag hunting and ringing, endlessing fiendish demonic chi filling the air, ghosts crying and wolves howling, soul stealing. An incomparably powerful divine ability blossomed with unrivaled divine light, coloring the sky dome red as it crushed fiercely towards Jiang Wuxuan. The place where Jiang Wuxuan was located was flooded within a 100-mile radius. The earth collapsed, the sky trembled, and endless divine rainbows rushed out. Destructive fluctuations swept out, sweeping heaven and earth, shocking countless people. It's so vicious. These veteran powerhouses surrounding him together. Do they really think he's an undefeated god of war? The crowd was horrified. These were all top-tier powerhouses from the central region, with an average strength of the Holy Spirit realm, and each one of them had unfathomable battle power. Now, they were joining forces to deal with a junior, which was really shocking. What a terrifying offense. Even though many of these old generation powerhouses are only at the Holy Spirit 9th grade realm, their means are all very strong. Yes, even if that junior is even more demonic and heaven-defying, he won't be able to withstand the simultaneous bombardment of so many great powerhouses. This time, he will definitely be heavily injured. Many people whispered, feeling that this battle had already been decided. However, in the next instant, something that shocked them happened. Jiang Wuxuan's eyes were as sharp as swords, calm and unparalleled, emitting an invincible aura like a supreme god. You guys are indeed strong. As he spoke, his entire body erupted with a radiant golden haze, as if he was draped in a golden battlesuit, filled with an immortal and supreme aura. At this moment, he was surrounded by a hazy mist, hiding his face, could not see the specific appearance. Only two beams of stern eye light shot out, as if the sword cut through the sky, tearing a large area of clouds. Jiang Wuxuan's feet stepped on the void, causing the void to tremble with every step. Immediately afterward, he reached out and grabbed those divine abilities and treasures in the void with a loud roar. But I'm stronger than all of you. In an instant, a divine aura erupted from his palm, transforming into 5 dragon-shaped pythons that roared through the heavens and earth, gulping down terrifying and boundless energies that broke through the heavens, sending all sorts of divine abilities crashing out. What? How come? The crowd's faces changed slightly, revealing a look of disbelief. Because they realized that this kid was too evil. It was simply unimaginable that with just his fleshly body, he had shaken the magic weapon they had cast out and was not affected in the slightest. How can this Jiang Wuxuan be so strong? Incredible! They were shocked and kept backing away, their eyes in disbelief. However, Jiang Wuxuan's speed was extremely fast and caught up with him in a flash. Immediately after that, he poked out his right hand, his palm crystal clear and brilliant, like white jade, flowing with light golden light, slapping violently, like a divine monument from beyond the heavens had crashed down, suppressing the heavens and the earth. Boom! One of them was unable to dodge and was swept by this slap, and the whole person flew backwards, coughing up blood with a big mouth and breaking a dozen bones. Jiang Wuxuan was too strong, easily injuring a peak Holy Spirit 9th grade powerhouse just by relying on his physical body. Kill! The crowd roared, frantically urging their treasure arts to kill towards Jiang Wuxuan. Mountain after mountain exploded, ancient tree after ancient tree fell, and spirit stone after spirit stone was destroyed into powder. They did their best to strike. All kinds of secret treasures, divine abilities, and treasure arts came out in unison, densely packed, covering a large area and blocking the heaven and earth around Jiang Wuxuan. Jiang Wuxuan remained fearless, his body erupted with incomparable splendor. His skin was crystal clear, like gold poured out, flowing with terrifying divine sunlight. The whole person appeared very heroic and extraordinary, looking out of the corner of the eye, with a kind of invincible aura, like the heavenly emperor king of the 9 states, with a majestic and compelling presence. Rumble, accompanied by a burst of violent clashing sounds,
Jiang Wuxuan was bathed in endless divine rainbows, courageously advancing forward, blasting out with every fist, the divine halberd constantly slashing out, colliding with those divine weapons and treasures, emitting clanging sounds, fiercely exchanging blows. Bang! Suddenly, he lifted his leg and kicked an incoming Holy Spirit 8th grade cultivator to the ground, kicking a hole in the man's chest and drenching him in blood. Yun Tianya wasn't too bad either. Using his supreme divine ability to surround the 46 great cultivators of the sacred spirit realm and fight with them. Although he was facing a much larger number of people, he wasn't flustered at all, and was even a bit excited. The corners of his mouth revealed a smile, and his eyes emitted a brilliant divine light as the battle became more and more intense. His battle power was very strong, and when he raised his hands and threw his feet, he possessed great power, and every move contained terrifying power, like an immortal king conquering the 4 seas. This caused everyone's hearts to jump and flee, not daring to continue to stay where they were, or else they would be caught in the crossfire and would surely die. Let you go? Jiang Wuxuan's gaze was icy cold and piercing to the bone as he let out a cold cry. Taking a step, his entire body leapt up like a savage beast of the ancient times. His body erupted with monstrous divine light, enveloping the figures of everyone in the vicinity into it, making it impossible for them to avoid it, and they could only fight against it head-on. Jiang Wuxuan struck across the sky and swung his divine halberd to smash down. A terrifying divine light blossomed from the divine halberd, burning like a flame, blazing incomparably and burning everything. Put! Those who tried to escape let out guttural cries of misery and suffered an unprecedented havoc. Half of their bodies were melted by the terrifying power, and blood gushed out and splattered in the sky, coloring the entire dome of the sky a scarlet red, a scene that was creepy and shocking to the eyes. A crack began to appear on their bodies, and just like fragile porcelain, they instantly crumbled into countless tiny fragments that spilled down. This shocking scene made everyone's jaws drop in disbelief. With the power of just one halberd, it was actually able to blow up a dozen powerful cultivators of the 8th rank of Holy Spirit, while 32 cultivators of the 7th rank of Holy Spirit and below were still left on the scene. The hearts of the crowd were filled with shock and fear, feeling immense awe at Jiang Wuxuan's strength. Jiang Wuxuan was invincible and unstoppable all the way. His entire body shone with a bright and dazzling golden light, emitting a palpitatingly powerful aura, just like an invincible god of war, standing proudly in the void. The divine halberd in his hand even blossomed with dazzling divine aura, standing majestically like a god descending to the world. He looked down on all beings in the world with a god-king-like stance, his eyes revealing endless majesty and dominance. At this moment, everyone was emboldened and couldn't help but tremble inwardly. What kind of teenager was this? Too ferocious and overbearing. Someone murmured. This son has the posture of a great emperor. The battle power that Jiang Wuxuan showed just now was simply beyond imagination. A man of valor and invincibility. A divine halberd in his hand, spanning heaven and earth. Who would compete with him? Chapter 094. I'll give you 3 breaths to think about it. Jiang Wuxuan's attack was so terrifying that even Saint grade level treasure weapons were crumbled and completely disabled. Never seen a youngster with this kind of talent before. Even those forbidden zones don't see such powerful cultivators. Some of the older powerhouses shook their heads. They were all old monsters who had lived for a long time and had participated in many Heaven's Pride battles, and had even witnessed the rise of many teenage demons with outstanding talent. But they had never seen such a terrifying teenager. Jiang Wuxuan was simply too strong, making them all feel suffocated. There was especially Yun Tianya pressing down on the surrounding void, preventing them from escaping. These people have absolutely no ability to escape. At this moment, Yun Tianya was like a demon god descending to the world. His black hair was spread out, his eyes were like stars, his body was upright, his body was entwined with divine haze, and there was a powerful life essence surging like an ocean, giving people a deep and vast feeling that seemed to be able to crush the heavens and the worlds. He was covered in divine sunlight, his aura was intimidating, and his eyes were sharp, like 2 divine lamps, illuminating the dim heaven and earth, causing many people's hearts to throb. He was like a true dragon reviving, shaking the 9 heavens with might, a wisp of chaotic mist surrounding his body, like a dragon roaring, with a powerful vitality permeating him. Yun Tianya was too powerful, his body was filled with divine luster, his muscles were crystalline, and divine sunlight was flowing from every inch of his flesh, sinews, bones, and skeleton, as if he was an exiled immortal, with his entire body flowing with divine sunlight erupting. Boom! He stepped forward, and with every step that fell, he stomped on the earth, shaking the ground and shaking the mountains, impacting over like a meteorite, his fists roaring, divine light erupting like a small round of suns, suppressing all of those Holy Spirit realm experts into a downward spiral. The land was about to collapse down as Jiang Wuxuan and Yun Tianya's attacks were overpowering, launching the most terrifying fight. Jiang Wuxuan's battle intent was like waves, His body was covered in divine radiance. Every pore opened up, releasing infinite divine sunlight. He was like a prehistoric beast, hissing, deafening and shaking the Qianquan. And when he struck out with a fist, it was like a fiery furnace surfacing, spewing out monstrous divine light. Yun Tianya's expression was calm. His eyes were resplendent with a divine haze bursting out, and his entire person became incomparably terrifying. Even from a distance one could feel that astonishing fluctuation, as if it was going to tear the heavens apart and crumble all things. He threw punches, and his fist prints shocked the heavens, like a god looking down on the earth. With an unspeakable greatness, his aura became more and more transcendent, and his entire person seemed to become even taller, divine and flawless, with a hint of majesty. There was a loud bang, the entire heavens shook, and ball after ball of brilliant light exploded like fireworks, drowning this side of the heavens and earth in a horrifying sight. We admit it. At this time, some people finally gave in and chose to retreat. Any further entanglement like this would surely result in great damage. As they saw how terrifying Yun Tianya and Zhang Wushuang were, they had no doubt that they would more than likely have to bleed here if they continued to fight. These two people were too strong. Zhang Wushuang put his hands behind his back, his feet stepping on the 10,000 feet of divine sunlight, and said indifferently, "If you want to live, hand over all the treasures on your body. Men on the left, women on the right." Yun Tianya took over Zhang Wushuang's words and said indifferently, "What?" Upon hearing these words, everyone's eyes rounded, revealing a stunned expression as they looked at them somewhat incredulously. Is Zhang Wushuang trying to rob them of their treasures? What kind of realm is this? Two people can completely suppress so many of them to fight, but they still want these people's treasures. It's too much of a bully. What? Didn't hear you clearly? Yun Tianya furrowed his brows. His breath surged, like a cover generation ferocious bird pouncing, with endless killing thoughts sweeping in all directions, and coldly droned, "Didn't you hear me? Let you hand over your respective treasures." His aura was awe-inspiring, and his eyes were cold and incomparable, with invisible divine light piercing through the void as if it was able to pierce through one's soul. "You two have bullied me too much." Some people were furious. This was simply not putting the group of them in their eyes. This was a naked humiliation to them. Not delivering? Jiang Wushuang looked indifferent. His body was covered with brilliant divine sunlight. Like a deity, his body was bathed in golden runes, with mysterious and unpredictable power flowing, as if he had transformed into a divine body. And when he lifted his hands and threw his feet, there was endless divine sunlight erupting as he killed towards the front. There was a loud thud. Jiang Wushuang took a step. The void looked like it had been stepped on. His figure was extremely fast. In an instant he came close to the man who had spoken. He waved his fist and slammed it over. The divine power was volatile. The fist energy stirred out. With a poof sound, the man was blown up, transformed into a mist of blood and mist floating in the air. His corpse and bones were nowhere to be found. "If you don't want to die, just take it out. It's the money you bought your lives with." Zhang Wushuang's eyes were icy cold as he scanned the remaining few of those old antiquities. These people were flustered in their hearts and did not dare to disobey Zhang Wushuang. They took out their storage rings and piled them up in front of them. As many as 20 of them, blossoming with all sorts of divine light and flashing with ruixia. Zhang Wushuang stretched out a palm with dense palm lines covering the entire palm and slapped it down towards the front. And in an instant, all of these 20 or so storage rings took off into the air and flew into the center of his palm and into his pocket. Go! The remaining old antiques also knew that they couldn't kill Jiang Wushuang and Yun Tianya today. They were ready to withdraw first, or else they couldn't even save their lives. Only living is king. As for face and dignity, they all abandoned them in front of death. They quickly backed up, wanting to leave this place. "Let you go?" At this time, Jiang Wushuang suddenly opened his mouth again. His tone was gentle, but it emitted a domineering aura that caused one's heart to tremble. "What else do you want to do?" Someone couldn't bear it anymore and turned his head to stare at Jiang Wushuang, a fierce aura coming out of his eyes. If he wasn't afraid of the strength he had just shown, he would have already made a move to behead him. "Now you are given a choice," Jiang Wushuang said indifferently. "Hand over all your techniques and treasure arts, or die." Upon hearing this group of people became furious. Most of them were the lords of a sect, towering over all living beings. How had they ever been persecuted in such a way? "Young man, be a man and we'll see each other in the future," an old antique said in a deep voice. "They have already done enough to be humble. This is the central region. A strong dragon will not suppress a snake. It will not be beneficial to anyone if they really fall out." "Are you threatening me?" Jiang Wushuang's smile gradually disappeared. His eyes narrowed and a sharp divine light cut through the sky as he said indifferently, "I'm a person who likes to nip dangers in the bud. Especially those who threaten me should pay a painful price." His palm clenched, and a thunderous voice came from the void. "I'll give you 3 breaths to think about it. You seek death. Some people were completely enraged. They were all giants on one side. Where had they ever been humiliated like this? They were actually threatened by a teenager. And they were given 3 breaths of time. This made them feel like their dignity was being trampled on. They couldn't stand it at all. Chapter 095, Zheng Wuxuan's Auction. Aren't you afraid that all the forces up and down the central region will target your Zheng family? At this time, someone used the Zheng family to threaten Zheng Wuxuan, hoping that he would not be too arrogant. Unfortunately, he had underestimated Zheng Wuxuan. To him, these were all minor characters that he didn't place in his eyes at all, and said indifferently, "What is the central region of the district? It's not worth mentioning in my eyes, and since you guys are stubborn, then you'll disappear forever." Wait! Someone shouted hastily, his face clouded with embarrassment. In the end, he gritted his teeth and handed over a technique to Zheng Wuxuan. Zheng Wuxuan took the jade tablet he handed over and carefully observed it. This technique was called 9 heavens. When cultivated to the peak moment, it could evolve 9 heavens. Each layer possessed an extremely terrifying offensive power. Once it was performed, enemies of the same rank would surely be pulverized to pieces. This was definitely a top-tier technique, but it wasn't very useful to the current Zheng Wuxuan as he couldn't even look at this technique. Although it was precious, it wasn't suitable for him. "You can go." Zheng Wuxuan casually waved his hand as if he was driving away flies, not putting these people in his mind at all. The man breathed a sigh of relief and turned away, not giving the others a chance to retort. "What about you guys?" Zheng Wuxuan looked at the others with a bright smile. These people were holding fire in their hearts, but they also knew that now was not the time to show off and handed over all the treasure art techniques they were carrying. After all, the battle power Zheng Wuxuan had displayed was too shocking. Although these precious arts and techniques are precious, compared to their lives, they can still distinguish clearly between the more important and the less important. Soon, a single piece of treasure art feat flew out, and more than 50 storage rings were suspended in midair, emitting a brilliant divine radiance. Looking at this scene, Zheng Wuxuan was in a happy mood, and with a wave of his hand, he put all of the treasure technique feats into his storage ring. Then he spoke faintly, "The greatest benefit of my person is that I keep my promises, so you guys can leave now." Hearing these words, this group of people were like amnesties. Their feet kept rushing out, fearing that Zheng Wuxuan would change his mind. If they hesitated for a moment more, they were afraid that it would be too late. Zheng Wuxuan stood with his hands in the air and watched the group of old antiquities leave. Next to him, Yun Tianya was a bit surprised. He originally thought that Zheng Wuxuan would take the things and also not let these people go. Now it seems that Zheng Wuxuan is not the type of person who does not have a sense of proportion. He laughed and said, "Your guts are beyond my expectations. Not only is your strength very strong, but also your mind is well thought out. It's much better than me. Nonsense is unnecessary. Do me a favor." Zheng Wuxuan waved his hand and said indifferently, "Topographize all of the techniques and treasure arts inside this storage ring, then open a large-scale auction and auction off all of these topographies and treasure arts." "Kid, are you really planning to offend all of these forces?" Hearing Zheng Wuxuan's thoughts, Yun Tianya felt some toothache. This kid was too lacking in virtue, practically pitting others to death. But on the other hand, no one a few people could beat Zheng Wuxuan. "Are you doing it?" Zheng Wuxuan raised her eyebrows and said with some dissatisfaction, "Don't forget, we signed a contract." Yun Tianya took a deep breath and sighed helplessly. "Old me should never have gotten on this thieving boat of yours in the first place. Do you promise?" Zheng Wuxuan urged. "Ugh." Yun Tianya could only shake his head and smile bitterly as he memorized all the techniques and treasure arts before branding them into new jade slips, and then handed over the storage ring to Zheng Wuxuan. As for how to conduct the auction, this was not something that Zheng Wuxuan needed to consider. Anyway, he just let Yun Tianya do it. The rest was not for him to consider. 2 days later, this news swept through the entire central region, causing violent ripples. "What? Zheng Wuxuan is preparing to auction off the Empyrean clan's techniques and treasure arts?" Many people were shocked beyond words, and they all clamored up with a look of disbelief. Not only that, rumor has it that he's also planning to auction off the Void Illusion sect, Woji sect, Heavenly Demon Palace, and 10,000 Sword sect's Jin sect's secret scriptures. News after news circulated, and a furor broke out. These sects and great religions, which were renowned existences in the central region, were now going to be extorted by a teenager, which was simply unimaginable. Soon, all the strongest people from all walks of life moved to rush to the Emperor clan's territory. Although this place had become barren of grass due to the successive battles, there were still many cultivators who came to see how much of a fuss would be made. An hour later, the central region was boiling. Hundreds of recluse lights traversed the void, rushing towards the Emperor clan's territory. They were all cultivators who had come from all directions, all wanting to witness the spectacle for themselves. Even the sect leaders of some of the great sects had also come. Among them,
Many of them were there to auction off the other clan's techniques and treasures, while the other part wanted to pay money to buy back their own clan's techniques and treasures to avoid them being leaked out. This time, almost all of the top echelons of the entire central domain had gathered with the purpose of wanting to see this storm. Ha ha ha, there really is a good show to watch. I heard that there are beings from the 8 forbidden zones descending on the Emperor clan's territory. I wonder how it will end. Who knows? But I think that these sects and great religions will definitely not let it go. After all, Jiang Wushuang is just too unbridled. Is that the Ji family's worship? Strong people from all sides were talking, some with excited faces, while others revealed a look of gravity as they stared unseeingly into the distance, as if there was some kind of supreme treasure there, only to see a gigantic ship of golden splendor coming from the distance. Its size was staggeringly large. This huge ship was like a moving mountain, its entire body glittering with dazzling light, radiating endless majesty and dominance. Above the deck of the giant ship, the flags were fluttering and hunting in the wind. These flags were painted with various mysterious patterns and symbols, as if they contained endless power. What was even more shocking was that these flags were also surrounded by a divine pattern, which kept swimming around like agile swimming fish, emitting powerful fluctuations. This fluctuation was like an invisible pressure, causing everyone present to feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. As the giant ship drew nearer, the shock of its presence was felt more and more clearly. That huge ship was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived at the Emperor clan's territory and steadily stayed outside the auction. At this moment, a strong and unrivaled aura permeated out from within the giant ship, an aura so exceptionally powerful that even those powerhouses with high strength couldn't help but be moved by it. Under the shroud of this aura, everyone unconsciously silenced their voices and held their breath for fear of causing unnecessary trouble. This was the influence of the Ji family, the #1 desolate ancient family in the central region. Chapter 096, True Dragon Treasure Technique. All character mystery. Great Luo Sword Tire. On top of a platform that towered above the clouds, Jiang Wushuan was as immortal as an immortal, quietly lying on a purple gold lotus platform that emanated a divine aura. He held a cup of fragrant spirit tea in his hands and slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a relaxed and contented demeanor. Jiang Wushuan did not feel the slightest bit surprised about the matter of the Ji family's imminent arrival. As a matter of fact, 2 days earlier, he had already gotten the news that the Ji clan would be arriving at this place a day later. Is this the Ji family? The #1 family in the middle region of Desolate Ancient? Jiang Wushuan muttered and whispered, his eyes flickering, vaguely seeming to see a huge thing standing in the void, a vast pressure blossoming, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently, with cracks spreading out, causing one's heart to palpitate. Ding dong! The host has stirred up the wind and clouds in the central region, reaching top prestige. Receive reward 1, 9 secrets, all word secrets. Receive reward 2, True Dragon Treasure Technique. Receive reward 3, Dala Sword Tire. Listening to the system prompts coming from his ears, Jiang Wushuan's eyes steeply brightened. These 3 were all good items, especially the Great Luo Sword Tire. He was worried that the bronze rusty sword was too low grade. If he could combine the bronze rusty sword with the Great Luo Sword Tire, it would surely give birth to an earth-shattering divine sword. As for the karma on top of the bronze rusty sword, he didn't care at all. Just cut it off. You kid, letting me hold down the fort all by myself? You're not stepping up yourself? It was only at this time that Yun Tianya noticed that Jiang Wushuan was sitting on the chair and actually did not even have a trace of a worried expression. Jiang Wushuan smiled faintly and said, losing that you're still a quasi-emperor. This bit of guts is too small, isn't it? Have you forgotten? Recently, news came out that some Forbidden Zone beings have come as well. Yun Tianya said in a deep voice, a look of gravity in his eyes. If there were really Forbidden Zone beings involved, I'm afraid that things would become a lot more troublesome. Jiang Wushuang said indifferently, since there is a Forbidden Zone being out there, naturally, it is impossible to let it pick up the slack for nothing, and when the time comes, you'll know. Yun Tianya frowned, somewhat puzzled. What do you mean? Jiang Wushuang didn't say anything, just closed his eyes and fell into silence. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resounded in the firmament, and immediately afterward, densely packed electric awnings emerged, covering the sky and the sun. Why is it suddenly raining? Bull ******* rain. This is clearly a thunderbolt. It seems like a real thunderbolt. The crowd looked up into the firmament, and their faces suddenly became grave. Thunderbolt, representing heavenly punishment. An earth-shattering explosion spread throughout the entire heaven and earth, and the sky suddenly darkened, with dark clouds shrouding the entire void, as if the end had come, causing people to choke. Ka-ching! A piercing and eye-catching silver-colored thunder light tore through the sky and fell straight down. Immediately afterward, a person carrying a black coffin and covered in bandages walked out of the thunderbolt, and with every step he took, the
The void under his feet shattered and formed a spiderweb. Step on the thunderbolt. Who is this man? What a strong sense of oppression. Could it be that a certain supreme ferocious demon has descended upon the central region? Countless cries of astonishment came from all directions, and everyone was dumbstruck. Even from a long distance away, one could still feel that terrifying aura, as creepy as a flooded beast. It's him, the Ghoul King of the buried immortal sea. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the crowd, and countless people were horrified, their pupils contracting fiercely, filled with intense shock. Corpse Ghost King, one of the 8 forbidden zones of life, the top overlord of the burial immortal sea, had used a remnant of his body to harden himself against the siege of several quasi-emperors, and although he died, he still lived. How terrifying is his strength? Yes, that's him. I heard my father mention it once. On the side, someone narrowed their eyes and surveyed the Ghoul King. Speaking softly, hiss, the Corpse Ghost King is the overlord of the burial immortal sea. Why would he come here? Could it be that he wants to meddle in today's auction? Someone sucked in a mouthful of cold air and stared at the Ghoul King with a horrified expression. The appearance of the Ghoul King caused an uproar in the room. But even more surprising is yet to come. There was a battle spear that rose up into the sky, suspended in the firmament, blossoming a 10,000-foot haze that shone through the heavens. The war spear was purple in color and was draped with mysterious runes, and there were strands of terrifying sharpness released as if it could pierce through everything, causing many martial artists to feel their skin tingle. War God Spear. It's the War God Palace's imperial soldier. The crowd exclaimed once again, their eyes sizzling and filled with greed, itching to snatch the War God Spear immediately. However, when they saw clearly what that War God Spear looked like, everyone showed scorn again and retreated away. The War God Spear is actually in his hands. There were old monsters whose eyes were so brilliant that their heartbeats stopped for a few moments. A touch of shock surged on their faces, and then, they retreated silently. It was a magnificent figure, and as he stood there, he was like a round of sun, radiant and bright, causing people to not dare to come close to him, and that kind of terrifying pressure swept through the 8 directions. He was the previous generation of the Battle God Palace's palace master, Xiao Xingtsuan. Somewhat interesting, Yukiden auction attracted all the hidden old monsters in the entire central region. Yun Tianya glanced at Xiao Xingtsuan on the celestial dome, and the corners of his mouth arched. He turned his head to look at Jiang Wushuang and said, "These old guys don't dare to fight with Xiao Stardust, presumably because they know that Xiao Stardust is holding the War God Spear, so they are retreating." Jiang Wushuang opened his eyes, his gaze deep and profound, and said calmly, "So what? Most of these people can be rushing for the Emperor clan's techniques and treasure arts. Only, no one is willing to make the first move." Xiao Stardust's strength was unquestionable. Once someone lost with him, it would surely be cheaper for the others. This was because they were all very clear that the real highlight of this Imperial Clan auction was the Imperial Clan's techniques and treasure arts. Only the Empyrean feats and treasure arts were the real heavy hitters. "You boys are quite confident." Yun Tianya bristled. "However, are you sure you can block Xiao Xingtsuan? It is rumored that he has cultivated 9 Dao marks and is also in control of an Imperial soldier." Jiang Wushuang, however, laughed and shook his head, seemingly not placing Xiao Xingtsuan in his eyes as he said, "He is indeed very powerful, but my bottom card may not be weak either." "Oh," Yun Tianya glanced at Jiang Wushuang in surprise. "Just prepare for the auction. We'll see what happens." Jiang Wushuang smiled, then continued to close his eyes. Yun Tianya shrugged and didn't say anything as his figure slowly disappeared in place. Inside the auction hall, the atmosphere appeared particularly quiet. No one spoke. Everyone stared at the tray in Yun Tianya's hands, their expressions tense and permeated with anticipation. The first auction item comes from the 10,000 Sword Sect. It's the 10,000 Sword Sect's Taishu Sword Codex, with a starting price of 3 extremely high-grade spirit stone veins. As soon as Yun Tianya's words fell, the entire auction house instantly boiled over. 8 extreme mining veins. As soon as Yun Tianya's words fell, an elder of the Wanjian sect immediately stood up and threatened in an indifferent tone. "This object is the property of my Wanjian sect, so you'd better not get your hands on it." Chapter 097, the auction begins. 8 extreme mining veins. As soon as Yun Tianya's words fell, an elder of the Wanjian sect immediately stood up and threatened in an indifferent tone. "This object is the property of my Wanjian sect, so you'd better not get your hands on it." Upon hearing these words, the auction house instantly fell into silence as many martial artists furrowed their brows. But most of them had more thoughts about the Imperial clan's techniques and treasure arts, so they remained silent. "Since you all refuse to make a move, then this item belongs to my 10,000 Sword Sect." That 10,000 Sword Sect elder nodded slightly and then sat down, a winning smile on his face. However, just as his words fell, a voice rang out abruptly, 10 extreme mining veins." At those words, The 10,000 Sword Sect Elder's face immediately turned gloomy as he fiercely looked towards the person who had spoken. Is your excellency an enemy of my 10,000 Sword Sect? The 10,000 Sword Sect Elder's voice was icy cold and incomparable. His eyes flickered with anger, and his killing machine filled the air as if he wanted to eat people. That young man, however, did not pay the slightest attention to the Wanjian Sect Elder and just quietly drank his wine, lacking even a glance at him, causing the Wanjian Sect Elder to burst into a rage. However, when looking at the divine pattern next to the young man, the 10,000 Sword Sect Elder's eyes changed slightly, and he couldn't help but collect his killing intent. This young man was clearly the Ji clan's divine son, Ji Wu Dao, and the divine pattern beside him was the special symbol of the Ji clan, Ji Wu Dao, the divine son of the Ji clan, one of the topmost powers in the central domain. It was rumored that this person's bloodline was strong and unparalleled. His fleshly body was invincible, his Dao heart was tough, and he was a once-in-a-thousand-years peerless demon of the Ji clan, with outstanding natural talent, capable of beheading emperors before they were saints, and with monstrous battle prowess. 15 extreme mining veins. Ji Wu Dao once again spat out a voice. Everyone was shocked when those words fell. Just by opening his mouth, he directly increased the number of 4 extremely high-grade ore veins. Who could do such a boldness? Even Yun Tianya was slightly surprised as he swept a glance at Ji Wu Dao. His eyes flashed with a hint of essence, and then he regained his composure as he said, since there is no one else bidding, then this 10,000 Sword Sect's technique belongs to Duke Ji. After saying that, Yun Tianya intended to officially announce the results. However, right at this moment, a cold humming sound came from another place, only to see a great-robed middle-aged man slowly speak. 20 extreme mining veins. In an instant, all eyes were focused on this person. He was shrouded in dark aura, giving off an extremely strong sense of intimidation. The Pantheon's people. The crowd was slightly aghast. This person wore a pitch-black long shirt. His body was stout and tall, well-proportioned, and his pair of eyes carried a bloodthirsty light, like vipers, giving off a sense of ferocity. 30 extreme mining veins. Ji Wu Dao spat out a voice in an indifferent tone, still domineering. The strong man from the underworld palace was also not the least bit reluctant to show weakness, and coldly said, 40 extreme mining veins. The underworld hall is really powerful. Out of the blue, it's 40 top-grade ore veins. Then this godson won't take anything away from anyone. Ji Wu Dao spoke once again, a brilliant smile on his face, as if a demon had descended. Hiss. After hearing what Ji Wu Dao said, everyone drew in a breath of cool air and looked at Ji Wu Dao with horrified faces. This guy was clearly meant to pit the underworld hall. It was important to realize that the amount of wealth that needed to be spent on each additional vein was astronomical. Although the underworld palace had a strong base, it was quite tricky to consume such a huge vein of spirit stones. Ji Wu Dao. The face of the underworld hall powerhouse was unsightly as he gritted his teeth and glared at Ji Wu Dao, itching to eat him alive. Ji Wu Dao didn't even bother with him. With an indifferent attitude, the underworld hall powerhouse's fists were clenched and his bones were white, obviously angry to the extreme. But he dared not speak out in anger due to Ji Wu Dao's status. He just intended to pit Ji Wu Dao, but he didn't expect to be pitched back by Ji Wu Dao. This breath is really hard to swallow. However, he was unable to help Ji Wu Dao, because Ji Wu Dao's identity was there. Their underworld hall also needed to hold off for a while, or else it would cause the two superpowers to go to war. Alright, now for the auction of the second part of the technique. This part of the technique is from the Wuji Hall, named the Ancient Heavenly Deity Technique. Starting price, 5 extremely high quality ore veins. On the auction stage, Yun Tianya opened his mouth indifferently, then raised his hand and took out a volume of secret books that emitted a brilliant golden radiance. A layer of strange runes floated on the surface of that secret book, and there was a hidden divine light flowing. At this time, the Wuji Hall master's face was as calm as water as he spoke lightly. We want this technique. I hope you all will sell us a face. His voice was soft, but it carried an unmistakable flavor. He wasn't much interested in the Emperor clan's merit law. After all, there were too many people who wanted it, so he only wanted to return to the Wuji Palace's inherited merit law. Hearing the Wuji Hall master's words, all the people present looked at each other in disbelief, and in the end, no one made a bid. After all, the temple master of the Wuji Palace had personally opened his mouth, so they really didn't dare to call the shots with the Wuji Palace. Soon after, this merit law was taken away by the Wuji Palace. See you later, everyone. With the merit law in hand, the hall master of the Wuji Hall immediately excused himself. He was not willing to stir up this muddy water, lest he invite trouble. With the departure of the Wuji Hall master, the auction continued. The next item up for auction was a few pills, all of which were 9th-ranked healing pills. These pills were counterintuitively effective for ordinary cultivators and were enough to save their lives. But unfortunately,
they were not very useful for these people unless they possessed emperor-level pills.
Not long afterward, Yun Tianya finally moved up the Emperor clan's merit law after auctioning off the merit laws of other clans' holy places.
Yun Tianya announced in a loud voice,
"Next up is the Imperial clan's technique that everyone is longing for. The ancient prime forging body technique.
Starting price, 20 extremely high quality or veins."
Upon hearing the name of the ancient prime forging technique, many martial artists breathed in sharply. The Emperor clan's gong method was a treasure for the ages.
Anyone who desires it, even at great cost. 26 extreme mining veins. The man from the Temple of the Underworld was the first to offer 50 seats. Ji Wudao opened his mouth again and raised the price without hesitation.
In an instant, the entire venue was silent and dead silent, and the gazes of everyone looking at Ji Wudao were thick with scorn and fear. This guy was too ruthless.
The moment he opened his mouth, he was talking about 50 extreme or veins. This kind of wealth already far exceeded other superpowers.
This guy is like a thug, spending money recklessly.
This caused many forces to feel a great deal of physical pain.
A power couldn't help but curse. Damn, how did the Ji clan produce such a loser? This kid is too arrogant. Ji Wudao's actions angered quite a few people.
51 extremely high quality or veins.
The Underworld Hall powerhouse spoke once more, his face gloomy to the extreme. This Emperor clan technique, he had to get it. However, Ji Wudao said coldly as if he didn't even put him in his eyes. 80 seats. The Underworld Hall powerhouse was completely silent. He didn't expect Ji Wudao to be this crazy, not even frowning. In the end,
the ancient prime forging technique was bid on by Ji Wudao.
Ji Wudao's grandiose act marveled everyone, and at the same time, it made him even more noticeable. The next thing I'm going to auction off is the Emperor clan's treasure art, Crow Dragon Destruction. Yun Tianya slowly opened his mouth and took out the last finale treasure. At this moment,
the whole room was quiet and silent.
Everyone's gazes fell on a jade slip beside Yun Tianya, the Emperor clan's treasure art, Crow Dragon Destroying the World.
It is said that this set of treasure techniques was left behind by the once invincible Long Emperor, and was later obtained by the Emperor clan and became a kind of supreme mastery of the Jin clan. Yun Tianya began to introduce the situation of Long extermination.
The Long Emperor was a world-defying powerhouse from the ancient era, and although the era was long and the years had changed, and had long since ceased to exist, there were still many legends about him left behind, and there were even his treasure arts. This Long destruction is said to be able to condense the shadow of a Long after cultivating it to the extreme, shaking the world with might. Chapter 098, You're Going to Die. Starting bid, 30 extreme mining veins. As Yun Tianya's words fell, the scene was in an uproar, and greed showed in the eyes of many martial artists, who were foolishly eager to try. Who wouldn't want to get this kind of heaven-defying treasure art? It represented endless power and honor,
and possessing it might be able to rely on all sorts of huge resources to become a giant of the Gai generation.
40 extreme mining veins. Someone in the crowd couldn't hold back their inner excitement and took the lead in shouting out a high price.
I'll give you 50 seats. Ji Wudao's voice exploded like thunder, carrying an unrivaled dominance that made it impossible to ignore his presence.
The crowd was shocked. 50 extreme mining veins.
This was not a small amount, but Ji Wudao shouted it out so easily, as if these riches were insignificant to him.
For a while, the originally noisy scene became quiet, and many people silently shut their mouths, knowing that they were no longer capable of competing with Ji Wudao. However, there are always those who are not willing to give up and they continue to raise the price. 70 extreme mining veins, 72 seats, 85 seats. The atmosphere was tense and intense as the shouting of bids rose and fell. Finally, when Ji Wudao once again reported the astonishing number of 90 seats, the entire room was silent. 90 extreme veins, it was a mind-bogglingly astronomical amount, and even the richest powers would find it difficult to afford such a price. People looked at each other with awe and shock in their hearts as they realized that Ji Wudao was determined to obtain this heaven-defying treasure art. At this moment, the entire auction site seemed to be enveloped by an invisible pressure, and no one dared to easily bid to challenge Ji Wudao's authority anymore. Ji Wudao's bravado shook everyone present. They originally thought that Ji Wudao would have already topped out by producing 88 extreme or veins. As a result, Ji Wudao directly exploded 90 extreme veins, causing everyone's jaws to drop. In the end, the Long destruction technique was auctioned off by Ji Wudao. Congratulations to Duke Ji for obtaining this Long Emperor's invincible treasure art. Yun Tianya said with a smile on his face. Today's auction ends here. This heaven-defying treasure art called Long Destroying the World was a major gimmick, and if the news was spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar and set off a bloody storm like a shocking wave. When the sound of the end of the auction was heard, many people chose to leave the venue knowing full well, only Ji Wudao and that ghoul king from the burial immortal sea sat steady as a mountain, without any intention of leaving. Seeing this,
Yun Tianya realized in his heart that these two were most likely rushing towards Jiang Wushuang.
So he spoke. Divine Son Jiang is not in a position to meet guests, so the two of you should please return. Ji Wudao's expression was indifferent as he responded. What if I am unwilling to leave? Before the words fell, an appalling and extreme pressure gushed out from his body, instantly permeating the entire auction house. Kid, do you think this place is your Ji family? Yun Tianya wore a mocking expression on his face. Ji Wudao's move clearly did not place him in his eyes, which was really annoying. However, Yun Tianya did not snap because it was not his turn yet. Sure enough, after Yun Tianya finished his sentence, a cold and chilling chorus suddenly rang out. Whoever dares to cause trouble at the auction will be killed without pardon. Accompanied by this cold, thunder-like voice, the originally lively and extraordinary auction site suddenly seemed to be enveloped by an invisible cold air. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy, making people feel incomparably depressed. Immediately afterward, only a handsome young man dressed in white slowly walked into the auction. His stance was upright, his pace steady, and he stood with his hands on his back, exuding a monstrous sword aura, as if the entire world was shocked by his aura. His eyes were as sharp as a sword, and wherever his gaze reached, it was as if he could penetrate all illusions, making people not dare to meet his gaze. When this figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes, the surrounding emptiness even slightly distorted, as if it couldn't withstand his overwhelming sword chi. There were even tiny cracks in the void, as if it would crumble apart at any time. Ji Wudao couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart when he sensed Jiang Wushuang's aura. His pupils contracted dramatically, and a look of sudden realization appeared on his face as he said in an indifferent tone, "It's really you." Jiang Wushuang just glanced at Ji Wudao lightly and didn't say a word more, not even bothering to look at him more than once. His gaze directly crossed over Ji Wudao and landed on the corpse ghost king on the side. Then he coldly opened his mouth and asked, "He came to claim his death. And what are you doing here?" These words caused Ji Wudao's face to instantly darken to the extreme. He stared at Jiang Wushuang with a deadly stare. However, in the face of Ji Wudao's furious gaze, Jiang Wushuang didn't care and still stood there with a calm demeanor, just like an unshakable mountain. However, Ji Wudao didn't interrupt Jiang Wushuang's question because he also wanted to know what this old monster wanted to find Jiang Wushuang for, or if he had a grudge against Jiang Wushuang. The Ghoul King stared at Jiang Wushuang with a deadly stare. The pair of eyes were like two bottomless dry wells, revealing a deep and mysterious aura. His body was hunched over, as if crushed by an invisible weight, looking unusually bizarre. He slowly spoke in a voice that was as hoarse as a broken gong. "The old man came here today because he wanted to borrow the blood of your Jiang clan." His voice was low and piercing, like a stern ghost howling in the dark night, making one's bones creepy and scalp numb. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wushuang laughed as he scanned the Ghoul King contemptuously and snorted, "Just a mere corpse. Do you really consider yourself a human being?" His voice sounded unusually calm, but it contained a disdain that was thick to the extreme. The Ghoul King's face was as cold as ice, and his gaze became even more hideous and twisted. In the face of such humiliation, he surprisingly did not move in the slightest, only staring at Jiang Wushuang with those eyes that seemed to be dead, as if he wanted to see through the other party completely. Just then, the Ghoul King suddenly spoke. "I heard that you've always wanted to pursue the truth about the sinner of the Jiang clan?" Jiang Wushuang's brows furrowed, and beside him, Yun Tianya and Ji Wudao froze at the same time, looking at the Ghoul King with some surprise. "You knew about this?" Jiang Wushuang's voice grew serious. "I survived that era." The Ghoul King's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Jiang Wushuang's heart hard. His voice was hoarse to the extreme, as if it came from the underworld, carrying an endless chill and killing intent, making people's bones creepy and shiver. Along with the fall of his words, an eerie, cold and gloomy wind suddenly blew by. Even people like Yun Tianya and Ji Wudao, who had been through hundreds of battles and had seen a lot of things, couldn't help but be deeply shocked by this scene. They stared at the Ghoul King in front of them with wide eyes, their faces filled with astonishment. That matter had already passed for an unknown number of years, and this Ghoul King in front of him was actually an old monster that had survived to this day from that period, which was really too shocking and appalling. For a while, the entire scene became unusually quiet, with only the ghastly wind still whistling, seemingly telling of the horrific past that had happened. "I'll wait for you at the Sea of Buried Immortals." After saying that, the Ghoul King did not give Jiang Wushuang a chance to reply and disappeared in a puff of sandy shimmer. Looking at the location where the corpse ghost king had disappeared, Jiang Wushuang pondered for a moment before withdrawing his gaze and preparing to head to the Burial Immortal Sea. However, at this time, Ji Wudao stopped him. "You obtained that Dao seed?" Ji Wudao looked at Jiang Wushuang, his gaze blazing to the extreme. Jiang Wushuang frowned and looked at Ji Wudao in disbelief, not understanding how he was concerned about this matter. Ji Wudao stared at Jiang Wushuang with a burning gaze and said in a deep voice, "I had glimpsed that Dao seed when I was searching for it, but I didn't obtain its recognition, and I didn't expect to be given it by you. Jiang Wuxuan looked at Ji Wudao and said in a calm tone, "So, I want to fight you." Ji Wudao slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air as a flash of stern battle intent flashed across his eyes. "Are you sure?" Jiang Wuxuan's gaze landed on Ji Wudao, and there was a refined aura surging in his eyes. "Nice," Ji Wudao said with a burning gaze. "I want to perfect my own method. You're gonna die." Jiang Wuxuan didn't have much interest in Ji Wudao. He was more curious about that ghoul king from the buried immortal sea. Ji Wudao said solemnly, "We'll confront each other with our Dao seeds, and win or lose. I promise you 3 things. Your offer doesn't appeal to me." Jiang Wuxuan shook her head and rejected Ji Wudao's conditions. Ji Wudao frowned and said unhappily, "I can tell you the secret of that old thing from the buried immortal sea." "Oh?" Jiang Wuxuan's expression stuttered as a flash of curiosity appeared in his gaze. Ji Wudao said indifferently, "This is a trade. I'll agree to your terms, but only if this secret of yours qualifies." Jiang Wuxuan said indifferently. He knew that the ghoul king of the buried immortal sea was eccentric and had to be treated with caution. "Okay, deal." Ji Wudao transmitted a piece of information onto a jade slip before handing it to Jiang Wuxuan. Jiang Wuxuan received the jade slip and closed his eyes in thought, opening them after a long time. He looked at Ji Wudao and said indifferently, "I'll only give you one chance to make a move." Chapter 099, Those who fail under me can only look up at my back forever. You only get one chance. When he heard these words, Ji Wudao couldn't help but feel a strong anger welling up in his heart. But more than that, it was excitement. Because he knew that this person called Jiang Wuxuan in front of him was definitely not an ordinary character. If he could fight with Jiang Wuxuan, no matter if he won or lost, it would be a huge enhancement for himself. Thus, Ji Wudao took a step forward without hesitation. His figure was as swift as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Jiang Wuxuan. At the same time, his right hand violently lifted up and blasted towards Jiang Wuxuan with endless might. Right at this moment, the mysterious Dao seed within Ji Wudao's body began to spin wildly. A dazzling golden light erupted from the Dao seed, wrapping Ji Wudao's entire person in it. It was as if these golden lights possessed endless power, making Ji Wudao's physical body exceptionally powerful. And even just a single swing of his fist was enough to shatter mountains and rivers and change the color of heaven and earth. However, surprisingly, Jiang Wuxuan was unusually calm in the face of such a ferocious attack, only to see that he had actually instantly disappeared from his original spot at a speed that was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Although Ji Wudao's attack was incredibly powerful, it didn't even touch the corner of Jiang Wuxuan's coat. Bang! Ji Wudao swung his fist violently, slamming forward with unrivaled might, but it unsurprisingly fell short, blasting heavily into the void. In an instant, a terrifying force erupted with the point of the punch as the center, forming a huge shockwave that swept in all directions. That shockwave was like a surging sea wave, setting off layers and layers of ripples, like a transparent water wave, spreading rapidly towards the surroundings. Each ripple contained an astonishing amount of power, and wherever it passed, space seemed to distort slightly. Just then, Jiang Wuxuan's figure appeared like a ghost 100 meters away. He clasped his hands on his chest, his mouth hanging with a smirk, his gaze teasingly staring intently at Ji Wudao as he mocked, "With a speed like yours, I'm afraid that you won't even be able to touch the corner of my coat. Is it hard to believe that you are still planning to continue hiding your strength?" Ji Wudao's eyes were firm and fearless as he coldly responded, "Just now it was just a warm-up. Why are you in such a hurry?" Before the words fell, his body suddenly disappeared in place like lightning. In the next moment, when he reappeared, he had unexpectedly arrived at a mere inch away from Jiang Wuxuan, only to see his right leg violently sweeping out horizontally, bringing up a harsh gust of wind as if it was going to tear the entire space apart. Along with the movement of the legs, the air was violently compressed, emitting a sharp and ear-piercing whistling sound. This strike was incredibly powerful. Not only was it majestic, but it also had mysterious and unpredictable divine patterns wrapped around it. In the face of such a ferocious attack, Jiang Wuxuan did not hesitate to raise one of his hands to hard receive Ji Wudao's thunderous leg. In an instant, Ji Wudao felt a huge force hit him, and his body couldn't help but fall back a few feet, and his face looked at Jiang Wuxuan with a somewhat grave expression as he muttered, "So strong." Jiang Wuxuan shrugged his shoulders, "Since you want to play, I'll play with you slowly." As the words fell, the Dao seed in his body blossomed violently. An incomparably thick true essence surged out madly from the Dao seed, flowing through his blood and transforming into a terrifyingly powerful force, causing his body's aura to become extraordinarily majestic. He took one step out, and divine sunlight filled his body, just like a god approaching the dust. With that, he slapped out his palm, which seemed to contain the great power of all things in heaven and earth, crushing towards Ji Wudao with a destructive momentum. This palm, which contained the invincible subtlety of the fleshly body, was simply invincible in its power, making it difficult for people to resist. Feeling the strength of Jiang Wuxuan's palm, Ji Wudao's eye pupils shrunk slightly, but he still didn't show the slightest sign of fear or retreat. He let out a low roar that was like a thunderous explosion that shook the heavens and the earth, and the Tao seed within his body seemed to sense his master's anger and trembled violently along with it. In an instant, a majestic and incomparable divine radiance erupted from the Tao seed, like a bright and dazzling sun that illuminated the entire void. This void was originally as calm as a mirror, but at this moment, it became heavy and oppressive because of this terrifying might, as if it would collapse and break at any moment, unable to withstand the unparalleled pressure that the two men were emitting. If it was measured by realm alone, Ji Wudao knew very well in his heart that he was afraid that he would lose at the first move. However, when it came to a duel between Tao seeds, he had absolute confidence in his Tao seed, firmly believing that it was in no way inferior to any other being. He took a deep breath and mobilized the power of his entire body, converging it on top of that invincible Tao seed within his body. As the Tao seed operated, an endless stream of divine splendor was released, sweeping through the entire body like a torrent. A sacred rune glowing with mysterious light gradually emerged on the surface of Ji Wudao's skin, which were densely packed and covered his body, exuding a palpitating aura that was full of subtlety and profundity. Break me! Ji Wudao's eyes widened in anger, and an earth-shattering roar came out of his mouth, while at the same time, he slapped out a palm with all his might, and the power of the palm surged like a mountain. His entire body's aura instantly soared to the peak realm, and the invincible seed in his body emitted a dazzling light, like the obsidian sun hanging high in the sky. Dazzling, the fiery and destructive energy fluctuations seemed to ignite the surrounding air, making people feel endless burning heat and pressure. Just in the moment when the two collided, the entire world seemed to tremble. Ji Wudao immediately felt an indescribably huge power surging into his body like a wild tide, and in an instant, he heard crisp breaking sounds from his bones all over his body, as if they would shatter into countless pieces at any moment. Not only that, his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were also subjected to an unprecedented violent impact, and the pain was so severe that a mouthful of blood violently spewed out of his mouth, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that filled the air. Immediately afterward, his body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, hitting the hard ground heavily. He opened his mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of blood, somewhat powerless and paralyzed on the ground. This scene made Jin Tianya next to him a bit at a loss for words. He was able to sense just how strong the energy of that invincible seed in Ji Wudao's body was, but Jiang Wuxuan had only slightly mobilized that chaotic Tao seed of his own surprisingly easily seriously injured him, which showed just how big the gap between the two sides' Tao seed levels was. What kind of Taoist seed are you? Ji Wudao was a bit incredulous. He knew better than anyone how strong that strike was just now. He just didn't expect that Jiang Wuxuan hadn't even exploded the energy of the Tao seed, and that he would just suppress himself so easily, leaving him stunned in his heart. Jiang Wuxuan didn't have a hobby of revealing his undercard and said indifferently, "Whenever you are able to take a move from me, I will tell you what kind of Tao seed this is." Hearing Jiang Wuxuan say this, Ji Wudao sat down on the ground in a somewhat disheveled state, his gaze dull. He couldn't even receive a single move from Jiang Wuxuan. The gap was too great. "Let's go to the Sea of Buried Immortals," Jiang Wuxuan said indifferently to Yun Tianya. "There are still many things I need to do. Slow down." Just at this time, Ji Wudao slowly climbed up and looked at Jiang Wuxuan with a determined face, as if he had something to say. "You still want to fight?" Jiang Wuxuan was a bit surprised. He didn't seem to think that Ji Wudao would still be able to get up. It seemed like that invincible seed was indeed extraordinary. Ji Wudao covered his chest, his gaze fixed dead center on Jiang Wuxuan as he said in a firm tone, "The gap between your realm and mine is too great. The day I step into the quasi-emperor realm, I will go all out to fight you. Those who lose to me will only ever be able to look up at my back. You're not destined to catch up with me." Jiang Wuxuan glanced back at Ji Wudao and with a cold snort, he led Yun Tianya towards the outside and disappeared, leaving Ji Wudao standing alone. Only after a long time did Ji Wudao gradually collect the complex emotions in his heart. "One day, I will surpass you. I will prove that the Ji family will always be number one." He clenched his fists, his eyes bursting with blinding brilliance. From the moment he knew that his invincible seed rank had been surpassed, he was on the hunt for who had surpassed his Tao seed. It wasn't until Jiang Wuxuan made a big splash in the central region that Ji Wudao realized what kind of person had obtained the Tao seed that surpassed the Tao seed in his body. Now, after exchanging hands, Ji Wudao truly realized that there was a sky beyond the sky, and there were people beyond the people, and his ambition swelled up once again. He wanted to prove that his talent was by no means comparable to the clay-legged people coming out of the 3000 Tao state. 2 days later, the Sea of Buried Immortals. As one of the 8 forbidden zones of life, Its reputation is far-reaching and frightening. This mysterious and dangerous sea,
which had gone through the vicissitudes and changes of countless years,
hid countless opportunities and creations, but was also accompanied by endless crises. Throughout the ages, many cultivators had managed to step into it,
but the ones who could truly walk out of it unharmed were rare.
Because of this, over time,
the human race cultivators on this land of death to look away.
Few people dare to easily wade into it.
The air here is filled with a dense,
unrelenting chill. The sea is as dark and deep as ink, and the faintly glowing ghostly blue light adds a bit of a spooky atmosphere. Every now and then, some bones of unknown origin would surface, and they followed the waves in the icy waters, giving off a creepy odor. The sunlight also seems to be swallowed by this sea,
and it is difficult to penetrate the heavy fog to illuminate the underwater world.
The cold water made the temperature of the whole ocean extremely low, and the surging waves constantly beat against the shore,
emitting a deafening clattering sound,
as if it were the roar from hell. At this moment,
Jiang Wushuang had already arrived at the burying immortal sea.
He stood on the seashore looking ahead, his face calm,
his eyes flickering with essence deep within as he muttered,
"The burying immortal sea is aptly named."
Yun Tianya's brows furrowed as he asked, "You don't want to cross the burial immortal sea just like that,
do you?" Chapter 100, Crossing the Immortal Burial Sea. What? Jiang Wushuang faintly asked back, "Can't the burial immortal sea be crossed?" Of course not.
Yun Tianya smiled helplessly and bitterly. Since ancient times, no less than tens of thousands of cultivators wanted to cross the burial immortal sea, but only a handful were able to leave alive.
Basically 99% of them died in the sea.
Rumor has it that in the depths of the burial immortal sea, there are many unknown ferocious beasts lurking in the depths.
They are so murderous that even just getting close to them will trigger a monstrous calamity. Although he had absolute trust in Jiang Wushuang,
this place, the burial immortal sea, was just too secretive and unpredictable, and according to the records, there had been invincible people of the human race who had personally explored the burial immortal sea and never returned.
So Yun Tianya was worried that Jiang Wushuang would get caught up in it, and it would be hard to get out of the trap at that time.
Jiang Wushuang asked indifferently, "I have a Swire Purple Gold Spirit Ship.
Do you think it's feasible?"
Upon hearing this,
Yun Tianya's pupils shrunk in some disbelief as he shocked. "This kind of thing really exists? If you don't believe me, you can try now."
The corners of Jiang Wushuang's mouth rose slightly,
revealing a faint smile.
He gently reached out his hand and probed inside the storage bag hanging at his waist,
then grabbed it violently.
Only a slight buzzing sound was heard, and a bright and dazzling light suddenly blossomed out from the storage bag.
Yun Tianya fixed his eyes and saw a piece of the body showing the color of purple and gold,
with a length of more than half a meter and a width of about an inch or so of the strange object, which was quietly lying in the heart of Jiang Wu's hands. This piece of purple gold treasure emitted a dazzling golden light,
as if it was a dazzling round of sun,
and also resembled a scaled-down version of an augur dragon,
which was lifelike and extraordinary in its spirituality.
Yun Tianya's heart had already made some guesses, but when he really saw this purple and gold spirit ship in front of him, he still couldn't help but draw a breath of cold air. His eyes were wide open and his face was filled with disbelief,
deeply shocked by the amazing aura displayed by the purple gold spirit ship. "You actually do have this heaven-defying thing."
He was surprised.
"With this kind of thing, it is indeed easy to cross the burial immortal sea.
It's just that this thing is too rare for you to possess." The Swire Purple Gold Spirit Ship was a space-type weapon that could hold a mountain within. And what was even more terrifying about this Swire Purple Gold Spirit Ship was that it possessed the efficacy of spatial shifting and shuttling through the void. This was a life-preserving treasure that even during the Swire years,
not many people could possess.
Moreover, the most terrifying thing about the Swire Purple Gold Spirit Ship is not only that. The Swire Purple Gold Spirit Ship is also engraved with formation patterns, and it is rumored that each formation pattern contains a trace of the power of the Swire formation,
and once it is activated, the entire ship can instantly turn into a moving Swire formation,
which is terrifying and incomparable.
This time,
it's kind of cheap for you to see the Swire Violet Gold Spirit Ship. The corners of Jiang Wushuang's mouth lifted slightly, revealing an arc as he offered the Swire Violet Gold Spirit Ship,
and a vast and boundless fluctuation of greatness filled the air,
shocking the four directions as if the sky had collapsed and the sun and moon had sunk.
Rumble! In the next second,
the Swire Purple Gold Spirit Ship rose up into the air and hovered in the void, blossoming with a bright and piercing haze,
reflecting the surrounding sea in a brilliant and eye-catching manner.
What a strong pressure! Yun Tianya felt the terrifying aura released by the swift Violet Gold Spirit Ship and couldn't help but widen his eyes as his heart palpitated.
"It's the first time I've seen someone manipulating a swift Violet Gold Spirit Ship.
This thing deserves to be called a Space Supreme Treasure.
This aura alone is terrifying enough." Without any nonsense, Jiang Wushuang's mind moved and instantly appeared on top of the Swire Violet Gold Spirit Ship,
then urged the Swire Violet Gold Spirit Ship, erupting with a brilliant golden radiance,
instantly rushing up into the sky, as fast as running thunder, and in the blink of an eye, it swept across the endless sea, sailing towards the vast expanse of the sky, disappearing on the other side of the sea horizon. Suddenly, Yun Tianya reacted and hurriedly shouted, "No, brat, I haven't gotten on the boat yet." But he realized that the Swire Violet Gold spirit ship had disappeared. Not even a trace or shadow could be seen. Good thing too. It's time to meet old friends. After a long time, Yun Tianya collected his emotions, a faint smile on his lips. In the depths of the burial immortal sea, the waters were vast and endless, with all sorts of strange fish rampaging about, and a strain of exotic flowers and herbs growing on the seabed reefs, with a medicinal fragrance. These were rare spirit medicines in the sea, which were worth a lot of money, and were even more incomparably precious resources for many cultivators. As long as the spiritual herbs could be picked, they were all packed away by Jiang Wushuang without any hesitation. After all, for Jiang Wushuang master, these elixirs, no matter what kind of pills they could refine, must have unusual and wonderful uses anyway, especially those of long vintage, which were even more indispensable. At a certain moment, Jiang Wushuang frowned, seemingly sensing something. In the next instant, the originally smooth-flying Swire Violet Gold spirit ship violently shuddered, and a giant tail that covered the sky came out from the bottom of the sea, fiercely slapping at the Swire Violet Gold spirit ship. This giant tail was very huge, as if it was like a mountain. The whole body was silver white, and the surface was covered with fine-scale armor, giving people the feeling of being hard and unparalleled. And its owner was clearly a huge beast covered in silver mist, which was tens of thousands of feet long, hovering at the bottom of the sea with its teeth and claws open, hideous and frightening. On its body was covered with a silver rune, intertwined and entwined. Flashing cold light, a ray of stern sharpness escaped from those silver runes, making the sea area is filled with biting cold, and even the seawater is frozen into ice slag, bursting towards the surrounding area, so that the nearby sea surface has become full of holes. A mess. The sinful animal seeks death. Jiang Wushuang's eyes were cold. He clenched his right hand into a fist and swung it out through the air, and a blazing flame swept out like a lotus flower, blossoming with incomparable scorching heat. The flames flared up and incinerated the 8 directions. The entire surface of the sea was dazzled by flames, and countless schools of fish perished miserably, with no bones left. Roar! The silver-colored beast roared in anger, roaring repeatedly, sound waves rolling and rushing straight into the sky, shaking the entire ocean. In the next moment, the silver-colored beast's huge tail lashed down, carrying a destructive force, as if it was a falling star. Unstoppable, the waves churned and turned into a torrent of ocean currents that flooded towards Jiang Wushuang, wanting to devour him. Jiang Wushuang's face was as deep as water, his eyes as cold as knives as he violently raised his right foot and stomped it hard on the Swire Purple Gold spirit ship. In an instant, the entire spirit ship trembled violently, and the originally dull inscriptions on the surface of the ship emerged out of nowhere, flickering with a mysterious and brilliant light, like countless stars shining in the night sky. These inscriptions intertwined and fused with each other, eventually converging into a dazzling pillar of light that shot up into the sky, like a round of bright obsidian sun slowly rising, emitting a palpitatingly terrifying aura. At the same time, the protective shield on the Swire Purple Gold spirit ship opened in response, and a transparent light shield quickly enveloped the entire spirit ship. A brilliant and colorful divine sunlight hung down from the light shield, as if it were strings of beaded curtains of beauty, setting off the spirit ship as if it were a dream. Thud! An earth-shattering roar suddenly rang out, deafening the ears, only to see a huge silver-colored beast waving its thick tail from the bottom of the sea, like a mountain moving across the sea, carrying an unparalleled might and fiercely lashing out at the protective shield. Instantly, a circle of dazzling ripples erupted from the place where the two collided, spreading out in all directions, and wherever they passed, the void shattered and chaos tumbled. However, such a ferocious and powerful strike failed to cause the slightest damage to the Swire Violet Gold spirit ship. The impenetrable shield only shook gently for a few moments, and then it steadily resisted the silver-colored beast's attack. However, the silver-colored beast obviously refused to give up easily as it raised its head to the sky and let out a roar that shook the earth and sky. Its body was surging with rolling baleful aura, as if black flames were burning, as if a demon awakening from the depths of hell, making people shudder. The terrifying baleful aura quickly spread out with the giant beast as the center, forming a storm that covered the sky and swept in all directions. In an instant, all the fish within a 10,000 mile radius exploded and died. Immediately afterward, the silver-colored beast raised its head, its vicious gaze fixed on Jiang Wushuang, and its entire body leapt out from the bottom of the sea, stretching out across the void like a divine mountain, suppressing and crushing Jiang Wushuang to death. The strength of this silver beast was extremely terrifying.
equivalent to a cultivator at the peak level of the 9th grade of the Holy Spirit realm, but the strength of its flesh had already reached the quasi-emperor realm, coupled with the fact that it was huge and thick, and a monstrous fury filled the air between its roars. It was simply appalling. Jiang Wuxuan stood steadily on top of the swire purple gold spirit ship, his eyes firmly and calmly gazing at the silver-colored beast that leapt up from the deep sea. This silver-colored beast had a dazzling silver-white hue all over its body, and its body was huge and thick, just like a gnarled dragon that was as powerful and majestic as a dragon. Its head was topped with a pair of huge sharp horns, glittering with a cold and deep light. Its bloody mouth was interlaced with sharp teeth, like incomparably sharp swords, emitting a gust of hideous and horrifying breath. The name of this beast is Silver Scale Jiao. It is an extremely rare and powerful demonic creature that is rumored to have a true dragon bloodline. It exists in the burial immortal sea, and can be called a dominant level beast, running across the 4 seas, invincible, and wherever it goes, blood fills the air and kills countless people. At this moment, the Silver Scale Jiao opened its bloody mouth that was strong enough to devour heaven and earth, violently spewing out a fierce aura that was so strong that it couldn't be melted. This baleful aura surged like a rolling torrent, instantly converging into a huge storm that covered the sky and brought a destructive momentum towards Jiang Wuxuan. However, in the face of such a fierce and powerful attack, Jiang Wuxuan's face did not change and his heart did not skip a beat as he took a step forward with a slight sway of his body. At the same time, a blazing flame ignited around him, and flames rose to the sky. Chapter 101, 60,000 Years of Fishing. Sinful animal, let's make food out of you today. Jiang Wuxuan snorted coldly, a divine aura shot out from his eyes, and there was a beam of divine sunlight that pierced straight through the void, emitting a loud boom, instantly piercing through the hard and incomparable head of the Silver Scale Jiao, only to hear the Silver Scale Jiao emit a wail of pain. The Silver Scale Jiao was in severe pain, and its huge body twisted violently, setting off monstrous waves. However, all of this was expected by Jiang Wuxuan, who had long dodged easily with a flash of his body and took this opportunity to launch an attack, only to see a giant palm that covered the sky descending from the heavens, carrying an unrivaled might and slapping down fiercely, accompanied by a crisp crash. The thick scales on the Silver Scale Jiao's head scattered and splashed like broken porcelain, and scarlet blood gushed out like a fountain. Jiang Wuxuan's face was as deep as water. His eyes were cold to the extreme. His attack was as continuous as a raging storm, one huge palm after another continuously slapping out, as if a lofty mountain was suppressing down. Each heavy blow left a bone-deep, miserable wound on the Silver Scale Jiao's huge body. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the entire sea. In the end, Jiang Wuxuan's finger of swordlight whistled and pierced through the neck of the Silver Scale Jiao, completely decapitating it on the spot, and the huge corpse crashed into the depths of the ocean. Rumble! Just then, the seawater suddenly boiled violently. Afterwards, a majestic attractive force suddenly arose and sucked the Silver Scale Jiao's massive corpse in. How dare you rob anything of this divine sun? Jiang Wuxuan was instantly enraged. The Silver Scale Jiao was a rare and precious delicacy. He himself had not even tasted a bite of it yet. How could he tolerate other creatures salivating over it? So he did not hesitate to drive the Swire Violet Gold Spirit Ship in hot pursuit. Along the way, but wherever the Swire Violet Gold Spirit Ship passed by, everything was instantly vaporized, forming an absolute vacuum, and even the surging waves were not spared. In just a few short breaths, however, Jiang Wuxuan had already chased after the scent left behind by the Silver Scale Jiao to the underwater world. In the depths of this dark and deep seabed, there was actually another world, and this small world seemed to be completely isolated from the burial immortal sea. The entire small world was propped up by an ancient tree, a towering, majestic, heavenly ancient tree. This ancient tree was as turquoise as emerald, with its dense branches and leaves glittering with crystal and light, like a piece of exquisite artwork, emitting a layer of hazy and mysterious treasure light, as if it was carved from the legendary glazed divine stone, and its beauty and grandeur was breathtaking. But what attracted the crowd even more was that one vine. These incomparably thick vines were surprisingly more than 100 meters in diameter. They were tightly intertwined, like a huge net, firmly wrapped around the ancient trunk. On each vine, a crystal clear, turquoise jade-like fruit hangs. These fruits shimmered with an alluring green light throughout, containing endless life force and aura. If one scrutinized carefully, one would be surprised to find that all of these seemingly ordinary vines were condensed by the wood system laws. Their surfaces were covered with complex and mysterious runic patterns, which were as if they were made in heaven and emitted a haunting aura. Between the runic patterns, there seemed to be countless other profound and incomprehensible Taoist rhythms flowing through them, like a mysterious picture scroll unfolding before his eyes. Occasionally, you can also catch a glimpse of all kinds of magical birds and beasts fluttering and hovering among the vines, which are as vivid as if they would break out of the vines at any time, bringing endless reveries to people.
Beneath the ancient tree sat an old man holding a fishing rod. With his back to Jiang Wuxuang, he looked like his figure was extraordinarily stooped, as if he had been bent over by the years. His white hair was like silver, casually draped over his shoulders, and his whole person looked already windswept and dying. However, it was such a seemingly plain and ordinary old man that gave Jiang Wuxuang an unfathomable feeling, as if he was hiding some unknown secret. Who are you? When Jiang Wuxuang saw the old man, he frowned slightly, feeling a wave of strangeness. He didn't know why. He always had a feeling that this old man didn't look like he was in this world, but yet it was as if he existed in this world, making people elusive. It's a peculiar feeling, the old man slowly said. After fishing for I don't know how many years, I didn't expect to catch the Jiang family today. The voice was incomparable, as if it had gone through the baptism of the ages, full of vicissitudes, giving people an ancient, long flavor. Jiang Wuxuan's eyes condensed as he mused. You recognize me? Old me doesn't recognize you, but I'm more than familiar with the blood aura you carry. The fishing wing slowly turned his head as he spoke, and his weathered and wrinkled face was displayed in front of Jiang Wuxuan's eyes. His cloudy eyes were filled with a kind of wisdom and depth after all the vicissitudes of life, which made people not help but feel in awe. Even though the fishing wang looked old and slow, Jiang Wuxuan could clearly feel the unprecedented dangerous aura emanating from the other party. It was a creepy feeling like being watched by a beast lurking in the shadows. Jiang Wuxuan's expression instantly became serious and grave as he realized that the seemingly ordinary and uninteresting angling man in front of him was by no means an idle person, especially when Fishing Wang's gaze met with him. He actually had an illusion, as if he was standing naked in front of Fishing Wang, with his whole body unreservedly exposed. This feeling of being completely seen through made him very uneasy, and at the same time, he also gained a deeper understanding of Fishing Wang's strength. Jiang Wuxuan's brows furrowed and she couldn't help but ask after him. You know about the Jiang family? The Fishing Wang was silent, only to see his arm gently wave, and a futon appeared in front of Jiang Wuxuan like a magic trick. Then, he nodded slightly, signaling Jiang Wuxuan to sit down so that he could talk with him in detail. Jiang Wuxuan hesitated slightly, but in the end, he sat down as he was told and sat opposite the Fishing Wang. I really didn't expect that there would be another cave in the depths of this burial immortal sea. Jiang Wuxuan looked around, his eyes filled with amazement. This small world was surrounded by the endless seawater of the burial immortal sea, resembling a dragon palace that was independent of the world. However, this place does not have those luxurious dazzling pavilions, only in ancient vicissitudes. Do not know how many years of baptism of the ancient tree, as well as in front of the eyes of the fishing man who looks extraordinary. Facing Jiang Wuxuan's astonishment, the Fishing Wang did not respond and still said softly with a calm demeanor, the old man has been waiting here for 60,000 years of time. 60,000 years? Jiang Wuxuan, who was originally leisurely enjoying the scenery around him, couldn't help but be stupefied when he heard this, and his heart was even more shocked by the waves. What kind of era was 60,000 years ago? Quasi-emperors were all over the place. Great emperors were not yet legends, and this angling man in front of him had actually lived for so long, and was still at the bottom of the burial immortal sea. Who the hell are you? Jiang Wuxuan once again inquired. He felt more and more the horror of the Fishing Wang, obviously looking weak, but able to live for 60,000 years. This lifespan was beyond imagination. Chapter 102 An Emperor's Path that is uniquely his own. Who are you? Jiang Wuxuan once again inquired. He felt more and more the horror of the Fishing Wang, obviously looking weak, but able to live for 60,000 years. This lifespan was beyond imagination. Fishing Wang said faintly, name or no name, it doesn't mean much to us anymore. This wisp of a remnant body is just lingering on. Jiang Wuxuan's heart was flabbergasted at his words. You're just a remnant? Jiang Wuxuan continued to ask. He simply could not smell a trace of death from the angler Wang. On the contrary, he felt that the angler Wang's entire body was permeated with a rich vitality. Such a physical body must be strong to what level in order to have such a vigorous vitality? Fishing Wang said indifferently. Flesh is incorruptible. Soul is indestructible. Do you think it's strong? Hearing the Fishing Wang's words, Jiang Wuxuan instantly fell into silence. The divine soul is immortal. The physical body is eternal. That's what monks seek. Even a cultivator with the cultivation level of a quasi-emperor couldn't do this, and only an emperor realm existence could do it. Is this fishing man in front of me a great emperor, or a higher being? Jiang Wuxuan's heart shook at the thought. However, he quickly calmed down. Being able to exist for 60,000 years of time, he might really be a former great emperor. It's just a shame that, according to the angler himself, he's already dead and is just a remnant of a body. What is eternity without 180,000 years? The Fishing Wang suddenly sighed, as if he recalled the past. Those beautiful memories made him nostalgic and made him sad. In a battle many years ago, the entire Great Diffusion Immortal Region's chi withered, and the ancient path has been broken. The fishing man shook his head inside, as if lamenting something. Jiang Wushuang frowned slightly and said, "Rumor has it that the Great Diffusion Immortal Region is a great Tao immortal region nurtured by heaven and earth, with prosperous fortune. How could it be cut off?" The fishing Wang said indifferently, "If I tell you that the immortal realm collapsed, and that this side of the heavens and earth has long since run out of emperor paths, what should you think?" Jiang Wushuang was silent for a moment. His eyes flickered up, and he couldn't help but ask after him, "It has something to do with my Jiang family?" "You're smart." The fishing Wang suddenly smiled and then said faintly, "But your Jiang family is just one of them. What really happened back then? Why was our Jiang family called sinners?" Jiang Wushuang couldn't help but continue to pursue the question, which was why he had come to the burial immortal sea, as he wanted to figure out everything exactly. He didn't know what mistake he, the Jiang family, had made that he was actually labeled as a sinner. The Jiang family had a relatively long history, having given birth to a glorious history during the emperor's fall era. Then a great change occurred, and the old ancestor of the Jiang clan fled the central region with the Jiang clan. However, since then, the 8 draconic ancient families such as the Jiang family and the Nangong family had been confined to the 3000 Dao states. The Jiang clan had taken root in the 3000 Dao state and prospered until now, and many of the laws had been lost in the chaos. But even so, it still couldn't hide the Jiang clan's former splendor. The cause and effect of this matter is too great. Naturally someone will tell you, "Didn't you come to the buried immortal sea for this matter?" Fishing Wang said calmly, not giving a direct answer. Jiang Wushuang took a deep breath and said, "Senior said that the Great Diffusion Immortal Region was incomplete. Were there ever any other lost places?" The fishing Wang nodded his head and said, "Naturally, there is, but even I don't know where the exact location is, but I was able to deduce the approximate location." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wushuang's face was delighted as he hurriedly asked after him, "Then would Senior be willing to instruct the late generation?" Fishing Wang waved his hand and said, "Now Gata, you will only die in that heaven and earth involved, so I advise you not to hold on to your luck. You just need to take this thing away." Saying that, only to see that Fishing Wang's palm suddenly flickered with a dark light, followed by a body as black as ink. Round and smooth beads slowly emerged. As soon as this bead appeared, it exuded an extremely bizarre and mysterious aura, as if it contained endless depths and mysteries. One could not help but feel a sense of awe. That special power flowed out from the beads in a steady stream, like a babbling brook, surrounding the angler Wang's body. It was both like an invisible pressure and a faint fragrance, giving people an unspeakably strange feeling. This feeling is like being immersed in an unreal and wonderful dream, which is so intoxicating that it is difficult to extricate oneself from it. Jiang Wushuang looked at the bead and couldn't help but be shocked, unable to resist asking, "What a powerful aura!" The origin of this bead can no longer be traced, but it can guide you to step onto the already severed emperor's path. Fishing Wang said slowly. He looked up at the sky, his eyes flashed with complex colors, which eventually turned into endless vicissitudes. The emperor's way. It was a path to becoming an emperor, but it was also a desperate path, with 9 deaths and 1 life. Every once in a while the emperor path would appear, but ever since the emperor fall era, as long as the person who ascended the emperor path would end up dying on top of the emperor path, with no bones left in his body. It had become a forbidden path where no one could become an emperor, but this time it's different. A flash of essence flashed across Fishing Wang's eyes as he said in a deep voice, "Although that path to empire has been severed, it is possible to become an emperor in an alternative way." Jiang Wushuang's eyes sizzled as he hurriedly inquired, "How to alternatively become an emperor?" He had now reached the quasi-emperor realm, and if he was able to take that step, he would definitely be able to become an emperor. The immortal realm is shattered. The heaven and earth's great Tao is broken, and the stars of the heavens are dim, but they also contain the purest star cores in the heavens and earth. The star core contains the essence of the great Tao and contains a special origin. If you can obtain it, you can open up a Tao foundation that is uniquely yours with this special origin. A Tao that is uniquely yours, and a brand new Tao that surpasses all the Taos on the Emperor's path. That's an invincible Tao that's enough to create a whole new epic. And in that kind of environment, you can sweep away any heavenly pride of any era. Saying that, the Fishing Wang revealed a hint of a proud smile. This was the greatest gift he had left to Jiang Wushuang, and something he had pursued all his life. The path to empire was broken, and they had to prepare the ground for the generations to come. It was just that he had waited here for 60,000 years, but he was slow to wait for anyone, and instead welcomed a little doll from the Jiang family. This made him cry a little, feeling that there was a destiny in the underworld. However, he was also a little emotional about Jiang Wushuang's cultivation realm, as if he hadn't expected the Jiang family to produce a teenage pride like Jiang Wushuang. "Dare I ask Senior how to trace this star core?" Jiang Wushuang asked.
Since the fishing wang was willing to tell him about that Emperor Road, there was obviously a way to trace it. He would love to get his hands on that one-of-a-kind Tao. This kind of chance, which was hard to come by in 100,000 years, was worth fighting for no matter how much it cost. The fishing wang blandly said, "That star core is in the depths of the burial immortal sea, but you need to go after it yourself." Listening to the words of the fishing wang, Jiang Wuxuan fell into deep thought, knowing that it must be extremely dangerous. However, it was a blessing for him. Once he obtained that unique star core, then Jiang Wuxuan's cultivation speed would be even more terrifying. That particular kind of Tao, he was bound to get. Only after a long period of contemplation did Jiang Wuxuan regain his fighting spirit and respectfully said, "Don't worry, Senior. Senior will definitely do his best to find the star core." "Are you the unsullied Tao body?" The fishing wang was a little confused. He could sense Jiang Wuxuan's special physique. It was déjà vu, but very unfamiliar. Chapter 103 Branding of the Emperor's Fall Era. "Are you the unsullied Tao body?" The fishing wang was a little confused. He could sense Jiang Wuxuan's special physique. It was déjà vu, but very unfamiliar. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wuxuan did not intend to explain and said faintly, "Sort of. I've seen such a physique before, when I was still a clueless teenager, and I saw that Emperor's shadow, which possessed the immaculate Tao physique." The fishing wang sighed lightly, then shook his head and said, "But that was just a brand left behind by that Emperor." Jiang Wuxuan was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, "Doesn't the unsullied Tao body only have a total of one hand in the Great Diffusion Immortal region?" "The Great Diffusion Immortal region is huge and large, and that was just a brand, so you can assume it was one of those few," Fishing Wang said, his gaze suddenly becoming sharp, staring at Jiang Wuxuan, saying meaningfully, "If you are able to become an emperor, perhaps by then your law will be just like theirs, reflecting the ancient and modern future, and by then, you will understand what it means to be on the path of the emperor. All of them are ants." Jiang Wuxuan's heart shook within him. Such words made his heart race, and he had a feeling that perhaps it would really come true one day. "Thank you, Senior, for informing me." Jiang Wuxuan bowed again. "You can leave now. This place is about to fall apart." Fishing Wang waved his hand and said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wuxuan nodded, then turned around, ready to leave the place. However, just at this time, Jiang Wuxuan's footsteps stalled and he suddenly smiled as he looked at the fishing wang and said, "Senior, you see that you're about to be seated. How about leaving all the treasures on your body to me? For example, this fishing rod in my hand. I feel it's not bad looking." Upon hearing this, the fishing wang's face collapsed, as if he had been defeated, and he glared at Jiang Wuxuan. "Get lost." Jiang Wuxuan smiled faintly and directly disappeared in place, leaving behind only one sentence that floated in the empty small world, "Don't panic, Senior. I'll leave first." Looking at Jiang Wuxuan's back, the corner of Fishing Wang's mouth twitched viciously as he muttered, "Is this kid any good or not?" There was some concern in his mind, because that star core was too special. It was the only chance for someone in the Great Diffusion Immortal domain who wanted to step into a great emperor in the future to condense their Tao foundation. "Let's hope you don't let the old man down," the fishing wang murmured, and then he completely closed his eyes, no longer paying attention to everything that was happening in the outside world. The entire small world began to collapse, as if something was flowing out of it. At this moment, Jiang Wuxuan had already left the small world and appeared outside. As he gazed into the distance, he could vaguely see a dark ocean and rough waves. The coastline stretches endlessly, unaware of how far and vast it is, as if it spans billions of feet of distance and stands there for eternity. Jiang Wuxuan's eyes widened with astonishment as he said, "This burial immortal sea is actually so vast." He stood steadily at the prow of the Swire Violet Gold spirit ship, looking out into the distance with his extreme eyes, but the place within his gaze was still an infinite ocean, as if there was no end to it. "In front of us, there is only the rough, endless blue sea, giving us a sense of endless emptiness and desolation." At this moment, a strong sense of insignificance surged in Jiang Wuxuan's heart, as if he was just a speck of dust in this vast universe. Insignificant. He took a deep breath and tried to calm the waves within his heart, discarding the tumultuous thoughts in his mind before focusing his mind and continuing to steer the swift violet gold spirit ship as it sped towards the front. For the next 3 days, Jiang Wuxuan was unstoppable. Along the way, no matter what kind of powerful enemies or sinister obstacles he encountered, he was undaunted, killing gods and Buddhas when he met them. Those sea beasts that didn't know how to die and dared to block his way were all ruthlessly suppressed by his absolute strength without exception. After some arduous trekking, Jiang Wuxuan finally arrived at the land fringe of the burial immortal sea. It was an island that reeked of death, with not an inch of grass on it, and it was barren and desolate. As far as the eye could see, the ground was filled with white bones piled up in a mountain, making it difficult to distinguish whether these skeletons belonged to humans or other races.
This should be where the Ghoul King is, Jiang Wushuang said in a low voice, his eyes flickering, and then he rode the swift violet gold spirit ship into Corpse Island. The moment the Swire violet gold spirit ship entered, an eerie and terrifying baleful aura came to the surface, causing Jiang Wushuang to frown. He swept his gaze around and didn't find anything unusual, and couldn't even perceive any signs of life. You're finally here. A hoarse and old voice came out of nowhere, as ethereal as a ghost. Now that you're here, come out. Jiang Wushuang became alert and looked around, while at the same time, the Swire violet gold spirit ship blossomed with a bright golden aura, enveloping the entire Corpse Island. Suddenly, the void trembled and a terrifying aura filled the air as the body of the Ghoul King was gradually revealed, suspended in midair. It was wrapped in pitch-black bandages, exuding a monstrous aura of death, and that hideous face revealed in icy color. Above its forehead, there were two bizarre lines, transmitting a palpitating demonic might that gave people chills. Now that I'm here, can you tell me what happened to the Kong family back then? Jiang Wushuang said indifferently, his gaze falling on the Ghoul King. He desperately needed answers about what happened back then. I haven't touched on exactly what happened back then, but I do know one thing. Whether it's the desolate ancient family of the Central Domain or the desolate ancient family of the 3000 Taoist Prefecture, all of them have something to do with the breaking of the Emperor's path, the Ghoul King said indifferently, mentioning the Emperor's path. Its expression was also slightly grave, as if it was jealous of something. Jiang Wushuang pursued, is that all? This is something you can explore on your own when you step into the Emperor realm. It's still a bit early, the Ghoul King said indifferently. Then his words changed and he murmured, now, you can give me your Jiang family bloodline, right? What if I'm not going to give? Jiang Wushuang smiled faintly. He did not have the slightest fear. Instead, a ray of blazing battle fire flashed in his eyes. His main goal in coming to the Sea of Buried Immortals was to search for the clues left behind by his ancestors. However, what the Ghoul King had just said was something that Jiang Wushuang felt was worthless, and might even be just perfunctory. The Ghoul King said coldly, if you don't hand it over, then I will take it myself. The words had just fallen, when a fierce wind violently blew in the dome of the sky, and dark clouds rolled over, obscuring the firmament, plunging the heaven and earth into a dimness, and a huge and terrifying shadow appeared behind the Ghoul King. It was a gigantic and incomparable corpse beast with a black body, fangs bared and scarlet eyes, releasing a monstrous and suffocating aura all over its body. It raised its claws towards Jiang Wushuang to capture him. Humph! Jiang Wushuang snorted coldly as the Swire violet gold spirit ship trembled, erupting with extremely brilliant and eye-catching runes as it crashed into the corpse ghost king. Divine sunlight erupted, runes exploded, and the entire heaven and earth shook violently. The vista summoned by the Ghoul King instantly shattered, turning into a rain of light that streaked across the sky. What a swidden treasure ship, the corpse ghost king coldly said, greed showing in its eyes as it stared at the Swire purple gold spirit ship. Today, you won't be able to leave the burial immortal sea alive. After saying that, the Ghoul King rushed over, his body like electricity. His speed was extreme. There was a divine splendor surging, illuminating this side of heaven and earth. Jiang Wushuang's face was as calm as water as he slashed his fingers in the air. A flash of extreme sword awnings crossed the void and cleaved above the corpse ghost king's body. However, the Ghoul King's body was as black as ink and hard, only leaving a few shallow traces, which were not enough to harm it in the slightest. Roar! The Ghoul King roared and opened his mouth to spit out a pitch-black pillar of light that contained endless corrosive power. Boom! Jiang Wushuang avoided it, and the pillar of light blasted in the distance, instantly setting off monstrous smoke and dust, the destructive power spreading out, turning those corpses into ashes in an instant. Jiang Wushuang's eyes were as cold as frost, and his body's aura violently erupted as he just hovered in midair, stepping into the air, only to see his hands waving in the air. Millions of chilly sword shadows suddenly appeared in the void. These sharp sword shadows were entirely condensed from Jiang Wushuang's overpowering and unrivaled sword chi, and each of them exuded a palpitating killing aura, as if they were able to easily pierce through all things in the world. In the next moment, these millions of sharp sword shadows were like a dense rain of arrows shooting out towards the front, aiming at the hideous and terrifying Ghoul King. In the face of such a ferocious attack, the Ghoul King was undaunted as it roared furiously and swung a pair of huge fists to meet it blatantly. In an instant, the fist wind and sword awnings collided with each other, erupting in a series of deafening clanging noises. At the same time, a huge white bone spear suddenly drew a bizarre arc from the sky, ruthlessly smashing into Jiang Wushuang with an invincible momentum. This bone spear was glittering with a deep light, on which were wrapped strands of black lightning as thick as a bucket, and wherever it passed, space seemed to have been torn apart, and the power was extremely horrifying. In the blink of an eye, the bone spear had arrived less than 3 feet above Jiang Wushuang's head. The fierce thunder that gushed out from the bone spears even formed a sea of thunder that covered the sky. completely engulfing Jiang Wuxuan's entire body. For a while, only a burst of earth-shattering thunder could be heard rising and falling, resounding through the clouds, and even the burial immortal sea, which was originally as calm as a mirror, was affected, setting off monstrous waves, and the entire surface of the sea tumbled violently as if it had been boiled. Chapter 104, Seeing my heavy pupils, you should be satisfied even if you die. In the face of this powerful and unrivaled strike that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and the earth, Jiang Wuxuan did not show the slightest bit of fear, only to see a soft drink from his mouth. His body instantly erupted with a bright and dazzling light, just like a blazing sun burning with a blazing flame, causing people to not dare to look directly at him. Break me! And the next instant, that originally covered the sky, the momentum of the endless thunder suddenly dissipated without a trace, and replaced by a domineering and overwhelming, earth-shattering powerful fluctuations. This fluctuation spread out rapidly with Jiang Wuxuan as the center, and wherever it passed, space seemed to be twisted and distorted by it. The first to bear the brunt was the bone spear that shot out, and under the impact of this terrifying fluctuation, it was even directly crumpled away. Again, Jiang Wuxuan's eyes were icy cold and his mouth snapped out. As he took one step, the void beneath his feet immediately trembled violently, as if it couldn't withstand the terrifying aura emanating from him. Immediately afterward, his entire person was like a meteor that broke through the sky and raced out furiously. His speed was as fast as lightning and his momentum was like a rainbow, giving people a feeling of being unrivaled. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Wuxuan had closed in on the Ghoul King, and he waved his casserole-sized fist with an unrelenting momentum and indestructible might as he fiercely smashed it towards the Ghoul King's head. When the Ghoul King saw this, he couldn't help but roar angrily, a fierce light in his eyes. It grabbed the bone spear that had fallen aside, and in an instant, a shocking baleful aura erupted from its body. He waved his arm violently, and the bone spear in his hand instantly erupted with a dazzling light, as bright as a star. The power of the laws surged and roared like a furious wave as it swept towards Jiang Wuxuan. This extremely powerful force was like a shocking wave, carrying an unrivaled might that seemed to tear the entire world apart. In this very instant, heaven and earth changed color, and the wind and clouds suddenly tumbled and stirred up. The terrifying and extreme energy fluctuations seemed to be able to destroy all living beings in the world. Finally, the bone spear and the fist clashed together fiercely, triggering an earth-shattering roar. After a short stalemate, the gap in strength between the two sides gradually appeared, and in the end, Jiang Wuxuan was still slightly better. Only a crisp bang sound rang out. The bone spear was once again sent flying out, just like a shooting star crossing the sky, and after drawing a beautiful arc in mid-air, it fell far to the ground. This shocking scene caused the Ghoul King to become enraged, his eyes becoming as red as blood, filled with endless indignation and annoyance. It tilted its head toward the sky and let out a long, deafening whistle, the sound resounding through the clouds. Endless fiendish chi converged from all directions, whistling out like a raging wind and rain, and quickly fused into a terrifying swirling storm that destroyed the sky and the earth. This huge storm swirled as if it was going to devour everything around it. In front of this whirlwind storm, even Jiang Wuxuan found it somewhat difficult to resist, and his face became much more grave. He took a deep breath and his entire body radiated a dazzling and eye-catching thunderous light, like a star shining with endless might. He was clad in divine radiance. Each step contained unrivaled momentum and power, and he seemed to be able to shake the sky and the 9 heavens between his hands and feet. With a roar, suppression, Jiang Wuxuan single-handedly pinched his hand, and immediately countless palpitating and chilling thunder lights suddenly surfaced, which quickly converged into a thick and solid thunder chain, like a giant dragon rising up in the air, tightly wrapping around that terrifying vortex storm. Only a loud bang was heard, and that originally surging and unstoppable vortex storm was actually forced to be suppressed in place by Jiang Wuxuan with an astonishing force, not being able to move the slightest bit. And at that moment, terrifying energies began to rage around, as if they were going to tear apart and devour the entire world. Unbridled, the Ghoul King let out a furious cry. His voice was deafening, and the entire heaven and earth trembled. His eyes flashed with a scarlet glow that was chilling. It was endless anger and killing intent. This powerful aura made people feel an indescribable fear, as if they were facing a demon from the depths of hell. At the same time, an earth-shattering roar rang out, and the originally already calm vortex storm suddenly became furious. The huge vortex spun crazily, creating a force that destroyed the sky and the earth. That terrifying baleful aura surged out like a tidal wave, and wherever it passed, the void seemed to be torn apart. Immediately afterward, crisp clicking sounds continued to come, only to see that the thunder chains binding the vortex storm unexpectedly began to break inch by inch. Each fracture triggered an explosion of energy, and dazzling lightning splashed everywhere. In the end, the entire thunder chain completely collapsed, turning into countless fragments that dissipated into the void. The Ghoul King looked hideously at Jiang Wuxuan and said icily, "You're very strong. But you're still too far behind if you want to defeat this king." Jiang Wuxuan looked indifferent and faintly said, "Is that so?" Suddenly, a strange and inexplicable sound came from all directions, only to see another pupil slowly emerge from Jiang Wuxuan's originally dark and deep eyes. This pupil was blood red, bright and colorful, emitting an indescribable demonic atmosphere, and it was clearly the legendary ancient heavy pupil. At this moment, this blood-colored heavy pupil was gradually opening up, and the two vertical eyes located at its center slowly opened up with it. These pairs of vertical eyes were like two scarlet vortexes, unfathomably deep, which were filled with endless treacherous and menacing intentions. "Seeing my heavy pupils, you should be satisfied even if you die." Jiang Wuxuang's voice was as flat as water, but it carried an irresistible majesty. Before the words left his mouth, his entire aura suddenly changed, as if he had been transformed. An earth-shattering pressure spread out in all directions like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping everything in the surroundings. Under this pressure, the crowd felt as small and humble as ants, and could only look up at the figure that towered over them like a god descending into the world. "Break!" Jiang Wuxuan gulped softly and spat out a word from his mouth. In an instant, the pair of blood-colored vortexes suddenly became incomparably hot, and blazing flames erupted from them, transforming into a dazzling sea of fire that swept through the four directions of heaven and earth. Heavy pupils. The Ghoul King's heart shook violently, his face full of astonishment. When that terrifying to the extreme aura came surging in like a mountain of mountains, it instantly froze, not daring to move even the slightest bit, with its eyes rounded open, gazing at Jiang Wuxuan's body with a deadly gaze, as if it wanted to see through it and probe out the mysteries buried deep within it. At this moment, Jiang Wuxuan was tightly closing his eyes, and a beam of scarlet red lightning like blood was leaping crazily in his eye sockets, which looked unusually strange and frightening. Behind Jiang Wuxuan, a pair of giant pupils slowly emerged, like two rounds of blood-red obsidian suns, glittering and emitting a heart-pounding, chilling, scorching aura. This heat wave covered the sky, and wherever it passed through, even the void couldn't help but tremble slightly. At this time, the Ghoul King pinched out an odd hand sign and said softly, "It's been an unknown number of years. It's been a long time since I've met a cultivator like you who was able to force me to reveal my true form." His voice seemed to come from the underworld without a ripple, and the bandages wrapped around his body slowly loosened and slid off as if they were alive. As the bandages fell away, a body that could be described as perfect was revealed to the crowd. It was a man with blonde hair, a handsome face that was well-defined and revealed an unwavering look. His body was in the right proportion. His muscle lines were smooth and natural. Each muscle was full of power, and his entire body exuded a strong aura of death. He stood quietly in place, without opening his mouth to say a word, but just by standing like this, he exuded a kind of overlooking the world, unrivaled worldly demeanor, as if everything in the world was under his feet, and all beings needed to pay homage to him. Jiang Wuxuan looked at the other party with flat eyes and said softly, "As expected, your origin is by no means unusual, but all of this is no longer important now." As he spoke, his eyes suddenly erupted with dazzling light, and a palpitating thunder rune surfaced around his eye sockets, like countless stars shining in his eyes, glittering and glittering, causing people to not dare to look directly at them, only to see him raise his hand. A mysterious rune also converged at the tips of his fingers. However, what was different was that this rune took on a deep purple color, which contained a terrifying power like destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Drop! Jiang Wuxuan spat out a Taoist sound. His finger gently pressed down towards the bottom. The purple rune cut through the void like lightning. Its speed was jaw-droppingly fast, and in an instant, the entire sky seemed to be plunged into a dead silence. Right at this moment, the purple rune crashed down, instantly erupting into a terrifying ball of thunder fire that blazed and devoured everything. Wherever the flames passed, space twisted and distorted, and everything was turned into ashes. Your law. It doesn't originate from the 3000 Tao states, but if that's what you're relying on, then you can only have your divine soul fall. The Ghoul King's face was calm and collected, and a head of long golden hair fluttered in the wind, showing a few more points of freedom and uninhibitedness, only to see that he slowly raised his right hand, and a small and exquisite black cauldron appeared in the center of his palm. This tripod was as black as ink, and its surface was covered with densely packed strange patterns that were intertwined and entangled with each other, emitting an ancient and mysterious atmosphere that was obviously of extraordinary origin. The moment this black cauldron appeared, an indescribably powerful attraction suddenly erupted, as if it was going to suck everything in this area into it. The purple rune was tugged by this force and involuntarily followed the black cauldron as it burrowed inward until it completely disappeared without a trace. However, this black cauldron seemed to have spirituality, and did not stop moving after swallowing up the purple runes, but continued to hover above the Ghoul King's head,
constantly dropping 10,000 channels of brilliant haze.
Brilliant and dazzling.
The Ghoul King stepped on the ground like an ancient demonic emperor, revealing a trace of a terrifying aura as he gazed at Jiang Wushuang and indifferently said, "Your attacks have no effect on me.
Let's see how you can kill me?" Chapter 105. No matter what kind of existence you were in the past and how powerful you are now, you have finally fallen.
The Ghoul King stepped on the ground like an ancient demonic emperor, revealing a trace of a terrifying aura as he gazed at Jiang Wushuang and indifferently said, "Your attacks have no effect on me.
Let's see how you can kill me?" As soon as the words fell, his eyes opened angrily and a roar came out of his mouth,
like a thunderous explosion that resounded through the clouds.
In an instant, a powerful and unrivaled resentment swept out like a surging wave,
so vast that it shook heaven and earth.
This resentment was extremely dense, as if it was an inextricable link,
and like rolling black smoke that covered the sky, they quickly converged together, forming a terrifyingly cold wave that was icy and piercing to the bone, and wherever it passed,
everything was frozen,
and even the air became stiff and frozen.
With a loud bang, the lid of the tripod violently lifted.
Countless channels of black airflow gushed out,
just like a volcanic eruption.
These black streams of air contained an endless amount of grievances,
giving people the creeps. At the same time, around the black cauldron, countless skeletons sprang out. Their teeth and claws, hideous face, mouth issued a burst of harsh and ear-piercing roar, as if the evil ghosts demanded life, but also like a group of demons. Chilling. These skeletons were not ordinary things,
but were condensed from the endless grievances generated by the Ghoul King before his death.
Back then, the Ghoul King was brutally suppressed and beheaded,
and the huge grievances in his body had nowhere to vent, and eventually converged in his broken Emperor Soldier, and fused with it, transforming into a mysterious and unpredictable black cauldron.
Although this tripod was an imperial weapon,
the endless grievances contained within it multiplied its power and made it exceptionally menacing and terrifying.
It possessed an unimaginable attack power.
Unusual weapons and divine spells were useless in front of it,
and it was even difficult to cause the slightest damage to it.
Jiang Wushuang's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared closely at the mysterious and ancient black cauldron, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. He murmured softly, "To think that such a peculiar weapon exists,
it really opened my eyes."
There was a faint note of surprise and curiosity in his voice. As the sound of his words fell,
his right hand gently waved, and in an instant, a dazzling purple light streaked across the sky like lightning. Immediately afterward,
a bronze rusty sword emitting an ancient aura appeared in his hand. The body of the sword flashed with a cold light, and the sharp tip of the sword gulped out a palpitating sword aura,
emitting an irresistible pressure,
as if the sword was the most powerful weapon in the world,
so that people didn't dare to look directly at it.
Jiang Wushuang tightly gripped his longsword,
his entire body radiating a majestic and volatile aura, like an unshakable mountain.
His steps were firm and strong, and each step seemed to be able to cause the ground to shake.
Die! Seeing Jiang Wushuang take the initiative to provoke, the Ghoul King's pupils contracted violently,
and a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes.
He roared angrily, and a black mist spewed out of his mouth, while at the same time, the huge black cauldron quickly rose up into the air, emitting a deafening roar. In the blink of an eye, the black cauldron transformed into countless shadows as black as ink, sweeping towards Jiang Wushuang in an all-encompassing manner, forming an impermeable cage and attempting to completely trap him in it.
In the face of such a terrifying attack,
Jiang Wushuang was fearless.
The aura in his body continuously surged into the longsword in his hand, causing the sword's light to become more and more brilliant. He then waved his longsword and chopped towards the black shadows that filled the sky. Wherever the sword light passed, the void was torn apart, emitting sharp and ear-piercing air-breaking sounds.
At the same time, two astonishing rays of light shot out from Jiang Wushuang's pupils, as if there was thunder exploding,
and a strand of destructive aura was released from his body. His footsteps violently took a step forward,
and in an instant, he traversed countless spaces and descended before that black cauldron,
his bronze rusty sword blossoming with eye-catching and dazzling light,
cutting through the void.
The divine splendor surged like a torrent, carrying the momentum of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth,
turning everything into nothingness wherever it went.
The huge black tripod cannot be spared, began to tremble more than.
Tripod cover is crazy rolling want to break free, rolling black fog from the outpouring, like a dark cloud covering the sky and the world. At the same time,
tens of thousands of vicious and twisted faces, exuding monstrous grievances of unjust souls and severe ghosts broke out from within the black tripod,
screaming with their teeth and claws open,
their voices sharp and piercing, resounding through the sky as if they were going to tear the entire world apart.
For a time, the entire sky dome shook and rumbled, as if it was already difficult to withstand such a terrifying pressure.
The Ghoul King's mind moved to maneuver the black cauldron to hover high above the sky,
acting as his own shield.
Immediately after that, there are wisps of black mist hanging down from the tripod body, like a black dragon wrapped around it. making the originally mysterious and unpredictable black tripod even more majestic and solemn.
In an instant, countless arcane and complex symbols appeared in the air and flickered nonstop, blossoming out a terrifying power that caused one's heart to palpitate in chills, successfully resisting Jiang Wuxuang's stone-breaking and unparalleled strike.
Jiang Wuxuang still looked calm and unhurried, his eyes, the depths of the flickering demonic blood-red light,
as if 2 rounds of burning hot blood-colored sun,
but also like 2 groups of unfathomable blazing inferno fire. Just look at it will let a person feel creepy shivering,
as if their souls have been sucked into the boundless inferno abyss. Boom! The power of the heavy pupil show.
Heaven and earth suddenly a huge muffled sound,
only to see that the black tripod even appeared above a clear trace,
although in the blink of an eye to return to its original state.
However,
still let the Ghoul King's heart a fierce tremor. His face is covered with shocked colors.
How come? The scene was so sudden that no one was expecting it. What a terrifying pupil technique. It actually directly pierced through my true exalted black cauldron. The Ghoul King's inner shock was inexplicable. In that instant just now,
he felt that his soul seemed to sink into a purgatory, and it would be difficult to get rid of that painful torment for all eternity. Jiang Wuxuang's heavy pupil was extraordinary and matchless, the kind of power that was enough to kill the immortals and kill the Buddhas, and nothing was unbreakable. No matter what kind of existence you were in the past and how powerful you are today, you have ultimately fallen. Jiang Wuxuang whispered under his breath as he stepped out and took another step towards the front, the rules of the sword Dao raging out all over his body, every inch of his skin glowing, the aura of the sword Dao shrouding the 4 directions of the sky and earth, making it seem as if his entire being was fused with the sword. His pupils were wantonly open, revealing a peerless style, divine sunlight entwined, standing there proudly like a god or goddess, and between his hands and feet, he was filled with overbearing and unparalleled power. Knock! Knock! As the sword fell, the void trembled fiercely, and the incomparably hard land even collapsed into a huge gully, and a sword mark spread out, shocking to the eyes. With every step Jiang Wuxuang took, the black cauldron trembled violently, as if it had suffered some kind of invisible heavy blow. How is this possible? What kind of method did this kid cultivate? How could it be so terrifying? The Ghoul King's face changed. He was able to clearly feel how terrifying the sword Dao rules that Jiang Wuxuang had executed were, as if they were going to annihilate everything. He had never encountered such a terrifying divine ability before. It gave him a sense of timidity and fear, as if this law shouldn't have survived in the world. Such a situation he had felt in a man's body. That person, too terrifying, invincible, known as the most terrifying existence in the same realm. He was as small as dust in front of the other party, completely without the power of resistance. Unfortunately, in that battle, that person had long since fallen, not even leaving behind a Dao lineage. Chapter 106 Remnants of a Great Emperor. Imperial Dan. I don't believe it. The Ghoul King let out a deafening roar, and the black ink-like airflow was like a surging wave that once again gushed out from its huge body. These black air currents tumbled and churned in the air, forming a huge vortex as if they wanted to devour everything. At the same time, the Ghoul King's entire body began to emit a mysterious and ancient divine pattern. These divine patterns intertwined with each other like a magnificent armor, tightly covering its body's surface. Gradually, these divine patterns converged into a dazzling and eye-catching divine ring that slowly rotated around the Ghoul King's body, flickering with a palpitating light that illuminated the entire void. Jiang Wuxuang stared intently at the divine patterns around the Ghoul King, his eyes slightly condensing as an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged in his heart. The feeling loomed large and made him fall into deep thought. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed through Jiang Wuxuang's mind as he seemed to recall something important. Those divine patterns, it seemed, had once appeared on the walls of the Tai Chu Academy. At that time, he became deeply interested in these divine patterns and spent a great deal of time and energy studying them. Not only that, but he had also personally topographed many copies of the divine pattern samples for later in-depth exploration. After realizing this, Jiang Wuxuang didn't hesitate to exert the dozi secret he had mastered, pushing his body's spiritual qi with all his might to evolve all sorts of earth-shattering divine abilities. For a moment, countless powerful and incomparable divine spells erupted at the same time, like a bright star crossing the sky, carrying a heaven-destroying might as they bombarded towards the Ghoul King from the sky and the earth. These divine ability attacks were densely packed, sweeping in like a raging storm, completely surrounding the Ghoul King. Jiang Wuxuang attempted to use this terrifying attack to completely bury and put to death the Corpse Ghost King, only to see the Corpse Ghost King looked up at the void, his eyes icy cold to the extreme. His palm waved, a pitch-black spear steeply stabbed out. In an instant, the world was silent. The only thing that could be seen was a black aura rapidly shuttling through the void, penetrating through nothingness as if it was going to bury everything to come. This was a true imperial soldier. Bang!
the spear ruthlessly slammed into the divine aptitudes executed by Jiang Wuxuan, and with a loud boom click, those divine aptitude attacks were instantly crushed away, transforming into points of light in the sky and completely disappearing into the heavens and earth. However, right at this moment, the pitch-black spear continued to move forward, a few points swifter, with the intention of certain death, wanting to nail Jiang Wuxuan to death on the spot, only to see Jiang Wuxuan's eyes flashed with a trace of sharpness. His figure shot out as if it was lightning. His finger probed out and pointed out. A marvelous fluctuation surged out from the tip of his finger and collided with the pitch-black spear. And in an instant, the pitch-black spear was shaken backward. You won't get away with it. The Ghoul King spat out a cold sound. His feet stepped out. His body transformed into a black shadow, instantly rushing to Jiang Wuxuan's near front. His spear stabbed out, tearing through space. A dark chain coalesced out of thin air, sealing off heaven and earth, wrapping Jiang Wuxuan's figure in it. Jiang Wuxuan's gaze stagnated, only to see those chains wrapping around his body and clinging to his skin, emitting a sinister and icy aura. The corner of the Ghoul King's mouth lifted into a cruel smile. There were once paragon emperors who died under these chains, and today, you will be the one to savor them. After saying that, he grasped his palms in the air, only to hear a clattering sound coming out. The chains around Jiang Wuxuan danced in a flurry, and then madly twisted together, as if they wanted to destroy his physical body. However, he saw Jiang Wuxuan's eyes closed, allowing the chains to wrap around his body as if he didn't care, letting them spin wildly. Seeing this, the Ghoul King frowned slightly. This kid even gave up resisting, intending to wait for death, only to see Jiang Wuxuan's eyelashes quivering. He opened his eyes suddenly, and two brilliant and dazzling lights were released from the depths of those pitch-black pupils, as he stretched out his right hand and swung his sword fiercely, and a splendid and incomparable divine splendor blossomed out. In this instant, Jiang Wuxuan's sword cut through all the restraints, splitting the void with a single stroke of the sword, and all of those chains shattered apart, as if they could not withstand that terrifying pressure at all. No good. The Ghoul King's face changed violently as he took a step forward, with bizarre runes rising from his body's surface. It was as if his body had become much more illusory as he instantly shifted his position, avoiding the incomparable sword chi that had just been so powerful. However, although he had dodged this fatal blow, yet Jiang Wuxuan did not stop killing. The sharp sword in his hand continued to slash down. Each sword fall was accompanied by a monstrous thunderous light, and the destructive power ravaged the void, only to see the figure of the Ghoul King appear. His face was embarrassed. Both of his fists blasted out at the same time. There was a terrifying hammer of the god silhouette erupted out, directly breaking through the sky of thunder light. However, his body was also blasted out, and he collapsed on the ground in a sorry state. Fresh blood spurted out of the corpse Ghost King's mouth as he lay there with a dull expression, looking at Jiang Wuxuan as he slowly forced his way in. What is this law of yours? The Ghoul King asked in a low voice, his tone revealing a hint of decadence. After the brief collision with Jiang Wuxuan just now, he felt that the other party's combat skills were more skillful than his own, which was simply not in line with common sense. A remnant of a soul lingering on for so many years, but it was actually no match for a 20-something-year-old teenager, which could be described as a huge blow to him, and could even be described as a collapse. Jiang Wuxuan spoke indifferently. The law that kills you. The Ghoul King let out a deafening laughter that resounded through the clouds, as if it was going to tear apart this heaven and earth. His face was twisted and deformed, filled with endless madness and hideousness, and his mouth muttered, "The method of killing me? You don't even know who I lost to back then." As the words fell, a terrifying demonic aura gushed out from his body like a surging wave, instantly sweeping across the entire sky. In an instant, the originally clear dome of the sky became dim and lightless, with dark clouds rolling over the top and lightning and thunder mingling. Countless channels of pitch-black, ink-like mist emerged from the void in a steady stream, quickly converging into a massive mist that covered the sky, making it impossible to reach out and see. As if this thick fog possessed life, it kept rolling and churning, forming a huge vortex that swallowed everything in it. On the other hand, Jiang Wuxuan, who was in the distant void, was fearless and stood steadily. At this moment, his pair of mysterious and unpredictable heavy pupils unexpectedly began to undergo an astonishing change. The original deep and dark pupils gradually shone with a silver-white light, like two rounds of bright and dazzling stars, radiating a bizarre and demonic aura as if it was capable of devouring all things in the world. With the heavy pupils' mutation, the surrounding emptiness also began to be unable to withstand the impact of this powerful force and crumbled and shattered. A dazzling ray of light shot out from the crack, merging with the light of the heavy pupil to form an indestructible torrent that swooped towards the black mist. By the impact of this torrent, the black mist emanating from the Ghoul King was suddenly and violently. How did this happen? The Ghoul King's face was filled with astonishment.
and waves of shocking emotions were set off in his heart. He had cast such a powerful and bizarre technique but was easily cracked by a pair of eyes in the district? This is just too unbelievable. What kind of eyes are those? How can it possess such a counterintuitive and terrifying power? That domineering and unrivaled aura was simply palpitating and chilling. It was a pity that Jiang Wuxuang at this moment had no time to care about the Ghoul Kings full of doubts and horror, much less take the initiative to inform the other party of any answers or explanations. Break it for me! Accompanied by the Ghoul King hissing out in anger, an earth-shattering wave of sound exploded in all directions with a mountainous momentum. This belongs to the Divine Soul attack. In the face of such a powerful and ferocious attack, Jiang Wuxuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and an imperceptible glint of refinement flashed through his eyes. Immediately afterward, only Jiang Wuxuan gently raised his right hand and extended his index finger towards the void in front of him. In an instant, a dazzling light suddenly lit up, like a lightning bolt that cut through the night sky. This extremely bright finger light carried a heaven-destroying might that instantly pierced through the hard-as-iron body of the Ghoul King. Put! With a slight crunching sound coming from it, the Ghoul King's huge body trembled violently. Afterward, he immediately felt a heart-rending, intense pain sweeping from the depths of his divine soul, as if his entire divine soul was about to break free from the bonds of that remnant body and fly apart. The Ghoul King couldn't help but let out a hoarse, mournful and miserable wailing sound, and his body began to uncontrollably and violently twist and struggle. However, Jiang Wuxuang on the opposite side of the mountain has always been as stable as Mount Tai, standing still, no matter how much the Ghoul King struggled in vain. You shouldn't have messed with me. Jiang Wuxuang opened his mouth indifferently, and two terrifying divine lights suddenly appeared in his eyes, like there was a star flowing in them. Don't you want to know anything about the Kong family? The Ghoul King suddenly raised his head to look at Jiang Wuxuang. He wanted to live. Therefore he would rather pay any price just to stay alive. The Ginger family? Jiang Wuxuan's eyes suddenly stiffened, but in an instant, he regained his composure and said in a cold tone, I will never give any more trust to deceivers. After saying this, a palpitating light once again erupted from within his palm, like a beam of death arrows that pierced through everything, striking the Ghoul King's brain in a lightning-fast manner. The Ghoul King's body froze violently, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared intently at Jiang Wuxuang, as if he could not accept that the other party had actually killed him painfully. Perhaps at the last moment, he tried to argue or beg for forgiveness, but unfortunately it was too late. As the light between Jiang Wuxuang's palms disappeared, his soul was instantly torn apart and shattered into ashes. Immediately afterward, as if the Ghoul King's body had lost its support, it began to gradually disintegrate and shatter into countless tiny gravel and dust, drifting away with the wind. Ding dong! You have slain the remnants of a great emperor and have obtained an emperor's elixir. After successfully getting rid of the Ghoul King, Jiang Wuxuan's eyes flickered as he heard the system beeps coming from his mind. Emperor Dan. As the name suggests, an emperor-grade elixir. It might be able to help one step into the great emperor realm. Thinking of this, his gaze quickly swept over his surroundings before his body leapt up and sped towards the depths of the island. For some reason, he always had an intuition in the back of his mind that this island was hiding some kind of extraordinary secret. Chapter 107 9 Bronze Coffins. Devouring Rules. All the way forward, as far as the field of vision are broken walls, full of corpses. Once brilliant and magnificent palace pavilions are now also broken, scattered around the broken stones and tiles. The original exquisite and gorgeous stone platforms have also collapsed. This island once experienced a destructive and tragic war. Upon arriving at the last area at the end of the island, Jiang Wuxuang, who had been maintaining a state of vigilance, suddenly sensed an unusually strong energy fluctuation. He fixed his eyes and realized that 9 coffins of ancient style were neatly placed inside the crumbling hall ahead of him. These coffins stood in different directions, and there seemed to be some kind of subtle connection between them. Each coffin was made of bronze, and its surface was meticulously carved with a variety of strange and bizarre patterns, revealing a mysterious and unpredictable atmosphere. Even more bizarrely, above the 9 coffins there were faint wisps of obscure and powerful breath drifting out. These auras intertwined and formed a closed aura that enveloped the entire space. Being in the middle of it, I only feel that the surrounding area is filled with a chilling murderous aura and bone-chilling coldness, making people shudder. What a strong resentment, Jiang Wuxuang murmured in a low voice, and a trace of shock could not help but rise in his heart. He clearly felt that the resentment permeating around him was unusually strong, as if it wanted to devour him. These grievances contained endless hatred and curses, and if he were to accidentally touch them, he was afraid that they would bring him unimaginable disasters. Suddenly there was a low humming sound. A dazzling purple gold light blossomed from Jiang Wuxuang's brow, like a precious jewel that shone with a dazzling radiance. He violently opened his eyes, and a sharp and incomparable purple gold light burst out from his eyes, cutting through the void like lightning. His gaze quickly swept around and finally rested on the huge bronze coffin in the center.
This bronze coffin was very different from the other coffins. Its surface was covered with dense, complicated and difficult to understand formation patterns, emitting a deep and mysterious luster, with all sorts of unknown runes entwined around it. It was as if it had fused with the entire heaven and earth in a natural way, exuding an ancient and deep aura that had been baptized by the vicissitudes of time. If one gazed at it with fixed eyes, one would be able to notice that each formation pattern resonated with the laws of nature, as if it were woven into some mysterious and unpredictable formation. There really is something odd, Jiang Wushuang murmured softly, his eyes as deep as pools of water as he slowly stretched out his right hand and attempted to push open the lid of this bronze coffin in front of him. The moment Jiang Wushuang's palm touched the bronze coffin lid, he violently felt a creepy and terrifying power surging along his arm like a tidal wave, seemingly devouring him whole. However, his reaction speed was as fast as lightning, and his figure rapidly retreated hundreds of meters away, his eyes staring at the bronze coffin with a wary intent. If he had not been so alert just now, I'm afraid he would have fallen into the other party's trap. There is a strong seal present on this bronze coffin, and the thing sealed inside is terrifying. Jiang Wushuang lowered his voice and said, while his eyes scrutinized the other 8 coffins once again. He was surprised to find unique patterns carved on the surface of each coffin, which were actually some lost formation patterns, despite the relative simplicity of their engravings. However, the might they contained was creepy, and just a glimpse of them caused one to feel a palpitation. Could it be that all the remains of the great emperor are placed here? Jiang Wushuang's mind suddenly popped up with this absurd and unthinkable thought, but in a flash he denied it to himself. This kind of thing was obviously never going to happen. Without hesitation, he continued to step forward, a powerful thunderous light gushing out from his body, instantly transforming into countless powerful thunder blades that slashed at those formations like a blistering wind and rain. However, to his dismay, these seemingly fragile formations were indestructible, and no matter how violent the attacks were, they could not break them apart. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Wushuang couldn't help but furrow his brows, followed by a wave of his one arm, a long halberd with a cold light falling into his hand. The halberd was in his hand, emitting a piercingly cold aura. His figure flickered, his steps were lotus flowers, and wisps of mysterious morning sunlight lingered all over his body. Just see his hand holding the halberd violently force a swing. Sharp and ear-piercing sound of the wind suddenly sounded. A piece of bright and dazzling halberd shadow like a storm swept out, covering the sky, the entire space tightly wrapped up. Even with all the array pattern is also engulfed together with it. The rumble was thunderous and deafening, as if the entire world was about to be torn apart. Only to see that those originally calm formation patterns were at this moment even as crazy as the waves in a raging storm surging up, constantly vibrating and emitting a palpitatingly terrifying might. The halberd shadow that was released by Jiang Wushuang with all his might, however, appeared so small and fragile in front of this might that it was gradually swallowed up, submerged, and disappeared without a trace. A rare devouring rule is actually inscribed on this. Jiang Wushuang's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. One must know that the devouring rule was one of the most profound and difficult rules to understand, and was even known as a forbidden power. Even if someone was fortunate enough to cultivate this Tao, it would take a long time of sharpening and settling down before they could comprehend its mysteries. Thinking about this, Jiang Wushuang's heart grew more and more excited, and he decided to seize this rare opportunity to go all out in his attack. One could only see all sorts of magical and mysterious divine abilities being unceasingly exerted from his hands, fiercely blasting on top of those bronze coffins. Each attack triggered a violent wave of energy, but Jiang Wushuang had no intention of stopping, because only then, when the devouring rules were completely revealed, would he be able to have enough time to comprehend these mysterious and unfathomable rules, thus enhancing his understanding and mastery of the devouring power. Time passed minute by minute, and about an incense stick later, as Jiang Wushuang continued to unleash a fierce attack, the formation patterns in this area became more and more dense, intertwined like a huge spider's web that stretched into the distance, and their denseness was simply beyond imagination. Suddenly, an even more palpitatingly huge suction force violently erupted out. This power was as surging as a mountain, instantly flooding the entire heaven and earth with it. The originally calm heaven and earth became dark at this moment, as if it had been sucked into an infinite black hole abyss. Space also trembled violently under the effect of this powerful force, emitting bursts of creepy roars. At the same time, an eerie and horrifying devouring light full of destructive aura shot out from all directions, as if millions of vipers were spitting out their letters in a hideous and twisted manner, seemingly wanting to devour all living beings and objects in the world. Faced with such a bizarre and terrifying sight, Jiang Wushuang couldn't help but be shocked. How did these formation patterns suddenly become so violent? Is it because I've angered them by attacking them consistently? Doesn't that mean that these formations have already possessed the ability to think independently on their own? producing a divine mind similar to that of an intelligent being? If that's the case, then the situation is going to be extremely tricky and dangerous. After all, the power of the rules that could endow a formation pattern with divine intelligence was definitely an extraordinary existence. It's hard to imagine just how powerful and mysterious this power is. Thinking about this, Jiang Wuxuan felt more and more shocked and excited in his heart. In this case, it's all a sign of something good. Chapter 108, The Great Emperor's Shadow Reflecting the Ancient and Modern Future. Suddenly, a mysterious and melodious bell suddenly rang out, like ripples through layers of space and time, reverberating and tossing in the vast and boundless space. The sound of this bell flowed into Jiang Wuxuan's eardrums like a fresh spring, causing his divine soul to tremble slightly and interrupting his power to peer into the devouring rules. Knock! Knock! Immediately after that, the second bell chime followed, even louder and more shocking and deafening than the previous one, as if an invisible giant force was violently hitting the depths of his soul. Is this the sound of the bell that came from that strange space in the desolate ancient mysteries that day? When Jiang Wuxuan heard this familiar bell sound, his face suddenly changed, unusually solemn and grave. This voice seemed to originate from a world of another dimension, not belonging to this desolate ancient tomb in front of him, yet it was real. In an instant, the sound of the bell became more and more high-pitched and impassioned, just like 1,000 armies rushing and roaring, with a majestic momentum. Knock! 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 The sound of the bell was still loud and clear, penetrating everything, as if it had directly crossed space, floating from nowhere. Finally, an unknown image appeared in Jiang Wuxuan's line of sight. Immediately afterward, a layer of chaos-like haze appeared out of nowhere, filling the entire heaven and earth, shrouding one side of the void, causing Jiang Wuxuan's eyes to close. But in the end, because of the peculiarities of the heavy pupil, those chaotic and misty mists did not harm him in the slightest, and his eyes slowly opened, and the scene in front of him suddenly changed. This place was like a vast and boundless forest, verdant and green, with flowers, plants and trees competing to bloom, and the rich vitality poured out and filled the entire space, making people unable to resist being mesmerized by it. And at the end of Jiang Wuxuan's gaze, a magnificent palace could be vaguely seen towering there, seemingly standing just above the clouds. Ethereal. That's... Jiang Wuxuan's heart was wildly shocked. He was really hard to imagine that this desolate grave actually hides such a magnificent and rippling scene. The vast and boundless earth, the rushing rivers, lakes and seas are all here. However, not long after, just as Jiang Wuxuan was about to gaze into the distance again, the strange scene before him dissipated without a trace in the blink of an eye, and in its place, a hazy and unclear picture kept flashing. This time, Jiang Wuxuan finally saw clearly that it was actually a huge beast of unparalleled size stretching across the mountains. This beast was covered with black ink like fur, as if a blazing fire was raging on its body. The sound was horrifying to the extreme. What was even more amazing was that on the broad and solid back of this behemoth, it was carrying a majestic and magnificent palace. The entire palace was glittering with silver light, as if it was carved from flawless jade, glittering and gorgeous. It was the first time in his life that Jiang Wuxuan had witnessed such a foreign beast, and his heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of novelty. He had been reading books since he was young, and could be said to have seen a lot, but when faced with such a powerful, majestic and domineering demonic beast, he still couldn't help but be in awe, because this kind of existence had already transcended the realm of what ordinary people could understand. Could this be the legendary ancient demon of the Taichu? Jiang Wuxuan muttered. He had once seen an ancient book of the Jiang clan, in which there were rumors of this kind of Taichu ancient demon, which was birthed from chaos and possessed an incomparably horrifying bloodline and power that was enough to rival that of a sage. This kind of ancient demonic beast, which was already extinct and had long been proven to have ceased to exist, did not expect to actually appear in front of his eyes today, which was truly unimaginable and shocking. Dang! Suddenly, the dome of the sky trembled as if it was about to break apart, and a golden divine chain dangled down and wrapped around the body of the Taichu ancient demon, sealing its ability to move. Roar! The ancient demon of the Taichu roared and let out a roar that shook the 9 heavens, but that golden divine chain was as sturdy as a chain made of steel, not affected in the slightest, firmly binding the Taichu ancient demon. Immediately afterward, an incomparably magnificent figure appeared above the canopy, emitting monstrous light, as if a round of blazing suns hung above the sky dome, illuminating the 8 wastelands in 6 regions, causing people's hearts to palpitate. He was bathed in divine radiance and came with his feet on the stars, leading the ancient demon of the Taichu to carry the magnificent palace, showering the sky with starlight along the way. Jiang Wuxuan's eyes widened violently. His heartbeat seemed to stop instantly as an unspeakable fear surged through his heart. Despite the distance between them, he still clearly felt the unrivaled power and terror of his opponent. Just that faint wisp of breath had caused the entire sky to tremble violently.
as if it was going to crush 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers.
What kind of existence is this? Such a magnificent figure is beyond imagination. Just before Jiang Wuxuan could express his inner marvel,
the image in front of him changed once again. One could only see a gigantic staircase of golden splendor, emitting endless light and filled with the power of mysterious laws stretching across the heavens, just like the passage of the gods extending down from the infinite heights. Each step exuded a suffocating pressure that seemed to symbolize the order and law of everything in the world. At the end of that ladder lay a magnificent throne made of countless rare gems set in crystal clear,
brilliant and eye-catching splendor. Above the throne sat a man, dressed in a golden battle armor. His body was tall and straight, majestic and strong. His face was handsome, and he exuded a kingly demeanor that was unique to the world between his hands and feet. Originally, it was all just a shocking picture reflecting the past and present. However, right at this moment, that man sitting on the throne actually suddenly turned his gaze towards Jiang Wuxuan. His eyes were like two sharp blades that penetrated space and time, piercing straight into his soul. This gaze seemed to have traveled through the ages, carrying a vicissitude and longevity that made one's soul unable to resist sinking down following this gaze. In that very instant, a piercing chill surged deep within Jiang Wuxuan's heart. He felt as if he had become an insignificant ant, so small and fragile that he was completely unable to withstand the gaze of that gaze, only to see that mysterious man's mouth lightly spit out a mysterious Tao sound that Jiang Wuxuan could not understand at all, followed by the entire image suddenly bursting apart, as brilliant and eye-catching as a bright star exploding. Countless starlight scattered and splashed in all directions, gradually dissipating into the void like colorful fireworks. Could it be that that was actually a genuine great emperor? Jiang Wuxuan was stunned and dumbfounded, and it took a while before he came back to his senses, but his heart had already set off waves of shock. The man who had just appeared was undoubtedly definitely a peerless powerhouse at the great emperor level. Even though the years had passed, time had passed, and it was unknown how many long years had passed, the illusory figure that reflected the past and the present and penetrated into the future was still able to give Jiang Wuxuan an incomparably strong pressure. Just how powerful was this terrifying as hell strength? Simply breathtaking. Perhaps this was the supreme demeanor that truly belonged to a great emperor. Chapter 109 9 Pictures reflecting the ancient and modern future. Immediately afterward, the scene in front of him changed instantly, and a stunning woman in a green shirt appeared right in front of Jiang Wuxuan's eyes. Her countenance was overwhelmingly beautiful, as if she was a fairy on earth, yet a faint sense of indifference and detachment was revealed within those beautiful and moving eyes. One could only see her descending slowly from the air with a light posture, as if she was stepping on a blooming green lotus, holding up her graceful body like a fairy descending to the earth, mesmerizing people and making them unable to extricate themselves from the situation. She lightly lifted her slender white hand and casually pointed a finger out. In an instant, endless starlight surged and converged like a tidal wave, and eventually condensed into a dazzling and brilliant beam of light, running through heaven and earth with lightning speed. Wherever this light passed through, the void shattered and chaos churned, its might shocking the heavens and the earth and shaking the hearts of the people. And at this very moment, the wind and clouds above the 9 heavens changed color, thunder rumbled, and the rolling heavenly tribulation poured down from the sky, fiercely bombarding towards that woman. However, in the face of such a horrific thunderbolt, the woman did not change her color and did not jump, standing as steady as Mount Taishan. No matter how those thunders raged and roared, it was always difficult to cause the slightest harm to her, but instead could only continuously emit a deafening roar in protest. Seeing this scene, Jiang Wuxuan's breath hitched, his heart shocked. What's in this footage is just amazing. A tender woman was actually able to resist such a powerful lightning punishment in such a gentle manner all by herself. This is simply unthinkable. At this moment, he gazed at the thunderbolt with all his concentration, wanting to catch a glimpse of the mystery from it. As time passed, he felt more and more that this thunderbolt was unfathomable, and the further back he went, the more serious and grave the look on his face became, because even if he looked at this thunderbolt from his current cultivation realm, he would feel unprecedented pressure and hardship. It could be imagined just how terrifying and appalling strength this woman possessed to be able to deal with such a test so easily and comfortably. Suddenly, a huge vortex appeared in the dome of the sky, with dense thunderclouds, endless lightning intertwined, and destructive fluctuations spreading out, enveloping the area. Is this the legendary Emperor's tribulation? Jiang Wuxuan was inwardly shocked. Such a heaven and earth shattering heaven and earth vision was too appalling. Even if he was far away, he could still feel the unparalleled majestic pressure. As expected, a figure slowly emerged in that vast and boundless sea of thunder. This figure was not a real existence, but rather a great emperor's shadow that was completely illusory from the thunderbolt. It was tall and magnificent, surrounded by countless dazzling lightning bolts, as if it was really the Thunder Emperor descending into the world and was patrolling the heavens and the worlds. This shadow condescendingly overlooking the vastness of the earth. just gently waved his palm, the entire void will instantly collapse and annihilate. Everything in the world is destroyed. Even the endless sea of thunder was also blown into pieces. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, that woman was fearless. She swam upstream against the current, using her own strength to resist the killing of the great emperor's shadow. Only when she threw out a punch, the sky darkened, the sun and the moon were lost, and the entire world trembled. This punch contained endless power, directly shattering that sea of thunder completely and revealing the original face of the great emperor's shadow. In the end, with a loud bang, that great emperor's shadow also dissipated into nothingness, turning into dots of lightning and disappearing. This woman is actually breaking through to the great emperor realm. Jiang Wuxuang's heart surged with shocking waves. He had never expected that the green-shirted woman who appeared to be breezy on the surface had such a shocking background and strength. He was actually a peerless powerhouse who was about to achieve the position of a great emperor. This was tantamount to saying that she had just stepped into the realm of the great empress and had not crossed the emperor's tribulation, because only stepping into the realm of the great empress could invoke the great empress' heavenly tribulation. However, she forcefully smashed the thunder tribulation to form a great emperor's shadow, displaying an invincible demeanor. The emperor's path appeared in the world, like a mysterious and ancient heavenly gate opening up. The woman stepped onto the path without hesitation, as if it was a destined mission. Every step she took was like ascending a ladder of clouds, gradually moving away from the hustle and bustle of the world and climbing higher. She was graceful and light as a dream, yet she revealed an unspeakable majesty and dominance. She is both like a fairy-like transcendent, but also like a demon-like charm, surrounded by haze. Ruichi thousands, as if wearing a divine radiance. People do not dare to look directly at. The haze fluttered like ribbons of color and shimmered with a strange light, making her look as if she had descended from fairyland to the mortal world. When she finally stood at the top of that ladder, an unrivaled aura erupted from her body, instantly climbing to its peak state. She slowly opened her eyes, which glowed as if stars had fallen into them. In that very moment, the entire world lost its color, as if all the light had been taken from her alone. The heavens and earth were silent, leaving only her peerless face and earth-shattering aura. Her presence made people feel an endless pressure, as if she was the master of this heaven and earth, able to control all the cycles of life and death. And in the depths of her eyes, she seemed to be hiding the oldest and deepest secrets in heaven and earth. Who is spying on this emperor? The woman softly spat out 7 characters, like a piece of heavenly work, suppressing the heavens, and a vast majesty swept over the heavens, oppressing the 10,000 realms of the heavens. Jiang Wuxuang's face suddenly turned pale, and he fell back a few steps from the impact of this terrifying qi, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth as he nearly fell to his knees in the void. It terrified him so much that he almost fell to his knees. It was too terrifying. However, his Tao heart was invincible and he did not have the slightest fear. And at this moment, the woman's silhouette had already disappeared, and it was obvious that it was left behind by the woman's will. What exactly is this image? Why is it able to communicate between the ancient and modern future? Jiang Wuxuan let out a long sigh. The things he had encountered so far in his cultivation had gotten weirder and weirder. Suddenly, his pupils contracted violently, and a series of blurry images unfolded before his eyes once again. These images seemed to be covered with a thin veil, making it difficult for people to see clearly, but they could vaguely see a figure with a world-class demeanor. Their posture was proud, overlooking everything in the world, and there were countless laws that appeared when they raised their hands and threw their feet, each of which was a heaven-destroying and earth-destroying powerful attack that was as strong as a bamboo, and was unstoppable. The sight was so appalling that Jiang Wuxuang had only glanced at it hastily, but still felt a strong and suffocating sense of oppression coming over him. Any one of the supreme prides in those images, taken out individually, possessed earth-shattering might, and could easily decimate quasi-emperor-level powerhouses. Along with the continuous emergence of these images, Jiang Wuxuang sensed that his own realm had actually begun to produce subtle fluctuations, as if a new breakthrough was about to occur. Jiang Wuxuang took a deep breath and settled his mind before raising his head again and gazing up at this latest image presented. However, this time the picture was very different from the previous one. Displayed in front of his eyes is a huge incomparable city, majestic, like an unshakable mountain, standing steadily on the earth. It covered a vast and boundless area, vast beyond imagination, and exuded an unrivaled aura of majesty. In the center of the giant city stood a giant streamer that towered into the clouds, so sharp that it stung people's eyes, like an invincible weapon that contained the might of destroying heaven and earth, penetrating the 9 heavens. Outside the giant city, there was a boundless black fog that filled the sky and earth, as if it was a forbidden place that could not be approached. Jiang Wuxuan looked a little confused. Which giant city was this? Why so great? Suddenly, a vicissitude of long-lasting words resounded from the depths of his mind. Little fellow, have you ever thought that one day, You yourself will be able to walk there and take charge of that war flag? Hearing these words, Jiang Wuxuan's complexion changed slightly and he woke up with a jolt. His eyes looked around and realized that there was no one at all. Could it be that he had created an illusion? He shook his head, shaking off the unrealistic thought, and focused on the image again. The environment in that picture had changed drastically, as if it had gone through countless long epochs, and had been completely reduced to a dark, deep, cold, gloomy and lifeless world of darkness. The whole space is filled with a suffocating and depressing atmosphere, as if in the end of the world is desperate and helpless. The gloomy, gray fog drifted through the air like a ghost, and a steady stream of it converged into an endless sea of gray clouds that weighed heavily on people's hearts and left them gasping for breath. A huge and incomparable stone monument abruptly stretched across the sky, hundreds of feet tall and majestic, revealing an ancient and vicissitudes atmosphere. Despite the passage of time, the monument is unscathed and remains rock solid. Upon close inspection, one could vaguely see that the steel was inscribed with dense and mysterious inscriptions, which were as if they were made in heaven and contained endless mysteries and power. And that majestic battle streamer stood steadily at the top of the stone monument, as if it was the most dazzling and eye-catching existence in this heaven and earth. It radiated an incomparably powerful aura, as bright and glittering as a star in the universe. The war flags were constantly gulping down massive amounts of sacred light, illuminating the heavens and the worlds wherever the light reached, as if they were silently guarding the peace and well-being of this gigantic city as well as the living beings within it. Right at this moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly rang out. The earth began to tremble violently, and the originally calm dome of the sky also began to shake violently. Immediately afterward, a deafening roar came from far above the sky. The sound grew louder and louder, and finally transformed into countless terrifying waves of sound that swept down. These waves of sound were vaguely mixed with the hissing of countless ferocious and berserk demonic beasts, as if a huge army of demons was descending from the sky to completely destroy this world. These demonic beasts were somewhat different, black as ink, covered with black scales, claws and teeth flashing with cold light, carrying an incomparable ferocious aura, like demons crawling out of hell, opening their mouths and spewing out terrifying demonic flames that burned down a mountain. And endless ancient trees were burned to the ground, with not a single inch of grass left. One black giant ape after another, with wings on their backs that covered half of the sky, waved their arms and tore through space, heading straight for the giant city. Such a scene was simply horrifying, causing Jiang Wuxuan's heart to tremble. The image was too terrifying. A battle for the ages was about to kick off. Jiang Wuxuan wanted to continue snooping, but unfortunately, the image had gradually become blurry and soon returned to normal. The only thing left were the words that still echoed in his ears, constantly haunting and shocking one's soul. These 9 images reflecting the ancient and modern future were one more shocking than the other, making it hard for Jiang Wuxuan to forget. In particular, the last picture was even more bizarre and inexplicable. A group of strong people were conquering and killing, whether they were men or women. All of them were heroic, with monstrous strength, and when they raised their hands and threw their feet, they collapsed the ages. Chapter 110, The Great Perfection of the Paramount Emperor. These are all things that happened a long time ago. What kind of a shocking, earth-shattering battle was that? Jiang Wuxuan couldn't help but feel a great deal of emotion, his heart filled with curiosity and yearning for that fierce battle. Right at this moment, Jiang Wuxuan suddenly frowned, a trace of suspicion flashing in his eyes. He was shocked to realize that he had re-entered the burial immortal sea at some point. The place in front of him where the 9 mysterious bronze coffins had originally been placed was now empty, leaving only a dead silence and desolation. The several bronze coffins that once emitted endless pressure had completely decayed, turning into bits of flying ash that floated away with the wind, as if they had never existed. This scene made Jiang Wuxuan feel doubly sorry. To know, these could be cast by the legendary immortal gold, but now it disappeared without a trace like this. It was really regrettable. He slowly withdrew his gaze and began to survey his surroundings. However, as his eyes swept around, he was surprised to find a deep, dark passageway that had quietly appeared in front of him at some point. The passage stretched straight ahead, unending at a glance, as if leading to an unknown world. A mysterious and ancient aura permeated the passageway, drawing Jiang Wuxuan's heart to be wary, but at the same time, it also evoked a strong desire to explore within him. The passage was dark and cold, as if it was connected to another world, and from time to time, there was a cold sound floating out, as if it came from far away years ago, making people unable to help but be creeped out. Jiang Wuxuan hesitated for a moment and took a step towards the front. And just as he stepped into the middle of the passageway, he immediately felt an invisible force fall on him, as if it was stopping him from advancing. There really is something wrong with this passage. Jiang Wuxuan's complexion became much more grave as he carefully sensed the invisible force, only to feel that thousands of laws were preventing him from moving forward. In that case, I'll try it with that chaotic Tao seed.
Jiang Wushuang murmured something under his breath, and the inside of his body suddenly erupted with dazzling and eye-catching chaotic light. These rays of light were as bright as stars, enveloping his entire body. At this moment, Jiang Wushuang was as if he was in the middle of chaos, surrounded by chaotic aura, as if he was able to evolve everything in the world. As Jiang Wushuang activated the chaotic Dao seed above the Sea of Qi in his dantian, the invisible force that had originally bound him instantly came to a standstill and no longer had any hindering effect on him. So, without hesitation, he took a step forward. In that very moment, the aura on his body steeply enhanced by a few points. Immediately afterward, he continued to take steps forward, and with every step he took, his own aura would then skyrocket by a lot. However, just then, a sudden change occurred. A purple haze of light emerged from all directions, and they quickly converged into an extremely gorgeous ball of light that slowly drifted towards Jiang Wushuang. Each purple haze appeared extraordinary, as if it was cast from the blood of an immortal king, containing endless rules of the great Tao and mysterious energies. What a pure Tao rhythm! After walking to the end, maybe I'll be able to achieve greatness as a quasi-emperor. Jiang Wushuang's gaze blazed, his heart pounding wildly as the chaotic Tao seed blossomed crazily, a purple haze of light spilling over his torso, causing his aura to climb, vaguely about to impact the shackles of the quasi-emperor great achievement. However, it doesn't end there. Along with the continuous operation of the chaotic Tao seed, Jiang Wushuang's body blossomed with billions of strands of violet haze, as if he were an exiled immortal, beautiful and beautiful, with a trace of ethereal will that transcended the mortal world emanating from his body. In this instant, Jiang Wushuang seemed as if he had been transformed into a different person, exuding a breathtaking aura around him. It was as if he had transformed into a transcendent sage. His hands and feet contained endless mysteries and might. There was even an unfathomable, unimaginable power lurking within his body. Even more bizarre is that at this time in his body surface actually flooded a layer of faint halo if there is a faint halo. With the appearance of this layer of halo, Jiang Wushuang's entire body's hot blood boiled endlessly like a rolling torrent, as if it was resonating with some kind of mysterious existence and attempting to break through some kind of shackles that had been binding it for a long time. The feeling was as painful as being in purgatory, but Jiang Wushuang clenched his teeth tightly, forcing himself to endure the severe pain to prevent himself from grunting out, only to see his entire body's bones and muscles continuously emitting crisp and pleasant popping sounds, like gold and iron striking each other. Deafening. Obviously, this is a double grind and test of flesh and will. However, compared to the shocking impact of witnessing those 9 mysterious images before, the sufferings experienced right now already seemed insignificant. After all, the scenes in those images were too unbelievable, and the impression they left on people was beyond impressive. Time passes quietly. I do not know how long. Jiang Wushuang's figure gradually regained stability. The original restless chaos Dao seed also stopped trembling, as if it had arrived at the limit of its own ability to withstand the realm. Finally, Jiang Wushuang's eyelids fluttered slightly before slowly opening his eyes. In that instant, 2 dazzling, radiant gazes shot out from his deep eyes like lightning, as if they were able to penetrate the endless darkness and penetrate all the secrets beneath the 9 sepulchres and yellow springs. At the same time, a mysterious and subtle aura emanated from the surface of his body, forming a subtle and indistinguishable but real Tao pattern, which flowed unceasingly like a river of stars in the universe, tightly surrounding his entire person. Within this hazy and misty immortal light, Jiang Wushuang was like an immortal who had descended to the mortal world, exuding a transcendent aura. He slowly raised his right hand and gently made a fist. At that very moment, the entire space seemed to tremble for it, and the void shook violently, as if it was going to be shattered by his punch. This kind of might was simply terrifying to the extreme, and one couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Quasi-Emperor great success. Jiang Wushuang's eyes flashed with an incomparably dazzling light, his heart excited. In just a short half-year's time, he had managed to break through to the Quasi-Emperor great achievement realm. Such a speed of cultivation was truly unimaginable. At this moment, he felt that the blood in his entire body was rushing like a raging river, full of powerful explosiveness and unrivaled energy. Each drop of blood contained the life force and majesty of a true dragon, as if it could explode with earth-shattering power at any time. As the Quasi-Emperor's cultivation reached the grand completion realm, Jiang Wushuang also gained a deeper comprehension and understanding of the 6 paths reincarnation heavenly skill. This set of emperor-grade feats became more and more skillful and proficient in his hands, and its power was even greater than before. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he could step into the realm of a true great emperor. Chapter 111 6 Paths of Reincarnation. 3 worldly bodies, past body, present body, future body. This aura, so overbearing, seems to be fused with a terrifying power. Jiang Wushuang's eyes showed a sharp edge. This aura was not purely emanated by the 6 paths reincarnation heavenly skill. There seemed to be a strange aura mixed within it, It was very powerful and had a sense of majesty that was above all beings. Jiang Wushuang pondered for a moment. 9 images appeared in his mind, and with a burst of clarity in his heart, he began to continuously evolve the 6 paths of reincarnation heavenly skill, and a wave of powerful fluctuations spread out, making his entire person appear more and more extraordinary. Rumble. Suddenly, a surging aura erupted from Jiang Wushuang's body, like a mountain calling out to the sea, sweeping through the 8 wastelands, flooding the surroundings away, and the void cracked open inch by inch, transforming into a pitch black. At the same time, a huge golden divine furnace was suspended high in the sky, emitting a dazzling golden light, as if it could incinerate all things in the heavens, and the terrifying fluctuations spread out, causing space to continuously collapse and destroy. This is... Jiang Wushuang watched all of this with dumbfounded astonishment, only to hear a boom as the golden divine furnace opened its lid, and an ancient star core crashed out, rolling hot and burning instantly. The star core flowed with monstrous flames, incinerating everything. Even at an extremely long distance, it still felt like his body was being roasted, and the pain was unbearable. What a terrifying flame! Enough to melt everything. Seeing the sight before him, Jiang Wushuang marveled. Although it was only the size of a fist, it contained infinite power. It was the true essence of fire, as if it was able to melt everything in heaven and earth, and it was intimidating. No wonder that old man said he could become an emperor. Jiang Wushuang's gaze flickered and he directly grabbed that star core in his hand, then closed his eyes and began to fully activate the 6 paths reincarnation heavenly skill. In an instant, Jiang Wushuang was like a different person, as the surrounding heaven and earth aura surged over in a crazy frenzy, converging to a point that was eventually swallowed up by him, forming a vortex. Those auras were transformed into the origin of the 6 paths reincarnation heavenly skill, running through Jiang Wushuang's body and bringing him inexplicable power. The star core trembled and erupted with a bright and dazzling luster, in which there were even great Tao runes intertwined and surrounded, and each strand of the runes seemed to possess an inexplicable greatness. It was like it had come to life, no longer calm, constantly tossing and jumping, blooming with endless divine light. On Jiang Wushuang's body, there was also a great Tao Qi lingering around, and his entire aura was even more transcendent and ethereal, as if he was truly standing on the clouds, overlooking the multitudes. At the center of his brow, an ancient mark appeared, glittering and glowing, vaguely condensing into an ancient script that was filled with a vast and boundless power. In an instant, an ancient pattern emerged, flying over from afar, hovering continuously beside Jiang Wushuang, like a fairyland, beautiful and dreamy. Boom, boom, boom. The ancient words grew more and more, shimmering faintly like a star, and eventually condensed into 4 large, ancient and solemn words, the 6 Tao heavenly books. The 6 heavenly books? Jiang Wushuang slowly opened his eyes revealing a hint of confusion and doubt. Even though he didn't recognize these ancient words, the sound of the Tao became clearer and clearer, reverberating in his ears like a great bell, shaking his heart and mind, and shaking his heart and mind. What kind of cultivation method is this? To be able to encompass all things and integrate them, turning everything in the world into the most primal power. It's really too mysterious and unpredictable. Jiang Wushuang muttered. The impact that these 4 big words in front of him gave him was just too great. He couldn't even imagine what such a divine codex actually meant. He took a deep breath and tried to calm his agitated mood, then closed his eyes once again and fully concentrated on this mysterious power. Just then, a sudden change occurred. Jiang Wushuang's body trembled violently, as if he had been electrocuted, and immediately afterward, 2 figures emerged from within him. These 2 figures looked exactly the same as Jiang Wushuang, also sitting cross-legged in the void, their hands constantly pinching out all sorts of strange seals, each movement looking extremely skillful and natural, as if they contained some sort of profound and subtle rules. Jiang Wushuang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene before him. He had never imagined that there was such an amazing power hidden within his body. What exactly was the origin of these 2 figures? What are the mysteries of the seals they perform? Countless questions flooded his mind, causing Jiang Wushuang to fall into a deeper level of thinking. The void around him began to collapse and shatter non-stop, forming a chaotic scene, but it would soon be restored as before, and so on and so forth, appearing extremely bizarre. Such a scene continued for a long time before those 2 figures slowly disappeared. What the hell was that just now? Could it be the legendary one breath transforms 3 purities? Jiang Wushuang's face was filled with astonishment. The 2 figures just now looked nothing like him, as if they were copy and pasted. Even their breath and demeanor were the same, especially that powerful force, which was surprisingly on par with his own strength. Even more miraculously, he clearly felt that his comprehension of the 6 paths of reincarnation heavenly skill had accelerated much faster, as if there was a mysterious force in the underworld that was guiding him forward. Jiang Wushuang decided to try again.
and he unleashed his own power with all his might. And in an instant, 3 figures actually emerged behind him. The 3 Jiang Wushuang appeared at the same time, standing in a triangular position, with an incomparably powerful aura emanating from their surroundings. The 6 paths of rebirth and the 3 bodies come together. Past body, now the body, future body. At the same time, Jiang Wushuang sensed his blood boiling and his bones clanking within his body as he was sensing the true 6 paths of reincarnation. The reincarnation aura became stronger and stronger. The meridians in Jiang Wushuang's body were glowing, and his consciousness gradually fell into a state of confusion, as if he had forgotten everything. After evolving the wheel of reincarnation, he had already stepped onto the wheel of reincarnation, and the next step was to complete the part of the road that belonged to him. However, his will gradually lost control and became blurred. He seems to be sinking down the path of reincarnation. At this moment, endless divine sunlight floated in the air, illuminating the entire island. At this very moment, all the demonic beasts in the sea area of the buried immortal sea began to be restless, and they continuously threw their heads back and roared and growled, giving vent to their inner anger and killing intent, as if they had encountered a terrible disaster. Ow! Suddenly, a mellifluous and sad dragon roar resounded through the clouds, and an immensely large auger dragon with glittering green scales rose up from the abyss. This scaly dragon's body was so huge that it had no boundaries, and its entire body took on a bright turquoise hue, while also emitting an extremely rich and medicinal scent. Chapter 112 Imperial Tribulation. Underneath the deep waters of the burial immortal sea, an underwater abyss, a bronze ancient hall stretched across, emitting a majestic ferocious aura that suppressed everything, making it impossible for the seawater to come half a step closer. In the center of this bronze ancient hall, a silhouette covered in black mist slowly awakened, opening its icy, bone-piercing eyes and looking towards the outside of the burial immortal sea. At that moment, the sky shook and the wind and clouds changed, only to see that in that endless distance, a huge and boundless ocean suddenly rolled up 10,000 waves. The waves were so huge that they covered the sky, making the entire ocean turn a grayish color. All the fish inside this sea died in droves, and the corpses were scattered all over the place, with no signs of life surviving. Immediately afterward, a giant hand that covered the sky pulled out from the bottom of the sea and slapped towards this island. This palm was very terrifying. Even at a great distance, there were still destructive fluctuations transmitted out, causing the sea to shake violently, setting off 10,000 waves. Jiang Wushuang, who was peering into the reincarnation, his eyes snapped open, and with the 3 Dharma bodies behind him, he exuded a powerful and unparalleled aura around him, like a god of war descending into the world. His aura continued to climb, as if it was going to break through the clouds and reach the sky. At this moment, his gaze became incomparably sharp, as if it was able to penetrate all illusions, only to see his arms swing. A bright and dazzling fist aura roared out, carrying a heaven-destroying might as it smashed fiercely towards the front. This punch contained endless power, and its might was more than several times more terrifying than before. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, Jiang Wushuang's fist aura collided with that gigantic palm. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color, and the entire space trembled violently. The sea waves were torrential, lifting up huge waves 10,000 feet high and surging in all directions. After that giant hand trembled violently, it unexpectedly began to explode inch by inch, eventually turning into a roiling golden haze that drifted away. That auger dragon also retreated into the depths of the burial immortal sea under this horrifying fluctuation, seemingly avoiding it and not daring to strike at Jiang Wushuang. As the giant hand collapsed, the burial immortal sea once again regained its calmness, as if nothing had happened. However, Jiang Wushuang's face sank slightly as he secretly pondered in his heart. Could it be that the owner of that giant hand just now is the legendary lord of the 8 forbidden areas of life? He recalled all the rumors about the lords of the 8 forbidden areas of life. These existences were extremely mysterious and powerful, and very few people had seen their true colors. Jiang Wushuang secretly speculated that the strength displayed by that giant hand just now was by no means something that an ordinary strong person could possess. I'm afraid that only that lord of the forbidden zone, who had never shown his face, had such terrifying strength. What a terrifying power! The aura just now was not much weaker than the Ghoul King at his peak. Jiang Wushuang pondered in his heart, his eyes flickering with refinement. The owner of that giant hand was obviously just a bullseye and hadn't used his full strength to test himself. But he didn't take it to heart, and continued to explore this mysterious island in depth, hoping to find some chance and encounter. After all, this was the legendary burial sea of immortals, which was said to be a horrifying place where ancient great emperors were buried. Both great blessings are inevitably accompanied by endless dangers. As the night passed, Jiang Wushuang circled around the entire island but did not gain much. All he found were many broken and tattered holy artifacts, all of which had been eroded by the years and lost most of their value.
Jiang Wushuang thought to himself. That's just it. This star core is precious enough. Now I should find a safe place to retreat and cultivate to impact the great emperor realm. Due to the fear that there might be some powerful old monster hidden at the bottom of the sea, Jiang Wushuang decided to avoid the wind for the time being and leave this place, looking for a place suitable for seclusion. The Swire Purple Gold spirit ship carried Jiang Wushuang and sailed away from this sea at a windy speed. Several days later, Jiang Wushuang finally left the burial immortal sea and entered a barren and desolate mountain. The place was sparsely populated with rolling mountains, revealing an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. Jiang Wushuang felt that this was a good place to retreat, so he decided to stay here for a while and focus on cultivation. This place was a barbaric area, devoid of human habitation, with only many demonic beasts active. Jiang Wushuang found a quiet and hidden mountain stream and gently dropped his form. At this moment, his legs were coiled up and he was sitting upright, his body emanating a dazzling and eye-catching light, and a wisp of purple gold light was burning like a flame, accompanied by a low humming sound. A purple golden star core silently hovered at his side, glittering with a brilliant light, releasing a steady stream of surging, oceanic star power and quickly integrating it into his body, nourishing and strengthening the Tao rhythms in his body. At the same time, the chaotic Tao seed in his body also began to run at a rapid pace in this instant, drawing on this powerful force as if it were hungry, causing the Tao seed to become more and more pure and condensed. Time flies, 2.5 months have passed unnoticed. When the first rays of the morning sunlight sprinkled down on the earth, Jiang Wushuang slowly opened his eyes, which were as deep and dazzling as the endless starry sky, and the Tao rhythm around his body was even more powerful than ever before. He rose with a flourish and gazed steadfastly into the distance. Although the rules of heaven and earth in this place were not enough to support him to step into the emperor realm, with the powerful energy contained in this mysterious star core, coupled with his own unremitting efforts, he was confident that he would be able to successfully break through to the level of a great emperor. His feet stepped on the void, and step by step, he stepped out towards the 9 heavens above, and with each step, his cultivation would increase by a few points, and he soon ascended to the 9 heavens above. Rumble! The sky trembled violently, and dark clouds rolled in, covering the sky as if the entire sky was blackened with ink. The thunder and lightning are so deafening that you can't help but feel chilled by it. The sky and the earth lost their original colors and became dim, as if the end was coming. This was the strange sight triggered by Jiang Wushuang stepping into the emperor realm. Above his head, a huge thundercloud formed, completely shrouding the dome of the sky. Terrifying thunder power was constantly accumulating and brewing in the cloud, as if it would erupt with heaven-destroying power at any moment. Jiang Wushuang was bathed in lightning, his long hair flying wildly, his eyes firm and bold, without the slightest hint of fear of the heavenly tribulation. Without hesitation, he took the last step forward, his figure falling like a meteor, landing steadily in the middle of the thundercloud. In an instant, endless thunder power swept madly towards his body like a raging torrent. These forces of thunder were like millions of scaly dragons, tearing at his skin with teeth and claws, washing over every corner of his entire body. However, Jiang Wushuang was as steady as Mount Taishan as his body emitted a powerful aura that fought against that thunder force. Chapter 113. So what if Great Emperor Void? When this divine son was born, they were only worthy of arching. Boom! With a loud bang, the thunder tribulation descended, an incomparably thick pillar of thunder dropping down from above the sky, carrying a destructive force that cleaved towards Jiang Wushuang. Break! Jiang Wushuang let out a roar to the sky, his head full of long hair flying in disarray, his muscles gnarled and filled with an explosive sense of force. A blazing light blossomed on his body, and the blood in his body boiled and roared, rushing like rivers and lakes, making a deafening clattering sound. With a single step, the power of the thousands of thunderbolts around him was torn apart, unable to stop him at all. Thud! In the next moment, Jiang Wushuang took a step forward, like a thunder god descending into the world, raising his hands and feet to release a shocking power that shook the 8 directions. He stood in place with a magnificent posture, bearing the baptism of 10,000 thunderbolts. On the surface of his skin, a rune lit up and shone with a piercing silver light, fending off the external power of thunder. At the same time, he catalyzed the gong methods within his body, frantically refining and absorbing the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth to quench his fleshly body. His figure weaved through the thunder as if he were walking on flat ground, without any pressure at all. This scene caused the thunder tribulation to become more and more frenzied, seemingly annoyed at Jiang Wushuang's behavior of coming and going as he pleased, and the huge tribulation cloud brewed for a long time before finally descending an even more terrifying tribulation. Roar! A terrifying dragon roar resounded through the 9 heavens, and immediately afterward, one could only see a gigantic and boundless thunder dragon swooping down, its tail lashing out and swirling up a storm of 10,000 pounds. Jiang Wushuang raised his hand and blasted out a fist seal.
hard against the giant dragon. The endless divine sunlight dropping down, obscuring the entire sky. Everything dissipated. Only that figure stood proudly above the sky dome, dominating the world. Boom! Jiang Wuxuan's body shook violently, and a strand of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. It was just that his blood had a faint golden luster lingering around it, looking extraordinarily divine. Is that all you've got? Jiang Wuxuan raised his head slightly and extended his finger, pointing upwards to the 9 heavens, a cold smile spreading from the corner of his mouth. His eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Right at this moment, the originally calm dome of the sky suddenly became windy, with dark clouds rolling in and electricity flashing and thundering, as if the world was coming to an end. Immediately afterward, a terrifying robber cloud began to roll and roar crazily, like a hideous dragon, pouncing towards Jiang Wuxuan with teeth and claws. In the midst of that calamity cloud, an immense and incomparable thunder pool gradually manifested itself. Within that thunder pool, endless thunder raged and raced, emitting bursts of frightening roars, as if it was going to tear apart the entire heaven and earth. In the face of such a horrifying sight, Jiang Wuxuan was undaunted as he gently spat out a single word from his mouth. Break! In an instant, only a sea of fire suddenly emerged from the sky, like a red torrent, surging toward the sky. This sea of fire was pure true fire of the sun, and its temperature was high enough to burn everything in the world. Only a puffing sound was heard, and the thunder in the sky was instantly annihilated after encountering this sea of fire. And the roaring fire continued to sweep upward, straight to the thunder pool above the 9 heavens. For a time, that area became incomparably scorching hot, and even the surrounding air was twisted and distorted due to the heat. This scene was simply shocking. On one side was the thunder that represented the heavenly might, possessing the power to destroy the sky and the earth. On the other side was the flame that represented the extreme, capable of burning out everything. Under the clash of these two extreme forces, the entire scene unexpectedly appeared to have a short-lived equilibrium situation. Thunder and flames intertwined and collided with each other, at odds with each other, with neither being able to completely suppress the other. The entire space was filled with these two powerful forces, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Jiang Wuxuan's voice was as cold as if it came from the 9 hells, sending shivers down one's spine. Deluding yourself into stopping me from accomplishing the imperial throne? You are still far from qualified. As his words fell, his footsteps trembled slightly before he resolutely walked towards the piece of thunder. His eyes were firm as if nothing could stop him from moving forward, only to see him extend a palm and violently slap it forward. In an instant, a huge vermilion bird silhouette appeared behind him, opening its mouth to spew out endless amounts of true sun fire. These flames blazed, reflecting the entire space into a fiery red. Boom! A loud sound came from the thunder pool and it shook violently. Seemingly angered by Jiang Wuxuan's words, a great emperor's shadow formed by thunder was actually manifested in the thunder pool. This silhouette was purple-gold in color, emitting monstrous thunderous might, as if it was going to tear the entire world apart. It similarly stretched out a palm and slapped it toward the vermilion bird. When the two collided, a devastating wave erupted. This fluctuation was like ripples, spreading outward in circle after circle, and wherever it passed, the void shattered and everything was destroyed. So what if it's a great emperor's shadow? When this divine son was born, they were only worthy of arching. Jiang Wuxuan looked ahead with a cold face. There was not the slightest fluctuation in his eyes, as if everything in front of him was not enough to arouse his interest. Only one of his hands was stretched out and slowly raised upwards, as if he was trying to hold up the entire sky. His movements seemed slow, but they actually contained endless power. As his arm lifted, a powerful aura erupted from him, rushing like a torrent toward the great emperor's shadow formed by the lightning tribulation. This strike was simply earth-shattering. As the heavens and earth shattered and the void collapsed in an instant, that great emperor's silhouette formed by the thunder tribulation was not a true great emperor, but merely the imprint of the Tao marks left behind by those great emperors when they broke through the emperor tribulation back then. Even though they possessed the will of a great emperor, they were ultimately unable to exert the strength that a true great emperor should have. A loud noise kept coming as that great emperor's shadow frantically launched an attack, trying to destroy Jiang Wuxuan's body. Unfortunately, Jiang Wuxuan's Tao heart was invincible at the moment, and with the 3 Dharma bodies, he was simply invincible. In the process, Jiang Wuxuan displayed unrivaled combat skills and reaction speed. Every move he makes, every shot he takes is so precise and unerring. It's breathtaking. At the same time, the aura emanating from his body became more and more powerful, as if it had already surpassed the limits of everything in the world. Break me! Accompanied by a shout, Jiang Wuxuan's eyes suddenly condensed, his body blossomed with a bright and dazzling light, a vast and majestic power swept out, and 3 Dharma bodies emerged from behind him, surrounding him. His aura climbed to the extreme, reaching a peak. At this moment,
Jiang Wuxuang's entire body radiated a strong and dazzling reincarnation aura. This aura surged like a torrent, as if it wanted to drown the entire world in it. He was like a supreme god descending into the world. Standing majestically and solemnly, he opened his arms and displayed his power to the fullest, every subtle movement exuding unrivaled confidence and dominance. The radiant light of reincarnation that flowed all over his body was like the brightest star in the night sky, shining brightly and awe-inspiring. Under the illumination of this light, Jiang Wuxuang was like a teenage god king, standing proudly between heaven and earth in a posture overlooking all living beings. His eyes were cold and firm, revealing an air of absolute independence, as if he could control life and death and subvert the world at will. With one hand behind his back and one hand in the sky, Jiang Wuxuang stood silently like this, confronting that thunder pool. Chapter 114, Anyone who prevents me from becoming an emperor will be beheaded. If you stop me from becoming an emperor, God will kill God, Buddha will kill Buddha, and heaven and earth will be silenced. Jiang Wuxuang broke off with a cold expression, and his body moved violently, like a brilliant stream of light, cutting through the void. Accompanying his movements, he swung out a fist that contained endless might and power. The fist aura was like a dazzling star that penetrated the sun and moon of the Qiankuan, drowning the entire world in it. Bang! An earth-shattering roar came from the sky, and the dome of the sky exploded as if it had been ripped open. That piece of plunder cloud that was originally shrouded above his head also trembled violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. Even that mysterious and powerful thunder pool seemed to have received a huge shock at this moment and began to shake, nearly about to be shaken apart. However, despite this, the power of the Emperor's tribulation was still not to be underestimated. In the face of such a terrifying attack, the great Emperor's silhouette in the thunder pool, which was transformed by thunder, did not retreat or fall down. On the contrary, it was like an impregnable mountain that stood there steadily, emitting a palpitating aura. As time passed, the lightning tribulation became more and more violent and ferocious. Right at this moment, another great emperor's shadow that was completely condensed from thunder appeared in front of Jiang Wuxuang. In just the blink of an eye, the two great emperor's shadows conjured up by thunder swooped towards Jiang Wuxuang at the same time in a left-right pincer movement. The terrifying aura they emanated was like the coming of the end of the world, making people shudder. This piece of heaven and earth was filled with a heaven-destroying pressure, as if it would completely collapse the next moment. Rumble, accompanied by a deafening roar of heavenly thunder. One after another thick and incomparable thunderbolt ruthlessly struck down on top of Jiang Wuxuang's tough body. He went all out to mount a defense, pushing the undying scripture running in his body to its peak state. The divine soul is indestructible and the Dharma body is eternal. Kill! Jiang Wuxuang's long hair fluttered like a madman's dance, and in her hand, she clutched the bronze rusty sword that emanated a mysterious aura. He swung his sword with a rainbow-like momentum, sweeping in all directions as if he wanted to tear the entire world apart. A breathtaking sword intent swept upwards like a raging torrent, charging straight towards one of the great emperor's shadows that had manifested. At the same time, another equally powerful illusory great emperor's shadow also launched an attack at the same time without showing any weakness, and the two narrowly met and instantly collided together. In an instant, the wind rose, the electricity flashed and thunder roared, and the sky and the earth changed color. It was as if this place was plunged into a scene of doom, with the power of destruction raging, the sky crumbling, and the mountains and rivers shattering. The entire mountain range shook violently, and countless dust rolled up, covering the sky and enveloping the entire firmament. However, right at this critical moment, the originally majestic Thunder Emperor's shadow in the sky suddenly disappeared without warning. When it reappeared, it had already coalesced into a huge lance that shone with brilliant golden light. The lance carried an unrivaled might like a falling star. Break me! Accompanied by a roar, Jiang Wuxuang's left hand unexpectedly had an ancient sword tire appear above it once again. This ancient sword tire looked plain and ordinary, with no luster or spirit to speak of, but its interior contained an inexplicable sense of majesty and dominance, as if it had killed countless powerful enemies and witnessed countless vicissitudes of wind and rain. Immediately following another fierce collision, endless divine sunlight blossomed like fireworks, dazzling and illuminating the entire sky dome. Jiang Wuxuang held the sword tire and hardened himself against the blow. The Thunder Pond Emperor's silhouette dissipated once again after the impact, turning into wisps of robotic light that merged into the heavens and earth. Jiang Wuxuang's eyes were cold, and his eyes revealed a firm determination. Without hesitation, he took a step and rushed towards the depths of the thunder pool like an arrow off a string. He knew very well that the origin thunderbolt liquid in the thunder pool was a rare treasure, and as long as he could swallow it and refine it, he would be able to quench his fleshly body and enhance his body-refining senses. He absolutely could not miss such a rare opportunity. However, just as Jiang Wuxuang was charging with all his might, 8 great emperor's shadows suddenly emerged from the thunder pool. Together with the previous great emperor's shadow, There were a total of 9 great emperor's shadows descending together at this moment.
Majestic and mighty. Rumble.
The sea of thunder churned and 10,000 waves surged as 9 terrifying great emperor's shadows struck out at the same time.
Each move carrying the might of destruction. The killing power was horrifying and was enough to suppress many sage powerhouses. This kind of attack, even Jiang Wuxuan felt his heart beating wildly. This kind of level of attack, if it was an unusual quasi-emperor, couldn't withstand it at all. Within a breath it would go up in smoke. Unfortunately, he was now a half-step great emperor. His battle power soared, and his actual combat power was no longer comparable to that of a quasi-emperor, and he appeared to be at ease even in the face of this situation. Only to see Jiang Wuxuan's indifferent face, his body erupted with a radiant haze, like a round of blazing sun across the sky, blazing and dazzling, and he swung his sword out, incomparably overbearing, with his sword intent rushing to the sky. One sword breaks all laws. As far as the sword blade reached, not an inch of grass was left in that area. A huge gully ran through it, and countless thunderbolts were annihilated and turned into nothing. This sword was too domineering, too strong. Those great emperor silhouettes in the thunder pool also struck out, one after another, striking out unparalleled offensive means. This was the great emperor silhouettes reflected by the thunder tribulation, although the offensive means carried supreme divine might. Unfortunately, they were still not as powerful as the present emperor, and could not intercept his pace at all. Snort! Only to see his target pointing directly at the thunder pool. At this moment he was only 100 meters away from the thunder pool, and when he raised his hand he slapped out his palm. Boundless greatness gathered in his palm, forming an incomparably terrifying palm print, and slapped down his palm on the surface of the thunder pool. In an instant, a thunderous sound resounded through the heavens and earth, and with the addition of the 3 worldly dharma bodies, the power of his palm was more than increased tenfold. Under this palm, that thunder pool was immediately overturned. Roar! There was a roar in the thunder pool. A monstrous breath spread out, followed by the emergence of a huge figure in the thunder pool, which was a middle-aged man clad in yellow robes, and his appearance was lifelike, just like a real person. This great emperor's shadow. Why does it look similar to that Ji Wudao kid? It couldn't be the lightning tribulation brand of that legendary ancestor of the Ji clan. Ji Tianchen?
Jiang Wuxuan gazed at the great emperor's shadow in front of him,
which was visualized by the thunderbolt. His expression was slightly stunned,
and a few moments of astonishment appeared in his eyes.
His mind couldn't help but conjure up legends about the Ji family's old ancestor.
It was said that this Ji clan's old ancestor possessed the immaculate Dao body just like himself, which was an extremely rare physique.
However, unlike himself, nowadays,
his unsullied Dao body had evolved into an unsullied immortal body, which had already surpassed the level of the unsullied Dao body in terms of its nature.
What about Ji Tianchen?
Jiang Wuxuan's voice was like a flood bell,
reverberating between heaven and earth in a domineering manner.
His tone was filled with an invincible stance, as if nothing in the world could stop him from advancing. The bronze rusty sword and the Dala sword tire disappeared from his hands,
and in their place, a halberd slowly emerged from the void.
This halberd emitted an endless divine might, and that extreme fluctuation caused the surrounding void to twist and distort.
That's right, this was none other than Jiang Wuxuan's extreme imperial weapon, the Taishu divine halberd. Its appearance caused the entire thunder pool to tremble. Chapter 115, A Wisp of Imperial Might. Boom! With a thunderous roar, Jiang Wuxuan gripped the halberd and infused his power into the Taishu divine halberd. In an instant, the Taishu divine halberd trembled crazily, and Jiang Wuxuan's aura skyrocketed several times, as if he were a Gaijin war king descending to earth.
Holding the Taishu divine halberd in his hand, Jiang Wuxuan stared proudly at the heavens and took the initiative to attack towards Ji Tianchen's great emperor's virtual shadow. The Taishu divine halberd in his hand sweeping across the sky and tearing through the void. Dang! Ji Tianchen's great emperor's shadow likewise struck out without the slightest hesitation, only to see him raise his fist high and violently blast out. That fist was like a long rainbow that ran through the 9 skies and clouds, and anything that dared to stand in his way would be completely shattered into slag. At the same time, the godless arts belonging to the two of them also manifested one after another, and they engaged in a fierce exchange that could be described as unprecedented. It was shocking enough to startle the whole world. While in the midst of this battle, Jiang Wuxuan was becoming more and more courageous and fearless. His entire body was covered in bloodlight, and his arms were even dripping with blood. His skin had even begun to crack open, and his blood dyed the entire long sky red. However, they were nothing to him at all. He continued to meet Ji Tianchen without fear, holding the Taishu divine halberd tightly in his hand as he swept in all directions, killing decisively and courageously. Unstoppable. Whenever his flesh cracked, mysterious divine sunlight would emerge from his body, nourishing it. As time passed, Jiang Wuxuan's injuries miraculously and gradually recovered and healed. In comparison, Ji Tianchen's great emperor void had become dull. as if it had lost its former might and power.
Kill! Jiang Wuxuan shouted angrily, urging the Taishu divine halberd to slash out a shocking divine aura.
Endless divine splendor surged.
There were laws flowing, and every single one of them could be called a supreme attack. However,
as the Thunder Tribulation brand of the Great Diffusion Immortal Domain's strongest Great Emperor of all times,
this Great Emperor void of Ji Tianqian was extremely powerful, and every move had the power to shatter the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. He blasted out with his fist, carrying godless might, and endless thunder wrapped around his fist print, making it even more powerful. Fist prints struck horizontally, crushing all the way. The many divine arts that Jiang Wuxuan had executed all broke down, unable to carry such a terrifying attack at all. However, Jiang Wuxuan was not alarmed by this.
His eyes shone with an endless divine radiance, as if he was able to see through everything in the world.
At the same time, the chaotic Tao seed and the star core in his body were completely fused together,
emitting strands of purple gold light and permeated with amazing life essence.
His entire body was bathed in purple gold light, like an immortal battle immortal, radiating an unrivaled majesty.
His body was bathed in thunderous light,
and the aura emanating from his body was palpitating, only to see him holding a halberd. He swung it violently, and instantly lightning exploded and endless divine light bloomed out. That thunder pool was once again overturned and opened up,
and the mountain range that was tens of thousands of miles in circumference was instantly razed to the ground.
This scene is just too shocking to be true.
The collision between the two was as terrifying as the sky collapsing into the earth, and its might was enough to move mountains and fill up the sea. They continued to unleash all sorts of divine ability imperial techniques,
one after another, enveloping the entire heaven and earth in them, an exceptionally horrifying sight. The three worlds Dharma body behind Jiang Wuxuan manifested once again,
and the six paths reincarnation heavenly skill operated to the extreme, with endless rules of reincarnation enveloping the surrounding space. He held the Taishu divine halberd and killed that great emperor's shadow, and the entire void was on the verge of being destroyed.
This area was turned into a forbidden zone. Infinite thunderbolts exploded, thunder and fire raged, and everything was drowned out, making it impossible to peek inside. At this moment, Jiang Wuxuan was in the midst of endless lightning,
his feet stepping on the endless divine sunlight. The laws of the six paths of reincarnation constantly filled the air. One reincarnation divine pattern after another circled around his body, and there was a trace of emperor's might seeping out from those six paths of reincarnation laws.
Jiang Wuxuan's strength increased once again,
and he felt that he was only one step away from stepping into the Great Emperor realm at any moment.
Under such an overwhelming attack, Ji Tianqian's Great Emperor's shadow finally couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered apart.
Even the most powerful Great Emperor brand since the beginning of time could not withstand the power of the perfect combination of Jiang Wuxuan's immaculate immortal body and the three worlds Dharma body.
In particular,
the unique Saint Core had undergone an incredible metamorphosis under the nourishment of that invincible Tao seed,
and once its power erupted, it was definitely enough to suppress any quasi-emperor level existence. Jiang Wuxuan stepped into this pool of thunder and faced the Emperor's Tribulation brand directly without fear. His black hair danced like a waterfall, and he was bathed in a divine light, as if he had come from mythology. With a light step of his feet, endless thunder light spread out like a tidal wave, and the entire thunder pool instantly boiled up, those thunders trembling violently. At this moment,
his body exuded an extremely terrifying aura of a great emperor.
Under the shroud of this aura,
the surrounding space became distorted, as if it was about to be torn apart.
At this moment,
he seemed to have crossed the line and stepped into the realm of a true great emperor.
You desecrate me.
At the last moment when the great emperor Ji Tianqian's silhouette disappeared, a strand of divine sense descended on this great emperor's silhouette and issued icy words.
Before Jiang Wuxuan could think about it in detail,
this great emperor's shadow completely exploded into pieces,
transforming into endless thunder flying away and finally dissipating into the heavens and earth. This caused Jiang Wuxuan's pupils to contract violently,
and a terrifying possibility came to mind.
Ji Tianqian was still alive. Ding dong! Defeat the Ji Tianqian Great Emperor brand. Receive system reward, Godless Rhyme, 1 strand. As Ji Tianqian's Great Emperor brand dissipated,
a system beep sounded in Jiang Wuxuan's mind,
and immediately afterward,
a majestic aura flowed crazily throughout his body as if it were a raging torrent, and his cultivation path suddenly became abnormally clear.
Originally,
he needed to go through countless hardships and obstacles, walking a path of empire filled with thorns and bumps before he could step onto that supreme peak.
However, nowadays, with the aid of the system, this will not be difficult anymore.
There was a fiery glint in his eyes, as if 2 torches were burning, and he was thrilled beyond words.
Right at this moment,
a giant door through the sky suddenly manifested,
and immediately afterward,
a ladder through the sky thoroughly appeared in front of his eyes,
leading straight to the clouds. This ladder, like a giant dragon winding its way up, is magnificent and spectacular. It was condensed from a single mysterious rune, each of which shone like a piece of star that shone with a brilliant divine light. These runes contained endless mysteries and power, and they intertwined and fused with each other, forming a unique rhythm, as if they were telling the oldest secrets of heaven and earth. That vast imperial might was like an invisible pressure, weighing heavily on Jiang Wushuang's heart, causing Jiang Wushuang's divine soul to tremble. This ladder, called the path to heaven, it's also the legendary Emperor's Road. This was a path against the heavens that required the success of an emperor's tribulation to manifest. This emperor path had unparalleled creations that could allow prospective emperors to completely shed their bones, beat up their sinews and Dao lines, wash their souls, and forge a supreme Dao foundation. Chapter 116, I Am the Emperor, When the World is Unique. A mysterious and powerful Dao sound slowly descended from the top of the ladder, as if it was a revelation from the ancient age, containing endless wisdom and power. With the sound of the Dao, an orderly divine chain gradually emerged, intertwining with each other to form a brilliant and colorful picture. In the midst of this strange sight, all sorts of breathtaking visions continued to be interpreted, as if telling of the mysteries and wonders of heaven and earth. Jiang Wushuang's eyes widened as he stared intently at what was in front of him. He seemed to see an ancient and spectacular battlefield, in which countless powerful figures were fighting fiercely, each emitting an unrivaled aura. They were either wielding divine weapons or casting earth-shattering divine emperor spells, and for a time, the heavens and earth changed color, and the winds and clouds were in turmoil. In the center of that battlefield, a group of gods and devils were engaged in a world-shattering conquest. Their bodies were immense and the pressure they emitted was suffocating. The corpses were piled up like mountains, the blood stained the earth red, and the whole scene was filled with sadness and tragedy. Another great Dao brand? Jiang Wushuang looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but murmur in his heart. What exactly is he trying to tell the people of future generations? Just then, the void suddenly shook violently, and a blurry figure slowly emerged. That was an extremely ancient existence who wanted to step onto the path to heaven belonging to Jiang Wushuang, thereby breaking through the bottleneck and stepping into the great emperor realm. Jiang Wushuang's eyes instantly became sharp as he tightly narrowed his eyes, and in an instant, a monstrous thunderous might swept out from him, like a surging torrent, unstoppable. This thunder power quickly converged into an infinite ocean of thunder light, rushing forward with a heaven-destroying aura. Wherever the thunder light passed, the void was torn apart and all obstacles were easily swept away. Before that ancient figure could react, it was flooded by the lightning and completely disappeared into nothingness. The entire space echoed with the roar of a thunderstorm, as if declaring to the world how powerful Jiang Wushuang was. Block this emperor's path and die. Jiang Wushuang's complexion was icy cold, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes as he continued to step forward without the slightest hesitation. The entire world trembled as an earth-shattering roar rang out. Each step triggered endless divine light, as if the stars of the universe were eclipsed at that moment. Immediately afterward, another step was taken, and endless lightning bloomed, like a huge dragon rising into the air. Countless order god chains danced and hovered in the air, flashing with a mysterious and brilliant light, and his trace of hidden imperial might also violently erupted at this instant, as if it was unstoppable like a volcanic eruption. As he continued to move forward, with every step he took, the emperor's might on the surface of his body would strengthen by 1 point. When this growth reached its peak, a terrifying aura that dominated the world and destroyed the heavens surged out from him. The rule divine patterns on the emperor's road became denser and denser, and a dazzling and eye-catching Dao divine flower constantly flashed. There is a divine dragon roaring, sound shaking the 9 skies. There is a phoenix spreading its wings, covering the sky and the sun. There is a unicorn roaring, shaking the sky and the dome. An ancient and majestic silhouette gradually emerged. These were the silhouettes of great emperors who had once crossed the 9 heavens and 10 lands and reigned supreme. They were unique and proud in their respective eras, possessing unrivaled power. However, at this moment, all of these ancient great emperor silhouettes were suppressed by Jiang Wushuang's aura, and he still didn't stop, moving forward step by step at an extremely fast speed, as if there were no obstacles. With every step Jiang Wushuang took, those ancient great emperor brandings crumbled apart as his paws were like a furnace of heaven and earth, crushing everything. I am the emperor, when the world is unique. Jiang Wushuang spat out arcane Dao sounds from his mouth, and his eyes flickered with an overbearing light that scorned the heavens. His will continued to climb like a rocket, as if he was going to reign above the 9 heavens, overriding the top of all living beings, achieving the position of a true great emperor. However, right at this critical moment, those old monsters that had been lurking in the shadows finally couldn't hold back any longer. If they allowed Jiang Wushuang to successfully break through to the great emperor realm, then they would no longer be able to stop his advance. At that time, they would lose the precious opportunity to compete to become a great emperor. In an instant, dozens of powerful and incomparable auras suddenly emerged.
These people had been hiding in the depths of the void before, but now they were revealing their forms. Seeing these powerful figures in the void,
Jiang Wuxuan couldn't help but smile, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he faintly said, "What? Can't resist making a move after all?"
The appearance of the Emperor Road is naturally a chance for us. Whoever can reach the top will have the qualifications to witness a great emperor in this life.
Someone opened their mouth,
their eyes burning as they stared at that Emperor Road.
They did not rush to make a move. Jiang Wuxuan's face sank upon hearing this,
but he said in an indifferent tone, "The Emperor's path has appeared, and whoever dares to talk about ascending to the top, today I will send you all to be buried here forever." As soon as his words fell, he only saw the sky suddenly filled with fierce winds, lightning and thunder, and countless dazzling and eye-catching thunderbolts danced crazily among the clouds like a giant dragon. At the same time, a divine chain of order that shimmered with mysterious light flew out from the lightning, spreading rapidly in all directions like a spider's web, instantly blocking off the entire firmament. In front of this horrifying scene, it was as if all sound was lost between heaven and earth, becoming abnormally quiet, and everything seemed to have sensed this terrifying pressure, withering, and even the air seemed to have frozen. Those strong men who were still raging originally had a cloudy expression on their faces at the moment, their eyes filled with scorn while burning with rage at the same time. Finally, one of the powerhouses couldn't help but open his mouth and chided, "Junior, don't be wild." However, Jiang Wuxuan simply ignored his words and didn't even look at him. Only seeing him take one step, his entire body rushed forward like an arrow off the string, his body erupting with a brilliant and incomparable haze. The halberd in his hand even exuded a palpitating aura, and as he swung it, it fiercely blasted above the void. In an instant, the sky shook and the earth moved. The void was directly torn open, and endless lightning surged like a tidal wave, flooding the entire heaven and earth. In front of this indescribably powerful force, everything seemed so small and fragile. "Arrogant!" A strong man on the opposite side shouted coldly, taking out a golden divine spear in his hand as he stabbed out. The golden divine mantle stirred the void, transforming into a splendid and incomparable pike stabbing towards Jiang Wuxuan. This was an ancient law with endless divine might, and with a single strike, it seemed to poke through star after star. It was creepy. This was an ancient saint-level law. It was very astonishing. Unfortunately, today's Jiang Wuxuan was no longer the same Jiang Wuxuan of the past. As he slashed out with his halberd, the heaven and earth shook violently and resounded, as if a divine bell had been struck, with a grandiose sound that shook the heavens and earth. Chapter 117, The Path of the Emperor. This strike was simply amazing. A huge immortal rock with golden light shining all over its body, like a golden lightning bolt rocking upwards, unfolded the huge feathered wings that were enough to cover half of the sky, and swooped down at an astonishing speed. Its speed was so jaw-droppingly fast that the naked eye couldn't even catch its figure, as if it had transcended the limits of time and space. In an instant, this golden immortal rock was like a falling star, carrying an unrivaled might as it ruthlessly chopped at that powerhouse's throat. Only hearing a click sound, that strong man's throat was actually directly torn open, and blood gushed out like a fountain, splashing down in the void, coloring a shocking scarlet red. That strong man let out a miserable howl. His body involuntarily fell backward. If it wasn't for his superior strength, I'm afraid that this strike had already cut him off at the waist. However, Jiang Wuxuan did not give him any chance to catch his breath, only to see the war halberd in his hand swinging again. A vermilion bird came out in response, spreading its wings to pounce. This vermilion bird had a reddish body, its feathers flickering with blazing flames, like a burning sun, radiating endless majesty and blazing heat. It rushed towards that strong man with a thunderous momentum, and wherever it passed, the void was burned and twisted out of shape. Before that powerhouse could react, he was engulfed by the flames of the vermilion bird. His body quickly turned into ashes in the blazing fire and drifted away with the wind, with only the blood of the sky spilling out above the long sky, creating a tragic picture. In just the blink of an eye, an old ancient sage, great perfection quasi-emperor, was reduced to ashes under Jiang Wuxuan's hand, without even a hint of resistance. This scene caused the surrounding old monsters who originally wanted to grab the resources of the emperor's path to be completely stunned. Each and every one of them stared in disbelief, an incredulous look on their faces, completely at a loss as to how to deal with this amazing scene in front of them. After a brief moment of disorientation, they immediately came back to their senses, frantically urging the aura in their bodies. Various law runes flowed out, spreading out over the void and condensing into an extremely bright boundary. Bang! Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the sturdy and incomparable boundary shattered and exploded like a mirror, with fragments flying everywhere. Immediately afterward, a figure stepped out from within the boundary, and it was none other than Jiang Wuxuan. Only his eyes were stern and a terrifying aura was emanating from his body. The muscles of his right arm tightened as he swung out a fist with unrivaled might, ruthlessly smashing into the chest of an old monster. In an instant, that old monster's body was like a fragile porcelain as it burst open. Before the others could react, Jiang Wuxuan's figure flashed and another killing punch was thrown. The other two old monsters were unable to avoid it and took the blow solidly. They were spitting blood from their mouths, their faces were as pale as paper, and their bodies were shaking, obviously suffering from extremely heavy internal injuries. Humph, just a bunch of rabble. Jiang Wuxuan's voice was icy cold and bone-chilling, as if it came from the cold ice of the nine hells, revealing an endless killing intent that was creepy and frightening. The group of old monsters were as pale as dirt, secretly screaming in their hearts. This time, they had really kicked the iron plate. How could they not expect that Jiang Wuxuan's strength was so terrifying that it had already surpassed the existence of the same realm, and was even more demonic than the experts of the same realm? At this moment, they were remorseful, secretly cursing themselves in their hearts. Had they known this, they shouldn't have gotten into this muddy water in the first place. They should have continued to hibernate in the shadows. Buzz! Jiang Wuxuan took another step, a step that seemed to cross the limits of time and space. His figure became incomparably tall in an instant, towering like a mountain. His entire body was bathed in supreme immortal holy light, radiant and dazzling, causing people to not dare to look directly at him. That holy light was like a mysterious shield that wrapped him tightly in it, emitting an indescribably powerful aura. At the same time, the imperial rhythm around Jiang Wuxuan became more and more terrifying. That emperor's rhythm surged like a torrent, constantly impacting the surrounding space. Every trace of imperial rhythm contained an endless pressure, as if it was capable of suppressing the heavens and the worlds. And at this moment, a wisp of imperial aura even spread out from his body, sweeping across the entire vastness of space. That Emperor Qi was like a giant dragon taking off into the air, roaring and rushing into the distance, and wherever it passed, the void trembled and everything was subdued. Jiang Wuxuan's aura changed radically at this moment. His eyes were deep and sharp, as if they could penetrate all the mysteries of the world. His stance was as upright as a pine, exuding an unrivaled majesty, only to see his arm violently slapping out downwards. This strike was like a thunderous thunderclap that shook the heavens and moved the earth. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the wind and clouds changed. An enormous palm emerged from the void, covering the sky and the heavens. That large hand contained endless power, carrying a monstrous momentum as it slapped down, and the void trembled violently in front of it, as if it would collapse at any moment. That old man didn't even have time to react before he was enveloped in that large hand. Only a dull thud was heard, and that old man exploded on the spot. His body and bones were nowhere to be found, and even his soul was annihilated in an instant. This scene shook everyone to their core as they stared at Jiang Wuxuan with wide eyes and a face full of horror. However, Jiang Wuxuan did not stop, oblivious to the others. He took a step out, and between the flashes of his body, he once again ascended to the first floor. When those old monsters saw this, their heartbeats couldn't help but speed up, and their gazes stared deathly at his back, their eyes filled with shock and awe. They knew that the young man in front of them had already transcended the realm of their cognition and had become an unattainable existence. Right at this time, a terrifying ripple swept away. A few old monsters were not prepared, and were shaken out on the spot, followed by a green-shirted man strolling out of the void. He was stout and tall. His black hair hung down like a waterfall, his eyes were sharp and compelling, and he carried a stern and overbearing aura. "You are Jiang Wuxuan?" the man asked, his tone calm. There was a trace of a terrifying aura surging around him, and although he looked very young, he gave off an unfathomable feeling. "Get out of the way," Jiang Wuxuan said indifferently. "I'm not interested in fighting with you guys today. Don't get in my way." At those words, all of them revealed strange colors. Anyone could hear how arrogant these words were, not putting the others in their eyes at all, simply treating all their enemies as ants. "Little friend, could it be that you think you can sweep everything away?" Suddenly, a sorrowful voice came out. A pitch-black lotus platform emerged, surrounded by a bizarre devilish gas. An old man with white hair sat on it. His body exuded an evil aura, like a demonic Buddha, pressurizing the four directions. The underworld sovereign of the Nine Spectres sect. Many people recognized the old man and their pupils plummeted. The Nine Septic sect was a top-tier great sect in the central region with a long heritage and incomparably deep roots, and it was said that they had once been an emperor's systematic Tao sect of a certain period of time, which was why they possessed such strong roots. Moreover, this old man's origin was also extraordinary, being the unknown number of godmasters of the Nine Sepulchre sect, having lived through long years, with unfathomable strength, being an old antique, those who blocked the way. Chop! Jiang Wuxuan's eyelids lifted slightly, and the halberd in his hand erupted with 10,000 feet of haze, slashing forward with a sharp edge. The underworld sovereign offered a precious bell with dense symbols inscribed on it.
Each symbol seemed to contain an axiom,
and a destructive power blossomed,
blocking Jiang Wuxuang's attack.
This clock. The hearts of the crowd were slightly in awe.
This is not an unusual soldier,
but the Nine Spectres sect's treasure of the sect. Rumor has it that this bell was cast by the ancestors of the Nine Spectres sect, and it has the power of immortality. The underworld sovereign stood on the precious bell, his entire aura surging like an ancient god reviving, releasing terrifying fluctuations, as if there were one rule of order after another entwining his body, which was awe-inspiring. That young-looking roadblocker also struck at this moment, his feet stepping on imperial techniques, round after round of imperial seals floating between his palms and fingers as he pushed forward,
shattering the void.
Both of them struck out towards Jiang Wuxuang at the same time, erupting with brilliant light and colliding together, erupting with a shocking sound,
colliding hundreds of times in a single moment. The rest of them also seized this opportunity and struck out towards Jiang Wuxuang.
The place boiled over. The battle was incomparably fierce. Imperial weapons crossed the sky,
killing in the dark, rocks pierced through the air,
and the sky crumbled into the earth. It was an astonishing picture. Jiang Wuxuang holding a long halberd and killing across the sky,
bravely crowning the 8 and 6,
and with a single stroke of the halberd, he pierced through the void, penetrating through the shoulder of an old monster and pinning him in the void. The old man was miserable. His body was pierced through a translucent hole, blood gurgled out, he roared angrily and struggled for half a day, but finally could not resist the power of the Emperor weapon, and disappeared as robbing ash. Chapter 118, Why don't you kneel down when you see the Emperor? Knock. Suddenly, a muffled thunderous roar suddenly came from the void, as if a huge drum was being violently beaten, emitting a palpitating sound wave that spread out in all directions. The sound wave was exceptionally powerful, and wherever it passed, space shook as if it would collapse at any moment. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Jiang Wuxuang did not change his face, holding the halberd tightly in his hand and swinging it forward with determination. He exuded an unrivaled imperial majesty, like a dazzling blazing sun, and hardened himself to tear apart this terrifying sound wave.
However, in the very next instant,
the underworld sovereign once again charged violently,
his entire body shining with a brilliant and dazzling ebony-black demonic light.
He lifted up that ancient golden bell with one hand and blasted it out with all his might.
In an instant,
the void trembled violently, and a mysterious trace of the great Tao emerged, and the chaotic chi drifted out from it.
Clang! The ancient bell let out a violent shake, accompanied by a piercing to the core sound.
This voice was extremely special,
as if it possessed a magical power that could baptize one's soul.
Those who heard this sound would feel their spirit become in a trance, their willpower begin to waver, and the flow of spiritual energy in their body would gradually stagnate, even creating an illusion of losing themselves.
Put!
Suddenly, someone let out a violent coughing sound and spat out a large mouthful of blood, as they were affected by the weird sound, causing their mind to be in a great turmoil, and even nearly lost their footing and fell into the void.
At this moment,
one could only see Jiang Wuxuang slightly raise both eyebrows and let out a cold snort before endless golden haze light began to gush out from the surface of his body in a steady stream.
These layers of haze lingered on his body surface like a mysterious halo,
forming an impenetrable shield that successfully isolated the bizarre sound from any harm.
Right at this critical moment,
the underworld dignitary had already forced his way over in a furious manner. The ancient bell in his hand even swelled and grew larger at an astonishing speed, just like a real majestic mountain, carrying the momentum of a titan pressing on eggs,
ruthlessly smashing over towards Jiang Wuxuang.
Humph! A milquetoast brat! How dare you call yourself honorable? A disdainful sneer spread across the corners of the underworld sovereign's mouth, and his face was filled with a look of mockery and contempt. As the ancient bell continued to grow larger, its shroud became more and more expansive,
as if it wanted to trap Jiang Wuxuang in it and completely obliterate him. However, just as this huge ancient clock was about to approach Jiang Wuxuang, the latter finally made a move, only to see him resolutely step forward. Countless channels of brilliant divine haze converged from all directions, tightly surrounding his body, shining brightly. It was a wondrous sight.
He was bathed in haze. His body was crystal clear, as if he was made of immortal jade, like an immortal emperor who had stepped down from the heavenly palace.
Sacred and solemn.
Click, click, click. The void shattered piece by piece, cracking through countless slits like porcelain.
Jiang Wuxuang marched steadily forward,
the halberd in his hand glowing brightly, erupting with earth-shattering killing power, easily crushing those haze lights. He swung his halberd violently,
and with a thunderous momentum,
he ruthlessly slashed at that huge ancient bell.
Only heard a loud bang. The ancient clock shook violently, and even gave birth to a tiny crack, as if it would collapse at any time.
The underworld sovereign was shocked. This ancient bell he had sacrificed was a supreme imperial artifact, indestructible. How could a crack appear so easily?
What is this weapon of yours? Some people lost their voices and exclaimed in shock, drawing in a breath of cold air. This imperial weapon was too appalling. Actually able to shake the ancient bell of the Nine Sepulchre sect. It was jaw-droppingly unbelievable. What kind of divine blade is this? Even the absolute emperor's soldiers were unbeatable. Who else could fight against them? However, in the face of the crowd's astonishment, Jiang Wushuang did not say a word, his eyes as sharp as electricity, and the halberd in his hand became more and more brilliant, blossoming with an unrivaled light that illuminated the entire heaven and earth. A vast and boundless power gushed out like a torrent. The heartache of the underworld sovereign was incomparable. This was a top-grade imperial weapon, but it was actually just shattered by Jiang Wushuang's mouthful of halberds. It was simply heartbreaking to feel. However, this was not the end. Jiang Wushuang was covered in mysterious Rui Kai. He urged the halberd in his hand to blossom with more divine splendor, and a runic text flew and intertwined, transforming into an ancient symbol that was filled with a divine aura. Boom! A terrifying divine light exploded, cutting through the sky in an instant, and the entire imperial road looked like it had exploded, with everything being swept away and nothing left behind. But a few of the powerhouses suffered heavy injuries, with strands of blood spilling out from the corners of their mouths as they suffered heavy injuries. This was an extremely frightening scene, a teenager holding a halberd, injuring several great perfection paragon emperors with just one strike, simply heaven-defying, beyond people's expectations. How old is this guy? How come he's so strong? A lot of people were dumbfounded. Jiang Wushuang stood in the middle of the void. His skin was crystalline, carved like sheep's fat white jade, emitting a brilliant light. His clothes hunting, he was heroic. His eyes were cold, staring at the underworld exalt and that mysterious middle-aged man, with a biting imperial charm permeating his body. Why don't you kneel when you see the emperor? Jiang Wushuang opened his mouth, his voice resounding, shocking all the males. It was a kind of hegemony. Hearing this, many people froze. What did this guy say? You don't kneel before the emperor? This was really arrogant to the extreme, not even having ascended to the top of the emperor road yet, and already treating himself as a great emperor, looking out of the world. Good guts, that's the biggest joke I've ever heard, the middle-aged man said indifferently, his long black hair spread out, looking evil. He took one step, and his body's haze of light surged out in an unceasing stream like surging ocean waves. Within the haze of light, divine patterns were densely covered with mysterious and radiant light, as if they contained endless mysteries in mysteries. Behind him, there are 18 golden wheels appearing. These golden wheels are like 18 yellow springs, eerie and horrible, revealing a palpitating death aura, making people shiver just by looking at them. Immediately afterward, he slowly raised his right foot and stepped towards the front. As he did so, a golden lotus began to emerge from the void, blossoming with immeasurable light. Each golden lotus exuded an unrivaled divine aura, as if it possessed inexplicable divine power that could suppress all things in the world. These golden lotuses hovered and danced in the air, creating a sea of colorful flowers that were breathtakingly beautiful. However, underneath this beautiful appearance, there were endless dangers and killing opportunities hidden. The void trembled violently, and those 18 golden wheels began to spin rapidly. They were like an ancient and mysterious great formation revived, erupting into an earth-shattering fluctuation that swept in all directions. In an instant, the entire space was enveloped by this terrifying force, becoming dim and boundless, as if it had entered another world. The golden light was dazzling, flooding heaven and earth, causing everything around it to be eclipsed. This aura was exceptionally powerful and had already surpassed the level of a great completion quasi-emperor, reaching an unprecedented extreme situation. Chapter 119, a realm no one has treaded in 60,000 years. The crowd was shocked. Their hearts set off waves of shock. How powerful were these two? Just by virtue of the residual pressure they were able to sweep away many strong enemies, making people shudder. This father wants you dead. The underworld sovereign was furious at this moment and raised his head to the sky. He didn't hesitate to perform his masterstroke, offering up a mysterious and ancient scroll that was suspended high above his head, a hazy mist permeating the scroll. He was filled with endless hatred and anger towards Jiang Wushuang, because just now, Jiang Wushuang had easily destroyed the imperial armament that he regarded as a precious treasure with just one move. This was simply a strange shame for him. He could not accept such a defeat, and today he would put Jiang Wushuang to death no matter what. As the scroll unfolded, it covered the sky as if the entire world was covered by it. The chaotic light that fell down was like immortal chi, giving people a dreamlike feeling, like a picture drawn by an immortal. Beautiful but containing endless killing opportunities. The middle-aged man looked at Underworld Zune expressionlessly and said in a flat tone, Underworld Zune, after many years of not seeing you, your strength has indeed grown. Cut the crap. Let's join forces together to kill this sun to vent our hatred. A cold light flickered in the eyes of the underworld Dharma. His body was like electricity, carrying a shocking killing intent as he sped towards Zhang Wuxuan like a burning meteor. At the same time, the ancient scroll also fell down like a vast cosmic river of stars, blocking the surrounding space and not giving Zhang Wuxuan any chance to escape. Become an emperor today. No one can stop me. Zhang Wuxuan's eyes were incredibly cold, as if they could freeze the entire world. He held a halberd in his hand that shimmered with a cold light, radiating endless light with every swing. A divine chain of order wrapped around the halberd like a roaring dragon and snake, piercing through the void between heaven and earth, only to hear a loud bang. The ancient spirit painting could not withstand the impact of this power, and instantly turned into fragments scattered everywhere. The divine chain of order, on the other hand, was like a huge dragon spanning across the 9 skies, shaking the entire imperial road and displaying a spectacular scene that was shocking to behold. The halberd broke through the air and attacked, spewing out endless rays of light, slamming forward with the momentum of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, which seemed to be enough to erase the existence of all the spirits in the heavens. This terrifying pressure was suffocating, as if the entire world was trembling. The underworld sovereign and the middle-aged man simultaneously let out a shocked cry. "You're not an imperial soldier." Their hearts were filled with shock and doubt. What was the origin of this weapon? Why does it possess such terrifying power? In the face of such might, even existences like them couldn't help but feel palpitations. However, Zhang Wuxuan continued his attack without any mercy, and with a ka-ching sound, it ruthlessly struck Heizun and the middle-aged man, sending them flying out horizontally. The sternum was sunken, blood splattered everywhere, and the injury was extremely serious, almost about to burst open in a miserable manner. This battle had gone beyond their imagination, and what was in front of them sent them into deep shock. But the two people coughed up blood. Their faces were pale. What kind of a fierce halberd is this? How can it be so terrible? They just looked at it and almost died. Before they could react, Zhang Wuxuan swept another halberd across. This was too overbearing. If they were swept, they would definitely be destroyed in form and spirit. They tried their best to resist, but they were still swept. Their bodies trembled violently, and their blood stained the sky. The two strongest men were all injured and were shaken back, their faces pale. Boom! The divine aura in Zhang Wuxuan's body was volatile, and after stepping onto a layer of steps once again, he stood proudly between heaven and earth, overlooking the entire imperial path, as if he had already reigned over the world, controlling the Qiankuan. In the space around him, strands of order god chains intertwined and twisted, glittering with brilliant light, echoing with his body, forming a mysterious and spectacular scene. As this step was taken, his physical body completely began to undergo a metamorphosis. The skin, which was already tough and incomparable, became even purer, as if it was carefully carved out of glazed jade, shining with a crystal clear light. At the same time, countless ancient and mysterious characters surrounded his body, flickering like stars with a faint but determined light. These ancient characters were branded on the surface of his body in a peculiar way, and each of the symbols seemed exceptionally odd, emitting a deep and mysterious aura of the Great Tao, as if they resonated with the laws of the Great Tao in heaven and earth, accompanied by a burst of Tao sound. The sound was as deafening as a yellow bell, and as loud as a great bell, resounding through the clouds. The Tao sound that emanated from Zhang Wuxuan's body was like hundreds of millions of living beings chanting sutras and incantations in a reverent manner, which was so loud and powerful that it shook the hearts of the people. At this moment, the Six Paths reincarnation heavenly skill began to slowly but steadily operate under the urging of that chaotic Tao seed. Each ancient character seemed to contain endless mysteries and power. They intertwined and fused with each other, draped with a trace of mysterious and powerful fluctuations, together forming a grand and magnificent picture scroll. Ah! The underworld exalt screamed miserably, his body dripping with blood and revealing eerie white bones, pierced through by a strand of the Order God chain, and bright red blood dripped down his wounds. He shouted, his face full of grimaces, struggling madly, but he simply couldn't break free. A strand of the Order God chain directly probed into his body, entangling his divine soul and tearing it apart. The dome of the sky trembled, and a thunderbolt descended. It was a thunderbolt accompanied by a rain of blood, and the scene was horrifying, like a disaster of extinction. The underworld sovereign let out a mournful roar. He had suffered an unimaginably heavy blow. His flesh cracked, his bones were broken in hundreds of pieces, and blood gurgled out. Damn it, I'm not happy about this. The underworld god roared in anger. Losing like this, he could not bear it no matter what. Even if he spared the collapse of his divine soul, he wanted to behead Zhang Wuxuan and seize his chance of creation. But all in vain. The thunderbolt fell and swallowed him up. His body instantly scorched black, burned down to his bones. Not even a complete corpse could be found. This scene stunned everyone. Had the underworld sovereign fallen?
Fear flowed from the middle-aged man's eyes as he desperately struggled, trying to escape this trapped space, but found himself as if he was being pressed down by an invisible mountain, completely unable to move. The sense of threat that Jiang Wuxuang brought to him was like a heavy mountain, weighing him down. However, no matter how hard he tried, nothing helped. Suddenly, an indescribably powerful force descended from the sky and imprisoned him tightly in place. It was as if his body was locked by millions of chains, and he couldn't move half a bit at all. Only then did he realize what a grave mistake he had made. This Jiang Wuxuang's strength was far beyond his imagination. "Why don't you kneel when you see the emperor?" Jiang Wuxuang's voice rang out like a deafening bell. His face was cold to the core, as if he did not have any emotional fluctuations. His sharp gaze was filled with endless killing intent and majesty as it swept over the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was trembling more than once, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. Facing such a terrifying existence as Jiang Wuxuang, the last shred of resistance in his heart was gone. He knew that Jiang Wuxuang was truly going to step into a realm that no one had ever stepped into in 60,000 years. Chapter 120, Reaching the Top? Just one step. Failing to reach the top. You call yourself an emperor in vain? The middle-aged man's face was dark and cloudy, so gloomy that it was frightening, and his eyes even erupted with a palpitating cold light. Reaching the top? It's just a mere step in the district. Jiang Wuxuang's face was as calm as water, without the slightest fluctuation. But he slowly took a step. At this very instant, heaven and earth changed color. The winds rose up, the sun and moon did not shine, and the entire void seemed to freeze. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Wuxuang's figure disappeared, as fast as lightning, leaving behind only a string of blurry residual shadows. And when he reappeared, he had already crossed the many obstacles and arrived at the place where the divine radiance shone. This was the end of the emperor's path and where the position of the great emperor belonged. There was divine light gushing out, auspicious chi steaming up, and an ancient and mysterious jade altar stood there quietly. This jade altar was cast from an unknown type of spirit jade with countless mysterious patterns inscribed on it, exuding a solemn and dignified aura. Above the jade altar, there was a supreme throne hanging high in the sky, emanating a monstrous divine might as if it could suppress all beings, causing one to feel an endless sense of pressure and suffocation, as if it was the master of this heaven and earth and could control everything. Jiang Wuxuang looked at the throne in front of him, which was manifested by the billions of rules of heaven and earth, and murmured in a low voice, "Has it finally come to this?" Buzz! A low and melodious soft chant sounded, as if it was a call from the ancient times, and a mysterious and splendid divine lotus slowly floated out from his body. This divine lotus emitted a soft and warm haze that illuminated the surrounding void, making that area hazy and dreamy, as if it was in a fairyland. The divine lotus gently swayed and bloomed with a brilliant and eye-catching light, and a divine chain of order that shone with a mysterious light twined up like a spiritual snake, surprisingly taking the initiative to fly towards Jiang Wuxuang. These divine chains of order represented the most powerful rule forces in the heavens and earth, and their recognition meant that Jiang Wuxuang was about to forge an unparalleled flawless imperial body. Right at this moment, a roar once again came from the sky, and densely packed divine thunderbolts danced like silver snakes, intertwining to form a huge electric net, splitting down from all over the sky. These divine thunderbolts contained the power to destroy everything, and wherever they passed, space shattered and everything turned into ashes, as if the end of the world was coming. This thunder tribulation was exceptionally terrifying. Its power was enough to destroy any existence in the world. It could be described as destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. However, Jiang Wuxuang was fearless in the face of such a terrifying thunderbolt. He stepped idly through the endless lightning and slowly stepped onto the throne of rules that belonged exclusively to great emperors. He sat on top of it like a deity that dominated all things in the world, his entire body bathed in radiant divine light, emitting a palpitatingly terrifying aura. In an instant, the sea of thunder in the sky boiled up. Endless thunder and lightning rushed towards there, raging madly, but it was blocked by the rule divine light, unable to hurt Jiang Wuxuang in the slightest. His eyes were deep and sharp, as if they were able to penetrate the boundaries of time and space, gazing into the distant skies, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, revealing a hint of an icy smile, as if he was filled with disdainful contempt for everything in the world. He slowly stretched out his finger and gently made a point, and instantly, a brilliant and dazzling divine light cut through the void like lightning, rushing toward the firmament at an astonishing speed. Only an earth-shattering roar could be heard, and that originally sturdy and incomparable heavenly dome was actually hardened and ripped apart, forming a huge hollow as if it had been stabbed through. At the same time, countless thunder dragons with huge bodies burst apart under the impact of the divine light, transforming into dots of thunder, and eventually dissipating into nothingness. At this moment, the laws of the heavens and earth began to flow. The mysterious divine patterns flickered with dazzling light, and the billions of divine suns were like spiritually moving elves,
intertwining together to form a beautiful picture scroll. This picture scroll is breathtaking. Its magnificent scenery deeply shocks people's mind, like an eternal and stunning pattern, branded in the void, making people unforgettable. There was even a subtle and inexplicable great Tao pattern that quietly emerged, inscribing this shocking scene and remembering it forever. However, this spectacular image didn't last long, and soon it was hidden in the void, disappearing without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Only the unique mark belonging to Jiang Wuxuan was deeply reflected in every inch of the void, and could not be erased no matter who it was, destined to leave a colorful mark on history. His brand of greatness will be celebrated by the world, whether in the past, present or future. Along with the dissipation of the thunderbolt, a cold and merciless voice that seemed to come from an endless abyss echoed between heaven and earth. Why don't you kneel when you see the emperor? This was Jiang Wuxuan's voice, but he didn't actually speak. Instead, he transmitted his voice through his powerful willpower, causing the people in the entire void to hear the voice clearly. These words were like a thunderous explosion, instantly causing the entire room to be in an uproar. However, everyone knew in their hearts that this was not a hallucination or an illusory scene, for just a moment ago they had witnessed what was happening before their eyes. On that lofty throne sat a magnificent, handsome and majestic young man. Mysterious symbols filled his surroundings, flashing with dazzling light of the great Tao, emitting an unrivaled aura. At this moment, he was the master of this heaven and earth, overlooking the 8 wastelands and overriding all things. The crowd glanced at each other, their eyes showing complex emotions and awe. In the end, they all lowered their heads and bowed reverently to Jiang Wuxuan, who was seated on a throne above the 9 heavens. Today, I ascend to the throne of the emperor, and my name is Heavenly Emperor. Jiang Wuxuan's voice was like a loud bell that resounded through the clouds, carrying an unrivaled aura as if it was going to tear apart the entire void. This powerful will echoed in the void as if it was thunderous, deafening and palpitating. As his voice rang out, it was as if a great catastrophe had occurred between heaven and earth. The sky collapsed, the earth collapsed, and all laws were eclipsed at this moment, falling into a dead silence. The crowd present was stunned by this scene. They could not imagine that Jiang Wuxuan's voice contained such a terrifying might. Sky Emperor! Sky Emperor! A gasp came from the crowd as people whispered the name that was like a myth. They felt an unprecedented pressure, and their souls trembled involuntarily. This feeling was just too shocking, as if one was facing a supreme deity, causing awe to be born from the depths of one's heart. The strength displayed by Jiang Wuxuan was simply heaven-defying and intimidating. His presence was like an insurmountable peak to look at. At this moment, Jiang Wuxuan called himself the Heavenly Emperor and was above all laws. Chapter 121, Calling himself the Heavenly Emperor. With the moment Jiang Wuxuan called himself a Heavenly Emperor, the entire Great Diffusion Immortal region completely boiled over as if it had been set ablaze. Endless Tao patterns shone with brilliant light. As brilliant and eye-catching as the stars, strange sights appeared frequently, dazzling the eyes. There were even terrifying beings descending from beyond the heavens, bringing with them endless pressure, while among those supreme great religions, there were bursts of mellifluous bells that resounded through the heavens and the earth, seemingly announcing to the world that something significant was about to happen. Jiang Wuxuan claiming the title of emperor was undoubtedly an earth-shattering event for the Jiang family. From then on, the Jiang family's status would naturally rise with it, becoming the center of attention. Whether it was in the 3000 Dao prefecture or in the central region, both large and small clans, holy places, and royal nobles had sent messengers to congratulate them, expecting to establish good relations with the Jiang family. After Jiang Wuxuan stepped into the great emperor realm and called himself the Heavenly Emperor, the Jiang clan members were even more jubilant and emotional. One by one, they were so excited that they could hardly contain themselves, so excited that they almost shouted to the heavens as a way to vent their inner joy. This excitement and thrill was not just because of the elevated status of the family, but more of a recognition and pride in Jiang Wuxuan's strength and talent. In contrast, the reactions of the Nangong family and the Chu family were even more pleasantly surprised, especially the old ancestor of the Nangong family, Nangong Tian. He was smiling all day long. Even his eyebrows were almost wrinkled together. His face was full of happy smiles. The joy is so overwhelming that you can't help but be infected by it. Old me knew that this kid is gifted and will definitely be able to boast the entire Great Diffusion Immortal region in the future. I didn't expect it to be this fast. Nangong family's old ancestor, Nangong Tian, stroked his white beard and laughed. It's just that I don't know when this brat will come to propose marriage. Although Jiang Wuxuan married Nangong Xian, Nangong Tian didn't have the slightest bit of resentment, and even felt that it was justified. After all, Jiang Wuxuan was too demonic. If it wasn't for the fact that the Jiang family had long ago set a marriage contract with the Nangong family, his own great-granddaughter, Nangong Xian, wouldn't be able to match him. And even if Nangong Xian was the best woman in the Nangong family,
she would still be somewhat ashamed of herself.
Nangong Xian pouted. What are you talking about, Tai Grandpa? Great-grandpa said you're so lucky.
This kid Jiang Wushuang is the best kid I've ever seen,
with outstanding talent and unlimited potential. If you can marry him, it will be a great benefit to your future cultivation as well, Nangong Tian said with a big smile, praising Jiang Wushuang. I don't know how this kid did it, but he actually cultivated to the great emperor realm.
Nangong Tian was envious in his heart, although when Jiang Wushuang had just been born, he had said that Jiang Wushuang had the qualifications of a great emperor.
But with heaven and earth broken, it was difficult for ordinary cultivators to step into the emperor realm at all, so this statement could only be considered a comfort. Who would have thought? This wink of an 18 years will pass.
The former swaddling clothes baby has now become a great emperor level of existence.
Truly magnificent. Cover the contemporary. Unparalleled in the world. This kid, how on earth did he get this far? Nangong Tian whispered.
His heart set off monstrous waves. He had never encountered this kind of freak after living for so many years. Such a growth rate was too appalling. He even suspected that Jiang Wushuang was the reincarnation of a certain great power that had been sleeping for endless years.
Otherwise, how could he explain Jiang Wushuang's growth rate? What are you muttering about, great-grandpa?
Nangong Xian blinked her pretty eyes and asked,
what that step? It's nothing. From now on,
you'll go live in the Jiang family.
Nangong Tian smiled faintly. Nangong Xian first froze when she heard this, followed by her pretty face blushing, as if she had guessed something. She stomped her foot fiercely and grunted. People aren't even married yet. Running to the Jiang family at this time will be laughed at. Nangong Tian laughed aloud.
You young dolls.
Ah, you're really making people anxious.
This matter will be decided by your father and I, so you can stay in the Jiang family at ease. Hearing Tai Grandpa's words,
Nangong Xian muttered her mouth, obviously still a bit shy.
She glanced at where the Jiang clan was and muttered,
did he really ascend to the position of heavenly emperor? The moment.
The sea of buried immortals.
After Jiang Wushuang stepped into the great emperor realm, he returned here. He had an axe to grind. And that day when someone at the bottom of the buried immortal sea struck out towards him, this account still needed to be settled. At this moment, he stood at the top of the void, overlooking the entire burial immortal sea, a cold aura flowing from his gaze. In the next moment, hundreds of millions of feet of purple and gold divine radiance rushed out from Jiang Wushuang's body, radiant and dazzling, and it was as if he had transformed into a round of eternal prideful sun hanging above the dome of the sky. Immediately afterward, Jiang Wushuang stretched out his right palm and slapped it out towards the depths of the burial immortal sea, and instantly, there were boundless waves rolling over, flooding the entire burial immortal sea. Arrogant! In the depths of the seabed, a cold drinking voice came from the bottom of the sea, only to see an ocean sweeping in, covering the sky and drowning Jiang Wushuang in it, as if it was going to devour his fleshly body. Jiang Wushuang's expression was incredibly calm, and as he waved his left hand, endless divine patterns surged out. These divine patterns quickly converged and condensed, eventually forming countless bright and dazzling swordlights, like a group of meteors crossing the sky, carrying a heaven-destroying might as they chopped in all directions. Calling yourself Heavenly Emperor, do you really think the world is invincible? Right at this moment, an icy cold to the core voice suddenly came from the depths of the seabed, as if it came from the nine hells, making people's bones creepy. Immediately afterward, one could only see an extremely terrifying killing aura surging from the bottom of the sea, and a handle of sharp blades with chilling light broke through the ground, each of which exuded a palpitating aura, as if it could easily tear apart the mountains and rivers, and cut off all the vitality in the heavens and the earth. In the face of this sudden attack, Jiang Wushuang was not the least bit afraid, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a cold smile of disdain. A rat who only hides in the dark and sneaks attacks. If you have the ability, come out and fight with me squarely. Ha 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 ha. As soon as Jiang Wushuang's words fell, a crazy laughter came from the bottom of the sea. After breaking through to the great emperor, you've become more and more arrogant. To think that you want to fight me? Truly out of your depth. As the laughter rang out, the originally choppy sea suddenly became even more furious, and the seawater violently rolled over like boiling boiled water. And in the midst of this chaotic seawater, a magnificent figure slowly emerged. His entire body exuded a crystal-clear luster, as if carved from the purest crystal, looking like he gave off a feeling of invulnerability. At the same time, a terrifying aura permeated his body. I am a descendant of the sea god. No one can stand against me in this ocean. The figure gazed at Jiang Wushuang with an icy gaze and said coldly under his breath. His voice was not loud, but it contained supreme majesty, as if he was the master of this ocean and no one could challenge his authority. I'd like to see just how powerful the sea god's descendant you speak of is. Jiang Wushuang's expression was icy cold, and his eyes were filled with endless indifference and majesty. His divine soul was like a vast star, enveloping the entire burial immortal sea, and every nuance could not escape his perception. In the midst of this mysterious and dangerous ocean, he felt a palpitating and terrifying might, as if there were countless mysterious forces surging through it, only to see Jiang Wuxuan wave his arm. A lofty and gigantic mountain suddenly appeared in the void, emitting an aura of suppressing the ages. This mountain was like a god descending into the world, carrying an unrivaled pressure that sealed a large area below. Immediately afterward, Jiang Wuxuan fiercely blasted out a fist, and a terrifying fist intent was like a meteor that pierced through the sky and shot straight up into the clouds. Wherever this fist intent passed through, the void shattered, chaos tumbled, and countless mysterious divine chains intertwined, wrapping around the front like a spider web. In an instant, the entire surface of the sea trembled violently, raising shocking waves 10,000 feet high. The two terrifying mights collided together in the air, emitting a terrifyingly loud sound. The entire boundless sea area boiled as the seawater churned crazily, forming a huge whirlpool as if it wanted to devour everything. This guy isn't even a paragon emperor? Jiang Wuxuan was secretly surprised in his heart. The power of the attack executed by that sea god descendant just now had unexpectedly completely surpassed the level of a quasi-emperor, and had even vaguely touched the realm of a great emperor. This surprised him a bit, and at the same time, he was also interested in this descendant of the sea god. However, that sea god descendant revealed a disdainful smile and mocked. You ants will never be able to understand how powerful we are. Even after becoming so-called great emperors, you are nothing more than humble existences. Hearing this, the corners of Jiang Wuxuan's mouth rose slightly, revealing a contemptuous smile. He laughed coldly. Humph, how ridiculous. How can someone like you who sits in a well and observes the sky know the vastness of heaven and earth? Before the words fell, a brilliant and eye-catching purple-gold divine haze suddenly erupted from Jiang Wuxuan's body. This haze was like the first rays of light when the sun rises, instantly illuminating the entire burial immortal sea. Within this radiant light, Jiang Wuxuan's figure became incomparably tall, like a peerless god of war, looking down on all things in the world. Boom! A divine phoenix crossed the sky, rocking upwards, lifting its wings and flying high, its body bathed in splendid purple-gold flames, just like a god, proudly looking down on the pale earth, looking down on all living beings. It opened its feathered wings and crossed the sky, bringing up thousands of sparks and burning the Qianquan earth, causing the sea to boil violently, raising tens of thousands of horrifying waves, and the entire sea water of the burial immortal sea was vaporized at this moment. That sea god descendant even suffered a heavy blow, dripping with blood and screaming miserably. Asterisk. He roared and growled, giving Jiang Wuxuan a look of indignation, then quickly vanished into the void, wanting to escape from here. Now that you're here, don't go. Jiang Wuxuan's expression was cold and his voice echoed in the void like thunder. His body exuded an unrivaled aura, as if the entire world was under his control, only to see him raise his hand and grab at the sky, his 5 fingers spreading out as if he wanted to tear the entire sky apart. As he moved, strands of mysterious and powerful rule power began to converge on his fingertips. These rule forces intertwined and fused with each other, eventually evolving into a party of prisons that firmly imprisoned the entire space. The figure of that sea god's descendant that had already drilled into the void violently stopped in mid-air. His eyes were cloudy, and his gaze toward Jiang Wuxuan was filled with scorn and shock. You are the so-called lord of the forbidden zone of the buried immortal sea? Jiang Wuxuan narrowed his eyes slightly as he stared at this sea god descendant. He was able to sense that the other party contained an extremely large amount of energy within his body, but strangely enough, the other party didn't seem to have truly stepped into the great emperor realm. Jiang Wuxuan secretly pondered in his heart. Could it be that he still has some hidden means? Thinking of this, Jiang Wuxuan spoke again. Tell me your true identity. His voice revealed a majesty that was impossible to deny. Chapter 122 Great Emperor Realm. Tathagata Self-Realization Dharma. That sea god's descendant snorted coldly and sneered. Still not aware of yourself even at the end of your life? Do you really think that you can reign supreme by breaking through to the great emperor? It's simply a fool's dream. What do you mean? Jiang Wuxuan keenly caught the words in the other party's words and his eyebrows twitched. That sea god descendant sneered. The emperor path was cut off. But your Jiang family caused it. Don't you understand why the emperor path was cut off? Someone doesn't want great emperors to appear in the lower realms. The lower realm? By that you mean the piece of heaven and earth above the middle realm? After Jiang Wuxuan stepped into the great emperor realm, he informed that there was a pure land above the central domain that contained the purest aura, wrapped in the power of the origin. He surmised that heaven and earth was another part of the great diffusion immortal domain that had split off, thus causing the great diffusion immortal domain to be unable to give birth to great emperor powerhouses. But that wasn't the entire reason.
He also speculated that it was very likely that the emperor-level powerhouses of the Great Diffusion Immortal region had broken some sort of rule and were thus sanctioned by a certain supreme being. Jiang Wuxuan was silent for a long time and faintly asked, "Do you want to say that when this emperor steps into the realm of the great emperor, the cultivators above him will stop at this emperor? The 8 forbidden zones, all of them have emperor realm existences. It's just that they don't dare to show their faces easily. This is an unspoken rule that was formed after that great war tens of thousands of years ago." The sea god's descendant sneered. "That old man scuttling you to step into the emperor realm surely doesn't have good intentions. And when you enter that side of the pure land, your little life won't be guaranteed." Hearing these words, Jiang Wuxuang suddenly smiled. His eyes flashed with a brilliant essence as he took a step out, pushing straight towards that sea god descendant, a playful smile on his lips. "You don't need to provoke me. Although this emperor doesn't like certain people's doings either, but it's not your turn to be in charge of what this emperor wants to do. You." The sea god descendant's face suddenly stiffened, as if he did not expect Jiang Wuxuan to be so determined. "You're now cutting yourself off from the emperor realm before you can live. You have no idea how terrifying the group above you really are." The sea god descendant still tried to persuade Jiang Wuxuang. After all, he didn't want to die yet. "Noisy!" Jiang Wuxuang snorted coldly and directly pressed down with a palm. Instantly the void trembled and monstrous palm prints covered the dome of the sky, smashing down fiercely towards the sea god descendant. The sea god descendant was shocked and hastily urged his divine soul. A blue aura burst out from his body, but unfortunately, he still couldn't resist Jiang Wuxuang's suppression and annihilated on the spot. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for stepping into the great emperor realm. Receive a systematic reward, the law of transfiguration and self-realization. Along with the system tone resounding, Jiang Wuxuan's body trembled violently, and a large amount of information about the Tathagata self-realization law immediately surfaced in his mind. Shockingly, this technique actually had an extremely high degree of compatibility with the Six Paths reincarnation heavenly technique that he cultivated, and at this moment, Jiang Wuxuan's aura changed drastically with it. His every move exuded endless divine power, making his entire person look more and more unfathomable. Under the shroud of this terrifying aura, the surrounding void began to distort violently, as if it would be torn apart at any moment. He slowly raised his head and looked up at the endless heights, muttering, "Above the great emperor? This emperor does not fear anyone. That is, he has already reached the top. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me?" Jiang Wuxuang's eyes gradually glazed over, and divine radiance flowed from his pupils like two sharp swords piercing through the clouds of the night sky. Thunder tribulation surged, dark clouds covered the sky, and violet arcs of electricity ravaged the sky. Jiang Wuxuang took a step forward, facing the thunderous wind and rain, each step crushing one ball of thunder and light after another, his aura growing stronger and stronger, the surrounding thunder and lightning unable to come close. In the end, these thunderbolts seemed to feel that they could not help Jiang Wuxuang, and they retreated and dissipated. Spiritual domain. This place was a mysterious place split off from the Great Diffusion Immortal Domain, existing like a paradise outside of the central domain and the 3,000 Tao states. This piece of heaven and earth was little known, but it contained endless mysteries and opportunities, and was the Great Diffusion Immortal Domain in the true sense of the word. In this magical realm, the power of rules was as flawlessly interwoven as a spider web, the aura was as dense as a mist. Every breath seemed to draw on the essence of heaven and earth, nourishing the body and mind. At this moment, in the center of the spirit domain, a majestic and spectacular palace was suspended in the air, emitting a palpitating pressure. This palace is magnificent, as if it is from the 9 heavens above descending into the world. The clouds and mist between them more mysterious and unpredictable. Walking into the interior of the palace, one could see a young man sitting in the center of the spacious and bright hall. He was handsome, with sword brows and starry eyes, and his long black hair fell over his shoulders like a waterfall. His eyes were as deep as the sea, flickering with bits of starlight as if they were bright stars in the universe. Its skin was as crystalline as jade, delicate and smooth, emitting a faint luster, as if it had been carefully carved. At this moment, this young man slowly opened his eyes, and in an instant, dazzling divine splendor erupted from the depths of his pupils, like 2 bolts of lightning piercing through the void and reaching straight to the heart. That light carried a kind of supreme majesty that made people not dare to look directly at it, as if they would be deeply attracted and fall into it without being able to extricate themselves just by looking at it. On the youth's chest, there was a hideous scar. The wound appeared to have healed, but there were still traces of blood remaining, shocking to the eyes. In the next instant, the youth's figure directly disappeared, instantly spanning a distance of millions of feet, appearing on a mountain peak, sitting cross-legged, his entire body bathed in golden light, as if he were a god, incomparably divine. After a long time, the youth stood up, his eyes scanning the distant scene. the corners of his mouth curling slightly as he murmured in a low voice, "Is it finally going to start? Emperor? Someone from the lower realms has broken the rules and stepped into the Emperor realm." At this time, an indistinct voice entered the youth's ears, and immediately afterward, a man dressed in gray suddenly appeared in front of the youth. The youth glanced at the gray-clothed man and said indifferently, "Who is it?" "A member of the Jiang family, named Jiang Wushuang," the gray-clothed man replied, his tone calm, not feeling the slightest bit of fear, but instead having a few points of excitement. "So it's the Jiang family." The youth's eyelids lifted as he gazed into the distance and indifferently said, "It has been exactly 60,000 years since that battle." Hearing the youth's words, the gray-robed man nodded slightly and said, "The battle that took place 60,000 years ago shocked the entire Great Diffusion Immortal region, and even the various giant great powers of the Central Domain and the 3,000 Taoist Prefecture were involved. It's just a pity. That Empress is too demonic. With just her alone, she has shaken all the Emperor Realm powerhouses, and even heavily injured a peak Emperor Realm level powerhouse." Speaking of this, a look of regret swept across the youth's brow. However, soon after, his eyes once again regained their calmness and said, "It's just a pity that they cut off their own path to empire and will never be able to turn over." His voice was cold to the bone, harboring a terrifying anger, and similarly revealing a ray of regret. That female emperor was indeed very demonic, and could be called invincible for all eternity, and even he felt a bit scornful. "Pass the order down. Those who claim the title of emperor without authorization will be killed without pardon." The man in green murmured for a moment and commanded the man in gray, and the moment his voice fell, the man in gray disappeared into thin air as if he had never appeared. The youth raised his head to look at the dense divine patterns on the dome of the sky, and a strange color flashed through his dark pupils. "Jiang Wushuang?" he softly chanted. "A descendant of Jiang Changsheng?" Chapter 123, No Enemy in Heaven. Enemy from Heaven. Middle Domain. The Hall of Four Elephants. Jiang Wushuang sat on top of the towering platform, as if he was as calm as a primordial divine mountain. Around his body, tens of thousands of rules hung down like strands of silk, each of them flickering with a mysterious and profound light. His breathing was smooth and deep, and every inhalation and exhalation seemed to contain the most essential truths of heaven and earth, triggering the resonance of the great Tao. This powerful aura permeated the air, creating an unrivaled pressure that made people unable to help but be in awe. At this moment, Jiang Wushuang had his eyes tightly closed, but his mind had long been immersed in a marvelous realm of enlightenment. In this state, he forgot all the distractions of the outside world, and was completely integrated into a unique realm, isolated from the rest of the world. Time seemed to have lost its meaning here, and only the endless avenues and sensations flowed through the heart. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from the direction of the Four-Elephant Hall, breaking the tranquility. Jiang Wushuang violently opened his eyes exploding with a brilliant and sharp light, like two sharp swords tearing through the void. His gaze revealed an overwhelming sharpness, as if he was able to penetrate everything in the world. "Hall Master, there are unidentified thunderclouds coalescing above." Situ Feng walked quickly and respectfully reported to Jiang Wushuang. Nowadays, Situ Feng's position in the entire central region was also as high as the sky and was highly respected. However, facing Jiang Wushuang, he still maintained absolute respect, because he knew the strength and status of the man in front of him, and knew that everything he had was thanks to him. Therefore, when he found an unusual situation, he did not hesitate to come and report it to Jiang Wushuang. "Thunderclouds above?" Jiang Wushuang's face was as calm as water without too many ripples as he faintly said, "Let him descend." "As you wish," Situ Feng respectfully replied and left in a hurry. Watching Situ Feng leave, Jiang Wushuang's figure instantly disappeared into the grand hall. Rumble! The void trembled, and there were boundless destructive thunderclouds coalescing and enveloping the area of hundreds of thousands of miles in a radius. In the middle of the sea of thunder, a purple-gold thunder dragon roared out and rushed into the clouds, waving its teeth and claws, wanting to split the sky apart. It hissed up to the sky, and a terrifying wave of sound swept across the vast region, causing the area of millions of miles to become chaotic, and all existence to be shattered and crushed by the tremors. What a terrifying power! The faces of many cultivators turned pale as their bodies frantically retreated. However, those cultivators still couldn't escape the tracking of the thunder, and in an instant, many of them turned into flying dust and died. What the hell is going on here? The crowd was terrified inwardly. This kind of might was simply beyond imagination, making it difficult for people to bear. "Retreat!" Someone let out a cry of alarm, which instantly drew the attention of the rest of the people, who all shot backward violently. In a short moment, the original crowded and lively void became incredibly quiet. The silence is weird. All the cultivation of all the people fled away, fearing that a late step will be encountered with the disaster of the poolfish. Boom!
Another thunderbolt smashed down. This time there were 5 rounds of thunderbolts descending. Each round of thunderbolts had a different color, releasing an extremely terrifying pressure, like it was able to annihilate everything and destroy all things. This scene caused the gazes of countless people to change, staring horrifiedly at the terrifying thunderbolt above them, with panic written all over their faces as they continuously fled in all directions, fearing that if they were a little slower, they would be buried under the thunder punishment. In the very center of the thunder sea, a figure stood majestically, with the palpitating power of thunder flickering around it, just like a heavenly god descending into the world, proudly looking down on the 8 wastes and 6 places, and guarding the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the space around him, light rained down, and countless golden lotuses bloomed, emitting a brilliant and eye-catching light, like immortal light descending into the world, causing people to not dare to look directly at them. At this moment, he gently raised his hand and waved it, and an extremely bright sword light fell straight down from the 9 heavens above, carrying an unrivaled might as it viciously chopped towards the void in front of him. In an instant, a heaven-splitting roar rang through the sky, deafening the ears, only to see that the void trembled violently, as if it couldn't withstand this terrifying force, and there was a destructive ripple spreading out rapidly like a tidal wave. Right at this moment, Jian Wuxuan stepped out of that void. A mysterious and ancient imperial rhythm surrounded his feet, as if he was stepping on the laws of the imperial way. His head of long hair danced with the wind and flew recklessly, his clothes fluttered and hunted, and his entire person exuded an aura that was powerful to the extreme. In the face of the enemy's overwhelming attack, he slowly raised his hand calmly and easily clamped down on the sword blade with just 2 fingers. Then, he slightly pinched with force, and instantly that sword was like a fragile porcelain, bursting apart, turning into a sky full of stars that dissipated between heaven and earth. The man who stepped on the thunderbolt came with a smile on his face as he said softly, "To have such strength after just stepping into the great emperor realm is truly astonishing." Before the words fell, he took another step and surged forward. At the same time, he swung his right arm and slammed out a palm, only to see a huge palm print instantly cover half of the sky, endless divine sunlight violently surging, vaguely as if a burst of the sound of the great Tao Brahma singing. There were even angry-eyed Vajra rushing and roaring in the void, and the sight was terrifying to the extreme, causing people to be fearful. Accompanied by bursts of Buddhist sounds, the light became more and more brilliant and eye-catching, as palm prints one after another continued to shoot out like a tidal wave, blocking off the entire heaven and earth. In an instant, that piece of emptiness had been completely enveloped, as if it had been imprisoned, and there was no longer any possibility of escape. However, Jian Wuxuan stood still, not moved in the slightest. His body radiated a holy divine splendor, as if bathed in divine light, only to see him slightly bending his finger and flicking it. A strand of sharp sword immediately broke through the air and sped away at an astonishing speed. This wisp of sword easily penetrated those palm imprints, displaying unparalleled might. In the face of all this, the corners of that man's mouth rose slightly, and a cold smile flowed out. His eyes were filled with disdain and mockery, as if everything in front of him was a trivial challenge. He clenched his right fist tightly, his entire body's strength converging here, preparing to unleash an earth-shattering attack. As he struck with all his might, his right fist was like a burning meteor, blasting towards the void with endless might. In an instant, a brilliant and eye-catching fist aura cut through the void at an astonishing speed, as dazzling as lightning. Along with the appearance of this fist the resounding sound of the great Tao Brahma echoed in the surroundings. At this moment, there seemed to be billions of golden Buddhas sitting in the void, and they were solemn, emitting an awe-inspiring aura that made people not dare to look directly at them. These golden Buddhas were as if they were real, giving people a feeling of sanctity and inviolability. However, Jian Wuxuan's complexion did not change in the slightest, and he still maintained his calm and collected stance, only to see him flick his fingers. An even sharper sword light burst out violently. This sword light was like the first ray of dawn after the opening of the heavens and the earth, sharp and incomparable, carrying an indestructible aura. When the sword light met the fist, only a crisp click sound could be heard. The fist aura was instantly torn apart by the sword light, exploding inch by inch and eventually turning into nothingness. However, the visitor didn't stop there, and his face became gloomy to the extreme. He took a false step, and billions of golden lights surged up around him, which were like spiritual snakes wrapping around his body. Each golden light contained a powerful force, making his entire person look like a divine Buddha descending into the world. With the addition of this mysterious power, his aura became stronger and stronger. Chapter 124, Kill You. If you don't kneel at the sight of the emperor, you should be beheaded. Jian Wuxuan's eyes were incomparably cold, and his mouth spat out words that were cold to the extreme. Today is the day you die. As his words fell, he only saw his right hand swing violently, and a terrifying force instantly erupted. This power swept forward like a raging torrent. Wherever it passed, space was violently distorted and everything shattered. In an instant, the entire world was plunged into darkness, unable to reach out. In the face of such might, the man's face also changed slightly, but he didn't have the slightest intention of retreating, only to see his hands rapidly forming seals. The vast spiritual energy in his body surged out in a steady stream. These spiritual forces converged into a dazzling mass of light in front of him, and countless strange runes flickered and flickered within the light, emitting a palpitating aura. Immediately afterward, those runes began to flow rapidly, intertwining and fusing with each other, and eventually, they even coalesced into an ancient and mysterious script. The words surrounded the man's body, and each one shone with a brilliant, golden light that was as dazzling as a star. Along with these ancient characters, a grand and solemn aura emanated from the man. At the same time, an immense and incomparable god Buddha silhouette slowly emerged. These gods and Buddhas were 10,000 feet tall, standing on top of the sky and emanating an endless aura of majesty and holiness. They were either holding law enforcement weapons in their hands, chanting true sutras with their mouths, or contemplating with their eyes closed, each action containing supreme Buddhist power. Namo Amitba. A low and melodious sound of Buddha's trumpet came out from the mouths of those gods and Buddhas, resounding throughout the entire heaven and earth. The voice was as deafening as a yellow bell, and in the sound of the Buddhist trumpet, there was also a powerful and incomparable power, a power that seemed to be able to purify the world of all evils and defilements, allowing people to feel an unprecedented peace and tranquility. Those ancient characters, on the other hand, were silently suspended beside the divine Buddha's silhouette, constantly rotating, seemingly evolving some kind of subtle formation. This formation contained endless mysteries and mysteries, giving off an unfathomable feeling, as if it hid a power that was enough to destroy the world. Go! The man bellowed, as deafening as a bolt from the blue. At the same time, those gods and Buddhas who had originally closed their eyes tightly opened their eyes, their pupils flickering with a dazzling golden light, as if endless light was flowing through them, shooting towards the direction where Jiang Wushuang was. In the face of such a powerful attack, Jiang Wushuang's complexion did not fluctuate in the slightest, still maintaining a calm and self-composed stance, only to see him stretching out his finger, gently pointing down. Instantly a bright and dazzling divine light bloomed out. Its sharpness was extremely sharp, just like a supreme divine weapon, easily penetrating those golden beams of light, directly killing the group of gods and Buddhas. This strike contained an incomparable might, as if it could penetrate everything in the world, and all laws could not be invaded. Right at this instant, the entire sea of thunder began to tremble violently, as thunder light flashed between heaven and earth, forming an extremely powerful pressure that enveloped the entire void. Only a poofing and tearing sound could be heard as a golden divine Buddha figure was pierced through by the divine light, which swiftly traveled through these bodies like lightning, and then the light gradually dissipated, and the divine Buddha figure disappeared without a trace. The man couldn't help but stifle a grunt as his body involuntarily retreated wildly backward. He looked down at the blood that continued to seep out of his chest, and his face turned a little pale. Obviously, the exchange just now had caused him to receive a considerable amount of injuries. He raised his head to look at the handsome and flawless young man in front of him, his gaze revealing a strong look of scorn. This fellow, even more powerful than expected. Jiang Wushuang, you are indeed very strong. No wonder you were able to step into a great emperor despite the break in the emperor's path. But the emperor has decreed that those who claim the title of emperor without authorization will be killed without pardon. The man's face was expressionless, and he said these words icily, his voice revealing an air of ruthlessness. At this moment, it was as if he had incarnated into a towering master, ruling heaven's destiny and controlling the power of life and death of all things in the world. Hearing this, Jiang Wushuang's face instantly turned cold to the extreme. His eyes filled with indifference and determination as he lightly spat out under his breath, "Slaughter you." Before the words fell, he was seen taking a step forward once again, and in an instant, the entire void trembled violently, and a creepy sword chi roared around his body as if it was going to tear everything apart. Tens of thousands of sword marks bloomed at the same time, bursting out with dazzling and eye-catching rule light. What kind of spectacle is this? Countless sword chi converged around Jiang Wushuang's body, each of which was incomparably sharp, exuding an overpowering killing intent, carrying the rules of the great Tao and seemingly destroying everything to the ground. It was as if he was in a world made up of a river of swords, reigning supreme. Rumble, accompanied by a deafening roar. The boundless river of swords swept towards that man like a raging torrent. As if the end had come, the sword river rolled and flowed, flooding the void and burying everything. Looking at the horrible sword chi that came to his face, that person's face finally changed. His hands danced quickly. In an instant an unimaginable storm blew up. An infinite number of gods and Buddhas were born from it. All of them were bathed in divine splendor. Sacred and very sacred. a pair of Buddhist eyes looking down at the heavens, reciting ancient Sanskrit sounds, making people's souls tremble. In this split second, the originally surging, indestructible sword chi on Jiang Wuxuang's body unexpectedly came to an abrupt halt, as if they had suddenly encountered a natural enemy, not daring to gush out again in a reckless and wild manner. Nonetheless, these sword chi were still struggling desperately, trying to break through the mysterious and powerful storm binding them. However, the storm became more and more turbulent and surging, like a huge beast with its bloody mouth open, wanting to devour everything in the world. Countless gods and Buddhas manifested among them, spitting out ancient and mysterious characters from their mouths, each of which contained palpitatingly terrifying Buddhist teachings. With just a thought, one could easily put to death countless powerful sword chi. Not only that, even the rules and order that existed in the void were also firmly pulled and controlled by this storm, making it difficult to escape its shackles. So this is the true strength of an upper realm cultivator? It really is extraordinary. Jiang Wuxuang secretly marveled, and immediately, a deep purple gold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Immediately afterward, his finger once again gently tapped down towards the front. In an instant, tens of thousands of sword chi surged out wildly like a drowning flood. It was as if these sword chi possessed an eternal and inexhaustible source of power, constantly shooting out from his fingertips. Each sword chi contained a shocking rule power, as if it had been incorporated into the essence of the sword Tao's origin, and its might could be described as destructive and endless. Bang! Bang! A violent collision sound continued to emanate. Those gods and Buddhas were penetrated by a sword chi through the body. The figure gradually dimmed, while Jiang Wuxuang's pupils became more and more terrifying. His palms waved. The sword chi was even more abundant. Those gods and Buddhas could not withstand the attack, and collapsed, dispersing in the sky and the earth, with no place to hide. Chapter 125 I am the Heavenly Emperor, when I suppress all enemies. Seeing this scene, the man's face became more and more ugly as he was secretly shocked in his heart. This son is so powerful. Just now, although those divine abilities were not considered to be top powerful divine arts, they were definitely not ordinary goods. After all, they were all performed by themselves, and their power was naturally non-trivial. However, such a powerful attack had no effect on this young man, not even touching the corner of his coat. Now, it's your turn. Jiang Wuxuang calmly looked at the man in front of her, her eyes as cold as ice. He gently took a step forward, and his entire body was as if he had merged into the heavens and earth. In an instant, a clear and stirring sound of sword chants resounded in the heavens and earth, as if there was endless sword intent echoing in the void. Immediately afterward, a majestic and vast sword might erupted from him, sweeping through like a torrent, enveloping the entire vastness of space, only to see Jiang Wuxuang's arm wave. Countless brilliant and dazzling sword chi immediately roared out, pouring down like dense rain. These sword chi intertwined and entwined with each other, forming an airtight sword net that blocked off every corner of that void, leaving no place to escape. In the face of such a terrifying attack, the man's face instantly turned iron blue. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow, and hastily urged his entire body's divine power as a dazzling light bloomed from his body. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed it, and a battle sword with a flickering golden light suddenly appeared in his hand. This battle sword had a mighty shape. Its body was broad and thick. It was inscribed with dense and complex patterns. Some mysterious runes could be vaguely seen branded on it, exuding a palpitating aura. It was obviously an extraordinary treasure. When the sword fell into the man's hands, it immediately released monstrous divine might, and the area seemed to be enveloped by a divine light, as if it was plunged into another world, cut off from the outside world, where only endless sharpness remained. The knife light cut through the void, like splitting the heaven and earth, chopping out a straight trajectory, towards the front to kill, like to break open the heavenly dome. The knife momentum is simple and plain, without any skillfulness, but even so, it still made the space shook violently, emitting a buzzing sound. The blade light and sword light collided with each other, and the two of them retreated backward in their footsteps. Jiang Wuxuang's footsteps once again took another step forward. The sword light streaked across the heaven and earth as if it had transformed into a sword picture. Endless divine splendor blossomed with incomparable splendor, illuminating the heaven and earth, making many people unable to resist closing their eyes. Kill! Jiang Wuxuang spat out a killing sound, and the sword light transformed into a torrent that flooded heaven and earth. The man's eyes were as grave as the deep starry sky, as if they contained endless power and wisdom. Behind him, a huge and mysterious divine door silhouette steeply emerged, standing tall and emitting a palpitating endless divine splendor. This divine door was like a bridge connecting heaven and earth, seemingly capable of communicating with the legendary immortal realm, guarding the mysteries of all living things. The man's hands tightly gripped the golden blade in his hands, and the blade instantly erupted with a dazzling to the extreme light, like a bright star that illuminated the entire world. Immediately after that, he raised his hands high above his head, and with all the strength of his body, he fiercely slashed out a blade towards the void. This blade was like lightning that cut through the sky, carrying unrivaled might and determination. One could only see strands of golden blade light descending from the sky like a divine radiance, carrying the rules and order from beyond the central domain, chopping forward with the momentum of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Wherever the blade light passed, the void was torn into countless dark and deep cracks, spreading rapidly like a hideous spider web. These cracks revealed a suffocating aura of destruction, as if they wanted to swallow the entire heaven and earth. However, when this earth-shattering slash chopped above that swordlight, everything suddenly became calm. Time seemed to freeze and space stopped working. Only those two rays of light intertwined and collided with each other, creating a circle of invisible ripples that spread out in all directions. In the face of this shocking strike, a trace of imperceptible color flashed in Jiang Wuxuan's eyes. He secretly marveled that this person's strength was not to be underestimated, and he was able to harden his sword. Suddenly, the surface of the man's body was filled with bright light, which was dazzling, illuminating the dome of the sky like it was daytime, and those rays of light seemed like they had life, quickly intertwining together to form a giant picture scroll, which was clearly a divine picture. The divine diagram hung high in the sky, as dazzling as a round of golden sun, shading the entire firmament. Within the mysterious scroll, endless divine and Buddhist shadows loomed, and they were practicing some kind of supreme divine ability, and each of these shadows exuded a palpitatingly powerful and holy aura, as if these divine Buddhas were not mere shadows, but supreme beings that truly existed in the scroll. Countless channels of radiant and dazzling Buddha light gushed out from that divine diagram, sweeping through the void like a tidal wave, and wherever it passed, everything was purified. Whether it was stars or dust, all of them were turned into nothingness under the baptism of this Buddha light. The sun and the moon have lost their light, and heaven and earth have lost their color. Right at this moment, a huge phallic figure that covered the sky emerged from within the divine gate. That mysterious scroll even bloomed with an incomparably blinding light, like a golden sun descending into the world. The divine Buddha was clad in a gorgeous robe, and his mouth recited an ancient and solemn Sanskrit sound, a melodious and ethereal voice that resounded through the clouds and shocked the mind. That divine Buddha sat on top of the Buddha lotus, his lips gently opening, spitting out a steady stream of Buddhist sounds that contained endless great wisdom. Every word of the Buddha is as deafening as the morning bell and the evening drum. At this moment, endless Buddha light converged like a torrent, forming a swastika Buddha seal that shone with golden light and surrounded the man. The man was bathed in this Buddha's light, his whole body exuding a solemn and dignified atmosphere. His precious appearance was solemn, just like a descending living Buddha. His body was enveloped by a layer of holy light, revealing a holy and inviolable aura. Under this Buddha's light, it was as if he had transcended the realm of mortals and had become an exalted deity. The Buddha said, "Cross the sea of suffering and attain Bodhi, all beings can convert to the Buddha." He lowered his eyes and whispered, his voice sounding like a bell, the sound of Buddha curling up and resounding above the sky dome, with endless Buddha light dazzling to him. In a matter of seconds, an immense and incomparable Buddha palm print descended from the sky, which contained a terrifying Buddha might like destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, as if it was capable of crushing all things in the world. Jiang Wuxuan held his head high and looked up at the sky, a hint of indifference revealed in his eyes, only to see him take a step out. "I am the heavenly emperor. When I suppress all enemies." These words echoed in the air like thunder, displaying his unrivaled dominance and determination. As his words fell, an extremely powerful aura gushed out from his body, colliding head-on with the slapping down Buddha palm print. Chapter 126, You and Others. Who has any objections? Jiang Wuxuan looked up to the sky, saw the huge Buddha palm print that descended, took a step out, and spat out the true words, "I am the heavenly emperor. When I suppress all enemies." In an instant, endless starlight poured down like a torrent, illuminating the entire heaven and earth. Each star emitted a dazzling light, and their shadows danced around Jiang Wuxuan's body as if they were real celestial bodies. Along with this terrifying and extreme fluctuation sweeping out from Jiang Wuxuan's body, he was like a deity standing at the top of the heaven and earth, his body bathed in bright starlight, emanating an unrivaled majesty. "Suppress." He spat softly from his mouth, and that sound seemed to contain endless power, causing the surrounding star silhouettes to instantly tremble crazily. Immediately afterward, a crisp clicking sound resounded through the sky, and a palace condensed from the power of the stars exploded in response. Countless star rays blossomed as brilliantly as fireworks, and a wisp of star rule power flowed like a trickle, converging into a vast river of stars, surging toward the front with a mountainous momentum to cover, seemingly to completely engulf and submerge that area. Boom! However, right at this moment, a mysterious and ancient Buddhist seal came out of the sky and collided head-on with the raging river of stars. The seal of Buddha shines with golden light,
revealing a solemn and dignified atmosphere, while the starry river glitters with colorful stars, full of vitality and energy. These two very different attributes collided with each other, instantly triggering an earth-shattering explosion. Only a loud bang was heard, and that piece of space instantly annihilated and disappeared into nothingness. The star intent and the power of the ancient Buddha erupted at the same time, as if two giant dragons were entangled in the void, strangling everything tangible. Even the void could not be spared. Put! The man let out a muffled grunt. A mouthful of blood spurted out wildly, and his body fell towards the bottom like a bird with broken wings. Right at this moment, only to see Jiang Wuxuang's finger gently pointing towards the sky, endless starlight immediately converged like a tidal wave, and in the blink of an eye, it was transformed into 72 bright and dazzling rule chains, which seemed to possess life, penetrating through the 9 heavens, and sweeping towards the man with unparalleled might. When that man saw this, his face instantly turned pale, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. His figure flashed rapidly in a vain attempt to avoid the terrifying starlight chains. However, the speed of that starlight chain was as fast as lightning, not allowing him the slightest chance to dodge, and in an instant, it tightly wrapped around his body, firmly binding him like an iron cable across a river. The man let out a desperate roar and struggled as hard as he could in an attempt to break free of the deadly shackles, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't change a single thing. His body continued to fall downward involuntarily, and was eventually pulled hard to Jiang Wuxuang's feet. Jiang Wuxuang looked down at the scene below with a cold expression, his eyes as flat as water, like a deity high above. His lips parted and he slowly spat out 3 words, "You lost." At this moment, the man had been suppressed to death by the chains of order at the feet of Jiang Wuxuang. He was panting heavily, his face was covered in blood, and he looked wretched to the core. His eyes were bloodshot and red to the point of being frightening, full of indignation and unwillingness as he stared deathly at Jiang Wuxuang, gritting his teeth and saying, "So what if I'm defeated? Do you think you can really kill me? Do you dare to kill me?" He thought of himself as an emissary of the upper realm. His status was honored beyond measure, and his attitude was arrogant, with no one in sight. In his opinion, even if Jiang Wuxuang was powerful, he definitely wouldn't dare to easily offend his majesty. In his eyes, Jiang Wuxuang was nothing more than a lowly cultivator of the lower realm, and even if he won, the other party could not help him in the slightest. "What do you think?" Hearing this, Jiang Wuxuang sneered, his eyes filled with disdain and indifference, only to see his paw stomp down violently. The ground shook violently, and the entire heaven and earth trembled. In an instant, the starlight shone brightly, and the endless light of the stars illuminated the entire sky, as gorgeous as the Milky Way. Like a torrent, these starlights poured down, dropping down on the man with precision. That terrifying might was like a Tarzan pressing down on an egg, suffocating. The man was simply unable to resist this powerful force, and his body was instantly pierced through, dripping with blood in a miserable manner. With a mournful scream, the man's body began to tremble violently. He felt an unprecedented heart-rending pain that spread wildly from all parts of his body. It was as if the pain was going to crush his soul, making his life worse than death. The man raised his head with difficulty, his eyes filled with resentment and indignation. He stared deathly at Jiang Wuxuang and said through gritted teeth, "You, a sinner of the Jiang family, how dare you make a move against me? If you kill me, the emperor will never let you go. The emperor will definitely personally take action and put you to death, so that you won't even have a chance to reincarnate." However, Jiang Wuxuang only gently shook his head, his gaze calm and firm. He slightly scanned the bottom, then faintly spat out a sentence. "After today, in the Great Diffusion Immortal Region, this emperor has the final say." The words were short, but they contained unrivaled dominance and confidence. After saying that, a destructive storm surged around his body, instantly sweeping across the entire sky. An endless thunderous intent filled the void, transforming into a terrifying storm of calamity and punishment that enveloped all living beings below. "What is it?" Many people cried out in shock, their complexions becoming extremely tense as an irresistible majesty swept over them, giving them an urge to prostrate themselves. Boom, boom, boom. A roaring sound came out, and that destructive storm raged crazily, as if it wanted to destroy the entire space, and wherever it passed, everything was turned into flying ash. So what if it's the upper realm? When this emperor goes, he is the master. Jiang Wuxuang calmly opened his mouth. His footsteps stepped forward. With every step a strong pressure filled out, like the foot of a heavenly god, ruthlessly trampling the void. That pressure became more and more dense, making those below gasp for air. Put. Finally, many people couldn't endure the terrifyingly majestic oppressive force and spat out mouthfuls of blood, their bodies unable to withstand it. Jiang Wuxuang's footsteps became heavier and heavier, as if every step he took required a tremendous amount of strength. His gaze was like a torch as he swept in the direction of those 8 forbidden zones, his eyes revealing a sense of firmness and determination. He spoke slowly, "You and others. Who has objections?" Although his voice was very soft, it was like it contained endless power, like a thunderclap, directly penetrating the void and transmitting into the minds of those living beings squatting in the depths of the forbidden zone. The hearts of those ancient sages trembled violently, and they couldn't help but raise their heads to look at that magnificent figure in the 10,000 miles of emptiness. They felt an indescribable pressure, as if the entire world had frozen at this moment. Their hearts rippled monstrously. This guy's aura was just too terrifying, separated by an unknown amount of distance. Just by virtue of their breath, it gave them an urge to worship. This feeling was like facing a supreme deity, and it was awe-inspiring. Chapter 127, The Great Dream of 80,000 Years of Spring and Autumn, Waking Up with a Broken Dream. Crazy? You Jiang family members are all crazy. The man was crushed under his feet. His body was completely twisted, his bones were broken, and his internal organs were shifted. Yet he didn't give in. Instead he cursed out loud. Noisy. Jiang Wuxuan coldly shouted. The bottom of his feet, 10,000 laws blossomed, and he once again stepped down a few points. A clicking crisp sound came out, and the man's body was once again struck with a destructive blow. The man's eyes were glazed over and his body was shivering. At this moment, his mind was completely unbalanced as he shouted, "Jiang Wuxuan, you don't deserve to be called a great emperor. A lowly person like you only deserves to nestle in the 3000 Dao state." As these words fell, countless gazes froze there in the depths of the forbidden zone, and their faces all became brilliant. Although they were separated by an unknown number of thousands of miles, they had been paying attention to the movements on this side since the beginning of the Great War. Originally, they all thought that Jiang Wuxuan would drink his reincarnation, but they didn't expect Jiang Wuxuan's battle power to be so heaven-defying that he was able to go against the heavens and suppress the upper realm emissary. Now, the emissary of the upper realm was easily trampled on the ground by Jiang Wuxuan, such a waste that he was still arrogantly thinking that Jiang Wuxuan did not deserve to be called a great emperor. He even threatened that Jiang Wuxuan was only worthy of harboring in the lower realm and was not even qualified to go to the upper realm. The irony, it's so ironic. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, they would never have believed that a hallowed emissary of the upper realm would say such disgraceful words. Jiang Wuxuan's gaze was icy cold. His arm waved, and 10,000 zhang of starlight sprinkled down, shooting into the man's body like a sharp sword, and in an instant, the man's body was strangled to pieces, and his divine soul was silenced, dispersing forever between the heavens and the earth. This scene fell into the eyes of those forbidden zone beings. All of their expressions were frozen there. They had never thought that Jiang Wuxuan really dared to behead the upper realm emissary. Moreover, it was still put to death in front of everyone. At this moment, they only felt their hearts beating wildly, vaguely guessing what was going on. I heard the roar of the great Tao, and the sound of heaven and earth in sorrow. A sighing voice suddenly came out, which revealed sadness, remorse, and a hint of relief. At this moment, everyone's gazes looked in one direction, which was the most central direction among the 8 forbidden zones, the land of too much emptiness. There, a withered old man sat on a plate, his cloudy gaze looking into the distance, as if remembering the years of the past, his mouth muttering, "There was once a great world, which we failed to seize, and now, a generation of new people is changing into an old one." His tone seemed sullen, like he was remembering a former glory. That withered and decrepit old man opened his eyes with a sudden burst, his cloudy gaze flashed with sharpness, and then he took a step and left the place where he had been sitting withered for many years. For a time, all the laws were empty, and the only thing left was that withered figure, lonely and forlorn, with vicissitudes and remorse. Jiang Wuxuan stood there, looking at the old man with a slightly surprised expression. The other party's cultivation was actually a little imperceptible to him. He was secretly surprised in his heart, not realizing that the central domain had hidden an existence of this level. A great dream of 80,000 years, waking up with a broken dream. The old man's mouth spat out a voice like a great bell, shaking the entire heaven and earth. He took a step, as if he had crossed the limits of time and space, and instantly appeared above the celestial dome. One could only see a ray of radiant and dazzling light emanating from his body, as if a golden sun was hanging high in the sky, dazzling and dazzling, as if it was illuminating every corner of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Jiang Wuxuan's heart was startled, and his pupils contracted violently for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. However, just then, the old man spoke. "My name is Dekuro." These words were like a thunderous explosion, causing Jiang Wuxuan to be shaken. With the fall of the voice, Daku Defeat's figure had arrived beside Jiang Wuxuan, gazing at him with a torchlight gaze before slowly speaking. "On the occasion of parting, I'll grant you a method." Before the words left his mouth, Dokoroku Lu suddenly stretched out a finger and gently pointed it towards Jiang Wushuang's brow. In an instant, a mysterious and marvelous power surged out from his fingertips and quickly flowed into Jiang Wushuang's mind. Jiang Wushuang only felt a blur before his eyes, followed by a vast and incomparable picture that came into his eyes. In this picture, countless lofty and spectacular immortal mountains rose up into the sky. A noble and elegant immortal crane soared in the sky with its wings spreading out, their feathers shining with colorful light and beauty, and in a huge immortal pool, a mighty and majestic golden dragon was roaming to its heart's content, and from time to time, it let out a long whistling sound that reverberated through the 9 heavens. What was even more shocking was that in the center of the picture, a handsome young man dressed in a white robe was towering above the sky. He looked down on the heavens and the worlds, his eyes cold and arrogant, as if nothing in the world was in his eyes, and that innate dominance and majesty seemed to be able to shock the entire universe. He stood with his hands behind his back, his body erect as a pine, radiating an unrivaled aura. His gaze looked out in all directions, like 2 stern sword awnings that seemed to be able to pierce through all illusions and take in all things in the heavens. That scene brought an extremely strong visual impact, especially the posture of that white-clothed young man. It was like a lofty mountain. His body seemed to contain endless power and wisdom, as if as long as he was willing, he would be able to reign over the world and control everything in the world. And this young man's face turned out to be Jiang Wushuang himself. This shocked Jiang Wushuang in his heart. This is the great diffusion ancient art. Just then, a loud and indistinct voice suddenly entered Jiang Wushuang's ears. The voice was like a yellow bell, shaking his mind and spirit. With the sound of the voice, Jiang Wushuang only felt that the image in front of him changed abruptly. The surrounding scene instantly disappeared without a trace, and was replaced by a chaotic uncharted void. However, when he came back to his senses again, he realized that he had returned to his normal state. The old man who had originally stood in front of him had also left quietly at some point, leaving only a faint touch of imperial rhythm echoing in the void. That imperial rhythm was a trace left behind by the old man, yet it was like an illusion, appearing incomparably vague and elusive. Jiang Wushuang couldn't help but feel a surge of shock in his heart. He knew that what he had just seen was definitely not simple. The mysterious old man, the powerful ancient techniques, and the indistinct unique imperial rhythm all caused him to feel an unprecedented shock and awe. There is a world beyond the sky and a world beyond the people. This gave Jiang Wushuang an intuitive understanding of the phrase, the upper realm, spiritual domain. In the void, a brilliant and eye-catching light streaked across, and then a passageway emanating radiant divine sunlight slowly emerged. Solitary Defeat stepped on billions of rules. His body was enveloped by endless starlight. His style was outstanding and unrivaled in the world. Countless pieces of light rain showered down from the passageway. Each piece of light rain contained profound and incomparable great Tao Qi, and they intertwined and fluttered in the air, forming a beautiful picture scroll. Between Dokoroku's breaths, all of them were accompanied by gusts of Taoist sound, which was the most original power between heaven and earth resonating. My name is Dekuro. I have been sitting in the land of Taishu for 80,000 years, and I have come from the lower realms today only to seek an answer. Solitary Defeat's gaze looked around before saying these words aloud. His voice was as deafening as a great bell that resounded throughout the space. At the same time, one could only see a huge and incomparable divine monument quietly suspended in mid-air above the dome of the sky. The divine stele was inscribed with countless mysterious and unpredictable characters, which flickered with a faint light as if they were telling some secret. And around the divine monument, an invisible pressure permeated the area, causing people to feel palpitations. Spirit Domain Emperors, do you dare to fight me? Solitary Defeat spoke again, his voice filled with provocation and confidence. Who dares to answer? Within the divine monument, the same voice slowly came out, a voice that was majestic, like it was dominating the ages of the ages. Chapter 128. An Emperor Falls. The sky weeps and the earth mourns. Who dares to answer? Within the divine monument, the same voice slowly came out, a voice that was majestic, like it was dominating the ages of the ages. Spirit Domain. Shiman Lone Smoke. A calm voice suddenly came out as if it was a ripple on a calm lake, breaking the surrounding silence. Immediately afterward, fear-inducing fluctuations surged like a tidal wave, and a grand and magnificent palace actually emerged in the void. This palace was majestic, like a heavenly fairy palace descending to the earth. It was inscribed with countless mysterious and unfathomable divine inscriptions, glittering with dazzling light, and there were even strands of divine radiance intertwined within it, as bright and dazzling as the stars in the universe. The wisps of Taoist sound, on the other hand, were like heavenly music that lingered in people's ears and seemed to be able to purify one's soul. Shiman Lonely Smoke stood silently at the top of the palace, her figure enveloped in divine light, like a deity high above, transcendent. One did not dare to look directly at her. She was dressed in a long robe that was as white as snow, and her sleeves fluttered as if she would ride the wind at any moment. Her skin was crystal clear, glowing and breathtakingly beautiful. Her figure was shapely and curvaceous, with every line outlining a perfect arc, and between her hands and feet, she exuded an incomparable charm and flavor, as if she contained an endless way of chi, so that people could not help but fall for her. At this moment, a bright and dazzling golden light blossomed into Kuro's eyes. His hair stood upside down, and a supreme domineering aura violently erupted from him. His voice was strong and resounding. "This emperor never beheads women. Are you sure?" Shiman lonely smoke asked with a light smile. Although she looked soft and boneless, the splendor made heaven and earth lose their colors. "Naturally." Dokoroku Luz opened his mouth with a calm expression. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable aura. As his words fell, his figure suddenly became blurry and disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if it had vaporized out of thin air without leaving the slightest trace. Shiman Lonely Smoke didn't say anything more as she gently waved her jade hand, and instantly countless channels of divine light converged from all directions, intertwining like a brilliant river of stars. These divine lights continued to merge and coalesce, eventually forming an ancient and mysterious door. Immediately afterward, Shiman Lone Smoke moved her feet lightly and walked towards the large door. As she approached the gate, it was as if her body was enveloped by some mysterious power, and she instantly disappeared into the void, with the gilded palace following suit at that moment. When Dokurod's figure reappeared, he had already arrived at the peak of the 9 heavens of the spirit realm. There was a grand and magnificent Tao Palace here, like a holy place that could not be desecrated. The Tao Palace was 10,000 feet tall, thrusting into the sky, emitting an unparalleled aura as if it could suppress the ages. On both sides of the Tao Palace, each stood an immense and incomparable stone pillar in the sky. These stone pillars towered into the clouds, and were densely carved with strange patterns, each of which contained endless mysteries, as well as the most original laws and Tao rhythms of this heaven and earth. These patterns flickered with dazzling light and emitted a palpitating pressure, as if even the sky was about to be opened up by them. "So you're about to die and fall. Before you die here, you want to do something for the lower realms, but why did you pick the most powerful one instead of so many others?" Right at this moment, an indifferent and incomparable voice suddenly rang out. It was as if this voice possessed a strange magical power, causing the originally noisy void to instantly become quiet. Immediately afterward, endless divine splendor blossomed out of the void like a blooming flower. Only a vast and incomparable figure slowly descended. His steps looked ordinary and uninteresting, but every step he took caused the entire Qiankuan to resonate. It was an extremely handsome and extraordinary face, with sword brows and starry eyes, sharp angles, slightly thin and rosy lips, and the slightly upturned corners of the mouth revealed a few imperceptible hints of coolness. He wore a silver robe that flew recklessly in the wind, and his entire person exuded an aura of absolute splendor. Solitary Defeat's face remained as calm as water, without the slightest fluctuation of emotions. He let out a light hum, then said faintly, "Cut the crap and do it." As his words fell, the mysterious and ancient divine monument suddenly sped towards the young man. A dazzling divine light flashed above the divine tablet, and destructive fluctuations swept over like a raging tide. And for a moment, the heavens collapsed, and the entire heaven and earth were about to be torn to pieces by this energy. In front of this heaven-destroying power, any life seemed incredibly small and fragile. However, the young man's face did not change and his expression remained calm and self-conscious. He gazed calmly at the falling divine tablet without the slightest bit of fear or retreat in his eyes. At the same time, a brilliant to the extreme star light erupted from his body, like countless bright stars converging. These star rays quickly condensed into an incomparably sharp sword, carrying a stern and unrivaled killing aura that pierced through the heavens and rushed straight towards the divine monument. In an instant, an earth-shattering roar erupted in the void, and the shockwaves generated by the collision between the sword chi and the divine steel raged on, setting off gusts of wind and waves. The surrounding mountains collapsed under the impact of this terrifying force, turning into ruins. 3 days later, Middle Domain. What had been a clear, sunny sky suddenly became cloudy and dim, shrouded by a heavy layer of dark clouds. Immediately afterward, the sky began to drop scarlet red like blood raindrops, along with the rain of blood spilling down. One miserable and mournful cry after another echoed between the clouds, resounding and chilling. An atmosphere of despair and grief filled the heavens and earth, as if the entire Middle Domain rule was mourning something extremely important. "There's an emperor's fall." A cry full of sorrow resounded through the sky, shocking everyone. They all tilted their heads back to look at the firmament, with a look of disbelief in their eyes. An emperor was in existence that stood at the peak of the world, possessing supreme power and majesty. In this world, is there really a great emperor who will fall? The heavens weep and the earth mourns. 3,000 road states. The Ginger family. Jiang Wushuang sat inside his delusion-breaking palace,
an unspeakably complex emotion spreading across his face. He silently raised his head, his eyes gazing upward, and murmured softly under his breath, "Did it fail in the end?" As his words fell, 6 lofty figures suddenly appeared in the sky above the Jiang clan's ancestral land. These figures all exuded an unrivaled aura, as if they were gods from the ancient times. They were none other than the lords of the Forbidden Zone who had once hidden themselves in the Forbidden Zone of life. At this moment, the 6 lords of the Forbidden Area simultaneously revealed their forms, and the entire heaven and earth trembled. A palpitating pressure spread out from them in a steady stream, like an invisible torrent that quickly enveloped the vast expanse of heaven and earth. Countless laws descended from the sky like a huge chain intertwined with each other, forming a land of divine sunlight. This powerful force shook everyone inside the Jiang clan's land, especially the 2 of them, Jiang Xian and Jiang Yuan, who had already stepped into the realm of quasi-emperors, had a much sharper ability to perceive the strength of the 6 Forbidden Area lords. In just an instant, they accurately judged the other party's cultivation realm, and a deep fear and consternation could not help but well up in their hearts. Faced with such a terrifying existence, the people of the Jiang clan were thrown into a state of confusion. With wide eyes, they looked up at the 6 figures above the firmament, their faces filled with expressions of horror and despair. However, in this thrilling moment, Jiang Wuxuang always maintained a calm and composed demeanor. He sat quietly, seemingly unsurprised by what was happening in front of him. It was just that Jiang Yuan and Jiang Xian were not of this kind of thinking. They were already shocked beyond words by the scene in front of them. 6 great emperors. This was simply too shocking. Didn't we agree that there are no more great emperors in this world? Why did these great emperors run out like they didn't need any money after our own Wuxuang claimed the title of emperor? These people of theirs came to the Jiang family so forcefully. Whether they were enemies or friends, Jiang Yuan and Jiang Xian were anxious in their hearts, and just as they wanted to step in, they were stopped by Jiang Wuxuang with their divine thoughts. "No need for you guys to step in. They came over here specifically to see me." Jiang Wuxuang's tone was calm. Not the slightest difference could be heard. He knew that these great emperors were rushing towards him. After all, apart from him, there was no one in the Jiang family who was worthy of them making such a fuss. "Now that you're here, come in for a moment." Jiang Wuxuan was situated within the delusion-breaking palace and spat out a voice in an indifferent tone. The 6 lords of the Forbidden Zone looked at each other and then stepped into them, quickly disappearing. Chapter 129, Lord of the 6 Forbidden Regions. "Now that you're here, come in for a moment." Jiang Wuxuan was situated within the delusion-breaking palace and spat out a voice in an indifferent tone. The 6 lords of the Forbidden Zone looked at each other and then stepped into them, quickly disappearing. When these 6 lords of the Forbidden Zone walked into the breaking delusion palace, they instantly felt many rules added to their bodies, and their breath was violently stagnant. At this moment, a look of horror appeared in all of their eyes. Although they had long felt that Jiang Wuxuan's battle prowess was extraordinary, it was only after being there in person that they realized that it was completely beyond their expectations. The mere pressure that Jiang Wuxuan casually released caused the laws around them to solidify, restricting even their movements. This wasn't even a frontal encounter. If it was a frontal encounter, they would definitely be crushed by Jiang Wuxuan for a section. This was the so-called invincibility in the same realm. Who was that old man? Jiang Wuxuan's face was as calm as water, and his entire aura became more and more composed, as if he had merged with the heaven and earth. 80,000 years ago, the patriarch of the heavenly Dao sect, someone said in a low voice, "This clan has broken its inheritance." Hearing this reply, Jiang Wuxuan quickly consulted the records about the heavenly Dao sect in his mind, but there were very few records, basically ambiguous and without any useful messages. "Why are you afraid to show up?" The corner of Jiang Wuxuang's mouth lifted into a cold smile. These guys talk a good game of hibernation, but in the end they're just greedy for their lives. "Jiang Wuxuang, you have a good potential. So Dekuro Luz utilized that remnant of his body to buy you a chance of survival." At this time, an old man walked slowly towards Jiang Wuxuan, his voice hoarse and muddy. Jiang Wuxuan frowned slightly and asked, "What do you mean?" The old man looked at Jiang Wuxuan and continued to explain. "There are great emperors that have fallen, and at this time, the rules of the central domain and the 3,000 Dao states will feed back. In the past, there were very few heavenly prides in the true sense of the word, but there will be many more in the future after this incident. And the rules of heaven and earth will also create an extra obstacle to hold back the spirit realm's emissaries from descending to the realm. But the impediment isn't long, only 100 years. At this time, another old crone spoke up, her eyes shadowy as she looked at Jiang Wuxuan. "You must rise as soon as possible, or there will be no more hope." "So it is." Jiang Wuxuan suddenly realized. No wonder Duga defeat would pass on his great diffusion ancient technique when he was saying goodbye. So it was because he knew that he himself would not be able to return from this trip to the spirit domain, and thus left himself a gift. He took a deep breath. His eyes flashed with a refined aura as he said in a deep voice, 100 years from now, this emperor will personally go to the spirit domain.
Everyone's face changed at these words.
They were all shocked by Jiang Wushuang's arrogance. 100 years to go to the spirit realm in person? Where did he get the confidence? That's a little crazy, isn't it?
It was important to know that the spirit domain was the pinnacle stage of the entire Great Diffusion Immortal region, where powerful people gathered and there were countless experts. There were as many quasi-emperors as dogs, holy gods were everywhere, and supreme beings were even as small as ants. It was simply a fool's errand for him to try to resist the 8 emperors of the spirit domain with 100 years.
Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the crone let out a shrill, ear-piercing laugh,
as if she had heard the best joke ever.
Jiang Wushuang, you are too arrogant.
The old woman stared at Jiang Wushuang and sneered.
You probably don't know what kind of land the spirit domain is like. How can a frog in the bottom of a well like you understand what is called a truly great terror?
Jiang Wushuang snorted coldly. You are not worthy to talk about great terror with this emperor.
Suddenly, a vast fluctuation erupted within his body, shocking the heavens and the earth,
and rushing straight into the sky.
In a flash,
the wind and clouds surged and the sky trembled.
In this instant, the sky collapsed, the sun and the moon lost their light, and the void collapsed inch by inch,
turning into a chaotic black hole. Jiang Wushuang was clad in a golden haze and stood in the dark chaos,
radiating a worldly divine might.
I'll give you a chance to submit to this emperor.
If you don't, kill without mercy.
Jiang Wushuang's voice was icy cold, without a trace of temperature. The faces of the 6 forbidden area lords suddenly changed. Their hearts thumped, and a strong look of scorn passed through their eyes.
That aura just now was enough to prove Jiang Wushuang's terror.
They had no doubt that if they and the others didn't agree to submit, then they would definitely drink their hearts out today.
Junior,
if your Jiang clan hadn't followed the Nangong clan's group to cut off the path to empire in the first place, the central region might not be so withered today.
At this time, that old crone suddenly opened her mouth and said,
a flash of sinister in her eyes.
Jiang
Wushuang's eyes narrowed into slits as he turned his gaze toward this old woman.
Enough.
When the old woman saw Jiang Wushuang looking at her, she was just about to say something, but was interrupted by another middle-aged man. This middle-aged man looked to be the youngest within these people,
but in reality,
his strength was not only the strongest within this group, but his age was even the oldest.
Jiang Wushuang asked with interest. This emperor would like to hear about it.
The middle-aged man's expression froze at his words, and then he looked at the old crone again, letting out a light sigh as he said,
this matter is too long ago. All you need to know is that back then,
when the emperor's path was severed, your Jiang family was also involved in it.
Jiang Wushuang raised an eyebrow.
When the emperor's path was severed, the laws of heaven and earth and the 3,000 Taoist prefectures and the central region became imperfect, and the number of geniuses born would naturally decrease.
In that case,
the Jiang family was indeed considered to be the sinners of the central region.
It was only that there were quite a few top-notch powerhouses in the Jiang and Nangong families at that time,
so they just retreated to the 3,000 Tao state.
And even after so many years had passed, the skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. We came this time to tell you that you have the last hope of the central domain in you, and if you are able to take that step, the 8 emperors of the spirit domain are not enough to worry about.
The middle-aged man said in a serious tone, as if he had thought of some sad past.
His face suddenly dimmed a few points. Above the great emperor?
Jiang Wushuang muttered under his breath, which surprised him greatly.
However, soon after,
his face turned gloomy as he said indifferently,
no matter what your reasons are, if I give you a chance to submit now,
this emperor can consider letting you live on for a period of time,
or even let you rebuild the forbidden area.
But if you reject this emperor,
you will all die. Arrogant. That old crone couldn't endure Jiang Wushuang's dominance and coldly shouted, little waif, who do you think you really are? Just with you want to rule over us?
Noisy.
Jiang Wushuang's gaze glanced up,
and a terrifying sharpness blossomed in the pupils of his eyes. There was endless divine sunlight flying out,
seemingly intending to suppress the crone with the pupil technique.
No! The old crone roared in horror and hastily pushed all her cultivation to try to dodge.
However, she was still too late. The pupil art descended on her body and sealed the crone's cultivation in an instant. Her face instantly turned pale,
her body was in severe pain, and she fell limp on the ground,
not even having the strength to stand up. The faces of the other 5 forbidden area lords were horrified,
as if they did not expect Jiang Wushuang to be so ferocious, striking when he said he would,
not giving them any leeway at all. Jiang Wushuang, what do you want to do?
The old woman looked up at Jiang Wushuang with difficulty, her face full of fear. She did not expect that with her own strength, she would not be able to withstand Jiang Wushuang's pupil attack.
Submit, or die. Jiang Wushuang gazed indifferently at the old woman and spat out 6 words in a calm tone. Chapter 130, Submit, or Die. Submit, or die. Jiang Wuxuan gazed indifferently at the old woman and spat out 6 words in a calm tone. How can you be so strong?
The crone's eyes rounded in disbelief. Jiang Wuxuan's fighting strength exceeded her expectations. Although she guessed that Jiang Wuxuan was very strong, she did not expect it to be as strong as this. Wait! The middle-aged man and a few others immediately spoke out to stop them,
saying, please calm down, little friend. Immediately afterward,
the middle-aged man looked at the crone and rebuked,
still not quick to make amends and apologize.
The old woman gritted her teeth, her heart suffocating,
but she was also clear that she couldn't provoke Jiang Wuxuan any further now,
or she would surely die.
Thinking of this,
she took a deep breath and cupped her fists at Jiang Wuxuan.
It was me who was reckless just now. Please forgive divine son Jiang.
Ha!
Jiang Shensi?
A sneering smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Wuxuan's mouth, and his breath became even more severe.
And what would you like me to call you?
The old woman's face also stiffened,
as if she didn't expect Jiang Wuxuan to be so difficult to deal with,
making it difficult for her to ride the tiger. Jiang Wuxuan swept his gaze and landed on the middle-aged man,
saying,
if you can make her kneel down and admit her mistake,
this emperor can forget about it. Hearing these words,
the faces of the crowd snapped as a look of shock appeared in their eyes. How dare he make such a harsh request?
Jiang Wuxuan, don't you dare bully people too much.
The old woman was furious. She was a great emperor.
Asking her to kneel down and admit her mistake? Not at all.
But, she didn't dare to speak, because Jiang Wuxuan had already expressed it with his actions. His eyes opened and 2 divine rainbows shot out,
exploding toward the crone.
The old crone's soul trembled, not daring to resist at all, and her entire body directly slumped to the ground,
her knees touching the ground.
Poof! The crone fell to her knees. I beg the forgiveness of the Jiang Heavenly Emperor. The old crone's low voice and sincere attitude made it impossible to imagine her being high and mighty just a moment ago. This scene caused other familiar people to secretly lament.
Once upon a time,
where could this old crone possibly grovel and lower her voice like this?
It's a saddening taste, really. What about you guys? This emperor will only give you one last chance to submit.
Jiang Wuxuan's tone was as calm as water, as if he was elaborating on a small and insignificant matter. The middle-aged man was silent for a moment and eventually chose to bow his head. Only there was no kneeling part. Although these people were afraid of death, they still wanted to maintain their basic dignity, and would rather die in battle than lose their last dignity.
Seeing this, Jiang Wuxuan didn't say anything and continued to close his eyes as he indifferently said, you may leave. He didn't need these people to do anything.
He just needed the group to behave.
At that moment,
the middle-aged man glanced at Jiang Wuxuan, wanting to speak before finally turning around and walking towards the outside of the Great Hall, leading the other 5 lords of the forbidden area to leave.
Ding dong!
Shock the lord of the 6 forbidden zones.
Receive system reward, Enlightenment Tablet, Divine Grade. Enlightenment Tablet, together with the Enlightenment Tea, you can have a quick epiphany and improve your cultivation and enlightenment. Ding dong!
Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden achievement, shocking all forbidden zones.
System reward, Xianhuang Wuji Stone, Divine. Xianhuang Wuji Stone melts weapons and improves their quality.
Jiang Wuxuan suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze burning with an incomparable fervor. The system beat that resounded in his mind filled him with anticipation for 100 years. Each of these rewards is worth a lot of money, especially the Enlightenment Tablet. This thing was too rare, and with one's Enlightenment Tea, it was a perfect match for chicken stew with mushrooms. 2 old ancestors, I'm going to be in seclusion for 100 years, so the Jiang clan will be relying on yourselves for the rest of the year. Jiang Wuxuan's eyes closed tightly once again,
and a divine thought descended on Jiang Xian and Jiang Yuan,
reminding them that he was preparing to close his eyes for 100 years' time,
and asking them to guard the Jiang clan well. Jiang Xian and Jiang Yuan answered in turn.
Although they were a little uncomfortable with this change in position of talker, they were very pleased that their junior was able to take on an important role. Subsequently, Jiang Wuxuan stopped delaying and directly waved his hand, and the entire delusion-breaking palace became invisible, transforming into a speck of dust that merged into the void, breaking the palace of delusion. Jiang Wuxuan quietly sat on top of the futon, his eyes lowered, his breathing steady and deep. Above him, an ancient and mysterious stone tablet slowly hovered, emitting a misty immortal light. He gently extended his hand and took out a precious enlightenment tea from the system space. Jiang Wuxuan used the water of the 9 ghost springs and a sacred jade tripod cup to carry it, then gently placed the enlightenment tea leaves into it. In an instant, the entire delusion-breaking palace was illuminated by the dazzling spiritual light, and the bright and dazzling light was as beautiful as a shooting star crossing the sky. At the same time, a rich aroma came to his nose, refreshing his heart and mind, intoxicating him and making him unable to extricate himself. Even Jiang Wuxuan's divine sense became extraordinarily agile under the stimulation of this fragrance.
Jiang Wuxuan lifted the jade tripod cup and gently took a sip of the enlightenment tea. The warmth slid down his throat and into his belly, instantly spreading throughout his body. He could feel the bloodline and divine power within him jumping joyfully, as if it had been ignited, surging like a volcano about to erupt. This enlightenment tea contained extremely rich heaven and earth essence and the mysteries of the great Tao, and each drop was like a star shining with the light of wisdom. When it entered Jiang Wuxuan's body, it immediately triggered a marvelous change. He only felt relaxed and refreshed, as if all his fatigue and worries had dissipated in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Wuxuan suddenly felt a burst of thunder coming from within his body, as if countless thunderbolts were exploding within his body, emitting loud crackling sounds. At the same time, the pores of his entire body opened up, greedily inhaling the chaotic mist that permeated heaven and earth as well as the endless rhythm of the great Tao. These breaths surged into his body like a tidal wave, unceasingly integrating into his limbs and bones, tempering his flesh in all directions. In a matter of moments, Jiang Wuxuan's skin became crystal clear, like sheep's fat white jade, glittering with a dazzling treasure light. Wisps of Tao sound lingered around him, and the flawless aura shone eye-catchingly, cloaking him in a brilliantly colorful haze. At this moment, Jiang Wuxuan used the Six Paths Reincarnation Heavenly skill as his main cultivation technique, supplemented it with the Tathagata self-realization technique and used the Great Diffusion Ancient technique as his guide. The three of them merged and complemented each other, and ultimately coalesced to form an arcane and unfathomable chi. This incomparably powerful chi seemed to have transformed into a golden dragon clad in golden armor and scales and emitting dazzling light, and it ran through every corner of Jiang Wuxuan's body with the force of a thunderous thunderclap, from the top of his head to the tips of his toes, from his skin to his bone marrow. Even every hair was penetrated and cleansed by this magical power. At this moment, Jiang Wuxuan exuded an awe-inspiring aura from his body, an indescribable sense of majesty. He was trying an unprecedented cultivation method. This kind of method was a brand new way that he had figured out through the sky covering method and the perfection method, and by combining it with the ancient techniques of this heaven and earth, the sky shading law and the perfection law were both extremely profound and mysterious cultivation methods, and they each contained endless mysteries and power. And the ancient arts of this heaven and earth were also mysterious and extraordinary. Although they weren't as divine as the sky covering law and the perfection law, they also possessed a unique flavor and essence. However, it was by no means easy to fuse these three completely different cultivation disciplines together. He needs to keep exploring, practicing and comprehending in order to find the fit. Now with the help of the Enlightenment Tablet and the Enlightenment Tea, it was a good opportunity. Chapter 131, The Self-Realization of Transfiguration. He transforms himself, transforms thousands, transforms all things, melts into one, transforms into my body, transforms into all spirits. Jiang Wuxuan recited these words in a low voice, as if he was exploring some deep philosophy. His eyes gradually brightened, and some realization seemed to have come to his mind. As time passed, Jiang Wuxuan's will became stronger and his thoughts became more agile. He was able to clearly sense every subtle change in his surroundings. Even the sound of the breeze blowing through the grass could not escape his ears. At this moment, his divine soul became unprecedentedly condensed, and his spiritual power reached its peak state. Suddenly, the Enlightenment Tablet trembled slightly, and a dazzling light rushed towards Jiang Wuxuan's brow like lightning before disappearing into that chaos. At the same time, the chaotic Tao seed within Jiang Wuxuan's body felt like it had been activated, bursting out with endless divine sunlight. A chaotic beam of light erupted from within his body like a giant dragon wrapping around the tree of enlightenment. The power of chaos surged and surged, as if a river was rushing, setting off shocking waves, and its might was terrifying to the extreme. Divine splendor surged and flawless spiritual light shone. Under the infusion of endless chaotic power, the Tao seed in Jiang Wuxuan's body grew rapidly, becoming fuller and tougher, emitting a divine light. A brand new Tao seed was born within his body, radiating an unimaginably great power. This Tao seed came from the core of the Chaos Tao seed, which was a new Tao seed born from the fusion of that star core with the Chaos Tao seed. Boom! In the next moment, the Tao seed suddenly shook violently, bursting out dazzling billions of feet of divine light, instantly illuminating the entire delusion-breaking palace as if it were daytime. That divine light spread outward in a circle, as if it were ripples that kept on rippling out, rippling and taking people's hearts. Immediately afterward, a hazy and mysterious divine tree unexpectedly appeared behind Jiang Wuxuan out of nowhere. This divine tree had flourishing branches and swaying leaves. The divine haze on it was radiant and dazzling, emitting a majestic and endless divine aura, making the entire delusion-breaking palace seem like it had turned into a sacred kingdom. This divine tree was none other than the projection of the Bodhi tree. As the saying goes, there is no tree in Bodhi. The mirror is not a platform. There is nothing in the first place. Where is the dust, which is such a transcendental realm? At this moment,
The void also began to tremble non-stop as countless great Tao runes sprang forth and intertwined with each other, forming dense chains of order. These chains of order were tightly entwined between every branch of the Bodhi tree, like an incomparably strong shackle, blocking off all possible variables. Bodhi has no tree. A mirror is not a stage. There is nothing in the first place. Where is the dust? This was the manifestation of the fruit of the Tao and the imprint of the Bodhi tree's Tao pattern. At that very moment, the ancient and mysterious Bodhi tree began to produce a strong resonance, as if it was echoing with some kind of power between heaven and earth. Accompanied by the resonating sound, countless channels of brilliant and eye-catching haze gushed out from the Bodhi tree, sweeping through the entire space like a torrent. These haze lights were not ordinary rays of light, but rather the light of the great Tao laws that contained endless wisdom and profound mysteries. Each haze represented a unique law of the great Tao, and they presented themselves in various strange forms, shining as brightly as the brightest stars in the universe. As if they were alive, these haze lights automatically flew towards Jiang Wushuang and were continuously integrated into his body. Each infusion of haze caused Jiang Wushuang to feel a powerful and incomparable force surging through his body. This power was not just a mere energy boost, but also a deep stimulation and excavation of his own potential. As more and more haze poured in, Jiang Wushuang's aura grew stronger and stronger. He already possessed extraordinary strength, but now he was blazing like a lit torch. His body gradually exuded a palpitating pressure, as if he had become the master of this world, controlling all powers of life and death. Under this powerful force, Jiang Wushuang's state of mind was also greatly enhanced. His understanding of the laws of the great Tao grew deeper and deeper, and he became even more unwavering in the goal he was pursuing. There is nothing, so it can be made. There is nothing, so it can be stored in the name of dirt, stored in the light and not obscured. Jiang Wushuang recited ancient and mysterious scriptures under his breath, and countless ancient and profound words immediately sprang up in his mind. These words were like tadpoles swimming in his sea of consciousness, glittering with dazzling immortal radiance and emanating a palpitating divine aura. Vaguely, there was also a divine ray of light flying around, like a dream bubble, giving people a mysterious and unpredictable feeling. His divine soul was undergoing an unprecedented metamorphosis, becoming more and more pure and powerful. A purple halo lingered around him, like a mysterious veil that wrapped his body. Jiang Wushuang knew deep down that he had already taken a crucial step and succeeded in completely fusing his physical body with his divine soul. Now, his physical body and divine soul had reached an extreme state of roundness, flawless and perfect. However, those special Tao sounds did not stop and still came in a steady stream, continuing to perfect his Dharma, striving to bring it to the realm of perfection in the true sense of the word. Under the guidance of this Tao sound, Jiang Wushuang began to deduce a brand new cultivation method of his own with the power of the Enlightenment Tablet. He was so absorbed in his cultivation that he forgot about the passage of time, as if he was one with the entire world. Every turn of the mind, every rise and fall of the breath contained endless mysteries. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, 20 years. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Wushuang had been in seclusion for 20 years, and his entire being was as if he was cut off from the outside world, sitting quietly inside the delusion-breaking palace. During this period, he did not sleep or rest, studying brand new techniques and continuously sharpening himself. Finally, on this very day, Jiang Wushuang opened his eyes, and in an instant, 2 blazing and incomparable beams of light exploded from his eyes, piercing through the heavens. This pair of sight possessed a terrifying killing power. Even a great emperor couldn't carry the light of his eyes. In this instant, it was as if countless suns appeared in Jiang Wushuang's pupils, emitting a blinding light. Immediately afterward, these rays of light gradually converged and eventually disappeared. At this moment, Jiang Wushuang looked bland and uninteresting. Only his eyes were exceptionally bright and intimidating. Only hearing a buzz sound, the Enlightenment Monument beside Jiang Wushuang suddenly produced a marvelous change. The densely packed Great Tao runes originally inscribed on the Enlightenment Tablet unexpectedly shone brightly at the same time at this moment, as if they had gained a new life. A mysterious Tao law began to flow, wrapping around the Enlightenment Tablet like a strip of colorful ribbons and lifting it out of its original position, slowly floating into the void above Jiang Wushuang's head. Immediately afterward, these great Tao laws poured down as if they were a waterfall, continuously surging into Jiang Wushuang's sea of consciousness, accurately and unerringly failing to enter within the Tao seed that had just been formed. In an instant, it was as if that Tao seed had been activated and began to crazily devour the chaotic Tao seed next to it. The two gradually merged together and are difficult to distinguish from each other. As more and more Tao runes were devoured, this brand new Tao seed began to undergo astonishing changes. It became more and more crystal clear, as if it was carefully cast from crystal, the whole body glittering with glazed treasure light, gorgeous and eye-catching to the extreme, radiating a kind of sacred and inviolable aura. This is a qualitative change.
there is a manifestation of the fruits of the way, which is the sign of witnessing the way. Chapter 132 Chaotic Bodhiseed. 30 years, 50 years, 71 years, 90 years. The years are long. Time passes unnoticed. After the last of the great Tao laws was absorbed, the Bodhi tree's silhouette slowly fell silent, shrinking and eventually only remaining the size of a palm, merging into the brand new Tao seed within Jiang Wushuang's body. Chaos Bodhi Seed. This was the new name Jiang Wushuang had acquired for it. He stood up, every movement seeming so light and graceful, as if not a speck of dust had touched him. The light emanating from his body was as soft and bright as the first rays of sunlight in the morning that poured through the clouds onto the earth. It was also like the brightest stars in the night sky, shining with a dazzling radiance. That light is full of holiness. At this moment, his physical body and divine soul were perfectly fused together, echoing each other as one. Every cell, every nerve is in optimal condition, without a single flaw. His every move seemed simple and casual, but it contained endless deep meaning and power, and every subtle movement could trigger a huge change in heaven and earth. Just then, Jiang Wushuang's eyes slowly opened. What a pair of eyes that was! They are like a deep starry sky, full of mysterious and unpredictable power, and like a clear spring, clear and transparent, able to penetrate all things in the world. The divine light flickering in his eyes was exquisite, as if he could penetrate the boundaries of time and space and look straight into the hearts of people. More strikingly, in the center of his forehead, a golden-colored divine pattern loomed. It's like a beating heart that glows and shines. This divine pattern was both like some sort of mysterious symbol and as if it contained endless mysteries and energies, giving off a sense of sanctity and inviolability. Chaos Tao Fruit. Jiang Wushuang murmured in a low voice. This was a Tao fruit that he had only truly comprehended after stepping into the great emperor realm after 100 years of seclusion. This Tao fruit not only had the characteristics of the chaotic Tao seed, but also contained the magical and mysterious aspects of the Bodhi ancient tree. It was his deep understanding and realization of the heavenly Tao, and it was also the key to his strength enhancement. His divine marvel moved slightly, and the delusion-breaking palace slowly emerged from the void, once again exposing the Jiang clan's land. With the appearance of the delusion-breaking palace, the entire Jiang clan shook, especially Nangong Xian, who had already been in the Jiang family for almost 100 years. She was considered to have been served comfortably in the Jiang family during these 100 years, and had even gained the favor of the Jiang family's old ancestor and Jiang Wushuang's parents. After all, from a young age, she and Jiang Wushuang were dolls, and although she did not have any communication, she did nominally belong to Jiang Wushuang's fiancé. Who dares to mess with the fiancé of a great emperor? However, Nangong Xian had been apprehensive in her heart. After all, she had no feelings to speak of with Jiang Wushuang, having only hurriedly met twice and spoken even more rarely. Fortunately, since coming to the Jiang family had all treated themselves like family, especially Jiang Wushuang's parents. Looking at their daughter-in-law like eyes made Nangong Xian's heart warm, and she gradually liked this place. Today, however, her face changed suddenly, because, the moment she saw the delusion-breaking palace emerge from the void, Jiang Wushuang's gaze looked towards herself, and instantly, Nangong Xian tensed up, her heart thumping. She knew that this was Jiang Wushuang scrutinizing herself. However, soon after, Jiang Wushuang withdrew his gaze and took a step towards the void, disappearing in the middle of the canopy. The only words left in the air were, "This emperor will first go and see the truth of the world." Afterward, a bright and dazzling divine splendor exploded, and a terrifying and overwhelming pressure swept through the four directions, stunning many people. Nangong Xian froze for a long time. Jiang Wushuang actually left just like that? Astonishment was written all over her pretty face, and then a bitter smile spread out from the corner of her mouth. Is this leaving? Don't worry, this kid Wushuang has been such a stinker since he was a kid. At this time, Nangong Qian was dressed in a long lavender dress, with outstanding style and elegance. Her face was exquisite, her skin was better than snow, and her figure was plump and tall, with a concave and convex shape. Her voice was full of mature flavor, gentle and charming. She held Nangong Xian's white jade-like hand and whispered softly, "Wushuang has always been lonely and arrogant, but don't worry, he's just temporarily away. He'll be back soon." Hearing these comforting words, Nangong Xian nodded, her cheeks blushing. I'll go cultivate first." She ran off shyly, looking at Nangong Xian's back as she left. Nangong Qian's brows suddenly furrowed with some concern. Wushuang is going this time, and I don't know how he will live or die. Spiritual domain. Eastern Phoenix continent. Billions of miles away from the Sea of Bitterness. The void trembled. Thunderclouds rolled in. Jiang Wushuang was dressed in a green shirt with fluttering sleeves, his feet stepping on the bridge of auspiciousness, just like an immortal descending to the earth, landing lightly on top of this choppy sea. He held his head high and looked into the distance,
his gaze piercing through the heavy mists as if he was able to penetrate all things in the world.
The sea of bitterness is endless. Turn back to the shore. This Buddhist verse echoed in his mind. Yet the sea of bitterness here was not an ocean in the ordinary sense, but a realm of mystery and danger. The sea of bitterness was boundless, and as far as one could see, it was filled with a blanket of fog, giving people a sense of endless desolation. In this vast sea of bitterness, a monstrous aura of reincarnation permeated the area, and even quasi-emperor level powerhouses didn't dare to approach easily. Once you are caught up in it, you will be sunk forever, unable to extricate yourself. However, right in the middle of this intimidating sea of misery lies a mysterious island. This island was shrouded in chaotic aura, like a fairy island suspended in the air, emitting a mesmerizing dense haze. In the center of the island, a magnificent figure could be vaguely seen standing in it. The figure was tall and solemn, radiating an incomparable aura of holiness that made people feel awe. That's Buddha. Rumor has it that a Buddha was once enlightened on this island in ancient times. Later on, this place became a forbidden area, and some emperors secluded themselves here to epiphany the way of reincarnation. At this moment, that magnificent being opened his eyes, two beams of golden awnings tearing through the heavens, carrying great supreme might, insight into all things, sweeping across the sea of bitterness, seemingly searching for something. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto Jiang Wushuang in the void. To have a visitor, uninvited. Monks, do you know the offense? An icy cold drinking voice resounded through the 8 corners of heaven and earth. In the next moment, a huge golden lotus blossomed in the void, transforming into a supreme killing sword that was incomparably powerful and sharp as it chopped towards Jiang Wushuang. This sword, wrapped with an infinite amount of killing opportunities, was augmented by the power of the thoughts of all living beings, and instantly shattered the void, cutting a blackened slit in the void. This was an attack at the level of a great emperor. An ordinary person would surely die when encountering such an attack. However, Jiang Wushuang remained calm and unafraid. His eyes shone with a marvelous light, as if they had traveled through endless years and pierced through the void of the ages. He slowly stretched out his right hand, and his 5 fingers stood like giant pillars between heaven and earth. Boo! With a deafening roar, the entire space trembled, only to see that Jiang Wushuang easily resisted this shocking sword with only 5 fingers. And in the void, powerful forces violently agitated, setting off gusts of wind and waves. An indescribably majestic force of backlash surged like a torrent, instantly surging within the opposite Buddha's body. Amat Ba. The figure mouthed the Buddha's name, his voice low and solemn, containing a boundless Buddhist pressure. The sea of bitterness around him rolled and boiled violently, and a bright and dazzling golden lotus bloomed and bloomed, covering the sky and the sun, emitting a palpitatingly terrifying aura. These golden lotuses shone like stars in the heavens and earth, each one containing endless mysteries and mysteries. Chapter 133, This Emperor is Reincarnation. Fellow Daoist Jiang, it's only true if you know what's going on, so please retreat. That Buddha's voice was not too big or small, yet it seemed to contain endless pressure and deep meaning. His expression was as flat as water, not seeing the slightest ripple, as if nothing in this world could cause ripples in his heart. However, his words exploded in Jiang Wushuang's ears like thunder, each word carrying a heavy weight that made it difficult to ignore. Although this voice was soft, the power contained in it was mountainous and unrivaled, as if it could penetrate space and time and strike directly at the heart. In the face of such a provocation, Jiang Wushuang would not back down, only to see the cold light in his eyes, like 2 sharp blades cutting through the void. He snorted coldly, his voice filled with contempt and disdain. Retreating in the face of difficulties? With you? These 7 words smashed into the void like a heavy hammer, triggering a roar. Just then, a loud, deafening rumble was heard. It turned out to be the qi and blood within Jiang Wushuang's body that gushed out like a volcanic eruption, forming a huge torrent of energy that shot up into the sky. His entire body was enveloped by brilliant and dazzling golden light, just like a golden god of war descending to the world, emitting a palpitatingly terrifying aura. At this moment, Jiang Wushuang's hands and feet contained the might of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Fellow Daoist Jiang, since you are persistent, I will not blame the poor monk for showing no mercy. The figure spoke again, his voice suddenly becoming incomparably cold. The moment the words fell, that Buddha's figure suddenly disappeared without a trace. In its place, an incomparably huge Sherpa appeared between heaven and earth. This relic flashed with countless swastikas all over its body, and endless Buddha light blossomed from it, as if it were a burning star, dazzling, accompanied by a loud bang. The sherbet fell as rapidly as a meteorite. When it hit the surface of the sea, the entire surface of the sea began to shake violently, raising a 10,000 feet high tide of fury that surged toward Jiang Wushuang, seemingly wanting to swallow him completely. In the face of this overwhelming attack, Jiang Wushuang had a calm smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. without the slightest intention to retreat, only to see him step out, his figure as swift as lightning, and his fist was even more powerful and unrivaled, directly tearing through the void and ruthlessly crashing into the Sherpa with unparalleled power. In an instant, a shocking collision sounded deafening. A powerful shockwave took the center where the two exchanged blows as its origin and quickly spread out in all directions. This power was like ripples, cascading and agitating, and wherever it passed, everything was mercilessly destroyed. Those angry tides that had originally swooped over with great vigor also instantly dissipated and turned into nothingness in front of this force. At this point, that Buddha finally revealed his true colors. Surprisingly, he was a small, snow-white, adorable little sandman. At this moment, the little shamans were staring at Jiang Wushuang with a pair of big, slinky eyes, their eyes unblinking, their faces filled with a look of surprise and doubt. "You've actually stepped into this lair?" He seemed puzzled, his tone filled with shock as he questioned. "How old are you? How can your cultivation speed be so fast?" Jiang Wushuang said indifferently. "There are more things you don't know." After saying that, he stomped his foot into the void and his figure transformed into an extreme rainbow light, quickly rushing forward, his fist power like a dragon, striking the opposite shamans. "Humph!" Shai snorted coldly, and between his palms clasping together, endless divine sunlight blossomed out, as dazzling as a brilliant star. Along with the blooming of the divine sunlight, a grand and solemn Buddha country's shadow gradually emerged. This Buddha kingdom shadow was filled with a mysterious aura, as if it contained endless power and wisdom. In the Buddha kingdom, billions of strands of Buddha light fell down like a waterfall, illuminating the entire space in a golden color. Boom! Right at this moment, the Buddha's light surged up and transformed into countless stern pikes, like a group of ferocious dragons, pouncing towards Jiang Wushuang with their teeth and claws wide open. These pikes carried unrivaled might, and wherever they passed, the void was torn through a black crack. In the face of such a fierce attack, Jiang Wushuang was fearless. His eyes flashed with a golden light, as hot and dazzling as two blazing suns, only to see him waving his fist. The meaning of endless reincarnation wrapped above the fist's aura, surging like a torrent. The power of this punch was extremely amazing, and it even easily broke through those countless pi chains, and continued to rush over towards Shai without decreasing its momentum. Shai's face stared slightly, obviously not expecting Jiang Wushuang's strength to be so terrifying. He took a deep breath, and the Buddha's light on his body suddenly became even more blazing, as if his entire body had turned into a dazzling sun. He clasped his hands together and quickly formed seals and slapped them out, a huge swastika symbol bursting out from between his fingers in a steady stream. These swastikas shone brightly, illuminating half of the sky and giving off a sacred and majestic aura. Boom! Another loud bang came from the sky, and it was a shockingly large handprint. The Buddha's light was monstrous, sweeping in like a raging wave. In the midst of this Buddha light, an ancient and solemn ancient Buddha Dharma image gradually coalesced and took shape. This Dharma phase was 100 feet tall, holding a grand and magnificent Buddha kingdom in its hands, and was crushing down towards Jiang Wushuang with the momentum of the Taichu divine mountain pressing down on the eggs. The vastness of the power of the Buddha Dharma it contained was incredibly shocking and awe-inspiring, as if it was capable of suppressing all living beings. Jiang Wushuang's eyes blazed, his entire body's bones clanging and clanking, like an immortal spirit awakening, his entire body enveloped in divine radiance. He raised his hand and struck a chaos fist, his fist intent penetrating through the 8 directions of heaven and earth, domineering and overwhelming, and toughened up with those ancient Buddha phantoms. A series of collision sounds came out, deafening the ears, and the Buddha's Dharma phase shook violently, nearly collapsing, and that endless Buddha's Dharma was worn out bit by bit. The breath of reincarnation. Saya's eyelids jumped and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He was able to feel this aura, which was the purest power of reincarnation, far from being comparable to the reincarnation aura possessed by ordinary cultivators. "Who the hell are you?" Shammai asked. "Why are you so deeply enlightened about the way of reincarnation?" After Jiang Wushuang displayed the power of reincarnation, he immediately collected all his aura. The way of reincarnation? When Jiang Wushuang heard this, the corner of his mouth lifted up in an arc as he indifferently said, "This emperor is reincarnation." As soon as the words fell, he slapped his palm down, and a gigantic palm print tens of thousands of miles long appeared in the void, carrying the aura of endless reincarnation as it came down to kill, blocking the void. The way of reincarnation is truly powerful. Even though the poor monk comprehends the true teachings of the Buddha, it is still not as powerful. The figure muttered with a rather complicated expression. Immediately afterward, he launched both of his hands out in unison, his palm prints spreading across the sky as he met them toward that great handprint of reincarnation. Chapter 134, On the Road of Reincarnation. Witness this emperor's unparalleled style. Boom! The two collided with each other, and a bright and dazzling light burst out like a volcano eruption. instantly illuminating the entire area as bright and dazzling as daytime. Within that radiance, it was as if another world had opened up, and the chi of reincarnation filled the air in all directions, and wherever it passed, all matter was transformed into nothingness, turned into ashes, and completely dispersed between the heavens and the earth. Jiang Wushuang and that figure each occupied a corner. Their fists were incomparably ferocious, each attack containing unrivaled power that caused palpitations. Since you have already set foot on this path of reincarnation, I hope that you can wake up in time and turn back to the shore. Otherwise you will only fall deeper and deeper into the endless abyss of darkness in the end. The little shamans admonished bitterly, his hands clasped together, his precious appearance solemn, his body emitting a faint Buddhist light, setting off his entire person more and more holy and noble. However, Jiang Wushuang only reported a contemptuous sneer at the little sannyasin's advice as he said disdainfully, "You bald donkey, you can't afford to think too highly of yourself." As the words fell, he only saw his right foot violently stomping with force, and a golden rainbow light suddenly shot out, like a shooting star crossing the sky. At the same time, countless forces of laws surged out around him, and these laws were like chains of order gods, wrapping around his body, constantly releasing terrifying and extreme fluctuations. Amit Ba. Shai let out a heavy sigh, and then his figure flashed like lightning, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye from his original position, skillfully avoiding the overwhelmingly powerful sword chi. Suddenly, the void began to tremble violently, and the figure reappeared like a ghost, silently appearing behind Jiang Wushuang. He stretched out a hand and quickly pinched out a mysterious Dharma seal, and along with a flash of light, an ancient and solemn Buddhist kingdom miraculously condensed out of nothingness. A melodious and solemn sound of Brahma singing emanated from within this Buddhist country, as if countless Buddhas were chanting in unison, their voices resonating through the 9 heavens and clouds, shaking the mind. Immediately afterward, that ancient Buddha kingdom began to slowly rotate, as if it had turned into a huge prison, carrying an endless divine radiance that enveloped the sky towards Jiang Wushuang. Each ray of light contained infinite power, seemingly wanting to completely imprison Jiang Wushuang. However, in the face of such an astonishing attack, Jiang Wushuang was not the least bit alarmed, only to see his entire body emitting a dazzling golden haze, an indescribably majestic pressure instantly spreading out in all directions. In an instant, countless deafening thunderous booms rang out, resounding through the heavens and earth, as if the entire world was flooded with thunder. These thunderbolts were like a raging and surging heavenly river that spanned across the void, and the densely intertwined thunderbolts formed a heaven-destroying scene. This thunder force contained destructive power, causing the surrounding space to become exceptionally violent and menacing, filled with a suffocating aura of solemnity. He raised his hand and a fist seal blasted out. The thunder rolled as if a piece of the heavens had collapsed, accompanied by a thunderous heavenly river, destroying and tearing apart that ancient Buddhist kingdom, crushing it towards Shani. That shaman's figure immediately moved out horizontally, avoiding the punch, but was still grazed by a wisp of aftershock, his robes rupturing, blood traces surfacing on his skin, and blood spilling out from the corners of his mouth. Jiang Wushuang's eyes blossomed with a dazzling divine light. His body was like electricity as he rushed towards Shahi Shang once again, and with every step, the void emitted a rumbling and trembling sound, as if it could not withstand the terrifying power that was being exerted on him, and it shook. That sand monk's expression was gloomy to the extreme. His hands continuously strangled the ancient spells, and one ancient Buddha silhouette coalesced out of the void one after another. These ancient Buddhas were lifelike, clad in radiant divine splendor, as if they were living creatures. These ancient Buddhas were no ordinary characters. They were all once heralded existences of the great diffusion immortal domain. An ancient Buddha silhouette mouthed Buddhist scriptures, and Buddhist light shone brightly, forming a golden ocean that surged towards Jiang Wushuang in an attempt to encircle him. In the face of such an attack, Jiang Wushuang's eyes were cold and incomparably cold, and his body flashed with thunder-like beams of light, one after the other, containing a heaven-destroying power. As he charged forward, each ray of thunder was sharp to the extreme, as if it could cut through the sky and easily pierce through those ancient Buddha shadows. At the same time, the Tao seed within his body began to blossom with endless divine sunlight and radiant light. In the midst of this divine sunlight, a divine devil silhouette could be seen slowly emerging. This divine devil silhouette was as high as 10,000 feet, exuding a palpitating aura, and the Tao rhythm flowing from its body was even more terrifying, and a heaven-shaking might erupted out between raising his hands and throwing his feet. This heaven and earth boiled up, thunder and lightning roared, wind and clouds howled, and everything was about to be shattered. The ancient Buddha seed in Shammai's body also blossomed with unparalleled light at this moment. His figure suddenly drew up, reaching 10,000 feet in an instant, clad in a robe, with a dignified appearance, like a true ancient Buddha descending into the earthly world, looking down on the living beings. the void trembled crazily. The two figures were rapidly interlacing, and one after another wave of fierce and powerful winds swept in all directions, as if setting off a storm. The little Sanya looked impassioned. His whole body exuded dazzling golden yellow chi and bloodlight, as endless as a raging ocean. Every pore ejected fearful Buddha light, like a dazzling and glaring blazing sun. Great Luo Nirvana hand seal. He hissed in a low voice and his hands quickly formed a seal. A huge golden pillar of light hung straight down from the sky above, surrounded by mysterious and ancient runes, like a falling star, carrying a heaven-destroying aura as it blasted straight towards Zhang Wushuang. Vast Buddha light flooded the entire space, countless Buddhas chanting in it. The sound waves were thunderous and deafening, and its aura was magnificent to the extreme, as if it could make all things in the world bow down for it. The laws intertwined with each other, and the void continuously crumbled as an incalculable destructive force violently erupted out. The wishing power of all living beings merged into the ancient dharma of the Buddhist sect at this moment, evolving a supreme divine ability. This was an earth-shattering Buddhist ancient art that contained the endless mysteries of the Buddhist way that had been passed down through countless epochs, and its power was so astonishing that it was beyond imagination. Zhang Wushuang's eyes stared tightly at what was happening in front of him, his brows slightly furrowed, and then, a strange light flashed out of the pupils of his eyes, and his pupil art instantly blossomed. Endless starlight shone as if it had crossed a distant space and time, carrying a stern killing aura as it rushed towards that Buddha light like a torrent. However, shockingly, these starbursts of light penetrated the Buddha's light without any hindrance, displaying unrivaled penetrating power. At the same time, Zhang Wushuang's figure violently lunged forward, as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the little shamans. His right hand quickly probed out, his index finger gently pointing, but it contained a domineering and overwhelming might. This finger was like a long rainbow that penetrated heaven and earth, and wherever it passed, space was violently distorted, as if it couldn't withstand the power of this finger, and it could crumble apart at any time. On the path of reincarnation, witness this emperor's Gaijin style. Zhang Wushuang's voice was cold and calm, but the majesty contained within it caused the entire void to tremble. Chapter 135. Is this the spirit realm emperor? That's all. On the path of reincarnation, witness this emperor's Gaijin style. Zhang Wushuang's voice was cold to the bone, without the slightest ripple, but the supreme majesty it contained caused the entire void to start trembling violently. As his words fell, it was only seen that his right arm violently swung downwards, and that finger unexpectedly exuded a monstrous momentum, carrying a stern and incomparable aura as it ruthlessly chopped forward. In an instant, countless stars shone with dazzling light, shooting out from his fingertips as if they were a razor-sharp sword on, releasing a palpitating sword intent, as if they wanted to completely shred everything in the world. Endless divine sunlight blossomed out, and the entire immaculate immortal body became as crystal clear as a glaze, flickering with a brilliant and dazzling light that made it impossible to look directly at it. At that very moment, the little shaman suddenly felt as if they were in the middle of a vast and infinite star river, and in the deepest part of the star river stood a supreme emperor who was looking down on all beings with the posture of a monarch overlooking the world and looking down on all the heavens. This seemingly ordinary and unexceptional finger actually contained the most extreme killing power. Even though little Shammai had practiced the ancient Buddhist scriptures and possessed them to protect his body, when faced with such a terrifying attack, he still felt his soul trembling uncontrollably, and his heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a lot. In the next instant, a trace of pain and struggle suddenly appeared on his face, only to see a Buddha bead consisting of 12 cherry seeds strung together slowly float out from his body, hovering above his head and emitting extremely dazzling and eye-catching Buddha light, like an impenetrable shield that enveloped him tightly, successfully resisting the creepy and horrifying attack. Just at the moment when this Buddha bead appeared, a thrilling Buddha light swept and spread in all directions with his body as the core like a surging wave, reflecting him as if he were a true Buddha descending into the world, displaying an unparalleled majestic aura as if he had already incarnated into an invincible being. He took a step forward, and a bright and splendid golden lotus of the living beings then sprang up under his feet, and with every step he took, the Buddhist rhythm that flowed from his body became more and more dense and deep, as if he was covered in a light veil of glittering golden radiance, bringing a mysterious and inexplicable, never-ending feeling to the people. At the same time, a heart-shattering, magnificent Brahma sound constantly echoed in the void, deafening the ears. Buzz, accompanied by his palms shot out, the sky of golden light quickly converged and condensed into a lofty and huge legal seal, with a mountainous infinite power. Toward the front of the bombardment of suppression and crushing past, this legal seal appeared light gold in color, draped with 10,000 feet of golden awnings, like a mountain that sealed everything, pushed everything horizontally, was invincible, and was able to break down all things. Boom click, the two collided together and a shocking explosion erupted. Destructive power swept out crazily, countless ripples sweeping away and annihilating everything, making all laws inviolable under the dome of the sky. So strong, the little Sandman's heart was slightly in awe. He had even exerted his crushing Shirizi beads, but he was actually just barely able to resist Jiang Wuxuang's physical attack, and was even vaguely suppressed by the other party's physical body. This was too astonishing. Jiang Wuxuang had only just advanced to Great Emperor in just 100 years. You're strong, but still defeated. Jiang Wuxuang's eyes locked onto the little Sandman in front of him, his eyes cold and firm, as if he was speaking of his deepest resolve and conviction. He whispered softly, each word hitting the air like a heavy hammer, before he lifted his feet resolutely and stepped forward. As he took one step forward, his body gradually became taller and taller, and with every step he took, his figure would draw up a large height. In the end, he even stood between heaven and earth like a pillar of the heavens, covering the sky and making the sun and the moon shine. Rumble! An earth-shattering roar came from him as his fists clenched up tightly, and his entire body radiated a palpitatingly terrifying fluctuation. Wisps of blood-red flames blazed around him, reflecting him as if he were a demon god that had descended to the earth from the ancient times. His every movement, every breath, exuded an unrivaled majesty and dominance. Boom! Another dull ringing sound rang out. Jiang Wuxuang's speed was already as fast as it could be, instantly breaking through the boundaries of space and arriving in front of the little shamans in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the little shamans didn't even have time to react in any way. Their eyes suddenly widened, their faces filled with shock and fear. Only a soft p sound could be heard, and one of the little shaman's arms was chopped off hard by Jiang Wuxuang. In an instant, blood gushed out like a fountain, coloring the entire sky. The sight was horrifyingly tragic and shocking. Jiang Wuxuang's eyes revealed an air of indifference to the extreme, as if nothing that happened in front of him could cause the slightest fluctuation in his emotions. It was as if what he had just done was just a perfectly ordinary, insignificant little thing. Right at this moment, only Jiang Wuxuang's figure suddenly flickered and instantly disappeared in place. In the next moment, when he reappeared, he had already arrived behind the little shamans. His left hand quickly reached out, like lightning, and snapped viciously towards the little shaman's shoulder, obviously wanting to lock the little shaman's neck. The little shaman's face immediately became extremely ugly, and his heart was beating wildly. He had never expected that Jiang Wuxuang would be so cruel and decisive that he would take his own life without even saying a word. The little shamans didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow, and immediately exerted all their strength, pushing their entire body's gung-fu and bloodline power in an attempt to ward off this strike from Jiang Wuxuang. However, Jiang Wuxuang's strength was simply too terrifying, and despite the fact that the little sannyasin had used all of his strength, he was still unable to change the situation. His resistance seemed so powerless in front of Jiang Wuxuang that it was ultimately futile. In the next instant, a dull and unmistakable sound rang out as Jiang Wuxuang's left hand grabbed the little Sandman's shoulder. At once, a majestic and great power surged into his body along the shoulders of the little shamans, wreaking havoc in his internal organs and destroying his meridians. Bang! Another low sound came out. The little shaman spit out blood. The body, as if struck by lightning, generally flew out backwards, smashed in not far away from the wall, all the tendons and bones broken, screaming miserably. This is the spirit domain emperor? Nothing more than that. Jiang Wuxuang's face was as calm as water, as if he had just done a trivial and insignificant thing. He took a step towards the little shamans, his body bathed in golden light, like a teenage god of war, mighty and extraordinary. The little shamans climbed up with great difficulty, scarlet blood seeping out of the corners of their mouths non-stop, and their gazes were filled with the color of relief. The time is right. The fate is right. Amitba Buddha, he chanted, and his body slowly rose up, followed by a beam of light dropping down, wrapping his body around him and disappearing into a gust of wind. Chapter 136, The Power of Origin. Ding dong. Host, Spirit Domain Emperor, has gained a strand of origin power. As the little shaman's body transformed into a bit of starlight and dissipated between heaven and earth, a crisp and pleasant system beep sounded like heavenly music into Jiang Wuxuang's ears. His eyes flickered slightly, as if he was a little surprised. He had never expected to be able to obtain such a precious strand of origin power after beheading a spirit domain emperor. This origin power was of extraordinary significance to Jiang Wuxuang. Not only could it drastically enhance his ability to comprehend the rules of the heavenly Tao, but it could also allow him to be more skillful and comfortable with the application of the techniques and aptitudes that he practiced. This marvelous feeling was like a perfect fusion of all the powers together to form an indestructible and powerful force. Jiang Wuxuang couldn't help but start thinking, if he continued to kill other spirit realm emperors, would he get a similar harvest? This thought flashed through his mind, and then the corners of his mouth rose slightly, drawing out a faint smile. His gaze looked around in a circle, as if he could see everything. Finally, his eyes rested on an empty space, where a hint of an unusual aura was vaguely revealed. If you're already here, why hide your head? Jiang Wuxuan's voice was flat and cold, as if it carried an invisible pressure that people did not dare to ignore. His words exploded like thunder in the void, echoing endlessly. As soon as the words fell, only a young figure dressed in white slowly emerged. His gaze gazed at Jiang Wuxuan, and his pupils suddenly contracted violently, a trace of astonishment that was hard to conceal flowing from the depths of his eyes. Obviously, he was surprised that Jiang Wuxuan was able to discover his presence. How did you find me? This white-clothed youth asked, clearly a bit surprised. He was one of the 8 great emperors, practicing many top-notch breath-containing techniques, and it was difficult for anyone inside the same realm to see through, let alone detect his presence. But Jiang Wuxuan saw through it, so how could he not feel shocked? This emperor has noticed you from the very beginning. It's just that you've hidden yourself very well and never revealed yourself. Jiang Wuxuan's voice was calm and incomparable, but that indifferent as beginning tone made people not dare to underestimate it. His eyes gazed tightly at the white-clothed youth in front of him, a brilliant and eye-catching purple-gold divine splendor flickering in his eyes, and his entire aura became several times more powerful in an instant. Right at this moment, a gust of wind suddenly lifted up in the void. An endless purple-gold divine light erupted from within his body like a volcanic eruption, rapidly spreading out and enveloping the entire vastness of space. In the face of such a powerful aura oppression, the white-clothed youth's complexion changed slightly, but a hint of sharp sword intent flashed in his eyes, only to see him raise his head. His gaze was like electricity, directly penetrating through the layers of purple and gold light and stabbing straight at Jiang Wuxuan. Clang! 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 A crisp sword sound resounded through the void, and a purple-gold divine sword that was 3 feet long appeared out of thin air, hovering above the white-clothed youth's head. These divine swords were densely arranged, and each one of them emitted a harsh, cold light, as if they could easily tear through the void, bringing about a strong visual impact and a sense of suffocation. At this moment, the white-clothed youth's eyes reflected the endless purple and gold sword light, as if it was a vast river of stars. Each ray of light contained powerful sword intent, which were constantly rolling and churning in the depths of his pupils, like a volcano that was about to erupt, threatening to erupt at any moment. Snort! With a sharp air-breaking sound, between the white-clothed young man's arm waving, countless purple-gold divine swords were like a flock of frightened birds, whistling as they cut through the void, leaving behind a brilliant and eye-catching trajectory. They carried unrivaled destructive power, like a raging torrent, swooping towards Jiang Wuxuan, vowing to bury him completely. Facing the purple-gold divine sword that came from the sky, a cold color flashed in Jiang Wuxuan's eyes. Only a slight movement of his figure was seen, his feet lightly stepping into the void, instantly spanning a distance of several feet. At the same time, his right hand probed out as swiftly as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he held as many of those countless purple-gold divine swords in his palm as he could. Seeing this scene, the white-clothed youth's eyes suddenly froze for a moment, an incredulous look appearing on his face. However, his reaction was also extremely fast, and he came back to his senses in the blink of an eye, only to see him swing his hands with force, slapping the void. An extremely powerful demonic aura instantly swept out from him. This demonic chi was like substance, quickly converging into a huge and incomparable demonic beast silhouette that raised its voice to the sky and shook the heavens. This demonic beast silhouette was huge, tens of thousands of feet tall, and exuded a terrifying aura. It opened its bloody mouth, its sharp fangs flashed with a cold light, and its pair of big copper bell eyes revealed ferocity and brutality. The 4 thick and powerful claws waved, bringing up gusts of wind as if they were going to tear the entire world apart. Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, this demonic beast silhouette was like a moving mountain as it pounced towards Jiang Wuxuan in a furious manner. This was the silhouette of a demonic powerhouse, containing the overbearing and ferocious power of a demonic beast, and wherever it passed, even the void crumbled apart. Extremely horrifying. Jiang Wuxuan swept his gaze, his complexion unperturbed as he raised his right arm and blasted out a punch, which was plain and unassuming, without any frills, but caused the attack of that demonic beast silhouette to come to a screeching halt, and then it exploded and was easily disintegrated. Jiang Wuxuan's figure did not pause for half a minute, continuing to walk forward, with a monstrous aura erupting from his body, like a round of purple and gold suns blooming, incomparably dazzling, unbridled. Seeing his own proud attack was easily dissolved by Jiang Wuxuan, the white-clothed young man's eyes steeply flashed through an icy cold killing opportunity. A step forward, the palm of his hand once again waved, and all of a sudden the sky's sword intent converged, transformed into thousands of sword rain crazily sprinkled down, covering the sky and covering the sun, as if the doomsday scenario had come down. The demon god bloodline in his body was catalyzed to the extreme, and the 10,000 beasts Dao seed blossomed with endless divine sunlight, and a demonic beast silhouette emerged, each extremely terrifying. possessing the power to suppress the 9 heavens, and devouring towards Jiang Wushuang. Jiang Wushuang's eyes looked disdainfully into the void. With a lofty stance, as if he didn't care about this kind of offense at all, he raised his arm. Countless divine radiance gathered in his palm, actually forming a bright star shadow, glittering and radiating an incomparably bright luster. A palm blasted out, and the void trembled fiercely. But. The next moment, the void constantly resounded with the sound of poofs. The countless sword intent was instantly destroyed, turning into endless debris splattered away, and then the star light broke through everything, killing towards the white-clothed youth. Chapter 137, Beating 2 Emperors in a Row. Spirit realm shaking. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color. The sky collapsed, all laws were destroyed, and everything was reduced to nothingness. The entire heaven and earth were plunged into a dead silence, with only the light of the stars still flickering, like an eternal and indestructible existence. The young man dressed in white was as white as paper, his chest rising and falling dramatically. His left arm had been chopped off, blood flowed out like a spring, dyeing his clothes scarlet and blinding. A miserable state that one couldn't bear to look at. At this moment, he had already lost the courage and fighting spirit to continue fighting, turned around and began to run wildly to escape, the speed of which almost exceeded the limit of what the human eye could capture. Trying to escape somewhere? Jiang Wushuang's tone was unusually calm, but his eyes were locked onto the direction the white-clothed youth had fled. As an extremely cold voice came out of his mouth, the entire void trembled slightly, and then quickly regained its calmness, as if nothing had ever happened just now. However, the white-clothed youth who had disappeared did not reappear. You have no way out, Jiang Wushuang said softly as he slowly raised his right hand, a ray of bright and dazzling starlight jumping and dancing at his fingertips. Immediately after that, he gently pointed a finger forward, and the ray of starlight, as if it had been summoned by some mysterious power, instantly transformed into a purple-gold divine spear, penetrating the void with a thunderous momentum, speeding toward the white-clothed youth, launching a thrilling pursuit. Ah! Only a cry of despair and agony came out as that star-god spear penetrated through the void, piercing through the white-clothed youth's back. His body stiffened there, his head lowered as he looked at the terrifying bloody hole in his chest, the corners of his mouth wriggling. He tried to speak, but he could no longer do so. His eyes dimmed, and he eventually collapsed into the void, his life breath gone. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for consecutively killing 2 spirit realm emperors and obtaining a strand of origin power. In an instant, Jiang Wushuang felt as if his body was being flooded by a surging, pure to the core spiritual qi, causing his entire body to be immersed in the spiritual liquid, as if he was in a pond like a fairyland. The pores of his entire body opened up, hungrily devouring the rich and surging aura as a way to enhance his strength. In the center of Jiang Wushuang's brow, a flash of purple golden light suddenly blossomed, gradually evolving into a mysterious and unpredictable star pattern. The star pattern was profound and incomparably deep, vaguely emitting a wisp of ancient and vicissitudes, as if it had existed since ancient times. And around the perimeter of that purple and gold pattern, surrounded by 5 colorful divine patterns, they shimmered with colorful light and surrounded the star pattern tightly, making it appear even more splendid and dazzling. Jiang Wushuang was puzzled as the Tao seed in his body began to operate at a rapid pace, and the 5 elements divine seal shone with a brilliant and dazzling light. At the same time, a strange Tao rhythm quietly spread out and merged into the star pattern, causing the star pattern to become brighter and brighter. At this moment, the heavens and earth trembled violently, and endless strange sights were revealed. The reason why such a situation had occurred was because 2 emperors had tragically died one after another, causing the rules of heaven and earth to emit a mournful cry. A dark cloud as black as ink rolled and roared like a raging sea wave, quickly covering the vast expanse of heaven and earth. Thunder intertwined and intertwined, forming a palpitating power grid. Storms raged and roared, as if they were going to tear everything apart. Arcs of electricity flickered and flashed, as if silver snakes danced about, constituting an apocalyptic and terrifying scene. This scene caused the faces of numerous people to change slightly. What in the world has happened? Why has there been such a sudden and drastic change? A puzzled look appeared in many people's gazes as they looked up at the sky, but they were unable to gain any insight into the exact situation. Just then, a shocked cry suddenly came from the crowd. This is an emperor falling. Once these words were uttered, many people couldn't help but freeze, and a shocked and incomparable look then appeared on their faces. An emperor has fallen. Who is it? They didn't dare to think too much and looked up at the sky dome, but unfortunately, there was nothing else but golden blood rain and thunderstorms, and those visions quickly dissipated and returned to their original state. Just now, is it true? Many were dumbfounded. Did an emperor really die? The crowd's minds were filled with such thoughts, their eyes frozen. The Emperor Realm characters were so rare, each one was in existence standing at the peak of the martial way. Stomping one's foot could shake the heavens and earth. And now that there was an emperor who had died, it was an incomparably huge shock for them. Hard to believe. Not only that, in another area, there were also many people gazing at the vision in the firmament. These people had extraordinary cultivation. At least all of them were at the quasi-emperor realm, but when they saw the scene in that area, their complexions all froze there, their hearts raising shocking waves. Someone killed an emperor. Many of the strongest gazes frozen in that. Pupils slightly contracted under the heart-thumping straight jump. Great Emperor in the spirit domain belongs to the top characters, not to mention the characters above the Great Emperor. But today was actually killed. This is too shocking. Who is it? Many asked in low voices. Not sure. It seems to be in the Sea of Bitterness. A strong man mused and spoke, and the rest of them quieted down. The Sea of Bitterness was a mysterious and boundless forbidden land. It was said that the area contained the opportunity to transcend the Emperor realm, but there was an inexplicable and terrifying threat. And not a few people were willing to set foot in that area. Only once that Buddhist emperor stepped into it. I did not expect to fall today. It is really saddening and emotional. This is a great thing to be praised. At this moment, in the depths of a vast palace complex, there was a line of figures traveling in the air. Their temperament was transcendent. Like immortals, the leader was a handsome and dashing young man. His appearance was extremely outstanding, and he had a lofty aura. His body exuded a burst of holy divine light, giving people a sense of auspiciousness. Their goal is none other than the Sea of Bitterness. It wasn't just them. At this moment, all of the major forces in the spirit domain sent many powerful people to the Sea of Bitterness, wanting to explore the secret of that emperor's fall. Meanwhile, in a remote mountain village, a white-clothed figure sat cross-legged on top of the bed, his long hair draped over his shoulders. His face was angular and handsome, and even though his eyes were closed, he could still feel the sharpness emanating from his body. I didn't expect to have killed 2 emperors in a row. This Jiang Wushuang is really something, the white-clothed youth muttered, his eyes snapping open, shooting out 2 cold auras as if they were trying to pierce through the void. But I do hope you continue to grow, so that it becomes more fun. The corners of the white-clothed youth's mouth sketched out a smile, and then he closed his eyes once again, as if nothing had changed. Or perhaps, he was simply a bystander who did nothing. Chapter 138, Knowing My True Name. You have no regrets in death. The Sea of Bitterness. Jiang Wushuan was like an immortal, sitting quietly in the void of the sea island, a rich and mysterious reincarnation aura emanating from his body. This aura grew thicker and thicker, as if an invisible shield enveloped it. If one looked closely, one could find that within that reincarnation aura, there was also a hint of a faintly visible aura of the Great Tao. This trace of Great Tao aura was exceptionally weak, but it contained endless subtlety and depth. It was like a fine thread, hidden among the power of reincarnation, and only the truly strong could detect its existence. And with his extraordinary perception and insight, Jiang Wushuang successfully comprehended and integrated this trace of the Great Tao's aura, allowing his strength to rise to the next level. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the void without warning. This hurricane was like a wild devil dancing about, wantonly tearing everything around it, even blowing on Jiang Wushuan's body, causing his robes to hunt and his long black hair to fly with the wind. However, Jiang Wushuan was as steady as a mountain in the face of such a violent storm. His eyes snapped open, and a palpitatingly terrifying fluctuation instantly swept out. In the blink of an eye, the originally raging and surging hurricane was like being smoothed out by a big invisible hand, and calmness was restored in the blink of an eye. Finally, Jiang Wushuang's voice was as calm as water, but his eyes flashed with a bright light, as if he was able to penetrate 10,000 miles of emptiness. His gaze traveled through the layers of clouds and fog, looking into the distance. There, a group of blurry figures were speeding towards the side at an extremely fast speed. Knock! Knock! There is the sound of war drums rumbling, trembling human eardrums. Accompanied by the sound of war drums came with a burst of solemn horn sound, resonating in the sky, shaking the Qiankuan. Knock! The last bell sound came in a leisurely manner, the aftermath sound curling up and unceasingly, as if it was an immortal sound from beyond the 9 heavens, or like the sound of the ancient times in the depths of the universe. However, the moment this bell sounded, the entire heavenly dome unexpectedly trembled violently, seemingly shaken by an indescribable force. Immediately afterward, the originally calm sky became windy, lightning and thunder, and the entire world was thrown into a state of chaos. At the same time, a mysterious figure swept through the void in a hurry, landing on top of the sea not far away like a meteor. Each of these figures exuded a powerful aura. Their eyes were cold and indifferent, tightly locking onto Jiang Wushuang, who was standing in place, with intense killing opportunities surging like a tidal wave. Who are you? How dare you trespass here? One of the strong men at the head of the group shouted loudly, his voice as deafening as a great bell. The rest of the crowd chimed in, their faces showing displeasure. In the face of the crowd's questioning, the corners of Jiang Wushuang's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile, but his eyes were unusually firm and calm. He slowly opened his mouth. His voice was not too loud and not too small, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. A member of the Jiang clan, Jiang Wushuang, knowing my true name, you have no regrets in death. Before the words fell, Jiang Wushuang's body shifted and instantly transformed into a dazzling golden light, rushing straight towards the center of the crowd at an astonishing speed. His movements were as fast as lightning, so that no one could react in time, only to see his arm gently waved, and immediately countless purple thunderbolts shot out from his hand, carrying a heaven-destroying aura as they fiercely bombarded towards the crowd. The power of these thunderbolts was extremely terrifying, as if a giant dragon was rising up in the air and pouncing on the enemy with teeth and claws. Wherever they passed, space was torn out with a black crack, as if they were going to swallow up the entire heaven and earth. The three strong men who bore the brunt of the attack were caught off guard and were directly struck by the thunder, their bodies' defenses instantly collapsing and their blood spurting out wildly. The remaining 7 powerhouses, on the other hand, cast their own magic treasures in an attempt to fend off Jiang Wushuang's attacks. Each of these magic treasures has its own characteristics. Some are shaped like swords, with chilling light, some are shaped like shields, indestructible, and others are like pagodas, lofty and magnificent. Each of the magic treasures shone with a bright and dazzling light, containing endless power. For a time, various rays of light intertwined together, forming a brilliant and colorful picture. However, despite the extraordinary power of these magic treasures, they still appeared to be a bit out of reach in front of Jiang Wushuang's overbearing and overwhelming thunder. Unbridled, someone roared. He didn't expect Jiang Wushuang to make a move without saying a word. He now had quite an anger in his heart that the enemy not only did not surrender, but took the initiative. This made him feel humiliated, and he had to suppress Jiang Wushuang by thunderous means in order to wash away this shame. Bang! Bang! However, before the other party could touch Jiang Wushuang, all of those magic treasures stopped in midair and could no longer move forward, as if there was something blocking them. A few people's eyes showed puzzlement. How could their magic treasures stay in the air? Had they encountered an obstacle? In the next moment, only Jiang Wushuang waved his palm, and instantly those stalled magic treasures continued forward again, fiercely blasting above the chest of the person who had just spoken. Pust! Blood splattered and screams resounded above the sky. That strong person spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was full of unwillingness. His body flew out backwards and crashed into the vast ocean, falling without even a chance to struggle. Hiss! The remaining 6 people sucked in a breath of cool air as a look of horror appeared on their faces. What had just happened was too fast. It didn't give them a chance to think at all. It was over in the blink of an eye, and the man didn't even have a chance to resist before he died right under their noses. What's going on? Is it hard to believe we're seeing things? The crowd murmured and stared in disbelief at the sight before them. A person who was alive and kicking just now, but in a flash, his corpse was gone, and they didn't notice at all what was going on. As if a mysterious and powerful force appeared out of thin air, and hardened the person and cut him off. Such bizarre things made them feel their scalps explode and chills run down their spines. Who on earth are you? We've never heard of the name Jiang family. There was a strong man who stood out and drank at Jiang Wushuang, but his feet couldn't help but step back. He was afraid of death. After all, the means that Jiang Wushuang had just displayed were too bizarre to be understood. Their cultivation levels had all reached the peak of quasi-emperor great perfection and were about to step into the great emperor realm. Yet they were as fragile as children in front of Jiang Wushuang. It's normal that you don't know, because you don't deserve to know at all. The corners of Jiang Wushuang's mouth sketched out an evil smile. Since you guys took the initiative to come up and lead yourselves to death, then this emperor will not be polite. As the words fell, a majestic and vast reincarnation rule breath surged from his body, as if it was surging like an ocean, drowning the 9 heavens, and he stretched out his right hand, his palm prints tumbling, with terrifying rules and order entwining around it, as if it possessed the power to destroy everything. In an instant, that person's pupils tightened as he raised his hand, and the same strong and boundless rule order exploded out, wanting to intercept that palm print. Unfortunately, his power seemed so small and weak in front of Jiang Wushuang, and was easily crushed. Escape! Not knowing which of the powerhouses cried out, his body retreated violently and turned into a stream of light, fleeing in the opposite direction. However, Jiang Wushuang's palm print still spread in the void, enveloping the heavens and earth, covering the sun and moon as if they were endless, and covering down towards that person. Fight you! Only to see that person cursing angrily, his body blooming with unparalleled light. An even stronger force erupted from within him, as if a certain treasure had been stimulated, blooming with endless holy light. Rumble! At this moment, 2 extremely powerful rule forces, like two roaring dragons, violently collided together in the void. In an instant, the entire void was filled with violent vibrations, emitting an earth-shattering roar as if it was going to tear apart this heaven and earth. Along with this loud sound, a terrifying storm swept out from the collision, like a heaven-destroying torrent, spreading out at an astonishing speed. Everything seemed so small and fragile in the face of this terrible storm. The man who tried to escape, despite his best efforts to do so, ended up being mercilessly caught in the middle of it. His body was gradually eroded and worn down by the storm until it completely disappeared into that endless destruction, as if it had never existed. The cultivators who were fleeing around were not spared either. Jiang Wushuang exerted a mysterious and unpredictable means that firmly imprisoned them in the void, making it impossible for them to move a single bit. These cultivators could only watch themselves fall into a desperate situation, their hearts filled with despair and fear. "Who the hell are you?" The remaining 5 had been scared out of their wits as they asked in trembling voices, their eyes filled with incomparable fear. They deeply felt the icy killing intent emanating from Jiang Wushuang's body, as if they were facing a demon from hell. However, Jiang Wushuang did not answer their questions. Only a dazzling light suddenly flashed from his brow, and immediately afterward, a splendid and dazzling golden divine tripod slowly rose from his forehead and hovered above his head. This divine cauldron emitted 10,000 feet of golden light, just like a supreme immortal king descending into the world, mighty and extraordinary, inspiring a feeling of awe. Under the glow of this divine cauldron, Jiang Wushuang's entire person became majestic, as if he was in control of the most powerful force in heaven and earth. His eyes were cold and determined, revealing an unrivaled aura. At this moment, he was like a lord standing above the pinnacle, looking down on all living things. Chapter 139, Solo Battle Against the 3 Great Emperors of the Spirit Realm. That's wonderful. I didn't expect a fellow like you to actually appear in the lower realms. Just at this time, an indifferent voice rang out, and Shiman Luyan walked from the void with her long white legs. She wore a long fuchsia robe. Her beautiful eyes were narrow and bright. Her skin was crystal clear. Her figure was slender. Her demeanor was elegant and dignified, and she had a noble and holy temperament. "I still hope that Lord Empress will rescue us." Seeing Shiman Lonely Smoke appear, those cultivators who were confined in the void immediately revealed an ecstatic look and hurriedly knelt down to plead. "Humph. Waste stuff." Shiman Lonely Smoke's gaze indifferently swept a glance at them. Her tone was incomparably cold, and immediately afterward, with a wave of her big hand, there were actually countless bright star rays spilling down, illuminating the void. "Ah, no!" Miserable screams came from afar, mournful and painful. Those cultivators who were originally confined, all of them were pierced through by this smear of starlight, their fleshly bodies annihilated on the spot, dying without a burial place. Jiang Wushuang's face was flat as he looked at Shiman Lone Smoke and said, "You're really ruthless. Thanks for the compliment." After Shiman Lonely Smoke nodded slightly, only to see her jade hand gently pointing, a purplish-red sword chi immediately broke through the air and whistled out. The speed of this sword chi was staggeringly fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Jiang Wushuang. Its sharpness was unimaginable, as if it could cut through heaven and earth, as if it was about to tear Jiang Wushuang's flesh apart in the next moment. Bang! Just in the nick of time, the ancient tripod above Jiang Wushuang's head suddenly blossomed with a dazzling 10,000 feet of light, as heavy as a mountain. In an instant, the wisp of sword chi was completely blocked and suppressed to death. Buzz! At the same time, the ancient tripod began to tremble slightly, emitting a low and majestic sound. Along with the sound, countless mysterious and ancient rules emerged from the ancient tripod. These rules intertwined and fused with each other, ultimately forming a rune that shimmered with a strange light and was deeply imprinted on the tripod wall. Each rune contained endless power and mysteries, causing the entire ancient tripod to become more and more terrifying and powerful. "That's a nice tripod you have." Shiman Lone Smoke sized up the divine tripod with interest for a few moments, a hint of blazing color appearing in his eyes. Between the swings of his palms, the sky's sword chi surged like a tidal wave, converging into a bright and dazzling silver-white lance. The body of the gun flashed with cold light, as dazzling as a star, on which there was even a powerful and unparalleled gun aura gulping uncertainly, and the sharpness of the gas overflowed and flowed. She gripped the silver-white lance tightly and took a step forward with her feet. Her body's aura was majestic, as if she had become one with heaven and earth. As she moved, the space around her seemed to be torn apart, revealing a dark and deep rift. Immediately afterward, she once again stabbed out a shot. This shot appeared to be ordinary and uninteresting, but it contained a unique flavor, as if it was a great coincidence. Returning to the basics, wherever the tip of the gun passed, the void shattered and rippled. Endless fronts converged at a single point, forming a heaven-destroying torrent that swept toward that divine cauldron. However, just as the silver-white spear was only half an inch away from that divine cauldron, Jiang Wuxuan's face suddenly became unusually cold, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes, only to see his right hand swing violently. He offered out the divine tripod. In an instant, that ancient and mysterious divine cauldron rapidly expanded and grew larger as if it had been given life. Countless mysterious and inexplicable Tao patterns emerged and covered the surface of the divine cauldron, emitting heart-pounding and terrifying fluctuations. At this time, the divine cauldron was like a falling sun, shining brightly and blazing hotly, so that people did not dare to look directly at it. Thud! Accompanied by a low and melodious bell sound, that divine tripod heavily smashed down on top of the silver-white spear, erupting with incomparably brilliant light, and an invisible force swept through the 8 directions. Under the push of this shockwave, the entire island below was overturned, and 10,000 layers of waves were stirred up in the sea, an extremely spectacular sight. But, after only a brief moment of stalemate, the silver-white spear collapsed on the spot, being shattered into powder and dissipating into thin air. Shimen Lonely Smoke stifled a grunt, a trace of blood spilling out from the corner of her mouth, her pretty face a little pale. Obviously, she had suffered a loss under the hard blows just now. Benjun said you wouldn't be a match for him on your own. Right at this moment, the originally calm void suddenly shook violently, as if it was about to be torn apart. Immediately afterward, 2 figures slowly emerged from that void. The man on the left was dressed in a gorgeous suit as black as ink, his long hair hanging down to his waist and fluttering in the wind. His face was so handsome that it was almost demonic, yet there was a hint of unspeakable evil, especially those scarlet blood-like eyes. They exuded a strange and eerie light that made people look at them with fear. The man on the other side, on the other hand, was wearing a gray linen tunic. He was tall and lanky, with dark and rough skin, and his entire body exuded a strong and extreme aura of fury and ferocity, which could make normal people's hearts tremble and their bones creep out just by looking at him. These 2 people were clearly Emperor Hongyu and Emperor Bai Feng of the 8 emperors of the spirit domain. Their strength was unfathomable and could be described as terrifying. Kind of funny. Want to go 3 for 1? Jiang Wuxuan's gaze was cold as he stared at Emperor Hongyu and Emperor Bai Feng. Just now, they were hiding in the shadows. Only they didn't show themselves at first. It wasn't until it was clear that Shimen Lone Smoke was no match for him that he jumped out of the hidden void. Emperor Hongyu sneered and laughed. That depends on whether you're worth the 3 of us joining forces. Before the words fell, rolling demonic chi surged out from his body, transforming into a pitch-black mist that shrouded the heavens and earth, causing the entire space to fall into a dimness that made it impossible to reach out and see. White Phoenix Emperor naturally would not show weakness, only to see a raging sea of fire suddenly emerge behind him. The roaring flames erupted like a volcano, rushing straight into the sky, instantly enveloping this space completely. At this moment, the 3 of them each occupied one side of the heaven and earth, simultaneously displaying a palpitating and chillingly terrifying power, like a raging and surging torrent, sweeping towards Jiang Wuxuan in a heavenly manner. In an instant, the area was filled with the aura of raging destruction. The sky was dark, the sun and the moon had no light, as if the end had come. However, in the face of such might, Jiang Wuxuan remained calm, his eyes as deep as an abyss, without any fear. Only seeing his arm lightly raised, he violently blasted a fist forward, and a bright and dazzling golden yellow light blossomed out. Accompanied by the flash of light, a gigantic and incomparable divine phoenix silhouette suddenly emerged. Its body was more than 10,000 meters long, its wings unfolded to a width of 1,000 feet, and its body was burning with golden yellow flames, like a round of dazzling sun, emitting an incomparable blazing aura and splendid light. Wherever the divine phoenix shadow passed, all laws retreated, as if everything in the world had to pay homage to it. This divine phoenix shadow carried an endless majesty and domineering aura, charging straight ahead with a mountainous momentum, facing the attacks of those 3 powerful enemies directly. For a time, the void resounded with earth-shattering roars, energy aftershocks stirred everywhere, and the entire space trembled. Chapter 140, God's Might Covers the World. Kill! The White Phoenix Emperor's brows furrowed tightly, his face filled with rage as he let out a roar from his mouth, and a 9-headed fire luan silhouette instantly surfaced above his body. These shadows were surrounded by heart-pounding flames, and each one of them was lifelike. As if they really existed, they opened their huge mouths and spewed out 9 terrifying fireballs, as if they were going to burn everything to the ground. Rumble! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the divine phoenix shadow and the 9 balls of fire ruthlessly collided together, and then simultaneously exploded. Terrifying power raged everywhere, turning the surrounding space into a chaotic void. Boom! 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 Immediately afterward, the 3 figures stormed backward at the same time, their breath becoming extremely disorganized, their eyes filled with surprise and disbelief, and their faces became unusually ugly. Although neither one of them had the advantage in that strike just now, they were already able to tell a thing or two. Shiman Lone Smoke is slightly worse. The White Phoenix Emperor was slightly stronger by a thread, but it wasn't even close to the Hongyu Emperor. But they were all suppressed by Jiang Wushuan's strike, so it could be seen how terrifying Jiang Wushuan's battle power was. There's absolutely no way your strength was cultivated in the lower realms. Emperor Hongyu gazed at Jiang Wushuan, his tone revealing a hint of icy coldness. How could a place with imperfect rules like the lower realm possess such a heaven-defying character? And to be able to resist the attacks of 3 of their Empyrean powerhouses with the strength of a single person was simply unthinkable and shouldn't exist at all. Jiang Wushuan swept a glance at him with a calm demeanor, not wanting to bother with the other party at all. He lightly lifted his arm and instantly slapped out several divine abilities, and in an instant, several huge dragons with golden light rose up in the air, roaring sounds resounding through the heavens and earth, exuding a palpitatingly berserk might, like a hungry tiger pouncing on a tiger and swooping towards the White Phoenix Emperor. Emperor White Phoenix's pupils contracted violently for a moment as an inexplicable chill surged through his heart. This power surprisingly caused him to not even be able to help but feel a hint of danger, as if he was facing the threat of death. True dragon treasure art? Emperor Honyu's face suddenly changed drastically. Hearing Emperor Honyu's exclamation of surprise, the eyes of Emperor White Phoenix and Shiman Lonely Smoke were also slightly shaken. This level of treasure art was extremely rare. Even strong people like them had never possessed it before. Who would have thought that Jiang Wushuan, a person from the lower realm, would have mastered such a powerful treasure art? However, even in the face of such a strong enemy, they had no fear. Instead, a more terrifying aura permeated their bodies. Swish! Only a crunching sound was heard as they simultaneously stepped forward. The void under their feet trembled violently, and they were actually hardened by stepping out countless cracks. Phoenix soars to the 9 heavens. In the next second, the White Phoenix Emperor's figure flickered and appeared in midair like an instant, only to see an incomparably bright divine light blossom from his body. His entire body transformed into a huge flaming divine bird, burning with blazing flames, his wings spreading out, covering the sky and the sun, carrying endless blazing heat towards the golden dragon to kill. The golden dragon's shadow let out an angry roar. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and waved its thick dragon claws, emitting a heart-pounding, terrifying might as it suppressed towards the White Phoenix Emperor like an ancient mountain in the beginning of time. In an instant, the golden dragon and the fire phoenix ruthlessly collided together, emitting an earth-shattering roar. The entire space trembled as if it was about to be torn apart. Endless energy shockwaves raged in all directions, and wherever they passed, all laws were extinguished, the void was shattered, and sparks splashed in all directions, forming a chaotic area. And right at that moment, Shiman Lone Smoke also struck out. With a wave of her jade hand, a crystal-clear long sword suddenly appeared in her hand. The body of the sword shone with a mysterious light, as dazzling as the stars above the 9 heavens. The blade of the sword flowed with a brilliant light, sharp and unrivaled, as if it was able to cut through everything in the world. And with a gentle stroke, it drew a wonderful and unparalleled arc, like a shooting star across the sky, speeding towards Jiang Wushuan. This sword-on was extremely fast, like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it crossed a distance of thousands of miles. During the flight, the sword-awnings continuously shot out billions of rays of haze light, bright and dazzling, as if a small sun was blooming in the air. Every single haze contained extremely terrifying power, enough to easily pierce through a divine mountain and destroy a side of the cave heaven. Jiang Wushuan's eyes were as cold as ice, and his body exuded a powerful and incomparable aura, as if he was towering like a high mountain. Each of his movements carried the sound of wind and thunder, giving people an unrivaled feeling of shock, only to see him wave his arm. A bright and dazzling light suddenly erupted, surging like a volcanic eruption. This light contained endless thunder power, as if it was the most terrifying source of power in heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, all this thunder power quickly converged together to form a huge and incomparable lightning spear. The spear was more than 100 feet long, its body glittering with dazzling lightning, and it was inscribed with densely packed mysterious runes. Just like a supreme divine weapon, the aura emanating from this lightning spear was palpable, as if it was the messenger of world destruction. Wherever it passed, the void was torn apart, leaving behind a black rift, as if it was the site of doom. Accompanied by a sharp air-breaking sound, the lightning spear sped towards Shiman Lone Smoke at an astonishing speed. Its speed was as fast as lightning crossing the sky, almost making it impossible for people to react. Shiman Lonely Smoke's face changed slightly, but she didn't panic in the slightest, only to see her hands quickly forming seals. She softly shouted under her breath, "Seal!" In an instant, the spiritual energy of her entire body surged up like a tidal wave, forming a thick shield. At the same time, countless golden divine seals flew out from her body and surrounded her circumference, constantly rotating. These divine seals intertwined with each other, ultimately forming a mysterious and incomparable formation. This formation shone with a golden light, protecting Shiman Luoyan tightly within it, forming an impenetrable line of defense. However, in the face of the incoming lightning spears, this line of defense appeared somewhat fragile. When the lightning spear struck the formation diagram, it let out an earth-shattering roar. The entire formation diagram trembled violently, and the light on it became bright and dim, as if it would collapse at any moment. However, Shiman Luoyan did not give up. She pushed her spiritual energy with all her might, trying to maintain the stability of the formation diagram. With her efforts, the formation diagram barely resisted the lightning spear's attack, but it was only temporary. As time passed, the light on the formation diagram grew dimmer and dimmer, and it was clear that it could no longer hold on. But right at this critical moment, Emperor White Phoenix and Emperor Han Yu unexpectedly struck out at the same time. Only the feathered wings behind the White Phoenix Emperor were seen to open violently, and in an instant, a mysterious and dazzling ray of divine light emerged, illuminating the entire void as if it were immortal light. Chirp! The White Phoenix Emperor tilted his head and let out a clear and melodious chirp, and that sound was like a phoenix hissing, resounding through the clouds. Immediately afterward, a bright and dazzling white light gushed out from her wings, instantly transforming into countless powerful and unrivaled sword chi that swept toward the golden dragon shadow like a surging tide, completely submerging it. On the other side, Emperor Han Yu held up an immense bronze coffin with both hands. The coffin slowly opened, and a dark lid was violently lifted up, a monstrous evil chi gushing out as if it was going to corrode and devour the entire void. Immediately after that, he flexed his fingers and flicked, and a gray mist suddenly flew out from within the pitch-black coffin, as if it were a ghost floating in the void. In the blink of an eye, this gray mist appeared above Jiang Wuxuang's head and kept rolling and surging. The three emperors had executed such a terrifying killing move at the same time, clearly wanting to put Jiang Wuxuang to death. Seeing this scene, the corners of Jiang Wuxuang's mouth sketched up a sneer. Just with you guys, you want to kill this emperor? His voice was cold and disdainful, as if he was mocking the insouciance of these emperors. Kill! With a roar, Jiang Wuxuang's body erupted with an unrivaled aura. His eyes glittered with a disdainful look, and his entire person was like a god of war, radiating endless majesty, only to see him raise his hand and blast out a fist, which contained the power of the Wheel of Life. The fist-on was like a bolt of lightning cutting through the void, carrying the power of destroying the sky and the earth as it ruthlessly smashed into those incoming sword-ons. In an instant, only an earth-shattering roar could be heard. Wherever the fist-awnings passed, the sword-awnings crumbled and dissipated into countless fragments in the air. The divine light in the sky also disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared. However, the fist-on did not stop advancing because of this. It was still unstoppable as it swept across the void, spreading out with an overwhelming aura of the reincarnation avenue. This aura was so powerful that it was as if it was going to devour the entire dome of the sky, causing people to tremble. Chapter 141, This Emperor is right here. Who dares to come here to die? Above the 9 heavens, thunder and lightning, wild winds roared, and flames blazed, as if the end had come. Shiman Lonely Smoke's fist energy swept across as if destroying the sky and the earth, and wherever it went, the sky and the earth seemed to be crumbling and collapsing. Bang! Only an earth-shattering roar could be heard as the fists and the attacks of the three great emperors ruthlessly collided together, instantly triggering a world-shattering explosion. The void was torn to smithereens as an endless energy frenzy surged and surged, like a torrent that destroyed everything, swallowing up everything around it and turning it into nothingness. In front of this terrifying power, anything seemed so fragile and powerless that it could not be hit. Even an existence as powerful as the emperor level would have difficulty resisting such an onslaught. The three great emperors stifled a grunt as their bodies involuntarily flew backward, spewing a mouthful of blood out of their mouths as they fell in a sorry state onto the sea island that had long since been in pieces, their complexions shriveled and their breaths weak. And Shiman Lone Smoke's face was even more grave to the extreme. Her originally wrinkled face appeared even older at the moment, as if the years had left even deeper traces on her, and her entire aura had also become extremely depressed. Obviously, that hard blow just now had inflicted extremely serious damage on her, causing her to endure immense pressure and pain, which belonged to the power of reincarnation. The other White Phoenix Emperor and Emperor Han Yu were no better. Although they didn't spit out blood, their breath became disorganized and their bodies staggered. They couldn't even stand up. This encounter was a complete crush, and they were not opponents at all. The three Spirit Realm Emperors did not expect that Jiang Wuxuan would be this strong. Jiang Wuxuan condescendingly looked down at the three great emperors and said in a calm tone, "You have lost." The White Phoenix Emperor's face was ugly to the extreme as he gritted his teeth and said, "I really didn't expect you to have cultivated to this realm, worthy of being the legendary Immaculate Dao Body." Immaculate Dao Body? This emperor's physique is not something that you can speculate on. Jiang Wushuang said indifferently. Now it's time to send you on your way. Just as the words had just fallen, Jiang Wushuang's body suddenly erupted with a dazzling 10,000-foot golden haze. In the blink of an eye, it was as if his entire body had transformed into a majestic, golden god of war. One could only see the muscles of his entire body rapidly bulging like blowing up a balloon, and each muscle contained a marvelous sense of explosiveness and strength, exuding an extremely ferocious and mighty aura, which made it difficult to breathe, and even a feeling of being about to be suffocated. Immediately after that, he slowly raised his right hand, and in the center of his palm, hot and bright golden ons violently gushed out, which quickly converged and condensed into a huge and incomparable golden lance. This long gun was nearly 100 meters long. The body of the gun flickered with terrifying energy fluctuations that caused one's heart to palpitate and chill, as if it was cast from pure gold, radiant and exceptionally eye-catching and dazzling. Under the precise control of Jiang Wushuang's powerful intent, this golden lance carried an unrivaled and overwhelming pressure as it sped towards the White Phoenix Emperor at an astonishing speed. Wherever it passed through, it was as if the void had been hardened and torn open, revealing a deep, dark, bottomless passageway. At this moment, everything in the world was trembling under his feet, as if they felt the unrivaled majesty and domineering aura from him. And in this thrilling moment, only a dull and depressing tearing sound could be heard resounding through the heavens and the earth. The golden lance pierced through the White Phoenix Emperor's chest as fiercely as if it were a flash of lightning and nailed it dead center on top of the sea island's hard stone wall. White Phoenix! Emperor Hongyu's face was filled with shock and disbelief. He had completely failed to anticipate that Jiang Wushuang's strength would be so terrifying. With just one move, Jiang Wushuang nailed the White Phoenix Emperor to the hard stone wall, making it impossible for him to move a single inch. Jiang Wushuang, you killed 2 emperors of my spirit domain one after another, and now you've even seriously injured the Dharma body of Emperor White Phoenix. Aren't you worried that all of us in the spirit domain will unite to launch an attack on you? Shiman Lonely Smoke finally couldn't hold back his inner rage and couldn't help but open his mouth to remind Jiang Wushuang. She had originally wanted to make a move to punish Jiang Wushuang, but she didn't expect that not only did she get hitched herself, but even the White Phoenix Emperor and the Hongyu Emperor were no match for her. However, Jiang Wushuang smiled without fear, his eyes revealing a firmness and confidence. It was as if he didn't give a damn in the face of the spirit domain's threat. It's just a small domain. What does this emperor have to fear? Jiang Wushuang laughed openly, his expression incomparably arrogant, not hiding his contempt and disdain for the various imperial forces in the spirit domain. He stood steadily above the sky, just like a divine emperor that stood on top of the sky, radiating an unrivaled majesty and domineering aura. His gaze was like 2 streaks of lightning as it swept over the 3 below, the White Phoenix Emperor and the Hongyu Emperor, and everyone who was touched by his gaze couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. This emperor is right here. Who dares to come here to lead the death? Jiang Wushuang's voice was flat to the extreme, but it contained endless pressure and power. It was as if these words had transformed into a thunderbolt, spreading throughout the entire spirit domain at an astonishing speed, and spreading outwards continuously, covering an area of more than 1 billion miles in circumference. For a time, the entire spirit domain was in an uproar. All the living beings were shocked by these words as they felt Jiang Wushuang's terrifying strength and unbeatable aura. Fear and uneasiness welled up in many people's hearts, and there were even some timid beings who were directly paralyzed with fear, unable to move. It's too rampant. It's too cocky. It's so arrogant. Simply not putting the major powers of the spiritual domain in their eyes. Soon, though, everyone reacted. Who is this speaking voice? Don't know. Never heard of it. What the hell is he? In the spiritual domain, many powerful people were frowning. This was because Jiang Wushuang's voice was unfamiliar, and did not sound like certain great emperors amongst the spirit domain, but more like a newly risen supreme heavenly pride. However, when was such a young super heavenly pride born in this spirit domain, and why had they never seen it before? Immediately afterward, 2 Dao palaces suddenly appeared in the void, emitting an endless pressure and mysterious aura. Each Dao palace was like a separate world that contained endless mysteries and power. As the Dao palace appeared, 2 figures slowly stepped out. They were clad in 10,000-foot haze, just like the gods of heaven descending to earth, and one did not dare to look directly at them. Their breath was so vast and boundless that it seemed as if they were able to suppress the 8 wastelands and 6 worlds, causing the entire heaven and earth to tremble. In an instant, the atmosphere of the spirit domain became even weirder, and the expressions of all the strongest people became incredibly grave, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. They all looked into the distant sky, their gazes revealing a deep sense of awe. That's the direction of the Sea of Bitterness, an old monster murmured in a low voice, a hint of doubt and incomprehension in his voice. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if he wanted to see through that nothingness, but he was never able to. Another powerhouse said with a face full of suspicion, How could such a terrifying existence be birthed in the sea of bitterness? Could it be that my eyes are blurred? Perhaps there is some unknown secret hidden there. Another person speculated. Perhaps an emperor has fallen here, causing a heavy treasure to appear? All sorts of thoughts welled up in the hearts of the many powerful people, their heartbeats involuntarily speeding up, as if there was an invisible force tugging at them, making them yearn and long for that mysterious sea of bitterness. This news spread quickly like a plague, spreading throughout the entire spirit domain in just a few moments. For a time, the entire spirit domain was caught up in a huge sensation as countless forces and powerhouses began to stir, and an unprecedented storm was about to sweep through. Could it be that a great secret is about to be revealed? Why do I think there's something fishy about this? First, an emperor suddenly fell, and then I heard someone clamoring for the entire spirit region. Could there be some kind of conspiracy hidden behind this? In an instant, in the spirit domain, many powerful people were startled and rushed in the direction of the sea of bitterness. Even some of the quasi-emperors and great emperors who were in seclusion opened their eyes and cast astonished gazes. They wanted to get a piece of the pie, but they were blocked by a wisp if any chi at the periphery of the sea of bitterness. And no matter how hard they tried, they were never able to get close to the sea of bitterness. And in the end, they could only leave with regret and continue with their seclusion. Not long after, near the sea of bitterness, 2 of the 8 emperors arrived in unison, their faces cold and their killing auras skyward. Chapter 142, How many come today? How many will be beheaded? As many as come today, behead as many as you can. Jiang Wushuang made a move with his right hand, and an ancient bronze halberd entered his hand, and as this halberd entered his hand, a terrifying ripple swept in all directions, causing one to tremble. Boom! There was a loud bang, as deafening as a thunderbolt exploding in the 9 heavens. Jiang Wushuang took the lead, urging his ancient bronze halberd, striking out with a spear. The void collapsed, as if a flood beast was pouncing, with a horrifying aura. Unbridled, the 2 emperors angrily rebuked and raised their hands to offer up their imperial weapons to fend them off. At the same time, Shimon's solitary smoke and Emperor Hongyu glanced at each other, and with their hearts in their mouths, they struck out at the same time, exercising their divine abilities and striking out a killing spell, blocking the void and blocking the path of retreat. Humph! Unbearable! The corners of Jiang Wushuang's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a disdainful smile as the ancient bronze halberd in his hand swung up, bringing up an endless surge of divine sunlight, like a round of brilliant sun rising, illuminating the 9 hells and melting the void. That blazing light, like a volcano erupting, surged, and wherever it passed, everything was turned into ashes. How is this possible? The 2 emperors' faces changed drastically as they felt an unprecedented pressure. The power was too strong and it struck fear into their hearts. However, Jiang Wushuang did not give them a chance to catch their breath. The halberd in his hand swung again. This time the attack was even more powerful than before, carrying the might of destroying the sky and the earth as it swept towards the 2 emperors. These 2 emperors who had just made their debut furrowed their brows and decided to avoid the front line for the time being, focusing on defense and not taking the initiative to attack. Is this your strength? What a disappointment to this emperor! Jiang Wushuang sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. Step by step, he walked towards Shimen Luyan and Emperor Hongyu, each step carrying an unrivaled pressure that left people breathless. The 2 gritted their teeth and cast their own mastery techniques in an attempt to fend off Jiang Wushuang's attack. However, their efforts were all in vain, and in front of Jiang Wushuang, their strength seemed so small. The ancient bronze halberd in Jiang Wushuang's hand swung continuously, each attack containing a destructive power, exhausting Shimen Luyan and Emperor Hongyu. Gradually, Simon's solitary smoke and Emperor Hongyu began to lose their strength and their bodies were bruised. Jiang Wushuang, on the other hand, grew more and more courageous as his aura grew more and more powerful, as if he would never tire. At the same time, the other 2 emperors did not hesitate to plunge into the fierce battle. They each unleashed a powerful magic treasure, and the 2 supreme treasures sped towards Jiang Wushuang like thunder. In this shocking moment, the ancient bronze halberd and the 2 imperial weapons violently clashed together, emitting a deafening roar. In an instant, it was as if the entire sea of bitterness had been lifted by a monstrous, surging wave. The terrifying ripples were like an unstoppable shockwave that swept in all directions. The various spirit beasts and demonic beasts within the sea of bitterness, whether they were weak or strong, were all defenseless in front of this force, and were slapped alive into meat cakes, with their blood and flesh splattering everywhere, and even their bones were reduced to nothing. However, after this earth-shattering strike, Jiang Wushuang stood steadily at the top of the celestial dome, his entire body bathed in radiant immortal light, as if an immortal king had descended to the earthly world. His stature was tall and majestic, exuding an aura of exaltation and transcendence over all beings. Kill, 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 kill. The surrounding void resounded with killing Dao sounds, with thunder exploding, flames incinerating, and water flowing to the heavens? Jiang Wuxuang's will to fight blazed as if it was about to break through the clouds, reaching an unprecedented peak state. Blood poured into the void like a torrential downpour, coloring a scarlet red. Jiang Wuxuang was alone to face 4 strong enemies, but he was not at all defeated. Each of his attacks was like waves beating against the shore. Majestic, it was like destroying everything in its path, destroying all obstacles. The true dragon treasure art opened the way. The vermilion bird treasure art blazed. The thunder emperor treasure art crossed the sky, and the Xingzi secret even stepped through the Qiankuan. Jiang Wuxuang had performed these divine and precious techniques to the best of his ability, and their power had multiplied, which was mind-boggling. Despite facing 4 enemies of the same level, Jiang Wuxuang's battle power climbed several times. With his own strength, he hardened himself against the 4 emperors in a fierce confrontation and steadily held an absolutely dominant position. The Tao seed in his body blossomed with endless divine splendor, echoing with the unique saint core in his body, erupting with immeasurable immortal light that shocked the ages and gave people the creeps. It was a combination of the undying scripture he cultivated and the 6 paths of reincarnation heavenly skill and the Tathagata self-realization technique, containing a hint of immortal mysteries. Wherever the divine sunlight passed, it shone brightly, as if it was the brightest existence in heaven and earth. The power it contained was unparalleled, and any Empyrean techniques and divine abilities seemed incredibly fragile and unbeatable in front of it. As long as it was touched by the divine sunlight, everything would instantly break down, dissipate, and turn into ashes, as if it had never existed. This was a kind of reincarnation and indestructible Tao rhythm that contained endless mysteries of heaven and earth. It represents the alternation of life and death, the unending power of reincarnation. When this Tao rhythm was displayed, the entire world was shaken. The sky trembles, the earth collapses, the rules wail, and everything withers. Kill! Emperor Han Yu shouted out angrily, his eyes filled with determination and unwillingness. He knew he was in a desperate situation, but he wasn't willing to give in so easily. He used all of his body's strength to inject the vast ocean-like spiritual energy in his body into the Emperor's soldier in a continuous stream. The Emperor's sword clanked and emitted a palpitating divine aura, as if it was going to tear apart the heavens as it ruthlessly chopped towards Jiang Wuxuang. However, Jiang Wuxuang's expression was unusually calm in the face of such a powerful attack. He just gently raised the halberd in his hand, which was golden in color and shone with a mysterious light, as if it contained endless power. When the Emperor's sword slashed down, Jiang Wuxuang did not flinch as his halberd violently swung forward, colliding with the Emperor's sword. In an instant, the Tao intertwined, divine radiance splashed everywhere, and the void was shattered into countless fragments. The power of this strike was beyond imagination, as if it was going to destroy the entire sea of bitterness. However, Jiang Wuxuang stood firmly in place, the halberd in his hand looming large, while that Emperor's sword was smashed out hard. Put! Emperor Han Yu sprayed out a large mouthful of blood. His face became as pale as paper, and his body shook. The Emperor's soldier was damaged, the divine sunlight was dimmed, and he suffered a severe backlash and was extremely injured. He could no longer support himself and directly fell from mid-air, landing heavily on the ground. Ah! Suppress me! The other 2 emperors were shocked and furious, roaring as all sorts of terrifying attacks crushed towards Jiang Wuxuang. Jiang Wuxuang was unafraid and swung his ancient bronze halberd, fiercely lashing it over, smashing both of the 2 men's divine abilities and treasures, causing them to spit blood and fly backwards. Boom! Right at this moment, a majestic and vast stone platform emerged, emitting an ancient and vicissitude aura that enveloped the entire sea of bitterness, releasing a majestic and incomparable force that imprisoned Jiang Wuxuang's body. This was Shiman Lonely Smoke's crushing treasure, the primordial stone platform, an extremely rare extreme Tao imperial artifact. It suppressed it, and even Jiang Wuxuang was imprisoned, completely losing the ability to act. Immediately afterward, 2 more imperial soldiers appeared in the distance, surrounding Jiang Wuxuang, forming a dragnet, with nowhere to escape. Junior, you forced us to do this. Since you insist on seeking death, the other emperor roared. Then let's send you to your death. As soon as the words fell, that emperor directly detonated the emperor's soldier in his hand. Buzz! The emperor's soldier blossomed with a dazzling divine aura, and terrifying fluctuations were transmitted, and the entire sea of bitterness shook, as if it couldn't withstand such a massive force. However, right at this moment, Jiang Wuxuang's body suddenly blossomed with billions of divine haze, sending the imperial soldier flying out. In the next moment, Jiang Wuxuang's figure became hazy, as if he had traveled through the ages, coming from a distant era, bringing with him an ancient and eternal aura, as if he had spanned an infinite number of years. His figure was blurred and looked very small, but the moment he appeared in front of the crowd, he possessed incomparably terrifying greatness, just like the stars in the heavens, so radiant that people could not open their eyes. He transforms heaven and earth into a lifetime, and the ages into a single thought. Jiang Wuxuan let out a light gulp. All of a sudden, a Dao scar drooped down, enveloping this piece of heaven and earth, transforming it into a special domain. Chapter 143, Transforming the 10,000 Paths in One's Own Body, Evolving All Things. Jiang Wuxuan softly shouted, he transforms heaven and earth, he transforms his entire life, he transforms the ages, and he transforms a single thought. In an instant, countless mysterious and ancient Dao marks hung down from the void, as if they were a brilliant and colorful rainbow, tightly shrouding this heaven and earth. These Dao marks were intertwined and intricate, densely packed, like a huge net that wrapped the entire space, forming a unique and mysterious domain. These Dao marks filled the void, filling every corner, and even the waves of the turbulent sea of bitterness were stained by a trace. In an instant, the waves were magically transformed into a lotus flower as white as snow, emitting a strange and fascinating fragrance, like a clear spring flowing through people's hearts, making people feel relaxed and happy. In the center of this ocean made up of lotus flowers, there was a figure sitting quietly. He was Jiang Wuxuan. At this moment, his entire body exuded a transcendent and ethereal temperament, just like a god descending into the world, making people not be able to help but feel a sense of awe. His eyes were incredibly deep, like an endless cosmic abyss that could hold all the stars and galaxies in heaven and earth. He looked down on the multitudes with a condescending attitude, as if everything was under his control, transforming all paths in oneself and evolving all things. At this moment, every time he breathed in and out, he exuded the sound of the great Tao like a yellow bell. That voice seemed to open up a whole new heaven and earth, and he himself was transformed into the source of all the wonderful laws, and all the laws returned to his body. His body merely vibrated slightly, and those originally silent emperor soldiers began to resonate as if they had been awakened. They shone with brilliant divine light, as if they were summoned by some mysterious power, and they rose up into the air and hovered above his head. A divine light descended from the sky, intertwining into a dense runic pattern that was breathtakingly beautiful. These were all great Tao runes, containing endless great Tao order. They set Jiang Wuxuan off more and more sacred and transcendent, like a god reincarnated and descending into the world. The kind of divine charm of the great Tao emanating from his body was simply impossible to describe in words, as if he was able to look down upon billions of miles of the sky in the entire spirit region. The hearts of the three Hongyu emperors throbbed as a look of horror appeared on their faces. The three of them were almost on the verge of going crazy. What was happening in front of them was just too unbelievable. Jiang Wuxuan was just a cultivator from the lower realms, but he was able to control such a terrifying dharma. This is the great Tao rune, condensing the supreme Tao rhythm, branded in the void, like the traces of the great Tao born in the initial period of all things, with an inexplicable power. The three of them had their imperial armaments controlled by Jiang Wuxuan, and they were unable to get rid of Jiang Wuxuan's restraints. Even if they tried desperately to urge them, it would not help. A few people joining forces is nothing more than that. It really disappoints this emperor to the core. Jiang Wuxuan's eyes were cold and indifferent, her steps as light as an immortal, as if she was walking on top of the clouds. Hundreds of millions of mysterious great Tao symbols filled the area around his body, and these symbols shone with a dazzling light that was as bright as the stars. His entire body exuded an unrivaled imperial majesty, as if he was the master of this heaven and earth. Immediately afterward, he was seen slightly bending his finger and flicked it, and a glittering bead shot out at once. The bead rapidly changed form in the air, transforming into a huge and mysterious great Tao rune in the blink of an eye. This rune surrounded the chaotic mist and carried a heaven-destroying aura as it sped towards one of the emperors in front of it. That emperor's face suddenly changed in horror as he hurriedly exerted all his strength to defend himself. He quickly sacrificed a divine cauldron that emitted divine light, and the divine cauldron spewed out channels of divine light in an attempt to block the terrifying great Tao rune. However, the moment the two collided, only an earth-shattering roar could be heard. Thud! The divine cauldron trembled violently, emitting a deafening sound as it almost broke apart. The runes flowing on it also wore out and disappeared under the impact of this powerful force. This emperor was stunned, his heart filled with fear and doubt. How is this possible? What in the world is this thing? It even nearly destroyed my emperor's soldier with just one strike. This kind of might is just too appalling. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the still unstoppable great Tao rune, a sense of unprecedented despair welling up in his heart. Immediately after that, the attack didn't end. It continued to rush in, and his head went through, piercing a bowl-sized bloody hole, and he died horizontally on the spot. In an instant, a strong sense of unease could not help but well up in the hearts of Shimon's Solitary Smoke and the other emperor as they witnessed Jiang Wuxuan continuously decapitate two emperors. Jiang Wuxuan's strength was surprisingly so terrifying that it was beyond what they could comprehend. This kind of powerful force was something they had only ever experienced in one person. That person,
at the top of the 9 heavens, hidden in the cloudy Supreme Tao Palace, was so powerful that it gave rise to endless despair. Shaman Orphan Smoke and the other emperor exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they cast a mysterious and ancient secret technique. They burned their essence blood in an attempt to escape from this place in this way, or else they would only die if they continued to stay. However, they had severely underestimated Jiang Wuxuan's true strength, only to see Jiang Wuxuan lightly lifting his palm and casually grabbing it. The two of them were rigidly fixed in the void as if they had been cast a spell of immobilization. No matter how desperately they struggled, they were never able to move the slightest bit. Has this emperor told you to leave? Jiang Wuxuan's voice was not loud, but it carried a supreme majesty, as if the entire heaven and earth were under his control. His eyes were cold and calm, without the slightest fluctuation, as if nothing in front of him was enough to arouse his interest. Just as he spoke, he slowly extended a finger. This finger looked ordinary, but it contained endless power. Only when he gently pressed it through the air, an invisible force suddenly erupted out. In an instant, the eyebrows of those two emperors suddenly exploded with blood splattering everywhere. Their heads became instantly pulverized as if they had been hit by a huge bomb, accompanied by 2 mournful screams. Their divine souls were also shattered under this terrifying force, turning into the most primitive yuan qi that dissipated between the heavens and the earth, completely falling. It all happened so fast that it didn't even take the blink of an eye. 2 powerful emperors were killed in an instant like this, their forms and gods destroyed, without even the slightest chance of resistance. Jiang Wuxuan, on the other hand, was still standing there quietly, as if he hadn't done anything. His body exuded a haunting aura that made people not dare to look directly at him. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing 7 consecutive kills. Receive system reward, Desolate Ancient Sacred Body. Ding dong! Desolate Ancient Sacred Body and Immaculate Immortal Body are detected to be extremely compatible. Is it fused? Yes/no. Chapter 144, The Extreme Realm. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing 7 consecutive kills. Receive system reward, Desolate Ancient Sacred Body. Ding dong! Desolate Ancient Sacred Body and Immaculate Immortal Body are detected to be extremely compatible. Is it fused? Yes/no. Listening to the system prompt coming from his mind, Jiang Wuxuan did not hesitate and chose yes. At that instant, a flash of golden color emerged on his body, resplendent, as if he had put on a battle suit, diffusing a flood beast-like aura. His skin was crystal clear and shimmered with precious light, like a golden humanoid deity. The energy in his body tumbled like an ocean, vast and majestic, containing a flood of ancient aura. Suddenly, he stood up, and the entire sky dome trembled as his aura climbed, reaching a peak state in a flash. His long hair fluttered and his body shone brightly with golden light, like an immortal deity, with an invincible elegance between his hands and feet. At the same time, Jiang Wuxuan's flesh shell underwent a radical change. The bones of his entire body emitted bursting sounds, and his tendons and veins began to wriggle violently, emitting crisp clicking sounds, as if he was undergoing unspeakable pain and suffering. This is undoubtedly a baptism, but also a necessary process to reorganize the flesh shell and transform the body. Jiang Wuxuan operated the Tathagata self-realization technique with all his might, and the pores of his entire body slowly opened up, and a trace of dazzling golden light escaped from his pores and quickly converged into a golden mist of light that enveloped his entire body. Around him, countless rays of haze danced like ribbons of color, beautiful to behold. At this moment, Jiang Wuxuan was like an exalted god king who was bathing in divine light, radiating an unrivaled majesty and divine aura, accompanied by bursts of booming sounds. His muscles became more and more radiant and dazzling, with a raging and surging power surging madly under every inch of his skin, as if he could easily tear apart the heavens and earth, causing people to feel endless shock and awe. It was as if he had transformed into a sun, shining for ages and years, his light spilling over the 8 wastelands. Gradually, Jiang Wuxuan's aura gradually converged and eventually returned to its original appearance. At this time, he opened his eyes, which were deep and bright, as if they contained the stars, sun, and moon, making it difficult to break free as one sank into them. His figure was upright and slender, like a supreme sword unsheathed, sharp and imposing. Jiang Wuxuan sighed. It's true that the desolate ancient sacred body really fits well with the immaculate immortal body. Just like the system said, he knew that in a moment just now. He had stepped into another world, his strength skyrocketing several times or even more. With a thought, 2 halos of light emerged behind him, like 2 small rounds of blazing suns, releasing fiery and terrifying fluctuations. Upon closer inspection, what surfaced behind him was actually a scroll, lifelike and flowing with the aura of the vicissitudes of the ages. This scroll was very special, with many lines carved on it, densely packed and complicatedly unfathomable, giving people a feeling of bleakness, barbarism,
and antiquity. It seems to represent an ancient and long history,
imprinted with the vicissitudes of time.
In the next second,
Jiang Wushuang stepped on his feet and instantly appeared in the Tao Palace at the top of the 9 heavens, looking down on the entire heavenly region.
Is this the Supreme Tao Palace? The moment Jiang Wushuang arrived, he was shocked, only to see that at the top of the 9 heavens, there towered a magnificent and majestic city, towering into the clouds,
shrouded in a layer of hazy mist. It was impossible to see clearly just how huge it was.
Amazing. A few points stronger than the rules of the spirit domain. Jiang Wushuang was shocked,
and his face was filled with gravity. Although the rules of the spirit realm had been completely accommodated by him,
the Tao Palace in front of him was still terrifying.
It occupied a radius of 160,000 miles,
like a giant beast entrenched, gulping down the essence of heaven and earth, spewing out chaotic mist and mist,
and dazzling with Rui Xia. Jiang Wushuang's gaze passed through the misty haze and landed on the plaque above the Tao Palace,
which was clearly written in 4 large characters, Sanxian Tao Palace. Just based on these 4 words alone,
one could tell that this was an extremely terrifying Tao Palace,
full of mysteries.
As the fated one has arrived,
why don't you come in and have a seat? Just then, from within the Tao Palace,
a majestic voice came.
Interesting. Jiang Wushuang smiled and then walked into the Zhongxian Tao Palace. After entering,
Jiang Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly, only to see that the buildings of the Tao Palace were extremely lavish,
with all sorts of decorations and opulence.
Especially at the center of the palace, there was a divine spring.
The spring water was turquoise blue, like a jade liquid,
dense with a wisp of purple mist,
very dreamy, with an intoxicating fragrance permeating out. Next to the divine spring, there was a strange ancient tree, black in color,
covered with reddish veins, blossoming with a reddish haze,
flowing with a divine aura that was somewhat intimidating. On top of that, next to the divine spring,
there was a stone chair with a young man sitting on it. This man was as plump as jade,
with an outstanding temperament, a gentle smile at the corner of his mouth, not overbearing at all, very kind, making people want to get close. You are Jiang Wushuang? The man asked,
his voice soft and very pleasant to the ear.
Jiang Wushuang did not answer anything, because
he felt a terrifying pressure from this young man's body that made him frown.
You have a great talent, rare in the ages.
The man smiled faintly,
appreciating Jiang Wushuang.
I originally thought that it would take a long time for you to step into the extreme realm, but I didn't expect that it would only take 100 years to do so, beyond my expectations.
Jiang Wushuang sniffed and remained silent. He was calm, not proud or excited,
and seemed calm. He knew very well that this performance of his was nothing at all, and believed that this man was even more demonic, or else the other party wouldn't have complimented him so breezily.
My name is Yuan Hao.
The man introduced himself with a gentle tone and no bravado that made you want to get close.
It's rumored that there are 8 emperors in the spirit domain, and now that I've killed 7 of them, I'm only missing you. Jiang Wushuang's face was indifferent as he said in a calm tone, Do you want to fight? Hearing Jiang Wushuang's provocation, Yuan Hao was first stunned, and then he laughed out loud, his laughter so bold that it shook the heavens. So cocky, but I like it,
Yuan Hao said with a smile,
praising Jiang Wushuang without mincing words. Immediately afterward,
he stood up and stared at Jiang Wushuang as he said word for word,
You know what?
This heaven and earth is a huge cage, and only by truly stepping into the extreme realm can one touch the edge of this cage.
So,
Jiang Wushuang said with an indifferent gaze,
You've been waiting for another person to step into the extreme realm?
That's right. This emperor has been dictating the spirit domain for 60,000 years just to create an extreme realm in the spirit domain. But I didn't expect that this extreme realm wouldn't be born in the spirit domain but in the 3000 Da state.
Yuan Hao smiled and continued, I believe that the two of us, you and I, will definitely be able to break this heaven and earth cage when we engage in battle. With that, his palm violently pressed towards Jiang Wushuang. In an instant,
the sky shook the ground, the void trembled violently,
and the terrifying qi drowned all things in Shenkuan, seemingly presenting the scene of the extinction of the flood, shocking the people. Chapter 145 War. Just what I need.
Jiang Wushuang faced Yuan Hao slap that slap down, without the slightest hint of fear in his eyes.
He surprisingly did not flash or avoid.
His body slightly moved, and he took the initiative to meet it.
At the same time,
his right arm swung violently,
and his fists blasted out as if it were lightning.
This punch contained endless power, as if it was able to break all the bonds between heaven and earth.
This was precisely Jiang Wushuang's self-created technique,
the Fist of Rules.
This fist technique dominates the heavens and the earth,
which contains the mysteries of the heavens,
and it is even more complementary to the 6 paths of reincarnation heavenly technique. Its power is unparalleled,
and it can easily shatter the heavens and the dome of the sky.
Bang! An earth-shattering roar came, deafening the ears. Only Yuan Hao's palm and Jiang Wuxuang's fist ruthlessly clashed together, instantly erupting with dazzling and eye-catching rays of light, as if a round of blazing sun was in the sky, bright and fiery. That terrifying energy fluctuation swept out like a torrent, and wherever it passed, the void rippled, as if it was going to be torn apart. In an instant, the entire Zhongxian Dao Palace began to vibrate violently as cracks continued to appear on the ground, and countless pieces of debris and dust flew up, covering the sky. And above that Dao Palace, the runes that were originally faintly visible had now become clearly visible, flickering with a mysterious and powerful light, forming a sturdy and incomparable barrier against that terrifying energy shockwave. You cultivate a certain ancient immortal art? Yuan Hao's pupils shrunk violently, and a surprised look appeared on his face. The power of his palm just now was extremely astonishing, enough to destroy a star, but it was so easily diffused by Jiang Wuxuang, and in a simple and brutal way, which made him feel very surprised. He was able to sense that Jiang Wuxuang's fist contained a mysterious and powerful force that seemed to transcend mundane perceptions. Could it really be some kind of legendary ancient immortal art? The most crucial thing was that a divine fluctuation erupted from Jiang Wuxuang's body, as if he was communicating with the heavens and earth, resonating with the vaulted earth, guiding the power of the heavens and earth around him and fusing it into his own body, worthy of being a heavenly pride capable of stepping into the extreme realm in 100 years. Yuan Hao took a deep breath and his attitude towards Jiang Wuxuang became much more solemn. Your fleshly body is very strong, far beyond your generation, and is considered heaven-defying, Yuan Hao commented seriously, his eyes gleaming, staring at Jiang Wuxuang as he opened his mouth. I admit that I have underestimated you, but I still want to have a good fight with you, Yuan Hao said, exuding golden divine radiance all over his body, as if he was a golden deity, revealing a hint of terror in his hands and feet. Let's get started then. Jiang Wuxuang's eyes were incomparably cold, revealing a stern killing intent, only to see him take one step, his figure instantly becoming huge and incomparable, like a ferocious beast from the ancient times, pouncing on Yuan Hao with open teeth and claws. Thud! As a loud bang came, the entire world seemed to tremble with it. This time, Jiang Wuxuang's speed was as fast as lightning, as if it was instantaneous, and in the blink of an eye, he crossed a distance of tens of feet and appeared in front of Yuan Hao. His fist was as heavy and powerful as a mountain, sweeping across the sky with unrivaled might, ruthlessly smashing into Yuan Hao. The power of this punch was amazing to the extreme, as if a huge mountain had collapsed and fallen, and as if a surging tsunami had swept in, containing an incredibly powerful impact. In an instant, space was ripped apart hard and fast, creating a dark and deep rift, as if it was going to swallow the entire world into it. Kill! Facing such a strong enemy, Yuan Hao was not afraid. Instead, he stirred up a stronger desire to fight. He let out a long, earth-shattering whistle, his entire body radiating a blazing and dazzling golden light, his entire body as if it was on fire, illuminating half of the sky. Yuan Hao raised his hand and slapped out a palm, colliding with Jiang Wuxuang's fist. At that moment, a clanging sound was deafening and resounded through the sky, spreading in all directions. The power of this strike was so terrifying that even the surrounding void couldn't withstand it and exploded apart, forming a huge black hole. However, this is only the beginning. The figures of the two quickly intersected and constantly collided together, each exchange triggering earth-shattering loud sounds and energy fluctuations. Their moves were so exquisite and majestic that it took one's breath away. This amazing battle had surpassed. Boom! A huge sound was transmitted from the 9 heavens, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The great battle between Jiang Wuxuang and Yuan Hao was too terrifying, and the mere aftermath was enough to destroy and collapse the void. Every time they collided, they produced earth-shattering explosions that shook the pale clouds, causing countless cultivators below to be shocked and filled with horror. What's going on? There's a big fight? After they saw the images of the battle in the 9 heavens, they all drew in a breath of cool air, their eyes rounded and mouths wide open, filled with disbelief. They saw 2 magnificent figures colliding in the void, each exercising their divine abilities, battling for days, terrifying to the extreme, like 2 gods looking down on the world. Their figures were like electricity, as swift as thunder, and every move and style possessed a terrifying power that destroyed the heavens and the earth, striking out ripples in the sky. Suddenly, the heavens and earth trembled as Jiang Wuxuang probed out with a palm, and a radiant and dazzling hand coalesced into shape, covering the entire sky and suppressing down towards Yuan Hao. That big hand was too big, covering the entire sky, blocking out the sunlight and shrouding a haze, as if the dome of the sky had descended, terrifyingly terrifying. Rumble! The heavens and earth trembled, the sun and moon were lightless, and that large hand carried monstrous power, pressing down, causing the entire void to boil and rumble, as if the end had come. At this moment,
All the cultivators below who were watching the battle were terrified. They felt the terrifying fluctuations released from that large hand, their insides throbbing and restless, almost suffocating, their sweaty hairs standing on end and chills all over their bodies. The laws were sinking, the divine abilities were collapsing, and that big hand was just too terrifying, crushing the void and shattering the great Tao. And everything disappeared when it came down to crush it. Yuan Hao didn't dare to be careless. He was bathed in golden haze, with 10,000 strands of precious light. His skin was crystalline and brilliant, flowing with mysterious and inexplicable symbols, just like a teenage god of war. He reached out and pointed one finger at the large hand. Buzz! A cloud of blinding divine light erupted from this one finger, as if there was a divine fire burning up, a blazing flame sweeping through the 8 wastelands and burning up everything. Snort! In the next moment, Yuan Hao's fingers and that big hand touched. In an instant, the void erupted with a brilliant to the extreme light. Endless laws surged and runes were densely covered, interweaving incomparably complicated patterns. One terrifying law after another intertwined and entwined together like chains, sealing the heavens and blocking that huge palm from falling. However, to one's surprise, those laws were actually worn down by that one large hand, gradually dimming down and then being crushed and dissipated. Chapter 146 I am the Heavenly Emperor. I am the Heavenly Emperor. When I suppress all enemies, Zhang Wushuang roared angrily, and billions of bright and dazzling blood qi instantly surged out above his body, as if it was as dazzling as a round of blazing sun. In the blink of an eye, he unexpectedly transformed into an incomparably huge taiku fierce bird, with wings spreading out thousands of feet in size, covering the sky and the sun, as if the entire sky was covered by its wings. Immediately after that, he violently raised a huge foot and fiercely stomped on the earth below. Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the entire earth trembled violently, and countless cracks spread out rapidly like a spider's web, stretching all the way into the distance. The void was also shattered under the impact of this terrifying force, revealing large, black holes that seemed to connect to unknown, mysterious worlds. This foot was simply astonishingly large, more than tens of feet long, surrounded by a dense blood qi, revealing an overwhelming aura that dominated the world and shook the 8 and 6 worlds. The earth began to tremble and shake non-stop. Rocks rolled down in all directions, and dust flew up and filled the air, as if the entire world was about to collapse and destroy. Such a horrifying sight caused everyone under the 9 heavens to be horrified, their heartbeats accelerating to such an extreme that they were almost about to jump out of their throats. Right at this moment, in an instant, countless brilliant and colorful divine splendors suddenly blossomed in the heavens and earth, shining brightly and brilliantly. These divine splendors converged into a beam of overpowering and unparalleled light. Just like 10 million divine swords unsheathing at the same time. The sword aura crisscrossed and sharp, slashing the universe as if it was going to tear the entire universe apart. Such a horrifying scene was just too shocking for people to help but be chilled by it. A long spear entered his hand. The body of the spear was purple in color, draped with purple flames, emitting a scorching temperature, like there was magma erupting and burning the void. This lance was too terrifying. Although it did not overflow any trace of breath, it still caused the soul to ache violently and could not help but prostrate itself in worship. With a gun? That's just right. This emperor uses a halberd. Zhang Wushuan let out a broken cry, and in his eyes, divine auras shone out in all directions, like 2 rounds of dazzling little suns, so radiant that one did not dare to look directly at them. Shoo! In an instant, he could only see his arm swinging, and the halberd in his hand suddenly bloomed with unparalleled terrifying might, causing the void to tremble and the wind and clouds to change color. Around the halberd, 9 visions circled and flew around with a majestic momentum. A lofty giant mountain broke through the ground and plunged into the sky. A brilliant river of stars descended from the sky with a radiant light, as if it was able to suppress all things in the world. At the same time, 9 distinct, yet equally astounding and shocking bizarre scenes emerged at the same time. A blazing divine fire burning and jumping, a furious thunder roaring and rushing, a phoenix quoting and singing, and a kuanpang lifting its wings and flying high. Each of these visions contains endless power, which makes people palpitate and tremble. These 9 kinds of visions converged in one place, and even produced earth-shattering changes, and their might was so great that it seemed to be enough to suppress the heavens and the worlds. For a time, the many onlookers below were all jaw-dropped, breathless, full of shock, and their hearts were welling up with bursts of unspeakable fear and shock. Kill! Zhang Wushuan let out a long whistle that shook the 9 heavens. His whole body's strength surged like a wild tide, as if he was a downhill tiger. His momentum was majestic and sharp. The halberd in his hand swung violently, bringing up 9 layers of powerful and unrivaled divine light, like lightning across the sky, tearing apart everything, and viciously chopping ahead with the momentum of a titan. However, in the very next moment, his attack was unexpectedly blocked hard. only to see those 9 visions crumble and dissipate into nothingness, as if they had never existed.
All laws become empty. Yuan Hao let out a loud roar from his mouth, his eyes as deep as endless black holes, emitting a mysterious and dazzling light all over his body. He took one step and his figure instantly disappeared in place, spanning a distance of 1,000 miles, appearing in front of Jiang Wuxuan like a ghost, the long spear in his hand dancing and stabbing straight ahead. The speed of the shot was so fast that it was like an instantaneous movement, making it impossible to defend. Moreover, the long spear in his hand was even more blazingly incomparable, inscribed with dense and complicated arcane symbols that flickered with a palpitating light. At the same time, the void around Yuan Hao began to twist and distort, and countless tiny cracks appeared, spreading out as if they were spider webs, covering the entire space. These cracks revealed an aura of terror to the extreme, as if they would crumble and collapse at any time. In the end, his body glowed and he struck out horizontally with a long spear in his hand, which erupted with strands of divine sunlight, clanging like a vast ocean roaring, a terrifying and incomparable aura spreading out and shocking the group. Kill! Jiang Wuxuan raised his voice to the sky, his eyes as sharp as sword-ons, his entire body radiating a brilliant and eye-catching symbolic light, as if a godly and demonic blazing sun was rising. The halberd in his hand violently erupted, catalyzing the supreme gong method to the peak realm, and the technique of Dharma heaven and earth was also displayed to the fullest at this moment, crashing down from the sky, carrying an unparalleled pressure, and fiercely suppressing Yuan Hao straight toward him. This move can also be performed by this emperor. The corner of Yuan Hao's mouth flicked up as he similarly executed the technique of Dharma phase heaven and earth. His figure stood majestically at the top of the sky, holding a long spear, with runes flashing and jumping all around him, and wisps of mysterious light reflecting off the entire pale earth, making his entire person look both holy and powerful. Only saw him raise his spear, struggling to stab upwards, as if he wanted to pierce through the sky. A vast and boundless breath like ripples quickly spread out, sweeping the entire area, like an awakened deity descending into the world, majestic and sacred not to be blasphemed. However, right at this moment, Jiang Wuxuan transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms, each arm holding an imperial weapon above it, all of which erupted with monstrous divine power and struck down, clashing with that long spear. Devastating fluctuations erupted between the two, as all sorts of divine radiance erupted, and the void completely exploded, with chaotic mist vaporizing and wild winds blowing. This collision was so violent that it simply had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, and as soon as a wisp of aftershock swept through, it shattered one big mountain after another. The mountains, rivers, and lakes below were all reduced to ruins, and the earth cracked like a giant spider web. Those cultivators under the 9 heavens instantly felt creeped out and wanted to flee, but it was already too late. Chapter 147, The Great War. The killing intent boiled, and the sky rolled and boiled like boiling water, emitting loud rumbling sounds, electric snakes roaming, and thunder exploding. There were heavenly visions manifesting, and the sky was dyed as bright red as blood, as if it was made of brightly dripping blood. The sight was astonishing to the extreme. The battle between Jiang Wuxuan and Yuan Hao was simply too terrifying, and just a little bit of the aftershock that escaped almost wiped out countless innocent living beings. Boom! Jiang Wuxuan swung the halberd in his hand once again. This time it was no longer a simple slash, but the power of the law of reincarnation was exerted, transforming into a huge round of divine moon hanging high in the sky, showering down cool moonlight, like a piece of silvery light enveloping the entire dome of the sky. A reincarnation immortal light spilled down from the divine moon, as if a chain of order was wrapped around Jiang Wuxuan's halberd, causing the power of this strike to instantly rise to a whole new level. Boom! The halberd struck horizontally, cutting through the void with a speed as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Yuan Hao, wanting to chop him into 2. Kill! Yuan Hao shouted, his palms fiercely clenching the long spear, and a wave of breaking rules erupted as a supreme aura surged out from his body, his entire person becoming domineering. The lance shook, its power raging to an unimaginable level, shattering the terrifying killing intent, while at the same time, a terrifying beam of light struck Jiang Wuxuan. Dang! Jiang Wuxuan's eyes blossomed with brilliant divine light, his feet stepping on the reincarnation Tao rhythm, his figure flickered like a ghost, and he thrillingly avoided the deadly divine aura. His entire body was flowing with golden runes, like a small, agile snake that twined around his body, emitting a mysterious and powerful aura. The halberd in his hand shook violently, once again transforming into a powerful and unrivaled killing light, ruthlessly slashing out. Yuan Hao's eyes flashed with a cold and chilling aura, and his body's aura violently erupted, with bright and dazzling golden holy light gushing out from his body, like a volcano that was about to erupt. The unknown Tao seed in his body operated rapidly, bursting out with extreme divine aura, like a torrent of lava erupting from a volcanic crater, converging in an instant to form a pizzicato golden divine rainbow, rushing towards Jiang Wuxuan with a destructive force. The two crashed together with a loud bang, instantly erupting with a blinding and incomparable light that dazzled and dazzled, as if a round of divine sun was rising, the blazing light illuminating the entire heaven and earth. Blazing boundless energy shockwaves swept out in all directions, forming a terrifying ripple, and wherever it passed, the void was torn apart. Jiang Wuxuan suffered a powerful wave of air impact and his body involuntarily flew backwards. His face changed slightly, showing a flash of surprise, but there was no hint of retreat in his eyes. He stabilized his stance and the golden light around him flourished like a god of war descending into the world, ready to attack again. However, right at this moment, Yuan Hao's figure suddenly disappeared in place, as if it had merged into the void, making it impossible to catch. Boom! In the next moment, Yuan Hao's figure appeared behind him out of thin air. His fist blasted out with golden light, and a huge golden shadow emerged, like a real god or devil roaring, a golden fist seal suppressing down, crushing the heavens and the earth. I see Ji Tianqian's shadow in you, Yuan Hao said with an indifferent face, his fist seals getting heavier and heavier. The fist seal smashed down, like a huge mountain falling down to crush Jiang Wuxuan. Buzz! Jiang Wuxuan's brow glowed and shot out a divine light to meet that punch. Yuan Hao's fist was so strong that it actually blocked that divine light shot out by Jiang Wuxuan, and a terrifying aura locked Jiang Wuxuan to inflict damage on him. There's something very extraordinary inside you. Jiang Wuxuan's face was as unperturbed as a pool of still water. His surroundings were filled with 9 deep black holes, as if connected to the 9 hells of purgatory, radiating a creepy and eerie aura. His skin was as crystalline as jade, as if it was cast in glass, and his body surface was interlaced with a texture that wove into an indestructible armor, highlighting his great stature and extraordinary heroism more and more. He slightly raised his hand, his fingertips flicked up, and a terrifying beam of light shot out, like a shooting star crossing the sky, rushing straight toward Yuan Hao. Yuan Hao did not show any weakness, and also stretched out his arm, flicking it at the incoming beam of light. The two fingers collided with each other in the void, instantly blossoming with brilliant and dazzling light, just like 2 supreme swords clanging and clashing, shooting out multiple divine flames. The Tao seed in your body is truly heaven-defying, but it's a pity that this emperor is equally extraordinary, Yuan Hao said indifferently, his words full of confidence. Boom! His body shone with dazzling light as countless rays of haze descended from the sky, each one as hard as an imperial soldier. The endless haze of light sloped down like a waterfall, falling on Jiang Wuxuan in a steady stream, completely submerging his body in it. These haze lights were like millions of sword awnings intertwined together, forming an impenetrable net that attempted to strangle him. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Jiang Wuxuan was undaunted. His muscles violently erupted with 10,000 millimeters of light, as if a small round of sun was burning up, illuminating the 10 directions of heaven and earth. This dazzling light fought against the roiling haze of the sky, not losing the slightest bit of ground. At this moment, Jiang Wuxuan's body has the sound of the Tao flowing through it, accompanied by the grand and vast Buddha's light, as well as the deafening sound of the Kuan-Ping hissing. Dang! Suddenly, the heavens and earth trembled, and a great bell was ringing through the heavens. In the middle of Jiang Wuxuan's dantian, a tree swayed its branches and leaves, like an old monk sitting in meditation, with an inexplicable flavor that made Jiang Wuxuan's mind peaceful. It was chaos, a hazy mist obscuring the view. Suddenly, Jiang Wuxuan's eyes lit up, as if he had seen some terrifying image, and his heart set off monstrous waves. In the middle of a chaos, there was a person sitting cross-legged. He seemed to be an immortal king, surrounded by clusters and clusters of immortal qi. His entire body was shrouded in immortal mist, making it difficult for people to recognize his true appearance. Above his head there was a green lotus in full bloom, each petal carved like jade, flashing out a burst of rays of color and dropping billions of lights. This green lotus was too mysterious, as if it was made for Jiang Wuxuan. His essence was attracted to it, and he felt like he was bathing in an ocean of laws, undergoing a metamorphosis. He saw his Tao, his Dharma, his meridians, everything was metamorphosing as if it was evolving. This green lotus was too divine. Each petal flowed out an arcane track, like a divine sun beating, like a mysterious symbol branded with the vicissitudes of the ages. How is that possible? Yuan Hao was shocked, watching Jiang Wuxuan bathe in a chaos. His entire body plunged into a deep and boundless state of cultivation, constantly deducing one technique after another, like a magnificent totem, which shocked him. Chapter 148. Being able to fight against this emperor is an honor in your life. He's evolving the ultimate Tao? This shouldn't be a realm he can involve himself in. A suspicious look appeared on Yuan Hao's face, and what Jiang Wuxuan said hit his mind like a torrent. giving him a huge touch. This feeling made him vaguely guess something important, but at the same time, it shocked him beyond belief. However, Yuan Hao did not stop attacking because of this. He waved his fist as if 10,000 divine lights had exploded in an instant. The wind of the fist whistled and swept in all directions, carrying an unrivaled might that seemed to tear the entire world apart. In the face of such a ferocious attack, Jiang Wuxuan's body swayed slightly, but quickly regained its stability. He was like an ancient deity, mouthing words and spitting out a mysterious syllable, as if he was chanting some kind of supreme scripture. Buzz! With a low humming sound, Jiang Wuxuan's entire body radiated a layer of hazy fluctuations. His skin became crystal clear, like a flawless gemstone that shone with a dazzling light. Bang! Immediately afterward, another slight ringing sound came, like a beating on a brass drum. Jiang Wuxuan's body shook violently as a dazzling golden light erupted from his pores. Accompanying this golden light was an arcane law of order, which intertwined together to form a brilliantly colorful scroll. Outside of his body, it looked like a sea of chaos was churning. The sight was terrifying, and his torso was pulling up, becoming a few shades taller. At the same time, a fluctuation of supreme rigidity and yang permeated out, like a round of divine furnace reviving. Jiang Wuxuan's eyes were radiant, his body erupted with golden light, his shell glowed, and he instantly split into thousands of Dharma bodies, constantly practicing various divine secret techniques, each of which seemed to possess some sort of divine power, hitting the void and breaking it apart. Yuan Hao frowned, secretly thinking in his heart, this Jiang Wuxuan guy is simply a freak. Surprisingly, he was able to be unique and take a different path, creating an unheard of Dharma. Knock, knock, knock. It was accompanied by a dull drumbeat that seemed to beat the entire heaven and earth. Jiang Wuxuan's body began to emit a dazzling divine light, and his skin became crystal clear as if it was carved out of jade. A golden rune flickered on his body as if it was a mysterious Tao mark branded on top of his body. Rumble! Immediately afterward, the void seemed to be torn apart by an invisible hand, emitting a roaring sound. The shattered void was as fragile as papier-mâché and instantly fell apart. And at this moment, Jiang Wuxuan was displaying his unique divine ability. The scene before him was just too appalling and creepy. It's an honor in your life to fight against this emperor. Jiang Wuxuan's eyes were tightly closed. His posture was erect and his long hair was flying. He was running many secret arts, sharpening himself, constantly rehearsing, wanting to find his own path. He was covered in symbols, each symbol representing a rule of the great Tao, floating outside his body like one star after another hanging behind him. He was like an immortal king in the dust, his divine majesty awe-inspiring. At this moment, Jiang Wuxuan seemed to have surpassed the limits of mortals. His body was enveloped in a blazing golden light, and every inch of his skin exuded a palpitating aura. The wisps of divine haze were like spiritual elves that danced around him, making him feel like he was in a golden volcano. The sight was too bizarre for words. In the midst of that hazy chaos, he stood proudly, his entire body shining with brilliant golden light, revealing a power that shocked the hearts of people. His skin was crystal clear and as smooth as glaze, emitting a unique precious light while permeated with a mysterious Tao rhythm. Another step was taken, and his footsteps landed on the sea of chaos, triggering an earth-shattering roar. The sound was like a comet crossing the sky and crashing into the void, carrying an incomparable might. Jiang Wuxuan displayed an incomparably strong stance, his body emanating a precious light, like an immortal king descending into the world, with a majestic aura that shook the world. His eyes were filled with invincible conviction, as if everything in the world was under his control. He pressed forward step by step, holding the bronze halberd tightly in his hand, the sharp tip of the halberd piercing through the sky, as if it was breaking through. Any obstacle appeared unbearable in front of him, and he had only one goal, and that was Yuan Hao. The halberd cut through the void, and with an unrelenting determination and courage, it stabbed straight toward Yuan Hao. This attack, as if it had crossed time and space, from the beginning of time and space, had been killing all the way to the present, running through the past and present and future. Invulnerable. Put. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and the scarlet color filled the air as if it had dyed half of the sky red. Yuan Hao suffered a heavy blow as the bronze halberd in Jiang Wuxuan's hand mercilessly swept across his body, his left arm instantly bursting into a piece of bloody mud, and even his bones and internal organs were turned into smithereens, with only the whitish rib ballast left exposed. He staggered backward tens of feet, his face as pale as paper, and a wisp of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? Yuan Hao's heart was filled with fear and disbelief. He couldn't accept the fact that he would fail, and that he had lost to a young teenager, almost being decapitated by the other party. This was undoubtedly a great irony for Yuan Hao, who was the supreme emperor of the spirit domain, possessing unparalleled strength, once suppressing the crowd, and being the center of attention wherever he went. However, Now it was here that he suffered such a strange humiliation, losing to a teenager who had cultivated for only 100 years. Yuan Hao's pride and self-respect was dealt an unprecedented blow at this moment, and he stared at the teenager in front of him with wide eyes, an uncontrollable anger and unwillingness welling up in his heart. He didn't understand why he had lost so completely. Could it really be that he had been too gullible? Or was this teenager hiding some amazing strength? Countless questions came to mind, but there was no time to think about them at this moment. Even though this was the fight he wanted, it was still a bit hard to accept when he actually engaged. He was in a complicated mood. A teenager who had been cultivating for 100 years injured himself and even nearly cleaved to death. This was really a bit of a big blow to him. A supreme being who used to traverse the sky and the earth now ended up in a miserable defeat. Why do you know this secret art? He drank coldly and stared ahead. Unfortunately, Jiang Wushuang ignored it. His speed was fast to the extreme, catching up in an instant, once again launching a powerful and unparalleled killing attack, pressing out with a single finger. Giggle! A golden finger crossed the long sky, the end of the finger glowing, with strands of runes blooming, as if it was trying to fix the universe and pin Yuan Hao in place. Dang! This finger was terrifying, isolating all the rules of heaven and earth, like a god striking out, causing this part of the heavens to darken. Put! With a soft sound, Yuan Hao's chest was pierced through, and there was a drop of blood dripping down as his chest collapsed, being pierced through a front and back translucent bloody hole. Chapter 149. All beings bow their heads when they see this emperor. What's the Taichu Academy? Jiang Wushuang looked at Yuan Hao, who was no longer able to resist, and said with cold eyes, "You still know Ji Tianchen? How do you think the immortal emperor got his name?" Yuan Hao laughed maniacally. "Above the heavens are the immortals." Jiang Wushuang's eyes were sharp as he said, "Beyond the spirit realm is immortality? You can understand it this way. Many years ago, the immortal path was not broken, and during Ji Tianchen's era, he stepped into the true supremacy." Yuan Hao coughed out blood. His chest and abdomen were bloody with many cracks. He said indifferently, without stepping out of the cage, "We are ultimately just a bunch of ants, never able to touch the true immortal Tao laws, because this world has a shortage. It is destined to be unable to last long, and sooner or later, it will perish." This is a pungent secret that Yuan Hao does not want to mention. Jiang Wushuang's eyes were deep as he stared at the other party and said, "So you followed the example of the immortal path being severed and cut off the emperor path? What do you know?" Yuan Hao snorted. "You have no idea what happened 60,000 years ago. What about the Taichu Academy?" Jiang Wushuang spoke calmly, his eyes clear without a single ripple. "That is an object that flows from the immortal realm, with great karma, tainted with ominousness," Yuan Hao said in a chilling voice. "This emperor once went in, but that's all." Jiang Wushuang frowned. This Yuan Hao was not an ordinary person. He seemed to know a lot of hidden secrets, but was not willing to tell him too much. This was a kind of vigilance. You don't have to feel that this emperor is hiding something from you. There are some things that you don't know very well, and this emperor isn't very good at talking about them. Cold light flickered under Yuan Hao's eyes as he stared at Jiang Wushuang and said, "However, you once came into contact with the Taichu Academy, so you've already taken over a share of karma." Wrong. It's two. Jiang Wushuang thought of the 2 volumes of scriptures he had obtained at the Taichu Academy. If 1 volume of scriptures was 1 karma, then he had taken on 2 karmic consequences. In the past, he hadn't been very aware of these 2 karmic consequences, but now, as his cultivation became higher and higher, he gradually sensed that there were 2 fuzzy threads entwined between him and someone, creating a tie in the dark. 2. Hearing Jiang Wushuang's words, Yuan Hao was stunned for a moment, and then threw back his head and laughed out loud, as if he had heard the funniest joke. "You're really different. It's not worth this emperor's weight of 60,000 years." Yuan Hao stared at Jiang Wushuang as he changed his usual composure and became extraordinarily agitated. "We're different. You want to be immortal, and I want to be the one." Jiang Wushuang faintly said, "I want all beings to bow their heads when they see this emperor." When these words came out, all the laws roared, like divine thunder in the 9 heavens was exploding, deafening the ears. His entire torso was hazy and foggy, hidden from view, and an inexplicable majesty spread out, causing the people around him to resist trembling, with some people horrified and others in awe. "You are really arrogant." The Ji Tianchen of that year may still be able to do it, but you can't. Yuan Hao snorted and shook his head. "The path to immortality is cut off, and our group can't even talk about ascending to immortality. It's not up to you to say whether or not to ascend to immortality." Jiang Wushuang's face was as calm as water and his tone was indifferent. "Don't you want to ascend to immortality? This emperor will give you that chance." As the words fell, he gently pointed his finger, and the entire canopy shook as a thick beam of light ran through the heavens and earth. Immediately afterward, A giant gate to the heavens unfolded as if it had come across the ages. It was grand and frightening, crowding the void like a celestial queue across the sky. It was too lofty, like an ancient divine mountain standing,
permeated with chaotic chi and dazzled with chaotic light,
like transmitting the ancient history of the heavens and the worlds. Immortal gate,
Yuan Hao exclaimed.
Looking at the dome of the sky, the portal was too vast, covering half of the sky.
It rumbled as if it was connected to another world,
with infinite Tao rhythms dropping down, transforming into a rain of chaotic light and sprinkling down, washing the heaven and earth clean. This kind of scene is too shocking. A door only, surprisingly terrible to this point, seems to be able to encompass the stars of the heavens, connecting the other side of the world. The immortal gate manifested, towering into the clouds, frighteningly grand. It slowly rotated, flowing with chaotic chi, a passageway spreading out to the distant beyond, as if it had spanned the ages. The path to immortality is open. Go and pursue your path,
Jiang Wushuang said indifferently.
I hope you can make it to the end.
The immortal gate rumbled and operated. The chaotic mist surged, and there was a rue xia spilling down. It was all very strange.
The immortal gate seemed to be alive,
and it was like it contained a heart that was thumping.
Yuan Hao's pores opened all over his body,
and he felt the immortal chi, originating from this, filled with a special kind of order symbol.
You're letting me in? Yuan Hao was surprised as he stared at Jiang Wushuang and said,
The immortal road has been cut off for tens of thousands of years.
Don't you want to go in?
Not yet. Jiang Wushuang carried his hands behind his back as he said indifferently.
In the future, when you are gone,
this emperor will make the spirit domain and the middle domain reconnect, and the great diffusion immortal domain will be considered complete in the true sense of the word.
What is completeness without immortality? Yuan Hao sneered and stepped into it without any lingering.
The immortal gate closed slowly and disappeared, as if it had never appeared.
In that case, here goes.
As Jiang Wushuang's mind reached this point,
the entire spiritual domain began to tremble violently as if it were an earthquake,
and the laws and rules and Tao rhythms began to revive and intertwine with brilliant,
colorful, and dazzling light as if they had been awakened.
The major ancient sects of this vast,
boundless land have been alarmed.
Those powerful people who had just experienced a fierce battle that had only just calmed down were once again caught in a huge wave at this moment.
What happened?
The spirit domain's beings looked around in shock, their hearts filled with doubt and unease.
The originally calm atmosphere here instantly became boiling,
and all of the powerful people were disturbed. This was because just at this moment, a large number of law fragments suddenly emerged from this area. These fragments of laws drifted down like snowflakes and filled the air.
Every strong person felt that strong strand of law fluctuation, and their faces became grave. A respected old sect master-level figure was even more horrified,
as they keenly perceived that the richness contained in these law fluctuations actually came from the laws of the central domain.
Why would a middle domain law appear in the spirit domain? Some people were in disbelief.
The aura of the laws at this moment was too exuberant,
even overpowering the laws of the spirit realm. How could the laws of a place like the central domain descend to the spirit domain? Could it be because some great creation was born in the spirit domain?
The powerhouses of the spirit domain were all startled,
not understanding what was happening. It's not right. One old antique was horrified and said, how do these law fluctuations look like? Boom! In the next instant,
the powerhouses of the spirit domain's various races changed color, feeling an unimaginably terrifying power surging,
spreading out and flooding the land.
Chapter 150, Deducing the Great Tao.
In the middle of this vast and boundless universe, a chaos filled the air,
as if it was an abyss of endless darkness.
However, right at this moment,
a mysterious and powerful force suddenly surged up,
shaking the entire heaven and earth.
This power came from between heaven and earth. It was a supreme divine power that surpassed the understanding and imagination of mortals. As this power surged,
the entire heaven and earth began to tremble violently, as if it was about to be torn into pieces.
As the beings of the various races were affected by this terrifying aura, their bodies involuntarily trembled,
their hearts filled with fear and awe,
and they even had an urge to bend down and kneel.
Between this turbulent heaven and earth, the divine aura suddenly blossomed and shone with a dazzling light. These divine awns did not come from something tangible,
but rather from that invisible burst of power. They were like bright stars,
dotting the dark void, radiating a palpitating majesty. Today, this emperor will reopen the heavens and earth and mold the emperor's way again.
A low and majestic voice rang out as if it had crossed the boundaries of time and space,
echoing in every corner.
Accompanying the fall of these words, a hand as white as jade slowly probed out.
This hand covered the entire firmament, grasping the sun, moon, and heaven, and possessing endless power.
The void continued to crack under this hand, and all matter began to crumble and turn into dust.
At this moment,
a huge drastic change occurred between heaven and earth as countless laws and orders tried to rebel against Jiang Wushuang's reboot.
However, Jiang Wushuang's power was simply too great,
and he was already in complete control of the rules here.
so any resistance seemed pale and powerless.
Just by gently waving his large hand, he was like a shooting star crossing the sky,
slapping down with unrivaled might. Boom! The entire spiritual domain trembled. At this moment,
the king was in the world,
pushing across the world without any enemies. However,
as the rules stabilized, Jiang Wushuang began to fuse the two heavens and earths with a gentle means. His flesh shell was like a furnace cauldron that was refining the laws of the two worlds. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, time flies and the years go by. During this period, Jiang Wushuang would open up a secret realm every few days for cultivators from both domains to cultivate while he was comprehending a brand new technique. This gong method was something that came out of the fusion of all his gong methods, and he wanted to think about completely perfecting this supreme gong method.
Finally,
10 years have rushed by. As the two realms merged, this heaven and earth became more and more vast, with a feeling of being beyond the spirit realm. It's a new world that comes out of the combination of the three areas. It was also because of this incident that Jiang Wushuang felt an even more powerful experience of the power of the beings of heaven and earth, and it was as if he could have insight into the beginning and end of all things.
Of course, this is just the beginning.
As Jiang Wushuang kept rehearsing this supreme scripture, he felt that he touched a more profound and unfathomable level, and his comprehension of this gongfu became more and more refined.
Finally, he opened his eyes, and there were countless symbols flowing through them that seemed to be able to penetrate the heavens. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
It's a success.
This is the supreme scripture I've created. From now on I'll have such a world. A brand new heaven and earth. It's an unbelievably wonderful thing.
The current Jiang Wushuang had already taken a step forward,
and the next step needed to be the second step. This new heaven and earth had yet to be completely consummated,
and he needed to continue to remodel and enhance its rules. His figure flickered and disappeared in place.
In the next second,
he appeared in the Kyushu mountain range. Looking at the lofty mountain peaks in front of him, he pointed his finger out, and immediately there were immortal sounds.
The haze shone brightly,
and a true dragon leaped and soared between the clouds,
gulping down the haze. With billions of strands of Rui Kai,
formation diagrams emerged under his feet, a star sinking and surrounding him like an immortal palace.
Rumble! These stars fell and smashed into the earth. All of a sudden, earthquakes continued, mountains shook,
and dust filled the sky. Jiang Wushuang stood with his hands behind his back, witnessing this scene without any indication, just quietly observing.
Flowers bloom, sunsets and sunrises. In the blink of an eye it will be another 5 years.
Within these 5 years, Jiang Wushuang had divided the heavens and earth into one, and various Taoist traditions had been established,
and a strong aura of the immortal Tao came to the nose. These were condensed by Jiang Wushuang. He stood at the very peak of the Kyushu mountain range, overlooking the entire spirit region,
and some people called him the Spirit Emperor, or the Spirit Emperor,
or the Emperor. In the spirit realm, he represented the absolute top, at least for the time being, and during these days, Jiang Wushuang was not idle. He had been deducing the gongfu.
He had to perfect the scriptures he had deduced before he could do so.
It's an art against the odds.
He wanted to create an alternative proof technique. He wanted to break through the limits and break the shackles. As another 10 years passed, the Zhang and Nangong families of the 3000 Taoist prefecture were also moved to the top of the Kyushu mountain range,
and upon their arrival, they forged a heavenly Tao palace for Jiang Wushuang. This Tao palace was named the Heavenly Emperor Palace by them,
with endless divine sunlight dropping down,
sacred and peaceful, and a terrifying pressure descending down.
The mountains and rivers surrounding the Heavenly Emperor Palace were humming as if in worship.
At this moment, the entire spirit domain shook,
and all the forces were paying attention to the changes over here,
because it had become the core of the spirit domain, and the Heavenly Emperor Palace was the strongest force in the spirit domain. In the 8 directions of the spiritual domain,
many king and marquis level forces sent strong men to make a pilgrimage in hopes of gaining some benefits. It was a pity that they had never seen Jiang Wushuang's true face, as he was very low profile and was always in seclusion.
You people are not yet worthy of an audience with the Heavenly Emperor. A guardian elder faintly scanned the 4 directions. Who are you? How dare you talk like that?
A great sect elder coldly shouted.
You're not qualified to know who I am, so get lost.
That guard elder's voice was cold with arrogance,
not putting these people in his eyes at all.
Although the guard elders were aggressive, unfortunately no one dared to get angry, because they all knew the identity of the person in front of them.
They didn't dare to provoke them easily.
Poof! The men's faces clouded over and they left the area. They were all clear about the identity of the guard elder in front of them. He was Jiang Wushuang's close confidant, with a battle power through the heavens and through the earth. Although he was not considered a first-class powerhouse in the Heavenly Emperor Palace,
no one was willing to mess with him. Inside the Imperial Palace, between each of Jiang Wushuang's breaths,
He exuded an imperial charm that could not be described in words.
His entire body exuded an incomparably powerful aura, and between his hands and feet, he raised his hands and feet,
accompanied by the hissing sounds of gods and devils and the resonating sounds of heaven and earth.
In the past, no one dared to easily disturb Zhang Wuxuan,
but today was different. One could only see Nangong Xian dressed in a bright and colorful red dress. Her skin was as white as snow and crystal clear, and her figure was graceful and dazzling.
You've been deducing various Tao techniques for so many years. Have you ever heard of dual cultivation?
Her red lips lightly opened as she gazed at Zhang Wuxuang in front of her. Zhang Wuxuang's gaze narrowed slightly as he stared at the peerless beauty in front of him.
Finally speaking slowly. Good. Chapter 151, This Emperor opens the heavenly Tao and beheads you. The clothes and splendor faded away.
The two bodies entangled together.
The sky collapsed. The sun and the moon were lost. And everything was drowned. The way of dual cultivation emphasizes the harmony of yin and yang, and the blending of water and milk. As the dual cultivation began, Zhang Wuxuan realized the true meaning of life. His body was metamorphosing, more and more crystalline, as if it was glazed jade. His body blossomed with haze. A head of green silk fell down. His cloak hunted, and there was immortal music drifting in the void. It's a scene of unparalleled magnificence. Zhang Wuxuan's flesh was like a flame burning, constantly releasing a blazing and incomparable temperature. Nangong Xian's white skin was flushed with a layer of pink, fragrant sweat. Whenever she reached the end of her double cultivation, her body would tremble. Her body was tingling and unbearable. The taste was just too unbearable. After an unknown amount of time, she felt the aura in her body reach its peak and could no longer carry it, and that was the end of it. Nangong Xian was lying on the bed and couch. Her cheeks were red and delicate, which made people pity her, and she had a lazy look that made people unable to resist going up and savoring it. She was about to say something, but she sensed a familiar aura approaching. You? Nangong Xian blushed and thought of certain things. Thanks a lot. I had a new epiphany today.
Zhang Wuxuang spoke flatly. Nangong Xian was astonished beyond measure.
You actually comprehended a higher realm? Nice.
Zhang Wuxuang nodded, but it's still a little short of a breakthrough.
Nangong Xian understood something.
Zhang Wuxuang had indeed reached a certain extreme. I'll go first, then.
Nangong Xian sat up,
straightened his messy clothes, and prepared to leave when Zhang Wuxuang called out to him.
Nangong Xian was surprised and asked, Is there anything else you want?
Zhang Wuxuang looked at her and suddenly revealed a smile as he said,
Nothing much. I just think your skin is very good. I like it. Nangong Xian was stunned. Her pretty face swished red and glared at Zhang Wuxuang. Denizens, spinning around, she ran out quickly, leaving behind a silvery laughter. It was a charming time and one that made Zhang Wuxuang quite satisfied. With this thought, Zhang Wuxuang shook his head and continued to sit on his knees, sinking into contemplation. There was a divine pattern jumping from his brow, shining out a ray of golden aura that illuminated the heavenly dome, and an inexplicable Tao content emerged, enveloping Zhang Wuxuan's entire body, causing his entire person to become extraordinary. Boom! Suddenly, he shuddered. An infinite greatness erupted and impacted the sky. In a flash, heaven and earth moved in unison. In that instant, the entire heavenly emperor palace began to vibrate violently, and all the living beings of all races raised their heads in unison, gazing at the firmament above their heads. To their amazement, they realized that a shocking and marvelous sight was presented before them. A gigantic figure so lofty that it was indescribable stood above the heavenly emperor hall like a towering mountain. His presence was as dazzling and eye-catching as the sun, radiating endless majesty and dominance. It was also like the master of the universe, overlooking the multitude of beings, displaying himself in front of everyone with an attitude of looking down on the world and proudly looking down on the 8 wastelands and the 6 worlds. Upon closer inspection, it was the form of a man. He had his hands behind his back and was wearing a long black robe that danced with the wind. Its eyes were as bright and shining as stars, blossoming out a dazzling divine light that directly pierced through billions of miles of the sky. At the moment, this mysterious man was looking down on the world below. His eyes revealed an indifference and detachment, but they contained endless wisdom and power. It was as if he could easily control the life and death of everything in the world as long as he wished. In him, one felt a sense of oppression and awe like never before. And after this mysterious figure appeared, the entire heaven and earth became unusually quiet. All the living beings were captivated by the aura he emitted, unable to avert their eyes. At this moment, all the races were shocked. What's going on? A great emperor powerhouse frowned as he watched the scene and couldn't help but murmur. Although they didn't recognize the person in front of them, they didn't need to guess to know that this was Zhang Wuxuang. At this moment, Zhang Wuxuang gave off a feeling of supremacy and control over the heavens and earth. His might pressed down on the 9 heavens as he took one step and directly crossed hundreds of thousands of miles. I am the heavenly emperor. and I open the heavenly way today. Jiang Wushuang's tone of indifference spread throughout the entire Great Diffusion Immortal region, causing violent ripples. Countless people were shocked. Open the way to heaven? What do you mean? Is it going to create its own pomp and circumstance? In an instant, above the heavenly emperor palace, a terrifying thunder exploded, transforming into a sea of thunder that covered the heavens and earth, so vast that it seemed as if even the heavens had been split open. Immediately afterward, the rules of the 5 elements, yin and yang, the 4 elephants, wind and thunder, and death surged forth, intertwining into endless divine light, converging together and transforming into a gigantic and incomparable altar suspended at the top of the heavenly dome, with endless light pouring down, wrapping the entire Kyushu mountain range in it. Jiang Wushuang stood proudly on the celestial dome, like an invincible existence, ruling the heaven and the earth. His surroundings surrounded the rules of all sorts of things. There were supreme treasure arts unfolding. His figure even gradually disappeared in place, as if he was fused with the heaven and earth, without a trace. What kind of tactic is this? Many people were shocked that Jiang Wushuang was able to achieve this step. It was as if he had fused with the heavens and the earth and was in tune with the heavens and the earth. This kind of tactic was too bizarre, unheard of and unseen. In the dome of the sky, an infinite sea of thunder rolled and roared, transforming into a thunder pool, suppressing everything and destroying all rules, as if it wanted to grind down everything in the heavens and earth. Again? Jiang Wushuang looked at the thunderbolt and smiled coldly. This wasn't the first time a thunderbolt had descended. Knock! As if the void was being kneaded by an invisible giant hand, it made an unbearable crunching sound and then collapsed violently. Endless divine sunlight raged and flowed like a torrent, containing heart-pounding energy fluctuations. Under the pull of this mysterious force, an indescribably huge pressure plunged down from the sky above, as if it was a titan pressing down on an egg, and came towards Jiang Wushuang to kill him fiercely. In the face of such might, Jiang Wushuang was unafraid. With his head held high and one finger pointed toward the sky, he said aloud under his breath, "This emperor is opening the heavenly Tao today, and it's you who will be beheaded." As his words fell, the already cloudy sky became even more cloudy with lightning and thunder. Immediately afterward, a handle of cold, sharp, incomparably sharp swords appeared in the air out of nowhere. They flickered with icy light, emitting a chilling sword intent, like a group of hungry tigers, pouncing toward the thunderjackets with teeth and claws. In an instant, the entire heaven and earth changed color. The endless sea of thunder seemed like it was enraged, boiling madly and raising shocking waves. Countless purple thunderbolts weaved and intertwined in the sea of thunder, eventually converging into a huge thunder dragon that roared and pounced on Jianyu. The two violently collided in mid-air, erupting into an earth-shattering roar. For a time, the thunder light and sword awnings intersected, illuminating the entire heaven and earth. Chapter 152, This Emperor only knows that you are blocking this Emperor's advance. Clang clang clang. The sword chants and clangs resounded through the heavens and earth, shaking the mountains of the 9 regions. This was an extremely tragic battle, and the heavens and earth were filled with sword rain, with infinite sword intent raging and stirring horizontally and horizontally. The thunderbolt manifested its true form, and there was a great emperor's shadow manifesting. This time, it was still Ji Tianqian. Only this time, the great emperor's shadow seemed to be even more powerful, with an aura that did not belong to the current era. With a single blast of his fist, he shattered the sky of swordlight and killed towards Jiang Wushuang. Poof! Jiang Wushuang snorted coldly and raised his hand to meet him. Rumble! The two figures collided, setting off monstrous waves that swept out like an ocean lapping at the shore, shaking the heavens and the worlds. Right at this, Ji Tianqian's great emperor's shadow unexpectedly spat out true words and seemed to have a consciousness of its own as he sneered. This time, this emperor has added a divine thought. So let this emperor see how powerful the people of the later generations are. Divine idea differentiation? Jiang Wushuang raised an eyebrow, not expecting that his opponent would have Ji Tianqian's divine thoughts this time, which made him a little surprised. Boom! A terrifying and incomparable emperor's might spread out, and it was as if heaven and earth couldn't withstand that wisp of breath. Ji Tianqian's fist swung up again. This fist was even more ferocious and overbearing than before, carrying an unrivaled pressure that pressed down on Jiang Wushuang like a mountain, as if it was going to crush his physical body completely. Humph! In the face of such an overwhelming attack, Jiang Wushuang only snorted coldly, with no fear on his face. He activated his supreme treasure art and a brilliant and dazzling light bloomed from his body as he ruthlessly clashed with Ji Tianqian's fist seal. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color, and the wind and clouds stirred. The two powerful forces collided with each other, triggering a series of earth-shattering reverberations and shockwaves that shook the surrounding void to the point that it trembled violently. However, Ji Tianqian did not stop there. His gaze was like a torch, staring dead on at Jiang Wushuang as he shouted,
The narrowness of the space here restricts us from utilizing our strength.
Moreover, there is also a thunderbolt here controlling this Emperor's Dao marks, so it's really not a fair battle. Do you dare to open up a void battlefield with me and fight it out here?
Before his words fell, he only saw a huge gap suddenly crack open in the void,
from which a dark and deep aura came out.
It was filled with endless chaotic mist, and even more terrifying thunder intermingled with it, emitting fluctuations that destroyed everything and shook the four directions.
Yes.
Jiang Wuxuan nodded his head in agreement without hesitation.
After speaking, his figure flashed and he flew into that void first. Seeing this, Ji Tianshan also immediately followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye,
they arrived in a completely new space.
Jiang Wuxuan looked around and realized that this space was exceptionally weird, without the slightest hint of danger, but it was filled with chaotic thunder. These thunderbolts seemed to possess the power to devour everything, giving off an indescribable sense of oppression. Buzz! Suddenly, the void shook violently, and Ji Tianshan's body blossomed with a piercing light, as if he were a god, incomparably dazzling,
making it impossible for people to open their eyes.
He poked out an arm and grabbed towards Jiang Wuxuan. Bang! This claw was exceptionally powerful and ferocious, containing endless rules of the great Tao and destructive power like destroying the heavens and the earth. Even Jiang Wuxuan couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. However, in the face of such an overwhelming attack from Ji Tianshan,
Jiang Wuxuan appeared exceptionally calm and composed, only to see him slowly raise his hand and gently press it toward the front.
As that palm fell, it was like a round of radiant and brilliant sun descending from the sky,
bursting out suffocatingly terrifying heat waves.
Ji Tianshan gazed at this palm executed by Jiang Wuxuan, and after a moment of silence, he finally spoke slowly.
This art of yours has already surpassed the laws that exist in that heaven and earth.
Hearing this, Jiang Wuxuan only responded indifferently. So what? You're still young,
and perhaps don't understand that the road of cultivation becomes more arduous and difficult the farther back you go.
And the path you're choosing today is the wrong one. Ji Tianshan's tone was heavy as he tried to persuade Jiang Wuxuan to turn back. However,
Jiang Wuxuan was unmoved and said in a cold voice,
"The way of cultivation is originally a process of fighting against the heavens and fighting for destiny.
This emperor doesn't care about the so-called right or wrong.
This emperor only knows that you are blocking this emperor's advance. Since you're so determined, then let me try how strong you really are."
Ji Tianshan's eyes suddenly became extremely cold,
and in an instant, countless dazzling and eye-catching lightning lights flashed out from his entire body. He stepped out,
his body gaining a few inches in height with each step.
After a few steps in the area, his body was already dozens of feet tall, like an ancient giant towering between this heaven and earth, overlooking the multitude of beings.
Roar! He threw his head back and roared, and his skin all over his body became crystal clear and glittered with a purple golden color, as if it was cast in gold.
Terrifying thunderbolts were entwined around his body, as if he was bathed in thunder plasma,
only to see him lift his hand forward and slap out a huge handprint that covered the sky, which contained unrivaled rules and the might of the great Tao.
Just then,
Jiang Wuxuan similarly displayed his full strength.
He wore a black battle robe that hunted in the wind,
and his body was surrounded by 5 layers of colorful halos, each of which gave off a unique glow that dazzled the eyes.
With a loud bang,
the attacks of the two men violently clashed together,
triggering an earth-shattering energy storm. The entire heaven and earth began to shake violently. Your power actually increased? Ji Tianshan frowned,
his eyes flashing with a strange color.
What did you expect? The corners of Jiang Wuxuan's mouth spread into an icy smile,
and his eyes flickered with disdain.
Just by gently waving his arm, 5 different colors of light surged out from his palm and quickly fused into a dazzling ball of light. This ball of light shone with endless light like a star in the universe, as if it contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth.
As Jiang Wuxuan's palm slapped out, the ball of light fell sharply like a meteor,
carrying an unrivaled might and pressure. At the same time, Ji Tianshan let out a roar from his mouth as his entire body's hot blood instantly boiled up.
A radiant divine chain of order gushed out from his body, like a giant dragon circling and flying,
emitting a palpitating aura.
These divine chains of order intertwined together to form a huge palm that enveloped the entire sky.
This large hand was like a dark cloud that covered a vast side of the heavens, carrying the majesty of an invincible emperor as it suppressed towards Jiang Wuxuan. In an instant, the two collided together, erupting into a terrifyingly loud sound.
The ball of light that was formed by the fusion of 5 halos was easily worn out under Ji Tianshan's palm force.
But Ji Tianshan's palm force did not dissipate and continued to slam towards Jiang Wuxuan.
Chapter 153, The Man Who Came Through Time and Space.
Boom! The sky collapsed,
the void trembled,
and a terrifying aftershock spread, flooding the area. As the divine splendor surged through,
Jiang Wuxuan stood in place,
unharmed,
while Ji Tianshan on the other side retreated thousands of meters before stopping.
It is clear which of the two is stronger or weaker. Ha ha ha. Ji Tianshan let out a maniacal laugh, his face full of excitement. Very good. I like it very much. Such an opponent is worthy of my seriousness. If you're too easy, that would be too disappointing. It's a pity that this Dao mark has been exhausted. I hope I'll have another chance to fight you next time. Immediately afterward, Ji Tianshan rushed up into the sky and disappeared into this heaven and earth. Jiang Wushuang didn't chase after him because he sensed that an inexplicable aura was locking onto him. Someone snooping. Jiang Wushuang murmured softly, his eyes gazing in a certain direction as if he wanted to see the secrets hidden in the depths through the endless void. At that place, a dazzling and eye-catching golden light suddenly lit up, forming a mysterious and radiant passageway. In the depths of the passage, an indistinct figure loomed, but no matter how hard one tried, one could not make out its true face. The passage gave off a haunting aura, as if it connected to the end of the universe and isolated everything. Even though Jiang Wushuang possessed an ancient heavy pupil that was beyond normal, he was still unable to traverse that nothingness and gain insight into its mysteries. The figure was surrounded by the strange sight of the alternating sun and moon and the resonance of the great Tao, as if it had descended into the world from the 9 heavens in clouds. With his hands behind his back, he strolled through the air with an ethereal posture, crossing tens of thousands of miles with each step. He seemed to be traveling along the river of years. His speed was as fast as lightning, and in an instant, he arrived in front of Jiang Wushuang. Jiang Wushuang looked up at him, a hint of caution in her eyes. He clearly felt that terrifying and extreme aura from the other party, which was undoubtedly in existence with unimaginable strength. That mysterious silhouette looked towards Jiang Wushuang. His mouth spat out an ineffable mysterious Tao sound, endless divine radiance bursting out like the Milky Way, and those eyes were as deep and misty as the vast starry sky, as if they contained the vicissitudes and wisdom of endless years, able to see into all things in the world. Jiang Wushuang instantly felt an indescribably huge will enveloping him tightly, trying to peer into every corner of his body. The feeling was like being gazed at by a giant beast from the distant past, making one shudder. In the face of such a powerful oppression, a cold light flashed in Jiang Wushuang's eyes. He didn't hesitate to run the gongfu in his body, and a majestic power gushed out from his body, only to see a huge palm that covered the sky and the sun emerge from the sky, like an impenetrable cage, grabbing towards the mysterious silhouette with unparalleled might. However, the silhouette seemed to have anticipated this scene as a hint of surprise passed through his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, only to see him gently stretch out his right hand, with a palpitatingly terrifying thunder and lightning rule power entwined between his fingers, then flicked out towards the sky dome. In an instant, the entire space trembled violently, as if it had been split hard by an invisible sword chi. That terrifying power was like a torrent, surging towards Jiang Wushuang, and wherever it passed, the void shattered and all the images collapsed. Jiang Wushuang's face changed slightly as he felt an unprecedented pressure. However, he didn't retreat, but instead, he pushed his gongfu with all his might to parry the strike. Dang! Deafening ringing sound came out. That one finger fell. Actually hard to shake Jiang Wushuang's attack. The prison hole through to come. Then, his figure violently flashed, directly swept into the void in the middle of the air, disappeared here again. No matter who you are, striking out at this emperor is a capital offense. A ray of sharpness flashed through Jiang Wushuang's eyes, a sentence that contained an extremely domineering will. His feet stepped on a flash of extreme fangs, and the chaotic aura tumbled as he too entered the void. Boom, boom, boom. Only a deafening, earth-shattering explosion could be heard resounding through the clouds, and the turbulence in the void surged like a raging tide, as if it was going to turn the entire world upside down. At this moment, Jiang Wushuang and that person were frequently changing their positions at speeds unimaginable to ordinary people, and every time they struck out and swung their fists, they contained a terrifying power like destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, which seemed to be enough to penetrate the heavens and break the Qianquan. With their fierce battle in full swing, this originally calm and peaceful void instantly shattered and ruptured, as if a mirror was knocked to pieces, and the fragments fell into the endless star river, setting off huge waves of shock and horror. The vast and boundless starry sky was also tragically destroyed in this fierce battle, gradually dissipated and annihilated, and eventually turned into a dark and deep huge hole, like a channel connecting the underworld, emitting a creepy and eerie atmosphere. Not long after, only 2 figures could be seen speeding out of that dark hole. It was Jiang Wushuang who had just experienced a life and death struggle as well as that mysterious man. At this moment, both of them were bruised and battered. Obviously both had suffered considerable trauma. Jiang Wushuang's mouth corners slowly seeped out blood, but his originally handsome white face was even more resolute. On the other hand, the mysterious man was even more miserable. Not only was his dharma body tattered and torn, but also his breath was extremely weak, as if it was like a candle in the wind that was shaking. and at any time it could completely collapse and dissipate. Nonetheless, the two were still looking at each other across the sky, their eyes meeting with burning anger and hatred. "Who are you?" Jiang Wuxuang asked icily, a killing thought permeating his body. "You don't need to know who I am." The silhouette instantly recovered as before as he stared at Jiang Wuxuang, his eyes sharp as he said, "However, in today's battle, you are destined to have difficulty returning alive." In the next second, a silver spear suddenly stabbed out, carrying an endless killing aura, and in this instant, Jiang Wuxuang's heart and soul trembled violently, as if his divine soul had suffered a heavy blow, and he almost fainted. This was a divine soul attack. If not for the fact that Jiang Wuxuang's cultivation so far had resulted in an indestructible divine soul and an immortal fleshly body, or else he would have definitely been heavily injured by a single blow. Kill! Jiang Wuxuang gripped the halberd tightly with both hands, his eyes were firm and sharp, and his body leaned forward slightly as if it had become one with the halberd. As he moved, the halberd was like a roaring dragon, slicing through the sky, carrying an endless might and overpowering aura as it stabbed straight at the figure. Wherever the halberd passed, the void was torn through a huge crack, in which a dazzling divine radiance shone, as if it was the end of the universe. This divine radiance was brilliant and dazzling, causing people to not dare to look directly at it, as if it contained endless power and mysteries. Clang! An earth-shattering roar came from the sky as the halberd and spear clashed together fiercely. In an instant, numerous brilliant and colorful rays of light were stirred up, blooming like fireworks. These rays of light intertwined and merged with each other, forming a sea of brilliant and colorful light that illuminated the entire Star River. In this sea of light, the silhouettes of the two men appeared and disappeared, their movements as fast as lightning, dazzling people. Each exchange triggered a violent energy fluctuation, and the surrounding space twisted and distorted, seemingly ready to collapse at any moment. Chapter 154, Ancient Sound. Kill! The man who had originally been speaking in an ancient tone suddenly spat out a word, and the sound of killing and destruction ran through the 9 heavens, as if a boundless and magnificent divine figure had appeared in the heavens and earth. This figure exuded an incomparably powerful aura, as if it could control the entire world. He waved his gigantic palm and slapped out a matchless divine seal, just like an immortal emperor descending to the earth, displaying the might to suppress everything in the world. This divine seal whistled out, carrying an endless pressure that crushed the void. Wherever it passed, the void shattered and chaos tumbled, as if it was about to open up a whole new world. The divine seal shrouded down like a piece of divine kingdom, blocking the 8 directions of Qianquan and trapping Jiang Wuxuang in it, leaving him nowhere to escape. However, Jiang Wuxuang did not panic in the face of such a terrifying attack. His face remained as calm as water. He only saw his arms lightly dancing, and the halberd in his hand clanked and chimed, as if he had awakened from his slumber. The halberd released a strand of terrifying fluctuations that intertwined with each other, forming a powerful force that easily cut through those blockades. Jiang Wuxuang's body moved and got out of the trap. He moved gracefully and calmly, as if everything was within his grasp. The halberd in his hand flashed with a cold light, as cold and merciless as his eyes. His body retreated violently, pulling away from the man for a distance. Then his halberd pointed diagonally into the void as he swept his gaze at the figure in front of him, saying, "I admit, you're very strong. To be able to force me to exert my full strength is enough to be proud of myself." The man indifferently said, although he only looked to be around 25 or 26 years old. He was actually an old man who had already lived for an unknown number of epochs. "Where do you come from? Why are you striking out at this emperor?" Jiang Wuxuang's gaze froze. This green-shirted man in front of him gave him a very familiar feeling, like he was from somewhere. "Why should I tell you?" the green-shirted man said indifferently, still in the same cloudy posture, as if he didn't care about anything and didn't have too strong emotional fluctuations. "Since you're unwilling to speak, then this emperor will find out the answer himself." A cold cry escaped from Jiang Wuxuang's mouth, and in that instant, a divine haze of the utmost splendor suddenly shot out from his brow, which emitted a divine and dazzling light, surrounded by a radiant and dazzling runic text, which shone with a divine radiance, vaguely outlining a vague and indistinct silhouette. His divine soul was currently suspended above the holy core within his dantian, as if he was practicing some sort of magical divine ability. A divine haze descended from the sky, dropping down like a waterfall and eventually converging into that silhouette. Immediately afterward, he looked up and his eyes violently erupted with 2 stern and incomparable rays of light, in which it was as if there were thousands of stars flickering, each of which contained a vast and infinite aura, as if they encompassed everything in the world and contained extremely terrifying power. Divine soul, divine power. It's truly extraordinary. When that green-shirted man saw this, his eyes slightly flinched, and he secretly sighed in admiration in his heart. He then quickly took out a flawless jade flute and gently stroked the strings. At that moment, a melodious sound of music resounded all around. making the surrounding space become quiet for a few moments, as if it was in a beautiful world, full of serenity and peaceful atmosphere, able to purify the dust in people's hearts. It's a very strange rhythm, seemingly sad, seemingly happy, and it's mesmerizing. Jiang Wuxuan's face suddenly became grave, followed by the aura within him surging out like a tidal wave. However, his divine soul was as if it was plunged into a deep quagmire, and every step was exceptionally difficult, as if there was a huge invisible mountain range blocking his way, trying to bury him forever. With a roar, all the acupoints within Jiang Wuxuan's body shook violently at the same time, bursting out with extremely terrifying divine light. His entire body seemed to be immersed in a blazing curtain of light, which was like a solid fortress cast from countless runes, impregnable. At that moment, the piece of music became more and more intense, as if it was a rough sea, and it actually caused countless stars to sway, as if they might fall from the sky at any moment. The Tao begets one, one begets two begets three begets all things, and all things return to one. Jiang Wuxuan's eyes were tightly closed, his mouth spat out the Tao Te Ching. One step, one sound, stepping out the supreme divine sound, fighting against that music. Both were evenly matched. No one could gain the upper hand. This scene was quite spectacular. Knock, knock, knock. A series of drum beats rang out like they were beating above the hearts of the crowd, deafening the ears, and the sound was everywhere, competing with the rules of the great Tao. Eventually, Jiang Wuxuan slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes became more and more demonic, as if they contained a touch of devilishness, and with just a glance, he could easily take in the souls of others. No one could escape his deep, mesmerizing gaze, as if they would fall into it involuntarily. Witnessing this, the man's face showed astonishment. He had never heard of such a unique scripture before. At the same time, Jiang Wuxuan's body exuded a different kind of aura that one could not help but want to bow down to. This kind of scripture seems to have been heard of before, the man murmured in a low voice, his expression gradually becoming grave. He gazed closely at Jiang Wuxuan and said in a deep voice, "What kind of ancient scripture do you have here?" Just as the words left his mouth, a mysterious and unpredictable fluctuation suddenly set off in the void. In an instant, the man's pupils contracted dramatically, his entire body's cold hairs stood on end, and an inexplicable sense of crisis swept over him like a tidal wave. Without the slightest hesitation, he decisively retreated backwards. He stepped on the void, his figure as fast as lightning, instantly moving out tens of thousands of feet away at an astonishing speed. However, this sense of crisis still followed his body, like a gangrene attached to his bones, never able to get rid of it. And the moment he stopped his footsteps once again, a pitch-black and incomparable ancient sword cut through the void and descended in front of him. Boom! The ancient sword stabbed down, directly splitting the space, and a crack spread out as if it was a spider's web. The man's eyelids fluttered slightly, and then, his body suddenly erupted with dazzling to the extreme golden light, as if he had been clad in a layer of radiant and dazzling golden battle armor, with incomparable divine might and dazzling holy light, which made people not dare to look directly at him. At the same time, both of his arms swung out violently, blossoming 10,000 feet of divine splendor, and like a meteorite, he ruthlessly slammed into the ancient sword, attempting to harden it. However, it was then that the unexpected happened. The man had completely failed to notice that a destructive power was flowing above the ancient sword, as if it was the power of a demon from the depths of hell. Click, click, click. A crisp ringing sound came from the man's arm, and the man's arm was unexpectedly split by the destructive thunder from the ancient sword, causing his skin to split open and his flesh to become a bloody and miserable mess. The intense pain instantly spread throughout his body, making it almost unbearable for him. Asshole! The man growled angrily, his voice echoing through the air like thunder. His figure surged up into the sky, and a terrifying wave of flaming aura swept out from him, blazing, instantly incinerating the surrounding void into nothingness. With endless killing intent, he lunged towards Jiang Wuxuan as if he wanted to tear the other party into pieces. Chapter 155, Jiang God's Domain. You're too slow. Jiang Wuxuan lifted his right hand expressionlessly at this moment, his fingers gently pointed, and in an instant, it was as if a huge mouth was torn open between the heavens and the earth, and endless thunder and lightning gushed out from it, intertwining and entangling with each other to form an immense and incomparable pillar of lightning punishment that plunged into the sky, bringing with it a heaven-destroying and earth-destroying pressure that fiercely suppressed the man. The man's body instantly became stiff, suspended in mid-air, unable to move. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Jiang Wuxuan, struggling to squeeze out a sentence from his mouth. This shouldn't be a method you can master. Jiang Wuxuan smiled faintly and responded in a flat tone. You're wrong. Not only is this emperor able to control this kind of spell, but he is also able to cast it as he pleases. His eyes shone with a haughty aura that looked down on the crowd and looked out of the world. However, the man was unimpressed, and instead,
a contemptuous sneer spread across the corner of his mouth as he coldly said,
"Do you really think you've already won?"
Before the words fell, he only saw that green-shirted man's body suddenly burst out a monstrous demonic aura,
rolling and roaring out like a surging wave,
instantly enveloping the entire void.
This demonic aura was exceptionally bizarre, giving people an eerie to the extreme feeling, as if it came from the depths of the underworld, cold and bone-chilling, making people's bones creepy.
In the face of such a terrifying demonic aura, Jiang Wuxuan could not help but feel a hint of vigilance welling up in his heart, but the expression on his face remained calm and collected without the slightest hint of fear. The man clasped his hands together, and instantly a demonic seal flew out from his palm and hovered in the air, releasing an extremely strong demonic light that enveloped the void and covered Jiang Wuxuan's line of sight. Buzz! A bizarre demonic light fell down from the Star River and shone on that demonic aura,
and at that moment,
one could only see countless complicated and obscure characters lit up on that demonic aura, and each character released an extremely terrifying devouring power that seemed to devour everything.
In just an instant, Jiang Wuxuan's body seemed to be imprisoned,
as the endless devilish light flickered, as if forming a party of small cages,
trapping him in it, unable to leave at all. The devil's way?
Even when he was trapped in the cage, Jiang Wuxuan's face was as calm as water, without any emotional fluctuations, as if this was nothing to him. He had experienced too many dangers over the years, and thus had become much more immune to all types of attacks. The man did not open his mouth. The jade flute rose horizontally, and there was a devilish sound curling out,
as if it came from the ancient times,
filled with unrivaled devilish intent,
eroding all spirits.
Jiang Wuxuan's expression remained as calm as water, his eyes gazing at the man as he indifferently said, "Let's see if your demonic voice is powerful or this emperor's Dao voice is invincible."
In the next second,
an even more terrifying Dao sound was spat out from Jiang Wuxuan's mouth, like it contained great fear, like it came from a god from the depths of the flood, or like it came from the supreme immortal king above the sky. His voice resounded through the heavens as if it came from billions of miles away.
In an instant, the endless rivers of stars collapsed, and strands of terrifying Dao intent madly surged into Jiang Wuxuan's body, converging in the center of his brow,
and a radiant divine palace silhouette coalesced,
divine and flawless,
revealing an immortal and magnificent intent,
suppressing everything.
Snort! The shadow of the divine palace trembled, and then violently shot out, as if tearing through space,
disappearing in an instant,
and when it reappeared, it had already descended in the sky above the man's head,
suppressing it. Bang! 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 Countless collision sounds came out, a divine pattern entwined together,
like weaving a huge and incomparable dragnet,
spreading all over the void, wrapping everything around the man.
The man's complexion changed slightly, both palms waved out,
like in the knot an ancient seal, and at that moment, a demonic shadow appeared,
hissing up to the sky,
shaking the sky. These demonic shadows all exuded a terrifying demonic evil intent, as if they were all absolute demons,
wanting to slaughter all existences,
wanting to kill Jiang Wuxuan,
but they were blocked by the wisps of light of the divine ripple,
and the two resisted each other, and actually fought a battle of equals.
Looking at the roiling demonic shadows,
Jiang Wuxuan's expression was calm and unparalleled,
as if he had already expected this scene. He moved his mind and the god palace shadow continued to suppress downwards.
A roar sounded,
only to see the demonic shadows being crushed and turned into nothingness,
unable to shake the god palace in the slightest.
The divine palace grew higher and higher,
and eventually landed in the air above the man's head with a roar, the divine aura permeating down like a divine spear,
ruthlessly stabbing at the man's body, which was instantly drenched in blood. The man stifled a grunt.
His complexion pale,
his dharma body flew out backwards and fell heavily to the ground,
spitting out blood, in a sorry state. "My name is Jiang Wuxuan, the Wuxuang of Gai Shi."
Jiang Wuxuan's foot stepped on his chest, her gaze looking down on him as she said icily,
"Defeated in my hands today. Are you convinced?
I didn't expect to order an emperor's order to behead you, only to be suppressed by you." The man sprayed out a mouthful of blood,
his complexion wilted a lot,
his face as white as paper.
He lowered his head,
his eyes filled with a look of humiliation and unwillingness.
Put!
Only a soft sound was heard, and the man's head directly exploded apart,
his yuan soul annihilated,
and his corpse and bones were nowhere to be found.
Ding dong!
The 3 domains are converging.
Please give the host a name for the new domain. At this time,
the system beep suddenly sounded.
Giving names?
Jiang Wuxuan muttered a smile. A few moments of interest arose in his heart, and he couldn't help but conjure up a picture in his mind of all the forces battling it out.
A domain fighting for supremacy.
The lord of a domain should have a title, such as Lord of the Peerless Domain.
In that case, let's call it the Ginger God Domain. Jiang Wuxuang muttered. His voice was so subtle that only he could hear it clearly. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host on the successful naming. Receive system reward, World Tree Seed. As the system beep ended, a brilliant and dazzling green aura dropped down from the void, enveloping his body. His body trembled violently, feeling an endless stream of vitality flowing through him, and a sapling bloomed a brilliant green haze above the Tao seed in his body. Splendid and extraordinary. What a dense vitality. A flash of surprise flashed across Jiang Wuxuang's eyes before he closed his eyes. I don't know how long it took, but Jiang Wuxuang slowly opened his eyes, his pupils shining with a peculiar divine splendor. At this moment, he stood in place, his robes hunting, his long hair fluttering, and his body bathed in divine splendor, as if he were a supreme monarch, with an outstanding and transcendent demeanor. Phew! Jiang Wuxuang lightly breathed a sigh of relief and took a step out. Once again appearing in the Kyushu mountain range, he turned his back to the beings and said in an indifferent tone, "From today onwards, this new domain is called the Ginger God Domain." As the words fell, the sound of the Tao was vast and resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth. The hearts of countless powerhouses throbbed, their faces covered in horror as Jiang Wuxuang's voice, as if it had come through space, resounded by their ears. My Jiang Wuxuang's territory. No one should try to get their hands on it, and anyone who dares to snoop on it will be killed without pardon. Jiang Wuxuang stared proudly at the sky, looking out of the corner of his eye, and his domineering aura was overwhelming. Chapter 156, The Immortal Path. My Jiang Wuxuang's territory. No one will be able to get their hands on it, and anyone who dares to pry into it will be killed without pardon. Jiang Wuxuang stood at the top of the sky, his figure as lofty as an ancient divine mountain, radiating endless pressure. He looked down on the multitudes below, his eyes revealing an indifference that scorned all things. When those bold and shocking words reached the ears of the crowd, everyone in the Kyushu mountain range couldn't help but be moved. Their faces were filled with shock, as if they had been struck by an invisible force that prevented them from moving, and it was only after a long time that they slowly came back to their senses. What bravado and dominance this is! The crowd secretly sighed in their hearts. Facing such a powerful existence, they simply couldn't muster the slightest bit of resistance. And all of this stemmed from Jiang Wuxuang's terrifying and extreme strength. Ginger God's Domain. Ginger God's Domain. For a while, the mountainous and tsunami-like shouts resounded deafeningly. The voice was like a thunderclap, stirring between heaven and earth, and even the clouds above the 9 heavens trembled. At this moment, the laws of heaven and earth seemed to have subtly changed, and all the martial artists felt an unprecedented sense of relief and pleasure. Their minds became incomparably clear, as if they had received a divine baptism, and their own realms were vaguely elevated. Under the influence of this strange force, the entire Kyushu mountain range was immersed in a solemn atmosphere. People were filled with awe for Jiang Wuxuang, seeing him as a supreme lord. Another decade has passed. Jiang Wuxuang's realm was completely stabilized, and his gong method had been perfected, so he was ready to step into the immortal path and achieve the immortal Tao. I don't know how long this trip will take again. Nangong Xian's face was sad as she looked at the young man in front of her. She had been accompanying him all these years and had watched him become invincible to the entire Ginger God realm with her own eyes. And even though she hadn't been involved in it, she still felt immensely proud and honored. She looked at Jiang Wuxuang with her gaze imploring, a hint of a smile on the corner of her mouth as she softly said, "I will wait for you, forever." Jiang Wuxuang stretched out his arm to embrace the woman's petite and delicate body in his arms, his deep eyes gazing at Nangong Xian's stunningly beautiful face as he softly said, "This departure may take a long time. I hope that when this emperor returns again, he will be able to truly let you become a member of my Jiang family." Nangong Xian gently nodded her head, then stood on her tiptoes and kissed Jiang Wuxuang on the lips, her reddened cheeks carrying a tantalizing hint of shyness. "Go away." Jiang Wuxuang gently stroked Nangong Xian's silky hair, his eyes revealing a hint of pampering and gentleness. Subsequently, his figure was as if it did not exist at all, quietly merging into space, leaving only a graceful and wonderful silhouette standing in place, gazing at the direction Jiang Wuxuang had left, unable to return to his senses for a long time. It was only after a long time that Nangong Xian slowly raised his head and looked up at the blue sky above his head. However, at this moment, the originally clear sky suddenly changed color and dark clouds rolled in, as if 10,000 horses were galloping, with a majestic momentum. In the midst of the dense dark clouds, a brilliant and dazzling golden light suddenly lit up like lightning across the sky. In the blink of an eye, this golden light formed a wide and spectacular channel that stretched across the void, as if connecting to another mysterious space. The golden channel slowly opened, and a dazzling light burst out from it. Jiang Wuxuang's figure stepped out from the light, his steps steady and firm, each step exuding an unrivaled majesty and aura. The moment Jiang Wuxuang stepped out of the golden passageway,
The entire interior of the passageway suddenly surged with an endless auspicious luster. Countless exotic herbs and rare medicinal herbs bloomed in brilliant colors,
their branches and leaves flourishing in green. On the ground, a piece of colorful petals fall like snowflakes,
creating a scene of flourishing flowers and vitality,
giving people a sense of a vigorous life force.
This was only a small portion of the view above the passageway. Jiang Wushuang did not stop but continued to step forward.
On both sides of the golden light channel,
there was a huge rock sculpture towering,
which were lifelike, as if they possessed life, giving people a feeling of calling out to them.
Each monolithic sculpture exuded a powerful and extreme pressure that made people feel in awe. This kind of pressure was not a mere oppression of power. It was more like it contained some kind of profound Tao rhythm,
making it hard to catch. As Jiang Wushuang approached,
he suddenly stopped, only feeling as if he was stuck in a quagmire. It was difficult to lift his feet.
No matter how hard he tried,
he could not break free from his bonds.
He raised his head violently and looked around.
His pupils shrunk slightly. The gravity here was so intense. It had almost reached 100 times the level of the outside world.
If it were an unusual great emperor, I'm afraid it would be difficult to move an inch.
What surprised Jiang Wushuang even more was that there were endless stars flowing around him, as if he was in the middle of the cosmic stars,
vast and spectacular. Hiss, what a terrifying gravity.
My speed has actually slowed down 10 times.
Jiang Wushuang couldn't help but suck in cold air. This ancient immortal path was too bizarre. Everything had become abnormal.
It was more like a high-level rule that suppressed low-level existences.
At that moment, in front of Jiang Wushuang,
a stunningly magnificent figure appeared, as if a god king had descended,
majestic in the extreme.
This person's white clothes were fluttering,
handsome and extraordinary, with a straight posture and a plump god-like jade, as if he were a heavenly god, emanating an unrivaled aura all over his body. He just stood there quietly, not saying anything, but just like that,
endless star rays shone out and converged towards him. He was bathed in starlight, his body growing taller and taller,
just like a starry sky god. You're finally here. At that moment,
the man spoke and slowly turned around.
A handsome face presented in front of Jiang Wushuang. It's you?
Jiang Wushuang was a bit surprised. He didn't expect this guy to still be on the immortal road after so many years,
not having entered the legendary immortal domain at all. That day I stepped onto the immortal path and got lost in it.
But on this immortal path,
I understood a lot of things,
Yuan Hao said with a calm face.
I just didn't expect you to come to the immortal road after so many years. Why don't you keep pursuing it?
Jiang Wushuang looked at Yuan Hao and asked,
full of doubts about this former enemy. I'm looking for an answer.
Yuan Hao said indifferently, his gaze fixed on Jiang Wushuang's eyes, and after a moment of silence, he slowly said, an answer to why the path of immortality is broken.
In that case,
you should step into a higher level.
Jiang Wushuang said lightly. He didn't have any ill feelings towards Yuan Hao. Yuan Hao was a man of his generation with monstrous battle power,
and there were very few people who could defeat him. He even cut off the path of the emperor for 60,000 years in order to pursue the extreme realm rivals. This fellow could be described as doing whatever it takes to break through the realm for himself, preferring to trap himself in this immortal path in order to find the answer to the immortal path.
Chapter 157, in a single thought, life and death are silent. Are you scared?
Right at this moment,
Yuan Hao coldly threw out a puzzling sentence. What is the meaning of this?
Jiang Wushuang's brows furrowed slightly as he heard this.
He really didn't understand what the other party meant by this.
Scared? He himself has never been afraid since he was born into the world.
Yuan Hao didn't give any explanation for it,
merely gently sweeping a glance at Jiang Wushuang with a look that was indifferent to the extreme,
and at the same time,
his tone of voice contained some kind of ineffable flavor. If the immortal realm is only a fictionalized existence of people,
will you be disappointed? If the immortal realm is truly just a nebulous conception,
then this emperor will certainly turn it into reality with his own hands.
Jiang Wushuang's face was as unperturbed as a pool of still water,
but his eyes were as sharp as knives,
exuding an unrivaled domineering aura.
His powerful and deafening declaration echoed between this heaven and earth, as if proclaiming to the entire heaven and earth that as long as he was willing, even if the immortal realm was just a lie, it would eventually be created in his hands.
Yuan Hao gazed at Jiang Wushuang.
His heart rippled and was difficult to calm down.
He seemed to vaguely catch certain key information, yet he never dared to assert it easily. At this time,
Jiang Wushuang had already taken the last step,
and a majestic and incomparable Tao power enveloped Yuan Hao's entire body.
Wind and clouds surged on the immortal road,
and violent thunder power raged on Yuan Hao's body surface,
making his entire body look like it was clad in a silver armor.
Mighty and extraordinary, behind Yuan Hao,
a full moon gradually rose, illuminating this piece of heaven and earth, and the bright and flawless moonlight spilled down,
enveloping his body, and instantly, he released a ray of brilliant and eye-catching luster on his body. and the whole person looked incomparably holy, as if he was an exiled immortal. After so many years of not seeing you, this emperor wants to fight you in a fight. Yuan Hao looked at his long-lost rivals, his gaze filled with excitement. Both of them possessed heaven-defying talents, and although there was a huge gap in the number of years they had cultivated, it still made his blood boil. "Excuse me." Zhang Wushuang spat out a word sound. A loud rumbling sound came out, and the two of them simultaneously rushed up into the sky, directly killing each other. Two incomparably bright fist-ons tore through space and ruthlessly collided together, erupting with incomparably terrifying fluctuations. The two of them stepped their paws into the void, leaving deep traces behind with every movement, and the space they were in shook violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. Knock! Knock! The two men's attacks were getting more and more violent, more and more swift. Their punches were monstrous, swinging out punch after punch, shaking the void and destroying everything. The space couldn't withstand the power of the two men, and began to twist and distort, transforming into a vortex-like vortex. Bang! Yuan Hao seized the moment and blasted his fist onto Zhang Wushuang's chest, instantly causing Zhang Wushuang to let out a muffled grunt as his body flew horizontally thousands of meters away. Well, over the years, this emperor has been growing by leaps and bounds. Yuan Hao stood proudly between heaven and earth. He had a slender figure, a purple shirt that hunted. His temperament was outstanding. His eyes were like swords, looking out of the world, as if he was the only master of this area. Fearless, Zhang Wushuang's face remained calm as he said in a light tone, "Not bad, at least you haven't gained nothing on the immortal road all these years." Ha ha ha. Yuan Hao laughed up to the sky, his laughter deafening and resounding. His gaze gazed at Zhang Wushuang, like a hungry wolf, full of provocation. "I would like to see if the you of today can actually fight with this emperor." After saying that, Yuan Hao's body erupted with a powerful aura, and his figure flashed out, as fast as lightning, arriving in front of Zhang Wushuang in an instant. Terrifying and boundless soul power erupted like a volcano as he stretched out a finger like a shooting star across the sky, pointing it toward Zhang Wushuang. Endless immortal rhythm surrounded it, and this finger contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, as if it was able to pierce through everything, destroying everything. This was a divine and precious art that transcended the mundane, like an immortal descending to the earth, giving people a feeling of being beyond the world. Zhang Wushuang looked up at Yuan Hao, an imperceptible smile surfacing at the corner of his mouth as he similarly poked out a finger, the tip of which flowed with a golden light that was radiant. The fingers of the two men intersected in mid-air, and in an instant, the rules of the entire immortal road were rippled, and space shook wildly as the two strong forces collided together, actually producing a strange resonance that seemed to merge together. Yuan Hao's complexion changed slightly, his eyes showing surprise as he realized that there was a strange power within Zhang Wushuang's body, as if he was communicating with the heaven and earth, able to trigger heavenly phenomena. This kind of power was never possessed even in the spirit realm. Yuan Hao couldn't help but ask, "What is that power inside you?" "This is my power," Zhang Wushuang replied lightly, his demeanor appearing very natural. Yuan Hao froze and continued, "Then what can it do?" Zhang Wushuang's gaze carried a touch of depth and mystery, falling straight onto Yuan Hao, but he did not open his mouth to respond. He just smiled slightly, as if he had already made some calculations in his mind. Immediately afterward, he slowly pushed his palms forward in a gentle but steady motion. Right at this instant, a scene that made Yuan Hao marveled occurred. The golden light that was already shining around Zhang Wushuang's body became more and more dazzling and eye-catching, just like a round of bright golden sun, and the brilliance of its light was so great that people did not dare to look directly at it. At the same time, that marvelous feeling of resonance grew stronger and stronger, as if the entire immortal road was breathing and moving in rhythm with him. Facing such a powerful aura, Yuan Hao did not show any weakness. He shouted coldly under his breath, "Break for me!" With this furious cry, he once again fully activated the immortal power in his body, and a majestic, endless, and unfathomable power gushed out like a torrent. Only on top of his arm, countless subtle lines wandered like spiritual snakes, flashing with dazzling light and emitting a palpitating aura. At the same time, Zhang Wushuang was not willing to show weakness. His palms clenched tightly into fists, and an earth-shattering and terrifying fluctuation erupted surgingly from within his body. This power was like a volcano erupting, blazing and raging, carrying the might of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Above his fist, a chillingly terrifying aura flowed, as if it could easily tear apart the void. In the blink of an eye, two forces with completely different attributes ruthlessly collided together with the force of a mountain and a sea, emitting a terrifying and earth-shattering roar. The voice was as deafening and resounding as a thunderclap, and at the place of impact, it even set off a circle of thrilling energy ripples, which quickly spread out, forming a terrifying shockwave that swept everything around it.
The robes of the two men hunted under this powerful airflow, as if they were flags dancing in the wind. The power of reincarnation spread throughout the entire immortal path in an instant, and in a single thought, life and death were silent. Chapter 158, Reincarnation of the Vast Ages. As the power of reincarnation surfaced throughout the ancient immortal road, the rules on both sides became extraordinarily disorganized, as if they were being pulled by some sort of force, and even space became much more chaotic. Jiang Wuxuang's body was bathed in golden light, like a god standing on the sky. At this moment, he was like a real monarch, ruling over life and death, controlling the cycle of reincarnation. And this was the real immortal. Is this what you've gained over the years? Yuan Hao was completely dumbfounded. The strength displayed by Jiang Wuxuang was so powerful that it was simply shocking. Even he might not be able to resist it. I told you, you'll never be able to catch up with me. You're just a loser. Jiang Wuxuang indifferently swept a glance at Yuan Hao, without the slightest ripple in his eyes, and with a movement of his mind, the endless light of reincarnation expanded steeply, covering the entire immortal path, with strands of golden radiance flowing, bringing about an oppressive and suffocating intent. This scene fell into Yuan Hao's eyes, and he couldn't help but change his face slightly. This might was so terrifying, like a power from another dimension. It was hard to describe it with words. Right at this moment, Jiang Wuxuang took a step out and walked towards Yuan Hao. Buzz! The light of reincarnation surged up crazily, transforming into 10,000 feet of golden blades chopping down. Its speed was so fast that it seemed to be able to cleave through all obstacles. War! Yuan Hao roared as he slapped his palm out. Endless immortal power erupted out, transforming into endless starlight that roared out, covering the sky and shrouding everything, eventually colliding with the light of reincarnation. The two forces collided fiercely in space, devouring each other and wearing away, gradually annihilating into nothingness. And everything was reduced to nothingness. So you want to break through with the help of this emperor? At this time, Jiang Wuxuang finally discovered the abnormality. Although Yuan Hao looked lousy on the surface, he was actually not injured. Instead, he was hiding a deeper scheme. Simply because Jiang Wuxuang cultivated the way of reincarnation, and the other party wanted to use the way of reincarnation to quench his own Tao. Since you've discovered it, then this emperor isn't hiding it anymore. Yuan Hao smiled faintly. Although he has been secluded in the immortal path for so many years, this emperor has become more and more skillful in his mastery of immortal rhythms, so he has been seeking for a breakthrough. But unfortunately, there has been no breakthrough. And it wasn't until you opened up the immortal path once again, that this emperor felt that his chance had come. Then let's give it a try. This emperor also wants to see how strong the so-called immortal rhythm is. Jiang Wuxuang gazed at Yuan Hao. A bright and dazzling light of reincarnation blossomed under his feet, and he walked forward step by step. Every time he moved, his figure seemed to have crossed an infinite distance, instantly descending above Yuan Hao's head. A loud rumbling sound was heard, and a vast and terrifying momentum swept across the 8 wastelands and the 6 worlds. Kill! Yuan Hao shouted, his body's immortal energy rolling and roaring as he waved his arms around, roiling immortal seals killing out across the sky, paving the way for a heavenly onslaught. Jiang Wuxuang raised his fist and blasted out punch after punch. Each punch contained amazing power, and each punch seemed to carry a storm of destruction, crushing all the immortal seals away as his punches became more and more ferocious and overbearing. In just a few moments, the two fought tens of thousands of times, and the terrifying power caused the surrounding emptiness to crumble away. At this moment, all the immortal paths trembled, as if they couldn't carry that terrifying fluctuation and were about to collapse away, as the endless light of reincarnation shone in all directions. Let's show you what reincarnation is. Jiang Wuxuang snorted coldly, his palm swung violently, and in an instant, the endless power of reincarnation immediately converged to form a divine dragon, rushing Yuan Hao's surrounding heaven and earth, entangling his body, and the endless binding force descended from the heavens, causing Yuan Hao's face to become ugly for a few moments. Immediately afterward, his body shook violently, and his entire soul felt like it was constantly falling into layers of darkness, as if it had gone through hundreds of millions of years of reincarnation, being erased bit by bit, and ultimately, only the pure brand of his soul remained. That endless reincarnation caused Yuan Hao to keep sinking, unable to break free at all, only allowing that reincarnation power to erode his sanity and soul, eventually wiping out his memories clean, leaving him with nothing but a blank slate. This is the power of reincarnation, which makes one defenseless. Reincarnation, Yuan Hao murmured. His eyes opened, his pupils flickered with confusion, but the scene of the reincarnation that he had just experienced always floated in his mind. He was still living in the picture he had just seen. His body was ice cold, as if he had experienced a nightmare. Well, suddenly, an indifferent voice came from his ears, and Yuan Hao looked up at Jiang Wuxuang, the corner of his mouth lifting up in an arc as he laughed.
Jiang Wushuang, you're even stronger than you were back then.
You're proud enough to make me perform this move. Jiang Wushuang had his hands behind his back and looked at him with a calm face, as if he was expounding on a rare and ordinary matter.
I feel a breakthrough coming on. Yuan Hao let out a long sigh. His face filled with complexity as he said, do you know how long I have waited before finally waiting for today?
Jiang Wushuang pondered for a moment and slowly spoke.
I'm not sure, but you should still be unsure, right? Upon hearing this,
Yuan Hao couldn't help but have a trace of surprise flash through his eyes,
as if he didn't expect Jiang Wushuang to understand so thoroughly. Without denying it, he continued, not bad, I do lack an opportunity. Perhaps, we need to make a deal.
Jiang Wushuang faintly asked, what kind of deal?
Do me a favor.
Yuan Hao's gaze flashed with a sharp color as he spat out a resolute word sound. Help me step into that brand new layer of realm.
As these words fell, Jiang Wushuang couldn't help but freeze his gaze there, his eyes staring at Yuan Hao dead in the face, as if he had seen through Yuan Hao's heart, and only after a long time did he spit out a light and fluttering voice. Could be.
Hearing Jiang Wushuang's words,
Yuan Hao was stunned,
and then he revealed a bright smile. An ray of gratitude actually arose in his heart.
Are you ready?
Jiang Wushuang stared at Yuan Hao with a calm gaze.
He could feel that the aura on Yuan Hao's body was rapidly increasing, vaguely reaching a certain layer of limit.
Aha!
Yuan Hao nodded heavily, then sat down on his knees.
He closed his eyes, and his entire body fell into some kind of marvelous state.
The immortal rhythm inside his body was flowing, as if it was going to be transformed into a mortal rhythm and integrated into his flesh. Is this guy going to cross the threshold on this ancient immortal road? Seeing this scene, Jiang Wushuang's eyes flickered with a refined aura.
If this was really the case, it would save him a lot of effort. Buzz! A light of reincarnation surged out crazily,
scrubbing Yuan Hao's body as if it was pervasive,
and his divine soul was constantly being refined, along with the immortal rhythm and the power of reincarnation gradually integrating into Yuan Hao's body. A ray of haze light blossomed out from his body,
just like an immortal radiance, enveloping Yuan Hao's body, giving off an ethereal and holy feeling,
which made people unable to resist worshipping.
Boom click. Suddenly, above the immortal road,
there were thunderous bursts of dark clouds,
lightning flashed, infinite pressure spread out,
and a thick lightning bolt danced crazily as if it were a silver snake.
Chapter 159, The Immortal Path Transition. Here it comes, finally. Yuan Hao's heart shook violently,
and his eyes suddenly opened as he stood up, the immortal light on his body instantly becoming even more dazzling, like the stars of the 9 heavens falling down to the mortal world, setting him off as solemn and sacred as a god. A purple thunderbolt descended from the sky, carrying a heaven-destroying and earth-destroying might, slashing down fiercely towards Yuan Hao. Each lightning bolt contained endless destructive power that seemed to completely destroy everything in the world. However, Yuan Hao bathed in this radiant immortal light, and was unexpectedly unharmed. Only a flash of his figure was seen, like a shooting star rushing straight up into the sky, as if he wanted to fight the dome of the sky head-on. Those thunderbolts kept striking down on his body, but they were all easily resisted by him. Immediately afterward, more and more lightning punishments came one after another, pouring down like a raging storm. Yuan Hao, however, was undaunted, standing steadily in the void, openly welcoming these terrifying thunderbolts. No matter how those countless thunderbolts raged, they were unable to cause any harm to him.
At this moment, Yuan Hao was like an invincible god of war,
and his figure looked taller and taller under the reflection of the thunder light. With his strong strength and firm beliefs, he showed the world what it means to be truly fearless.
Jiang Wushuang exerted the unparalleled power of reincarnation,
constantly providing Yuan Hao with the required energy consumption, allowing him to withstand those appalling attacks for a long time.
At the same time,
this power also made Yuan Hao's comprehension of those lightning tribulations deeper and deeper.
Yuan Hao's figure rushed high into the sky like a flying bird,
and the sea of thunder in the sky surged,
emitting a deafening roar.
They transformed into countless terrifying thunder dragons, swooping down from nothingness as if they were a raging storm,
pouncing madly on Yuan Hao's body.
Yuan Hao stood steadily above the void,
his entire body flowing with a powerful and suffocating immortal aura. At this moment, he was like a real exiled immortal person, transcendent,
with a trace of creepy great Tao pressure surrounding him,
making people not help but feel intimidated.
He slowly raised his palm and blasted out with a violent force.
In an instant,
endless immortal light blossomed out in brilliant and eye-catching splendor,
as if it was going to drown the entire world in it. That piece of heaven and earth became as bright as day in an instant,
only to see a huge and incomparable fist mane shooting out like a meteor, ruthlessly smashing into those thunder dragons, causing their bodies to shatter in response.
At this time,
the thunder clouds churned up, and a huge and boundless body emerged, emitting a golden luster all over its body. It was a thunder spirit born from the condensation of divine thunder,
majestic and imposing, guarding the 8 directions of heaven and earth.
The thunder spirit roared, and then slowly extended his huge palm to slap out, covering the sky and harboring destructive power,
snapping towards Yuan Hao, wanting to completely destroy him.
The corner of Yuan Hao's mouth sketched out a cold smile as he looked at the crushing thunder spirit, his eyes filled with disdain and provocation.
Instead of retreating, his figure stepped forward and his body rose up into the air, like a shining meteor, resolutely rushing into the thunder spirit.
He was well aware that this thunder spirit contained endless energy, and if he could completely absorb this power,
his cultivation would definitely receive a qualitative boost.
He was therefore undaunted and determined to take a chance. When Yuan Hao entered the interior of the thunder spirit, the infinite divine thunder seemed to be enraged and raged wildly.
Like a fierce dragon,
they wrapped Yuan Hao tightly with their teeth and claws, desperately tearing his flesh with their sharp claws and sharp fangs.
However, in the face of such a terrifying attack,
Yuan Hao's face did not have the slightest expression of pain.
He sat steadily amidst the thunder spirit, his eyes tightly closed, like an indestructible mountain. At the same time,
a strong radiance of the great Tao emanated from his body,
as dazzling as the sun.
A mysterious rune wandered around his body, flickering with a strange light, seemingly wanting to seep into his skin and bones and merge with his blood. When Lei Qi was affected by Yuan Hao's intentions,
he instantly became furious.
It let out a burst of hissing sounds,
the sound deafening and resounding.
It continuously bombarded Yuan Hao's body with divine thunder,
trying to destroy this uninvited guest. The divine thunderbolts fell as intensively as raindrops, each one carrying a heaven-destroying power.
But Yuan Hao remained unmoved.
However, Yuan Hao seemed to have forgotten everything,
always sitting there on his knees, constantly drawing on the power of the thunder spirit to strengthen himself.
A little bit of time just went by.
In the middle of a vast palace, in the middle of a vast and boundless sky and earth, a young man with a straight posture was standing with his hands behind his back. He was dressed in a black fancy dress, his sleeves fluttering as if he was one with this heaven and earth.
His face was handsome and extraordinary,
with sword brows and starry eyes, and slightly pursed lips under a high nose,
revealing an air of perseverance and boldness,
especially the pair of black ink-like eyes,
deep and bright
and dazzling as stars, and even exuded a kind of disdain for the world,
the only domineering aura.
He stood there silently, his eyes gazing into the distance as if he could travel through endless space and time. At the end of his line of sight, he could vaguely see a lofty and majestic building towering above the clouds,
which were imposing and solemn, giving people a mind-blowing feeling. At this moment,
the youth's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly, revealing a slight chill as he muttered under his breath,
"How dare someone trespass on the immortal road?"
The voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable majesty. Before the words fell, he was seen gently waving his sleeve, and a dazzling beam of light suddenly shot out from his hand. The beam of light cut through the sky like lightning and exploded in midair. As the light dissipated, an old man in a gray robe slowly stepped out from the void. He walked towards the youth step by step, each step looking extremely composed, and finally bowed respectfully towards the youth and worshipped.
"Subordinate, see young lord."
The youth gazed at him and asked,
"Did you see that scene clearly just now?"
The gray-robed old man spoke, "Although my subordinate has not seen that sight with his own eyes,
based on my subordinate's observations and speculations, the young lord's guesses are correct in 9 out of 10 cases."
Hearing this, the corner of the youth's mouth lifted up in an arc, his smile appearing quite bright as he said, "Let's leave this matter for the time being, and wait for father to come out of the gate before discussing it."
"Yes,
sir." The gray-robed old man clasped his fists and replied.
The youth then left, his figure flickering and disappearing in an instant. Inside another palace, a man and a woman were embracing each other lying on the bed. The girl was slender and exquisite,
beautiful, and between her knitted brows,
she gave people a different kind of temptation. At this time,
her pretty face was blushing, and she was clinging to that youth's chest. Her breathing was slightly rapid, and her delicate body was trembling slightly.
Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes, looked down at the woman in his arms, and asked softly, "What's wrong?"
The woman's cheeks reddened even more, only that there was some indifference in her gaze, and she spat out an icy sentence.
"It's nothing, stand down."
Hearing such a cold voice from the woman, the youth's expression was stunned, and then his gaze became a few points dimmer as he asked in a low voice, "Subordinate will retire."
The youth turned and left the room, leaving the woman alone. The woman's beautiful eyes glowed with a cold aura,
and her fingers slightly pinched and counted, but she realized that nothing could be projected.
The heavens are clouded. There is a great calamity coming.
The woman's brow was tinged with a bit of sadness.
At this time,
a sound of footsteps came from outside the door,
only to see a maid enter the room and respectfully say, "Your Highness, a messenger seeks an audience." Chapter 160. You've just stepped into the immortal realm and you want to fight with this emperor? The woman frowned and inquired. Who is the messenger? The maid returned.
It's an envoy from the Divine Feather Empire. The woman's beautiful eyes flashed with a ray of essence, but without too much excitement. She calmly asked, does the letter state the purpose of the visit?
The maid responded. That messenger didn't divulge anything specific, only that he wanted to see you in person. Hearing this,
a trace of doubt flashed through the woman's beautiful eyes, but she quickly relieved herself and spoke faintly.
Since he's here, let's invite him over. The maid owed.
Yes, sir. Then the maid walked out. A few moments later led a stout man clad in armor. At this time his body stood straight,
handsome.
His body was permeated with sharpness,
giving a feeling of not being able to be messed with. Greetings to the Empress. The man curtsied to the woman. The woman nodded.
Be excused. Then her gaze fell on the other party and she said in a calm tone,
I wonder what the envoy's sudden visit is about.
The man's gaze looked around,
finally resting on the woman,
and his expression was serious as he said, by the decree of His Majesty, I have come here to remind Lord Empress of the great calamity, that this great calamity may affect the entire sacred realm.
So what? The Empress' face was indifferent,
and there were no ripples in her eyes,
appearing extremely calm. She was the absolute Empress of Tianxian Zhozhou.
Thousands of honors were added to her body. Her heart was very comparable to others, and she had long practiced a heart of iron, and no matter what dangers she encountered, she could not influence her decision. If the great calamity really comes, I'm afraid that it will involve countless frontier cities and towns as well as major powers in the Holy Domain, and at that time, I'm afraid that the Holy Domain will be plunged into a chaotic situation,
and even reduced to a battlefield, with people and souls being smeared, and bloodshed being spilled. The man said heavily, his eyes resolute and unrivaled, his tone solemn.
That's why our majesties want to make an alliance with Lord Empress to deal with this calamity together.
The female emperor's beautiful eyes stared at the man and opened her mouth. Then according to you, how should this emperor make a choice? That,
I dare not presume to say.
The man's body trembled at the empress's intense gaze and he stammered.
Poof! The empress let out a cold snort from her nostrils, causing the man to tremble violently. Beads of sweat the size of pea grains appearing on his forehead as he said with a frightened heart,
Lord Empress, forgive me. The emperor doesn't blame you. The empress slowly said, tell your majesty that if you want to make an alliance, you have to show full sincerity. Upon hearing this, the man sighed in relief, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face as he said, I'll report it to His Majesty. After saying this, the man couldn't wait to leave. When he left shortly, a tall and slender figure walked in. She was clad in a white dress. Her skin was like condensed fat. Her features were exquisite, and her temperament was superb, just like a heavenly nymph descending from the mortal world, not eating earthly fires in general. See the Empress.
The woman bowed to the Empress. The Empress waved her hand to indicate that she didn't need to be polite as she looked at the stunning woman in front of her and indifferently said,
this time, I asked you to come over here because I'm preparing for you to head to the ancient immortal road to see what's going on there. Ancient immortal road?
The woman revealed a look of surprise,
seemingly a bit shocked.
She is aware that this ancient immortal road has long been severed and no longer exists,
and now the Empress is even letting her go to the ancient immortal road. It is hard to.
The female emperor seemed to have read through the thoughts in her mind and continued, that's right. The ancient immortal road has reopened,
and this emperor needs you to make a trip there.
The woman opened her mouth and asked,
is Her Majesty the Empress asking me to go and see what's happening on the ancient immortal road?
The Empress hummed softly,
then gazed out the window, her eyes deep and distant. The ancient immortal path was once again open,
and this might be an opportunity for her to step into the immortal king.
My subordinate would like to go to the ancient immortal path.
The woman's beautiful eyes looked at the Empress and firmly said without the slightest hesitation. Although she wasn't sure what exactly the Empress had in mind, she agreed without hesitation.
After all, she had never disobeyed the Empress's orders.
Go get ready. The Empress nodded her head gently, a trace of hope flashing in her beautiful eyes.
Yes.
The woman clasped her fists and said she turned and left.
Just then,
a divine thought she hadn't noticed was added to her body.
The moment. Ancient immortal road. Jiang Wuxuan looked at Yuan Hao, who was crossing the immortal tribulation, his eyes blossoming with brilliant and dazzling splendor,
and secretly said in his heart, so that's how it is. The immortal tribulation that Yuan Hao is crossing this time should be the legendary triple calamity and sixth tribulation. There were generally 9 types of immortal tribulation, and the one Yuan Hao was transiting through was the 3 calamities and 9 difficulties. Although it looked ordinary, only those who had crossed the threshold would understand what level of pain they had suffered, because that was an extremely cruel and torturous immortal punishment. It would befall different levels of tests depending on the strength and potential of the cultivator. The thunderbolt surged and rumbled. Yuan Hao's body was bathed in the radiant thunder light.
enduring great pain and suffering. Ah! He roared up to the sky, venting his inner pain. His entire face became hideous, his clothes shattered, his flesh exploded, and blood flew across his body. The scene was gut-wrenching. Boom boom! The thunder was more than deafening. The thunder light became more and more blooming and intense, almost drowning Yuan Hao's body. Put! Finally, a bloody arrow shot up into the sky, and Yuan Hao's left arm exploded, turning into a rain of blood that scattered into the void. And that's just the beginning. The thunder light became more and more ferocious, crazily destroying Yuan Hao's entire defense. His body was gradually collapsing and disintegrating, and blood mist filled the void. The scene was shocking. Yuan Hao's miserable screams also became miserable. Ah! He hissed and roared up to the sky, as if he wanted to vent out the pain in his heart. But as soon as the immortal rhythm surged forth, his already shattered body began to return to normal, and a stronger power filled his entire body, causing him to feel invigorated. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, Yuan Hao laughed up to the sky, and an immortal pattern emerged from his body, covering him as a ray of immortal might swept out. The immortal pattern was the sign of stepping into the immortal realm. The more immortal lines there were, the more pure the cultivator's immortal power proved to be, and the highest achievements he or she would be able to achieve in the future. Swish! In the next instant, Yuan Hao opened his eyes, and two sharp sword blades burst out, incomparably sharp. He scanned the surroundings and finally turned his gaze to Jiang Wushuang. What? Jiang Wushuang hugged his arms and said with a smirk, "You just stepped into the immortal realm and you want to fight with this emperor?" You? Hearing Jiang Wushuang's words, Yuan Hao's mouth twitched. However, he did have thoughts on this. Having just broken through, he really wanted to try his fighting prowess, but on second thought, gave up. His immortal soul had yet to be completely stabilized, and Jiang Wushuang looked emboldened again with that look, clearly having something to rely on. Jiang Wushuang said calmly, "You are not my opponent." When these words came out, Yuan Hao said defiantly, "You think I'm afraid of you? Then it's a battle." Jiang Wushuang shrugged his shoulders with a playful expression. Yuan Hao gritted his teeth and said, "Forget it, if I really lose to you again, my Dao heart will be shattered." Chapter 161, This Emperor's Friend. Are you not worthy of touching him? Yuan Hao gritted his teeth and said, "Forget it, if I really lose to you again, my Dao heart will be shattered. Don't worry, you won't lack an opponent this time." As Jiang Wushuang finished with a smirk, silhouettes continued to emerge from the surrounding void. 17 in total, each with a heroic appearance and immortal light, each of them at the immortal realm. Yuan Hao froze. He hadn't seen a single person for so many years on the ancient immortal road. Jiang Wushuang had only been here for how long? And so many people had come all at once, and all of them were very strong by the look of their auras, even stronger than him. At this time, one of the young men who looked quite majestic looked at Yuan Hao and asked coldly, "Who are you?" His body was erect and his temperament was outstanding. A pair of star-like eye pupils were filled with a domineering color, giving people a great sense of oppression. This was a top demon with exceptional talent and extraordinary strength. In his eyes, Jiang Wushuang hadn't even stepped into the immortal realm and wasn't even worthy of being his opponent. As for Yuan Hao, in his opinion, a fellow who had just stepped into the immortal realm was even more worthless. Yuan Hao frowned slightly at his words. This young man's tone revealed a strong sense of pride and contempt that was uncomfortable. He said indifferently, "My name is Yuan Hao. This is a friend of this emperor, named Jiang Wushuang." His attitude was tough, and since others looked down on him, he didn't bother with them. This emperor? Humph. Hearing Yuan Hao call himself this emperor, the young man coldly grunted, "A mere mole cricket. How dare you call yourself an emperor? You don't know how to be ashamed." These words caused Yuan Hao's face to plummet, and a terrifying killing intent filled the air. These people, indeed, are not to be messed with, especially with this natural nobility. Jiang Wushuang, on the other hand, watched the scene with interest and did not stop it. He also didn't expect Yuan Hao to say that he was his friend and directly call himself this emperor. This guy, that's interesting. Ha! Just then, another immortal stepped out and said with a bland expression, "Why don't you kneel when you see an immortal?" As soon as these words came out, a majestic and boundless pressure swept through the air, enveloping the 8 directions. Yuan Hao's face suddenly changed. Feeling like he was being crushed by Tarzan, he stared at the other party dead in the face and gritted his teeth. Yuan Hao, walk upright and sit upright. Why do I need to kneel down to anyone? That immortal coldly glanced at Yuan Hao, an icy luster flickering in the depths of his eyes. Yuan Hao was immediately suppressed by a majestic pressure and almost fell to his knees. His body couldn't stop shaking. The pressure was too terrifying, just like the Tai Chu Xingyu, crushing him, and his bones emitted clicking sounds. If it continued, he was bound to be suppressed. However, at this time,
Jiang Wuxuang released her own breath to help Yuan Hao resist this pressure. Bang! The two auras collided together, and a brilliant light immediately erupted. That terrifying pressure disappeared. At this time, everyone gathered their gazes on Jiang Wuxuang, their eyes tinged with amazement, as if they found it shocking that a person without the immortal realm was able to erupt with such a strong aura. Jiang Wuxuang's eyes swept over the crowd, and eventually his gaze landed on the young man, and he smiled coldly, saying, "This fellow said that this emperor is his friend. So is this emperor's friend not something you're worthy of touching? Seek death." The youth angrily rebuked as a terrifying pressure descended and enveloped Jiang Wuxuang. Boom! The territory shook violently, as if a violent earthquake had occurred, and many buildings were instantly shattered. "Kid, you're too arrogant!" The youth shouted angrily and slapped towards Jiang Wuxuang. This slap was so powerful that it was like the sky collapsing and destroying everything. At this moment, Yuan Hao felt a huge sense of oppression, and his just-hammered immortal soul was about to explode, as if it might collapse at any moment. He clenched his fists, his eyes wide with rage, but there was nothing he could do. Buzz! At the critical moment, Jiang Wuxuang's figure disappeared into thin air, and in the next second, he decisively struck out, meeting the young man's palm with a punch. Only with a bang sound, the surging force washed away and turned into a wild wind that swept through the 8 directions. Stomp! That young man was shaken back several feet away, his face clouded over. He gazed scornfully at Jiang Wuxuang and said in a chilling voice, "What a fast speed! Kill!" Yuan Hao did not hesitate to strike, and his target was precisely that youth. Despite his relatively low cultivation level, he was covered in blood, but he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. On the contrary, a strong fighting spirit burned within him, because he knew deep down that the fastest growth could only be realized through fighting. Seeing this, Jiang Wuxuang also followed closely behind without hesitation. Boom boom boom! In an instant, the scene was thrown into chaos as terrifying energy fluctuations quickly spread out like ripples. The surrounding buildings above the ancient immortal road were destroyed into rubble. An ancient tree was instantly turned into ashes, and a huge stone was blown to smithereens. The entire ancient immortal road was filled with a suffocatingly solemn and intense atmosphere. The remaining 16 had little intention of making a move, waiting to see what would happen and watching the fun. Who do you think will win? At this moment, a clear voice rang out, and it was a girl standing next to Yuan Hao, with a stunningly beautiful face, a graceful figure, and a pair of bright eyes that contained compassion, as if she had seen through everything. The teenager. Someone spoke up, pointing at Jiang Wuxuang in the center of the field. "He is indeed powerful. I can't see through him." Oh, others cast their eyes and scrutinize. "His fleshly body should have been quenched to its limit, right?" The other man spoke. The others exclaimed in admiration. Indeed, Jiang Wuxuang's physical body had reached its peak state, flawless and comparable to an immortal spirit. Even they did not dare to guarantee that their own fleshly bodies could be compared. The kind that was flawless, with chi and blood exuberant to the extreme, was simply a humanoid ferocious beast that possessed the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. "He has the scent of reincarnation on him." Suddenly, a young man in black narrowed his eyes. His gaze was very sharp, and with a single glance, he pierced through the illusion and saw Jiang Wuxuang hidden in the shadows. Not bad. What he cultivates is indeed the reincarnation technique. The other few people also nodded their heads, revealing looks of surprise and envy. Reincarnation. This immortal king-level technique was too rare. Even in their sacred domain, it belonged to the supreme treasure, precious and unobtainable. No wonder he dares to be so wild. With the reincarnation technique protecting your body and this flawless physical body, you might be able to resist the green spirit. A few people were talking about it. Suddenly, an even more brilliant and dazzling haze erupted. That was Jiang Wuxuang's chi and blood surging. His blood rushed like a torrent, each breath inducing the power of heaven and earth, turning into a rolling river, rushing towards Yuan Hao. Chapter 162 Great Sun Holy Land. Is it powerful? Yuan Hao felt the augmentation of Jiang Wuxuang's power of reincarnation, and a powerful force surged up in his heart, causing his spirit to become extremely excited and invigorated. He let out a guttural roar, as if he wanted to unleash the power of his entire body, while at the same time executing all sorts of amazingly powerful secret arts, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the green spirit. As the battle progressed, Yuan Hao's aura became stronger and stronger, and his attacks became more and more severe and ferocious. Each strike carried an unrivaled might that made people look at it. However, even though Yuan Hao was acting exceptionally brave, his cultivation level was still lower than Qing Ling's in the end. After half a quarter of an hour of intense fighting, he began to gradually feel physically exhausted. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and his body involuntarily flew backwards. At this moment, a trace of unwillingness and helplessness flashed through Yuan Hao's eyes. He knew that he had tried his best, but he was still unable to achieve ultimate victory against the green spirit, who was so powerful. Rumble! The ground was all cracked, leaving behind a big pit, in which Yuan Hao lay, climbing up with great difficulty, a smile on his face. Lost, but he wasn't frustrated, because it's his choice. Jiang Wushuang stepped forward with a calm demeanor and said softly, "Let me help you out. Stare wide-eyed and look carefully, because I will only demonstrate once." Before the words fell, only to see his whole body violently erupted with a bright and dazzling light, like a round of sun that fell to the earth, so dazzling that people could not look directly at the blinding light, and even their eyes were difficult to open. Rumble! Just as Jiang Wushuang's aura climbed to its peak, he violently swung out a fist. It was a punch that looked plain and unassuming. It was like an ordinary stance that an unusual person would casually wield without any particularity. However, it was this punch that landed in the depths of Qing Ling's pupils, and his entire heart beat fiercely as a shudder ran through him, feeling as small as a mole cricket, unable to withstand this punch from the other party. This punch! Everyone present was terrified by this punch and trembled inwardly. What kind of power is this? How could there be such an overbearing, lingering attacking power? Even for those lofty immortals, they thought that the techniques they cultivated were strong enough and overbearing enough. However, they had never encountered it before, and this punch from Jiang Wushuang actually made them feel as if their feats were like waste paper. Not worth mentioning. Qing Ling's mind trembled as he tried to dodge, but he realized that his entire body was stiff and he couldn't do it at all. Boom! A dull crash came. Immediately afterward, a miserable scream rang out as Qing Ling's body flew out horizontally. His chest was blasted out with a huge hole, almost shattering his heart. Qing Ling fell in the distance, spraying blood from his mouth, his face as pale as paper and his breath as if he was swimming. A punch that seriously hurts. The room was silent. Who would have thought it would have turned out this way? Qing Ling was at the 9th grade immortal realm, and Jiang Wushuang clearly hadn't stepped into the immortal realm, but he was actually able to hit him hard with one punch? It just doesn't make sense. Not only them, Yuan Hao also frowned slightly. The power of that punch just now was beyond imagination. He didn't expect Jiang Wushuang to actually control such a terrifying and overbearing offensive jutsu. It all happened so fast. From the time they exchanged blows until Jiang Wushuang defeated Qing Ling, it only took a few dozen breaths of time, which was staggeringly fast. The crowd reacted with shock. Fellow Daoist, would you be too ruthless in your actions? At this time, someone stood out and berated Jiang Wushuang, accusing him of being too heavy-handed. Humph. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Since we have already divided the winners and losers, why should we pursue the original reason? Jiang Wushuang coldly swept a glance at the other party and coldly droned. If you guys want to avenge him, just go ahead and do it. His tone was cold and merciless with disdain, not hiding his contempt. At once, the man was furious and gritted his teeth. Fellow Daoist, don't be too arrogant. Jiang Wushuang didn't answer him, but just stood in front of Yuan Hao with his hands behind his back, indifferently overlooking the crowd, as if the sky was the third oldest. The earth was the second oldest, and he was the oldest. Kind of. A female cultivator stepped out, her eyes clear as she stared at Jiang Wushuang and asked with interest, "Dare I ask where your teacher comes from, and which great power is your teacher?" She was beautiful, with a graceful body, glistening jade-like skin, emitting precious light, and flowing with a haze that was full of spiritual charm. Jiang Wushuang glanced at her and said indifferently, "No sect." Everyone was relieved to hear his words. I thought he had some amazing origin, but I didn't realize he was just a loner. Fellow Daoist, you're so young and gifted. Why are you willing to resign yourself to this? What a waste. The young girl remained polite and inquired, "Would you like to join our heavenly Dao palace?" When these words came out, the rest of the people immediately reacted in their hearts and cursed the old fox. This was pulling in talent, and then they started digging in. Fellow Daoist, join our heavenly dragon sect. I promise I will train you to become a generation of saint emperors. A middle-aged man said. He had a rugged look and a gnarled beard. Fellow Daoist, join our Taishu sect. Dog. A group of immortals surrounded Jiang Wushuang, scrambling to persuade him to join their forces. But unfortunately, Jiang Wushuang was simply too lazy to care. He just watched the scene quietly, and only after a long time did he faintly spit out the words, "Not interested." The words made everyone stutter. He actually refused? Soon they were relieved. For a nameless person, with no power and no backing, to have reached today's achievement was already very heaven-defying. But there is no need to pay any attention to such arrogant people. However, there were always people who felt that Jiang Wushuang was too arrogant and wanted to suppress it. Fellow Daoist, have you really considered it? At this time, a black-robed youth stepped out and said with an icy expression, "I am the Great Sun Holy Land, the head of the 7-star monarchs, and I cordially invite you to join the Great Sun Holy Land."
the head of the 7-star monarchs? Jiang Wuxuan's eyes narrowed as he said, Great Sun Holy Land? Is it very powerful? Hiss. At those words, everyone sucked in cold air and looked at Jiang Wuxuan with horror. The Great Sun Sacred Land, which was well known in the Holy Domain, was called the Uncrowned King. In this lineage, it was said that 7 invincible battle immortals were born. Moreover, the strength of each of these 7 battle immortals was extremely terrifying and frightening. They, who had ruled the Great Sun Holy Land for 10,000 years, sat in the holy city and ordered the 4 directions. No one dared to disobey. No one was unafraid, and they intimidated the 8 directions. But Jiang Wuxuan said such a sentence, questioning the Great Sun Holy Land in front of everyone. They all thought that Jiang Wuxuan was crazy. Ha ha ha, little brother, you are truly a newborn. The black-robed youth sneered with a smile. The Great Sun Holy Land, standing in the holy domain for hundreds of millions of years, has a strong heritage. Is it not something you can know as a mere little person? Chapter 163, Your Life is Mine, gives you a chance to reorganize your language. Jiang Wuxuan's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. His face was indifferent, as if he was looking at a mole cricket. His gaze was as calm as water, as if he didn't place the so-called Great Sun Holy Land in his eyes at all. Such an attitude instantly triggered an uproar. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe their eyes and ears. Is this a blatant attempt to provoke the authority of the Great Sun Holy Land? Seek death. The black-robed youth could no longer endure this humiliation. His eyes became crimson, filled with endless killing intent, and his entire person erupted like a volcano. A terrifying aura surged up from his body like a ferocious beast, sweeping out in all directions. Rumble. In an instant, the winds in this space rose, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the sky and earth changed color, as if the end had come. That powerful aura caused everyone to feel palpitations. Their faces turned pale and they breathed heavily as they retreated backward, fearing that they would be affected by this power. Fellow Taoist really doesn't know what to do. Since this is the case, then don't blame me for being merciless. The black-robed youth had a cold expression. His eyes were as cold as frost, and he radiated endless pressure and terror all over his body. Roaring flames suddenly surged around his body as if it were a volcano erupting, instantly illuminating the entire sky in a fiery red color. These flames were not ordinary flames, but monstrous flaming rays that contained extremely powerful energy, and their temperature was frighteningly high, as if they were capable of burning everything. They wrapped around the black-robed youth like fire dragons, continuously rising and roaring, forming a sea of incomparably hot fire. The black-robed youth violently poked out a palm and grabbed fiercely towards Jiang Wuxuan. As he moved, the sea of fire also seemed to be tugged by some kind of pull as it crazily swept towards Jiang Wuxuan. Scorching heat filled the air, and wherever it passed, space became twisted and distorted, as if it would collapse at any time. This was not just a simple means of attack, but a vision evolved by a supreme divine ability called the Great Sun Divine Power. At this moment, the black-robed youth was able to execute such a terrifying strike precisely by virtue of his own formidable strength and the augmentation of the 9-yang divine body. Under the pressure of this powerful force, any opponent in the same realm was afraid that it would be difficult to resist and could only be crushed mercilessly. Fellow Taoist, don't be obsessed. Join our Great Sun Holy Land now and I can leave you alive, he said arrogantly, with an air of being certain of Jiang Wuxuan. Noisy. However, Jiang Wuxuan shook his head inside, as if he was lamenting the other party's insouciance. Immediately after that, he slowly stretched out his hand, only to see his index finger and thumb come together as one, like an incomparably sharp sword blade, piercing through the sea of blazing fire with endless might, and attacking straight towards the black-robed youth. How can it be? The black-robed youth instantly looked horrified, staring at Jiang Wuxuan with wide-eyed disbelief. His pupils contracted dramatically, and his face was filled with an unbelievable expression. The scene in front of him was really beyond his expectations, leaving him completely unable to understand how Jiang Wuxuan was able to break through his sea of fire attack so easily. However, fortunately, the black-robed youth had a body protection treasure on his body. Only a crisp sound could be heard as a golden divine bell flew out of his body, rapidly growing larger and enveloping his entire body. A brilliant and dazzling rune dangled from above the divine bell, flickering with a mysterious and powerful light, resisting the onslaught of the surrounding sea of fire. Clang! Another violent collision sound came, and the originally raging and surging flames instantly collapsed and disappeared. However, the black-robed youth did not stop attacking because of this. He once again unleashed his attacking aptitude. Countless fist shadows poured out like densely packed raindrops, each one of them containing a terrifying power that was so loud that it caused one's heart to palpitate. In the face of such a ferocious attack, Jiang Wuxuan, however, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint cold smile. Rumble. The two clashed, erupting with devastating fluctuations,
and the entire heaven and earth were torn apart and shattered like rags. This punch was too strong. The black-robed youth stifled a grunt, and was actually shaken out hundreds of feet, with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, obviously already injured. How is that possible? The crowd was shocked. The strength of the black-robed youth was in the top 3 of so many of them, but now he was actually defeated in the hands of Jiang Wushuang, simply subverting cognition. Together! Right at this time, it was unknown who roared, followed by other cultivators rushing forward, offering various magic weapons and killing Jiang Wushuang in unison. Jiang Wushuang's expression remained unchanged, still calm, standing in place without moving half a step, only to see him swing his arms and slam down. A divine halberd emerged from the void, sweeping across the heavens and earth, sending all the many magic treasures crashing out. In a flash, several more people spat out blood and flew out sideways. These were all Sacred Realm celestial pride, with high cultivation and strong strength, but it was pitifully weak in front of Jiang Wushuang. "You've stepped into the immortal realm?" The black-robed youth suddenly reacted, his face filled with horror as he stared at Jiang Wushuang, his eyes as gloomy as water. Just now, when Jiang Wushuang made his move, he had already judged it. Otherwise, with so many of them joining forces, even if they could not defeat Jiang Wushuang, they could still entangle themselves for a long time. After all, although Jiang Wushuang had a demonic talent and terrifying battle strength, he was ultimately just one person and could not possibly deal with so many of them at the same time. "Ha! You just realized that?" Jiang Wushuang sneered. His feet stepped, and his true cultivation instantly erupted. "What? Immortal Monarch Realm 2nd grade?" At once, the surrounding cultivators shrieked in disbelief. Jiang Wushuang had actually broken through to the 2nd rank of the Immortal Monarch Realm, which felt shocking. Isn't it a lower realm monk? Why had he already reached the Immortal Monarch Realm before even stepping out of the ancient Immortal Road? Could it be the creation within the ancient Immortal Road? Suddenly, a cultivator thought of something. Upon hearing this query, everyone's gazes became hot, staring greedily and incomparably at Jiang Wushuang. "Kill!" In a flash, everyone struck again. "It's just an ant." Jiang Wushuang was domineering and coldly shouted as his body swayed. His speed was extreme. The divine halberd in his hand shook, drawing out a splendid trajectory and slashing out with a terrifyingly incomparable sharpness. The halberd light was too fast, like a shooting star that lit up the sky and penetrated the void. "Shun!" Someone coldly shouted, holding a mountain and smashing it down head-on. However, this mountain was simply unable to resist under the sharpness of the divine halberd. Only a loud bang was heard. The mountain peak exploded into countless pieces, and that cultivator even suffered a heavy blow, howling miserably as he flew backwards. Bang! At the same time, another person carried a monstrous wave of fire and slapped towards Jiang Wushuang, as if he could burn everything, wanting to devour Jiang Wushuang. Jiang Wushuang's face was slightly cold as he pointed out a finger, and a terrifying force erupted from his fingertip, instantly piercing through that fire wave. "Kill!" He held the divine halberd and took a step out, instantly arriving in front of the cultivator. Put! The divine halberd easily broke through the defense and pierced into that cultivator's brow. Hiss! The crowd couldn't help but suck in their breath when they saw this scene. One hit kills. Jiang Wushuang's strength was too ferocious, and his ability to sweep through the group with just his physical strength was heaven-defying. "Asshole!" The black-robed youth roared angrily as he urged his divine armor and magic treasures to kill, wanting to stop Jiang Wushuang. Jiang Wushuang said indifferently, "Your life is mine." As soon as the words fell, he raised his divine halberd and swept it out. Chapter 164-89 Metaphysical Skills. Transitioning the Immortal Tribulation. In an instant, the halberd seemed to transform into a galaxy, spanning across the sky, and its overwhelming and unparalleled sharpness covered the entire ancient Immortal Road like a torrent. Endless thunder surged out from the divine halberd, accompanied by a violent hurricane, forming a giant net that was unrivaled in the world, blocking off the entire heaven and earth. "Run!" Someone screamed in horror, turned and fled desperately. The rest of the cultivators, seeing this scene, didn't have the slightest hesitation and scattered in all directions. Jiang Wushuang was simply too powerful and was not in existence that they could fight against. Put! Only to see the divine halberd cut through a perfect arc, cutting the man off on the spot, blood flying all over the sky, shocking to the eyes. "My leg!" Another scream of misery came from someone else. He had been chopped in two, drenched in blood, and fell to the ground wailing in agony. "Damn it!" The black-robed youth gritted his teeth, his heart filled with indignation. So many of them were actually unable to take down Jiang Wushuang? Moreover, Jiang Wushuang was really ferocious to the extreme, striking without mercy. Every move was bold and vicious, making people's hearts tremble. Swish! Jiang Wushuang didn't have any nonsense and killed with his blood-dripping divine halberd. "Block me!" The black-robed youth looked flustered. In his haste,
he quickly took out a cauldron. This was not an ordinary cauldron, but a king-ranked immortal artifact, which was gifted by his father, and was incredibly powerful. Buzz! The king-ranked cauldron trembled violently, emitting a low rumbling sound as it bloomed with a brilliant and eye-catching haze, acting as an impenetrable barrier across the front, attempting to withstand Jiang Wushuang's fierce attack. However, the divine halberd in Jiang Wushuang's hand was simply too sharp, and the terrifying power it contained was even more overbearing, and in an instant, it easily cleaved that king-ranked cauldron in half. The divine halberd with the momentum of thunderous force, straight toward the chest of the black-robed youth galloped. This sudden change of events, so that the black-robed youth was terrified, covered in cold sweat. No good, help me. At the moment of life and death, the black-robed youth cried out in terror, expecting someone around to lend a helping hand and save himself from danger. Off. However, those people at the moment were unable to protect themselves, and had long since had no time to care about others, so how could they have the leisure to pay attention to the black-robed youth's pleas for help? No, the black-robed youth stared with wide eyes, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. In the next moment, a palpitatingly terrifying force ruthlessly blasted on top of his chest, only to hear a burst of crisp bone breakage sound. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were reduced to pieces in an instant, and his entire body was also split into pieces in an instant, which was miserable to see. How is that possible? His immortal soul wanted to leave this place, but just as it came out, it was captured in the palm of Jiang Wushuang's hand and pinched with force, directly crushing it into powder and dissipating. Seeing this scene, the surrounding crowd was stunned. Jiang Wushuang was simply the kind of heavenly, unscrupulous devil who killed at the drop of a hat. Go! Move! The few remaining cultivators were terrified and no longer dared to linger, turning around to flee. Late! The corners of Jiang Wushuang's mouth rose slightly, outlining a cold and bone-chilling arc. His eyes flashed with a cold aura, as if he was a hauntingly evil spirit from hell, only to see him slowly raise the divine halberd in his hand that was emitting a mysterious glow, and then swing it violently. In an instant, 3 bright and dazzling golden lights shot out like lightning. They tore through the void and rushed towards their target at an astonishing speed, accompanied by 3 dull sounds. In the blink of an eye, 3 heads flew high into the air, and blood sprayed out like a fountain, dyeing the entire long sky red. The 3 heads fell to the ground like kites with broken strings, splattering a cloud of dust and hot blood. It was a bloody and brutal scene that sent chills down the spine. Jiang Wushuang had killed 8 top cultivators in one breath, completely terrifying everyone. Crazy. Aren't you afraid that our 17 forces will attack us as a group? You're crazy. Everyone was fearful and stepped back, avoiding Jiang Wushuang for fear of angering this killing god. You are not worthy, Jiang Wushuang indifferently said. When this emperor comes, it's this emperor's call. Hearing these words, everyone was shocked, including Yuan Hao, who had already been shocked beyond words. All of them were filled with stupefaction. Ding dong, the host has faked a shocking immortal, obtaining the system reward, 8 to 9 Xian Gong. As the system beep fell, Jiang Wushuang immediately felt a powerful surge of strength in his heart. Immediately afterward, a mysterious and complex diagram suddenly sprang up in his mind. This was exactly the line of action of the 8-9 Xian Gong. Just then, the originally clear sky instantly became cloudy, as if covered by a thick layer of dark clouds. The entire ancient immortal road was thus plunged into a dimness. However, in stark contrast, a dazzling light emanated from within Jiang Wushuang's body. Only a dense immortal aura filled his surroundings, and that sacred core and Tao seed even blossomed with a bright and dazzling immortal radiance, wrapping his entire body in a dreamlike immortal mist. At this moment, Jiang Wushuang exuded an awe-inspiring aura. He closed his eyes tightly and concentrated on running his power according to the line of action in his mind. Every breath and every movement contains infinite mysteries and subtleties. Under this powerful force, his body gradually became transparent, as if it was about to merge with its surroundings. The scene was extremely stunning. Immortality is dense and mysterious. In a distant place, the gazes of the many cultivators were locked onto Jiang Wushuang, endless fear and awe welling up in their hearts. It was as if their souls were being pinched by a large invisible hand, trembling violently and unable to hold themselves. Even though they were unable to sense the fluctuations in cultivation on Jiang Wushuang's body, they were able to clearly feel his unrivaled aura. Jiang Wushuang was like a supreme god of war, standing between heaven and earth, overlooking the entire ancient immortal road. The aura emanating from his body made people shudder, as if they would be crushed into powder by that powerful force if they got just a little bit closer. As time passed, the immortal qi within Jiang Wushuang's body became more and more dense. These immortal qi gradually converged into a gigantic heavenly immortal trace that cut straight through the sky, emitting a breathtaking aura. This immortal trace was like a lightning bolt that cut through the sky, dazzling and illuminating the entire sky.
If the surrounding heaven and earth hadn't been blocked off long ago, these cultivators were afraid that they would not hesitate to choose to flee this terrifying place,
away from Jiang Wushuan's grasp. However, at this moment,
they could only stand helplessly in place,
watching Jiang Wushuan display such earth-shattering might.
Their hearts filled with despair and powerlessness.
Chapter 165, The Devil Race. He transforms himself, transforms heaven and earth, transforms the thousands, transforms all things in the heavens, transforms the multitude of beings, transforms the cycle of all beings, and transforms. Abruptly, a low chant spread across the heavens and earth. The voice was very ethereal, as if it came from the depths of the void. However, anyone who heard this voice could not help but be in a trance for a moment, and then revealed a confused expression. What is it? Many cultivators looked at each other in disbelief,
completely confused as to where this ethereal voice came from.
But immediately afterward,
a scene that shocked them even more appeared,
only to see that in that heaven and earth, densely packed words suddenly surfaced.
The writing was so small and blurry that it was impossible to recognize, except for some symbols and words that could only be vaguely seen. It was as if these words had come to life, actually slowly combining together to form a mysterious scroll.
And that was just the beginning. When those words condensed and took shape, the rest of the words followed. For a time,
the ancient immortal road was densely packed with words.
Looking at this scene, the cultivators present were completely dumbfounded,
their eyes rounded with an expression of disbelief.
Geez, I'm not mistaken, am I? What's with all the writing? It's so weird. Could it be a miracle from heaven?
The crowd shrieked and felt a rush of panic.
At that moment,
an old man muttered, "These words seem a bit familiar."
Immediately after, he remembered something. His pupils suddenly shrunk, could not help but suck in cool air, horrified. Could it be that this is a Taiku immortal text? This statement immediately caused a sensation, and everyone's expression changed violently. The Taiku immortal script is the oldest script,
and legend has it that it originated from before the chaos was divided and at the beginning of its birth,
containing supreme wonders and creations,
and possessing incomparable magical power. Only these immortal texts had long since disappeared without a trace and rarely appeared again. But who would have thought that it would reappear in the world today? Although the words were blurry and not really readable, they were still recognizable. These writings were none other than the Taiku immortal writings.
No, it's not a Taiku immortal script, it's just similar.
That old man suddenly shook his head,
vetoing the idea he had just had. The crowd heard,
also immediately regained their composure,
carefully observed for a moment to find that, as the old man said,
these words do have a difference, yet the general body was consistent, as if it had existed for a long
time, containing supreme creation, as well as inexplicable majesty and greatness.
Just as the crowd was in shock,
boom! Suddenly, an incomparably terrifying aura descended down,
enveloping the entire immortal mountain.
In an instant, everyone trembled and was pressurized to the point that they couldn't breathe. The scent is, people are horrified, only to see that, deep within the immortal mountain,
rolling clouds of blood suddenly emerged,
spreading out in all directions.
The faces of the people present changed drastically, and they all stormed backward,
because they felt an incomparably evil and cold aura, as if it came from the 9 hells of purgatory. It's not right.
The old man's brow twisted into a chuan.
Run away. Some people were terrified and fled frantically,
trying to stay away from the depths of the immortal mountain.
However,
they were ultimately a step too slow.
Almost at the very next moment, countless black mists surged and surrounded the entire immortal mountain, trapping them. Immediately afterward,
skeleton after skeleton came out of those mists,
emitting an eerie and terrifying aura that made the soul tremble.
These are the bones of the demon race.
How did they appear here?
Someone said with a face full of fear. Less than half of the 17 of them were now left, and all of them were injured and in extremely bad shape.
In front of them, there were 5 demonic skeletons standing,
their bodies covered in dark light,
each one emitting a monstrous, murderous and ferocious aura,
as if they were evil ghosts crawling out of hell,
chilling people to the core. And on the other side, there were likewise 3 demonic skeletons standing. 2 of them were dressed in black armor, holding war halberds,
and were covered with a fierce aura. There was also a skeleton with a stooped body,
concave eyes, and a bow and arrow on its back, giving people a feeling of pallor, sadness, and decay. On top of the immortal road, why are there so many demonic skeletons appearing?
The crowd was puzzled, especially after sensing the strong aura of these 3 demon race skeletons. He was even more surprised.
It was at this critical moment that Jiang Wushuang,
who had been in the midst of his transiting state,
finally made a move.
His entire body emitted a dazzling haze of light, as if he were a deity descending to the earth,
with a majestic aura that shook the world,
only to see his eyes blossomed with a sharp light.
raising his hand to shoot out a palm. In an instant, the wind and thunder were loud. The surging energy swept across the entire sky like waves, with a destructive force ruthlessly smashing into the chests of those two demonic skeletons. Bang bang! As two dull thuds came, those two skeletons of the demon race couldn't even make any resistance before they were directly smashed to smithereens. However, this is just the beginning. Jiang Wuxuan's eyes flickered with a cold light, followed by him locking his gaze on another demon skeleton and lifting his finger to flick it. Phew! An incomparable sword chi shot out from his fingertips. The sharpness of its edge seemed to be able to cut through everything in the world, penetrating the skull of this demon skeleton without any hindrance. Boom! Along with a loud bang, this demon race's skeleton was also blown apart, and countless black breaths tumbled and spewed out. But in the next instant, Jiang Wuxuan's eyes fiercely condensed, and a blazing flame shot out from his hand, quickly engulfing and burning away all of this pervasive demonic energy until it completely dissipated without a trace. Then, he raised his finger and waved it again, and a golden light rushed out and landed on the body of another demon skeleton. In the next second, the demon skeleton was split in half, dripping with blood and white bones, but it quickly regrouped and stood up again. Jiang Wuxuan frowned, his face sinking. He hadn't expected that these demonic skeletons possessed the property of being indestructible, and could be instantly reunited even if they were broken. Before he could continue to strike, the black mist filled the air, and there were countless demonic skeletons surging over from all directions, drowning Jiang Wuxuan, creating a horrifying scene. The crowd was horrified and pale. Damn it, move! The crowd roared, scared to death, and swept towards the outside of the immortal mountain, fearing that they would encounter the calamity of the pond fish. And at this moment, Jiang Wuxuan was also striking out, performing a secret technique, a palm that covered the sky probed, obscuring the dome of the heavens, like a divine mountain suppressing down its destructive aura pungent. Chapter 166, The Nightjar King. Kill. Right at this moment, a terrifying demonic sound suddenly emanated from the black fog, as if it came from the depths of hell. Accompanied by the demonic sound, countless demonic skeletons let out bursts of hissing sounds that resounded through the clouds, killing intent rushing to the heavens. These skeletons densely rushed over, surging like a tidal wave, covering the sky and the earth in a creepy manner. At the same time, a mysterious bronze vessel suddenly flew out from the black mist, which emitted a blazing magical radiance like a small dazzling black sun. Where the demonic radiance spilled down, billions of demonic lights were formed, completely submerging Jiang Wuxuan in them. Demon soldiers came out of the sky, demonic aura rushed into the sky, and the entire world was shrouded in darkness, as if the end had come. However, Jiang Wuxuan was fearless in the face of such a terrifying demonic soldier, only to see him wave his right hand, and endless symbols immediately erupted from his palm, which quickly evolved into a gigantic battle spear that carried unrivaled might, penetrating through the void and ruthlessly stabbing at the black demonic furnace. Boom! An earth-shattering roar came from the sky, and the entire world trembled. After that magic furnace was attacked, it shook violently, and a large area of bizarre magic patterns surfaced on its surface. Immediately afterward, a heavenly and earthly demonic shadow broke out of the demonic furnace and collided with that war spear with a loud bang. In an instant, the void collapsed and the heavens and earth collapsed, as if the entire universe was about to be destroyed. Kill. This time, Jiang Wuxuan took the initiative to attack, with endless immortal texts flowing from his body, transforming into an immortal blade that swept through the thousands of troops. This immortal blade was glittering with a cold light throughout its body, and its sharpness seemed to be able to tear apart the heavens and earth, causing one to shudder, only to see it rapidly weaving through the void, instantly severing a demon skeleton. That skeleton didn't even have time to make any sound before it was already cut off at the waist. The cut was neat and unparalleled, and blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering down on the immortal mountain below, dyeing the entire mountain into a blood-red color. Kill, kill, kill. Seeing this, the rest of the demon skeletons raised their voices to the sky and roared, simultaneously casting all sorts of divine spells and attacking Jiang Wuxuan together. In an instant, countless rays of light and strength intertwined together, forming a huge energy net that completely enveloped Jiang Wuxuan. However, in the face of such a ferocious attack, Jiang Wuxuan remained unchanged. With a flash of his body, he easily avoided those attacks and casually swung out a few sword strokes, directly crushing the few skeletons that were close to him. His movements flowed without the slightest sense of procrastination, as if these skeletons were nothing more than some insignificant little nuisance to him. Just then, a low growl suddenly came out from the black fog. Immediately afterward, a tall and magnificent man slowly walked out from the black mist. This person was covered in pitch black, and his face could not be seen, but his deep eyes flickered with a bizarre and inexplicable light, as if they contained an endless power of evil and destruction. My name is the Night Fork King, one of the 6 great demon monarchs under the holy ancestor of the River Styx. Since you have entered my demon clan's territory, you will stay forever. The Night Fork King opened his mouth. His voice was hoarse and low, like the sound of metal friction from iron chains sharpening, revealing a strong killing intent. He stretched out a devilish claw and grabbed it so violently that the void collapsed in a terrifying and monstrous manner. Demon territory? Hearing the Night Fork King say this, Jiang Wuxuan's brows furrowed, revealing a thoughtful expression. Suddenly, something occurred to him. However, he wasn't sure yet, so he struck out forcefully, condensing a brilliant and eye-catching purple divine sunlight in his palm. Rumble! The void exploded as this purple star emerged, dropping a stream of brilliant and dazzling light that illuminated the place. Immediately after, Jiang Wuxuan raised his hand to strike the Night Fork King. In an instant, the purple star danced, like a comet crossing the long sky, carrying an incomparably overbearing and overwhelming aura as it crushed towards the Night Fork King. Bang! The void trembled, and the Night Fork King's pupils suddenly shrunk. Sensing a hint of a great threat, he immediately struck out with all his might. Rumble! In an instant, demonic chi surged and rolling black mist converged and intertwined in front of him, transforming into a demonic spirit that was 10,000 feet tall, tilting its head and roaring. The purple star slammed down, smashing that demonic spirit and setting off wild waves. But the Night King had long since avoided retreating. He stood in the distant sky, his face full of cold smiles. This seat would like to see just how many kilograms you have. Buzz! As soon as the words fell, the Night Fork King raised his arm, and the demonic chi vaporized and quickly intertwined on the surface of his arm, transforming into a hideous ghost axe. He raised his ghost axe and chopped down, as if he could even split the sky, emitting terrifying fluctuations. Get thee outta here! Jiang Wuxuan shouted coldly and blasted out with a fist, his fist prints like dragons, kneading that ghost axe. Clang! Accompanied by a sound of metal clashing, the fist force and the ghost axe collided, setting off rolling ripples. What a terrifying physical body! Why does the human race still have such a character? The Night Fork King was surprised, but he didn't panic, urging the mana in his body and continuously injecting it into the ghost axe in his hand, causing that ghost axe to bloom with an even more piercing light. Boom boom boom! The void trembled as a terrifying killing aura raged, like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood was manifesting, filled with boundless killing, making people's bones creepy. Moreover, this aura was becoming more and more prevalent, and even Jiang Wuxuan could not help but frown, sensing a hint of danger. Kill! Jiang Wuxuan's pupils flickered with golden light, his killing intent boiled, and without showing any weakness, he activated the power of his divine body, and his entire body seemed to burn up, transforming into a hot divine flame. At the same time, he stepped out with his right foot, stomping on the Qiankuan, like a supreme emperor overlooking the heavens and looking down on the world. Boom! The two collided fiercely, erupting with infinite light. The void was shattered, and large hole after large hole appeared. The scene was chaotic. After an unknown amount of time, the two separated. Jiang Wuxuan stood still, his body as straight as a pine, not taking a step back. His clothes fluttered and hunted with the wind, as if he had become one with heaven and earth. His eyes were clear and lucid, just like an exiled immortal, giving off a feeling of being ethereal and transcendent. In stark contrast, the Night Fork King staggered backward a few steps, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He stared at Jiang Wuxuan with a face full of shock and disbelief, his heart filled with fear. How can? The Night Fork King muttered, despair and shock in his voice. However, right at this moment, Jiang Wuxuan suddenly moved. His speed was as fast as lightning, like a dazzling bolt of light, charging towards the Night Fork King once again. His fists danced, bringing up gusts of strong winds that struck the void and caused it to tremble. An exceptionally astonishing sight. The Night Fork King's face instantly became extremely ugly. He didn't dare to have the slightest delay and hurriedly urged the black light around him, which quickly converged into a thick chain, blocking the space around him and winding towards Jiang Wuxuan. In the face of the Night Fork King's attack, Jiang Wuxuan merely snorted lightly, and his entire body immediately radiated a purple haze, as if a fire god had descended to the world, with a blazing flame burning the heavens and the worlds. Only a crisp snapping sound was heard, and those seemingly strong and incomparable chains were crumbled inch by inch in the blink of an eye, unable to stop Jiang Wuxuan's attack at all. Afterward, Jiang Wuxuan blasted out with a punch, and the blazing fist erupted, striking across the 9 heavens and pushing straight into the Night Fork King's chest. Chapter 167. No self, no face, Devil Dao Field. The Night Fork King roared, and an invisible wave of energy erupted from his body, distorting the void, and immediately afterward, a hazy grayish area emerged, shrouding the area and preventing Jiang Wuxuan from approaching. Jiang Wuxuan frowned and couldn't help but stop mid-air, because, he realized that his divine sense was unable to probe. His sight was obstructed, and he was completely isolated. However, that was all. Jiang Wuxuan was fearless, his body's purple haze rose, and his battle intent was sky high. Die! The Night Fork King shouted and swung his ghost axe to chop over. Jiang Wuxuan was unafraid, exercising the linear character's secret extreme speed to avoid the sharpness of the ghost axe. And then, with a wave of his one hand, the divine halberd broke through the air and instantly came to his palm. In the next moment, Jiang Wuxuan wielded his divine halberd and slashed down viciously towards the Night Fork King. Clang! The ghost axe collided with the divine halberd, and huge energy fluctuations spread in all directions, causing this void to shake violently and almost collapse. So strong. Yuan Hao, who had never left, watched this scene and his entire body was stunned. The sky was filled with demonic aura, and Jiang Wuxuan was the only one who could stand up to the Night Fork King, displaying unrivaled battle power. The Night Fork King cursed angrily, his face full of gloom, not expecting a small human teenager to be so difficult to deal with. He had come to the ancient immortal road with the decree of the demon lord to search for the demon god's bloodline, and he would never allow failure. With this in mind, he took a deep breath and operated his gong method, mobilizing huge amounts of mana to pour into the ghost axe in his hand. Instantly, the ghostly axe that was as black as ink bloomed with brilliant ghostly light, and a strand of bizarre runes filled the air, like an evil spirit crawling out of hell. Night Fork Soul Destroyer. The Night Fork King droned in a deep voice and swung his ghost axe to chop over, and a mournful hissing sound rang out in the void, like a severe ghost crying, taking the heart. This knife is too fierce. The so-called Night Fork Soul Destroyer is to communicate with the underworld by magic power and summon the dead spirits and grudges. This kind of attack, extremely evil, as long as the contamination, must be soul flying away, eternal fall reincarnation. Unfortunately, Jiang Wuxuan's power of reincarnation was incomparably strong, and even after encountering the Night Fork King's attack, it still loomed large. I am the Heavenly Emperor. When I suppress all enemies, Jiang Wuxuan lightly shouted, holding the divine halberd, performing the hegemonic 3 styles, stabbing out with a halberd. The hegemonic might swept through the heavens and earth, crushing the blade. Boo! The divine halberd collided with the ghost axe. Explosions resounded through the sky. The void collapsed, and dense cracks appeared, shocking to the eyes. The entire ancient immortal road began to collapse, unable to withstand the two's exchange of blows, and a spatial crack spread out, devouring everything. Swish! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Wuxuan's figure flickered, avoiding the strike, and then he leapt forward, swinging his divine halberd and sweeping out a brilliant halberd aura. These halberd awnings were too harsh, like they could pierce through everything, slashing down and drowning the Night Fork King. In an instant, the Night Fork King's body trembled wildly, leaving a trail of wounds all over his body, blood spattering, and he was in a sorry state. Seeing this, the Night Fork King became furious. Damn human race, I will have to kill you today. Buzz! As he spoke, he waved his arm. A black mist spread, and a bronze coffin slowly emerged from the void, exuding a cold and icy fluctuation. The lid of the coffin slowly opened, and an endless stream of demonic gas gushed out like a volcanic eruption, rolling and churning with a rich and sickeningly decaying aura, as if hundreds of millions of living beings were buried in this coffin, causing one's scalp to tingle just by looking at it. Kill! The Night Fork King let out a roar and raised his hand to push with force. The bronze coffin immediately shot out with a whistling sound, smashing into Jiang Wuxuan like a mountain. In an instant, the entire ancient immortal road trembled violently, countless ancient trees fell down, and the ground cracked open huge gaps, as if the entire world was experiencing a terrifying catastrophe. The coffin crossed the sky and covered the sky, releasing a monstrous killing machine and corpse aura that shocked the 4 directions, causing the hearts of countless martial artists to be fearful and their livers to split. The rumbling roar was deafening and resounded through the sky, like 1,000 armies galloping in, bringing an unrivaled sense of oppression that made it almost impossible to breathe. However, Jiang Wuxuan was fearless in the face of such might. His entire body burned with a blazing flame and his fighting spirit was high as he took a step out, and the divine halberd in his hand violently stabbed out. Instantly, endless golden flames surged and swept like a torrent, burning the entire sky into a sea of blazing fire. Put! The divine halberd flashed with a cold light, carrying an unrivaled might as it ruthlessly stabbed into the bronze coffin. In an instant, a series of deafening clanging sounds resounded all around, as if they were about to tear apart the entire heaven and earth. With this strike, the originally impregnable bronze coffin was unexpectedly cut off and exploded. For a while, smoke rolled and debris flew everywhere. Immediately afterward, a black demonic shadow rushed up from the broken coffin, emitting a miserable howl that resounded through the clouds. These demonic shadows had open teeth and claws,
Their faces were hideous, and they exuded a palpitating aura.
When the Night Fork King saw this, he couldn't help but have his pupils shrink violently, a look of shock on his face. One had to know that this bronze coffin was cast with the rare 9 Spectre secret silver of their demon region. Its sturdiness was unparalleled. Even if an immortal monarch-level powerhouse made a move, it would be difficult to destroy it easily. However, now it was easily chopped off by Jiang Wushuang in such a domineering and overwhelming manner. This kind of strength was simply beyond imagination. The Night Fork King secretly pondered in his heart, what kind of god is this person? Why does he have such terrifying strength? At this moment, the Night Fork King's heart began to panic a bit. He knew deep down that he had used all his strength just now, but he was still unable to pose any threat to Jiang Wushuang. Escape! Must flee quickly. After weighing the pros and cons, the Night Fork King made a tough decision on the spot to retreat for the time being. This was because he knew very well in his heart that if he continued to stay here and tangle with Jiang Wushuang, he was afraid that in the end, it would be difficult to escape death. Thus, without hesitation, the Night Fork King turned around and transformed into a stream of light, speeding off towards the distance, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Phew! However, just as the Night Fork King was about to make a move on Jiang Wushuang, a stream of light suddenly descended from the sky, cutting through the firmament and swiftly killing towards the Night Fork King like lightning. The Night Fork King was startled in his heart, immediately realizing that the power contained in this stream of light was extremely powerful, and he was afraid that his life would be in danger if he didn't deal with it carefully. He then hastened to stormily raise the ghost axe in his hand in an attempt to block the blow. Only heard a loud clang. The Night Fork King felt a huge impact, and the ghost axe in his hand was almost shaken out. At the same time, his tiger's mouth also tore open because it couldn't withstand the force, and blood suddenly gushed out and splattered on the ground. The Night Fork King secretly screamed in his heart, but before he could react more, Jiang Wushuang had already killed again. One could only see Jiang Wushuang holding a divine halberd, his figure as erratic as a ghost, and his speed was so fast that it dazzled people. The divine halberd drew a brilliant light in the air, like a comet crossing the sky, stabbing the Night Fork King's vital parts directly with an overpowering aura. The Night King's eyes widened as he tried to dodge, but it was too late. Only heard a snorting sound. One of the Night Fork King's arms was directly chopped off by the divine halberd, and blood shot out like a fountain, spilling all around. The Night Fork King let out a miserable scream of pain, and his body involuntarily retreated backward.